After your ex-girlfriend dumped you, your bonus actually arrived. So now you not only live in a mansion worth over 100 million, but you've also won over 3 top female tenants. You've even got them competing to feed you delicious burgers, all because you activated the rich man's blind box system. The system detected that the host is feeling wronged. Activate the rich man's blind box system. Draw a premium blind box every day, and receive a welcome bonus of 20 million yuan upon first binding. Just now, Lu Ruyan's cold voice pierced your ears. Let's break up. We're about to graduate, and you can't even find a job. Cohen has found me a partner with a better future, so I'm going with him. You were riding an electric scooter in frozen place even before getting off. Then a blue luxury car sped up and stopped next to Lu Ruyan, and a chubby man got out. It's the notorious playboy Ding Kuan. Let me tell you, in this world, money is king. Don't be like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat every day. Without giving you a chance to respond, he took Lu Ruyan and left. You looked despairingly at the car driving away, when suddenly a thought of life flashed through your mind. Ding detected that the host's feelings of grievance were at their peak and activated the rich man's blind box system. The first activation grants a welcome bonus of 20 million. Open a rich man's blind box daily. Would you like to proceed? Today's blind box is now open. I must open it. You're extremely excited as you look at the virtual screen. It's finally my turn. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained an 800 square meter duplex with a river view in Binjiang Mansion. The property documents are ready and available for use. I tapped the first blind box, and what a jackpot! This is truly a rich man's blind box. At this moment, you look up and remember a saying, even a withered tree can bloom in spring. You and I will also have our time to shine. Just as you're feeling happy, the system chimes in with a risk warning. This property currently has other tenants sharing it. Please decide how to handle it after taking possession. What do you mean? There are other people living in my house? You are a bit surprised and ask the system for the tenant's information. A few seconds later, the system sends you the tenant's details, and your eyes widen upon seeing the information. According to the data and photos, there are 3 tenants, and they are all flight attendants from Jiang Airlines. Jiang Airlines is one of the top 5 airlines in the country, with the highest standards for hiring flight attendants, selected as if in a beauty pageant. There are requirements for height, body shape, appearance, and temperament, with a pass rate of only 1 in 10,000. Every year, the topic of hiring flight attendants trends on social media. So, there are 3 stunning flight attendants living in my house, and they are my tenants. Speaking of which, I'm not sleepy anymore. Wow, this is quite the test. Who can withstand such scrutiny? You're overestimating me. Since I have nothing to do right now, I should hurry back to check it out. At the entrance of Binjiang Mansion, there is an ultra-luxurious commercial complex, lavishly decorated. You can tell that every detail is made of money. You used to shop here with Lu Ruyan. You didn't even dare to go inside when passing by. Now your mindset has changed. Such a high-end mall is merely the commercial area of your neighborhood. You quickly entered, found your house, and the door opened with facial recognition. Just as you stepped inside, suddenly, a loud quacking sound echoed from the living room. What's going on? A white figure zoomed past, almost blinding your eyes. Who came in? How could they have a key to the house? The other 2 girls in the living room looked tense. One of them quickly grabbed a cushion. Another picked up a fruit knife from the coffee table, looking tense and taking a defensive stance. The scene appeared somewhat comical. The girl who was changing clothes earlier hastily put on an outfit. Who understands family matters? She was seen changing at home. The girl had red eyes, holding back tears as she looked at the door, panic written all over her face, but the next second, her panic vanished. She was even a bit surprised. Wow, he's actually quite handsome, young, and tall, not some creepy uncle at all. His anxiety eased considerably, and he hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "It's a misunderstanding. I'm the owner of this house, your landlord." As you spoke, you also got a clear look at the 3 women in front of you. They were all tall, about 1.7 meters, with curvy figures and long legs. Standing there was like a scenic view, yet each had a different style. According to the information provided by the system, the first is named Lu Hanxiao, a 28-year-old elegant and charming woman with fiery red lips, a stunning beauty whose yoga pants showcase her perfect figure. She's the best among the 3. The second is named Zhai Xieba. She is from Beijing, 25 years old, with an oval face, a high nose bridge, and light blue eyes, resembling a mixed-race beauty, exuding strong exotic charm. The third is the girl who was changing clothes, named Pan Yuyao, a 22-year-old southern girl who just graduated from university. She has twin ponytails, a bell around her neck, wearing a JK skirt paired with white stockings, giving off a pure and sweet vibe. Wow, these 3 flight attendants are at least 10 times more beautiful than in their profiles. Now you truly understand the saying that people look better than their photos. For a moment, you feel a bit dazed. You also notice that there are stars displayed above their heads, at least 2 stars for the lowest, and up to 4 for the highest. Looking at the system, it turns out this reflects their level of affection for you, based on their impressions and feelings. It's a comprehensive evaluation. Are you really the landlord? The one with 2 stars, Lu Hanxiao, was the first to express doubt. How can you prove that the person who signed the contract with us was you? He asked cautiously. That's easy. You can check with the property management. It's quite amusing. I don't think he's lying. After the earlier panic, Pan Yuyao's emotions have settled down, and she thinks, such a handsome guy can't possibly be a bad person. Isn't Yuyao just being superficial again? Can you stop focusing solely on looks? Zhai Xiaoba spoke Mandarin not very well, with a hint of Beijing accent, while Pan Yuyao was starstruck, looking speechless. He is the youngest among the 3, totally a looks person, unable to move when he sees a handsome guy. However, he has never truly dated anyone, and his expectations for a boyfriend remain unaffected. Are you guys really lying? Can I enter my own house now? You feel like calling the police. You want to enter your own home but are being threatened with a knife. This is your home. Of course, you can come in, Pan Yuyao quickly replied, seemingly unaware that you just saw her changing. Lu Hanxiao, holding his forehead, felt helpless. At this moment, he had just messaged the property management, and they replied via WeChat, confirming that he is indeed the owner of the house and has just taken over this apartment. Wow, this handsome guy really is the owner. Looking at your clothes, I estimate they cost no more than 200 yuan. You're the owner of a duplex apartment? As you step into the living room, you are instantly amazed by the furnishings in the house. The house was delivered fully renovated, with a decoration standard of 10,000 yuan per square meter, so the entire renovation cost over 8 million yuan. The large balcony overlooking the Han River is over 10 meters long, with an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling glass, maximizing the river view. According to the system's description, the entire first floor, including the living room, kitchen, 3 bedrooms, and 2 bathrooms, is rented to them, the 3 of them. Meanwhile, the duplex second floor is vacant. At the end of the corridor is a spiral staircase. The layout of the 2 floors is similar, but there is only 1 bedroom on the second floor. The others are a media room, an esports room, a billiards room, and a large terrace, half of which is a relaxation area. The other half features an infinity pool. It's perfect, simply perfect. You reach the second floor and see this blue pool. You instantly understand what it means to be wealthy. At this point, on the first floor, Pan Yuyao and Zhai Xiaoei exchanged glances and said to Lu Hanxiao, Sister Xiao, he's the landlord. Don't upset him. What's there to be afraid of? We can just find another place to rent, Lu Hanxiao replied dismissively. But have you forgotten how expensive the deposit is here? We signed a 1-year contract, and it's non-refundable until it expires, Zhai Xiaoei pointed out about this apartment. Even if the 3 of them cooperate, the rent is still 20,000 yuan per month, and the deposit is equivalent to 2 months' rent. 40,000 yuan is equivalent to 2 months' salary. Zhai Xiaoei was pained by the thought of this money. It's hard-earned cash that shouldn't be wasted. At worst, I'll cover the deposit loss, Lu Hanxiao said, looking up at the spiral staircase as if bracing for your sudden appearance. However, I always feel he's not a good person. Why do you say that, Sister Xiao? The other 2 asked him. Are you not afraid he might eat you alive? Lu Hanxiao said. Zhai Xiaoei is fine. He knows what he wants in love. But Pan Yuyao is another story. She's always been the good girl, and she started interning at Zhanghang before graduating from college, so she hasn't experienced much. What do you mean by the blood outside eating us? Pan Yuyao paused for a second and then said, So what? I'm not afraid, her expression unexpectedly eager. Haven't you noticed he's really handsome? And he has abs too. The key point is he's quite capable. Stop right there. I know what you're about to say. Lu Hanxiao looked at him with an expression of disappointment. The landlord is on the second floor. They still have some dignity. How ridiculous. You switched sides so quickly. Just a moment ago, you treated him like an uninvited guest. But now that you see the landlord is handsome, you've lost all your principles. This turnaround is too sudden. Lu Hanxiao couldn't help but want to punch this lovesick guy. But since this house belongs to him, his identity must be significant. Which wealthy family does he belong to? Zhai Xiaoei thought curiously, Sister Xiao, you're from Jiangcheng. Is there any group that has a young master like him? It seems not, Lu Hanxiao pondered, rolling his eyes. He knew some young masters from big enterprises but hadn't seen anyone like him. But someone who can afford a house in Binjiang Mansion is more than just wealthy. Could it be that he isn't even from Jiangcheng? No time to think too much, as footsteps were heard coming from upstairs. Shoo, the landlord is coming down. You returned to the first floor and saw the 3 beautiful women. By the way, isn't it time to pay the rent for the next quarter? You remembered the reminder in the system. After you said that, the three beauties exchanged glances, and the rent was already prepared. Lu Hanxiao pulled out a thick envelope. The other two girls closed their eyes, unable to bear looking at the envelope. This was their hard-earned salary. The rent was 20,000 yuan per month, totaling 60,000 for the quarter. Even though Lu Hanxiao proposed the shared lease and covered half the rent himself, the remaining two each had to split the other half. However, their monthly salary was only over 10,000 yuan each, leaving them with very little after paying rent. However, I have a question for you. Are you going to live here? Lu Hanxiao asked. Previously, only the three of them lived on the second floor, which was vacant. As per the lease agreement, they only rented the first floor. What else would I do? This is my house. Where else would I stay? You looked at Lu Hanxiao and smiled slightly. Living in the same house with three stunning flight attendants, you're quite looking forward to the subsequent story. No wonder they're the most rigorously selected flight attendants at Jiang Airlines. Each of them, despite their different styles, could outshine over 99% of online influencers just based on looks alone. It seems a bit of a waste for them to be just flight attendants, but that's not important. Alright, Lu Hanxiao crossed his arms, standing in front of the other two girls. These two girls are still young, so let's stick to the contract and keep our boundaries. He wants to protect these two girls. In life, they are sisters, and at work, they are subordinates. How are they still young? I think they're quite grown up. You glanced over and smiled. Lu Hanxiao pointed a finger, wanting to say you were being evasive, but couldn't find evidence. If he ended up being rebutted and accused of overthinking, that wouldn't be fun. In any case, we'll pay the rent per the contract. Besides collecting the rent, it's better for us to keep our distance, Lu Hanxiao said, handing the thick envelope to you. He turned and said, "It's time to get to work, let's go." After taking a couple of steps, he noticed no footsteps followed, so he turned back to look. Your blood pressure suddenly spiked. Landlord, let's add each other as friends, just in case we need to contact you, Pan Yuyao said, taking out her phone enthusiastically. What landlord? You can call me brother, you replied, realizing from the information that Pan Yuyao was an intern flight attendant, just a few months younger than you. Xiao 8, do you want to add him too? It would be convenient to contact him if anything comes up, Pan Yuyao suggested. Encouraged by Pan Yuyao, Xiao 8 also took out her phone. Then I'll add you too. Why is everyone else adding friends? Lu Hanxiao turned back, looking slightly annoyed. Aren't you making me feel sidelined? Landlords are always upstairs and downstairs, so we'll see each other often. We should have a way to contact each other, Pan Yuyao argued confidently. Why don't you add me too? It's not good for you to be alone, you smiled, glancing at Lu Hanxiao. Let's create a group. We can discuss anything in there. Your words were sincere, and for a moment, he couldn't find a reason to refuse. After thinking for a few seconds, he took out his phone. Go ahead and scan. You quietly celebrated in your heart. The compliance test was initially successful. Although on the surface, Lu Hanxiao appeared unapproachable and defensive, he also had weaknesses. This probing was indeed effective. He wasn't very friendly towards men, and for reasons unknown, he acted like a big sister to the two girls. As long as the two girls were kept in line, he would have to follow suit. Aren't you going to work? Then hurry up. After adding the three flight attendants as friends, you promptly created a group with just the four of you. After some consideration, you renamed the group A Loving Family. What a cliché group name. Lu Hanxiao frowned. Who's part of your family? It feels like the landlord is trying to take advantage. Are you allergic to the name A Loving Family? You countered. I'm the group owner, and I think it's pretty good. Yeah, Sister Xiao, don't we call the passengers family too? It's nothing. Let's hurry up and go, Xiao 8 said, and the three of them picked up their suitcases from the corner and got ready to leave. By the way, where are you flying to this time? You casually asked. We have a flight to the capital city at 8 p.m., Pan Yuyao replied. His mouth was faster than his brain, and Lu Hanxiao couldn't stop him. This is work-related. Why are you sharing everything? Plus, it's only the first time meeting the landlord. You're revealing too much. Oh, I see. You waved your hand. You all go ahead. You stepped into the elevator and went downstairs. Lu Hanxiao sensed something was off. Wasn't he just giving us orders? But it seems that doesn't matter now. Let's hurry. Watching the three flight attendants disappear at the entrance of the community, the spacious two-story duplex apartment suddenly felt empty. You then took out your phone and snapped pictures of the living room, balcony, dual kitchen, upstairs terrace, and swimming pool, growing fonder of the place with each shot. Sitting in such a luxury home, who wouldn't be excited? Lying on the spacious, soft sofa in the first-floor living room, you could still smell a faint hint of a girl's fragrance on the backrest. You selected a few photos to post on your moments but reconsidered and decided to share them on Douyin instead. You wrote a caption saying, "This new house is not bad," and after posting, you went to the bathroom. Upon returning to the living room and picking up your phone, The notifications from your moments startled you. Weren't you all so enthusiastic? You couldn't keep up with the flood of likes and comments, all praising and envying your new apartment. Many users with beautiful profile pictures also sent you numerous private messages. Handsome, is this your house? It's so beautiful. Is this the duplex in Binjang Mansion? Can I come see it? Handsome, I live very close. I can see your building while walking. Do you need a female host at home? I can play that role for free. The various flirty messages and interests showed they weren't even pretending anymore. You couldn't help but think that only with wealth, luxury cars, and a big house could you see such an actively pursuing sight from women. Amidst the series of profile pictures, one suddenly caught your eye. It looked somewhat familiar. Clicking on their profile revealed they had 200,000 followers. Seems like a minor internet celebrity. Scrolling down, you found various videos of her dancing in short skirts, making your lower abdomen heat up. Through these videos, you recognized her. She was actually Chen Wan from the art department of Jiangqing Normal University. Chen Wan had studied dance for a long time since childhood and was very flexible. Her 200,000 followers came from a viral video where she performed a split on a pull-up bar, which received over 1 million likes. Moreover, Chen Wan was a close friend of Lu Ruyan. They often went out together and had shared meals with you a few times. However, Chen Wan always viewed you as poor and uninteresting after a few encounters. It seems that Lu Ruyan's transformation into who she is now was not without some behind-the-scenes maneuvering. You never expected her to be so open online. If he knew that the owner of this duplex in Binjang Mansion was you, what would his reaction be? You really want to see it. So you replied to the private message from Chen Wan. It's almost dark. Do you want to come to my place? Of course. Your place has a fantastic view of the river. The photos will turn out great, Chen Wan replied. And there's also a fireworks show tonight. I checked, and the view from Binjang Mansion is the best. You're not afraid I might be a bad person? You replied. She quickly replied with a shy emoji. How could someone so wealthy be a bad person? You took a deep breath. This was the highest form of irony at the university. There were barely any boys she found attractive, let alone someone like you to chat with. Even though you had seen him a few times because of Lu Ruyan, you hadn't added him as a friend or exchanged phone numbers. You didn't expect him to be so open about wealthy people. This truly opened your eyes. He was being so direct, suggesting he was ready for something. Alright, then come on over. Chen Wan replied with a okay, and hurried to get ready. About 20 minutes later, another message popped up on your phone. Brother, I'm downstairs. Why did you leave? Through the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, you saw a girl with flowing long hair standing in the middle of the community wearing a pleated skirt. It was indeed Chen Wan from the art department. It had been a long time, and she seemed even prettier, her outfit exuding a mature charm, having shed her youthful innocence. You're on the first building to the left, up to the 5th floor. You indicated the direction. Following your instructions, Chen Wan walked over and arrived at the 5th floor door. After a brief pause, she knocked on the door. When it opened, the two of you locked eyes, and she recognized you. Chen Wan was taken aback for a moment, then rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Looking at you again, her eyes widened. How is it you? You've seen me a few times, don't you remember? You smiled lightly. Come in, don't just stand there. Is this really your house? Chen Wan asked in confusion. At that moment, she was completely bewildered, unable to reconcile you with being a wealthy person. She couldn't help but doubt herself. Had she not known you well enough before? If she had known earlier that you were the owner of Binjang Mansion, she would have jumped at the chance, forgetting all about Lu Ruyan. Well, what else could it be? You smiled slightly. Shall I show you the property deed? No need for that. Seeing your confident demeanor, it was clear you had the air of a true owner, a quality that couldn't be faked. Chen Wan thought to herself, he's clearly a poor student, how could he possibly own this house? Then she stood at the door and glanced inside, where the luxurious furnishings were enough to make anyone dizzy. This was a top-tier mansion with a stunning view. The owner, unexpectedly, was someone she had previously looked down on, a poor loser. Had he hit the jackpot or snagged a wealthy girlfriend? She knew about your breakup with Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan probably had no idea what a big deal she had missed out on. I really didn't expect your house to be this luxurious, Chen Wan exclaimed as she walked in, unable to resist taking out her phone and snapping dozens of pictures. What are you taking pictures for? You asked in confusion. You didn't quite understand this puzzling behavior. Many girls take photos of luxury homes and cars, as if anything related to opulence must be captured, regardless of whether it's theirs. This house is just too beautiful. I'll take a few photos so I can reminisce later, Chen Wan said, not wanting to admit she wanted to show off to others. You laughed heartily. and at that moment, splendid fireworks began to rise across the river. The fireworks shot into the air and, after 3 or 4 seconds, the sound reached you. Wow, it's so beautiful. The internet wasn't lying, this is indeed the best view for watching the display. Chenwan was overjoyed, running to the floor-to-ceiling window, holding her phone horizontally to record the scenic view across the river, leaning slightly over the balcony railing. At that moment, she felt another hand on her waist. She turned to see you smiling gently. You take the photo. Chenwan understood your intention but didn't say anything. She turned her head back to the window and even slightly arched her waist, a fundamental skill for a dancer. You're quite understanding, you said. Since the stage is set, wouldn't it be a waste not to perform and enjoy this beautiful moment? So, without further hesitation, you acted. Half an hour later, as the last firework faded, the display came to an end. Chenwan hurriedly straightened herself up and said in a nervous tone, "Make sure Lu Ruyen doesn't find out about this." "What's the big deal? We've broken up," you said, sitting back on the sofa, feeling that Lu Ruyen was now completely a thing of the past. "Oh, you really broke up?" Chenwan exclaimed, instantly feeling that her opportunity had come. "Why didn't he tell you?" You pointed out, exposing her hidden thoughts. "How about this? Look at me. What if I become your girlfriend?" She flipped her hair, clearly confident in her charm. Chenwan was quite confident, although many pursued her, none met her standards until now. She felt you were the only one who qualified. You already had looks and height, and now you had also addressed your financial shortcomings. Wasn't that the perfect man? In Jiangcheng, how many people could afford to live in Binjiang Mansion, especially a duplex apartment that's rare and in high demand? Chenwan had never felt this proactive before. With a clear goal, she took the initiative. She was a very realistic and clever potential girlfriend. You smiled slightly and said, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate? I just broke up. It would look like I'm jumping right into another relationship. People outside might think I'm a jerk. Then let's just stay in touch for now. We can go public later." Chenwan contemplated, agreeing with you, but she didn't want to miss this opportunity. Being a potential girlfriend seemed good enough for now. As she stepped into your home, Chenwan realized that after knowing you for several years during university, she didn't even have your contact information. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she took out her phone to ask for it. "All right, if you don't mind," you said, opening the QR code for her to scan and add you as a friend. "It's getting late, so you should head back," you yawned and told Chenwan. "Okay," she glanced outside. "Isn't it getting late? You're sending me home? I thought I might get to stay here overnight in this luxurious apartment." Was he unhappy just now? Chenwan thought for a moment. She realized she had been preoccupied with taking pictures. "Are you tired? Do you want me to give you a leg massage?" "I'm a bit tired and want to sleep." "You should head back," you said firmly. "Not everyone can just stay over at my place." As you spoke, you transferred 200 yuan to Chenwan via WeChat. "It's late and unsafe. Don't ride a shared bike. Just take a taxi back." Chenwan left somewhat absent-mindedly. "Is it really 200 yuan that allows me to go home?" she thought, starting to feel a bit upset, but she couldn't quite stand her ground. Feeling it was unjustifiable, she could only head back. Your earlier concern about safety made her think there was hope for the future. With that thought, she felt relieved. The security guard at the door watched her leave, his eyes filled with amazement. "Who's this homeowner? They must be living quite well." After Chenwan left, you comfortably leaned back on the luxurious sofa and lit a cigarette. So this is how the wealthy live, so comfortable, yet it felt like something was still missing. You suddenly regretted letting Chenwan leave so early. If only she had stayed to serve you a cup of tea or something, that would have been the true luxury experience. Meanwhile, the flight with Lu Hanxiao, Zhai Xiao and Pan Yuyo had taken off from Jiangcheng and entered cruising altitude. Lu Hanxiao pointed to the dust in the tea room. "Who spilled the coffee grounds?" he said, glancing at the intern Pan Yuyo. "It wasn't me, Sister Xiao," Pan Yuyo explained weakly, noticing that Lu Hanxiao said nothing. She looked up to find him smiling at her. "I told you before, during work, you need to address positions. How will you remember when it's time for your formal evaluation?" Lu Hanxiao also spoke with concern. Although he scolded him, he didn't want to raise his voice. He was a flight attendant with Jiang Airlines, regularly flying with the two of them. Sometimes, when flying larger aircraft, they would add 1 or 2 more flight attendants. However, the formal evaluation process was handled by the company, and he couldn't interfere, so he had to remind him repeatedly. "Xiao, you're not the flight attendant," Pan Yuyo exclaimed, sticking out her tongue. "So this is how tough it is to navigate the adult world. I've been careless. Right now there's nothing going on, you two can take a break." "I'll go check on the cabin," Lu Hanxiao said before heading into the cabin. The red and blue striped flight attendant uniform, with a fitted design that showcases the beautiful waist and hip curves, makes the passengers in the cabin unable to help but glance sideways, their eyes filled with envy. It's really beautiful, no wonder it's a flight attendant from Jianghang. Although Jianghang's tickets are more expensive than other airlines, there's a reason for the high price, and they are willing to spend that money. At this moment in the lounge, Pan Yuyao stared with wide eyes and asked Xiao Beiji, "You said Sister Zhao's family is so wealthy, why does she still come to do this servant work?" Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba whispered to each other. They referred to themselves as sisters with Lu Hanxiao and shared a rented apartment. However, apart from knowing that her family was wealthy, they didn't know much about Lu Hanxiao, and she hasn't found a boyfriend yet. How about we introduce her to someone suitable if we see one? The two girls were worried sick about Lu Hanxiao's lifelong affair. Lu Hanxiao was 28 years old, which was like being 30 back in their hometown. In their hometown, girls her age typically had 2 kids by now, and those kids could already run errands. Who should we find? Di Xiaoba's light blue eyes widened. What do you think about the landlord, Zhang Yu? Although they had only met once, Di Xiaoba felt that Zhang Yu's height and looks matched well with Lu Hanxiao. As for financial status, she didn't know who was richer, but they both seemed to be well off. Zhang Yu? Pan Yuyo shook her head. Does Lu Hanxiao accept relationships with younger men? Besides, I noticed that Lu Hanxiao doesn't seem to have a good attitude towards him. As she said this, Pan Yuyo's mind also conjured up Zhang Yu's every smile and frown. He was just too handsome. The first time she saw him, he had already captured her heart. At her age, she hadn't fully entered society yet, and looks were everything. Since it was confirmed that both Lu Hanxiao and Xiaoba had no interest in him, she thought, why not be bold? The moment that thought crossed her mind, she was startled. The flight was still halfway, yet it felt so long. She wished the plane would turn around and head back to Jiangcheng right now. However, according to the flight schedule, they would arrive in the capital tonight and rest there. Then, the next afternoon, they would fly back to Jiangcheng. This was also part of being a flight attendant. They were often deployed everywhere. Sometimes, when there weren't enough staff, they would be temporarily assigned to other flights to help out. However, since they were part of Jiang Airlines, they spent most of their time in Jiangcheng. What are you two gossiping about me this time? At that moment, Lu Hanxiao returned to the break room after surveying the area. We were talking about helping you find a boyfriend, Di Xiaoba replied with a smile. Boyfriend? Lu Hanxiao chuckled, shaking a finger. No, I don't agree. Then, if you two are so restless, you can go serve tea to the passengers. Just as the two girls were about to speak, Lu Hanxiao shot them a glare, and they quickly sealed their lips. Lu Hanxiao looked out the porthole at the ground. At that height, Jiangcheng was brightly lit, divided in half by a dark river. The area with the densest lights was the Binjiang business district, where the Binjiang mansion was located. What could Zhang Yu be doing at home right now? He wouldn't be peeking at my washed clothes, would he? Thoughts about Zhang Yu suddenly popped into her mind, startling her. What was happening? Had I been bewitched? This was the first time in 28 years that a man had made her reminisce so casually. No intention behind it at all. Achoo! Zhang Yu, soaking in the bathtub, sneezed at that moment. I need to get up. If I wash any longer, I'll catch a cold. He stood up from the bathtub, dried off the water droplets on his body, and wrapped himself in a white bath towel. He glanced at the time. It had just passed midnight. Right, he remembered. A new day had come, and since he was still awake, he might as well draw today's blind box. Let's see what kind of reward he could get this time. System, Zhang Yu murmured. Host, please speak. The system, which had been in temporary sleep mode, was quickly awakened. I want to draw the blind box for the next day. Zhang Yu rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit excited, preparing the blind box for the host. After saying that, a virtual blind box machine appeared before him again. Each blind box looked the same, with no way to see the secrets inside. Zhang Yu selected one like a commander choosing troops, this one. Then, the blind box was opened. Congratulations, host, the system's prompt sounded. You have obtained a financial loan company, Papa Loan. Wow. Zhang Yu was a bit excited. Acquiring a company was just the solution to his ongoing economic concerns. No matter how big a house he lived in, it couldn't be eaten, right? Renting it out would only bring in over 200,000 in rent each year, which was hardly enough. The newbie reward red envelope, over time, would also run out. The way money is spent differs greatly between having it and not having it. He quickly clicked on the company's details page to check it out. Papa Loan Financial Company, headquartered in Jiangcheng Wealth Building, with business operations spanning the entire Jingchu region. Currently, the company has over 300 employees, with complete departments including marketing, customer service, collections, and concierge. The company's total asset scale is 5 billion, with over 100,000 clients, and an annual profit exceeding 500 million. But this company's name? Zhang Yu found it a bit abrupt, Could it be? Looking again at the company information, the profile of loan clients showed that the female ratio accounted for 60%. Rest assured, host, all company operations are reasonable and legal, and the interest rates are within standard limits. Annual profit of 500 million, with no risks. The system prompted. Wow, a profit of 500 million. How many zeros is that? Since the money is clean, he accepted it with a smile. Zhang Yu happily claimed the company reward. Does the host choose to publicly disclose the company identity? At this moment, the system provided another option. Looking at it, if he chose yes, the company would be registered under his name. Many people would know about it. If he chose no, his identity would be hidden. Apart from the company's executives and major clients, no one else would know the true identity of the owner. It depended on whether he wanted to be high profile or low key. This option was very user-friendly, quite nice. Zhang Yu thought for a moment, let's keep it hidden. He was just starting out, had no roots in Jiangchang, and could easily be targeted. Better to lay low and develop quietly for a while. Host information has been hidden. Congratulations again on acquiring the company. Zhang Yu nodded. Just as he was about to exit the system, he noticed a personal center in the interface. Curious, he clicked in to see the first section labeled My Assets. The property in Binjiang Mansion and the newly acquired company were both listed there. Scrolling down, he saw My Points. Currently, he had 525 points, with 475 points needed to level up. There were also functions like Point Lottery and Point Exchange for gifts. He could exchange for some functional items. Zhang Yu didn't look further and closed the blind box system. Drowsiness hit him, and he prepared to sleep. He decided to check out the company tomorrow. At this moment, Jiangchang Wealth Building, the Papa Loan Company, across from a similar financial company, was getting a bit restless. The conference room was brightly lit. I called everyone here for an urgent meeting because there's something important to discuss. The boss's expression was serious. What is it, boss? Just now, I received reliable news that the company across has changed owners. I suspect they will soon make a big move. The boss looked anxious. The Papa Loan Company had always been their competitor. With a change in ownership, they would undoubtedly take action to further encroach on their market share. The loan business was already harder to do than before. If Papa Loan took advantage of the ownership change to make a killing, it would be tough for them. Boss, do you know who the new owner is? The employees asked. If I knew, I wouldn't have called everyone for a meeting, the boss said, holding his forehead. The news is tightly blocked, and we have no idea what their identity is. What should we do then? The boss raised his head and scanned the room. Then he pointed to one person. You, go take down the company across the street. Me? The person looked up. It was Ding Cohen. He pointed at himself, incredulous. Why is it always him for these kinds of tasks? Just recently, he had already been involved in something. Boss, can we switch to someone else? Ding Cohen complained. Ding Cohen, I have high hopes for you. Grow up quickly and become a backbone of the company. The boss said. What do I need to do this time? He felt a bit lost. No matter what, just cause some destruction. We need to suppress their momentum. Meeting adjourned. As the meeting ended, everyone dispersed. Ding Cohen circled the office a few times. He slapped his forehead. He had an idea. So, he picked up the kettle of hot water on the desk and walked to the entrance of the Papa Loan Company. He poured a kettle of hot water over the money tree at the entrance. That wasn't enough. He reached out and plucked off quite a few leaves from the money tree. This is what real business warfare looks like, so simple and unadorned. Ding Cohen looked around, wanting to cause more destruction. Suddenly, the alarm blared, and the red alarm light above the entrance lit up. Damn! Ding Cohen was startled and quickly fled. There was no further incident that night, as he had exhausted quite a bit of energy that day. So, he slept well. The next morning, Zhang Yu got up and took the subway directly to the company. As soon as he arrived at the company entrance, he noticed a large crowd gathered. What's going on? Zhang Yu asked directly. Who are you? The company staff turned to look, seeing a young man who seemed just out of college. His face was unfamiliar, not like anyone from the company. This is the new boss of the company, didn't you know? At that moment, a woman wearing black-framed glasses and a black professional pencil skirt hurried over. The sound of her high heels clicking on the floor was crisp. Her hair was styled up, exuding an intellectual beauty. Secretary Yang. Everyone felt a bit tense upon seeing her. Secretary Yang ignored them and walked straight to Zhang Yu. She bowed deeply, revealing a profound crease. Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to arrive at the company so early. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Secretary Yan was one of the first to learn about the boss's identity. She had planned to report to Zhang Yu once she got to work. She didn't expect him to come in so early. so this is the new boss? A few people had heard rumors about the change in leadership but didn't realize it was him. They were terrified. Thankfully, they hadn't spoken ill of him earlier. Otherwise, they would have been fired for stepping in with the right foot today. Hello, boss. All the employees bowed and greeted him, their faces filled with respect. No need for that. What's going on at the entrance? Zhang Yu looked toward the entrance, where the ground was covered in dirt and broken leaves. It was particularly dirty. Mr. Zhang, I just checked the surveillance footage. Take a look. Secretary Yang held up her phone and leaned in. A whiff of perfume wafted into his nostrils, and it smelled quite nice. Zhang Yu looked at the video footage. He could see someone causing destruction under the cover of night. What is this? He frowned, recognizing the person. It seemed to be Ding Kuan. Goodness, what a coincidence. I hadn't even targeted you yet, and you came to provoke me first. Boss, this person is from the company across the street. I've seen him a few times. I didn't expect him to use such disgusting tactics, Secretary Yan reported. Let's call the police, Zhang Yu said, and assess the damages so they can compensate. Boss, calling the police won't help. It's too disgusting. This isn't their first time. You need to curb their arrogance. Secretary Yang pushed up the glasses on her nose. The company across the street is our arch-rival. They even gathered a group of villagers to maliciously borrow money from us and refused to pay it back. When we went to collect the debt, the whole village attacked us. Speaking of this matter, the company employees, especially those in the collection department, felt very wronged. Yeah, not only do they refuse to pay back the money, but they also drive us away with sticks. Several colleagues got injured and fractured bones because of this, and the medical expenses were quite a lot. I heard that the person in the video is the one behind this. As a financial loan company, the interest rates are a bit higher than banks, which is a common practice and understandable. However, maliciously borrowing money and then deliberately running away without paying back has caused significant losses to the company's normal operations. To put it more seriously, this constitutes fraud. But there's no evidence to find, and reporting it is useless. Those villagers who benefited will naturally protect the instigator. In the past, there was no way to deal with such shameless scoundrels. This time, with a new boss coming in, all hopes were naturally placed on him. This is interesting, Zhang Yu said with a smirk. This risk alert point had already been indicated by the system when he took over the company at night. It mentioned that there were some bad debts that could not be recovered, which had been overdue for more than 300 days. Moreover, the company was also facing malicious attacks. What he didn't expect was that the mastermind behind this matter was actually Ding Kuan and his company. The company instigated it, and Ding Kuan executed it. Because Ding Kuan could really do such things without fear. He was inherently unscrupulous. Just right, since he had stumbled upon this, new grudges and old grievances could be resolved together. So, Zhang Yu first let the employees return to their posts. Then he entered the office. Secretary Yang arrived at the company before dawn. She had already tidied up the office and brewed a cup of tea, bringing it in with both hands and offering it to him. President Zhang, please have some tea. Zhang Yu nodded. You can just set it down. As soon as he finished speaking, Secretary Yang clasped her hands together, showing no intention of leaving. Secretary Yang, do you have anything else? President Zhang, you just arrived at the company, and there are some reports and handovers that I need to show you. She smiled respectfully. That can wait. We must first deal with that thorn in our side, Zhang Yu said lightly. President Zhang, do you have a plan? A hint of surprise appeared on Secretary Yang's face, and her eyes lit up. The first time she saw President Zhang, she felt he was extraordinary, exceeding her expectations. At first, when she learned the boss had changed, she thought it would be a greasy uncle with a big belly. Later, when she saw the information, she realized the new boss was so young and handsome. Moreover, he had a special mysterious aura. This feeling was unprecedented. It was as if he had a magnetic field that could draw all attention away. Secretary Yang was 25 this year, just like a half-ripened peach on the branch. She was not married yet, but seeing Zhang Yu, who was 3 years younger than her, she felt a surge of maternal instincts. Just wait, I'll notify you later. When Zhang Yu said this, he found the points redemption page in the system. There were many things that could be redeemed in the points exchange, especially cards. He had a vague impression from flipping through them before. Soon, he found a card labeled, Dark Secret Card. Card function, can query the black history of any person or company, including violations of ethics, public order, and criminal events. Redemption requires 500 points. His points were just enough to redeem one. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu used the points, watching as his balance dropped from 525 to 25. A dark decryption card arrived at the system's personal center. Does the host want to use this card? The system asked. Yes, I want to investigate all the hidden secrets of the opposing company. Any company that deals with small loans can't be completely clean, can it? The following relevant information has been retrieved for the host. The system quickly provided a string of search results. It indeed confirmed Zhang Yu's suspicions. Goodness, if these secrets were made public, everyone from top to bottom would have to hide in a corner. Looking at the information displayed, he felt invigorated. The boss of the opposing company had blood on his hands and was guilty of bribery. Life imprisonment was inevitable. Ding Kuan had molested several classmates and was a voyeur. There was also evidence of him trapping villagers into loans. He would definitely serve a few years. The other employees would face at least detention. Secretary Yang, I have some information for you. Please take it to the police station, Zhang Yu said. Okay, President Zhang, I'll take care of it right away. Secretary Yang nodded. When she received the information and glanced at it, she was stunned. It detailed various misdeeds committed by the employees of the opposing company. Almost everyone had at least 2 offenses. She never expected the composition of the opposing company to be so complex, with all sorts of people involved. Truly, they were all villains. Once this news spread and reached the police, that rival company could be directly announced as dissolved and bankrupt. Pouring boiling water on 2 money trees, thinking nothing would happen, right? What they got in return was the annihilation of the entire company. Too ruthless. What was even more surprising was that so much confidential information was from several years ago. How did President Zhang compile such detailed information? No detail was overlooked, as if someone had recorded it on the spot. As Secretary Yang went to the printing room to print the documents, she secretly glanced at Zhang Yu from a distance. President Zhang was becoming taller and more imposing. The Pafang Loan Company has taken another hit. Since this morning, there hasn't been a single reaction. Of course, this time we have to credit Ding Kuan. Ding Kuan, what kind of reward do you want? In the opposing office, a lively atmosphere prevailed. The boss looked at his favored subordinate with satisfaction, and he was also the son of an old friend. Boss, when can my girlfriend officially start working? Ding Kuan stood up and asked. This young man is quite infatuated. Everyone laughed. Ding Kuan just smiled awkwardly. He didn't want to be so eager, but he had tried yesterday. To no avail. Lu Ruyan wouldn't let him touch her before she officially joined. He had been craving her for years. Just when he finally managed to pry her away, he couldn't get stuck at the last step. Don't worry, Ding Kuan, she can start today. You can notify her directly, the boss said, patting his chest. Before the words even settled, suddenly, a commotion erupted at the company entrance. What's going on? Ding Kuan, the boss, and a group of people looked towards the door. They saw several police officers rushing in. Police, don't move, everyone get down. The leading officer shouted. Hello, officer, what have we done? Ding Kuan looked bewildered. Are you Ding Kuan? Don't you know what you've done? Everyone, come with us. With a command, shiny handcuffs were put on them. What the hell is happening? So many police have come? The pressure is intense. What on earth happened at this financial company? Do we even need to ask? It must be something criminal. They are in finance, making it easier to commit crimes. Yeah, there really is a lot of crime in the financial sector. However, encountering something like this all at once is a first for me. There must be some big shot offended behind this, otherwise, it wouldn't be so thorough. At this moment, companies on other floors of the wealth building in Jiangcheng heard the commotion. They all stopped working and rushed over to watch. Those who couldn't come were actively watching the live stream on their phones, eagerly consuming the gossip. One by one, the people from this company were handcuffed and taken out of the building, directly escorted onto police cars. The police dispatched several large vehicles, almost unable to fit everyone. The company, which had just been bustling with activity, was now empty. The computer screens were still lit, the lights still on. The open WPS document had a blinking cursor, not yet saved. The landline microphone was still swaying in midair. Manager Zhang, the people from the company across the street have really all been taken away. At this moment, all the employees of P2P Lending Company witnessed the commotion across the street. Secretary Yang hurriedly ran into Zhang Yu's office to report the situation, her face unable to hide her joy. All taken away? That's good. Zhang Yu had an expression of confidence as if he had already secured victory. Since this card had been played, there was nothing that couldn't be handled. But a hint of worry appeared on Secretary Yang's face. Manager Zhang, I heard their boss has a very strong background, seems to be from the underworld. If they find out it was us, will they retaliate? No, Zhang Yu shook his head. You all just focus on your work from now on. No matter what the background was, he wasn't afraid now. If they kept quiet, that would be fine. If they really came to provoke, he would definitely not let them leave unscathed. That was the confidence he had now. Alright, Manager Zhang, then I'll get back to work. Secretary Yang bowed and then turned to leave the office. Her naturally swaying waist beneath her fitted skirt stirred a fragrant breeze, causing many employees in the company to envy her. They also envied the new boss, Zhang Yu. The previous bosses were all women, and Secretary Yang had narrowly escaped a fate. This time, it was a male boss. Wasn't that like a fish on the chopping board? Ah, being rich is good. Look, a financial company in Jiangcheng has been taken away by the police. Everyone? How is that possible? It's true, not a single one was missed. The cars are almost full. The police are still collecting clues from the public, looking for more evidence. At the airport in the capital city, on a flight returning to Jiangcheng, there were just 5 more minutes of phone time left. Di Shoba came across a video online and quickly shared it with her 2 sisters. Hey, let me see. Lu Huanxiu leaned over to take a look, enlarging the video, her brows furrowing. She spotted something. You guys quickly look. The person sitting there in the other company seems a bit familiar. Really? Let me see. Di Shoba followed Lu Huanxiu's direction and soon exclaimed in surprise. Hey, isn't that the landlord Zhang Yu? What's going on? At this moment, Pan Yuyo also became curious about the video. Seeing the person sitting in the P2P lending company was indeed Zhang Yu. Fortunately, the image was clear enough. When enlarged, they could still see the sign hanging at the door. It read Boss's office. If there are people in the world who look exactly alike, but even the clothes they wear are the same, then that's no coincidence. The 3 of them exchanged glances, each with the same reaction. Could it be that Zhang Yu is the boss of P2P lending? If that's the case, it would explain why he is the landlord of Binjiang Mansion. P2P lending is one of the most well-known financial companies in Jiangcheng, existing for a long time. They had even previously done business with college students. As long as you are over 18 years old, with a student ID and proof from the academic credit website, you can get a loan. Moreover, the interest is not high, and it was once very popular among college students. It is quite well liked among the student community. Therefore, the 3 of them all have an impression of this company. When did Zhang Yu become the owner of this company? Let's get to work. The plane is about to take off. Lu Huanxiu said. The flight back to Jiangcheng is about to take off, and they need to finish the final preparations before departure. Confirm whether all passengers have arrived, Lu Huanxiu instructed. Chief Flight Attendant Lu Pan Yuyao checked the list. There is still 1 male passenger named Wang Xiaosong who has not boarded. Wang Xiaosong? Lu Huanxiu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name. Beautiful Lu, what a coincidence, I really ran into you. At that moment, the last passenger rushed over with a bag. Dressed in a suit, he looked at Lu Huanxiu with a half-smile. Hello, please show me your identification, Di Shoba gestured. The man took out his ID and handed it to Di Shoba, but his eyes remained fixed on Lu Huanxiu. Beautiful Lu, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me anymore? Sir, please return to your seat according to your seat number. We are about to take off, Lu Huanxiu said expressionlessly. At that moment, Di Shoba saw the ID and realized he was indeed Wang Xiaosong, a first-class passenger. Moreover, it seemed he was already acquainted with Sister Xiao. Alright, Wang Xiaosong said awkwardly. Chief Flight Attendant Lu, please bring me a pot of tea later. Yu Yao, please make a pot of tea for Mr. Wang later, Lu Huanxiu said. Chief Flight Attendant Lu, I hope you can bring it personally. Otherwise, I will complain about your company's service attitude, and that wouldn't be good for your reputation. At this point, Di Shoba's expression also turned cold. According to the information, Wang Xiaosong is a black gold level VIP customer of Jianghang. To put it bluntly, if a black gold customer complains, the impact could be very significant. It would cause considerable damage to the company's reputation. Understood. Lu Huanxiu forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Then please return to your seat, Mr. Wang, and the tea will be brought over shortly. Only then did Wang Xiaosong walk away with a hint of pride. Chief Flight Attendant Lu Di Shoba and Pan Yuyo watched Wang Xiaosong's back disappear. They supported Lu Huanxiu on either side. We will help you. If Wang Xiaosong goes too far, they definitely won't just stand by. It's fine, you two go ahead with your work. Don't get involved in this matter, Lu Huanxiu said, not wanting the 2 girls to be dragged into this. The Wang family's influence is great. What could 2 young flight attendants do? The plane took off from the Beijing airport, slowly ascending towards Jiangcheng. After finishing her tasks, Lu Huanxiu brewed a pot of tea. She placed it on a tray and walked towards the first-class cabin. Wang Xiaosong was lounging with his legs crossed, playing on his phone. When he saw her enter, he put his legs down. Oh, Chief Flight Attendant Lu is personally serving me. I'm quite flattered. Mr. Wang, here is the tea you requested. Please enjoy, Lu Huanxiu said, forced to put on a smile. She placed the tea on the small table in front of Wang Xiaosong. Just as she was about to turn and leave, he suddenly reached out to grab her wrist. "What are you doing?" Lu Huanxiu was startled and instinctively took a step back, watching him warily. Wang Xiaozong's outstretched hand only grasped at air, hanging awkwardly. "Lu Huanxiao, what do you mean?" He finally couldn't hold back. "I've given up so many miles just to accompany you on Jianghang, and you can't even give me a pleasant expression? Mr. Wang, I think you may have misunderstood. You can fly with Jianghang, and as crew members, we will definitely provide attentive service," Lu Huanxiao replied. "I'm afraid I don't understand the other things you mentioned. Playing dumb, are you?" Wang Xiaozong's lips twitched a few times, unable to hold back. "The gift I gave you, you returned. The red envelope I sent, you didn't accept. The flowers I sent, you threw in the trash. Am I not sincere enough? Mr. Wang, I don't understand the meaning of your actions." Lu Hanxiao paused for a moment. "I already have someone I like." When she said this, Zhang Yu appeared in her mind. In the past, using similar excuses was just that, pure excuses. There was no emotional fluctuation in her heart. But this time was different. A specific person emerged in her mind, and that was the landlord. She couldn't describe why it was like this. In short, Lu Hanxiao just wanted to escape from Wang Xiaozong as soon as possible, regardless of whether it was an excuse or not. If he continued to pester her like this, she wouldn't be able to stay at Jianghang and would quit her job. "You have someone you like?" Wang Xiaozong was taken aback at first, then scoffed. "If I remember correctly, this is already your 20th excuse." "I don't believe it. Can you come up with something more convincing?" "I really do have someone I like. Believe it or not, it's up to you," Lu Hanxiao replied. "Who is it?" Wang Xiaozong looked at her expression, unsure if she was telling the truth. He felt a bit shaken. "That's classified. Lu Hanxiao, you need to think this through. I don't have the patience to play games with you." Wang Xiaozong looked at her. "Even if you don't consider yourself, what about your family? Our families are well acquainted. So what if they are? Am I selling myself to you?" Lu Hanxiao smiled. "Mr. Wang, the tea is ready, please enjoy." At this moment, it wasn't appropriate to drag anyone else out as a shield. Then, she turned and left the first-class cabin. How outrageous! Wang Xiaozong clenched his fists, his face flushed. "No matter who you're talking about, if I find out, I will make sure he pays. How dare he compete with me for a woman?" Once back in Jiangcheng, he would find this person. "Chief Flight Attendant Lu, Mr. Wang didn't make things difficult for you, did he?" As soon as she exited the first-class cabin, Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyo approached her, looking very concerned. "It's fine," Lu Hanxiao smiled. "This is a public place, he can't do anything to me." "That's good," Pan Yuyo said. "Let's go check on things. Chief Flight Attendant Lu, you should take a break." With that, the two of them went off to get busy. Lu Hanxiao watched the two girls' graceful figures, feeling a warmth in her heart. Working at the airline, she could only chat with them. Suddenly, she realized something and quickly called them back. "Chief Flight Attendant Lu, what's wrong? I feel like I might have said something wrong just now." Lu Hanxiao suddenly felt a bit uneasy. "What did you say?" "Just now, when Wang Xiaozong was pestering me, I said I already have someone I like." Lu Hanxiao felt a sense of guilt. "Although I didn't tell him who it was, with the Wang family's power, what if it leads back to Zhang Yu?" "That can't be. Zhang Yu is just our landlord." Pan Yuyo expressed her doubts. "There's no connection." "But, Chief Flight Attendant Lu has never had any contact with any man. This young male landlord might really catch Wang Xiaozong's attention." Di Xiaoba also vaguely guessed the situation. Wang Xiaozong would definitely start from the places Lu Hanxiao frequented. Since Zhang Yu was the landlord, he would be easily targeted. "What should we do? This is just bringing trouble to Zhang Yu for no reason." Pan Yuyo looked anxious. She had feelings for Zhang Yu. "How about we pretend to be in a relationship for real?" Di Xiaoba suggested. "I don't know if it's serious or just a joke." Lu Huanxiao shot her a glance. "It's not bad, but don't cloud it next time." "Is this a commitment? Isn't it a bit too fast?" "I haven't even thought about it yet." Currently, she doesn't have any special feelings for Zhang Yu. It's just like with a passerby. However, Di Xiaoba's suggestion really started to stir something in Lu Huanxiao's heart. Zhang Yu is tall and handsome, and it seems his conditions are also good. If he were to become my boyfriend, that wouldn't be bad. It even subtly makes one a bit expectant. Ahem, what are you thinking? Lu Huanxiao couldn't help but scold herself in her heart. Aren't you the most beautiful woman in Jianghang, the aloof goddess? Haven't you always claimed to be indifferent to any man? For so many years, there hasn't been any fluctuation in your heart. Why is it that after this landlord appeared, suddenly, her mood was very chaotic? Unknowingly, the plane had already returned to the skies above Jiangcheng. The familiar cityscape appeared beneath the clouds. "We're almost there," we are about to arrive at Jiangcheng Airport, please prepare, passengers. Lu Huanxiao immediately re-entered work mode. With a fluent and standard bilingual exchange, she showcased her strong professional ability. Her professionalism was unquestionable. No matter how difficult the passengers were, they would ultimately praise her dedication and solid work skills. Year after year, she was nominated for the Best Employee of Zhanghang, and her winning frequency was basically 3 nominations with 2 wins. Sister Zhao's work ability is really enviable. If only we could be like her one day. Di Xiaoba and Pan Yueying, even as girls, were captivated by her aura. No wonder so many men were crazy about her. Not just outside the company. Even within the airline, many captains, tower managers, and flight attendants expressed clear affection for her. One can't help but wonder which man will eventually win over such a goddess-level flight attendant. Just thinking about it makes one feel happy for that man. The plane slowly landed on the runway and taxied forward. They quickly entered work mode, guiding passengers to disembark in an orderly manner. After all the work was done, the 3 of them left the airport and headed towards Binjiang Mansion together. At this moment, Zhang Yu was in his duplex apartment, organizing some items. With such a luxurious house, he could give up the rented apartment he had been living in. Although the lease wasn't up yet, Zhang Yu didn't miss that cramped room without a window. Moreover, the soundproofing in the shared apartment was poor. Every time he was with Lu Ruyan, they couldn't dare to make a sound. The bed frame was also loose and wobbly, making for a terrible experience. But now, his ex-girlfriend was a thing of the past. He didn't have to huddle in a rented room anymore. Speaking of which, he had to thank her. If she hadn't suggested breaking up, he might not have activated the system. And today, witnessing Ding Kuan being taken away by the police was also a form of revenge for being cheated on. While he was tidying up his things, suddenly the door creaked open. Zhang Yu looked up and saw 3 flight attendants in uniform. It was the 3 tenants returning. This was the first time he saw them in uniforms, wearing small square hats, fitted professional suits, and black high heels. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel invigorated. Living with such stunning beauties at home, and not just one, who could remain calm? Especially since he was at the most youthful and vigorous age. You're back? Zhang Yu asked. Yes, we just returned to Jiangcheng, Pan Yueying replied, feeling her face burning. He really is handsome, especially with the fine beads of sweat on his face, making him even more attractive. Di Sheba also noticed Pan Yueying's thoughts. She is definitely a beauty enthusiast, and her losing composure in front of Zhang Yu is enough to show how good-looking he is. I'm making noodles in the kitchen, do you want some? I can make a few more bowls, Zhang Yu said. Although he had money now, his spending habits hadn't changed that quickly, so he started cooking at home. Ah, landlord, you're cooking yourself? Di Xiaoba was surprised. It's rare for someone so wealthy to cook for themselves. Yeah, what's the problem? Zhang Yu shrugged. No, nothing. Di Xiaoba seemed a bit flustered at that moment, as if struck by some invisible force. Lu Hanxiao, who had been silent, noticed both of them were a bit out of sorts. After all, they were still young. They couldn't handle seeing a handsome guy. So, Lu Hanxiao took on an older sister's tone. Zhang Yu, didn't we agree on some ground rules? Yeah, but there's only one kitchen. I'm the landlord. I can use it, right? Zhang Yu smiled. It's a bit funny that I have to get your approval to cook in my own home. No, I mean, if there's nothing going on, just don't provoke us, especially the 2 girls. They're still very young. After Lu Hanxiao said this, Pan Yuyao and Di Shirba showed some emotional fluctuations. Ah, landlord, don't mind her. Sister Xiao can be a bit cold, but she's really nice once you get to know her. Yeah, landlord, what she said is what I wanted to say, the 2 explained. Lu Hanxiao shot them a glare. Why are they turning against me? I'm doing this for their own good. They lack social experience. They went straight from school to the workplace, and their living environment is limited. If they can't hold themselves back and end up being taken advantage of by Zhang Yu, it wouldn't end well for them. They would be the ones suffering. Oh, well, I can't see it for now, Zhang Yu chuckled. Then he went back into the kitchen. Landlord, can I try the noodles you're making? It smells so good. Pan Yuyao, already hungry, followed him into the kitchen, eyeing the noodles in the pot and swallowing. Indeed, she was both a beauty lover and a big foodie. Every month, aside from paying rent, she spent all her salary on food. What bad intentions could a girl who only knows how to eat have? Then I'll serve you a bowl, Zhang Yu smiled. Being looked at with such anticipation and a hint of admiration by a young and beautiful girl, who could not be flustered, the emotional value given was off the charts. By the way, I also have some stir-fried green beans. They're a bit old. Just eat them as they are. Zhang Yu pointed to the dining table. Landlord, then I won't be polite. Pan Yuyao took the noodles and sat down at the table. After tasting a bite, she couldn't stop humming. Landlord, where are the old beans? these beans are so delicious, she praised, giving a thumbs up. Lu Hanxiao watched Pan Yuyo eat so happily and felt her own stomach growl. Turning her head, she saw Di Xiaoba looking at her. If you're hungry, you should go have a bowl too. Sister Xiao, what about you? I'm not hungry, I'm going back to my room to rest. Lu Hanxiao felt soft all over, except for her mouth. After her attitude towards him just now, it wouldn't make sense to turn around and eat the noodles he made, would it? Zhang Yu thought, getting 2 out of 3 is not bad. So he waved to the exotic-looking Di Xiaoba. Come over, can I really eat? She was still a bit uncertain. Don't worry, it won't add to your rent, Zhang Yu smiled. This large house, with 2 floors and 400 square meters, would feel too empty for one person. Having 3 beautiful flight attendant tenants at home certainly added a lot of fun. Xiaoba, after we finish eating, let's go shopping, Pan Yuyo suggested while eating noodles. Sister Xiao, are you going? Di Xiaoba asked. I'm not going, I want to rest for a while, you guys go ahead, came Lu Huanxiu's voice from the room. The 2 girls realized that their voices were a bit loud, so they lowered their volume. It seems that ever since Sister Xiao ran into Wang Xiaozong on the plane, her mood has been off. Sigh, but the 2 of them didn't know how to comfort her. How about we go out and secretly buy a gift for Sister Xiao? Sure, how much should we spend? We'll split it. The 2 quickly agreed. They went downstairs to the mall, making shopping convenient. Don't you have to work tomorrow? Are you going out tonight? Zhang Yu asked curiously. Tomorrow we'll have a day off. Then the day after tomorrow, we have to fly to another place, Pan Yuyo said. Oh, where to? Zhang Yu asked. The next flight is to Sioux City Meiyu Airport, Di Xiaoba replied. Oh, Zhang Yu said thoughtfully. Alright, just leave the bowls after you finish eating. Landlord, that would be too much trouble, the 2 girls said a bit awkwardly. We'll wash them. If you feel bad about it, just sweep and mop my share when you do. Zhang Yu pointed to the second floor, as he disliked mopping the floor the most. Okay, the 2 girls agreed without hesitation. Then, shall we head out first? Go ahead. Watching them change clothes and leave, Zhang Yu began to clean up the dishes. After washing the bowls and wiping down the stove in the kitchen, he returned to the living room. Sitting on the large, soft sofa, he started scrolling through his phone. On Douyin, there were still people sending private messages. The likes and comments on that video had been steadily increasing. Just one day without checking, and the number of comments had risen by several hundred, with dozens of private messages. More than 80% were from female users commenting. Was it really just a set of Riverview apartments that had such a magical effect? After reading through, Zhang Yu didn't reply to anyone. Suddenly, he heard an unusual sound coming from Lu Huanxiao's room. It sounded like a glass bottle had shattered on the floor. Zhang Yu got up and walked to the door, asking, Lu Huanxiao, what happened? The room was very quiet, and no one answered. He tried turning the doorknob. It wasn't locked. As soon as the door opened a crack, a strong smell of alcohol wafted out. He couldn't help but hold his breath and frowned. When the door was fully opened, Zhang Yu saw Lu Huanxiao sitting on the floor against the bed, holding a beer can. On the floor lay a broken bottle, with quite a bit of alcohol spilled out. Wait, why is she drinking? Landlord, I'm really sorry, Lu Huanxiao said, slightly tipsy, her face a bit flushed. I'll clean up. I'll compensate for the damage to the floor. As she spoke, she realized her behavior was inappropriate and tried to stand up, but stumbled a bit. She walked toward the door. Losing her balance, she was about to fall against the cabinet by the wall. Zhang Yu quickly reached out to catch her. Lu Huanxiao softly fell into his arms. She looked up, a few strands of hair falling across her face, creating a disheveled beauty. Looking up at Zhang Yu, she suddenly smiled shyly. Then, before he could react, he felt a fragrant smell of alcohol wafting to his lips. Wait, girl, you? Zhang Yu was stunned. When she regained consciousness, she exclaimed, wait, did I just? Lu Huanxiao was shocked, her face immediately turning red. Just moments ago, she had repeatedly reminded the 2 girls to be careful not to be charmed by the landlord. Yet, the one who got completely taken advantage of was herself? The emotions in her heart were unimaginable. I haven't even been in a relationship yet. She could only maintain a cold expression. Zhang Yu, I drank too much just now and don't know what happened. Please go out. It was another classic case of drinking too much. Zhang Yu guessed that she would say this once she woke up. However, since he hadn't suffered any loss, he stood up with understanding and said, but honestly, you still need to practice more. Practice what? Lu Huanxia glared, not understanding what he meant. Guess. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. What? Lu Huanxiao now understood what he was implying. What, do you have to punish the heart after killing someone? After finishing a bowl of rice, are you still dissatisfied with how it was eaten? Inside, she felt a bit frustrated and overwhelmed. However, it had come to this, so she could only push the blame onto the alcohol. Her face was flushed red, but at this moment, she felt completely defeated and didn't know what to say. Any words felt pale. Then you just wait. She could only squeeze out this sentence. Zhang Yu also knew that it was time to leave while the going was good, allowing her to calm down a bit. So he walked out of the room. As soon as he reached the living room, he saw the front door open. Sister Xiao, look at what we bought. Di Shaba and Pan Yuya were holding several shopping bags. Before they could finish their sentence, they saw Zhang Yu walking out of Lu Huanxiao's room. Landlord? You. The two of them stared at this scene, somewhat stunned. Why did he go to Lu Huanxiao's room? Sister Xiao wasn't that warm towards him. How could she allow him in? What had happened just now? Oh, I just had a little chat with her. Nothing much, Zhang Yu said deliberately loudly, so that Lu Huanxiao could hear and quickly tidy up the situation. Ah, a chat? Wasn't Sister Xiao very cold towards the landlord? How did it develop to the point of a mutual exchange so quickly? They were filled with doubt. They knocked on Lu Huanxiao's door. Inside, she was cleaning up the broken glass bottles on the floor. The bedsheets were also bunched up and thrown on the ground. Sister Xiao, did you spill the drinks all over the bedsheets? Pan Yuyao asked innocently. Sister Xiao, let me help you. Di Xiaoba gently nudged her with her elbow and prepared to assist. It's fine, I can do it myself. What were you two doing just now? Oh, Sister Xiao, look, we bought a massager and tried it out. It works really well. Don't you have neck problems? You can give it a try, Di Xiaoba said, pulling a box out of the bag. Thanks then. Lu Huanxiao knew she couldn't refuse. She also decided that next time she flew to Sioux City, she would go to the duty-free shop at the airport and buy some gifts to give back to the two girls. I'm glad Sister Xiao likes it, then we'll head back to our rooms. Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba returned to their respective rooms, preparing to take a shower. They discussed the order in which they would shower. There was no other way. Although the first floor had 2 bathrooms, it was enough, but only one had shower facilities. At this moment, Zhang Yu also returned to his master bedroom suite on the 2nd floor. The interior furnishings of this house, his favorite part, was the luxurious bathroom and the suite. The 2-meter diameter bathtub was almost big enough to swim in. He didn't know why it was designed to be so large. At this time, he heard a knock on the door. Landlord, are you asleep? Outside, Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba's voices came through. What's up? Zhang Yu checked the time. What were they doing coming up at this hour? The shower on the 1st floor suddenly broke. Can we borrow the one on the 2nd floor? The 2 girls asked nervously at the door, each holding pajamas and a bath towel. One person didn't dare to come up alone, so they could only come together. The shower is broken? Zhang Yu thought, in a luxury residence, how could the shower be broken? The quality of this product really deserves a good rant. There's no time to replace or repair it now. I have to say, the shower room is too considerate. Is it creating opportunities? Yeah, we don't know what's going on either. The shower head only produces cold water, and after a long wait, there's still no hot water. So, alright, you can come in. Zhang Yu opened the door. Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba, holding clothes and towels, walked into his bathroom. Upon seeing the bathroom setup, their eyes widened. Wow, what a big bathtub. This bathtub can definitely fit a few people. I think so too. How about we both take a bath together? Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao said. Showering is nowhere near as comfortable as soaking in a bath. Moreover, a faint scent wafted through the bathroom. It was quite enticing. Young girls, how could they resist this? So, the 2 girls entered the bathroom together. They closed the door and checked if the lock was secure. What, are you guarding against me? Zhang Yu found it somewhat amusing. The frosted glass of the bathroom door made it impossible to see inside. However, the vague outlines were even more lethal. Ahem, thoughts went astray. He pulled back his thoughts and focused on the TV program. Accompanied by classic background music, Teacher Zhao's narration began. Winter has passed, spring has arrived, and the animals are becoming active again. Laughter from Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao playing with water occasionally echoed from the bathroom. Damn, I can't let my imagination run wild, otherwise, this is simply deadly. Downstairs, Lu Hanxiao was also wiping the floor inch by inch with a cloth. Just as she straightened up, she heard the laughter of the 2 girls from upstairs. Seriously, how can they be so unreserved while taking a shower? What will the landlord think? She was genuinely worried about the 2 of them. Antelopes on the grasslands are just like this, enjoying flirting with danger in front of predators, completely unaware of the crisis. Then she thought of herself and felt, sigh, what right do I have to talk to them about these things? She couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. She thought she shouldn't have drunk that alcohol earlier, but her mood was a mess because of Wang Xiaotsong, who even used her family to threaten her. With no one to confide in, she could only numb herself with alcohol. Moreover, now that the shower on the 1st floor was broken, and she had just sweated, she couldn't skip washing up. With no other choice, she took her clothes and headed up the stairs to the second floor. Feeling quite anxious, she grew more and more guilty as she walked. Zhang Yu heard the noise and turned around with a smile. "Oh, you came up too?" His question, with a half-smile, made Lu Hanxiao recall what had happened in the room. It seemed inappropriate to adopt any aloof demeanor now, so, for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. She wished she could find a hole in the wall to hide in. "Sister Xiao, are you going to wash up too?" At this moment, Pan Yuyao and Di Xieba had already finished washing and came out of the bathroom. Their hair was still half dry, draped over their shoulders. They were wrapped in white bathrobes, almost revealing half of their beautiful legs. Some water droplets remained on them, quite tempting. Seeing that Lu Hanxiao was also holding some clothes, they asked, "Oh, have you all finished washing?" With the two girls coming out, Lu Hanxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She changed the subject. "You're done, hurry up and go in. Are you going downstairs?" Lu Hanxiao felt a bit nervous at the thought of going into the bathroom alone. She wanted them to go down later but didn't know how to say it. "Don't worry, I'll have them wait for you on the second floor." At this moment, Zhang Yu said, "The next room is the media room. If you feel bored, you can go watch a movie." Zhang Yu pointed to a room next door. "Really? Is there a media room? I love watching movies," Di Xiaba said excitedly. "Of course, you can come anytime you want to watch," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. The two of them curiously pushed open the door to the room. It was very dark inside. The walls were decorated with foam sound-absorbing materials. Dolby speakers were hung in each corner, providing surround sound. The room was designed for a top-notch audiovisual experience. On the wall was a movie screen that was 3 meters high and 4 meters wide. It was not much smaller than a cinema screen. In the center, there were 4 genuine leather sofas arranged in pairs. Between each pair of sofas was a small table for snacks and drinks. A home theater decorated to this extent must have cost a fortune. Every detail was exquisite and professional. "Wow, this home theater is so luxurious. I can't imagine how enjoyable it would be to watch a movie here. I can't wait to try it out." The two girls were amazed and couldn't help but praise it. They reached out to touch the sofa seats, which felt incredibly soft and comfortable. Even a 5-star cinema couldn't compare to this level of refinement. Sitting in these chairs was a top-tier experience. No wonder this was the most luxurious riverside residence in Jiangcheng. The setup truly justified its price. Di Xiaba couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She was a devoted movie lover, and her greatest passion was watching films. If only she could come home every day after work and immerse herself in such an environment, leaving everything behind. Lying on a genuine leather sofa watching a movie would be a supreme enjoyment. Isn't that much better than watching on a small screen with a tablet? Even the projectors sold on the market couldn't match this viewing experience. They were all just attacks on intelligence. Being rich was truly wonderful. Di Xiaba once again felt the benefits of wealth. Although she didn't like money, every detail of a high-quality life required it. With her monthly salary of over 10,000, she could never afford such a lifestyle. "What movie do you want to watch?" "I'll play it," Zhang Yu said with a smile. "What movies are there?" "Besides the latest films in theaters, we have all the movies in the library." The accompanying film library almost included all the classic movies bought in the country. "Ah, are we really going to watch?" Pan Yuyao glanced at Di Xiaba. "I want to watch. Yuyao, why don't you keep me company?" "Let's watch a shorter film," Di Xiaba said, pulling her arm. "Otherwise, watching alone would be a bit nerve-wracking." "Okay then," Pan Yuyao nodded, "I'll keep you company." Soon, they picked a film. When the screen lit up, the two were amazed again. "This is a laser screen. The effect is so good. It really feels like watching a movie in a cinema," Di Xiaba exclaimed, clenching her fists. The atmosphere was immersive. Without realizing it, they became engrossed, focusing intently on the screen. Suddenly, they thought of something and looked at Zhang Yu, saying in unison, "Landlord, thank you." With such hospitality, they couldn't think of more words to express their gratitude. "You're being too polite. We live in the same house, and will inevitably interact. Feel free to come by often," Zhang Yu smiled. He hadn't expected that it was just a home theater. To him, it was nothing special. But for the two girls, especially Di Xiaba, it meant something entirely different. At that moment, he noticed that Di Xiaoba's charm value had risen from 4 stars to 6 stars. Meanwhile, Pan Yuyao's mood remained stable at 7 stars. No rush. Being anxious would only spoil things. A high-end hunter often possesses the best patience. "You all go ahead and watch," Zhang Yu said, and then left the media room. When he returned to the master suite, he saw Lu Hanxiao coming out of the bathroom. Just out of the bath, Lu Hanxiao's skin was dazzlingly white, a tall, elegant beauty. With her cold, fair skin and long legs, she was simply stunning. Unfortunately, her charm value still only had 3 stars. It was hard not to suspect that there was some bug in the system's assessment of values. Zhang Yu, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Hanxiao asked, drying her hair with a towel, unable to help herself. By the way, where are Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba? Didn't they agree to wait for her? They are in the media room next door watching a movie. Do you want to go in and sit for a while? Zhang Yu said. Watching a movie? Lu Hanxiao thought for a moment. What movie are they playing? Is it good? I think it's a romance film, with a bit of action, Zhang Yu recalled. Ah, Lu Hanxiao was taken aback. Aren't you just torturing those 2 girls? Without thinking, she rushed in and saw the content on the movie screen. It seemed to be a classic Hong Kong film. The theme was the love between the male and female leads, but the male lead often got into fights with others. The scene where he rode a motorcycle with the female lead, all bruised up, was particularly classic. So this was what Zhang Yu meant by action romance? She suddenly realized she had been played by him. It was clear he did it on purpose. Sister Xiao, come watch with us, it's a classic. Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao greeted Lu Hanxiao enthusiastically when they saw her. Okay, I'm coming. It was a bit impolite to barge in like that. Sitting in the room for a while would ease the awkwardness in her heart. She felt completely set up. Lu Hanxiao had never felt so speechless before. So, she sat down on the empty spot on the sofa. There were 4 seats in the room, and only one was empty. The 3 flight attendant beauties exchanged glances, feeling that something was off. As tenants, they had taken over the landlord's media room. Meanwhile, the landlord quietly returned to the master bedroom, and his back looked a bit pitiful. Wasn't this a bit upside down? They felt a bit guilty. They also silently thought that this couldn't continue. The landlord didn't say anything. It was just his good nature, not holding grudges. But they couldn't be inconsiderate. Free things are often the most expensive. After all, these were the landlord's belongings, and they couldn't be too casual, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get over it in their hearts. So, they quietly discussed, from now on, let's take care of the cleaning on the 2nd floor for the landlord. I think so too, Pan Yuyao nodded. Okay, we'll take turns coming every day, and when we have a collective day off, we'll do a big clean together. Alright, it's settled. We'll see if he needs help with anything, like chores, and do what we can, Di Xiaoba said. Seeing that both girls agreed, Lu Hanxiao added, then remember to call me. At that moment, Zhang Yu had already returned to his master bedroom and lay down. He didn't hear their conversation in the media room. He lay on the 2.5-meter wide, 2.2-meter long bed, fiddling with some buttons on the bedside. Suddenly, a surveillance screen appeared on the TV in front of him. It could display multiple angles from various rooms on both floors. There were a total of 16 surveillance cameras, arranged in a 4x4 layout. Zhang Yu's interest was piqued, and he switched the view, which suddenly cut to the media room. The camera was positioned above the screen, directly facing the home theater seating. One had to admit, the beauty of the stunning woman was top-notch. Even with the poor resolution of the camera, she was still incredibly beautiful. The 3 of them lay casually on the sofa. By a twist of fate, Lu Hanxiao had already completed the task. Although the peach blossom value was still not high, so what? Cough, cough. Stop, that thought went astray. Glancing at the time, it was almost midnight. It was time to draw from the blind box again. Zhang Yu turned off the monitoring system and pulled back his thoughts. He was almost counting the seconds, not wanting to waste a single moment. 12 o'clock. The date jumped to a new day. System, I want to draw today's blind box. Zhang Yu silently chanted, awakening the system. The system is running, arranging for the host immediately. The system's response speed was quite fast. Zhang Yu couldn't help but start to anticipate what kind of blind box he would draw this time. When would that hidden version blind box be drawn, and what kind of item would it yield? Lost in thought, the drawing interface for the blind box appeared before him. After randomly selecting one, the lid of the blind box opened. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the reward Lamborghini Veneno. No need to look at the system's introduction. Zhang Yu was too familiar with it. Theoretically, this was a top-tier limited edition sports car priced at 50 million, with only 14 units in the world. It had a very high appearance rate in various novels. In reality, it was extremely rare to see. He never expected to draw this reward. Wasn't it a bit too ostentatious? Zhang Yu looked again at the system's explanation. The sports car has been parked in the parking lot downstairs, and the relevant property proof has been stored in the system backpack. The car key has been sent to your bedroom drawer. Top-tier driving skills have been included, and the host can drive with confidence. He walked to the large balcony of the master bedroom. Looking down, under the cover of night, he saw a sleek black sports car quietly parked in the parking space below. Zhang Yu's blood couldn't help but start to boil. Although he had seen it countless times online, when this veneno truly appeared before his eyes, how could it not ignite his passion? This was the ultimate dream of men. Could any other luxury car compare? And the rich driving skills had already been input into his mind. He had only learned basic operations when he got his driver's license before. This time, what was input was advanced driving techniques. He didn't need to fumble around anymore. With this in mind, Zhang Yu decided to take advantage of the free time to go out for a test drive. At that moment, he heard the movie in the media room end. The 3 flight attendants had already stood up and left, heading downstairs to prepare for bed. So, Zhang Yu put on a light jacket and got ready to go out. He went down to the first floor and walked out the door. He pressed the down button at the elevator. Soon, the elevator doors opened. Wait a minute. Just as he entered the elevator, a voice called out from the entrance. He saw a figure jogging towards the elevator. Pan Yueying? Zhang Yu turned his head and saw her coming out of the room. Landlord? Pan Yueying was a bit surprised to see him. Are you going out? Zhang Yu looked at her, noticing she was wearing a loose sweatshirt on top and a sporty tennis skirt on the bottom. Her pure white thighs were round and strong, looking very youthful and vibrant. Yeah, I have a habit of night running, planning to go downstairs for a few laps. Pan Yueying felt a bit shy. It was the first time she was talking to him alone, and her breathing was a bit hurried. She quickly found a topic to cover the awkwardness. Landlord, are you going out too? Yeah, I'm going out for a drive. If you have nothing to do, you can join me? Zhang Yu smiled. Ah, so late? Where are you going for a drive? Pan Yueying's words showed no intention of refusal. Bingjiang Mansion leads directly to the Riverside Avenue. There shouldn't be anyone on the road now, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Great! It must be really cool to feel the river breeze. Pan Yueying laughed as well. The two of them went downstairs. Wow, there's actually a poison parked here. Even though it was night, Pan Yueying recognized the car at the entrance at a glance. I think this is the first time I've seen this car in the neighborhood. I wonder whose it is. She walked around the car, unable to suppress the urge to take a photo. Young girls have no resistance to such luxury sports cars. Then, just as she finished speaking, Zhang Yu smiled. He pressed a button on the remote control. The sports car beeped twice, and then its dazzling headlights lit up, almost illuminating half the neighborhood. Ha! Pan Yueying looked at him in disbelief. Landlord, is this poison sports car yours? Zhang Yu nodded. Goodness! What kind of background does this young and handsome landlord have? Not to mention the duplex apartment in Bingjiang Mansion. But this car is globally limited, with only a dozen or so units. There wouldn't be more than 3 in the country. One can only imagine the profound background of someone who owns it. It's simply unimaginable, beyond comprehension. Alright, get in the car, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Pan Yueying felt her heart skip a beat. Her mind went blank. It felt like a dream. Even someone who doesn't like cars would have no resistance in front of such a sports car. Top-tier sports cars have this unique charm. She felt her legs starting to weaken. Just a few meters from the car, she felt a bit unsteady walking. Pan Yueying, you need to stay calm. You can't show any weakness, or the landlord will laugh at you. She took a few deep breaths, trying hard to keep herself composed. Even after getting in the car, she still felt that this scene was too unreal. She looked left and right, filled with curiosity, but didn't dare to move around. Goodness, this is a 50 million luxury car. She would have to work for 400 years without eating or drinking. Buckle up, Zhang Yu said, then started the sports car. As expected of a top-tier sports car, the handling was truly an exceptional experience. The sports car quickly exited the Bingjiang Mansion community. A right turn brought them to Riverside Avenue. Riverside Avenue is built on the embankment, and driving on the dike, the river surface was almost within reach. At this time, it was already midnight. There were hardly any other vehicles on the road. This also gave Zhang Yu the maximum control space. The speed shot up to 300 miles per hour, shooting out like a bolt of lightning. Ah, it's too fast. I'm scared. Pan Yueying stretched out her hands, covering her eyes, not daring to look. The sound of the wind whooshed past her ears, even making them hurt a little. Zhang Yu glanced over. With the slight bumps of the car, Pan Yueying's sweatshirt was also shaking like waves. This fabric is really elastic. No, this seatbelt is really soft. It was obvious that it was made of genuine materials. In a moment of distraction, the car slightly veered off course. Pan Yueying's face turned pale with fright, and she couldn't help but plead, Landlord, this speed is too fast. You should slow down. Her heart was racing at 180, almost jumping out of her throat. After indulging for a moment, Zhang Yu did reduce the speed a bit, but it was still around 150. That was still quite fast. A few girls by the roadside were caught by the airflow from the sports car, lifting their skirts. Startled, they quickly reached down to cover themselves. Attention, all teams, attention, on Riverside Avenue, we have reports of street racing. At this moment, the patrolling officers called in on their walkie-talkies. Recently, they had noticed people racing at night and had been checking, especially around the riverside area. They had achieved good results in the past few days and thought they could wrap up their operations peacefully today. Unexpectedly, someone is out racing again. Isn't this just giving them a chance? It must be intentional. The one calling on the walkie-talkie is a female police officer wearing a helmet. One long leg is propped on the ground. The helmet only reveals a pair of eyes, filled with spirit. "Captain, that car is just too fast. Our motorcycle can't catch up." Her subordinate assessed the situation. It was almost an impossible task. "This is a matter of principle." The female officer insisted, "No matter how fast his car is, I have to stick this ticket on him." At this moment, Jianyu was driving a Lamborghini Veneno, cruising along, and had already reached a stretch of mudflats by the river. The water level had receded quite a bit, and the mudflats were covered with fine, soft sand. Looking back, the lights of the tall buildings were already over 10 kilometers away. "Landlord, where is this?" Pan Yuyao asked as the car slowed down, turning her head to look. The buildings across the river appeared much lower. "This is the outskirts of Jiangcheng," Jianyu said. "The air is nice, let's take a break." Pan Yuyao nodded. "Wow, you can still see the stars here." Pan Yuyao looked up at the sky. Due to her movement, her head leaned against Jianyu's shoulder. Having just washed her hair, a unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Instantly, his thoughts stirred. Pan Yuyao nervously glanced around. There was no one else nearby. She felt relieved. "Wait, why do I have such thoughts?" Pan Yuyao. At that moment, Jianyu smiled at her. "Ha!" Pan Yuyao responded, turning her head away, not daring to look at him. "I didn't expect you to be so dishonest with your taxes," Jianyu said. "Ha!" She was confused. "What was that about?" "Because you evade taxes a lot." Pan Yuyao jolted. How annoying, she understood immediately. Pan Yuyao had never been in a relationship, but she had seen enough to know what he meant. They both understood each other without saying it, which made Pan Yuyao want to find a place to hide even more. What girl can withstand such a test? Jianyu noticed that his charm value had increased by another star, now totaling 8. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a phone rang. In the quiet night, it sounded particularly jarring. Pan Yuyao was startled by the ringtone, her body quickly bouncing back to the passenger seat. She took out her phone and saw it was a call from Lu Hanxiao. "Hello, Sister Xiao?" Pan Yuyao said. "Yuyao, where have you gone running? Why aren't you back yet?" Lu Hanxiao asked from Binjiang Mansion. Usually, when she went for a night run, she should have returned long ago. The time she was supposed to be back had long passed, and there was no sign of her or a call. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. So, she took the initiative to call Pan Yuyao. Fortunately, she picked up immediately, which eased her mind. "Sister Xiao, I'm by the river. Why did you go to the river? Are you alone?" Lu Hanxiao asked. "No, the landlord is next to me." Pan Yuyao couldn't help but tell her. "How is he there too?" "Yeah, I ran into him when I went out, so we came to the river to take a stroll." Pan Yuyao emphasized the main point. "All right, it's getting late. You should come back soon." We're on our way back." After hanging up, Pan Yuyao glanced at Jianyu with a hint of guilt. She felt a bit sorry for him. It was quite disappointing to have such a call in the middle of things. "Landlord, let's go back, otherwise." She still wanted to save face. Moreover, she had already steeled herself for what was to come. With this phone call, it would be hard to get back into that state of mind, and it was already quite late. If we stay here any longer, who knows what time we'll get back. It would affect tomorrow's plans. "Alright," Jianyu sighed, starting the sports car and turning the steering wheel. "So does that mean you owe me one?" "Ha!" Pan Yuying glanced at Jianyu with her beautiful eyes. Then she lowered her head and softly replied, "Okay, then let's keep a tab for now. Let's head back." Jianyu smiled, and the Lamborghini Veneno turned around, heading towards Binjiang Mansion. They didn't speak along the way. Pan Yuying still felt a lingering fear. If Sister Xiao hadn't called, today would have. She stole a glance at Jianyu. He was focused on driving, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. She couldn't help but think, it's over. Otherwise, if he ever told Sister Xiao and Di Xiaba, wouldn't that mean? The more she thought, the more chaotic her mind became. No, she couldn't let them know. Otherwise, she'd be laughed at for a long time. A few minutes later, they returned to Binjiang Mansion. Pan Yuying went to her room first, and Jianyu parked the car and returned to the master bedroom on the second floor. He was getting ready for bed. Before sleeping, Jianyu opened the system to take stock. He had obtained a sports car worth 50 million, and his points increased by 50. It seemed that points were calculated as a percentage of the initial value of the prize. He still had 75 unused points. He entered the points exchange mall to see what he could redeem. Zhang Yu was like that. He wanted to draw from the blind box immediately and see what he could get with the points. He couldn't wait even a little. After flipping through a few pages, a product quickly caught his attention. Body Function Enhancement and Repair Potion. Product description: this potion requires 60 points to redeem. After use, it can greatly enhance physical fitness, stamina, endurance, and explosive power. It can also improve appearance, remove blemishes and acne. Wow! This potion is great, and it only costs 60 points. Not only can it enhance physical fitness, but it can also make one more handsome? So, Zhang Yu didn't hesitate and directly chose to redeem it. With the system's successful deduction prompt, as soon as the enhancement and repair potion arrived in his personal center, he immediately chose to use it. Soon, he felt a flash of golden light before his eyes, followed by a cool sensation and a burning feeling alternating within his body. The coolness brushed over his eyes, and he found that the dark room was much clearer. His originally 200-degree nearsightedness with astigmatism suddenly became much clearer. The clarity was like going from 480p directly to 1080p. The burning sensation roamed within his body, feeling like a heat that was about to explode. He picked up his phone and opened the front camera. To his surprise, a pimple that had been on the corner of his mouth had disappeared without a trace. His previously dull complexion had also brightened significantly. The bloodshot veins in his eyes were gone. Compared to before using the potion, his appearance had improved by 2 levels. It was truly amazing. Zhang Yu had previously been considered somewhat handsome, but after using this potion, he was already enough to be described as extremely handsome. Looking at this handsome face in the camera, he was almost mesmerized himself. But no matter how handsome, he still needed to sleep. Although the potion also had a refreshing effect, allowing him to sleep only 4 hours while feeling like 8 hours of rest, it was already so late, and there was nothing else to do. That night, nothing happened. The next morning, as soon as Zhang Yu woke up, he received a phone call. "Hello, Mr. Shang, good morning. I'm very sorry to disturb you. Is it convenient for you to take a call?" The caller was a strange local mobile number. "Who are you?" He was a bit curious. There weren't many people who knew his identity, and to start off by calling him Mr. Zhang, the range of candidates was even smaller. "Manager Zhang, I'm Wang Taijun, the party from your company." The person on the other end introduced himself. "Manager Zhang, are you free today? May I invite you to dinner?" Wang Taijun? Zhang Yu thought for a moment, and then quickly recalled a person's information. When he drew this company's name, the corresponding client list was automatically saved in his mind. Wang Taijun was one of the borrowing clients from Papa Loan Company. Previously, he had borrowed a loan of 10 million. It was also one of the larger amounts lent out by this company, so the impression was quite deep. Calculating the time, this 10 million loan was about to mature. "You want to treat me to dinner?" "Yes, Manager Zhang. I have important matters to discuss with you. It's not convenient to talk over the phone. I've booked a private room at Zui Fenglu. Shall I pick you up later?" The tone from the other side was very respectful. Zhang Yu couldn't help but admire him. He truly knew how to navigate society. This eloquence and attitude were something he couldn't learn even if he tried. "You're too polite, Manager Wang. Just tell me the location, and I'll go there myself later." Since the other side was so enthusiastic, Zhang Yu didn't want to dampen the mood. "All right, Manager Zhang, I'll be waiting for your arrival." Wang Taijun on the other end sounded very pleased. Zhang Yu responded with a hum and then hung up the phone. Fortunately, he had no plans for today. Zui Fenglu was also one of the most upscale and stylish restaurants in Jiangcheng. If someone was treating, why not enjoy it? After getting up and washing up, Zhang Yu left the master bedroom and went to the first floor. In the living room, he saw 3 tenants packing their luggage again. They were already dressed in flight attendant uniforms, all tall and slender. With the same style, it was hard to tell who was who from behind. "Are you flying again?" Zhang Yu asked upon seeing them. "Yes, we're flying to Mayu Airport today. We need to leave early to prepare," the 3 replied, turning around at the sound of his voice. Upon seeing his face, they couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts. Then they exchanged surprised glances. Was this still the landlord? How had he become so much more handsome compared to yesterday? It was as if he had a filter on. His eyes were more spirited, his skin better, and he exuded a fresh and natural clean aura. If he was a handsome guy among ordinary people before, today, the landlord was the most handsome among handsome guys. Even male stars on TV couldn't compare. "Lu Huanxiao, your charm level has increased by 1 star, currently at 4 stars. Di Xiaoba, your charm level has increased by 1 star, currently at 7 stars. Pan Yuyao, your charm level has increased by 2 stars, currently at 9 stars. With the system's prompts, Zhang Yu saw that all 3 of their values had improved. Goodness. Being handsome didn't require words. Naturally, someone would come to defend you. Everything was reflected in the numbers. Landlord. Di Shaba stammered, "What face wash did you use?" The change overnight was so significant that it was the only thing she could think of. Even with cosmetic procedures, it wouldn't be that quick. If this face went out, who knows how many girls would be mesmerized. Yes, landlord, if you have a good formula, please share it. Lu Huanxiao also said. They were flight attendants and often had to work night flights, leading to a chaotic schedule. The work pressure was also quite high, facing different clients every day. They often had dark circles and would get heat rashes, resulting in annoying pimples. This problem had troubled her for a long time. Ha ha ha, this is a secret recipe. It cannot be shared. Zhang Yu laughed. It was indeed hard to explain. Cut it out, acting all mysterious. Lu Wanxiao couldn't help but tease. Looking at the time, she said to the 2 girls, "It's getting late. We need to head out." Pan Yuyao remained silent the entire time, dragging her suitcase and walking at the back. Just before leaving, she turned back to glance at Zhang Yu. Her eyes were watery, almost shimmering. If the landlord had been like this last night, they could have skipped the half-hearted process altogether. She noticed he was looking towards the door. Her face involuntarily flushed, and she quickly turned her head away. The 3 of them went downstairs. Lu Huanxiao unlocked her BMW. Then she exclaimed in surprise, noticing a black sports car parked beside it, its body looking very cool and eye-catching. Even in a high-end residential area like Binjiang Mansion, top sports cars were quite rare. Passers-by in the community stopped to look for a long time, murmuring about something. Whose sports car is this? Lu Huanxiao frowned slightly. She had never seen this car before. It seemed to have appeared overnight. Could it be that some capable person had moved into Binjiang Mansion? Turning her head, she saw Pan Yuyao. She seemed to have known about it all along and was not surprised. "Yuyao, do you know?" "Yeah, this is the landlord's car. I rode in this car last night." Pan Yuyao nodded. "This is a luxury." Di Xiaoba's eyes widened. The landlord quietly drove it home. She thought Lu Huanxiao's BMW X6 was already luxurious enough, but in front of this luxury, it was completely insignificant. A BMW X6 could barely buy a wheel. However, since he lived in such a house, having such a car was understandable. This made Di Xiaoba even more curious about what kind of identity Zhang Yu had, feeling even more mysterious than Sister Xiao. "Alright, let's get in the car," Lu Huanxiao said, opening the car door. The 3 of them had been renting together since moving here. Every time they went to work at the airline, they drove their own cars. "Sister Xiao, there's a question we've been wanting to ask you." Pan Yuyao couldn't help but speak up. "Go ahead," Lu Huanxiao smiled. "You drive a car worth over $1 million. Your family must be very wealthy. Why did you think of becoming a flight attendant and not live at home?" Pan Yuyao asked, then added, "Sister Xiao, please don't scold me." Although Lu Wanxiao had never told them, they could tell from her car and jewelry that her family was very rich, possibly even richer than the landlord Zhang Yu. But she never mentioned it. Sigh, Lu Wanxiao sighed. "You haven't done anything wrong. Why would I scold you?" "While driving," she said, "in short, it's just that I don't get along with my family. It's more comfortable living outside." As she said this, her gaze fell into contemplation before she started the car. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, after tidying up a bit, drove to Zui Fenglu. Along the way, this flashy limited edition sports car attracted countless envious glances from passers-by, all filled with astonished admiration. The drivers were all cautious, carefully steering their own cars away from the luxury. If they scratched or bumped into it, they wouldn't be able to afford to sell their cars to cover the damages. Driving such a car on the street was too inconsiderate of others' feelings. Originally, the road was a bit congested, but with the other drivers yielding, Zhang Yu enjoyed a smooth ride. Soon, he arrived in front of an ancient-style building. This was Zui Fenglu, known for its Chinese style. It was quite famous in Jiangcheng, and many important business banquets were held here. He parked the car in the parking lot and walked towards the entrance. "Zhang Yu?" At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out ahead. Turning his head, he was surprised to see his ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan, holding a small square bag with a checkered pattern. Lu Ruyan's expression instantly fell when she saw Zhang Yu. "What do you mean? Zhang Yu, why are you doing this? What are you talking about?" "I don't understand," Zhang Yu laughed. "Still pretending?" Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. "Ding Kuan was taken in for no reason, and it's your doing, right? Can't you just stand to see me well? How do you know?" Zhang Yu was curious. "Was this news spreading so fast? I saw you in that video. When did you start working at that company? You even caused me to lose my job." The entire staff of Ding Kuan's company was arrested, and the company was shut down. The job offer they had discussed was now in vain. Lu Ruyan couldn't swallow this anger. As she watched the video frame by frame, she discovered that her old acquaintance Zhang Yu was in it. Naturally, she pointed the finger at him. Zhang Yu found it amusing. Is that what you should be concerned about? Which of his charges is unjust? Are you questioning the police's investigation? Don't you know what kind of person Ding Kuan is? He didn't want to have any entanglement with his ex-girlfriend. Instead, he turned the tables on her, leaving her speechless. So why are you doing this? You're here too. You wouldn't still have inappropriate thoughts about me, would you? Ding Kuan's arrest made her anxious, and seeing him at Zue Fenglu only added to her annoyance. She couldn't help but think, even after breaking up, why was he still haunting her? Sister! Zhang Yu laughed in anger. He had never realized how self-satisfied Lu Ruyan was. Is Zue Fenglu your family's place? I want to ask, what are you doing here? This high-end venue was not something just anyone could afford. Lu Ruyan's boyfriend had been arrested, so she had no ability to spend money here. None of your business. Lu Ruyan replied rudely. If you're not here to bother me, then that's for the best. With that, she turned her back and swayed her waist as she walked inside. The greeters at the entrance were all taken aback. What a beautiful woman. Even though countless beauties came and went every day, Lu Ruyan's graceful figure was still eye-catching. After all, Lu Ruyan had the looks of a campus beauty from the art department. Wherever she went, she would naturally attract attention. Zhang Yu, however, felt nothing. First, they had been together for 3 years. No matter how beautiful she was, he no longer felt anything. He was tired of it. Second, the 3 flight attendant tenants at his home were all more outstanding than her in terms of looks, figure, and temperament. Having seen the forest, who would still linger over a crooked tree at the village entrance? Everything was in the past. Recalling his thoughts, Zhang Yu continued walking towards Zue Fenglu. Ah, Zhang, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as he entered the hall, a middle-aged man saw him and quickly stood up, bringing several accompanying personnel to greet him. He stretched out his hands from afar, his face full of warmth. Zhang Yu looked at the middle-aged man. This was Wang Taijun, the client from the Papa Loan Company who had called him. I didn't expect the boss of the company to be so young. Wang Taijun exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Zhang Yu. The Papa Loan Company had an asset scale of 5 billion. Its annual profit exceeded 500 million. This was all verifiable with public data. The fact that its boss was so young truly surprised Wang Taijun. One must know that a financial lending company could not grow large without support from both the underworld and the legitimate world. There were too many entanglements involved. Otherwise, it simply couldn't hold its ground. Therefore, the boss of a financial company, no matter how young, certainly could not be neglected. The accompanying personnel were all nodding and bowing, extremely polite. Among them was a woman in her 30s, dressed in leopard print stockings, looking at Zhang Yu with a seductive gaze. Zhang, come, this way please. A few people were in front, slightly bending at the waist to guide the way. Zhang Yu followed behind, passing through a winding path, and soon arrived at a private room. Upon entering, his eyes suddenly brightened. This scene was truly enchanting. In front of him was a stage set up in the room. Below the stage was a large round dining table. Between the dining table and the stage was a small artificial river. Mist filled the air, creating a special atmosphere. Zhang Yu had heard that this was the signature feature of Zue Fenglu. Dining while watching performances, there was a variety of shows to enjoy, catering to both refined and popular tastes. The performers were all dressed in traditional attire, presenting different acts based on the guests' requests. Therefore, dining here was not just about the food. It was about the ambience, allowing guests to experience the feeling of being ancient emperors. As a result, the cost of the performances far exceeded that of the meals themselves. If guests had other requests and were willing to spend, negotiations were certainly possible. A meal here would easily cost more than 10,000 per person. Thus, Zue Fenglu held a unique position in Jiancheng due to its distinctive style. Several establishments had attempted to imitate it, but due to less attractive performers or insufficient professionalism, they ultimately could not compete with Zue Fenglu. Coming here today truly broadened his horizons. So this is what it feels like to be the client? Gaining various insights without spending money. Mr. Zhang, please sit for a moment. The performance will start soon, Wang Taijun said. Having invited the client, they naturally had to provide proper hospitality. With a clap, the manager pushed open the door. Good evening, boss. Next, our girls will present a wonderful performance for you. As the words fell, a row of performers entered from the side of the door. Each wore flowing traditional dresses, tall and slender, standing neatly on stage. With smiles on their faces, each held a round fan to cover their faces, bowing towards the dining table and sweetly calling out, "Good evening, boss." All right, put down the fans. Mr. Zhang wants to see. Wang Taijun waved his hand impatiently. Then he leaned closer to Zhang Yu's ear, smiling mysteriously. Mr. Zhang, we have some new girls today, and they are particularly beautiful. If you like any of them, I can arrange it. Wang Taijun was quite adept at handling things. Zhang Yu looked at the stage as the girls lowered their fans. Each one was a beauty, at least at the level of the top students in liberal arts. Upon seeing one of them, he was taken aback. Wasn't that Lu Ruyan? How did she end up performing here? And Lu Ruyan, upon seeing Zhang Yu in the audience, was equally astonished. The middle-aged man calling out Mr. Zhang was actually Zhang Yu? What was going on? In just a few days, how had his identity become so unrecognizable to her? Watching the two lock eyes, Wang Taijun said, Mr. Zhang, you really have an eye for talent. This is the one I just mentioned. Saying this, he clapped his hands. You all can leave now, she stays. Wang Taijun pointed at Lu Ruyan. He also pointed at another girl, not forgetting to keep one for himself. Mr. Wang, how about you switch to another private room for some fun? Zhang Yu said to Wang Taijun. Ha! He was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. Okay, yes, have fun, Mr. Zhang. He stood up and called a few companions to leave the private room. Since he was supposed to provide convenience for Zhang Yu's company, he naturally had to listen to whatever Zhang Yu said. In the private room, only Zhang Yu and Lu Ruyan remained. No wonder I saw you at the door today. Turns out you work here? Zhang Yu crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, looking at her with a teasing expression. What do you mean? Are you deliberately here to watch me make a fool of myself? Lu Ruyan's expression changed. I never realized before that you were this kind of person. Watch you make a fool of yourself? Zhang Yu laughed. I'm not that bored. Besides, I'm here to take care of your business. You're humiliating me. Lu Ruyan was somewhat on the verge of breaking down. Who understands? Having lost her support and determined to come here to work, she was afraid of running into acquaintances. And on her first day, she bumped into Zhang Yu? He even said he was here to take care of her business. Wasn't that a blatant humiliation? Moreover, what puzzled her even more was how he had transformed from a poor student into the manager Zhang that everyone talked about. What kind of luck had he stumbled upon these past few days? A single visit to the Drunken Wind Tower costs at least 10,000 per person. How could an ordinary salaryman afford that? Whether they were the ones inviting or being invited, who didn't have a special identity? So, what hurt Lu Ruyan even more was that after their breakup, Zhang Yu seemed to be doing better and better, while she was only getting worse. Say whatever you want. Zhang Yu spread his legs. Go get a basin of water and give me a foot soak. At that moment, the last bit of his pent-up frustration was completely released. In front of so many people at the school gate, being dumped face-to-face was a stain. No matter how rich he was now or how many beautiful girls he knew, that stain would always exist. And now, making Lu Ruyan do what she least wanted to do was a way to vent his anger. Soak your feet? Lu Ruyan retorted. What? Unwilling? Zhang Yu smiled again. You're making this much money and still considering this? What if I complain about your poor service? Lu Ruyan paused for a few seconds, steeled herself, and did as he said. She brought a basin of water and half-knelt in front of his legs. The little pride she had left was now shattered. She was the belle of the art department and had never done anything to serve others. Even when she was dating Zhang Yu, she never washed anyone's feet. She never expected to run into her ex-boyfriend on her first day here. The disillusionment and blow were immense. By the way, help me scrape off the old dirt from the soles of my feet later, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Lu Ruyan lowered her head and began to sob quietly. Crying? Crying doesn't count as time, you know. He added another jab. Zhang Yu, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? She finally couldn't hold back and cried out loud. Actually, I've always had feelings for you, but I was anxious about not finding a job after graduation, and then Ding Kuan just happened to appear, so I. Lu Ruyan played the emotional card, hoping to win him back with their 3 years of feelings. In the past, when they had a quarrel, a little crying would soften his heart, but this time was different. Zhang Yu remained indifferent to her cries, his face showing no expression. I think you misunderstood. I'm here as a consumer today, and you are number 003. I don't understand what you're saying. If you do a good job, I can give you a tip. Lu Ruyan said nothing. She raised her head, her eyes red. However, there was no way out. Everything today was of her own making. She could only obediently comply. Manager Zhang, how's the pressure? It's good, just like that. Zhang Yu crossed his arms and lay back on the sofa. An hour later, Lu Ruyan lifted the basin and stood up again. Her hands were sore, feeling almost like they weren't her own. Very good. Nice performance. Zhang Yu nodded. Here's a tip for you. Check your WeChat later. Lu Ruyan slightly bowed and left the private room without looking back. Her steps hurried. It was as if she had made up her mind and was walking towards the door. Manager Zhang, how does it feel? At that moment, Wang Taijun pushed the door open and walked in. If you like that girl, I can arrange something else? He was a regular here and naturally knew that as long as the money was in place, nothing was impossible to arrange. It was just right to cater to the client's preferences. Forget it, Zhang Yu smiled, let's not trouble her. Since President Zhang said so, I will definitely comply. Wang Taijun laughed and picked up his glass. Come, I toast you. I'll drink, you do as you please. By the way, you called me today for something? Zhang Yu glanced at the time. He had seen what he needed to see, so there was no need to stay longer. President Zhang, it's like this, Wang Taijun said. The money I borrowed from your company last time is about to mature, and I would like to apply for an extension. President Zhang, rest assured, I will definitely pay back the principal and interest. Indeed, it was this matter. Zhang Yu had anticipated it. However, our company has never had such a precedent. If we open this door, the company might as well not operate anymore. So I came to discuss this matter with President Zhang, to see how we can resolve it. Wang Tiejuan's attitude was very sincere. How about this? I heard that President Wang is in big business. Since this money is difficult, you don't have to pay it back. Consider it as my investment. According to the information, Wang Taijun was in the earth and stone business. This line of work walked a fine line in the gray area. Not everyone could dabble in it, indicating he had considerable backing. The borrowing wasn't just from his own company. Rather than let him drag it out, it was better to take the initiative and turn the debt into equity. It would also expand his business territory. Investment? Wang Taijun did not expect Zhang Yu to say this. It was indeed a bit unconventional. Does President Wang have any difficulties? Not really, it's just that the board of directors needs to discuss it. Alright then, President Wang, once you have a result from the discussion, feel free to contact me. Zhang Yu stood up and finished his drink, then I'll take my leave. Watching his figure disappear at the door of the private room, Wang Taijun couldn't help but tighten his grip on the glass. His eyes lost their light. Taigu? A few brothers asked. This kid Zhang Yu. In the future, he will definitely have a place in the business world of Jiangcheng, he sighed. At such a young age, just graduated from university, he handled matters without a hint of timidity, completely devoid of youthful naivety. He didn't fall into his own assumptions. Instead, he posed a dilemma for himself. Either repay the money on time or accept the investment. Either way, he wouldn't gain any advantage. Then should we send someone? A few brothers noticed Wang Tiejuan's predicament. Don't act recklessly, Wang Taijun glared at them. Zhang Yu is definitely a person with a strong background. How many of you have the guts to provoke him? At such a young age, he could control a lending company that operated in the gray area. Moreover, he actively proposed wanting to invest in his own company, indicating he had an understanding of his own business. His mind was sharp enough. How could an ordinary person achieve that? He must have some unknown background. But what kind of profound origin it was, they couldn't find out now, and there were no leads. So what should we do next? Follow his suggestion. Should I go probe his background? The woman in leopard print stockings asked. Let's go back first and see what the big boss says. Wang Taijun thought for a moment, then waved and called the lobby manager. Check, please. Meanwhile, on Zhang Yu's side, after leaving the Drunken Wind building, he got in the car and prepared to leave. As the car turned the corner, he saw Lu Ruyan squatting on the steps at the entrance, crying heavily. Her clothes were no longer the traditional long dress. She had changed back to the way she looked when she first arrived. After washing her feet, her heart collapsed, realizing the dangers of earning this money, and she couldn't continue, so she ran away. Looking through the rearview mirror, Zhang Yu felt no fluctuation in her heart. This road was chosen by her. Every choice she made had a price already marked behind it, so no matter what the cost, she alone had to bear it. Lu Ruyan, who was crying with her head down, heard the roar of a sports car engine. She looked up and saw a very flashy and cool sports car pass by. The person in the driver's seat was Zhang Yu. She stood up in surprise, opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Before she could speak, the sports car had already left the parking lot and was far away. She couldn't even catch a whiff of its exhaust. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's heart was struck heavily once again. Looking at her ex-boyfriend, who had become someone unattainable in just a few days. How had she not noticed before that he had such a glamorous side? Could it be that, like the domineering CEOs in dramas, he had been hiding his true identity all along, just to test her? To see if she would change her heart by the time she graduated? Yet, she had not withstood the test. So Zhang Yu no longer pretended and revealed his true identity? She couldn't help but feel regretful. If only she had known. She stubbornly wanted to take out her phone and send Zhang Yu a message. Zhang Yu, I really know I was wrong. You can hit me or scold me, as long as we can start over. The WeChat message didn't go through, only receiving a red exclamation mark. Trying to call, she found it was not connecting. She had been blocked. Good for you, Zhang Yu. I lowered myself to beg you, and you actually blocked me. The last glimmer of hope in Lu Ruyan's heart shattered. She clicked on her best friend Chen Wan's profile, wanting to cry about this matter. Ruyan, what are you saying? Zhang Yu drove a Lamborghini? Chen Wan was surprised. Now he had a house and a car? If she could get with him, she would never have to take a taxi again. Yes, Wanner, what should I do? How can I make him change his mind? Lu Ruyan had no idea what to do. If you ask me, you might as well give up. You initiated the breakup. When a man becomes ruthless, there's no place for a woman. Even though Chen Wan was her best friend, she no longer supported her in pursuing Zhang Yu. Otherwise, wouldn't she have no chance? This is what a plastic sisterhood looks like. Over here, Zhang Yu was driving, preparing to return to Binjiang Mansion. Passing by a bustling pedestrian street, suddenly, a familiar figure flashed before him, catching his attention. So Zhang Yu slowed down. He saw a woman in a flight attendant uniform talking to several men of different ages on the roadside. Their words seemed quite intense, indicating it wasn't a pleasant conversation. Noticing she was wearing Jiang Hong's uniform, he looked at her face, and thanks to the system's enhanced 2.0 vision, he recognized her immediately. Wasn't that Di Xiaoba? He couldn't be mistaken. Her signature high-nose bridge, light blue eyes, and golden wavy hair were unmistakable. Shouldn't she be on a flight right now? How could she appear alone on the streets of Jiangcheng without the other two? She hadn't even had time to change out of her flight attendant uniform. It seemed she must have encountered an urgent matter and came here directly. And who were those men? Watching Di Xiaoba surrounded by several people, looking isolated and helpless, he couldn't just stand by since she was his tenant. So, Zhang Yu quickly turned the car around and drove over. Di Xiaoba, I'll ask you one more time, are you going to pay back the money or not? A middle-aged man asked. I'm not paying it back, I just won't. Di Xiaoba's eyes were stubborn, looking at the man with a face full of defiance. You really have grown wings. You won't listen to reason. The middle-aged man, furious, raised his hand, ready to strike her. Stop. At that moment, a loud shout came from behind them. The middle-aged man turned around to see a young man striding towards them. Di Xiaoba also looked over, her eyes suddenly revealing a hint of joy. There was light in her eyes again. Unexpectedly, it was the landlord who had come. What's going on? Zhang Yu approached and asked directly, who are you? Who gave you the right to interfere here? Before Di Xiaoba could speak, the middle-aged man impatiently replied, I'm her friend, and who are you? Zhang Yu's aura was not weak at all. Friend? The middle-aged man chuckled, I'm her father. This is my family's business, and it doesn't concern you. Exactly. Next to the man stood a boy, about 18 or 19 years old, with acne on his face, who also stepped forward and said, this is our family matter, you can just go play somewhere else. Zhang Yu took one look at this combination and immediately understood. Was this the father bringing the younger brother to find her? And what about the two unfamiliar men beside them? Di Xiaoba, you tell me. Whatever it is, I'm here to back you up. Zhang Yu's words were like a warm current, stirring ripples in Di Xiaoba's heart. She instinctively felt trust towards him. Landlord, they are my dad and my brother. Di Xiaoba began. My brother owes a sum of money that he can't pay back, and they found me, asking me to repay it. As she spoke, her nose tinged with bitterness, feeling very wronged. When someone hides their grievances alone, it becomes particularly heart-wrenching when someone shows concern. You feel wronged? Your brother owes money, he has no income, and as his sister, you should pay it back. Di Xiaoba's father said with his hands on his hips, the debt collectors are still waiting here. Hurry up and get the money. Yeah, the debt collectors chimed in. We've been waiting here for half a day. Who is going to pay? We still need to go back and report. They had come to collect the debt from this family. It didn't matter who paid, they just needed the money. As for what kind of mess their family was in, they didn't care. Why should I pay this money? Di Xiaoba said, feeling wronged. All these years, you've used the excuse of my brother needing to go to school and buy study materials to keep asking me for money. Fine, I gave it. But why should I pay for the debts he incurred outside? Your brother is young and doesn't understand. He doesn't know the dangers of online loans. What's wrong with you helping him out? Doesn't understand? Have you ever asked what your precious son borrowed money for? He's young and not studying well, skipping classes every day, borrowing high-interest loans to gamble and find women. You really don't know about these disgraceful things? Or do you have a part in it too? Di Xiaoba was emotionally agitated. Her chest heaved violently. She felt that this father and son were truly hopeless, suffocating. What are you saying? In front of everyone, Di's father's face turned red with anger. I provide for your food, I pay for your college, and you find it so difficult to repay 50,000 yuan? The money you spent on me over the years, I've already paid back with interest. As for college, the tuition and living expenses for 4 years were all earned by me working. Have you forgotten? At this point, she no longer cared about family shame. All the past grievances came pouring out. Zhang Yu, listening to her lament, couldn't help but feel pity. In this world, there are many families that favor sons over daughters. There are also many brainwashed individuals who support their brothers unconditionally. Yet Di Xiaba, in such an environment, did not yield but instead fought hard. This showed that she was not blindly filial nor easily manipulated. She clearly knew what kind of life she should choose. She was a remarkably clear-headed and opinionated girl. Zhang Yu expressed great admiration for her. No, who would want to listen to your family's petty troubles? If that's the case, are we still going to forget about our debt? How do we explain this to Brother Tai? A few debt collectors were starting to lose their patience. I think this flight attendant is quite beautiful. If you really have no money, I can introduce you to a few ways to earn it in just a few nights. As he spoke, his words took on a somewhat lewd tone. He looked up and down at Di Xiaba, feeling a stir of desire in his heart. Upon hearing the words Brother Tai, Di Xiaba's father, who also knew his power, visibly tensed up and hurriedly urged, Di Xiaba, if you don't pay back the money, your brother's arms and legs won't be safe. No matter what, he is your brother. Which company are you from? Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask at this point. Why? The two debt collectors exchanged glances and then laughed. What do you want to know our company for? Are you looking to borrow money? There's a reason for every debt. Her brother owes the money. It shouldn't be her responsibility to pay it back. As Zhang Yu spoke, he stepped forward and extended his arm, shielding Di Xiaba behind him. This seemingly casual action stirred ripples in her heart. Since childhood, she had lived in an environment lacking love. Ever since her family had a younger brother when she was 6, she had taken on the responsibility of caring for him. A slight misstep would lead to punches and kicks. Her childhood memories were filled with scenes of being bullied. When it came time to fill out college applications, she had finally traveled from the northern frontier to Jiangqing to study. Yet, she still couldn't escape her family's control, frequently being asked for money under various pretenses. After starting work and earning a salary, her father learned that she made over 10,000 a month and his demands became even more excessive. He treated Di Xiaba like an ATM. Therefore, Di Xiaba couldn't swallow this anger. She would rather spend her money on renting an expensive apartment than keep any for herself. Money was never something she could hold on to. Now, her brother, in pursuit of pleasure, had accumulated a large debt and came looking for her again. When Zhang Yu's tall figure stood in front of her, the warmth in Di Xiaba's heart surged even more. At that moment, all thoughts of repaying him with her body arose. Are you a police officer from the Pacific? Why are you meddling so much? The two debt collectors were becoming impatient. She's the only one in her family with money. If she doesn't pay, who will? If I'm not mistaken, the brother Tai you mentioned is one Taijun, right? At this moment, Zhang Yu suddenly asked. He seemed to have seen these two at the entrance of the Drunken Wind building, but they were not companions, just leaving from the entrance. Hearing them call out Brother Tai, he guessed that these two were likely underlings of one Taijun. The two debt collectors were instantly stunned. How did this guy, who looked to be in his 20s, know their boss's name and even call it out directly? How bold! Who are you to call our boss by name? I'm Zhang Yu, he smiled. Go back and tell your boss that I'll take care of this matter. Who is Zhang Yu? I don't know him, but he seems very confident. Could he be a friend of Brother Tai? They were just the lowest level debt collectors, unaware of who their boss dealt with daily. But on the opposite side, it was clear that he was very confident, not someone they could provoke. If he really was a friend of Brother Tai, and a conflict arose, it wouldn't just be about the money, their jobs would definitely be at risk. They couldn't help but feel a bit guilty and dared not pursue the matter further. Just wait, you won't be able to escape this debt. The two of them dropped a line and then got into a van and left. Do you know their boss, Wang Taijun? At this moment, D-Dad also realized Zhang Yu's identity. Just when they were about to be driven to desperation by the debt collectors, he had managed to make those people leave with just a few gentle words? That's right. Zhang Yu smiled. Can Di Xiaba leave now? If he said yes, it would mean he was sensible. If he refused, he wouldn't hold back. But my son's debt. D-Dad hadn't finished his sentence. Zhang Yu interrupted. It's his signature on the contract, his ID. He's an adult now. Does he really expect to rely on his blood-sucking sister for life? This time it was tens of thousands in online loans. If she paid it back, there would still be hundreds of thousands in betrothal gifts and hundreds of thousands for a house down payment. It would always be a bottomless pit. Even if she agreed, he wouldn't. But, if he truly has a sense of remorse, I can offer a bridge loan, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Bridge loan? The father and son were stunned. But this money has to be repaid. The interest will be standard, not usury. You think it over. Using a low-interest loan to replace a high-interest one. It solved the problem and brought business to his company. Upon hearing this, D-Dad quickly said, it can work, It can work. Landlord. Dishaba gently tugged at his sleeve from behind. What if you lend them money and they run away without paying it back? She knew all too well the character of the father and son. With debts, they would definitely find a way to default. After all, they were already barefoot, so what was there to fear? Which financial company doesn't have its own means? Zhang Yu smiled. Don't worry. The only debts that go unpaid are those the lender doesn't want to manage. There's no debt they can't handle. Landlord. Dishaba felt a bit guilty. Later, I'll pay you back as soon as I get my salary. Pay back her brother's debt? No way. But she absolutely couldn't let Zhang Yu suffer a loss. Have you made up your minds? Zhang Yu asked again. We've made up our minds. We've made up our minds. D-Dad and his son nodded. Then bring your documents and come to my company for a face-to-face signing tomorrow. Don't forget to repay on time. Zhang Yu said. Definitely. Definitely. They also knew that Zhang Yu could actually make even the people from Iron Brother give him some face. The strength behind him was only greater, never lesser. Who would dare to owe money to such a person? The father and son had just become a bit more honest when they started scheming again, quickly saying to Dishaba, aren't you going to thank your friend? Zhang Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes at them. Let's go. He turned to Dishaba. She was wearing a flight attendant uniform, and her short skirt made it hard to move her legs. She had to jog a few steps to keep up with Zhang Yu's pace. Thank you, she said softly. If it weren't for his sudden appearance, resolving today's situation, the outcome would have been unacceptable for her. Moreover, he stood up for her today, making the father and son realize that she had someone backing her up. They wouldn't dare to come looking for her easily in the future. Dishaba didn't love money, nor did she love handsome men, but she was particularly infatuated with men who had masculinity, power, and could protect her. Such men exuded overwhelming masculine charm. What did you say? Zhang Yu didn't catch her earlier words. I said, thank you. Who are you thanking on behalf of? Of course, it's for myself, Dishaba said. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have been able to leave today. As her words fell, Zhang Yu also saw the system prompt. Dishaba's peach blossom value plus 2 stars, current 9 stars, just 1 star short of a full star. A full star not only represented her emotional attitude but also indicated that the system said it could trigger a special reward. Haha, how are you planning to thank me? With just verbal gratitude? Zhang Yu laughed. Of course not. Dishaba shook her head. I want to invite you to dinner to express my gratitude. Is that okay? You choose the place. After saying this, she realized that Zhang Yu's words seemed to imply something else. She couldn't help but blush and fell silent. Hate myself. How did I understand it so quickly? Zhang Yu smiled slightly. It seemed she had also thought about what was going on. Looking at her reaction, there was no displeasure at all. This was what truly made one feel secretly pleased. At that moment, a few college boys passing by looked as if they had seen a sci-fi movie. They stared in astonishment. A beautiful girl like her, wearing a flight attendant uniform with buff bonuses, actually took the initiative to invite a guy to dinner? It was infuriating. They would invite those ordinary-looking girls from school to dinner and wouldn't get any good response, complaining about the food, let alone being invited by a girl, and such a beautiful girl at that. At this moment, one could truly see the gap between people, as vast as the heavens and the earth. What a day of daily frustration. Sure, how about we go for some small barbecue and spicy hot pot, and have some beer? What do you think? Sounds good. Dishaba nodded. She secretly checked her change balance, which was already quite low. She was just considering going all out today and borrowing some from Sister Xiao. Unexpectedly, the landlord was so easygoing, with no demands at all. The way she looked at Zhang Yu was almost melting. It seemed that only by getting to know him better could she discover the charm radiating from him. Then hurry up and get in the car, Zhang Yu said to Dishaba. Dishaba nodded and lifted her foot to get in the car. The flight attendant uniform she was wearing was a bit tight, so she had to be careful when getting in. Otherwise, it would be easy to expose herself. Are you ready? I'll start the car once you're in, Zhang Yu said, not wanting to turn around. After all, the Lamborghini Veneno had a low body structure, and from the driver's seat, it was easy to see things one shouldn't. Wait a minute, I'm not in yet, Dishaba said shyly, her face turning red. Finally, after sitting in the passenger seat, she softly said, Landlord, I'm all set. Buckle up, we're off, Zhang Yu said, starting the sports car. He noticed Dishaba's face, which was as red as a Fuji apple. What's wrong? He asked. Nothing, Dishaba's face turned even redder. It was truly a case of the speaker being oblivious while the listener was attentive. How could she dare to tell Zhang Yu what she had just thought? He might take it as a joke and ridicule her. Looking at such a pretty girl, how could her mind be filled with such thoughts? So, it was better to say nothing. The Lamborghini returned to the street. Such a car, once it appeared, was bound to become the center of attention. Look, that sports car is so cool. The logo looks like a Lamborghini. Not just any Lamborghini, that's a Veneno, limited to only 14 in the world. Among the onlookers, there was never a shortage of know-it-alls. Wow, is that really a Veneno? What luck to see the real thing. This car is so limited. This is the second time it has appeared in the country. Yeah, this is the first time in Jiangcheng, and the license plate is Jianghe. When did such an impressive person come out of our Jiangcheng? Right, and there's a flight attendant from Jiang Airlines sitting in the passenger seat. Every one of them is a top beauty. If I'm not mistaken, that beauty should be Di Shiba, the only girl from Beijing in Jiang Airlines. No way, Di Shiba, the 170 centimeters beauty from Beijing? She had some fame online several years ago. I'm so envious. Being rich is great. You can have any kind of beauty. Sigh, the goddess in the eyes of the poor is just their golden bowl. All we can do is envy. Wherever the Lamborghini Veneno went, it was met with awe, a top-tier visual feast. This feeling was immensely enjoyable. No wonder rich people love to buy sports cars, and no wonder beautiful women enjoy riding in luxury cars. It's really not their fault for being vain and superficial. The moment you sit in one, your adrenaline just skyrockets uncontrollably. There's no time to talk about vanity. You feel like you're floating. Passers-by were discussing and quickly took out their phones to capture this rare moment. Then they posted it online. In no time, the local channels of major social apps were flooded with images of this black sports car. From all directions, different angles, the luxurious car was everywhere. All the netizens were commenting below, and it quickly became the local traffic king. I saw the rich guy showing off again. I've seen this car once. It seems like it was racing by the river one night. So envious. And with such a beautiful woman, 100 times better than those snake-like faces. I don't think she's as pretty as you all say. You talk tough now that you're wearing pants, huh? I wonder whose rich second generation this is. He looks quite handsome. Car owner, don't get too happy too soon. I've already got my dad working hard. The screen was filled with jealousy. Netizens were enthusiastically discussing this luxury car. Di Xiaoba took out her phone, and similar messages popped up. In the background, there were private messages from unfamiliar netizens. Di Xiaoba, I just saw you. You look even better in real life than in the videos. Xiaoba, I owe you an apology. I used to not believe there could be such a beautiful woman, saying it was all filters. I was wrong. I followed you. From now on you are the only person I will follow. She didn't know how these netizens found her account so quickly. The number of fans skyrocketed from a few 100,000 to 500,000. The private messages were about to explode. She couldn't keep up with them at all. Just as she was about to see what others were saying, the messages got pushed down and disappeared. Her newly bought phone was getting hot, and it was lagging a bit. It was too crazy. Is this what traffic is? It just exploded. Di Shaba had never seen such a scene. She clearly hadn't done anything, just sat in a Lamborghini sports car, and it caused such a stir? Scared, she quickly hid the few videos on her homepage. She didn't like to be high profile, especially with this overwhelming traffic. She was just a small flight attendant and couldn't handle it at all. Turning to look at Zhang Yu, he was clearly focused on driving and had no idea what was happening online. Looking at his exquisitely sculpted profile, she felt her heart skip a beat. A gust of wind blew by, and she became a bit more alert, quickly pulling back her thoughts. Di Xiaoba, when did you become such a face lover? She scolded herself in her heart. Up ahead is a snack street. Let's eat there. A vibrant snack street appeared before them, filled with bright lights and enticing aromas of cumin wafting from the shops. Groups of diners were toasting and enjoying the lively atmosphere. I'll follow your lead. Di Xiaoba nodded. Zhang Yu parked the car in front of a hotel. Then the two walked to the snack street and casually found an empty spot to sit down. What a beautiful woman. She looks like a mixed blood. So stylish. She must be from the northern border, tall and with super fair skin. Her legs are long. It's all legs below her neck. Several tables around immediately noticed Di Xiaoba, who was dressed as a flight attendant. Di Xiaoba took out a pack of tissues and pulled out two. First, she wiped the grease off the table in front of Zhang Yu. Then she cleaned her own side. What would you two like to eat? A vendor quickly approached. He placed the menu on their table. Raising his eyes, he saw the stunning couple, Zhang Yu and Di Xiaoba, and couldn't help but be mesmerized. After so many years in business, he had seen at least 8,000 people, if not 10,000, but he had never encountered anyone as beautiful as Di Xiaoba. Suddenly, he felt his little shop brighten up. Of course, Zhang Yu is also a rare sight, a handsome guy. However, from a man's perspective, the boss couldn't help but envy Zhang Yu. This exotic beauty, not only tall but also considerate. Young man, your girlfriend is really beautiful, and she must be a flight attendant, right? The boss took a risk and said this, only to be shot a glare from the boss's wife. He was so startled that his tongue slipped. The words girlfriend made Di Xiaoba shyly lower her head, not daring to refute. She focused on the details of her shoes. Fortunately, the firelight nearby was bright enough to prevent her from losing composure in front of Zhang Yu. By the way, what do you want to eat? Zhang Yu asked, pencil in hand, without looking up. I said I would treat you, just order what you like, Di Xiaoba replied. I have no dietary restrictions. Whatever you eat, I will eat. Then I won't hold back. Zhang Yu smiled, 2 skewers of large kidneys, 2 servings of oysters, 1 serving of grilled abalone, and 5 skewers of chives. He continued to order while listing the dishes. The more the boss listened, the more shocked he became. Wait, are they really going to eat that much? Eating abalone now, will they even eat later? If they devour all this, there's no way they'll sleep tonight. He couldn't help but feel sorry for the flight attendant. Would she even be able to get out of bed tomorrow? Old one, what are you daydreaming about again? The boss's wife saw the expression on his face and pinched his ear. Getting old but still full of tricks, men should just hang on the wall to be honest. This made Di Xiaoba unable to help but chuckle. Halfway through her laughter, she felt it was inappropriate and covered her mouth with her slender fingers. After Zhang Yu finished ordering, he added, that's it for now, if it's not enough, I'll order more. And bring 2 bottles of the local liquor. Alright, just a moment. The barbecue shop owner noted the order and took the menu away, turning to leave. He glanced at the boss's wife and thought to himself, a little drink to get tipsy would make things easier. Young people really know how to have fun. The boss sighed and continued to busy himself. While waiting for the food, Zhang Yu looked at Di Xiaoba. To be honest, under the dim, poor quality lights of this barbecue stall, her face seemed to have a light yellow filter. Sitting there, it truly felt like time was standing still. No wonder she was a top beauty. There were no angles where she looked bad. Sitting there was like a scenic view. Even in this somewhat chaotic night market scene, she seemed a bit out of place. If someone took a photo and posted it, netizens would think it was photoshopped. Looking up again, he noticed the surrounding diners all craning their necks to look this way. Even the delicious barbecue seemed less appealing. When their eyes met Zhang Yu's, they quickly turned their heads away, as if caught in the act. Your barbecue is ready. About 10 minutes later, the boss brought over a stainless steel plate filled with grilled skewers. There were about a dozen varieties, both meat and vegetarian, wafting a rich aroma. Zhang Yu was also hungry, his appetite wide open. He picked up a meat skewer and took a bite. Not bad, you should try it. Is it really that good? Di Xiaoba watched Zhang Yu enjoy it and also picked up a skewer. Cautiously taking a bite with her cherry-like lips, she immediately exclaimed, it really is delicious. Come on, let's have a drink. Zhang Yu raised a plastic cup. The brown liquid in the cup was the local liquor that was very popular in Jiangchang. It is said to have added some ginseng and deer antler, which have very good health benefits, so it has also become the main recommended liquor at the night market. Di Xiaoba cannot drink alcohol, she has never even had beer. However, as long as her landlord Zhang Yu is happy, she is willing to accompany him in drinking. So Di Xiaoba also filled her cup and raised it. Landlord, I toast to you. She doesn't know how to say those toasting words, all her gratitude is in this drink. After taking a sip, her brows furrowed tightly. She really can't get used to it. A strong medicinal taste rushed straight to her head. But Di Xiaoba still closed her eyes and downed the drink in one go. She would rather feel uncomfortable herself than let Zhang Yu be unhappy. This is her true inner thought. After finishing this cup, she choked and covered her mouth to cough. Her face turned red from coughing. If you can't drink, then don't drink. Don't make it hard for yourself, Zhang Yu said, noticing that Di Xiaoba really couldn't handle it. In the drinking scene, those who seek favors, those who are looked down upon, are used to being submissive. The more they drink, the happier others are. But he doesn't think that way. As long as you drink well, if you can't drink, then don't. Including just now, if she had shaken her head and said she wouldn't drink, he wouldn't have forced her. No, I'm not making it hard for myself. Di Xiaoba waved her hand and poured another cup. I'm happy, really. After today, that pair of blood-sucking father and son would not easily come to trouble her again. Although they are blood relatives, Di Xiaoba has never felt any love from them since she was a child. She has long wanted nothing to do with those two. The resolution of this situation still has to thank Zhang Yu's appearance. If it weren't for him knowing the boss of those debt collectors, this matter wouldn't have been so easily resolved. Thinking this, Di Xiaoba raised her glass again. Landlord, I toast you another cup. Alright, don't drink anymore, Zhang Yu quickly declined. He never intended for her to drink this much, but he couldn't stop her. After toasting, Di Xiaoba tilted her head and drank it all. If a girl can do this, How could Zhang Yu show weakness? So he also finished the second cup. They continued eating and drinking. After an hour, the crowd in the snack street gradually decreased. Many seats were now empty. Some stalls without business began to close up one after another. On Zhang Yu and Di Xiaoba's table, there were only leftover bones in various shells. 2 bottles of strong liquor were also empty, lying sideways on the table. Zhang Yu shook his head. The aftereffects of this liquor are indeed a bit strong. He didn't feel it just now, but now his head feels heavy. Looking at Di Xiaoba again, her face had 2 rosy clouds, giving her a more alluring look. Even her consciousness seemed a bit dull. After drinking, he couldn't drive. Fortunately, there are quite a few hotels nearby. There are all kinds, like 8 Days Hotel, Super 6-in, City Convenience Hotel, all on one street. The signs are quite eye-catching in the night sky. Landlord, did you bring your ID? Di Xiaoba called out hazily. I didn't bring it. What do I need an ID for? Zhang Yu replied. I brought mine, hee. Di Xiaoba said, revealing an ID card in her hand. As a flight attendant who often travels, carrying her ID is a must. I'm a bit sleepy, landlord. Can you take me to the hotel? Di Xiaoba said, emboldened by the alcohol. She was no longer as timid as before. No way? Zhang Yu looked at her, as if he were looking at a different version of Lu Wanxiao. Last time, she was also drinking alone, and as soon as he walked in, she pounced on him. Is it going to happen again? If he were to say he was looking forward to it, Zhang Yu definitely was. He just felt it was a bit strange. However, Zhang Yu still nodded. Alright, then I'll take you there. Di Xiaoba stood up unsteadily, wearing high heels and taking 2 steps, almost about to fall. The ground was covered in stubborn oil stains. Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward to support her. Di Xiaoba turned her head and smiled, showing her teeth. Landlord, you're really nice. Wait, is this her giving me a good person card? If it were in the past, Zhang Yu would definitely feel angry, but now he didn't feel that way. When you are poor and have nothing, if someone calls you a good person, it's an insult. When you are wealthy, if someone calls you a good person, then you are a flawless hexagonal warrior. You can push through everything. It's fine, I'll help you this time, and you can help me a few times when you have the chance, Zhang Yu said with a smile. They casually walked into a hotel. The drowsy receptionist, seeing a handsome guy walk in, immediately perked up. What a handsome young man, tall and imposing, with an extraordinary presence. This night shift is really worth it. Then she noticed a beautiful flight attendant draped over his shoulder. Instantly, her disappointment was hard to hide. Why is it that handsome guys are always taken, and she's so pretty, with a job better than hers? It's a complete dimensionality reduction attack, leaving no way out for other girls. Hello, miss, I'd like to book a room, Zhang Yu said, taking out Di Xiaoba's ID card. There was only one ID card. According to the hotel's rules, one ID card could only check in one person, but the receptionist still made an exception, turning a blind eye to the matter. Soon, the room was ready. Zhang Yu took the room card and helped Di Xiaoba into the room. Phew, carrying her for so long is really a bit tiring. He placed Di Xiaoba back on the bed. Zhang Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, stretching his stiff shoulders. A drunken person weighs several times more than an ordinary person. Even with the support of his stamina recovery potion, this walk had consumed quite a bit of energy. He glanced at Di Xiaoba again. She was lying on her side on the bed, already asleep. The collar of her shirt revealed a hint of spring. At this moment, Zhang Yu faced a difficult choice. Should he act like a beast? Or should he be worse than a beast? He felt that if he stayed any longer, something would happen. So, he hurried to the bathroom and took a cold shower. The cold water pouring down felt refreshing. After washing up, he picked up his phone to check the time. Wow, it's already midnight? Time really flies. Unknowingly, after having a meal and taking a shower, it was already midnight. Zhang Yu couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. A new day has come, which means new rewards, right? Since he was just idling around anyway. He didn't hesitate and called out to the system. System, I want to draw today's blind box. Preparing for the host. The blind box is ready, please choose, host. With the system's prompt, the blind box drawing interface appeared before him again. Since it was a blind box, he couldn't see anything, so he decided to draw randomly. Thus, he casually selected a box. This time, the box didn't open immediately. Instead, a circle of golden light emerged from the box first. Then, the box slowly opened. Wow, this time there's even a special effect? Could it be that he drew a hidden version blind box? Zhang Yu looked at the system interface, clenched his fist, and couldn't help but feel excited. Sure enough, the system's mechanical voice sounded next. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a hidden version blind box. The golden light flashed, and the reward popped out. He was overjoyed, holding his breath as he quickly checked what the reward was. Host has received the reward, Future Event Prediction Modifier. What is this? Zhang Yu was a bit puzzled and looked at the usage instructions. Future Event Modifier, current level, the host can change events that are about to happen within the next week. Number of uses, 3 times. After use, the worldview will refresh, and the memories of the relevant personnel will be rewritten. Wow, no wonder it's a hidden blind box. This is just too incredible. Obtaining a house, a car, or even a company is essentially still related to money. It requires slow accumulation, but now the options provided can save him a lot of detours. If he doesn't want to work hard anymore, he can just write that a rich woman will come to find him in a week, determined to marry him and give him all her assets. If there's someone he doesn't like, he can write that they will mysteriously die a day later, and no one will be able to find out the reason. A day still falls within the range of a week. It can even be compressed to the level of minutes. If this is really put to use, it's even more lethal than a death note. However, the opportunity given now is only 3 times, so it must be used cautiously. It should be used at useful moments. So, Zhang Yu calmed his emotions, claimed this hidden reward, and put it into the system backpack. Then, he closed the system. Turning back to look at the large bed in the middle of the room, he saw Di Xiaoba turning over, unconsciously starting to fumble with her clothing buttons. Moreover, her red lips slightly parted, her tongue licking the corner of her mouth, as if she wanted something. My goodness! Zhang Yu saw this scene and felt it was simply tempting someone to commit a crime. Who has such strong self-control to remain calm in this situation? What do you want? He asked as he stepped forward. I want. Di Xiaoba murmured unconsciously, I want to drink water. After drinking, she was now in a daze. She felt very hot, about to explode. Thirsty to death. Wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Zhang Yu looked at the furnishings in the room. There were 2 bottles of generic mineral water on the table, complimentary drinks from the hotel room. So, he picked up a bottle, opened it, and brought it to Di Xiaoba's lips. But now, she clearly couldn't hold a bottle of water steadily, and lying on the bed made it impossible for her to drink. A full bottle of water spilled several drops on the sheets. Reluctantly, Zhang Yu had to support her, wrapping his arm around her neck, half lying in the crook of his arm. Then he brought the mouth of the mineral water bottle to Di Xiaoba's lips. This scene resembled feeding a child. She wrapped her red lips around the bottle mouth, greedily drinking the mineral water. In one go, she drank more than half a bottle. Wow! Zhang Yu couldn't help but imagine again, feeling quite uplifted. Ahem! He thought of something inappropriate again. Do you feel better now? He asked, trying to shift his thoughts. Di Xiaoba didn't respond. Looking down, he found she had fallen asleep again in the crook of his arm. No way, is the after effect of this alcohol that strong? Zhang Yu had drunk more than her, and he was basically sober now. Sigh, if you can't hold your liquor, don't drink. Isn't finishing it just causing trouble for others? People's physical constitutions can't be compared after all. Fortunately, he is a gentleman. If he encountered someone with ulterior motives, Di Xiaoba would probably be left with nothing but bones. He sighed. He laid her down again, flat on her back. Ding ding ling ling. At that moment, Di Xiaoba's phone suddenly rang. Zhang Yu picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID displayed Sister Xiao. Considering this was a matter between her and her sisters, he didn't answer. The phone rang for a minute before it stopped. A few seconds later, it rang again. Is there something important that needs to be said right now? There was no choice. Zhang Yu had to pick up her phone and answer it. Hello, Xiaoba, we've arrived in Su City. I want to tell you. On the other end, Lu Huanqiu had just landed and finished her work. She called Di Xiaoba. Before she could finish her sentence, a male voice came through the phone. Di Xiaoba has already fallen asleep. You can talk about anything tomorrow. Who are you? Why do you have her phone? As soon as Lu Hanxiao heard the man's voice on the other end, her mind immediately went on high alert, sounding a 10-level alarm. Di Xiaoba had said there was something urgent at home, so she took leave and left the flight before it took off. She returned to Jiangcheng alone. She was very worried about Di Xiaoba, afraid she might run into trouble. But on the flight, she couldn't check her phone for several hours. The moment she landed, she called, only to find a man holding her phone, saying she was asleep. It was hard not to overthink this. Di Xiaoba wouldn't have done something foolish, would she? Or had she been kidnapped? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. She couldn't help but want to call the police. It's me, can't you recognize my voice? Zhang Yu said again. You are the landlord? Lu Hanxiao listened carefully to the voice on the phone again. It sounded like Zhang Yu. Hearing his voice for the first time on the phone was somewhat different from reality, so she didn't recognize it immediately. However, Di Xiaoba had said she was dealing with family matters, so how could she be with the landlord Zhang Yu in the same room? Lu Hanxiao was confused. Yes, it's me, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Then, what's going on with Di Xiaoba? Why didn't she answer the phone? Lu Hanxiao was a bit anxious. Di Xiaoba had a bit to drink. She's at the hotel and has already fallen asleep, Zhang Yu said simply. What? Hotel? Did you two get a room? In Sioux City, Lu Hanxiao's voice rose a few decibels, attracting Pan Yuyao, who had just come out of the shower. Sister Xiao, who got a room? Di Xiaoba, she actually is with the landlord. Lu Hanxiao didn't hide it. This landlord really knows how to take advantage of opportunities. Does he want to leave no stone unturned? Lu Hanxiao felt that Zhang Yu was truly terrifying. Like a flood beast, impossible to guard against. She then said to Zhang Yu, landlord, if you're a decent man, don't take advantage of her while she's asleep. Lu Hanxiao was a bit anxious. She knew that warnings were useless. They were completely out of reach. If he ignored her, by the time she returned, the raw rice would have already turned into porridge. If it weren't for the fact that they were separated by thousands of miles, she would have wanted to fly back immediately. It felt like a sheep had already entered the tiger's mouth, just waiting to be swallowed. But with this distance, if he really wanted to do something, it would be too late to go back. Who understands this feeling of helplessness? I never claimed to be a decent man, Zhang Yu chuckled, knowing what she was worried about. But don't worry. By the way, what did you want to tell her when you called? I'll let her know when she wakes up. Oh, it's like this. Lu Hanxiao remembered, in her anxiety, she had forgotten to mention the main point. Although it was meant for Di Xiaoba, telling the landlord was the same, he would pass it on. Yu Yao and I have planned to spend the day in Sioux City tomorrow and we'll be back a bit later. Is that it? Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. He thought it was something important that needed special emphasis. That's it. Lu Hanxiao nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. After hanging up, Lu Hanxiao glanced at Pan Yuyao. The two of them didn't speak, and the atmosphere was a bit silent. They both felt that the decision to stroll around Sioux City was somewhat hasty. Sister Xiao, is Xiaoba okay after drinking? Shouldn't we just head back early? After learning about Di Xiaoba's situation, Pan Yuyao couldn't sit still, especially knowing that Zhang Yu was still next to her. This mindset was hard to describe in words. Was it jealousy? Not really, but there was still a slight feeling of jealousy in her heart, like the mentality of two children fighting over a toy. She had no objections to her good friend Di Xiaoba, but she just wanted to go back early. Alright, then we'll head back to Jiangqing first thing in the morning. Lu Hanxiao nodded. She knew about Di Xiaoba's situation. She had no desire to linger in Sioux City. She wished it would be dawn immediately so she could take the first bus back to Jiangqing. Damn Zhang Yu. She couldn't help but curse him in her heart. Then Sister Xiao, let's get some rest early. The airline had a long-term partnership with a hotel in Sioux City. Flight attendants who couldn't return at night would stay in double rooms. They would wait for the next flight to return. The hotel was also relatively close to the airport, just for convenience. A night without conversation. Zhang Yu still kept his promise. He chose to be less than human. He spent the whole night on the sofa by the bed. When dawn broke slightly, Di Xiaoba opened her beautiful eyes. Lying on her side, her gaze happened to fall on Zhang Yu curled up on the sofa. He was 185 centimeters tall, and this 170 centimeters long sofa couldn't accommodate his body at all. Looking down at herself, her clothes were a bit disheveled, but everything was on her, with no other traces. Nothing happened all night? Di Xiaoba secretly felt relieved that she hadn't foolishly compromised her innocence. This landlord Zhang Yu was indeed a gentleman. Di Xiaoba had always liked men with a sense of justice since she was young, gentlemen with grace who could solve problems. Seeing Zhang Yu lying there, her fondness for him rose another star. 10 stars. But the next second, a feeling of regret surged in her heart. Was it because she wasn't pretty enough, not charming enough? Was she not likable enough to him? How could he have such a good sense of boundaries? Di Xiaoba thought about this and felt as if she had been ignored by Zhang Yu. She almost wanted to hit him. At that moment, Zhang Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Their gazes met, startling Di Xiaoba, who quickly looked away. She buried her head under the blanket, her heart racing. Zhang Yu squinted and looked outside. It was already bright. The night had passed surprisingly quickly. Moreover, he was astonished to find a new unread notification in the system. Di Xiaoba's peach blossom value has risen to 10 stars. It was sent a few minutes ago. Wow. So fast, has it reached max level? Zhang Yu was surprised. He had skinship with Lu Hanxiao and didn't even get full marks, barely over half. And Pan Yueying, who was a complete face control, took her for a ride and still didn't reach max level. The first to reach full marks was actually Di Xiaoba? Who would have thought that? He couldn't help but doubt whether the system's scoring was a bit off. Landlord, you're awake. Di Xiaoba felt a bit embarrassed. She slightly lowered her head, a few strands of hair falling messily, giving her a lazy, disheveled beauty. Are you sober from the alcohol? Zhang Yu asked, then got up. Yeah. Shoba's voice was very soft, the effects of the alcohol long gone, thank you. She knew in her heart that he had taken care of her all night. Otherwise, she wouldn't know where she would be. No need to be polite. Zhang Yu smiled. By the way, your sister Xiao called last night. What did they say? Shoba felt a bit nervous. They didn't say much, just that they might come back a day late. Zhang Yu informed her truthfully. Upon hearing this, Shoba picked up her phone to check the messages. Then she said, no, they set off early this morning to come back. Ha, they changed their minds? Zhang Yu hadn't thought of that. Didn't they say they wanted to stroll around Sioux City? Why were they coming back so early? Well, that's not important. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yu said to Shoba, then hurry up and get up to wash up. We should head back. He glanced out the hotel window. There, a Lamborghini was parked in the lot at the entrance, surrounded by a circle of traffic cones. 2 security guards were stationed there, keeping watch. We have to keep an eye on the guest's car. If something goes wrong, we won't be able to pay for it even if we sold ourselves. Driving such a nice car out, isn't that just asking for trouble? The security guard looked around as a crowd of people took pictures of the flashy sports car, filled with vigilance. Such a cool sports car had only appeared in Jiangqing for the second time in many years. Passers-by showed a keen interest in the vehicle. Oh my god, isn't that the car that went viral online last night? Take away the bar, and it's this car. There's no other one like it in all of Jiangqing. But why is this sports car here? Isn't that obvious? This is a hotel. In yesterday's video, it was carrying a very beautiful flight attendant. So, does that mean those two last night? The onlookers quickly began to speculate. That's right, I can testify. I was eating barbecue here yesterday and saw them both enter the hotel. No way. Is there really no impact? Wearing company uniforms represents the company's image. The crowd chattered excitedly, their faces showing the thrill of gossip. Such topics are always the hottest discussions. Inside the room, Shoba was in the bathroom, tidying herself up again. She put on makeup and styled her hair. Then she heard a lot of voices downstairs. What was going on? She didn't understand what was happening outside. Suddenly, her phone rang. Thinking it was Sister Xiao and the others arriving, a smile appeared on her face. But when she saw the caller ID, her expression darkened. The call was from Manager Lee. Manager Lee was their direct superior, responsible for human resources, recruitment, and performance evaluations. For many reasons, he had a poor reputation within the airline, and everyone disliked him. There was nothing related to him that could lift anyone's spirits. However, she couldn't afford to ignore Manager Lee's call. Hello, manager? After hesitating for a few seconds, she pressed the call button. Shoba, why did it take you so long to answer? Where are you right now? The tone on the other end was somewhat unpleasant. Why did you take leave yesterday? Shoba thought for a moment and then said, I had some family matters yesterday, so I didn't fly. I already told Sister Xiao. Family matters? Manager Lee's voice rose a few notches. Are you still lying? Were you sitting in the passenger seat of some rich guy's car and went to a hotel together? Manager Lee, are you spying on me? Shoba's expression turned cold. She still didn't know that the 2 incidents from yesterday had been pieced together into a video. The argument with the father and son, as well as the process of eating at the barbecue stall, had been omitted. The final edited effect made it easy to misunderstand. From their perspective, Shoba hadn't even changed her clothes, still wearing the company-branded uniform, and was directly taken away by someone driving a luxury sports car to a hotel. It is well known that videos cannot be edited. Just this one spliced video would lead countless uninformed people to believe it as the truth. Moreover, those who scroll through short videos often lack the ability to discern the authenticity of information. They can easily be led by the narrative. Or rather, they simply don't have the time to think critically. So whatever they see, they take at face value. Am I spying on you? Manager Lee couldn't hold back any longer. This matter has spread all over the internet. Do you know how much of a stir it has caused online? Our company's reputation has been affected because of you, and the stock price is going to plummet. Although society always views the profession of flight attendants through a special colored lens, it was usually just talk behind closed doors. This was the first time someone rushed to a hotel without changing clothes. It was a bit too reckless. It had thrown Jiang Heng into chaos. Manager Lee, you might be misunderstanding. It's not like that. Shoba realized what he was referring to and hurriedly wanted to clarify the situation. Don't say anything. Come to the company right now. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. With that, Manager Lee hung up the phone. Shoba listened to the busy tone on the line, feeling a bit dazed. She was at a loss. How had so many things changed overnight? At that moment, Zhang Yu also picked up his phone and connected to the internet. Soon, he saw the comments online. There were videos, GIFs, all sorts of patchwork. From various angles. The netizens below were saying all kinds of things. Rich second generation drives a supercar, picks up a flight attendant to go to a hotel for a rendezvous. Every word was explosive enough. Put together, it was even more attention-grabbing. Those self-media bloggers, in pursuit of traffic, were fabricating all sorts of nonsense. They posted any video online. Some influencers also shared their so-called exclusive opinions on the matter. Supercar guy meets young flight attendant at night. What do you think? As far as I know, Jiang Hang's situation is just the tip of the iceberg. A wealthy man and a beautiful woman should be a romantic tale, so why does it feel so off? Where did it go wrong? This is simply outrageous. Zhang Yu looked at the news online and was very angry. Clearly, he had done nothing, yet he was being slandered online, feeling like he was about to socially die. The onlookers were coming in waves. The spread was getting wider. At the next step, someone might even splice in those videos online, showcasing a hidden camera scene. He didn't care for himself, he had thick skin. Saying a few words wouldn't cost him anything. But Di Xiaoba couldn't afford that. A woman, especially a beautiful one, is the easiest target for slander. Moreover, it's hard to defend oneself. Even with a mouthful of words, it wouldn't be clear. It could ruin her directly. Netizens were just there for entertainment, wanting to see what they wanted to see. As for the truth, who would be affected? It didn't matter. Landlord, I'm really sorry for affecting you. I'm going to the company now to clarify things. Di Xiaoba felt very guilty. Saying that, she was about to leave the room. Wait, let me take you there, Zhang Yu said. Since I'm already one of the parties involved, I certainly won't stand by and do nothing. This matter not only brought trouble to him, but Di Xiaoba was also innocent. Ha! Di Xiaoba was surprised. It's settled then, let's go, Zhang Yu said in a tone that left no room for refusal. All right. Seeing Zhang Yu take such responsibility to face this matter together, Di Xiaoba felt deeply moved. The two checked out of the room. When they reached downstairs, those gathered around the sports car saw the two of them come out. They stood at a distance, whispering and pointing. Zhang Yu glared at them coldly, scaring them into silence. That gaze was too intimidating. They didn't dare provoke him. Who knew what kind of background someone who could drive such a car had? It was one thing to talk casually, but when faced with the real deal, they should quickly tone it down. They shouldn't stir up trouble just to join the fun and end up getting hurt. That wouldn't be worth it. After the two got into the car, he started the engine and drove towards Jianghang Company. At the same time, he recalled the hidden version blind box he had just obtained last night. Now, to address the unfavorable public opinion, the function of this blind box could come in handy. Otherwise, it would be hard to suppress. System, use the future event modifier. Zhang Yu called upon the system in his mind. Immediately, a virtual writing board popped up in front of him. Host, please write down the event you want to modify and the time on the writing board, the system prompted. The content must meet the word count requirements set by the writing board. The system continued to remind him. Zhang Yu did not hesitate. The minimum time unit was 10 minutes later. Within 10 minutes, all negative news about me and Di Xiaoba will be cleared. After thinking for a moment, he added a few more words. The entire internet is prohibited from posting again. After finishing, he noticed there were still a few blank spaces, so to avoid waste, he added another line. Within 2 hours, become the mysterious major shareholder of Jianghang Company. After submitting, he found that the system had approved it without any indication of non-compliance. Host, the future event modifications you submitted have been approved and will soon be fulfilled. The system's prompt came through. Zhang Yu's lips curled up. He could hardly contain his excitement. This hidden version blind box was indeed impressive. This future event modifier was simply too overpowered. As long as it did not exceed the current level's modification limits and met the word count requirements, he could write as many as he wanted. Any reasonable request would be directly fulfilled. Zhang Yu was even tempted to write in classical Chinese next time, fearing the system might not understand. After putting away the system panel, he turned to glance at Di Xiaoba. She had not spoken the entire time, her head down, refreshing her phone. She was following the sensationalized updates from various media outlets. Videos pieced together from different angles were spreading all over the internet. Di Xiaoba felt particularly upset. She had a sense of helplessness, especially with her wearing the flight attendant uniform with the Jianghang logo. The discussions online had escalated. The matter had gone from netizens to the entire airline. Many people in the airline were also discussing this during their breaks. Which department's employee is this? How could they do such a thing? The impact on our company is too great. How will others see us innocent flight attendants in the future? Di Xiaoba claims she doesn't date and doesn't interact with men, yet suddenly this huge scandal breaks? People in the company were discussing in small groups. What to do, what to do. As the headquarters of the airline drew closer, Di Xiaoba kept silently repeating in her mind. Clearly, she had done nothing wrong. But the rumors online were becoming increasingly outrageous. The current narrative had portrayed her as someone who disregarded company regulations and frequently skipped work to pursue side gigs. They spoke with such conviction, as if they had witnessed it firsthand. Who could withstand such a level of slander? She was in no state of mind and had no idea how Manager Lee would punish her. Unable to control herself, she anxiously refreshed her phone again. Suddenly, she noticed something was off. The videos with the highest likes were gone. Shaba doubted her eyes, thinking she must have misread. She refreshed again. Then she discovered that not only those videos with tens of thousands of likes and comments were missing, even the videos with thousands of likes and comments had disappeared. Only a few scattered videos with a handful of likes remained, still spreading in a small range. But the impact was already minimal. What a strange occurrence. It wasn't just Shaba. The onlookers also sensed something was amiss. What happened to that explosive trending topic that was at the top just now? I also found that the videos I saved earlier are all showing as invalid. I just sent a video too, and it said sending failed. It couldn't go through at all. The only Lamborghini videos that can still be found are from a few days ago, and there's only one person in the car. I clearly remember there was a flight attendant in the car. Why does it feel like it was edited in? Netizens all noticed that the videos that were once everywhere suddenly seemed to have collectively evaporated. A few scattered videos, which had just been posted, were quickly gone when netizens clicked on them. I have screenshots. Let me check. What the heck? Where are the screenshots? Some netizens remembered saving screenshots. When they opened their phones, there was no trace of the screenshots. It was as if that event had never happened. Wait, am I dreaming? Or did I accidentally delete them? If that's the case, are we all just dreamers? This is too strange. Who is behind the trending search to make everything disappear so completely? The mysterious force behind this was surprisingly powerful. Could it be that Zhang Hang paid to remove the trending search? Impossible. How much would an airline have to spend for such a level of cleanup? Besides, the airline is preparing to cut ties with that flight attendant. A netizen who knew the inside story said, "Then what's going on? Could it be that the handsome guy with the sports car took action?" At Zhang Hang's headquarters, employees also noticed that all videos and images online were gone. Besides their memories, they had no impression of the videos from earlier. All related materials had vanished. The document compiled from the relevant photos collected by the airline had inexplicably turned into unreadable gibberish. All of this happened within a few minutes. What's going on? Manager Lee also noticed the problem. With no evidence left, how could they handle Shaba? While thinking this, a subordinate came over to report, "Manager Lee, Shaba has arrived at the company. Let her in." Manager Lee immediately put on the airs of a senior executive. He put down his phone and sat upright at the desk. The elevator doors opened. Shaba appeared in the company. Her tall figure and exotic beauty made her the center of attention as soon as she entered. I have to say, Shaba is really beautiful, long legs and fair skin, too perfect. This time, causing such a big stir might not even be her fault. Maybe someone is framing her. But can her backer have such power? All the videos and images are gone. Not a single one can be found. What are you all talking about? I don't understand. The diligent old worker in the company looked up and asked. The hottest videos online couldn't cover everyone. For those who didn't check their phones or gossip, they hadn't seen anything from the beginning to the end of the incident. Hearing everyone discussing Shaba now left him confused. It's fine, bro. Just keep working, others said as they dispersed. Shaba nervously entered Manager Lee's office. Close the door, Manager Lee commanded. Then, he propped his leg up, exuding an air of superiority. He glanced at her sideways. This aura made her heart leap to her throat. She carefully closed the door behind her. Shaba, do you know how much trouble you've caused the company? Manager Lee tapped on the table, wearing the company uniform and making a public appearance, and doing such things. You've violated company regulations. Manager Lee, wearing the company uniform is my fault. But I didn't do anything. What's being spread online is maliciously pieced together. It's slander. Shaba explained. Still trying to argue? Your attitude is not proper at all. Manager Lee knocked on the table and said, "This matter must be punished." His roar sent shivers down the spines of passing employees. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. Some couldn't help but feel anxious for Shaba. However, no one dared to approach. Manager Lee, I didn't do anything. Shaba emphasized again, and the video online is gone, isn't it? Shaba, what are you talking about? Manager Lee's small eyes behind his glasses fixed on her. Just because the video is gone, does that mean nothing happened? It's all over the company. Manager Lee, what do you want to punish me with this time? Salary deduction, or performance penalty? Or do you want to fire me? Di Xiaoba recalled what her landlord, Zhang Yu, had told her before getting out of the car, to not be afraid. He said he would resolve this matter. Although she didn't know what good method her landlord had, just thinking of his words gave her some inner strength. So, apart from the initial tension when she entered, Di Xiaoba was no longer that afraid. Her thoughts became clearer. Manager Li did not expect her attitude to suddenly become so strong. Fine. According to the rules, you should be fired. He looked at Di Xiaoba. What do you have to say about that? Fired? Di Xiaoba retorted. That's right. Manager Li stood up. Of course, here, this matter can be big or small. As he spoke, he walked towards Di Xiaoba. As for what I will do, that depends on your performance. You wouldn't want to be fired by the company, would you? His voice lowered, the implication was clear. He had grasped Di Xiaoba's weakness, using the threat of firing her. To keep this job, she would have to give something in return, right? Manager Li had been eyeing Di Xiaoba for a long time. He just never found a reason. Moreover, her supervisor, Lu Hanxiao, was not someone to be trifled with in the company, which made him a bit wary. This time, he had finally caught her in a bind, and Lu Hanxiao happened to be absent. A rare opportunity. Naturally, he had to take advantage of it. The reason he was so bold was not only because of his high position in the company but also because he was a habitual offender. He had previously bullied several flight attendants in the same way, and those people didn't dare to speak up, because even if they did, there was no evidence, and he would use his position to retaliate against them. A few had tried that, but in the end, it didn't shake his position. Thus, Manager Li's audacity grew bolder. Today was no exception. Di Xiaoba was one of the most outstanding flight attendants among thousands at Zhanghang, both in looks and figure. Since her first day on the job, countless people had been watching her, including him. If he could succeed today, it would truly be a blessing. Just thinking about it made him excited. However, Di Xiaoba did not show the slightest hint of fear, her expression calm. Manager Li, are you done? She smiled and then raised a hand. In her hand, she held a recording pen. Upon seeing the recording pen, he felt a moment of panic. Then he scoffed, Di Xiaoba, you dare to record? Do you know what happened to the last person who recorded? Manager Li, I don't want to know. I only know that you want to use your position to threaten your subordinates, Di Xiaoba stated firmly. Hand over the recording pen, and I can pretend nothing happened today. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of here. Manager Li quickly thought of a countermeasure. It seemed today he wouldn't be able to succeed. The key now was to quickly get the recording pen back. Otherwise, if this thing got out, it would be troublesome. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Manager Li. It was one of his subordinates who had come in. I have something to deal with right now. Come back later, he said somewhat impatiently. Can't you see anything? Don't you know I'm busy? No, Manager Li, I'm here to deliver your termination notice. The subordinate did not leave and continued. What did you say? Termination notice? How could I not know about it? He didn't believe it. Manager Li, this is a notice issued directly by the senior management at headquarters. The whole company knows about it now. How is that possible? Once he realized, he shouted, I am a veteran of the company. Who dares to fire me? I want to see the vice president. Vice president. Even if Di Xiaoba wanted to expose this, it would be too quick. She was still in the office. Could the senior management react that fast? Stop shouting. At that moment, the vice president of Zhanghang appeared at the door. His expression was very serious. Vice president, you're here. This must be fake, right? Manager Li approached him. Li Chusheng, you have indeed been fired. This is the order of the major shareholder behind Zhanghang. I have no choice, the vice president said. Just moments ago, the senior management received a message. The mysterious major shareholder, who had not shown up for years, suddenly issued an order to directly fire Manager Li. Immediately, right away. This major shareholder had always been an unknown identity. Today, out of the blue, he issued this order. Could it be related to the rumors online? What major shareholder? I've never seen him. What did I do to offend him? Li Chusheng still hadn't realized his problem. Enough, this is a decision from the highest level. Go handle the procedures, the vice president said before leaving. Before he left, he glanced at Di Xiaoba. He couldn't help but feel a bit scared. In fact, he had been thinking about it for a long time, but had not taken action. Now it seemed that her backing was indeed too powerful. Powerful enough to make all the rumors online disappear without a trace in such a short time, as if they had never existed. And it could even alarm the major shareholder behind the scenes to fire Manager Li? Anyone who messes with Di Xiaoba is doomed. It's terrifying. No wonder she doesn't interact with anyone in the company except for her two sisters. She wouldn't even proactively curry favor with leaders at all levels. With such a strong background, there really is no need. And Manager Lee, who was notified of his termination, stared blankly, his legs weak, and collapsed to the ground. It's over, everything is over. After years of hard work, he finally climbed to this position. Suddenly, it was all gone. No salary, no status. He regretted in his heart, regretted how he couldn't control his second-in-command. In a moment of madness, he impulsively wanted to force Di Xiaoba to submit. This was truly like kicking a steel plate. The news of Manager Lee being fired spread quickly throughout the Zhonghang headquarters. Did you hear? Di Xiaoba walked in for less than 5 minutes, and Manager Lee was fired. How do you know? I just went to get water and heard the vice president announce it. Wow, it's Di Xiaoba again? 2 things today are related to her. Could it be that she is the canary of the senior management? How is that possible? The one who drove the Lamborghini with her yesterday, which senior management wouldn't be furious? Besides, the senior management doesn't have that much power. So, does that mean? A group of people, upon reaching this point in the conversation, looked at each other with a sense of fear. Is it that handsome guy who drives the poison sports car? What background does he have to handle this matter so cleanly? It's really hard to imagine. My brain is almost not enough. I'm scared. Who would dare to provoke him? Stop talking, Di Xiaoba is coming out. Everyone watched as Di Xiaoba walked out of the office. Their eyes clearly showed signs of fear. They had also participated in the rumors and discussions before. Now I realize, I can't provoke this at all. If I'm not careful, I might end up like Li Chusheng, being kicked out. Finding a job is so difficult now. No one wants to lose their livelihood because of discussing her matters. Quick, check Di Xiaoba's information to see if she meets the criteria for special treatment and salary increase. Right, see if we can promote her despite the rules. Her work performance is evident. We can't overlook any talent. We must reuse them. The HR department also got busy, pulling out her resume and annual assessment records. They studied carefully to see if they could improve Di Xiaoba's treatment. The finance department was also feeling anxious about the allowances and subsidies they had previously deducted under various pretenses. They were thinking of ways to return it to her. Over here, Di Xiaoba walked towards the elevator. As she exited the company, the looks she received were all friendly and flattering. Everyone had a smile on their face. She felt quite pleased inside. This was completely different from the lewd expressions everyone had before. It seemed that no one would spread rumors anymore, and all of this was related to Zhang Yu. Di Xiaoba quickly realized this. Before getting out of the car, he told himself not to be afraid, he would handle everything. However, she couldn't understand how Zhang Yu managed to resolve these 2 matters so quickly and even elevated his reputation in the company. If he weren't a person of great standing, it wouldn't be possible to resolve things so thoroughly. There was not a single piece of news left online. Manager Lee also said it was done. She had to thank him properly. Such a huge favor, she didn't know how to express her gratitude. You're out. How did it go? In a corner of the underground parking lot, Zhang Yu saw Di Xiaoba come out and asked, "Just as you predicted, the matter has been resolved." Seeing him, her feelings for him were beyond words. This kind of man seemed to have done nothing, yet completely protected her and supported her. He didn't even need to show up in person. Di Xiaoba had no resistance to such a man. An overwhelming sense of gratitude surged in her heart. With no way to repay him, she could only dedicate her life to him. This thought popped into her mind. Di Xiaoba couldn't help but bend down and give Zhang Yu a deep kiss on the cheek. All her gratitude was contained in that kiss. What the hell? Zhang Yu was completely unprepared. The beautiful woman directly gave him a kiss? Is this your way of thanking me? Di Xiaoba blushed and didn't speak, just nodded. But if you want to thank me, isn't this a bit lacking in intensity? He joked. Di Xiaoba softly said, I'll do whatever you say. She was completely ready, without any hesitation. Let's leave here first and go home. This underground parking lot had cameras. He didn't want to be posted online again using a precious future card. Okay. Di Xiaoba nodded. As she spoke, he started the sports car and took Di Xiaoba away from the Zhonghang Company headquarters. Landlord, you go up first. When they reached the entrance of the Binjiang Mansion community, Di Xiaoba suddenly said, What's wrong? Zhang Yu asked. I'm going to buy something at the supermarket. Di Xiaoba said softly. Alright, then I'll head home first. Zhang Yu dropped her off at the roadside and then drove into the community. After watching him leave, Di Xiaoba turned and walked into the supermarket. There weren't many people in the supermarket, but when she walked in, every customer suddenly felt that the store had brightened up a lot. Looking again, a tall, dazzlingly white beauty walked into the store, exuding an extraordinary aura. She was already used to the feeling of being watched. She could only pretend not to see and pick out the items she wanted to buy. She arrived at the shelf, looking at a certain small umbrella brand displayed above. After thinking for a second, she quickly took down a box. Wow! The male customers felt disillusioned. She came in and bought this, which meant, sigh, every goddess you can't have has a wealthy person behind her that she has to please in every way. Even this had to be bought in person. Dishaba was ready to check out and realized that this item in her hand seemed too eye-catching. Just then, feeling a bit hungry, she wandered over to the snack area and grabbed 8 Swiss rolls. Then, Dishaba arrived at the checkout counter. She first handed the Swiss rolls to the cashier. After scanning, the cashier asked, "Anything else?" "Yes." Dishaba looked down at the ground and handed over the small umbrella. The cashier was instantly envious. Such a beautiful exotic-style woman actually came to buy this item herself. She didn't know who was so lucky, so obedient and compliant. However, this supermarket was backed by the Binjiang mansion. Those who lived here were all people of status, so it wasn't surprising. No matter how beautiful a woman is, even if she is 1 in a million, she is still not as rare as a top billionaire. The wealthy living in Binjiang mansion are at least 1 in 100,000. A 1 in a million beauty is not enough to be noticed. After Dishaba finished checking out and left the supermarket, she thought, strange, why do I feel like I've seen her somewhere before? To confirm, he took out his phone to check. He found that the previous browsing history was gone. Strange. He clearly had an impression in his mind, so why couldn't he see it? Zhang Yu returned home first. Suddenly, a series of message notifications rang out on his phone. He picked it up to see that it was from Chen Wan. Since adding her on WeChat last time, they hadn't really chatted much. Although Chen Wan always initiated topics, Zhang Yu's responses were quite perfunctory. What was she coming to talk about this time? Didn't she know this constituted harassment? Upon seeing the message, his eyes widened. This time, she sent several live photos, very revealing. It was clear that they were taken with care. That kind of half-concealed look was something the young and impetuous Zhang Yu couldn't handle at all. No wonder she was a top green tea, knowing how to find the right angles. Zhang Yu didn't really approve of her character and values, but that figure, he had to admit, was impressive. So, what do you want? Zhang Yu replied, nothing much. Zhang Yu, what are you doing? Not much, just at home. Are you free? I want to come find you in this outfit, Chen Wan said directly. Can I take photos on your rooftop terrace? The weather is nice today. Ever since her last visit to his home, she couldn't forget it, always fantasizing about how comfortable and free it would be to live in such a luxury apartment. She didn't want to live in a 30 square meter studio anymore. I'm afraid not today. Zhang Yu directly refused. Okay then. Chen Wan didn't expect him to refuse so straightforwardly, without even giving a reason. But she didn't dare to show any displeasure. Alright, let's talk next time when you're free. After replying to the message, Zhang Yu called the security office. Mr. Zhang, how can I assist you? The property security office, upon seeing Zhang Yu's call, didn't dare to be negligent. Ever since he moved in, the property management had been trying to figure out Zhang Yu's background. Especially with the recent events, he had become somewhat famous in Jiangchang, making the property management more cautious about his affairs. It's like this. For my personal safety, from now on, anyone coming to see me, except for the 3 tenants in my apartment, must make an appointment with me in advance, Zhang Yu said. Chen Wan always wanted to come and play with him, although he had refused. He didn't want her to come unannounced and suddenly knock on the door. That would be a bit awkward. Alright, Mr. Zhang, we will instruct them immediately. We will definitely strengthen the questioning. The property management, charging such an expensive fee, had a top-notch service attitude, not to mention the security and public area cleanliness of the community. Even the owner's deliveries and takeouts were handled by dedicated butlers, delivered right to the owner's homes. The security requests made by the owners naturally had to be complied with. After Zhang Yu finished giving instructions, he hung up the phone. At that moment, the front door of the house was opened. It was Di Xiaoba. Back, what did you buy? Zhang Yu smiled. I bought. I'll tell you later. Di Xiaoba placed her things on the table and said, I'm going to take a shower first. She had drunk last night and went straight to sleep, and today she woke up and went to the company again. After such a long time, could she not wash up? Zhang Yu glanced at the shopping bag. With his 2.0 supervision, he saw a small square box. He smiled knowingly. Since the bathroom on the first floor had not been repaired yet, Di Xiaoba went to the shower room and the master bedroom on the second floor. Zhang Yu picked up the bag and went straight upstairs. I've brought the things up. Hearing him say that, Di Xiaoba's face turned even redder. She didn't dare to say a word. Well, it had to happen at least once. The atmosphere had built up to this point, and it would be inappropriate to back out now. Moreover, the landlord Zhang Yu had such a masculine demeanor. He had helped her out several times. In over 20 years, he was the first man to make her heart flutter. It was just a pity that she knew her place. Her identity was too ordinary, while he was too dazzling. It was impossible to ask him for anything. His strong capabilities would not stop for just one person, so she would repay him with her most precious self. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to return this favor. From now on, she would never mention this matter again, as if it had never happened. After washing up, Di Xiaoba came out wrapped in a towel and saw Zhang Yu looking at her. Her face flushed, and she lowered her head. Zhang Yu smiled. All done? She nodded. Pull the curtains, the daylight is a bit glaring, Zhang Yu instructed. She obediently complied. Next, skip 10,000 words, completely blocking out everything from the outside world. Zhang Yu's feeling was just like what the money-adding master said, those classic 2 words. When the sky outside darkened, Zhang Yu sat on the sofa, picked up his phone, and checked for any new messages. Di Xiaoba quietly tidied up. When her mind cleared, she felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. So she said, I'll take the sheets to wash. Okay, you go ahead. Zhang Yu watched her clean up. The velvet-like white sheets had small red marks scattered on them. Di Xiaoba also saw them and tidied up even faster. Then she went to the laundry room. In front of the mirror, she noticed many red fingerprints on her shoulders, waist, and legs. She froze for a moment, quickly put on her clothes to cover the marks. Landlord, Xiaoba, are you home? We're almost there. At that moment, in their small group chat, Lu Huanxiao tagged both of them. We're at home, Zhang Yu replied. Then don't go out, okay? We'll go out together later and have a meal. Lu Huanxiao said in the group. Sister Xiao, why? At this moment, Di Xiaoba also saw the message and replied. Xiaoba, why didn't you answer my call just now? I was so anxious. Such a big deal happened, and you didn't tell me. Pan Yuyao saw Di Xiaoba's message and couldn't help but send a voice message. We called you in turns more than 10 times just now, and you didn't answer. Are you that busy? Di Xiaoba glanced at Zhang Yu, recalling the time of the phone call just now, and said, I just went to eat something and didn't bring my phone. Oh, what good food did you eat without calling me? You can't eat alone next time. Pan Yuyao pretended to be angry. Okay, I promise next time. Di Xiaoba said this and noticed Zhang Yu was smiling at her, causing her face to flush again. This matter couldn't be shared together. After putting down her phone, she looked out the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, she felt someone wrap their arms around her waist from behind. It was Zhang Yu. From now on, you are my woman. If there's anything, just tell me. Zhang Yu whispered in her ear. Landlord, I don't want you to do anything for me. You've already done so much. Di Xiaoba felt grateful in her heart. She didn't dare to ask him for anything more. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been able to get past the hurdle of the blood-sucking father and son. His appearance had directly eliminated the biggest hidden danger in her heart. You don't want anything? Zhang Yu was a bit surprised. The differences between people were indeed too great. People like Chen Wan and Lu Ruyan were very goal-oriented. Landlord, can you not tell those two? Di Xiaoba said, including everything that happened today and all the details from yesterday. Okay, I won't say anything. Zhang Yu nodded. In front of you 3, I am still the landlord. She didn't want her sisters to worry, nor did she want their future relationship to change. So, pretending nothing had happened was the best way to handle it. While they were talking, the sound of the door opening echoed again. It was the 2 sisters returning. Di Xiaoba hurried to the door to greet them, taking Lu Hanxiao and Pan Yuyao's bags. Oh, I missed you so much. The sisters embraced each other first after not seeing each other for a day. Their bond was truly strong. They worked together and spent their off hours together. They were not biological sisters, but they were closer than sisters. Are you hungry? I'll go cook something for you. Di Xiaoba said. Also, thank you for covering for me. We're all sisters. There's no need to be so polite. Lu Hanxiao said. How about we don't cook today and go out to eat instead? She suggested. Landlord, is that okay? Di Xiaoba turned to ask Zhang Yu for his opinion. Where to eat? Isn't there a mall downstairs? We can see which place is good and eat there. Pan Yuyao said. So it was decided. The 4 of them tidied up a bit and went out. Since the mall was right downstairs, they didn't need to dress up deliberately and wore their most casual home clothes. They even went without makeup. Even so, a man and 3 women walking in the mall still attracted a lot of attention. Indeed, good-looking people look beautiful in anything. The 3 of them have different temperaments and styles. They look so good even without makeup? Who is that handsome guy? I'm really envious of him for having 3 beautiful women with him. He seems to be the one living in Binjiang Mansion, the one who drives a Lamborghini. I thought he looked a bit like him, and now that I see it, it really is. Are those 3 also living in Binjiang Mansion? Look, the woman next to him seems to be the daughter of the Lu family. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Which Lu family? Which Lu family could there be in Zhangcheng? It's the Lu Group that runs Jiutong Pharmaceutical Group. Wow, is it that powerful? The Lu Group is one of the top 10 groups in Zhangcheng. At its best, it even ranked in the top 5. It mainly focuses on the medical and pharmaceutical industries. It has 3 pharmaceutical factories for hospitals and dozens of sub-brands of medicines. It generates hundreds of billions in revenue each year and provides tens of thousands of jobs. It is a major taxpayer in Zhangcheng. The influence is also quite significant. Zhang Yu listened to the discussions of passers-by and learned about Lu Huanxiao's true identity. Some manage electricity, some manage water, some manage finance, and the Lu family controls the pharmaceutical industry in Zhangcheng. This is one of the highest profit margin industries. Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao, the 2 sisters, were even more incredulous upon hearing the discussions. They widened their eyes and asked, "Sister Xiao, is what they said true? You are the daughter of the Lu family?" "Sigh, I knew it would be hard to keep it a secret forever." Lu Huanxiao shrugged, expressing her helplessness. All along, she had concealed her identity in the company and in front of her sisters. Everyone could tell her family was wealthy, but they just didn't know which family it was. She had done a good job of keeping it confidential. Unexpectedly, she was exposed in this marketplace. There was no way around it. Many people who came to this market were well-known figures in Zhangcheng or peripheral members of the upper class. When it comes to gossip about the wealthy, they are like a treasure trove, as they rely on this information gap for their livelihood. So, it was not surprising that Lu Huanxia was recognized. "OMG, Sister Xiao, you actually..." The 2 sisters couldn't help but say, "Then you must treat us to this meal today. You've kept this from us for so long." Although they could usually tell that Lu Huanxiao's family was very rich, they never expected it to be this wealthy. She was actually a big player in Zhangcheng's pharmaceutical industry, with an annual turnover of hundreds of billions. A true heiress of a wealthy family. All right, I'll treat." Lu Huanxiao readily agreed. Then she said, "But you mustn't tell anyone. I don't want others to know, especially at the company." "Got it, Sister Xiao." The 2 sisters nodded in agreement. If she didn't want them to say, there must be a reason for it. "Let's eat at this place." "Okay, I want hot pot too." The 4 of them turned around and stopped at the entrance of Old Heidi Hot Pot restaurant. The staff warmly welcomed them inside and arranged for them to sit at the best windowside table. First, sitting at the outer table was to attract customers. Second, having these 4 handsome men and beautiful women at the window was like advertising for the restaurant. Sure enough, upon seeing the 4 at the entrance, many people who were originally headed to other restaurants turned around and entered Old Heidi. The occupancy rate in the restaurant was significantly higher than usual. "Go arrange for the kitchen to prioritize their dishes," the front hall manager instructed. These customers looked extraordinary, and there could be no issues with their service. Soon, the dishes ordered by the 4 were served. "Hey, wait, it seems we didn't order these dishes." Lu Huanxiao pointed to several plates of meat. "Did you order them?" Zhang Yu and the 2 sisters shook their heads. "These are complimentary for you from our restaurant, feel free to eat," the staff explained with a smile. They were like living advertisements for the restaurant, and today's customer flow had increased by more than 50% compared to usual. Sending a few plates of dishes was nothing. "Since it's complimentary, let's put everything in the pot," Zhang Yu said. Almost simultaneously, the other 3 reached for the raw meat slices in the plate with their chopsticks. Lu Huanxiao and Di Xiaoba quickly reacted and withdrew their chopsticks, leaving the opportunity to perform to the youngest, Pan Yuyao. The steam rose from the hot pot. The 3 flight attendants chatted about the things they had encountered in the past few days while eating. When girls are together, there is always endless conversation. For a moment, Zhang Yu was left out. However, he didn't mind. He focused on fishing out meat from the pot to eat. Today's physical exertion was a bit much. This amount of food was hardly enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Di Xiaoba was also the second most voracious eater among the 4. Although she was talking, she didn't forget to fill her stomach first. "Are you 2 big eaters?" Pan Yuyao stared in disbelief. "I've been running for 2 days and I've never been this hungry." "Here, this piece of meat is ready. I'll give it to you first." Di Xiaoba directly picked up a piece and placed it in her bowl. "Xiaoba, you're the best," Pan Yuyao exclaimed. With food in front of her, she forgot everything else. The greedy girl just loved this taste. For her, the most delightful thing in life right now was eating. "Come on, let's raise a glass." The 4 of them lifted their juice drinks. "This is the first time our family of 4 is eating together. Let's take a picture," Pan Yuyao suggested. "What family of 4? Zhang Yu and Lu Hanxiao exchanged glances with Di Xiaoba, but they still cooperatively raised their peace signs. "Oh, isn't that Pan Yuyao? It's been years, and I didn't expect to see you here." At that moment, a few people passed by outside and glanced over. Suddenly stopping in their tracks, they recognized Pan Yuyao. She had been eating happily, but upon seeing those people, her expression changed instantly. The tripe in her mouth lost its flavor. Zhang Yu looked over and saw that there were both men and women among them, with hair dyed in various colors. They looked like a rainbow turned into living people. Definitely spirited young men and women, all dressed in eccentric outfits. One girl had her hair in messy braids and wore dark eyeshadow. She was dressed in tattered pants, with just a few threads connecting the top and bottom of her pant legs. She was the one who had recognized Pan Yuyao earlier. "Who are you?" Lu Hanxiao looked at them and spoke first. She noticed the change in her sister's expression. "It's nothing, just saw an old friend and wanted to say hi." "Right, Pan Yuyao? Hey, why aren't you saying anything?" the girl with the braids said to her. Pan Yuyao kept her head down, not looking at them, and didn't say a word. "Ugh, so boring, still the same old Pan Yuyao. Let's go," the group said as they turned to leave. "They're gone," Di Xiaoba said softly as she watched them walk away. "Landlord, Sister Xiaoba, you all eat first, I want to go back." Pan Yuyao stood up. "Yuyao, wait, let's go back together," Zhang Yu said. Clearly, that group not only knew Pan Yuyao but also had some past conflicts with her. Otherwise, her mood wouldn't have dropped so suddenly. Hearing his words, Pan Yuyao felt a warmth in her heart. When someone is feeling down, a word of encouragement can make a big difference. "Thank you, I'm fine," she smiled. "Then let's go, we'll go back together," Lu Hanxiao added. "The three of us, no matter what we do, we have to do it together." They had just about finished eating. After saying that, she noticed Zhang Yu's somewhat surprised expression. Remembering what had happened earlier, she felt a bit guilty. Then she stepped forward and linked her arm with Pan Yuyao's. Di Xiaoba also stepped forward to comfort her. Zhang Yu followed a few steps behind them, watching the three of them walk arm in arm. With their nearly identical tall figures walking side by side in the mall, they were the most beautiful sight. Wherever they went, they drew admiration. He couldn't help but have a somewhat wicked thought. Given time and opportunity, this would be 3 times the joy. And among the 3 sisters, they were just missing Pan Yuyao. Cough, 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 thinking too much now. The main task at hand was to avoid overthinking. Exiting the mall, they reached the entrance of the community. After returning to Binjiang Mansion and tidying up a bit, it was already late at night when they went out and came back. Zhang Yu returned to his master bedroom on the 2nd floor. He turned on the 100-inch TV hanging in the bedroom. There was a national team match tonight. As a diehard fan, he naturally had to pay attention. A 100-inch TV really feels great to watch. "Landlord!" At that moment, Lu Huanxiu's voice came from downstairs. "The shower on the 1st floor is still broken." "I don't know. Just wash on the 2nd floor," Zhang Yu replied from above. "The 2nd floor?" Hearing this, Lu Huanxiao snorted. "I suspect you're just not fixing it on purpose." "It must be like that." Zhang Yu could achieve his goal, forcing the 3 of them to wash in his bedroom. As for why, it was all to take advantage of them. This little thought was truly seen through. Then he thought again, living in a house worth tens of millions and driving a car worth tens of millions. Logically, he shouldn't be lacking in girls, so is he really that hungry? Besides, for him, he had long since had no secrets. She even thought about calling a repairman online. While thinking this, Lu Huanxiao suddenly realized something. Wait, did I just act cute towards him? That little hum just now was clearly a behavior only between couples. Although Lu Huanxiao had never been in a relationship, she had seen it in dramas. She knew what acting cute looked like. Lu Huanxiao, if this continues, you're really going to fall. The aloof persona is collapsing too quickly. Not just physically, but is this heart also leaning towards him? It's really terrifying. Even with such thoughts, Lu Huanxiao's body was still very honest. She didn't think too much. Taking a towel and a change of clothes, she went to the bathroom on the 2nd floor. She saw Zhang Yu lying on the bed in a starfish position, leisurely watching a soccer match on the sofa. "Hey, Zhang Yu, why is there no bed sheet on your bed?" Lu Huanxiao noticed something odd in the room. "I washed it," Zhang Yu smiled. "You have to change it every once in a while, don't you?" Lu Huanxiao was left speechless. "Sigh, I'm really innocent. I can only blame the alcohol. It's all the alcohol's fault." Lu Huanxiao's face turned red as she entered the bathroom and closed the door. Not long after, Di Xiaoba also came to the 2nd floor. "Landlord, I've washed and dried the sheets. Should I put them on for you?" she said, holding a set of sheets. "Okay, thank you," Zhang Yu smiled. Di Xiaoba walked to the bed and began to spread the sheets. Her movements were very skilled. Zhang Yu glanced at her. She was bent over, busy. Suddenly, a word popped into his mind. Virtuous. It was hard to imagine the #1 beauty from the flight attendants in Jianghang, a goddess in the eyes of many. Yet, when it came to doing housework, she was so adept. the emotional value was directly off the charts. Moreover, watching a beauty do housework was a kind of enjoyment. It made Zhang Yu feel very pleased. Xiaoba, why are you putting sheets on for Zhang Yu? At this moment, Lu Huanxiao finished washing and walked out of the bathroom. Seeing the scene before her, she was utterly stunned. What on earth happened during the day they were away from Su City? Could it be? Remembering the rumors she had seen, she quickly thought, Di Xiaoba was also taken? This is truly a disaster. This is too scary, Lu Huanxiao thought. It's only been a few days, and 2 out of 3 positions had already fallen. On the battlefield, that would be a major defeat. And he hadn't even put in much effort. Forget it, no matter what, she had to protect the last one. Otherwise, if all 3 fell collectively, that would be too much. She also wondered if Pan Yueying would. After thinking carefully, she realized she had hardly left her sight, except for that one time by the river at night. But then again, based on her timing of coming back, she shouldn't have been affected, unless Zhang Yu was quick. But how could she not know if he was quick or not? At that moment, Pan Yueying also came up to the second floor. Seeing Di Xiaoba making the bed, she hurried over to help. Xiaoba, let me help you. No need, I'll be done soon. Di Xiaoba didn't want her to notice the problem with the sheets. Then I'll take out the trash. Pan Yuyao picked up the trash can, saw the tissues and other miscellaneous items inside, and didn't think much of it. She tied up the trash bag and took it outside to throw it away. Watching the two of them eagerly helping with their own rooms, Zhang Yu also felt pleased. When she looked up, she found Lu Hanxiao, who had just finished showering, looking at her with a somewhat complicated expression. Are you very hungry? Lu Hanxiao asked. Yes, very hungry, Zhang Yu nodded. As soon as she spoke, she guessed what Lu Hanxiao was asking, so she followed her lead. Are you eating everywhere because you're hungry? No, I only eat at home. Are you changing flavors tomorrow? That depends on how good the previous meal was. The two of them were having a coded conversation that Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba couldn't understand. Wait, landlord, Sister Xiao, what are you talking about being hungry? Didn't we just eat? Yeah, and weren't we just eating outside? Why is the landlord saying it's at home again? The two of them asked curiously. Pan Yuyao knew nothing and was an outsider. Di Xiaoba, on the other hand, was unaware that Lu Hanxiao's position had also been compromised, leading to this information gap. It's nothing, I was just asking him what he plans to eat tomorrow. Lu Hanxiao changed the subject. It's getting late, let's go back to the first floor. She personally watched the two girls go down the stairs before following behind. Oh, right. Lu Hanxiao suddenly remembered something. We have an international flight tomorrow, and we won't be back until the day after tomorrow. Just wanted to let you know. After saying this, she felt annoyed, wondering why she had to tell him that. An international flight? Zhang Yu smiled. Then what should I eat tomorrow? You. Lu Hanxiao was almost speechless. Who understands? She found herself completely at a loss. Was she really going to sacrifice herself, feeding the tiger? As long as the tiger was full, it would sleep soundly and wouldn't harm others anymore. After thinking it over, she finally made up her mind. Later, let's have a late-night snack. Ah, Sister Xiao, you want to have a late-night snack? The two girls in front turned back to ask, do you want to eat too? Lu Hanxiao felt a bit awkward. Then we won't eat, we're on a diet. The two girls shook their heads and returned to their respective rooms. Lu Hanxiao also went back to her room, her mood still unsettled. Zhang Yu lay down on the made bed. She continued watching the game. When the match ended, the team won 1-0. The process was full of twists and turns, very dramatic. The game started late, and the stoppage time was long, so when the match ended, it was already midnight. System, let's open a blind box, Zhang Yu said. Immediately, the system's virtual screen lit up in front of her. It was still the familiar interface. I'll just draw the first one. She was too lazy to choose. Whatever she drew, she would leave it to fate. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 55% stake in Rice Technology Company, becoming the largest shareholder. Rice Technology Company, with a market value of 200 billion, has core businesses in mobile phones, cars, drones, and is the most popular tech company in Huagua. Wow! Zhang Yu was so surprised that she sat up from the bed. Rice Technology Company? This was the first time she had drawn such a big company. 200 billion. What a concept. It was among the top 10 wealth levels in Huagua. The phone she used was even from Rice Company. Suddenly receiving such immense wealth was a bit overwhelming. Host, do you want to hide your identity as the largest shareholder from the public? Hide it. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and replied. She wasn't ready yet. This kind of information only needs to be known by the top 10 or so people. Depending on the situation, it may be opened up to middle management at most. The identity of the host shareholder has been encrypted, confidentiality level, S level. At this moment, the Dami technology company was still brightly lit. The latest research project was working overtime to catch up on progress. Even the company's top executives were personally overseeing the work. In the chairman's office, OK Brother looked at a message on his phone and fell into deep thought. After decades of hard work, the major shareholder he had never met finally sent news that they were coming back to take over the shares. Reflecting on his entrepreneurial journey, the major shareholder had provided considerable support. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the glory he had today. One could say he was cultivated by the major shareholder. OK Brother silently said, "Thank you for the years of trust, major shareholder. From now on, I owe you nothing." With this day, he had already achieved success and could now prepare to hand over all the shares. He had actually been prepared for this day long ago. There were no doubts about anything else. It was just that he didn't expect the major shareholder in the photo to be so young. They looked like a recent college graduate, even 2 years younger than him. When he just started his business, the person in the photo probably hadn't even been born yet, right? Of course, perhaps it was the power behind the scenes that pushed him out. That was the only explanation. Okay, the company's major shareholder. Other executives also came to the office. "I already know," OK Brother said. "What instructions does the major shareholder have for us?" the executives asked. The major shareholder requires strict confidentiality regarding identity information. So, apart from middle management and above, everyone else must keep it confidential, including employees and the media. Understood. We'll take care of it right away. Since the publicly known chairman had issued a gag order, the executives immediately conveyed and executed it to all departments. It's time to sleep. After receiving the rewards from Dami Technology Company, Zhang Yu turned off the lights, and it took him a long time to calm his thoughts. Unintentionally, he had drawn a 200 billion large company. It had whetted his appetite. What would he draw next? Looking again at the system description, Zhang Yu finally understood. It turned out that this blind box was drawn because of the 10-star bonus, which came from Dishaba. The rewards from regular blind boxes weren't this substantial. After taking stock, the next closest to 10 stars was Pan Yuyao. Only 1 star left to fill. Zhang Yu was a man of action and disliked procrastination. It seemed he needed to quickly get Pan Yuyao to reach 10 stars and then draw the next big reward. Unfortunately, they were flying on an international flight tomorrow, so the earliest would be the day after tomorrow. She should be asleep by now. At this moment, Zhang Yu really wanted to use his identity as a shareholder of the airline to rearrange their schedule overnight. However, thinking that this might raise suspicions, he decided to hold off for now. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Who?" Zhang Yu perked up his ears. "It's me." Outside was Lu Huanxiu's voice. 3 question marks rose above his head. No way, she really came for a late-night snack? He thought she was joking. Zhang Yu got up to open the door. He saw Lu Huanxiu standing there with a cold expression. He couldn't help but sigh. She was truly a high-cold goddess. Even coming for a late-night snack, she still had that face. It seemed so reluctant, so contradictory. Are they all asleep? Yes. Lu Huanxiu felt a strong sense of shame, as if her head had dropped, her body no longer under her brain's control. "Hurry up, I have to get up early." Her tone was like that of an old married couple going through the motions. But, after Lu Huanxiu walked through the door, she reminded, Pan Yuyao is still an intern, her thoughts are the purest, she hasn't seen the malice of society. This sacrifice is truly great. Zhang Yu couldn't understand why she would do this. Could it be that she was born into a wealthy family and has grown accustomed to deceit since childhood, instinctively wanting to protect the naive Pan Yuyao? Thinking this way made her heart race a little. Or perhaps, Lu Huanxiu has developed a taste for it, saying one thing but her body being very honest? After all, she is already 28. But no matter what, she was here now. "I understand what you mean, stop standing at the door, come in," she said, pulling her by the arm. In the master bedroom, the atmosphere was electric. Meanwhile, outside the community, a black business car had been parked by the roadside for a long time under the cover of night, creating a strong sense of confusion. Inside the car, someone was using binoculars to scan the area. Then they reported back via phone. "Young Master Wang, we found out. Lu Huanxiu is renting a place from a homeowner named Zhang Yu in Binjiang Mansion. She is also living with 2 colleagues, all on the first floor." Who is Zhang Yu? Wang Xiaosong had never heard of this name. "He's the one who drives a Lamborghini. There's news about him online," the subordinate reported. "So it's that person? What kind of background does he have?" Wang Xiaosong became curious. Living in a better house than him, driving a better car, yet they couldn't find out his background? "Young Master Wang, don't worry, we will continue to investigate." "Wait a minute," Wang Xiaosong said again. "I called Lu Huanxiu several times, but she didn't answer. Is she asleep? Young Master Wang, the 3 rooms on the first floor turned off their lights quite early. The second floor still has a lamp on. The person in the car reported, and that was all they could see. Then she should be asleep. Wang Xiaosong comforted himself. I checked, she has an early shift tomorrow, she has to get up before dawn. She's so dedicated, she must have gone to bed early. However, he was still uneasy about Lu Wanxiao staying here for another day. He needed to find a way to bring Zhang Yu some misfortune. He also needed Lu Wanxiao to move out as soon as possible, no matter what it took. At 5 a.m., as the sky outside began to lighten slightly, a tall and graceful figure finally left the master bedroom on the second floor. Zhang Yu looked at himself in the mirror. His eyes were bloodshot, and dark circles had formed. Looking down, he couldn't help but sigh. He noticed an unread notification in the system. Lu Wanxiao had reached 6 stars. After diligent effort, he had finally reached the passing line. Leveling up was so difficult. He didn't know what kind of astonishing reward awaited her after reaching 10 stars. Anyway, the harder it was to level up, the greater the reward. Forget it, time to sleep. When he was in a daze, he didn't know how long had passed. He heard a few people talking downstairs. Sister Xiao, it's time to get up. You have to go to work. Strange. Sister Xiao usually gets up the earliest. What's going on today? Di Shiba looked at the time. It was already 7 o'clock. Usually, she would get up at 6. Every time, she was the one waking them up. Could it be that she's adjusting her schedule for an international flight? Let's go to her room and pull her up, help her wash up. The 2 girls had slept soundly that night, completely unaware of what had happened. Should we wake the landlord too? Pan Yuyao asked. Why wake him? He doesn't have to work, Di Shiba said. Let him sleep a little longer. Shiba, you're so heartless, Pan Yuyao said, propping her eyelids open with her hands, forcing herself to wake up. I'm almost flying out of fear for international flights. Can someone save me? Stop talking, unless you find a boyfriend to support you. Let's hurry up. The 2 entered Lu Wanxiao's room and found her sleeping soundly. Sister Xiao? Pan Yuyao patted her arm. No response. Let's help her wash up first. Di Shiba glanced at the time. If they delayed any longer, they would be late. You go get her toothbrush and toothpaste, and I'll help her get dressed. As Di Shiba spoke, she went to the wardrobe to get clothes. Lu Wanxiao was acting unusually today. What could be wrong? Did she have insomnia? Di Shiba helped her put on her clothes. At that moment, Lu Wanxiao finally woke up, still a bit dazed. Sister Xiao, get up quickly. I'll brush your teeth for you. Pan Yuyao had already squeezed out the toothpaste. Lu Wanxiao numbly nodded and went to the sink. Sister Xiao, did you not sleep at all last night? You look so tired, Pan Yuyao said. Lu Wanxiao felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She instantly became fully awake. I'll do it myself. You go help me pack my luggage. Watching her walk away, Lu Wanxiao's heart rate finally calmed down a bit. Looking at herself in the mirror, she cursed inwardly. What a mess, how could she be so careless? She couldn't blame Zhang Yu either. Who would have thought it would turn out like this when she went crazy? Zhang Yu slept deeply, oblivious to the world. When he woke up again, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Feeling his stomach rumble, he realized he was a bit hungry. So, he got up and washed up. He planned to go out for something to eat and take a stroll. The weather outside looked pretty good today. Surprisingly, Lu Wanxiao's sacrifice really worked. He slept for 7 or 8 hours without having a single dream, his mind completely blank. It hadn't been like this before. Zhang Yu smiled helplessly. Who would have known it would turn out this way? When he got to the first floor, he found it empty. The 3 flight attendants must have already been on international flights. They wouldn't be back until the day after tomorrow. He would have to spend the next 2 days alone in this huge house. So, he wasn't very keen on staying home. He went downstairs, got into his Lamborghini, and drove out of the community. The sunlight outside was just right. He remembered a restaurant he had eaten at before, where the food was quite good. He decided to go there. It was only a 4 or 5 minute drive. At that moment, a few traffic police officers in reflective vests were on duty by the roadside, directing traffic. One of the female officers was leaning against her motorcycle, drinking water, when she turned and saw a Lamborghini appear in her line of sight. Her eyes widened for a second. Suddenly, she perked up. She handed the water bottle to her colleague, put on her helmet, and jumped on her motorcycle to chase after it. Captain, what's going on? Seeing her long legs swing over the police motorcycle, her teammates asked. The racing car from that night has appeared again. I'm going to chase it. You all stay here and keep watch, she said sternly. Last time, she hadn't caught up and had ended up with a mouthful of dust, returning to face criticism. This time, she couldn't let it get away again. So, the female officer twisted the throttle of her motorcycle and sped off. Hey, this captain really won't let him go. If she had this much enthusiasm in finding a partner, she wouldn't be single for over 20 years. The captain is really dedicated. What kind of life is it for a few thousand a month? Inheriting family wealth would be much better. The teammates couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Enough talk, let's keep watch here. At this moment, the female police captain had long stopped hearing her teammates' discussions. Riding her police motorcycle, her mind was filled with only one belief. She had to catch that guy from the night of the race. He deserved to be punished. Otherwise, how could she hold her head high in front of her teammates in the future? Not just for the sake of pride, but to prove herself. Zhang Yu was driving a Lamborghini ahead, and through the rearview mirror, he noticed a police motorcycle about 100 meters behind him. It had been following him the whole time. Even after turning several corners, he couldn't shake it off. Oh no, is it coming for me? Zhang Yu thought back, he hadn't done anything wrong. A proper citizen. Well, it should have nothing to do with me. So, Zhang Yu accelerated the vehicle again. Can't you see my turn signal? And you're speeding up even more, this is ridiculous. The female officer noticed the sports car in front accelerating and became even angrier. Wasn't this a provocation? Her anger flared up. So, she twisted the throttle and sped up to chase after him. Wow, a street chase? What did the car in front do to be pursued like this? Could it be that there's some virgin syrup in that car? But that female officer really looks fierce like a leopard. Wait, something seems off. Bystanders noticed the two cars, one in front and one behind, unable to shake each other off or catch up. They began to discuss among themselves. Moreover, they kept their distance, afraid of being caught in the wake of the cars. At another intersection, the light turned red. Many elementary school students were queuing to cross the street. It really is coming for me? Noticing that the motorcycle was still behind, but there were people in front, blocking the way. There was no choice, Zhang Yu's car had to slow down. Behind him, the female officer on the motorcycle saw the sports car decelerating and quickly hit the brakes. But it was too late. With a long ah, she called out. Although the motorcycle tried its best to slow down and avoid the collision, it still grazed past the rear of the Lamborghini. A chunk of paint the size of a bowl was scraped off. Zhang Yu felt the car vibrate from the impact. The scene suddenly became awkward. He got out to check and found that a lot of paint had come off the back of the sports car. The female officer on the motorcycle got off and saw the damage at the rear. She felt a wave of dread. Oh no, such a luxurious sports car, just a little scrape. The repair cost would be at least hundreds of thousands. Looking at the owner of the sports car, he was surprisingly young and handsome. Now, all the speeding and violations didn't matter anymore. The nature of the situation had changed. Before Zhang Yu could say anything, she hurriedly said, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. Whatever the repair cost is, I will cover it all. Out on duty, and she ended up rear-ending someone else's car. This was too ridiculous, a Waterloo in her career. It would add a significant black mark to her record. If her family found out, they would never agree to let her do this job again. He didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. A huge repair bill, and she was willing to pay? As she spoke, she took out a business card. This is my personal information. You can rest assured I won't run away. Zhang Yu glanced at it. The name on the card was Sume. Her title was Captain. Sume looked up and saw that she was making a phone call, contacting a tow truck. Yes, I'm at the intersection of Yutsai Primary School. Please send a tow truck as soon as possible to avoid affecting traffic. You want to tow my car? Zhang Yu asked. Sir, it was my vehicle that caused the damage. You don't need to worry about this. I will cover all the costs. After it's repaired, I'll return the car to you. Sume said with a face full of apologies. To be honest, her attitude in admitting fault was quite good. But there's just one thing. Sume hesitated. Go ahead. Zhang Yu was curious about what she wanted to say. Just, please don't file a complaint or post this online. I promise to handle it well. Sume assured him again. Oh, so that's what she was worried about. Zhang Yu understood in his heart. However, it was clear that Sume knew that repairing this car would be very expensive. It was definitely not a small fee of tens of thousands, and her assurance to cover all the costs indicated that her financial capacity could afford the repair expenses. Another wealthy young lady out to experience life? No. Why do rich people love to work so much? Zhang Yu recalled a tenant at home, Lu Wanxiao, who was just like that. What should I do if I don't have a car to drive? Zhang Yu asked. Sir, don't worry. Before the car is repaired and returned, I will lend you my personal vehicle, Sume quickly explained. It's already on the way here. As soon as she finished speaking, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan turned the corner and drove towards them. Upon seeing the car, Sume waved her hand. The car slowed down and pulled over to the opposite side of the road. Sir, that's the car I usually drive. It's not a great car, so just make do with it, Sume said apologetically. The Cullinan could be considered a T1 level luxury car, selling for 7 to 8 million. But in front of a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno, it really was nothing to mention. You call this not a great car? Heavens, is the world of the rich really this extravagant? This female officer could clearly be a young lady but insists on going to work. Bystanders watching from a distance felt a tremendous shock. What kind of talk is this? Truly, another day of shattered worldviews. A delivery truck passed by, and the imbalance in their hearts was palpable. They felt the urge to do something. Are you saying I can drive this car? Zhang Yu circled around the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This car was different from a sports car. It was big enough and had a commanding presence. Plus, it had 4 seats and a trunk. Its practicality was stronger than that of a sports car. If it weren't for the system's reward, Zhang Yu thought this kind of car was quite good. Moreover, the license plate hanging on the car caught his attention. Zhang A666666, such a lucky number? And easy to remember. He couldn't imagine how much it would cost to buy that plate. Yes, sir, Sumei said. Please leave your name and phone number, and I will contact you once the car is repaired. She knew that such a car had no spare parts in the country and had to be sent back to the original factory for repairs. Because the car was too luxurious, it had to be handled with utmost care during transportation. The entire process would take at least over a month. She felt quite guilty for causing such a significant impact just to chase after a car. So, can I take the car? Zhang Yu said. Since the Lamborghini couldn't be driven anymore and would be towed away, her proposed solution was not bad. For him, any car was the same. After all, he wasn't spending his own money. Hey, wait a moment. Sumei thought for a moment. She walked to the trunk of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Bending down, she took out a black backpack from inside. Zhang Yu watched silently. It was normal for her to take out her personal belongings from the car. However, the next second, Sumei handed him the black backpack. This bag contains 200,000 yuan. Consider it my compensation for your mental distress. Sumei's expression was very sincere. Wait, this money? Zhang Yu weighed the backpack. Sir, this is my pocket money, which I always keep in the car. I often forget to bring my phone, so I prepared it, Sumei explained. This reason wasn't unreasonable. However, nowadays, not many people carry large amounts of cash when going out. So, can I just take it? Zhang Yu laughed. She drove such a nice car. Her family must be very wealthy. There was no way she would ruin her reputation for 200,000. No problem at all. Sir, you haven't given me your contact information yet, Sumei reminded him. Then let's add each other on WeChat, Zhang Yu said, opening the QR code on his phone. Sumei took out her phone to scan it and saw his profile picture. She couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. This WeChat name and profile picture seemed familiar. What's wrong? Zhang Yu asked. Oh, it's nothing. I've added you, please accept it. Sumei snapped back to reality and said. After adding each other as friends, he didn't want to linger at the scene any longer and drove off in the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Through the rearview mirror, he saw that the tow truck had already been dispatched. Sumei and several staff members were directing the scene, moving the Lamborghini onto the tow truck. The area was also cordoned off, clearing nearby vehicles. After a while, once the Lamborghini was towed away, Sumei finally let out a sigh of relief. Sigh, today has really been unlucky. Not only did she fail to complete her work tasks, but she also crashed someone's car. Not to mention the hefty repair costs. Her own vehicle was also totaled, so for the foreseeable future, she would have to ride a bicycle to work. The bitterness in her heart had nowhere to go. The teammates who came to assist upon hearing the news looked at her with a dark expression and didn't dare to joke around. A small episode ended just like that. Zhang Yu drove this unfamiliar car. Different cars had similar operating methods, and he quickly adapted. The car was still filled with a faint scent of fragrance. It was clearly a vehicle meant for women. Fortunately, the decorations and furnishings inside were mostly neutral. There were no overtly feminine features, otherwise, it would have been difficult to drive. He glanced again at the black backpack in the passenger seat. 200,000 in cash was quite a lot. In this day and age, scenes of using cash were becoming increasingly rare. He noticed a bank not far ahead. Thinking that he had nothing else to do, he decided to stop by and deposit the money. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu parked the car next to the bank. He got out, took a bundle of cash, and walked into the bank. Hello, what service would you like to request? The female teller at the window asked. I'd like to make a deposit, Zhang Yu replied. How much would you like to deposit? 200,000. The teller, dressed in a bank uniform, finished her work on the computer and turned to grab the stacks of cash that had been pushed through the window. When she looked up and saw Zhang Yu, she was momentarily stunned. He noticed the change in her expression and was used to it. Good-looking guys were a rare resource. It was normal to be the center of attention wherever he went. Zhang Yu thought to himself. The teller's expression changed, and she opened her mouth, suddenly exclaiming, You are Zhang Yu, right? Ha! He was recognized? Zhang Yu was puzzled. Who was she? Looking closely at the teller's face, he examined her features. She had her hair tied up, a fair oval face, a small mouth, and a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. She had a delicate and refined appearance. He found her somewhat familiar, quickly matching her to past memories in his mind. Then, he suddenly realized, wasn't this his classmate from childhood, Su Mufei? Moreover, she was also his former neighbor, living in adjacent houses in the village. They had been in the same class since elementary school. They were classmates for 9 years until they graduated from middle school. The two often went to and from school together, living close by, so they could be considered childhood sweethearts. However, when they graduated from middle school, Su Mufei's family moved away. After that, they never saw each other again. At that time, Zhang Yu didn't have his own mobile phone number, so they gradually lost contact. It had been 7 or 8 years since then. Seeing an old acquaintance again, Zhang Yu felt a surge of emotions. Fate is truly wonderful. Zhang Yu, please wait a moment. Let me finish this transaction, and then we can catch up properly. Su Mufei's emotions were clearly much more excited. Meeting a childhood playmate is something worth being happy about. She saved 200,000, and then instructed a colleague to cover her shift. Then she walked out. Here, take the passbook and keep it safe. Let's go over there and talk. Seeing her happy expression, Zhang Yu's mood was also brought back to the past. Meeting an old childhood friend was indeed something to be grateful for. When he was young, he never understood why many parents could chat for a long time with acquaintances they met on the street. Isn't it the same now? Zhang Yu, how have you been these past few years? Su Mufei asked with concern. Pretty good. And you? Zhang Yu asked back. I'm doing well too. Su Mufei looked at Zhang Yu. You've become even more handsome after all these years. You've grown quite a bit taller. In the past, she remembered Zhang Yu as being quite short. Suddenly seeing him so tall and handsome, she really didn't dare to recognize him at first, fearing she might call him by the wrong name and feel embarrassed. Compared to before, Zhang Yu had changed a lot. He was even more handsome and had a manly charm now. Yeah, I just shot up in height these past few years, Zhang Yu laughed. Back in high school, he wasn't particularly outstanding, and at that time, he was even shorter than Su Mufei. But in the following years, he grew taller each year, going from 165 centimeters to 185 centimeters. That's good, Su Mufei asked. Have you had a girlfriend? Good question, Zhang Yu smiled. Strictly speaking, I don't have a girlfriend yet. That's good, Su Mufei thought to herself, feeling a bit sentimental. Do you still remember back then? I remember, Zhang Yu smiled. If it weren't for the move, we would have been together. Speaking of which, Su Mufei was his first love during puberty. They had mutual feelings for each other. But before they could break through that last layer of hesitation, Su Mufei's family moved away. Later, they changed their contact information. The regrets of adolescence came to an abrupt end. He never expected to meet her again here years later. Yeah, Su Mufei also felt a wave of emotions. Her heart stirred, feeling that her somewhat bleak life had brightened up again. By the way, Zhang Yu, what are you doing now? Su Mufei asked. Me? Zhang Yu thought for a moment and found an excuse, just working part-time, nothing worth mentioning. He was currently a shareholder or boss in 3 companies. But no matter which identity, saying it out loud would still scare people. So it was better not to mention it. That's nothing, we're all working people, Su Mufei smiled. Hurry up and come handle your business, there's a line at the bank, the branch manager urged at that moment. Okay, coming right away, Su Mufei replied. Well, should I go busy myself now? Su Mufei asked hesitantly. You go ahead, we can chat when you have time, Zhang Yu smiled. Oh right. She suddenly remembered something. The village we used to live in is going to be demolished. Tonight, the whole village is going back for a final farewell dinner. Are you going back? What did you say? The village is going to be demolished? Zhang Yu had a big question mark over his head. Yeah, you didn't know? Su Mufei was puzzled. Even after her family moved away years ago, they received a notice, and Zhang Yu didn't know? I really didn't know. He shook his head. But that makes sense, Su Mufei suddenly realized. Even though we moved, the old house is still there. You don't own a house, so. That's not the case, Zhang Yu smiled lightly. Alright, you go ahead and get busy. We'll talk after work. Watching Su Mufei return to her workstation, Zhang Yu fell into deep thought. Luckily, he passed by and ran into an old classmate and neighbor here. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know if his house was being torn down. After that, the memories from the past sprang to mind. Since he could remember, he had never seen his biological parents. He was raised by his grandparents. There were also several elders in the family, including his second uncle, third uncle, and little aunt. They lived in a 6-story self-built house. This house had 2 floors under Zhang Yu's name. The others each had 1 floor. It was built primarily by his father, as the eldest son. When he was young, Zhang Yu didn't understand any of this. It was all controlled by the elders. He never expected that now, when it was about to be demolished, they would keep it from him. Since entering university, Zhang Yu hadn't returned home. He worked part-time during the winter and summer vacations. His ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, was someone he met while handing out flyers for a part-time job, and she was the one who pursued him later. Now, years had passed. Zhang Yu owned the most luxurious house and car in Jiangcheng. He also controlled 3 companies in finance, aviation, and technology, becoming a hidden billionaire worth thousands of billions. However, when the matter of his hometown was brought up again, it still stirred unresolved feelings within him. Although the 2 floors of the self-built house in the urban village weren't worth much, with compensation calculated at 5,000 per square meter, it would only amount to around 1 million. But it was a matter of principle. What is mine is mine. I can choose to give it up, but you cannot take it away. Moreover, this was the only thing left to him by his parents. Zhang Yu thought to himself that since he knew about it now, he should take this opportunity to go back. He would handle the demolition issue, and afterward, he would have nothing to do with his second uncle, third uncle, and the others. Then he could return to Binjiang Mansion, wait for the flight attendant Tenant to come back, and live a carefree life. At that moment, a phone call came in. Looking at the caller ID, it was actually the head of Dami Technology's Central China headquarters, Zhuang Xiaoxiang. As a senior executive, he knew his position. President Zhang. As soon as the call connected, the other side greeted him warmly. Is there something you need? For business matters, just report directly to General Manager OK. President Zhang, there's something related to you that I must report, Zhuang Xiaoxiang said, looking at the blueprints on his desk with a serious expression. Go ahead, what is it? It's like this, President Zhang. The company is preparing to build a research and development center in the southern part of the city. The land acquisition and demolition discussions are almost settled, Zhuang Xiaoqiang reported. But there is one family that is asking for an unusually high compensation, and we can't reach an agreement. Moreover, our investigation found that this building seems to have 2 floors that belong to you. I want to confirm. No need to confirm, those 2 floors are indeed mine, Zhang Yu replied calmly. Ha! Zhuang Xiaoxiang was taken aback. How could the demolition actually involve President Zhang's family? Moreover, that family was completely silent about Zhang Yu, clearly trying to take advantage of the chaos to pocket the compensation for the 2 floors. The people below couldn't understand why, with only 4 families involved, they were trying to claim compensation for 6 floors, and the person involved had not shown up. The subordinates didn't know Zhang Yu's identity, and unable to resolve the issue, they reported it up to Zhuang Xiaoxiang. So, President Zhang, what should we do next? Zhuang Xiaoxiang awaited his instructions. No rush, let's put this on hold for now. I want to go back and take a look today. Do you want me to send a few subordinates with you? Zhuang Xiaoqiang also sensed that the family was not on good terms with Zhang Yu. The most absurd part was, didn't they know President Zhang's true identity? Was the confidentiality maintained so strictly that even blood relatives were unaware? No need, you just carry on with your work. I can go by myself. Zhang Yu hung up the phone and glanced at Su Mufei at the counter, making a gesture that he was leaving. She nodded in agreement. Zhang Yu drove away in his Rolls-Royce Cullinan, leaving the bank. Inside the bank, someone exclaimed and quickly asked Su Mufei, "Who was that person you were just talking to? He was driving a Rolls-Royce?" Colleagues were astonished. Really? I didn't notice. Su Mufei was a bit surprised. Are you sure it's him? How could I be mistaken? It's definitely him. Her colleague was deeply impressed by Zhang Yu's tall and handsome appearance, watching him walk the entire time. Does he have a girlfriend? I don't know. Su Mufei smiled faintly. Well, even if he doesn't have a girlfriend, it wouldn't be my turn. The excitement of her colleague faded as reality set in. Among all the bank branches, Su Mufei's looks could rank in the top 3. While she was just one of the most ordinary ones. Rich people aren't blind, they know what kind of girlfriend to look for. What a wasted hope. At that moment, Su Mufei fell into deep thought. Zhang Yu drove a Rolls-Royce? Logically, that seemed unlikely. It was probably borrowed. She didn't think much of it. Today, when she returned home after work, she would encounter him again and could ask then, "Sister Xiao, look quickly, isn't that Zhang Yu's car? Why is it on a tow truck?" At that moment, at a transit airport for an international flight, Lu Huanxiao and her 2 companions welcomed a brief half-hour break. The international flight took too long, with 2 layover stops in between for refueling and maintenance. The flight attendants could take this opportunity to rest on the ground. Pan Yuya opened her phone and immediately saw a video of the tow truck. Let me see. Lu Huanxiao looked at the phone screen. This was filmed and uploaded by a netizen at the entrance of an elementary school. Several police officers were directing the towing of a Lamborghini onto the truck. The rear of the car had noticeable scratch marks. In the comments section, many netizens expressed schadenfreude. That car has been so flashy for so long, finally crashed, huh? It seems it was hit by a female police officer's motorcycle. I was at the scene. She even lent her own car to that car owner. If you ask me, she shouldn't have done that. Netizens were posting bitter comments, unable to stand seeing others do well. It really is Zhang Yu's car, Lu Huanxiao said. There was only one Lamborghini in Zhangcheng. No matter when, it would always be the focus of netizens. A rear-end collision with a traffic police motorcycle would definitely be hot news. Looking at other related videos, someone captured a scene of a Rolls-Royce leaving. That's the female police officer's car. Rolls-Royce, where did she get that much money? Could it be that she's corrupt? Below, there were still many comments from netizens. Upon seeing the license plate number, Lu Huanxiao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. That license plate number was too familiar. If it wasn't a fake plate, that meant she was about to make an international call to verify what was going on when Di Xiaoba hurried over. Sister Xiao, it's time. We need to get ready. Lu Huanxiao had to put down her phone and quickly switch to work mode. It really is Sister Xiao. Pan Yuya was dumbfounded. You should learn from her. The probation assessment is coming up soon. Di Xiaoba couldn't help but tap her on the head. Why couldn't she get nervous? Meanwhile, Zhang Yu was driving towards his hometown. As the houses on both sides of the road became shorter and more dilapidated, it indicated that he was nearing his destination. Looking at the expanse of low-rise urban villages ahead, this was the place where he had grown up, and this land was about to be demolished to become the new research and development base for a rice technology company. The roads in the urban village were relatively narrow. A large vehicle like the Rolls-Royce Cullinan could enter but not exit, so Zhang Yu parked the car in an outdoor parking lot outside and walked in. After winding through a few alleys, a 6-story self-built house appeared before him. The house was nearly 20 years old. The wall displayed a year in striped tiles, 2005. It seemed the village was bustling. Some were busy moving, while others were taking photos in front of their old houses. Many people received a large sum of compensation for the demolition. They are about to move into the city, leaving behind this dilapidated urban village. Who wouldn't be happy? Moreover, the compensation standards are higher than in other places. Zhang Yu heard that the old house was also bustling with voices, lively conversations filling the air. I told them, as long as they give us the money according to our demands, we can move tonight. Yeah, I heard that a big company, Rice Technology, wants this land. It's a big enterprise, with deep pockets, so we should ask for more. Exactly, when the demolition money comes through, we can gather together and split it according to our shares. Inside the house, a large family of 3 generations, over a dozen people, sat together, chatting happily. Great! This way, I can afford the bride price when I get married. I can finally realize my plan to open a nail salon. Once the old house is torn down, we can all move into new homes. The younger generation also expressed their dreams. What are you all talking about? It's so lively. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. Everyone inside froze for a moment and then looked outside. Zhang Yu, why are you back? Indeed. Although they hadn't seen each other for years, almost forgotten, there was still this person in the Zhang family. When Zhang Yu's tall figure, standing at 185 centimeters, appeared at the door, it truly stunned the dozen or so people inside. How could it be him? Mom, who is he? A child of about 10, who had never seen Zhang Yu, curiously asked. Zhang Yu, why are you back? A middle-aged man with a receding hairline stood up, looking somewhat awkward. He was Zhang Yu's second uncle, Zhang Jianmen, the grandfather of the little girl just mentioned. It's somewhat amusing, although the second uncle is younger than his father, he married and had children early, so he already has grandchildren, while Zhang Yu himself is still unmarried. I came back to share the demolition compensation. How could you not tell me about such a big event? Zhang Yu smiled, getting straight to the point. Share what demolition compensation? Who told you? A middle-aged woman with a flat nose and protruding lips couldn't help but shout. She was Zhang Yu's second aunt. The Zhang family had kept this matter under wraps, even informing familiar neighbors to keep quiet, fearing that Zhang Yu would find out. How did he get the news? Who was the traitor? That's not important. What matters is how much I can get. Zhang Yu did not answer. You haven't even called in years. Do you even care about us elders? You only come back when you hear about the demolition?" Her moral high ground was evident. With that, the dozen or so people in the Zhang family were instantly stirred up. "Zhang Yu, you're just an ungrateful wolf. How dare you come back for a share? You're no longer a member of the Zhang family. This building's demolition has nothing to do with you." Several cousins chimed in. They also knew about the two-story house and were hoping to get a bigger share of the money to open a shop or gather a bride price. Originally, if Zhang Yu didn't know, this matter would have been settled by tonight. Once the house was pushed down and the money was in hand, it would be impossible for him to get anything afterward. The money in hand was already planned for use, but now, he suddenly appeared. Wouldn't that ruin their plans? So, several cousins of similar age were the most agitated. They had never gotten along with Zhang Yu. They hadn't played together as children, and after so many years apart, they felt as distant as strangers. "Dad, I'm about to get engaged to my girlfriend. We can't let him mess things up." I know. The second uncle naturally understood. If Zhang Yu takes this money, then the engagement is off. It's so hard to find a wife these days. I can't let Zhang Yu succeed. If I remember correctly, this building has 2 floors that belong to me, right? There was a written proof back then. What proof? I haven't seen it, Aunt Air retorted. I've never seen any proof. Isn't that right? Yeah, we've never seen it, the Zhang family members chimed in. Uncle, are you going to play dumb too? Zhang Yu directed his words at him. Zhang Yu, it's like this, Uncle Air tried to calm him down. There are many things you don't understand. You were still young back then, you must be mistaken. Like this, Uncle Air continued, I know you've had a hard time these past few years. How about we gather 100,000 yuan for you to start a business or spend as you like? The others nodded silently in agreement. The 2-story self-built house could be worth over $1 million. If they could settle him with 100,000, it wouldn't be a loss. If he wanted more, they could just deny it. If the elders feel it's difficult, then how about this? Zhang Yu said. The ownership of those 2 floors is disputed, and the paperwork is unclear. I'll go check it out. If you want to demolish, then take down the 4 floors below. Leave the 2 floors above for now. Once it's clear how to handle it, we'll deal with it accordingly. This suggestion made several cousins laugh in anger. Although they hadn't studied much, they weren't fools. How could you demolish only the lower part of a building and leave the upper part intact? Wasn't that just looking for trouble? Zhang Yu, stop making unreasonable demands. Either take the 100,000 and leave, or you won't get a single cent. Choose, Aunt Air said, a bit anxious, pressing the elders. Dad, say something, manage your unfilial grandson. Zhang Yu, this is the elders' decision. As a junior, you have no place to interrupt. Grandpa spoke up at that moment. In fact, he felt a bit guilty seeing Zhang Yu back, but it was only a little. Now that there was a grandchild getting engaged, it was a priority for the Zhang family to expand. Fingers have different lengths. Plus, under pressure from others, he had to lean towards the majority. Good, very good. Zhang Yu looked at the 3 family members, none of whom stood by him or spoke for him. He knew there was no need to spare them any face. The 2 floors being demolished were worth just over $1 million. To him, it was nothing. If anyone from the Zhang family, even one person, had said a kind word, with a sincere attitude, he would have completely let it go. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Saying another word would be a waste of expression. Zhang Yu, what do you want? His cousin noticed the change in his expression and felt a bit uneasy. Are you thinking of getting physical? She was dressed up extravagantly, with nails several centimeters long. She could be considered a little beauty. Used to a life of comfort, she was accustomed to others' goodwill. Seeing Zhang Yu's expression suddenly made her a bit scared. The others also became alert. Zhang Yu, don't be reckless. Everyone here is your elder. Poof, he sneered. All right, you can't demolish this building. Just continue living here. If they couldn't change the situation, all their plans would fall apart. What a joke. Aunt Air said, is the planning bureau run by your family? Is the big capitalist company yours? But Zhang Yu ignored her. He directly sent a message to Zhuang Xiuqian. Immediately connect with the relevant departments and change the planning scheme. The Zhang family's building will be bypassed and not demolished. Received, President Zhang. I'll take care of it right away. Zhuang Xiuqian seemed to be waiting for the news, almost replying in seconds. He didn't dare to ask further. I knew it must have fallen through. I had already seen the true colors of those from the Zhang family. After replying, I quickly made a phone call. Zhang is back in the urban village. It might get unpleasant. Everyone nearby, keep an eye out. If there's any movement, act quickly. Yes, we will ensure Zhang's safety. His subordinates replied one after another. Wait, Zhang Yu, who are you messaging? Uncle Tu asked, puzzled. Zhang Yu shook his phone. Everyone, wash up and go to sleep. This building won't be demolished. You'll get news by tomorrow morning at the latest. What nonsense are you talking? Who do you think you are, acting like this is such a big deal? Cousin scoffed. You called 12345, right? Let me tell you, it's useless. With his imagination, he thought, what could Zhang Yu possibly do? It was just a matter of calling 12345, the mayor's hotline, to complain about the situation. But who would pay him any mind? Although they hadn't seen each other for years, he had occasionally heard news about him. The last piece of news was that he had been dumped by his girlfriend of several years. This had even become a joke in their eyes. Besides, my fiancé, who I'm about to marry, works at the planning bureau. Otherwise, we wouldn't have such good information, Cousin said proudly. This was also a point of pride for the Zhang family. They thought it was impressive that he found a girlfriend with a stable job. Although his girlfriend from the planning bureau didn't come today, after the demolition, she would become part of the Zhang family. At this point, Cousin's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Xiao Li. He saw the caller ID. It was his girlfriend from the planning bureau. What's going on with your family? The tone on the other end was not good. What do you mean, what's going on? Cousin glanced at everyone and replied, I just got news that the plot is going to be replanned, and we have to work overtime tonight. Replan what? Cousin still didn't understand. Are they expanding the demolition area? If that were the case, the vegetable garden behind would also be demolished, and they could get more money. Your building is not going to be demolished. The response from the other side left him dumbfounded. No, is there a mistake? Didn't we agree that it was set in stone to be demolished? Cousin started to panic. Not going to be demolished. We received a call from the higher-ups and the rice company. They want to reduce the area by a few hundred square meters. Just enough to exclude your building. Having been called back for an emergency shift, his mood was already bad. And now to learn that the Zhang family's building wouldn't be demolished was even worse. The only building involved was theirs. The other areas were just some low sheds and vegetable plots, which were insignificant. What could possibly make the rice company prefer to leave out a corner of the land rather than include it? Why is that? Cousin was still confused. You all think carefully about who you might have offended. And then the call ended. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Cousin stood there in shock. Son, what's going on? Uncle Tu and Aunt Tu quickly asked. Our building isn't going to be demolished, Cousin said dejectedly. What? Not going to be demolished? Is there a mistake? Did we ask for too high a price? Quickly call the demolition head and say to stick to the previous price. It was almost a done deal. How could it suddenly not be demolished? You're not joking with us, are you? The Zhang family erupted in chaos upon hearing him. There were all kinds of reactions, but disbelief was the most common. If it wasn't going to be demolished, then it was all over. Not only would their plans be ruined, but they would also have to continue living in this dilapidated building. Who could accept that? I'm not lying to you. Cousin's eyes were devoid of light. My girlfriend said we must have offended some big shot for this to happen. Offending a big shot? With over 10 members of the Zhang family, you look at me, I look at you. The conclusion is impossible. Those who have dealt with it have no ability to decide which building to demolish and which to spare. After thinking it over in my mind, I couldn't match any clues. Then, all of them, in unison, turned their gazes towards Zhang Yu. Their eyes were filled with confusion and fear. Excluding all possibilities, the remaining one, no matter how absurd, must be the truth. Could it be? This matter is related to Zhang Yu? I calculated in my heart that the phone call just now came after the complete fallout. But how could that be? Zhang Yu is just at the age of graduating from university, and the tuition was earned from working part-time. How could he have such power? I remember now, Zhang Yu came back driving a Rolls-Royce, a cousin suddenly said. At first, I misidentified it and didn't recognize it. Rolls-Royce? Everyone seemed to be hearing a fairy tale. But I checked. That car isn't Zhang Yu's. It's a car belonging to a very wealthy person. The cousin said this. The older cousin reacted. Oh, I understand now. Zhang Yu is being kept. He's a gigolo, right? I never expected, Zhang Yu, that you would do such a thing for money. You've ruined our Zhang family's reputation. The second uncle's face also turned red. Zhang Yu, is this true? The grandfather's emotions were a bit agitated. You attend a prestigious university, and it's a normal university. How could you do such a disgraceful thing? And Zhang Yu just smiled indifferently. The Zhang family had rationalized everything, labeling him according to their own thoughts. Explaining further was a waste of time. Look, you've been exposed. Feeling guilty, huh? The older cousin laughed. Zhang Yu, you make me feel sick, the older sister also scoffed. They vented all their anger about the demolition on him. Anyway, no matter what, it's all Zhang Yu's fault. You all have some nerve, daring to slander our general manager Zhang. At that moment, there was a commotion outside, and a loud voice came in. Everyone looked towards the door. They saw a burly man, accompanied by several young men, walking this way. "Oh, isn't that General Manager Guo from the demolition office?" The second uncle hurried out, approaching from a distance. Then he couldn't help but ask, "General Manager Guo, I heard my house won't be demolished anymore. What's going on? Is there a misunderstanding?" As he spoke, he continued to express, "General Manager Guo, if it's really difficult, let's take a step back and demolish it at the previous price. We can move out tonight." "It can't be demolished," General Manager Guo said. "General Manager, please, how about we give a 10% discount on the previous demolition payment? That should be acceptable, right?" The second uncle knew that once it was demolished, the money would be in hand. If it wasn't demolished, the house would just be construction waste, left to rot there. "It can't be demolished. Can't you understand human language?" General Manager Guo shot him a glance. "You offended General Manager Zhang, and the consequences are self-inflicted." Saying this, he enthusiastically walked towards Zhang Yu, extending his hands from a distance. "General Manager Zhang, I've long heard of your great name. It's truly a pleasure to meet you here." Looking at General Manager Guo, who was in charge of this demolition area, treating Zhang Yu with such fiery enthusiasm, the 10 or so members of the Zhang family were left in shock. General Manager Gui was in charge of this demolition work, and all major and minor matters were decided by him. His power was undeniable. How could he be so polite and take the initiative to shake hands with Zhang Yu, showing such respect? And he even called him General Manager Zhang? Zhang Yu, so young, had already become a general manager? How could that be? It felt like watching a science fiction movie. "You're too polite, General Manager Gua. The demolition work in this area has been done well." Zhang Yu also smiled. "The demolition of the land involves too many matters. The Dami Technology Company wants to use this land to build a new R&D base. General Manager Gui was able to complete all the demolition basically a month and a half ahead of the scheduled date. His capabilities are quite strong. If it weren't for the Zhang family's unreasonable demands, the demolition could have been completed even earlier. Just one day earlier in development could save a lot of money." "Zhang Yu, you've become the boss?" Uncle looked at Zhang Yu, feeling so unfamiliar. "Could it be that you are the head of the Dami Technology Company's Zhongcheng branch?" That was the only conclusion he could come to. Even at this point, it was the limit of his imagination. "Zhang Yu, I was wrong just now. I apologize to you. After all, you can't write two Zhang characters with one stroke. We are all family." "Zhang Yu, we didn't mean to target you, we were just narrow-minded. I hope you won't hold it against us." The Zhang family realized Zhang Yu's current status should not be underestimated. They forced smiles on their faces, trying to be friendly with Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's position now was beyond their imagination. They were still hoping he could help them out, give them a leg up. Their faces were almost blooming with smiles. What a miscalculation. Why didn't they check in advance how Zhang Yu became this boss? What kind of power was behind him? It should still be timely to curry favor with him now, right? Branch manager? Let him take that position? Cousin scoffed. Even though the Zhang family was now trying to adapt to the situation, he couldn't swallow this anger. He had originally planned to rely on the demolition to get 500,000 as a bride price to marry his girlfriend who worked in the planning bureau. Once he completed this task, his grandparents would also take out a considerable amount of their savings to support him. It would be like marrying a wife with a stable job without spending much money. If this worked out, he would be the most capable man in the Zhang family. Now, with Zhang Yu's appearance and the talk of no demolition, all his plans were ruined. Therefore, he was the most affected. He had never gotten along with Zhang Yu since childhood, and now because of this reason, cousin was even more resentful towards him. "So what if you are the boss of the branch? Aren't you just living off others? I'm not your employee, I'm not afraid of you." He now felt that the car Zhang Yu drove was borrowed. That title of general manager was just a hollow name. It might just be a paper tiger. Thus, cousin didn't leave himself any way out. "Zhang Yu, I don't care about that. If there's no demolition, then you should pay up. Aren't you the boss? Can't you fork out a few 100,000? Cousin's demand made Zhang Yu laugh. How could someone be so brazen as to ask for money? Moreover, at that moment, Zhang Yu suddenly remembered that among the debtors of the Papapa Loan Company, there was someone named Zhang Weilong. At the time, he thought it was just a coincidence of names. Now recalling the client information, he realized that this person was the so-called cousin in front of him. According to the data, Zhang Weilong owed a total of 200,000 to the Papapa Loan Company and was already in default. They had urged him many times, but Zhang Weilong had not repaid. He was one of those who had been taking advantage of the last time Ding Kuan brought them. Round and round, they returned to the starting point. Since this Zhang Weilong was so arrogant, this time, he would completely subdue him. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "Zhang Weilong, you are being a bit arrogant with those words. What's wrong with being arrogant? Are you going to hit me? Zhang Weilong laughed. Then I'll just lie down here, and you can wait to pay me. Also, is my name something you can just call? No matter how rich he was, he still had to pay attention to his reputation. He had taken being a rogue to this extent. Zhang Weilong, you still owe 200,000, and it's been overdue for a long time. Now, including interest and penalties, it's a total of 281,000. Isn't it time you paid me back? What 200,000? When did I owe you money? Zhang Weilong scoffed. It seems that if I don't remind you, you've really forgotten. Zhang Yu laughed. You owe 200,000 to Papa alone. It's all in black and white. The contract is in my hands. Do you still want to deny it? What, Papa alone? Zhang Weilong snorted coldly, ready to refute. Suddenly realizing something, his expression changed drastically. You are the owner of Papa Loan? He had recently heard that the loan company had a new owner, but he didn't know who it was. He thought that maybe he could get away with not repaying that debt. He never expected that the owner of the company was Zhang Yu. Now, the Zhang family, led by his second uncle, was even more surprised. Could it be that Zhang Yu had more than one company under his name? In such a short time, he already had 2 companies? What the hell was going on? Zhang Weilong, what's wrong with you? How can you still owe 200,000 and not pay it back? His second uncle looked at his son with a tone of disappointment. Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. It must be a mistake. Someone must have used my identity information. It has to be fake. Zhang Weilong shouted, I lost my wallet and documents before. I had no idea. Now he was just trying to deny it, hoping to get away with it. As long as he refused to admit it, it wouldn't be real. Are you saying that the facial recognition information you provided with your ID card was also coerced by someone else? Zhang Yu ruthlessly exposed him. Gua, the general manager, and several subordinates widened their eyes in shock. They never expected that coming to meet Zhang Yu would lead to such a big revelation. How could the entire Zhang family be so bizarre? How was it that only Zhang Yu stood out among them? Well, Zhang Weilong hesitated for a moment and then said, Zhang Yu, I really have to tell you, since the company is yours, I really won't pay back this 200,000. Let's see what you can do about it. He had already made up his mind to delay the payment for as long as possible. Now that he knew the company was Zhang Yu's, he was even less inclined to pay it back. He didn't believe that Zhang Yu would disregard family ties and force him to pay. If he did that, he would become a joke himself, which wouldn't be good for his company's development. This was a poisonous scheme called mutual destruction. After all, he had nothing to lose. He wanted to see what Zhang Yu could do to him. At this moment, even the members of the Zhang family looked at him with unfamiliar eyes. Compared to a rogue, Zhang Weilong was simply a prodigy of shamelessness. Zhang Weilong, how can you be so shameless? At that moment, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Someone else had arrived? Gua and the Zhang family turned to look. They saw a woman with long hair, wearing black-framed glasses and a fitted women's suit, walking towards them, holding some documents and other items. Seeing her, Zhang Weilong immediately went up to her. Qinli, what are you doing here? Zhang Yu also realized that this woman must be the girlfriend who was supposed to get engaged after receiving the demolition compensation. She looked like a standard civil servant. Moreover, he unexpectedly found that she was quite good-looking. Among the women in the organization, she was definitely a standout. Although she wasn't as stunning as the 3 flight attendants, she would be considered a class flower in school. She was about on par with Chen Wan. Plus, she had a kind of intellectual and capable aura, which suggested she would be promoted quickly in the future. No wonder the Zhang family cared so much about the demolition compensation. If his cousin could marry a class flower-level civil servant girlfriend, that would truly be a blessing. However, given the current situation, it seemed there was no hope for that now. I was originally here to resurvey the land. Qinli's face was like a sheet of ice. Zhang Weilong, is it true that you owe someone 200,000 and haven't paid it back? Facing her questioning, Zhang Weilong dared not hide the truth. Yes, that's right, but I have my reasons. What reasons do you have? Did someone force you to borrow it? And what did you spend that 200,000 on? Was it for gambling? Qinli, after all, worked within the system. Her words went straight to the point. Qinli, I didn't gamble, really. Zhang Weilong was anxious. I liked you too much and wanted to buy you a bag, clothes, cosmetics, but I had no money, so, are you saying that those things were all bought on loan? Qinli felt her blood pressure rising. She was not a woman who craved vanity. At first, she hadn't intended to date Zhang Weilong because they were simply not on the same wavelength. Later, he sent her gifts every day. Qinli was somewhat moved and decided to give it a try, but they had agreed to keep their distance and not cross any lines before getting engaged. At that time, Zhang Weilong had also agreed. Now that he confessed, Qinli felt like a clown. All the gifts he gave were bought on loan. What kind of nature is this? It meant she was completely unaware and would have to bear this debt? No one could accept that. Without the means, one should not pretend to be wealthy. That changes everything. Zhang Weilong, how could you do this? Seeing Qinli's face turn pale, her uncle and aunt knew the fault lay entirely with their son. They quickly apologized to Qinli. He just liked you too much, that's why he did something foolish. Please give him another chance. Zhang Weilong, I think there's no need to continue this conversation. I'm tired. Qinli was utterly disappointed in him. The relocation had complications, it didn't matter. The betrothal gifts didn't have to be that much. Moreover, it was Zhang Weilong who had voluntarily suggested using the relocation funds as betrothal gifts. Although disappointed, she could accept it. But now she discovered that Zhang Weilong had also concealed his debts. This completely crossed the line. She uttered a sentence and then turned to look at Zhang Yu. I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhang, I didn't know it was like this. Don't worry, if he doesn't pay back the money, I'll pay it, Qinli assured him. She wanted to use this money to completely sever ties with the Zhang family. There would be no further entanglements, and she felt a sense of dread in her heart. Fortunately, it was Mr. Zhang from Dami Technology who appeared and changed the relocation plan, allowing her to escape a disaster. At first, when she was notified to work overtime, she was indeed a bit angry with Zhang Yu. Now that she thought about it, she felt ashamed. Zhang Yu had indirectly saved her from the fire pit. Zhang Yu looked at Qinli. It seemed her nature wasn't bad after all. He had previously doubted what kind of woman from the system would be interested in someone like his cousin. It turned out she had been deceived all along. Thankfully, this matter was exposed, otherwise, it would have harmed her. It's okay, you all handle it as you see fit, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Zhang Weilong watched Qinli speak to him so politely, and his anger surged even more. Qinli had never spoken to him so courteously. Good for you, Qinli, so you just despise the poor and love the rich. Since they were breaking up, Zhang Weilong no longer cared about anything. Is it all my fault for being so good to you? That's enough, his uncle shouted from the side. Don't you know what you've done? Hurry up and apologize to her. Uncle, I think you all understand what's going on, Qinli said to the Zhang family. There will definitely be no future between me and him. He doesn't need to pay back that 200,000. I'll pay it. As she spoke, she took off the watch, necklace, and other items she was wearing and handed them to her uncle. No words were needed. This attitude had already made everything clear. Aunt Air was about to faint. After all the effort and preparation, in the end, nothing was gained. The house would not be demolished, and the fiancé they had hoped for was gone. Their son was also exposed for being in debt. It was all over. The Zhang family was now silent, not daring to speak. Mr. Zhang, may I add you on WeChat? I will transfer the money to you right now. Qinli stepped in front of Zhang Yu again. She bowed respectfully. Qinli, we are neither relatives nor subordinates. Such a grand gesture is too much for me to accept, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Mr. Zhang, you are being polite. Not knowing in advance about the property dispute is also my work error. Otherwise, things would not have turned out this way. Alright, since you want to repay the money, I won't refuse. Zhang Yu took out his phone. Ding! After adding each other on WeChat, the 200,000 yuan was quickly transferred. It truly confirmed that saying, when others take a long time to repay money, it feels like finding it. Zhang Yu's first reaction was to spend the money directly. Mr. Zhang, I have transferred it to you, please check, Qinli said. Received. Zhang Yu smiled and said, by the way, for the subsequent planning work on this plot, I will trouble you. Mr. Zhang, rest assured, this is our duty, and we will do our best. Qinli felt a sense of spring breeze when she saw Zhang Yu, handsome, tall, and capable. There were no flaws in any aspect. In comparison, Zhang Weilong from the Zhang family seemed too unremarkable, too lacking in presence. Qinli spent her university days in the library, went straight to work after graduation, and had never ventured into society. She had seen few men, so she almost got deceived. Saying that Zhang Yu was her savior was not an exaggeration. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Mr. Zhang, do you have time? I would like to invite you to dinner tonight, Qinli said sincerely. Even so, it could not fully express her gratitude. Director Qin. At this moment, Mr. Gua, who was nearby, quickly spoke up. This dinner must be on me. I hope Mr. Zhang and Director Qin can give me some face. Mr. Wei was a businessman and certainly would not miss such an opportunity to host. One was the owner of a rice technology company, and the other was a prominent figure in the planning bureau. Regardless of who, their status was above his. The Zhang family was completely bewildered at this moment. Mr. Guo from the demolition office and Qinli from the bureau both wanted to treat Zhang Yu to dinner. His status truly made the gap feel enormous. They all regretted in their hearts. Why did they have such a bad attitude towards Zhang Yu and conceal the demolition matter? Now not only was the demolition off the table, but Zhang Yu's current status was so prominent that they didn't know how many opportunities they had missed for their own rise. If they had improved their relationship earlier, it would never have come to this. Zhang Yu, I was unaware of all this. The cousin stepped forward, trying to grab his arm. I always thought this house didn't have your name on it. Yes, if I had known earlier, I definitely wouldn't have let my parents do this. The daughter of the second uncle, holding a child, also said. The two women came forward to plead. You at least said something reasonable. But where were you earlier? Zhang Yu looked at the two of them. It didn't matter whether it was sincere or feigned anymore. Zhang Yu, look, the whole Zhang family has been living here, and the building has long been in disrepair. Can we? The cousin still held on to a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yu, we will talk to the elders. We will count those 2 floors as yours. We will add an extra 100,000 from our family, a total of 400,000, plus the 2 floors. What do you think? The daughter of the second uncle also said. The second uncle and aunt, along with others, except for Zhang Weilong who was still stubborn, all expressed their agreement. Yes, Zhang Yu, after all, we are all family. I know this little property doesn't mean much to you. We can compensate you more. Uncle really knew he was wrong. If Zhang Yu, you are unwilling to forgive us, I will kneel and bow my head to you. How about that? He was so anxious that tears were about to come out. At this moment, many people in the village were watching from a distance. They basically knew that Zhang Yu had made a name for himself now. He was no longer that poor boy without parents who could be bullied at will. Seeing the usually arrogant Zhang family now so humble, it was somewhat satisfying. The Zhang family really had to hit a wall before they would turn back. Back then, they occupied 3 feet of my family's land to build their house. I still remember it. I saw their family stealing vegetables from my garden and they still wouldn't admit it. This family really has issues. The neighbors whispered among themselves. In the past, the Zhang family had many members, especially boys, so no one dared to say anything. Now, seeing the Zhang family so unfortunate, and being outmaneuvered by the exiled Zhang Yu, this could totally be seen as a refreshing story. No, can you all at least follow some basic principles? Manager Guo couldn't stand it any longer. Why is it that when they see benefits, they rush in, but when it's not in their favor, they want to save face? Isn't this just blackmailing President Zhang? President Zhang, don't worry. If the planning really needs to be changed, I can work overtime with the department overnight. Xin Li also assured him. She was the deputy head of the planning department. She had a few capable people under her, so this issue could be resolved easily. Isn't there still land for the second phase of the research and development base that hasn't been requisitioned? Zhang Yu asked. Yes, President Zhang. Currently, only the first phase of land has been requisitioned. The planning for the second phase still has some details that need to be finalized with Director Qin. Manager Guo said. Good. He had a clear understanding in his heart. Since I said this building won't be demolished, it won't change. This sentence was essentially a death sentence for the Zhang family. The expressions of the more than 10 people darkened. If the second phase needs to requisition land, please have Director Qin show me the plan in advance. This next sentence gave the Zhang family a glimmer of hope. Xi Li and Manager Guo also understood that Zhang Yu had not given in, but he had not completely shut the door either. As long as the Zhang family performed well before the second phase began, and handed over what originally belonged to President Zhang, along with compensating for the mental distress over the years, there might still be a chance for relocation. However, at that time, the power of life and death for the family would be entirely in Zhang Yu's hands. If he tightened his grip, he could lead the Zhang family to a dead end. If he was in a good mood and loosened up, the Zhang family could survive. It was all about control. President Zhang, you truly have a grand vision and a broad mind. I admire you. Manager Gui was also full of praise for Zhang Yu. He had made up his mind to find a way to stick with him in the future. Such a person, as long as he was loyal, would definitely treat his subordinates well. Xinli looked at Zhang Yu, her eyes sparkling. This was charisma. A passionate revenge was the behavior of a hot-headed youth. This kind of benevolence and severity, the balance of softness and hardness, was the advanced art of managing people. Zhang Yu also knew that among the more than 10 members of the Zhang family, 2 or 3 were innocent. Even though Uncle and Zhang Weilong had been so tough just now, they hadn't said anything. Maintaining a reputation for being magnanimous was beneficial for himself. Manager Guo and Xinli clearly showed admiration for him. Perhaps the news media would come to interview him. As for the Zhang family, now each of them was low-key and obedient. Who would dare to act recklessly? If they were truly pushed to a dead end and took extreme measures, it would become a problem. Alright, then let's leave it at that. Zhang Yu looked at the time and said he was going to leave. President Zhang, you've come all this way. how can you leave without eating? At this moment, a black Hongqi official car drove up. Several people in administrative jackets got out of the car. Who are they? I don't know, but they look like they hold significant positions. Why are they being so polite to General Zhang? The onlooking neighbors were even more astonished. What kind of good fortune had Zhang Yu encountered after not seeing him for years? So it's Secretary Xia. General Guo quickly went to greet the arriving person. Hello, Secretary Xia. Xinli also politely called out. Let me introduce you, General Guo said. This is Secretary Xia, in charge of planning in the Binjiang district of Jiang City. This is General Zhang from Dami Technology. I've heard so much about you. Xia Ruweikong extended his hand. Hello, Secretary Xia. Zhang Yu smiled and shook hands. I didn't expect General Zhang to be so young and accomplished, especially since you invested heavily in building a research and development base in my Binjiang district. It's a great benefit to the local people. Xia Ruweikong felt honored looking at Zhang Yu. The status of a large enterprise, even in Jiang City, would earn them some respect. For a company like Dami Technology, when building a new project, the district would have to personally intervene. Establishing a regional headquarters would require the mayor to step in. If it were a strategic relocation, even the provincial government would have to visit in person. For example, for Old Wan's Wanda Plaza, many city leaders would actively visit to secure the project. Because a large project, the establishment of a large company, can create immeasurable tax revenue, job opportunities, and enhance the city's image. It's not an exaggeration to call them the local god of wealth. Those small companies would never understand what it feels like to have others come seeking your favor. Secretary Xia is too polite. I've only done a few small things, Zhang Yu said humbly. He had originally returned just to resolve the issue of the relocation housing and to vent some frustration. He hadn't expected such a gathering of people. Even Secretary Xia from Binjiang district had come. This was truly unexpected. Moreover, it was Xia Ruweikong who took the initiative to show goodwill. This feeling was quite gratifying. It meant that he now had official support in Binjiang district. Resources are precious. Why not take advantage of them? Binjiang district, whether in business, healthcare, education, entertainment, or GDP, is the richest and most prominent district in Jiang City. More than half of the advantageous resources are in Binjiang district. In the future, if there's anything needed, wouldn't it just be a matter of a single sentence? The Zhang family saw such a significant figure being so polite to Zhang Yu. They now fully understood how powerful his background was. He was not just the head of a branch company. This was clearly the treatment reserved for senior executives of Dami Technology. Regret, fear, anxiety, and various emotions intertwined in their hearts. The few members of the Zhang family who had not spoken were now relieved that they hadn't offended him earlier. General Zhang, you are truly humble. Just come and see for yourself, Xia Ruweikong gestured. Zhang Yu walked alongside him. General Guo, Xinli, and others consciously followed behind. General Zhang, take a look at the urban landscape here. Xia Ruweikong pointed to a large area of low, dilapidated houses. The relocation and renovation here have always been a tough problem. Until your company set its sights on this land to build a research and development center, countless residents have improved their living conditions. They received relocation compensation and have new houses to live in. Building a high-tech company here is a great thing from any angle. Really, we must thank General Zhang, Xia Ruweikong said sincerely. If Secretary Xia hadn't said this, I wouldn't have realized I had done such a great good deed. Zhang Yu laughed. But since you say so, I will definitely build the research and development center well and create more tax revenue. Creating more tax revenue, doesn't that mean making a lot more money for ourselves? Not only do we earn money, but they also have to thank us. That feeling is just too great. In the demolition area, some buildings have already been leveled, and various construction vehicles are clearing away debris and leveling the land. It's a scene of bustling activity, and these machines belong to General Manager Guo's company. After a round, Xia Ruweikong said, Zhang, it's rare to see you. Since we've met today, let's have a working meal together. Then I won't be polite. Zhang Yu smiled. Xiao Qin, please make the arrangements, Xia Ruweikong said to Qinli. Okay, I'll take care of it, Qinli nodded. At this moment, at Eagle Country International Airport, after more than 10 hours of flight, the passenger plane from Jianghang finally arrived. Once all the passengers had disembarked and the work was wrapped up, flight attendants Lu Huanxiao, Di Sheba, and Pan Yuyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy. This flight is finally over, Pan Yuyao said, rubbing her sore knees. Yuyao, this is just half of it. We have to fly back tomorrow, Di Sheba replied while massaging her shoulders. Pan Yuyao was the youngest among the crew and the darling of everyone. Ah, just kill me. Pan Yuyao was on the verge of breaking down. Don't you want to go back quickly? Lu Huanxiao turned around and asked with a smile. Of course I do, Pan Yuyao nodded. but I wish we wouldn't have to fly international routes in the future. After a moment, she asked, Sister Xiao, do you know anyone in the upper management of the airline? Maybe we could get transferred? You think too highly of me. I don't have that kind of connections, Lu Huanqiu laughed. She recalled that someone in upper management had wanted to pursue her, but she had long since rejected him. If she were to actively seek help, how would they view her? Speaking of upper management, Lu Huanqiu remembered that the major shareholder behind the airline seemed to have changed. But who knew? She had only heard a mention of it from a leader on the phone before the flight attendant meeting. Then she thought again. Without anyone in upper management to speak to, the major shareholder was even more out of reach. Alright, let's head back to the hotel to rest. Should we inform the landlord that we're going back tomorrow? Pan Yuyao suddenly said. Yuyao, you're still young, be a bit more reserved, okay? Lu Huanqiu and Di Sheba said almost simultaneously. What they meant was that they themselves weren't reserved enough in front of Zhang Yu. They had fallen too quickly. After knowing him for just a few days, the defenses built over 20 years had crumbled too easily. Looking back, it felt surreal. Naturally, they projected this emotion onto her. If we don't say anything, why be so fierce? Pan Yuyao pouted. She still didn't know what had really happened. At this moment, Lu Huanqiu and Di Sheba both fell silent. In their hearts, the figure of the landlord emerged, and as soon as they thought of his face, they quickly recalled the intimate moments. Oh no, I can't let them find out, Lu Huanqiu thought. I can't let Sister Xiao and Yuyao know about my situation. Di Sheba also thought. Both of them believed they were the only ones favored. So, they absolutely couldn't let anything seem off at this moment. Sister Xiao, Sheba, why are you both silent again? Pan Yuyao was still in the dark. Lu Huanqiu said, let's go, it's getting late. We should head back to the hotel now. At that moment, Di Sheba suddenly said, hey, you guys, look at the headlines in Jiangcheng News. I've made another big discovery. As she spoke, she raised her phone screen. Lu Huanqiu and Pan Yuyao leaned in closer. Her eyes widened in surprise. Huh, what's going on? What came into view was a news report released by the Jiangcheng government. The topic was about Secretary Xia from the Binjiang district and the CEO of Dami Technology Company, jointly inspecting the demolition site of the R&D center. Isn't that Secretary Xia? Lu Huanqiu exclaimed in shock upon seeing the photo, realizing she almost misspoke, and quickly corrected herself. Why is he with Zhang Yu? Looking at the composition of the news image, the person in the center should be Secretary Xia and the CEO of Dami Technology Company. Secretary Xia Ruikan was slightly bowing his head, facing the CEO of Dami Technology Company, his attitude very humble, and the person in the picture was none other than Zhang Yu. Strange, why is he everywhere? The three sisters were completely baffled. Looking again at the content of the news report, the term used was General Manager Zhang. That's right, it's him, their landlord. The three of them looked at the news with surprised expressions, glancing at each other. Although they had become accustomed to the new identities that Zhang Yu had been revealing one after another, when this identity was exposed, they still felt as if they were dreaming. Zhang Yu was actually the CEO of Dami Technology Company? This was a company with an asset scale of 200 billion. Not to mention Jiangcheng, even nationwide, there were hardly more than 10 companies that could surpass it. There was only this possibility. Otherwise, the dignified Secretary Xia, the wealthiest figure in Binjiang district, wouldn't be so polite in front of him. With this, Zhang Yu's background was indeed quite formidable. How could a young man in his 20s, just graduated from university, become the CEO of Dami Technology Company? This was something that could baffle a billion brain cells. Wait, how many secrets does Zhang Yu have? I completely don't understand him anymore. I think this can't be his only identity. This is really terrifying. Our landlord actually has such a big background. The shock that Lu Huanqiu and the other two felt from this news had surpassed everything they had encountered in the past 20 years combined. Looking at the other photos in the news, they discovered another image. There was a woman in a fitted suit, wearing black-rimmed glasses. She had an intellectual beauty about her. She looked like someone with a mid-level official position. She stood very close to Zhang Yu, whispering something in his ear. If they were just a bit shocked by the earlier photo with Xia Ruikan, seeing this second photo made their hearts a bit unsettled. Well, Zhang Yu, you just finished with me and now there's a woman sticking to you? Aren't you ever satisfied? Lu Huanqiu thought to herself. Then she reconsidered. If it were someone else, it would be better to let Di Sheba and Pan Yueying take my place. This is what they call not letting the fat water flow to outsiders. She knew in her heart that with Zhang Yu's identity, no one could tie him down, including herself. However, with a few more people, it might just work. After all, a person's stamina is limited. If the three of them worked together, they could suppress this hungry beast Zhang Yu, and he wouldn't have to prey on other girls. Thinking this way, they were still doing a good deed. Looking towards Di Sheba and Pan Yueying, they also had somewhat unsettled expressions, especially when they saw Qinli in the photo, who was only a 6 or 7 out of 10 beauty. There was definitely a gap between her and the three of them, but it couldn't be helped that she was close to him. For a moment, all three had the same thought. They wanted to fly back quickly. Then they thought it was a bit ridiculous. After all, they had no identity with him at all. If a name is not correct, words will not flow. Sister Xiao, what do you think that woman's relationship with him is? The youngest, Pan Yuyao, asked first. It should just be a work relationship, don't overthink it, Lu Huanxiao replied. But I can feel it. There's a light in that woman's eyes when she looks at the landlord. I can tell. Girls are very sensitive to this. One's attitude towards another can be seen in their eyes. That should just be one-sided admiration. After all, the landlord is so outstanding. The number of people who like him could fill a bar, Di Xiaoba sighed and said. Deep down, she didn't expect Zhang Yu to look at her any more than he already had. That night of intimacy was just a beautiful memory. She was already very content. As long as she could continue to stay at Binjiang Mansion and see Zhang Yu every day, that was enough for her. She didn't wish for anything more. Alright, stop thinking about these things. Rest well tonight, and we can fly back tomorrow, Lu Huanxiao instructed. After that, the three hurried towards the hotel. Along the way, they were all somewhat silent, not speaking. Come on, President Zhang, let me toast you again. Feel free, I'll drink. In a private room, General Manager Guo raised his glass again to toast Zhang Yu. In such a gathering, although he was the head of the demolition project with countless subordinates, his status at the table was the lowest. A few trusted subordinates didn't even have the qualification to sit with them. Therefore, General Manager Guo, wanting to perform well, had already downed 2 bottles of liquor, setting his personal record. His head was now spinning. Alright, General Manager Guo, if you drink anymore, you won't be able to go back, Zhang Yu said with a faint smile. His complexion was still normal. Throughout the event, he had only followed the formalities and had a drink or so, most of which was shared with Sha Ruikang. He didn't need to give face to the others. Whatever they drank, he merely sipped a little, which was already showing them respect. At this point, the gathering was nearing its end. The plates and bowls on the table were mostly half empty. Secretary Sha, how about we call it a day? Zhang Yu suggested to Sha Ruikang. President Zhang, you haven't had enough fun yet. Sha Ruikang stood up and extended his hand. You're being polite, Secretary Sha. It's already good, Zhang Yu replied, shaking his hand back. Xi Li and General Manager Guo watched them. One was in his 50s, the other just over 20. Their hands were clasped together, creating a strong sense of unreality. Who would have thought that the boss of a major rice technology company would be so young and handsome? A perfect man with no flaws like this is precisely the ideal for all women, right? A 99.9% success rate. Such a person carries an aura. Just speaking to him feels like a great honor. What else could one expect? Then I'll arrange for someone to take you back. Sha Ruikang's face was as red as Guangong's. Looking around, most people were in a daze. Sha Ruikang noticed Qinli next to Zhang Yu. He thought this girl was quite good. She was attentive in pouring wine and serving soup for Zhang Yu. Secretary Sha. Qinli quickly stood up. You didn't drink just now, did you? Sha Ruikang asked. No, I'm allergic to alcohol, Qinli replied with a somewhat embarrassed smile. Can you drive? Sha Ruikang asked again. Yes, I got my license a few years ago. Then I'll assign you a task to safely take President Zhang back. Do you have confidence? Sha Ruikang inquired. Secretary Sha, you can rest assured. I guarantee I'll complete the task. Qinli also solemnly assured him. Alright, President Zhang, I'll leave you in her hands, Sha Ruikang said. This isn't quite right, having a division-level cadre personally send me off. Zhang Yu laughed. A division-level cadre, a class that was still out of reach just a few days ago, and now, she was just his driver. This reversal of identity was quite satisfying. It was akin to being the number one person in town, driving him and helping him with his shoes. The other party would even have to thank him for this opportunity. However, the other party did hold a position, so he couldn't appear too obvious. Mr. Zhang, you're making me blush with your words, Qinli quickly said. As the god of wealth in Binjiang district, I'm honored to have the chance to send you. After some back and forth, Zhang Yu finally stopped declining. After everyone at the table said their goodbyes, they reluctantly dispersed. Mr. Zhang, take care, watch your step. As Zhang Yu walked out the door, Qinli quickly stepped forward to support his arm. It was very natural and proactive, without any awkwardness. I didn't drink much, I know there are steps, Zhang Yu said. But, Mr. Zhang should still be careful. If you trip and fall, I won't be able to explain it to Secretary Sha, Qinli said, tightening her grip on his arm a bit more. A gust of wind blew by. Zhang Yu caught a whiff of a faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from her, and his spirits lifted. Mr. Zhang, why are you looking at me like that? Xinli noticed Zhang Yu was staring at her. What perfume are you using? It smells really nice, he said directly. Ha! Hearing Mr. Zhang's compliment caught Xinli off guard. I don't use perfume. The unit has regulations that we can't dress too flashy. She felt embarrassed to admit that the fragrance was natural. Mr. Zhang, where do you live? Let me take you there. She quickly changed the subject. Binjiang Mansion, Zhang Yu replied. Binjiang Mansion? Xinli suddenly remembered that this development had been inaugurated by the higher-ups. With Mr. Zhang's status, only Binjiang Mansion in Jiangcheng could match him. Or rather, this was just the upper limit of Jiangcheng, not Mr. Zhang's. However, Binjiang Mansion was still quite far from here. If there was no traffic, it would take an hour. A round trip would take 2 hours. If something unexpected happened on the way home, like falling asleep, it could take all night to return. Mr. Zhang, if you don't mind, why not come to my place first? You can sober up, and I'll take you back tomorrow morning. Xinli thought for a moment and mustered her courage to say, to your place? Zhang Yu's drunkenness faded a bit. Did she not just want to help him? Boys need to protect themselves when they're out. Yes. Xinli felt a bit regretful. She couldn't take back her hasty words. Because my home is just 3 kilometers ahead, it'll take 5 minutes. Alright then, Zhang Yu smiled. I'm afraid I might get carsick on the bumpy road. Although he hadn't drunk much, his tolerance wasn't that great. The wind had made him feel a bit unwell. Then Mr. Zhang, please get in the car. Xinli helped Zhang Yu to a Passat. She carefully opened the back door, shielding the top of the car with her hand, and helped him inside. Then, she returned to the driver's seat and started the car, driving forward. At this moment, an older Wuling Hongwan quietly followed behind. The driver was Zhang Weilong. When Zhang Yu and Xin Li's group left the urban village, he couldn't swallow his frustration and, disregarding the objections of the entire Zhang family, drove out after them. He waited for 2 hours at the entrance of the restaurant. When he saw Xin Li supporting Zhang Yu out, his heart nearly shattered. Actively helping him, and so close. He felt completely unbalanced inside. After pursuing her for so long, even agreeing to get engaged, they hadn't even held hands. Yet Zhang Yu was so proactive the first time they met. Her defenses crumbled in an instant. I want to see where you're taking him. With that thought, Zhang Weilong kept about 100 meters behind, following her. After a few turns, he recognized a somewhat familiar neighborhood. Isn't this the neighborhood where Qinli lives? Zhang Weilong was surprised. Many employees from various units in Jiangcheng lived here, as a form of care for the staff. He had been here a few times but had never entered the neighborhood, let alone visited Qin Li's home. When he saw Qin Li's car stop in the neighborhood, he didn't have a car to enter and dared not follow her in. He watched as Qin Li got out of the car and helped Zhang Yu out of the back seat. Then they walked towards the hallway. The last shred of hope he had completely collapsed. Damn it! Is Qin Li really bringing Zhang Yu home? Late at night, a man and a woman alone in a room. And they had been drinking. What good could come of it? Good for you, Qin Li. Good for you, Zhang Yu. So this is how you play it. Zhang Weilong felt like he was going crazy. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, and in a daze, he turned around and left the entrance of the neighborhood. Mr. Zhang, you lie down for a bit. I'll get you a glass of water. Qin Li finally managed to get Zhang Yu onto the sofa. Out of breath, she unbuttoned her suit jacket on the way to the kitchen. The shirt underneath was revealed. Feeling a bit chilly, she didn't pay much attention. After pouring a glass of hot water, she turned back to the living room. Zhang Yu was half reclining, looking at her as she walked over with the water, and couldn't help but be surprised. You, what about me? Qin Li looked down at herself. She didn't realize that 2 buttons of her white shirt had popped off at some point. Maybe it happened while she was helping him, or perhaps at another time. In any case, she was completely unaware. With 2 buttons gone, there was no longer any cover. Qin Li panicked, gasping in shock. The cup slipped from her hand and shattered on the floor. Water and glass shards scattered everywhere. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry. I'll clean it up right away. Qin Li's face turned pale. Her brain went into a state of shutdown. After a few seconds of daze, she quickly grabbed a cloth and started cleaning up the mess on the floor. Qin Li cleaned up all the glass shards and water stains. Just as she raised her head after finishing, she suddenly noticed that there were some water stains splashed on Zhang Yu's pants. Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry for getting your clothes dirty. They must be very expensive. I'll compensate you. Qin Li was terrified and hurriedly said, No, these pants only cost 200 yuan. They're not expensive. Zhang Yu smiled. Hearing this, Qin Li felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, if those pants had been worth several thousand, she would have had to pay her entire year's salary. However, she still felt a bit guilty. At that moment, in the opposite neighborhood, someone was cooling off on the balcony. Upon seeing the scene before them, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, can it be played like this?" They noticed that the curtains in the living room were drawn up. They couldn't see what was happening inside, but the light inside cast shadows on the curtains. It was easy to imagine. The world is going downhill, corrupting morals, and this is still in a unit's neighborhood. Suddenly, they became energized, eager to know who it was. They wished for a gust of wind to blow open the thin curtains. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Besides a somewhat blurry silhouette, nothing was visible. Inside Qin Li's room, while wiping the water stains, she noticed Zhang Yu was looking at her with his head down. "Mr. Zhang, come." Zhang Yu said nothing, just waved at her. She realized what was happening. The first thought in her mind was that she had a boyfriend. Then, it was quickly negated by a second thought. "You don't have a boyfriend right now." With that thought, the restraints and shackles she had on herself disappeared. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she no longer hesitated. Zhang Yu looked at Qin Li. Her black-framed glasses had slipped a bit, hanging askew on her nose. It made her seem even more charming. Some people don't look that stunning without glasses. Once they put them on, their charm increases tenfold. Qin Li was like that. The glasses were her true essence. Zhang Yu remembered a drama he watched last year called Chaos. The sister of the Black Boss was of this type. Qin Li's aura with glasses surpassed even that of the Black Boss's sister. His alcohol breath hadn't faded yet. He didn't know how long it had been when he saw Qin Li stand up, heading towards the bathroom. Drowsiness hit him at that moment, and he fell asleep right away. The next day, when the sunlight pierced through the window, Zhang Yu opened his eyes. He looked and found himself lying on the sofa. Moreover, the other half of the sofa had turned into a bed. A blanket was covering his navel. Looking again, where was Qin Li? He picked up his phone and saw a message from Qin Li. "Mr. Zhang, I've gone to work. Your car has been arranged and is waiting downstairs." As expected of her, she was meticulous and thoughtful. He didn't have to go get the car himself. Zhang Yu put away his phone, remembering that he hadn't used today's blind box reward yet. So, he awakened the system. "System, I want to draw today's blind box." Soon, the system was activated, and the familiar blind box lottery interface appeared before him. "I wonder what I can draw this time," Zhang Yu thought. Ever since he used Dishaba's full star buff to get a special blind box, the 200 billion rice technology company, his financial power now ranked among the top 20 in the entire dragon country. In terms of wealth, he was already quite powerful. He was also thinking about whether he could get some interesting rewards this time, even if they weren't worth much. With such expectations, Zhang Yu randomly drew a blind box. Soon, the blind box opened, and a reward popped out. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the all-around talent, a skill-type reward." Zhang Yu was overjoyed. It was truly as if his thoughts were manifesting. Was the system clairvoyant? All-around talent, after the host claims it, will automatically grant a full set of talent skills, including poetry, music, dance, painting, writing, and appraisal skills. Skill proficiency levels are all set to world class. Wow, not just one skill, but a whole skill package. As long as it was literary, he was now a versatile talent in all aspects. Goodness, truly amazing. After claiming the blind box, a vast amount of talent knowledge flooded his mind. These proficient skill sets poured into his brain like a tide. Soon, Zhang Yu discovered that some things in front of him were different. He looked at the furnishings in the room. In the corner, there was a vase. Material, ceramic. Origin, Jingda Town, produced last week. Market price, 300. A famous calligraphy and painting on the wall. Material, Xian paper. Imitation version, replica, market price, 500. This was the appraisal skill at work again. The information about them was clear at a glance. Looking again, he found a guitar in the corner of the living room. Zhang Yu knew nothing about music, but at that moment, he picked up the guitar. He placed his hand on the strings. Without thinking, a beautiful piece of blue and white porcelain was played smoothly on the guitar. No way, whose house is playing the guitar? It sounds really good. We live in a unit community. I can't believe there are such talented people here. Is it someone from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau's art gallery? No, from the sound, it seems to be coming from the Planning Bureau's staff building. The Planning Bureau? Aren't they all science and engineering types? How can they have such exquisite playing skills? Some people stayed home today. Hearing this wonderful guitar performance, they were all entranced. Someone took out their phone to record. Not knowing where the sound was coming from, they decided to capture it. Who is playing the guitar? I feel like they could teach at a university. No, they could perform on the Spring Festival Gala stage. A retired music academy teacher stood up excitedly with the help of a cane. It was rare to hear such celestial music. Unexpectedly, in this workers' dormitory, they were fortunate enough to hear it. The person who recorded the video uploaded it online. Soon, it attracted a large number of comments and attention. "Wow, who is playing the guitar? It's so beautiful. I want to see them play in person," said a girl from the music academy. "I was so frustrated earlier, but hearing this music made me so happy I started cleaning the house," said a full-time housewife. "My daughter has spent thousands and hasn't made any progress. I need to have her learn from him," said a mother hoping for her daughter to succeed. "See what real music is? You guys are the worst class I've ever taught," said a music training class. In the planning bureau's office, Sheen Lee was busy revising a plan. During a break to drink water, she took out her phone to scroll. She saw the video. It felt familiar. She could distinguish the sound from her guitar, which she had played for so many years. Plus, she had asked in the group chat when she moved in. The only person who played guitar after work was her. No way, is it Mr. Zhang playing guitar at home? She quickly realized. Mr. Zhang not only had money but was also so skilled with instruments? For a moment, she was a bit dazed. She took a big gulp of water, forgetting to swallow. After Zhang Yu finished a piece, he felt satisfied. Then he got up and left Sheen Lee's home. Once downstairs, he found his car and drove directly back to Binjiang Mansion. It was already afternoon. He had really slept well. Upon arriving at Binjiang Mansion, Zhang Yu saw Lu Huanxiu's BMW parked in the spot. They were all back? He thought to himself. After parking, he went upstairs. Before he even entered the door, he heard the voices of 3 flight attendants chatting inside. So he opened the door. Inside, Lu Huanxiao, Di Sheba, and Pan Yuya were chatting. When they saw Zhang Yu return, they stepped forward to ask, "Landlord, you're back. Landlord, didn't you sleep at home last night?" "Oh, I had a social event yesterday and didn't come back too late." Zhang Yu smiled. Lu Huanxiu and the others exchanged glances. It was quite normal. Zhang Yu was the CEO of Dami Technology. If someone wanted to invite him to dinner, they wouldn't know how long the queue would be. Various social events were naturally unavoidable. The 3 of them even felt a bit relieved. It felt like being the wives of wealthy men. As long as their husband came back, who cared what he did outside? "By the way, how was this flight?" Zhang Yu asked. International flights take more than 10 hours one way, and they had spent almost all their time in the air these past 2 days. "Ugh, don't mention it. The jet lag is so painful. I need to take a nap soon." "Me too, my schedule is all messed up, and I've even gotten a pimple on my face," Di Xiaoba said. Lu Huanxiu had long since adapted. Being a chief flight attendant, she didn't complain about anything. "You guys didn't think about applying for domestic flights?" "I want to, but I'm just an intern, not a full-time employee." "Who would care?" Pan Yuyo said, distressed. "Even though I'm a full-time employee, it doesn't matter." Saying it won't help, Di Shaba sighed. There are many connections in the airline, and they can't arrange everything. Plus, their performance is terrible, yet they still get excellent every year. Lu Hanxiao was also the most familiar with the airline situation. Excellent employees not only receive bonuses but can also choose flight routes first. Routes that no one wants to fly naturally fall to the people at the back of the line. "I see," Zhang Yu said thoughtfully. "Landlord, why did you suddenly ask this? Do you know someone in the airline?" Although Pan Yuya was young, she was quick-witted. "If you put it that way, I do know someone," Zhang Yu smiled. "The personnel in the airline are all his subordinates, so doesn't that count as knowing them?" Di Xiaoba looked at him, recalling the last time when the trending topic was quickly retracted, and the boss was fired. Could it be that landlord Zhang Yu really has close ties with the airline? However, Di Xiaoba didn't dare to ask Zhang Yu about it. After all, these things are different in nature. He could give, but they couldn't ask for. She wasn't the type to seek favors. Even if she took the initiative that day, it was merely out of gratitude towards him. She didn't intend to make any requests. "All right, when we passed by the duty-free shop this time, we brought you a gift," Lu Hanxiao said to Zhang Yu. "And my gift?" Zhang Yu was surprised. "Yes, landlord, you've taken such good care of us, so we wanted to give you a gift to show our appreciation," Pan Yuyao added, then took out several boxes. "This is the belt I bought. This is the razor Xiaoba bought. Wait, you two both bought something?" Zhang Yu asked. "And there's sister Zhao's too. Hey, where is it?" Pan Yuyo rummaged through the suitcase but couldn't find it. "Wasn't it all together?" Di Xiaoba asked. "Yes, but I can't find it." Pan Yudo emptied the suitcase but still didn't see the gift sister Xiao bought. Lu Hanxiao suddenly remembered something. "Stop looking, it might be in my bag," she said, opening her carry-on suitcase. "Then sister Xiao, we'll go wash up and sleep. Take a bath." Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba handed the gifts to Zhang Yu and prepared to take a shower. They planned to soak in the big bathtub for a better sleep. Okay, you guys go ahead. Lu Hanxiao continued searching for her gift. Thinking that Zhang Yu was still watching, she became more anxious as she searched. Many items inside were taken out without thinking. Finally found it, Lu Hanxiao exclaimed, pulling out a box. This is a Patek Philippe watch? Seeing what she was holding, Zhang Yu gasped. How could I possibly accept such an expensive gift? Zhang Yu didn't reach out to take it. This watch would sell for at least over 400,000 in the market in Jiangcheng. Zhang Yu, just take it, Lu Hanxiao said. Di Shebai and the others told me on the way, thanking you for your help. Plus, this was bought at the duty-free shop, so the discount is huge. Getting it is a win. Alright, then I'll take it. Zhang Yu accepted the watch. For Lu Hanxiao, a watch was indeed nothing much. Since she was willing to give it, not accepting it would be letting down her good intentions. It would be even more awkward. Hey, what's all this? Zhang Yu then noticed the items she had taken out of her suitcase and couldn't help but be curious. This is. Lu Hanxiao looked in the direction of his gaze and was about to explain. A new black bunny girl outfit appeared before me, complete with 2 ears. Upon a closer look, there was also an eye mask beside it. It even had lace. My pupils trembled, and for a moment, I didn't know what to say. No way? Zhang Yu looked at Lu Hanxiao. Who would have thought that after going out, she would bring back these things? Lu Hanxiao's face instantly turned red to the roots of her neck. Although there were no secrets left between her and Zhang Yu, it was still embarrassing for him to see these colorful items, especially taken out from her own suitcase. Moreover, Lu Hanxiao knew that these were actually bought by Pan Yuyao. They couldn't fit in her suitcase, so they were placed in Lu Hanxiao's. Lu Hanxiao also wondered how a pure girl who had never been in a relationship would buy such things, but they had been bought, and she had agreed to let them be packed in her suitcase. If she said these things belonged to Pan Yuyao now, Zhang Yu might misunderstand even more. So, she had to say nothing and take the blame for Pan Yuyao. However, her usual aloof persona was completely ruined in front of Zhang Yu. He didn't know that the actual owner of these items was Pan Yuyao. Seeing Lu Hanxiao's flushed face, he smiled meaningfully. Lu, it seems you also like to play with this, huh? She wanted to say, it's not me, I didn't buy it, don't make wild guesses. But now, she really couldn't shift the blame. Just then, Pan Yuyao walked out of the room, dressed in her regular clothes. Sister Xiao, let's hurry up and leave. Pan Yuyao said anxiously, if we're late, we'll miss it. Okay, wait for me a moment, I need to change. Lu Hanxiao was also very grateful that she was diverting the topic and covering up the awkwardness. Where are you guys going? We're going to the Jiangcheng Sports Center to see the Peacock Legend concert. Pan Yuyao said, it's a benefit from our airline. Since it's a benefit, why isn't Di Xiaoba going? Zhang Yu asked curiously. She's not feeling well, so she's not going. Pan Yuyao said, pulling out 3 tickets, just so happens we have an extra one. Landlord, are you going? Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Landlord, let's go together. Lu Hanxiao said as well. Sure, since it's your invitation, I might as well go. Zhang Yu said. After all, it was free, and it was the hottest concert right now, Peacock Legend. It would be hard to get tickets even if one wanted to buy them. Alright, let's pack up and head out. Soon, the 3 of them drove to the concert venue. They were in the female police officer's Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Upon arriving at the Jiangcheng Sports Center, there were already many fans outside the venue. They were taking photos with their support materials, laughing and chatting. Everywhere were couples' photos with Peacock Legend. Wow, it's so lively. Pan Yuyao couldn't help but exclaim at the scene. People around, upon seeing Zhang Yu, Lu Hanxiao, and Pan Yuyao, were all amazed. Wow, these 2 girls are too beautiful. They're tall too, probably around 170 centimeters, like models. The guy next to them is handsome too. Not only handsome, but he's also rich. He drove a Rolls-Royce. Should we go ask for his WeChat? A few girls nearby were clearly a bit smitten. You go. You go. The girls pushed each other for a while before one finally covered her mouth and approached shyly. Excuse me, handsome, can I add you on WeChat? Zhang Yu glanced at her. She looked decent, a little beauty among many. Sorry, they don't agree. Zhang Yu took out his shield, and it was 2 of them. So you have a girlfriend now? So embarrassing. I just want to find a hole to crawl into. Wait, why are there multiple? Are they all his girlfriends? No way, is this going to turn into a fight? You underestimate the power of Rolls-Royce. The bystanders left regretfully. Lu Hanxiao looked at Zhang Yu. No, what do you mean we don't agree? Can we even control you? She was a bit suspicious if she had not checked the calendar before going out, as today she was just taking the blame for others. But she also had no intention of getting angry. On the contrary, she felt that Zhang Yu rejecting those little beauties showed he had principles and boundaries. There's an ice cream vendor ahead. Zhang Yu pointed ahead and said, shall we go buy some ice cream? I can't eat ice cream today. Lu Huanxia shook her head. What about you? Can you eat it? Zhang Yu turned to ask Pan Yueying. I can, thank you, landlord. Pan Yueying seemed very happy too. Zhang Yu. Lu Huanxia was beside him, her gaze fixed on him. Why are you asking this? What do you mean? Zhang Yu laughed. As a landlord, it's kind-hearted of me to treat you to ice cream, is that wrong? Hearing this, Lu Huanxiao felt she might have been a bit petty. But then she thought, no, looking at Zhang Yu's expression, something was up. Could he be thinking? At this thought, Lu Huanxiao's heart started to race. She quickly stepped forward and linked arms with Pan Yueying, as if to lock her by her side. Before long, Zhang Yu returned with 2 ice creams, giving one to Pan Yueying. He quickly finished the other one himself. Pan Yueying ate slowly, like a little kitten, licking the cream off the ice cream one bite at a time. Zhang Yu looked at her. Do you want a hot dog? Yes. Pan Yueying nodded vigorously. No, you don't want one, Lu Huanxia interjected. But before she could finish, Zhang Yu had already bought a hot dog. Suddenly, she felt like she was thinking too wickedly again. She always felt Zhang Yu was doing it on purpose, but she couldn't find any evidence. This made her feel frustrated. Meanwhile, Pan Yueying was still thanking him. She was really afraid she would be sold off and still help him count the money. Looking at Zhang Yu's demeanor, he really didn't want to let any of them go. As for herself, she had already fallen. Di Xiaoba seemed highly suspicious, just one last confirmation away. Just one Pan Yueying left. Could it be that the 3 flowers of Jiancheng Airlines were about to collectively fall? That would be truly terrifying. It was really chilling to think about. At this moment, a commotion arose at the entrance ahead. After waiting so long, we can finally enter. The fans immediately became lively, rushing towards the entrance. The security and police on site were also at their posts, guiding the fans in. Zhang Yu and the others were among the crowd waiting to enter. Wherever they went, many people were astonished, causing quite a stir. In the distance, among the traffic control police, someone suddenly said, "Captain, look over there." The female officer turned to look and immediately spotted Zhang Yu. No way, he came to the concert today too? Looking beside him, there were 2 beauties standing next to him. One she didn't recognize, but the other was actually Lu Huanxiao. Lu Huanxiao had been her close friend for many years. However, due to the nature of their jobs, one was always parachuting in, and the other was always dealing with accidents. They were both so busy they hardly met. Later, Lu Huanxiao said she and her colleague had moved out to rent a place. She had also mentioned a few times about renting. The female officer Su Mei began to wonder, could it be that the Lamborghini driver Zhang Yu was Lu Huanxiao's landlord? Otherwise, with her usual style, she would never get so close to a man, let alone go to a concert. However, they had all entered the venue, and with work on her plate, it wouldn't be appropriate to go in and disturb them. She could only wait until her work was done to ask what was going on. Thinking of Zhang Yu made her feel a bit annoyed. She still didn't know when she could get her car back. The car had never been lent out before. This time, she had to let him use it for a month. Who knows what kind of shape it would be in after a month? Captain, there are 2 electric bikes that have collided ahead, a team member reported. Okay, I'll be there right away. Su Mei also pulled her thoughts back and entered work mode again. Inside the stadium, Zhang Yu and the other 2 had already found their seats according to the ticket numbers. I didn't expect to have inner circle tickets. The seats are so good, Zhang Yu exclaimed. This was the first time he was so close to the stage. In the first 10 rows of the inner circle, the distance to the stage was no more than 10 meters. Yeah, tickets for the Peacock Legend are hard to come by. The airline really spent a lot this time, Pan Yueying said excitedly. People continued to enter the venue, chattering away, creating a lively atmosphere. As a male-female duo that had been popular for many years, they attracted fans mostly from the post-90s and post-00s generations. Hey, everyone, please be quiet. The performance is about to start, someone shouted from the audience. On the stage ahead, a woman dressed in glamorous attire appeared. This woman exuded a mature charm. Sister Ling! Sister Ling! The fans went wild. Huh, why is it just Sister Ling? What about Baron Peacock? Soon, someone noticed something was off. There was only one person on stage. Dear fans, I'm very sorry. My partner is stuck in traffic and will probably arrive in about half an hour. What? Half an hour? The whole performance is only 3 hours. How can one person perform? Are we supposed to wait for half an hour? Many fans began to stir, and some fake fans took the opportunity to shout, "Isn't this a scam? Refund us!" Seeing the crowd getting restless, the organizers quickly came to calm everyone down. How about this? For the first half hour, we can interact with the fans, or invite fans to sing along? No, we came to see their duo. There's no one in the audience who can sing well. Besides, Who can match the chemistry with Sister Ling like the Baron? The fans' mood was turning a bit disappointed and dissatisfied. How about I give it a try? At that moment, they heard someone speaking. Looking over, they saw someone standing up in the front row of the inner circle. Wow, he's so handsome. For a moment, many fans actually started to believe in him. But can he really sing? Someone else asked. If he sings poorly, will it ruin our ears? Will we get a refund? Zhangyu, what are you doing? Lu Wanxiu and Pan Yueying looked up at Zhangyu standing up, both surprised. With so many people watching, did he really want to steal the spotlight? It's hard to please everyone. If it didn't go well, wouldn't that be embarrassing on a grand scale? If I sing poorly and you want a refund, it's all on me, Zhangyu said. The crowd erupted again. Such a big claim? If tens of thousands of people are dissatisfied, can he afford it? That's millions in costs. But if he's saying that, he should have some confidence, right? Should we wait and see? Thus, the people in the audience reached a consensus. Then you go up and sing one. Hey, don't you think he looks a bit familiar? That's right, I feel like I've seen him before. I remember now, the owner of the Lamborghini who got hit by the female police officer on a motorcycle. Isn't that him? Wow, it really is. He became famous online, and now we can see the real deal at the concert. 666, this seems like a good deal. Under everyone's unanimous cheers, they watched as Zhang Yu was about to go on stage. Lu Wanxiu and Pan Yuya were even more surprised. Wait, he's really going up there? He's already so rich and famous online. Is it really necessary to steal the spotlight again? What if he becomes too conspicuous? But they couldn't interfere. Zhang Yu had already walked up to the stage. At that moment, the Baron was on his way to the venue. If I'm late, the audience will definitely scold me to death. He had already thought about how to apologize later. His assistant reminded him, Sister Ling is at the venue, inviting a fan on stage for an interactive performance. The Baron was taken aback. He quickly grabbed his phone to sync with the live broadcast. Indeed, a very handsome young man had taken the stage. Sister Ling looked at Zhang Yu on stage. Her first reaction was, he's so handsome, but she wasn't sure about his singing skills. Young man, what's your best song? Let's start with that, Sister Ling said kindly. Any song is fine, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. How about we let the fans choose? Through the surround sound system, the fans got hyped up. They started calling out songs. Soon, the most popular songs with the loudest cheers were selected. Alright, let's start. Zhang Yu smiled. This song happened to be one that the male singer would start with. He took a moment to gather himself and began to sing. As soon as he sang the first line, the audience's reaction was, something's off. They thought the original singer had come. In fact, his tone and pitch were even better than the original. No way, the landlord is actually this good at singing? Below the stage, Lu Huanxiao and Pan Yuyo heard Zhang Yu sing for the first time. They exchanged glances, unable to believe their ears. They doubted whether it was the original version playing and he was just lip-syncing. But upon listening again, it was indeed Zhang Yu's voice. In front of tens of thousands of people, he not only sang but even conveyed a better feeling than the original. It wasn't just the two of them. The audience at the venue, upon hearing Zhang Yu sing a few lines, went from skepticism to sheer madness. The entire venue erupted, and they couldn't help but shout along with the rhythm. What was that noise? Outside, the Baron heard the commotion and felt like the stadium was about to be lifted off the ground. He was still 2 kilometers away on an overpass and could hear the roar of the crowd inside the stadium. The entire stadium shook slightly from the cheers and jumps of tens of thousands of people. Outside, there were thousands of fans who couldn't buy tickets, sitting on small stools, getting hyped up as well. The performance had just started, and it was already this exciting? Sister Ling's interaction with that fan seems to be going very well. The assistant showed the Baron the live broadcast on his phone. The atmosphere at the venue was incredibly lively. The Peacock legend could almost cause a sensation every time they performed. This time, how could it have such a good effect with an amateur? The Baron looked at the fan on stage. Whether it was singing skills or stage presence, he didn't seem like an amateur at all. He was completely like a national first-class singer with years of experience, even better than his own performance. He and Sister Ling had an incredible chemistry. The Baron suddenly felt like he had been robbed. Sister Ling had been his partner for over a decade. A huge sense of crisis rose in his heart. Now he was regretting it, very much regretting it. If this fan wins everyone's unanimous recognition, what will be left for him to do in the future? At the venue, Sister Ling and Zhang Yu were singing one song after another. The way she looked at him was increasingly filled with admiration. Who would have thought? What was assumed to be a bronze-level performer turned out to be a king. This performance was far better than that of his partner of over a decade. The reactions of the tens of thousands of spectators said it all. One by one, their voices were hoarse from cheering. Wow, that was amazing. I have goosebumps. I can't believe his singing skills are that good. This is definitely professional level. I'm from a music academy, and I can prove that even a national first-class singer is not this good. He looks so young. Who exactly is he? Hey, why do I feel like he's our company's boss? At that moment, a staff member from a loan company said, "No way, your boss?" That's right, it's him. Although he has only appeared in the company twice, I wouldn't mistake him. Wow, he's handsome, runs a company, and has such great singing skills. He's simply a treasure of a man. Not just at the venue. Even online, Zhang Yu, as an unknown, was trending alongside Sister Ling's duet, topping the headlines of major websites. See Who, Bilibili, Weibo, Zaya Hongshu, Douyin. Almost all mainstream apps had clips of Zhang Yu singing occupying their homepages. The videos came from different angles and perspectives, all capturing this moment. Outside, police officer Sumei, who had just finished handling a traffic accident, heard the incredible commotion from the venue and, after a reminder from her colleagues, learned that the owner of the Lamborghini, Lu Huanxiao's landlord, had ignited the crowd on stage. She couldn't help but feel even more puzzled. When did Jiang Cheng produce such a figure, seemingly rising out of nowhere? There had been no news about him before. Sumei was part of the police force, and her family had a strong background in Zhangcheng. She became even more curious about him. Di Xiaoba was at home, lying in bed. During this time, the apps she opened were almost all filled with images of Zhang Yu singing. What was going on? Di Xiaoba quickly sent a message to Pan Yuyao at the venue. What happened at the scene? Why is the landlord on stage? Xiaoba, you don't know, the landlord's singing skills are incredible. How did we not notice this before? Pan Yuyao, seeing Di Xiaoba's message, couldn't help but record several clips and send them to the small group loving family. Her admiration for the landlord grew even stronger. Lu Huanxiao said nothing, instead focusing on the stage, her lips slightly pursed with a faint smile. Ding! Zhang Yu on stage heard the system's prompt. Lu Huanxiao's romance value increased by 1 star, reaching 7 stars. Pan Yuyao's romance value increased by 0.5 stars, reaching 9.5 stars. No way. Why is there still 0.5 stars? Zhang Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart, is this a game? At this moment, a song had just finished. The tens of thousands of fans at the venue were entranced, as if they had not yet woken from a dream. After a few seconds of daze, the crowd shouted again, "Sing another one. Don't go down. I'm begging you." "Sorry, I have to go down, the main act is back." Zhang Yu saw the Baron hurrying on stage. Sister Ling approached. "Why are you only just arriving? Is the performance over?" The Baron was surprised. He had rushed and was only about 20 minutes late at most. "Not over, but it's almost done," the assistant said somewhat helplessly. Today's concert had all the spotlight taken by that young man in his 20s. The trending topics online were all about him. However, now that the Peacock Legend Group was back in place, Zhang Yu could only return to the audience. The organizers breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Zhang Yu had held the scene together. Otherwise, today would have been a performance accident. We still don't know how many people will ask for refunds. Forget about making money. It's quite possible we could go bankrupt. We must find that person later and thank him. The organizer's boss made a decision. Let's take 5% of the profits from this performance and send it to him. Then we'll see if he has any desire to perform. For our next event, we'll split the profits 50-50. The organizer was unwilling to give up this massive traffic. They wanted to seize the opportunity and make a big deal out of it. But he's just an ordinary person. Will anyone pay to see him as the main character? A subordinate expressed doubt. Can't you see how much potential he has? What's wrong with being an ordinary person? Every star and internet celebrity started as an ordinary person, the organizer's boss said. It's rare to find such a talented ordinary person. We must find a way to secure him. With that said, the staff hurried to prepare. Roughly estimated, this concert sold 50 million in tickets. After deducting the artist's commission, venue equipment, staff, and security costs, the net profit was around 20 million. 5% of that is 1 million. For an ordinary person, that's several years' worth of income. This ordinary person really hit the jackpot. Just singing a few songs, and he's got 1 million in hand. Money is really easy to make. I can't help but feel a bit envious and jealous. Over here, the Peacock legend reunited on stage, and Zhang Yu returned to his seat. Along the way, he was met with countless cheers and shouts. If it weren't for the dozen or so security guards holding them back, the audience would have rushed the stage. It was terrifying. Zhang Yu returned to his seat, and Pan Yuya was the first to applaud. "Landlord, you sang amazingly just now." Lu Huanxiao also looked at him. "You really showed off this time. How was it?" "I sang pretty well, right?" Zhang Yu smiled. "Landlord, did you study this professionally? How can you sing so well?" You could debut right now. Pan Yuyao couldn't contain her excitement. People crowded around, almost pressing against Zhang Yu. Yuyao, be a bit more reserved. So many people are watching, Lu Huanxiao reminded her. Pan Yuyao pouted and returned to her seat. However, she still rested her chin on her hand, staring at Zhang Yu. Her gaze was already intense. She couldn't even focus on the songs anymore. Zhang Yu felt a bit uneasy under that fiery gaze. He couldn't help but think, thank goodness it was this concert that kept everyone restrained. If they were at home, with no one around, that gaze could be very dangerous. Sparks could easily ignite a fire, and things could go wrong. Yu Yao. Lu Huanxiao looked at her, unable to resist reminding her again. She sat between the two and felt a headache coming on. Damn, this landlord Zhang Yu is exuding more and more charm. How many surprises does he still have that they don't know about? Although Lu Huanxiao tried hard to control herself with reason, her mind couldn't help but think of everything about him, especially the scene of him eating late-night snacks. She couldn't help but feel her face flush. How about we go back? Zhang Yu said at that moment, yawning. Not watching the concert anymore? No, there will be too many people when it ends. I'm afraid of traffic. Zhang Yu said this, and both nodded in agreement. They had already heard the main songs for today. Plus, he had just sung a few songs, so this trip wasn't in vain. Thus, the three of them retreated towards the exit under the gaze of the crowd. By the time they returned to Binjiang Mansion, it was already past 10 in the evening. Di Sheba, let me tell you, Zhang Yu today, as soon as they got home, Pan Yuyao rushed to Di Shoba's room, eager to share the shocking moments from today's concert. Zhang Yu and Lu Huanxiao exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. Zhang Yu, I really didn't expect you to. Lu Huanxiao couldn't help but admire. Such a man radiated light all over. His charm was irresistible. Lu Huanxiao hesitated, feeling her face heat up and her heart race just standing alone with him for a moment. It felt like she couldn't catch her breath. No. She had to keep her distance from such a prodigy. Lu Huanxiao, do you want to go for a walk? Ha! Lu Huanxiao was taken aback, not understanding why Zhang Yu suddenly said that. I remembered something I left in the car. Zhang Yu smiled. I need to go down and get it. Well, I have nothing to do right now, so let's go down together, Lu Huanxiao said. Then, the two of them went downstairs. They stood in front of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. She couldn't help but want to ask, but ultimately held back. Does my best friend know I know him? Seeing the familiar car, she felt a sense of disorientation. This world is really too small. But now, she couldn't care about that. Zhang Yu got in the car, and after a moment of hesitation, Lu Huanxiao also got into the passenger seat. You really can't eat ice today? He asked. Really? Lu Huanxiao nodded. Looking at his half-smile, she suddenly realized something. Zhang Yu, what is he thinking about every day? Can't eat ice and he won't let it go. And he doesn't even look tired? Hot knowledge, the ground really can be plowed badly. Lu Huanxiao felt she had to thank her relatives, but Zhang Yu didn't think so. At that moment, outside the car window, pedestrians were walking by. Lu Huanxiao shook her head. What's wrong? It's not very good. Besides, this car belongs to her best friend. Wouldn't she get scolded later? Zhang Yu listened, looking thoughtful. Then what about Pan Yueying today? Stop. As soon as Lu Huanxiao heard this, she got anxious. She didn't even know why she was so protective of Pan Yueying. She thought again, maybe it was to save face. If it were like the defense line of a certain transport captain, collapsing at the slightest touch, that would be too embarrassing. It's okay to lose, but not to lose too ridiculously. Now that sounds more like it. Zhang Yu smiled slightly. Meanwhile, outside the Jiangcheng Sports Stadium, the Peacock Legend concert finally came to an end. Once most of the tens of thousands of spectators had left, Sume finally breathed a sigh of relief, the tension in her heart easing. For this event, she and her small team of over 20 people were almost all deployed. Fortunately, everything went smoothly today, and nothing went wrong. Otherwise, this captain wouldn't be able to continue. Looking at the parking lot, her Rolls-Royce Cullinan was long gone. Wait, did they leave already? She hadn't seen her best friend Lu Huanxiao either. Sume felt a bit down. Out of boredom, she opened an app on her phone. This app allowed her to see the scenes inside and outside her car remotely. She had opened it by chance, but since it was open, she wanted to see where the two of them had gone. Then, her pupils couldn't help but tremble. Due to the poor lighting, she leaned in to take a closer look and discovered that Zhang Yu was in the driver's seat. The figure in the passenger seat, with long hair, obscured her face. But Sume could be 80% sure it was her best friend Lu Huanxiao. Her best friend is dating? That's really not cool. Are they dating? When did this happen? Why didn't they tell me? Sume was puzzled. Lu Huanxiao had clearly said that she would definitely tell her if she started dating. Captain, what's going on? A team member came over. Sume was startled, and her phone fell to the ground. She quickly bent down to pick it up. it's nothing, let's wrap up and head back to the unit. Captain, didn't you say you were going to meet your best friend after the event today? A team member asked. Well, she had something come up last minute, let's do it next time. Sume hurriedly exited the app, pretending as if nothing had happened. The scene from earlier flashed back in her mind. This time, a strange thought unexpectedly emerged in her heart. No, she quickly denied the thought in her mind. Impossible. I wouldn't feel that way about anyone. She didn't know how long had passed. Zhang Yu handed her a pack of heart-shaped candies from the windshield. Inside the car, neither of them spoke. Are we still going for a drive? Zhang Yu asked. I'm tired. Let's go back. Lu Wanxiao shot Zhang Yu a glare, but he didn't care at all. That feeling of being looked down upon yet unable to be rid of him was quite satisfying, especially when a person has a weakness. Zhang Yu, aren't you tired? Lu Wanxiao noticed he showed no signs of fatigue. Can carbon-based life forms really be this resilient? Now that you mention it, I am a bit tired. He yawned in response. Let's go back. The two got out of the car and returned to the house. By the way, I had the property send someone to fix the bathroom on the first floor today, so it can be used normally now. After getting home, Zhang Yu said to Lu Wanxiao, got it. She nodded. Then suddenly, she felt a sense of emptiness and loss. It was a bit hard to adjust. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he went straight to the master bedroom on the second floor. He checked the time, it was almost midnight. It was time to claim the next blind box reward. After waiting a few minutes, he saw the time on his phone screensaver change to midnight. He then activated the system. System, I want to draw today's blind box. Preparing blind box for the host. Soon, the familiar virtual draw interface appeared before him. Zhang Yu didn't think much. Today was the 26th, so he chose the box number 26 below. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, the skill of reading faces. The skill of reading faces, when activated, allows you to check anyone's identity information and hidden details. Wow. Zhang Yu looked at the explanation of the skill, feeling amazed. Although it wasn't a reward like wealth, it was still incredibly powerful, equivalent to having access to a large database. Just strolling down the street, he could know the identity, hobbies, secrets, and even past misdeeds of anyone he passed by. It would be easy to grasp someone unless they truly had nothing to hide or were willing to go down with a fight. After all, who doesn't have some weaknesses or things they don't want others to know? Moreover, this skill didn't require points or money to exchange. It was much more flexible than the card he exchanged to deal with Ding Kuan last time. Zhang Yu happily claimed the reward. A new box lit up in the skills section of the system's personal center. Then, Zhang Yu prepared to go to sleep. At that moment, a flurry of WeChat image messages suddenly popped up in the taskbar at the top of his phone. There were more than a dozen, and it was from the group A Loving Family. Strange. After this group was created, there hadn't been much conversation. Why were there suddenly so many messages in the middle of the night? Zhang Yu curiously opened it. His eyes widened in surprise. Wasn't that Pan Yueying? She had changed into the outfit she brought back. In her room, she posed in various ways, taking numerous selfies. She looked both innocent and alluring. This style was something he had never seen before. Was it really appropriate to send such benefits late at night? Zhang Yu instantly became alert. Xiao Jia, how do you think my photos turned out? Pan Yuyo sent another message. Zhang Yu realized that she had sent the message to the wrong person. It should have been a private chat with Lu Wanxiao, but it ended up in the group chat. Just then, Di Sheba shared a video in the group, pushing the chat interface to the top. In the room, Lu Wanxiao had not yet replied, but she sensed something was off. Her face turned pale, and her blood pressure seemed to rise. She hurried to Pan Yuyao's room. You sent the wrong message, quickly recall it. Ha! Pan Yuyao was taken aback. Looking again, she realized she had indeed sent it to the wrong person. Shaking, she prepared to recall it, only to find that out of dozens of images, she could only recall 2 or 3. The rest, having exceeded 2 minutes, could no longer be recalled. It's over, this is a disaster. Pan Yuyao's innocent face looked clear yet foolish. Now the landlord has seen everything. Such a revealing side of her. Moreover, the poses she struck, with heart signs and pouting lips, were all in the mindset of sending to her sisters. As a result, the landlord caught a glimpse. If he saw it, would it change his impression of her? At that moment, Zhang Yu sent a message in the group. Why recall it? It looks pretty good. Pan Yuyao's mind went blank, feeling like she was suffocating. It's fine, at least only he, an outsider, saw it. At worst, we can silence him, Lu Wanxiao said. He shouldn't spread it. The landlord isn't that kind of person. Di Xiaoba also rushed to the room. As long as that's the case. Otherwise, I'd have to leave this planet. Pan Yuyo was filled with dread. Fortunately, only Zhang Yu, an outsider, saw it. If it had accidentally been sent to the company group, that would have been true social death. She wouldn't even need to go to work tomorrow. Next time you send a message, make sure to check before sending. Lu Huanxiao couldn't help but sigh. What could she say? She couldn't bear to scold her sister Pan Yuya. Stop overthinking it, let's all hurry to sleep, Lu Huanxiao said, sending a message in the group. Zhang Yu, clear the chat history, don't make me beg you. She couldn't even bring herself to say a harsh word. Don't worry, it won't leak out. Zhang Yu took a screenshot of the cleared interface and sent it to the group. However, before that, he saved the best-looking few images. Everyone has a desire to look good. If you ask me to clear it, wouldn't that make me look bad? Seeing Zhang Yu's screenshot, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. This landlord is not bad, can get along, but he still saw it. Clearing the screenshot represents an attitude. There are many people who look at Asian pictures. As long as they don't say anything, it's as if they never saw it. At this point, they can only comfort themselves like this. Otherwise, internal strife would be useless. A small episode passed. Zhang Yu was really tired. At that moment, a text message suddenly came in on his phone. Mr. Zhang Yu, I saw your performance online, it was outstanding. I am Liang Yan from the city's Cultural and Tourism Department. If convenient, please come to my office tomorrow. I have important matters to discuss. Liang Yan? Zhang Yu frowned at the message. He casually checked online. Her title was the head of the Jiangcheng Cultural and Tourism Department. This level was the same as Xia Ruikan from the Binjiang district. She was only 41 this year, the youngest head in Jiangcheng, with a bright future ahead. The picture on the encyclopedia, not sure when it was taken, did show some beauty. When she first took office, she was hailed as Jiangcheng's youngest and most beautiful head. But why was she looking for him? And how did she get his contact information? However, Zhang Yu did not pay attention to Liang Yan's message, so he did not reply. In his view, Liang Yan and Xia Ruikan were of the same level. Xia Ruikan had to show him some respect. Why does Liang Yan speak as if she is in a position of power, telling me to just go if I want? Doesn't that make her seem quite embarrassed? So, Zhang Yu decided, no need to care about her. He then set his phone aside and went to sleep. He slept very soundly, not even having a single dream. When he woke up, it was the chattering voices from downstairs that disturbed him. Looking at the time, it was already 10 in the morning. Aren't the three of them working today? Glancing outside at the weather, he noticed it was raining. White mist was rising from the river, and the buildings across the river were also shrouded in fog. Zhang Yu went downstairs. He saw 3 flight attendants in the living room, following along with a yoga routine on the television screen. The 3 of them were wearing yoga pants and tight crop tops. They were striking a perfect split pose, making their figures even more alluring. So tempting so early in the morning, is this tempting me to commit a crime? Landlord, you're awake, Pan Yuyo asked hurriedly upon seeing Zhang Yu. Remembering the wrong message sent yesterday, she felt a bit nervous. Thankfully, he didn't laugh at her. Don't you all have to work today? It's raining today, all flights are delayed. The airline has notified us to wait until the rain stops before heading out, Di Xiaoba explained. Rarely having a break, they decided to practice some yoga together. That's great. You all continue, Zhang Yu smiled. Just then, he felt his stomach rumble. He was hungry. Landlord, haven't you eaten? Pan Yuyo stood up at that moment. Yeah, just woke up. Where would I eat? Zhang Yu laughed. Oh, I thought you would have a midnight snack every day, Pan Yuyo said a bit shyly. Last time you had a midnight snack with Sister Xiao, you didn't call us. Zhang Yu just smiled knowingly. Are you sure you want me to call you? Ya. At that moment, Lu Huanxiao's face also showed a bit of panic. Continuing this conversation would lead to a taboo topic. If it got exposed, it would be over. So she proactively said, it's almost mealtime, let's prepare lunch. Today, I'll cook. The main task now was to change the subject. They couldn't delve deeper into the conversation. Great, then I'll taste the cooking skills of Chief Stewardess Lu, Zhang Yu said, sitting down on the sofa. He was ready to enjoy a ready-made meal. Then I'll make a signature dish, oil-braised shrimp, Lu Huanxiao said. Sister Xiao, how can I let you do all the work? I'll stir-fry some fish-flavored shredded pork, Pan Yuyo said. Then I'll also stir-fry a Northwest specialty, braised catfish, Di Xiaoba added. Just like that, there were 3 dishes. The 3 flight attendants, seemingly wanting to show off in front of Zhang Yu, didn't want to appear as if they could only eat ready-made food, and each proposed to cook their signature dishes. Alright, since you all have your specialties, I'm in for a treat today, Zhang Yu said with a smile. The 3 of them became even more enthusiastic. They busied themselves in the kitchen. The kitchen was spacious enough, with both Chinese and Western cooking areas. There was also a dedicated washing area. So even with all 3 in the kitchen, there was still plenty of space. Watching them busy and eager, Zhang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly a heavenly life." It wasn't just about competing to cook. Whether it was doing housework or anything else, it could all be arranged. The three of them blushed slightly upon hearing this. They didn't speak, continuing to work silently. At that moment, Lu Huanxiao's phone rang. She wiped her hands clean and answered the call. Okay, I understand," she said. After hanging up, her expression changed a bit. "Sister Xiao, what happened?" Pan Yuyao and Di Xiuba asked. "The airline called and said the rain has eased, asking us to prepare for takeoff." "Ha!" The expressions of the two became dejected. "Why is it always us? After finally getting a day off, and only half the dishes prepared, a task comes up? Being a worker really means being at the mercy of others." Zhang Yu watched this unfold. She felt in her heart that the airline staff were really being unreasonable. "I haven't even had a bite of food yet. How can they send them out?" So, without making a sound, Zhang Yu, in her capacity as a major shareholder, sent a directive to the airline. 4 flights after the rain, strictly follow the scheduled order. No one is allowed to change it without permission. From their tone, it seemed that the unexpected weather had caused flight adjustments, which would be restored according to a schedule. Presumably, some flight attendants with connections didn't want to fly and pushed Lu Wanxiao's group to the front. At that moment, the Jiangcheng airline was preparing for the resumption of flights when they received the major shareholder's message, demanding adherence to the established schedule. This news quickly spread within the airline. The major shareholder has issued a directive, preventing Lu Wanxiao's group from flying. Wow, this is the first time the major shareholder has intervened in flight scheduling. Could it be that Lu Wanxiao's group has connections with the major shareholder? Many flight attendants at the airline have benefactors behind them. This is an open secret. As long as it doesn't affect work, no one would say anything. Right, last time with Di Xiuba, wasn't it? You still dare to bring that up? Be careful. But the group on the schedule has a significant background. Do they really have to fly? That must be executed. If you dare to ignore the major shareholder's directive, are you tired of working? Then hurry and call Lu Huanxiao's group, tell them not to come for now. Yes, we need to be more careful in the future. We can't keep squeezing this group. The airline's execution capability is also quite strong. In less than a few minutes, just as Lu Wanxiao and the others finished washing their hands and were about to tidy up, they saw the notification in the group. According to higher-level arrangements, at Lu Wanxiao at Di Xiuba at Pan Yueying, your group is suspended from flying. According to the schedule, the second group will be on standby. Sister Xiao, what's going on? We're not flying again? Pan Yueying asked upon seeing the message. Is it confirmed? Lu Wanxiao asked in the group. This back and forth was really messing with their mindset. It's confirmed, your group just needs to report to work at the normal time. The airline replied. Now, the three of them were unsure whether to be surprised or happy. Such a sudden change, was someone intervening behind the scenes? Sister Xiao, do you have someone backing you at the airline? The two asked. No, none of my family has anything to do with aviation. Lu Huanxia shook her head. Then what's going on? This is so random. The few of them were puzzled. Hey, you don't have to go? Then hurry up and cook. I'm really hungry, Zhang Yu said with a smile as she approached the kitchen door. The three looked at Zhang Yu's expression. They couldn't see anything unusual and could only continue back to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. However, they exchanged glances, all sharing the same confusion. Could it be Zhang Yu? He must have a close relationship with the airline's higher-ups, Di Xiuba thought first, recalling how Manager Li was taken down, and Zhang Yu had told her not to worry. But now she wasn't sure and didn't want to bring it up. Since they couldn't figure it out, they might as well keep cooking. An hour later, the dishes they prepared were all served on the dining table. Not bad, Zhang Yu said, looking at the several dishes on the table. Besides their signature dishes, they also made a few home-cooked meals. In total, there were 5 or 6 dishes, all looking and smelling great. Landlord, you should try it. Pan Yueying clasped her hands behind her back, like a student waiting for praise. Zhang Yu picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the fish-flavored shredded pork. Not bad. It's at the level of a chef in a restaurant, he said with a smile. Landlord, how about trying my fish? Di Xiaoba also said. Zhang Yu took a bite and gave a thumbs up. Lu Hanxiao, standing nearby, didn't say anything. Zhang Yu casually remarked, let me see how this oil-braised shrimp is. He picked one up, twisted off the shrimp head, and removed the shrimp vein. The white shrimp meat was fragrant in his mouth. This shrimp is also great. I want to eat 2 big bowls today, Zhang Yu exclaimed. At that moment, he was the ultimate master of serving. The three of them received compliments, and their moods lifted. The effort they put into today's meal was not in vain. Come on, everyone sit down and eat together. The 4 of them sat around the dining table. They exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. It seems like this is the first time the 4 of us are eating together. No, we went to the mall last time. Alright, this should be the first time eating together at home. In the future, let's cook more at home. Home-cooked meals are the best. When it came to the words at home, the three of them felt a hint of shyness. They secretly glanced at Zhang Yu, who was just focused on eating, seemingly unaware of what they were saying. Eating so heartily was the greatest affirmation of culinary skills. Watching Zhang Yu enjoy his meal so much, they felt a surge of maternal warmth, wanting to cook for him in the future. After the meal, the rain had almost stopped. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the river surface was once again bathed in sunshine. The three flight attendants cleaned up the leftovers. Zhang Yu walked out of the community alone, planning to take a stroll outside. At that moment, a black business car stopped beside him. A man in an administrative jacket with slicked back hair got out of the car. A panel appeared above his head, displaying his age, place of origin, education, and job title. Mr. Zhang, hello, who are you? Zhang Yu looked at the person in front of him, feeling somewhat unfamiliar. Mr. Zhang, you really are a person of importance who forgets things easily. I am Secretary Sha's secretary, Shaolin. Secretary Sha asked me to pick you up and said he wanted to invite you to continue discussing the details of the technology research and development-based construction. Secretary Lin said, I called you just now, but you didn't answer, so I took the liberty of coming over. I hope you can forgive me, Mr. Zhan. Look at this. This is the proper way to treat guests, coming personally to pick him up. In contrast, that Lian Yan from last night really took herself too seriously. Since it's Secretary Sha inviting me, it would be a bit inappropriate not to go. Zhang Yu smiled. This matter was related to the construction of the research base, which concerned him. Since he had nothing else to do, he decided to go and chat. To make further progress in Jiangcheng, having someone like Sha Ruikan to assist was essential. So, Zhang Yu got into the black official vehicle. Before long, the car arrived at the research and development base of Dami Technology Company. Even before getting out, he could see through the window that a large area had been leveled. The old buildings that were there before had long disappeared. The old house of the Zhang family was still standing at the far end of the land, about 600 or 700 meters away, and had not been demolished yet. Ah, Mr. Zhang, you finally made it. As soon as he got out of the car, Sha Ruikan came over from a distance, extending his hand in advance. Many people followed him, and a few others were in front of the crowd, holding cameras and camcorders, snapping photos. Hello, Secretary Sha. Seeing Sha Ruikan making such a grand entrance, Zhang Yu also extended his hand to shake. The number one figure in Binjiang district, giving himself such great respect, it would be inappropriate to act aloof. So, this is the major shareholder of Dami Technology Company, surprisingly young, said a middle-aged man beside him. Let me introduce you, said Sha Ruikan. This is Zhang Yu, the major shareholder of Dami Technology Company. This is Hu Zongbin, the president of the Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce. Hello. Hu Zongbin extended his hand. Hello, President Hu, Zhang Yu replied politely. Several people nearby, holding long guns and short runs, were constantly taking photos, capturing this moment. Looking at their work badges, they were from Jiangcheng TV station, Jiangcheng Daily, and several other media outlets. Mr. Zhang, the reason we invited you today is to see the latest progress of the project, Sha Ruikan said. The land for this project has been leveled, and we completed it at the fastest speed possible to facilitate the construction of Dami Technology Company's base. Thank you, Secretary Sha, Zhang Yu smiled. My company will complete the production as soon as possible according to the plan. Mr. Zhang, if there's anything you need regarding taxes or policies, just let me know. I will do my best to accommodate, Sha Ruikan said enthusiastically. The R&D base of Dami Technology Company is not just a major project in Binjiang district, it is one of the top 10 significant projects in the entire Jiangcheng. Therefore, Sha Ruikan could set aside any work to personally oversee this project, demonstrating his importance. You're too polite, Secretary Sha, Zhang Yu smiled. I will have the company prepare a report and send it to you later. Come, let's continue to the front to take a look, Sha Ruikan said. Suddenly remembering something, he asked Secretary Lin, by the way, have the people from the Municipal Cultural and Tourism Bureau arrived? Hello, Secretary Sha. Just as he finished speaking, a government car drove over. Two women got out of the car. One looked young, like a secretary. The other appeared to be around 35, with her hair tied up in a bun at the back of her head, dressed in a black professional outfit, a small suit and a slit pencil skirt. There was a gentle smile in her eyes. With her fair skin, her demeanor was exceptionally outstanding. At first glance, she bore a striking resemblance to a local star from Jiangcheng, Zhang Li. Zhang Yu's mind also registered some basic information about her. Height 165 centimeters, weight 100 jin. Her place of origin and family situation were also listed on the second page. However, Zhang Yu did not look closely. Director Liang, hello, Sha Ruikong said, then began introducing the people present. This is Mr. Zhang Yu from Dami Technology. This is Liang Yan from the Municipal Cultural and Tourism Bureau, a famous beauty in Zhangcheng. With this introduction from Sha Ruikong, Zhang Yu and Liang Yan exchanged a glance, both taken aback. They didn't expect to meet for the first time here. He looked at Liang Yan, who was well maintained. Although she was over 40, she looked 5 or 6 years younger than her actual age. The aura of an official nurtures a person, and her skin and figure were a significant advantage over her peers. She exuded the charm typical of a married woman. Zhang Yu finally understood why the spirit of Chao Zai could endure for 1,000 years, not only surviving but thriving. This was an irresistible attraction for a young man in his 20s. Ah, Secretary Sha's influence is great. I've long heard of Mr. Shang's name, but I didn't expect him to be such a handsome guy, Liang Yan said with a smile, extending her right hand to Zhang Yu. I see Director Liang is also exceptionally graceful. Meeting you today is truly a pleasure, Zhang Yu replied, shaking her hand. Liang Yan's fingers were long and delicate. After a polite handshake, he felt her fingers lightly graze his hand. What was going on? He looked at Liang Yan. She casually said to Sha Ruikong, Secretary Sha, this R&D-based project needs to include a leisure park. I wonder what your thoughts are. Director Liang, you're joking. I'm not very knowledgeable about cultural tourism, you're the expert here. The two were of equal rank, both engaging in mutual flattery. If you ask me, this project belongs to General Manager Zhang. He calls the shots. What does General Manager Zhang think? Liang Yan smiled as she spoke. Zhang Yu was also brought into the conversation and smiled in response. No wonder Liang Yan from the Cultural Tourism Department was present at this site. The design plan for the land included a 20,000 square meter urban park, with areas for water play and entertainment. It would serve both the people working at the R&D base and the citizens of Jiang City. It could be considered an important cultural tourism project. The group was discussing the construction status of the project on the site. Time quietly passed, and 2 hours later, someone asked, where did the landlord go? He hasn't come back since he left. At the Binjiang mansion, Pan Yuyo felt restless. Did he go out for something? Di Xiaba asked, feeling a sense of separation anxiety. No. His car is still downstairs, Lu Huanxiao said from the balcony. Seeing the Rolls-Royce parked below, she couldn't help but think about what happened in the car last night. She wondered if everything was cleaned up. When Zhang Yu's car was repaired and returned, would her friend notice something was off? This thought made Lu Huanxiao feel uneasy. Hey, look, Zhang Yu is in the news again, Pan Yuyo said, then shared a video in the group. They saw several high-ranking officials inspecting a site, and Zhang Yu was among them. It's that Sha Ruikong again. The #1 person in Binjiang. I heard he's going to be promoted to the city soon. Who would have thought this young man is a shareholder of Dami Technology? I wonder what percentage he holds. I think he might just be an executive shareholder. In the comments section, sharp-eyed netizens noticed Zhang Yu appearing again, and the beautiful director Liang Yan is standing next to him. Although Liang Yan is married, she still has her charm. Did you notice Liang Yan's gaze at him? It seems a bit off, like she's eyeing her prey. At that moment, 3 flight attendants came across these comments and looked at Liang Yan. Her gaze indeed seemed somewhat ambiguous. As women, they naturally understood what that look represented. How does this landlord manage to attract women's attention everywhere? The 3 felt a strong sense of insecurity. They exchanged glances, especially Lu Wanxiao and Di Sheba, who read a signal from each other, as long as Zhang Yu was at home and not out chasing after women. Thinking of this made them chuckle. After all, there was no official relationship. But as the saying goes, the fat water doesn't flow to outsiders' fields. Sister Xiao, Sheba, what are you thinking about? Pan Yuyao, being more innocent, didn't think too much. Nothing, you just carry on, the 2 replied. Meanwhile, after inspecting the project, Sha Ruikong hurried to the next site without even having a meal. The group of reporters and the president of the business association also left with him. Only Zhang Yu, Liang Yan, and her secretary remained on site. General Manager Zhang, would you be interested in coming to my office for a chat? Liang Yan smiled. Our office is just a short distance ahead. We'll reach it after crossing 2 traffic lights. Since Director Liang is personally inviting me, it would be a bit inappropriate to refuse again, Zhang Yu replied with a smile, wanting to figure out what she was really up to. Soon, they arrived at Liang Yan's office. The secretary poured a cup of tea for Zhang Yu and then left. Liang Yan walked to the door and closed it. Then, crossing her arms, she returned to her spacious desk and sat down. The atmosphere in the room began to change subtly. Director Liang, what does this mean? With the door closed and only the 2 of them present, Zhang Yu asked directly. Mr. Zhang, I sent you a message yesterday, why didn't you reply? Liang Yan said with a slight smile. Was it because you were afraid I was too ugly and would scare you? Not at all. I've long heard of your good name, and seeing you today, you are indeed very charming. Zhang Yu replied with a smile. I just don't know why you wanted to see me. Of course there's a reason, Liang Yan said. You see how busy I am every day. Why would I look for you if there was nothing? Is it a business matter or a personal one? Zhang Yu asked. Mr. Shang, I won't hide it anymore, Liang Yan smiled. I have a habit of wanting to possess things I like, no matter what they are. So, I am also a part of what you want to possess. Liang Yan's ambition was not small. Did she think he didn't know his own identity? He was curious about how much confidence she really had. If you put it that way, I can understand, Liang Yan smiled. As long as you agree to be my little puppy, I can help your career advance further. The flower language of a steel wool ball is forbearance? Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Young men really need to protect themselves out there. Otherwise, it's easy to be targeted. Fortunately, he had a bit of status, otherwise, with Liang Yan's tone, he would have been devoured alive last night. This was the first time in days that a woman had spoken to him in such a condescending manner. As a pure man, how could he be content to be beneath someone? In the past, Zhang Yu thought there was nothing wrong with living off someone else. A few decades less of struggle. If someone valued him, it meant he had charm. Now, his thoughts were different. Since he had the current status and identity, no one could ride on his head. Oh, what can you help me with, Director Liang? Zhang Yu smiled. After all, you are just a head of cultural tourism. Mr. Shang, to be honest, Liang Yan smiled seductively. That's true for now, but in 2 months, it may not be the case. What if I don't agree to you? Zhang Yu asked. If you don't agree, it's no big deal. However, your company won't have it so easy in Zhangchang. It will be troublesome for your company to face fire safety and various inspections from time to time. But I believe your company can withstand the scrutiny, Liang Yan said, crossing her arms again, looking determined. When she saw Zhang Yu online, Liang Yan had already taken a liking to him. She used some means to find his contact information. It had been a long time since she felt such a strong desire to possess someone. Moreover, her elderly husband had lost his function many years ago. For her, still young, this was naturally not a good thing. What does that calligraphy on the wall say, slut? At this moment, Zhang Yu noticed a piece of calligraphy on her office wall and changed the subject. What are you talking about? Liang Yan's expression changed. That reads open-minded. I see it clearly says slut. Zhang Yu looked at her and couldn't help but smile. By the way, are you trying to say that you are about to be appointed as the top figure in the city, and everything will be decided by you? At this moment, Zhang Yu asked back. That's right, Liang Yan nodded, suddenly realizing something. Her expression changed. Did you guess this matter? This news had just been confirmed not long ago. It had only been decided at the higher levels. So even if there were rumors, they wouldn't spread so quickly. Those who know will have a high status. He is just a businessman. But looking at him, he doesn't seem to be guessing randomly. Not just that. Zhang Yu grinned again. I also know many of your secrets. Secrets? Liang Yan was taken aback for a moment, her expression appearing very calm. Don't fool me. What secrets could you possibly have about me? Then I'll mention too. If you think I'm lying, do as you wish. Zhang Yu's expression became serious. What do you want to say? Liang Yan suddenly realized that she couldn't understand this Zhang Yu. The psychological advantage she had just a moment ago vanished instantly. You are where you are now because of two key people behind you. One is your former father-in-law, and the other is your current husband. The times are 7 years ago and 3 years ago. Am I wrong? Zhang Yu said this. Liang Yan's face visibly darkened. Although there were occasional rumors that she had risen to power improperly, they were all baseless, without clear evidence, and certainly did not point to specific people and times. The only ones who knew about these matters were herself and the parties involved. How did he know? What are you talking about? Liang Yan struggled to maintain her composure. My resume is all legal and compliant. Speaking of compliance, Zhang Yu smiled again. Your university degree is also forged. You spent a fortune to bribe a director at the school. How do you know? Liang Yan had felt a bit lucky just a moment ago. Now she realized that no matter what she said, he had a retort ready, which was terrifying. So, Director Liang, Zhang Yu said with a smile, from start to finish, except for the fact that you are real, your resume is fake, and your rise to power is through improper means. Can you withstand an investigation? His words were like thunder. Liang Yan suddenly stood up, feeling blood rush to her head. She almost couldn't keep her balance. Supporting herself on the desk, she barely managed to control her body's equilibrium. How do you know? Are you investigating me? Liang Yan couldn't understand where the problem lay. What could have allowed Zhang Yu to know so much? That's not important. What's important is, Zhang Yu gestured with his hand, you are in my palm. Mr. Zhang, what exactly do you want from saying all this? Liang Yan felt her tone trembling. Just a moment ago, she had regarded Zhang Yu as a sheep. It turned out that his true nature was that of a wolf. In just a few short sentences, he had struck at her vital point. She could no longer resist, unable to move. Zhang Yu was truly unfathomable. So, you should know what to do. At this point, Zhang Yu had completely gained the upper hand. This information had all come from system feedback. Just by flipping back a few pages, there was a wealth of heavy news about her. This information was enough to leave a person in tatters. Using this information to control her was simply too easy. Mr. Zhang, I was wrong. Liang Yan began to show weakness. Just consider me joking. In the future, in Zhangchang, I will do my best to cooperate with your company. Just let me know what support you need. Who believes in verbal promises? Zhang Yu smiled, stepping forward. Mr. Zhang, aren't you interested in me? Zhang Yu gently pushed her. I see you still have your charm, so I'll reluctantly take a little loss. Then, Liang Yan leaned over her desk. In front of the desk, there was a brown photo frame. Inside the frame was a family photo of her with her loved ones. Everyone was smiling brightly. From the current perspective, under the gaze of her family in the photo, she actually. Moreover, Liang Yan prided herself on being in charge of cultural tourism and was a person of considerable status in Jiangchang, managing several hundred people. Those merchants involved in culture and tourism treat her with utmost respect. Manipulating these people is almost effortless. Yet at this moment, she is completely suppressed by Zhang Yu from behind. A profound sense of humiliation rises from the depths of her heart. However, she has no ability to struggle or resist. In Zhang Yu's eyes, Liang Yan's status is noble, belonging to the elite in Jiangcheng, always exuding a sense of superiority. She has also put effort into maintaining her appearance, so she looks only in her early 30s. Her skin is fair and tight, without a trace of excess flesh. She bears a resemblance to Zhang Li, making her the perfect wife. So this situation isn't a loss at all. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded from outside the door. Who is it? Liang Yan asked. Director Liang, I have a report to make. Can I come in? It was the voice of her secretary from outside. No, you can't. Liang Yan's voice rose several decibels, her face showing some panic. I have something to do right now. Let's talk later. Okay. The secretary turned and left. After taking a few steps, she frowned, sensing that the atmosphere and commotion in the office were off. But since Liang Yan had said not to enter, the secretary didn't have the courage to do so. What did the leader say? A few people gathered nearby. She's communicating with an important client. Let's come back later. The secretary handed over the report materials to them. The few people accepted the materials and could only turn and leave. In the office, after a long sigh, Zhang Yu stepped out. What are you doing? Liang Yan was startled to see him putting away his phone. Her scattered thoughts and detached soul suddenly snapped back into place. Nothing much, just protecting myself a bit, fearing you might retaliate, Zhang Yu said, shaking his phone. He smiled. As long as you behave, everything is safe. Big brother, I have a family. Liang Yan felt like she was about to cry. It was one thing to play around, but taking photos in the office was crossing a line. So what? Zhang Yu laughed. When you threatened me just now, I didn't realize you were someone who valued family. Mr. Zhang, Liang Yan was genuinely scared this time. What should I do? Didn't I just say? If you do nothing, you won't have any issues, Zhang Yu replied. Of course, if my companies are involved in culture and tourism, I hope you can be lenient. You never know when you might acquire a cultural tourism company. This was essentially a heads up. His attitude was simple. If you respect me, I won't treat you coldly. But if you have any ulterior motives, I will act even more decisively than you. Okay, I agree. Liang Yan nodded, swallowing her humiliation. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Zhang Yu fastened the button on his pants and stepped towards the office door. As he reached the doorway, he turned back to add, you should tidy up the office quickly. With so many subordinates visiting every day, don't let anything slip. Then, he opened the door and left the office. Liang Yan looked at the messy desk, feeling like she had to swallow her pride. It took her quite a while to tidy everything up. Zhang Yu left the office building. Stepping outside, he realized he had been out for so long without driving. He was thinking of taking a taxi back to Binjiang Mansion when suddenly a car window rolled down. Zhang Yu. He heard someone calling his name and turned to look. It was Su Mufei? What a coincidence to run into you here, Zhang Yu smiled. Yeah, where are you going? I can give you a ride, Su Mufei said. She was driving a pink Mini, which suited a woman well. to Binjiang Mansion. Zhang Yu directly stated the address and got into the passenger seat. You live in Binjiang Mansion? Su Mufei asked, driving with a hint of confusion in her eyes. After thinking it over, she felt relieved. Did your old house get torn down for a lot of money? After she informed him that the old house was going to be demolished, they hadn't been in touch since. If the demolition money was substantial enough, it would be enough to make a down payment on a smaller house in Binjiang Mansion. No, it hasn't been torn down yet, Zhang Yu said with a smile, then changed the subject. What about you? What's your situation coming here? Me? Su Mufei sighed. I'm not afraid to tell you, the Cultural Tourism Department owes the bank a sum of money. I came to find Director Liang today, but he won't see me. This money was approved by her at the time, so she had to recover it herself. The bank leadership had also made it clear that if this money couldn't be recovered, her job might be at risk. So she was quite anxious about this matter, and even eating and drinking didn't feel enjoyable. How much is it, and how long has it been owed? Zhang Yu asked. Sigh. Su Mufei sighed. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I'll find a way to solve it myself. Firstly, she didn't want to bother her former crush Zhang Yu, and secondly, he wasn't part of the Cultural Tourism Department, so he couldn't interfere in this matter. How are you going to solve it? Zhang Yu smiled at her. If you could solve it, you wouldn't be standing at the door getting turned away. This statement truly struck a chord with Su Mufei. For a moment, beneath her forced bravado, her soft heart was touched. Yes, this debt had been owed by the Cultural Tourism Department for a long time. After so many requests, they had been putting it off with various excuses, and Su Mufei even felt that her job was going to be jeopardized because of this debt. So Zhang Yu, do you have a solution? Su Mufei asked tentatively. Now she didn't know who else to turn to. I can, it's just a phone call away, Zhang Yu said, his expression very calm. He seemed to take this matter very lightly. Su Mufei's heart ignited with hope, yet she felt it was a bit unbelievable. Then, she saw Zhang Yu make a phone call. At that moment, in the office of the head of the Cultural Tourism Department, Liang Yan saw Zhang Yu's call. She couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Mr. Shang, what can I do for you? Hadn't they already clarified everything when he left? How could he call back in less than 20 minutes? Director Liang, don't you owe the bank a loan that hasn't been repaid? What loan? I don't know what you're talking about, Liang Yan instinctively replied. How much is this loan, and what is it for? Zhang Yu lowered his voice and turned to ask. 20 million for the resort credit, Su Mufei reminded from the side. He listened and then relayed the information to the other party. What? A 20 million credit? Liang Yan finally understood what was going on. This amount was significant, and she certainly remembered it. Indeed, it was borrowed by the Cultural Tourism Department for project expenses. However, the money that was originally meant for repayment had been diverted elsewhere, which is why it had been delayed. The bank had come to collect a few times before, but in the end, it had all come to nothing, and they were sent away. Why was Zhang Yu now coming to demand this money? What was going on? Could it be that the bank girl had a connection with him? The world shouldn't be that small, right? You borrowed 20 million and haven't repaid it, which has seriously affected their work. You must repay it today, no matter what, Zhang Yu stated firmly, otherwise, this matter will not be in your favor. Otherwise what? Liang Yan hadn't finished her sentence when she suddenly realized that her weakness was still in his hands. Was she out of her mind to go against him? So she quickly changed her tone. Mr. Shang, it's not that I don't want to repay. We're just facing some financial difficulties right now, and we can't come up with that much money all at once. Can't come up with it? You can borrow it, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Borrow? Who can I borrow from? Liang Yan's face showed difficulty. 20 million is not a small amount. How can I raise that so quickly? You can borrow from me, Zhang Yu smiled. I have a financial company that processes things faster than banks, and the interest isn't much higher than theirs. You just need to provide equivalent collateral. So they say, action requires capital. Is there another business opportunity for the company? Lending 20 million to Liang Yan, with collateral, there's no fear of her not paying it back. Moreover, the interest for a year can easily yield over 2 million. Doing this is all profit and no harm to himself. Alright, then. After much thought, Liang Yan finally nodded. It has to be done this way. Shifting debts, the amount hasn't decreased, just the creditor has changed. And this creditor is much harder to deal with than a bank. Now, she really is at his mercy. Beside them, Su Mufei, who was driving, listened to Zhang Yu and was stunned. In the time it took to make a phone call, he had resolved the 20 million debt issue, and she widened her eyes, unable to describe her shock. Anyone who has worked in finance knows how difficult it is to collect debts, not to mention a 20 million big deal. Even for a 200,000 small deal, it takes a lot of effort to collect. This problem was the biggest hassle for her. Yet for Zhang Yu, it was just a matter of a few words. How could she not be astonished? Zhang Yu, I don't even know how to thank you, Su Mufei said softly. After years apart, the boy who used to walk to and from school with her now exuded such presence and strength, making her see him in a new light. As a woman, who doesn't have a desire for strength? At this moment, Zhang Yu's image had risen significantly in her memories. Her heart couldn't help but start to flutter. She wondered if Zhang Yu still had feelings for her from back then. If you really want to thank me, why not finish that unfinished business from a few years ago? Zhang Yu looked at her and suddenly smiled mysteriously. Ha, what? Su Mufei asked in surprise. Then, visibly, her face turned red. Zhang Yu looked at her, knowing she was recalling what happened a few years ago. That was before Su Mufei moved away. One day, she came to hang out with him when no one else was home. They watched VCDs on the rooftop. The disc had no cover, and when it started playing, a warning message popped up. They thought it was a Hong Kong action film. After a while, they realized it was. They were both dumbfounded. Feeling increasingly hot, they couldn't help but hug each other. Just as they were about to taste the forbidden fruit, someone came back. So, they quickly turned off the TV, pretending nothing had happened. After that, they never had the chance to be alone together again. Until Su Mufei's family moved away, this incident became a regret in her heart. Now, with Zhang Yu bringing it up again, Su Mufei couldn't handle it. Psychologically, she was very willing. But if she didn't hold back, what would Zhang Yu think of her? He might think she had been living very openly these past few years. Zhang Yu, I've never been in a relationship. I'm not ready yet. Su Mufei became nervous. Back then, it was all about hormones. Now, she had a bit more rationality. But she also knew that facing such great help from Zhang Yu, it wouldn't do to not thank him. How about I think it over and call you later? Su Mufei asked cautiously. I was just joking. Don't be so nervous. Looking at her frightened expression, Zhang Yu quickly smiled. After all, she was his first love from his youth, and he wasn't that hungry now. Why don't you take me back? Zhang Yu changed the subject. All right then. Hearing him say this, Su Mufei felt a wave of disappointment rise in her heart. Was it because she wasn't pretty enough? If he could be a bit more proactive, she was ready to play along. After all, she hadn't been in a relationship for so many years. Su Mufei still had feelings for him. Now, after seeing him twice, the suppressed flame in her heart blazed up again. Where is the landlord? Why hasn't he come back yet? It's been so long, could something have happened to him? Should we call him and ask where he is? Bingjiang Mansion. The 3 flight attendants were getting restless. Since Zhang Yu left home at noon, it was almost dark and he still hadn't returned. The car hadn't left either. Their anxiety about the separation was growing stronger. Pan Yuyo had lost interest in everything and was lounging on the sofa. Di Shaba and Lu Wanxiu were pretending to work in the kitchen, but they were also feeling uneasy. So much so that when Lu Wanxiu cracked an egg, she accidentally threw the yolk and egg white away, instead tossing the eggshell into the bowl. Startled, she glanced back, relieved that neither of them had seen her. Otherwise, they would surely laugh at her. The dignified chief attendant, who remained calm in all situations, yet couldn't even crack an egg properly. Look, the landlord is back, Di Shaba suddenly said from the balcony. The others rushed to the balcony and saw Zhang Yu stepping out of a minicar, which then turned around and left the community. The landlord is so handsome. He's 185 meters tall, really well built. Seeing Zhang Yu walk towards the house, the 3 were once again captivated by his good looks. The anxiety they felt earlier vanished in an instant. How could there be such a handsome person in the world? He truly had no flaws from any angle. I heard that tall people, Pan Yuyo started to say. Noticing that Lu Wanxiu and Di Shaba were staring at her, she felt a bit wronged and said, that's what they say online. Did I say something wrong? How would I know? Lu Wanxiu and Di Shaba replied almost in unison to her question. Then, they exchanged glances, seemingly reading something off each other's expressions that felt off. Oh my, this is too surreal. But in front of the innocent Pan Yuyao, they didn't dare to confirm it outright. At that moment, the door opened, and Zhang Yu walked in. Landlord, you're back. Pan Yuyo stepped forward to ask. Zhang Yu, we're preparing dinner. What do you want to eat? Lu Wanxiu inquired. I'm fine with anything. Whatever you have, Zhang Yu replied, still a bit surprised. Did their enthusiasm for cooking come after he praised them at noon? If so, he was in for a treat, getting ready-made meals. How about we have hot pot? The ingredients are all prepared. Sounds good. Let's have hot pot, Zhang Yu said casually. But we can't have hot pot without alcohol, he added. There's still snowflake beer in the fridge. I'll go get it. Pan Yuyo dashed towards the double-door fridge. You shouldn't drink. Lu Wanxiu followed her. Sister Xiao, do you look down on me? Pan Yuyo protested. I can handle a couple of beers. It's not a social gathering at home. just a little is fine, Dishaba said. What if she drank too much and ended up saying something embarrassing? Soon, dinner began. In the center of the table, there was an induction cooker, with boiling soup cooking on it. Various ingredients were also washed and cut, arranged in a circle. Come on, let's have a toast. Zhang Yu raised his glass. The 3 flight attendants also lifted their glasses. Have you noticed? At this moment, we really feel like a loving family. I feel so happy, Pan Yueying said cheerfully. I really hope it can stay like this forever. Yueying, have you had too much to drink after just one glass? Di Shoba nudged her. We spend tens of thousands on rent every month. Implicitly, she was unsure if the 3 sisters would continue living together in the future. The burden at home was heavy, and Sister Zhao's family was quite wealthy. On the surface, it didn't seem like they were from the same background. Moreover, the personnel changes in the airline were significant, and there had never been a precedent for a long-term fixed crew. Who knows, one day they might have to part ways. Thinking of this, Di Shoba felt a bit sad and took another sip from her glass. Zhang Yu heard this. As long as you 3 want to live here, you can anytime, he said with a smile. As for the rent, when it came to rent, all 3 perked up their ears. If you can handle the housework at home and give me a leg massage or something, you can be exempted. Ha! Pan Yueying was stunned. It can be like that? Well then, I'm willing to work off the rent. Sister Xiao, Sheba, what about you? She was still in her internship period, with the lowest salary. If she could use her labor to offset the rent, it was a pretty good proposal. Lu Huanxiu looked at her, then glanced at Zhang Yu. Why did it feel like this landlord was trying to get her interested? Yueying, oh Yueying, it would take 10 oxen to pull you back now. But then again, she thought it wasn't right to say these things. The seemingly purest Pan Yueying, at least for now, had not been conquered by him. Yet here she was, seemingly the most experienced in society, the first to raise both hands. Who would believe that? However, the atmosphere at the dinner table became more lively because of this. After a hot pot meal, 2 hours had already passed. Originally, the 4 of them had only brought out 6 bottles of beer. When cleaning up, they found nearly 20 empty bottles on the table and the floor. No matter how low the alcohol content, drinking too much would still make one dizzy. The 3 flight attendants had flushed faces, even their necks and collarbones were red. Their originally fair skin looked even more delicate. Since becoming flight attendants, they had been flying in the sky. Such indulgent moments were not many, so they enjoyed a meal and drank to their heart's content. Are you all okay? Should we go to sleep? Zhang Yu asked. Not sleeping, it's hard to get a day off, and we haven't had enough fun yet, Di Shaba replied. So what should we do next? How about we play poker? After Di Shaba said this, Zhang Yu and Lu Huanxiao both looked at her. I meant, play cards, Di Shaba explained. After saying that, she realized something was off. Strange, why do I need to explain? Sure, I want to play too, Pan Yueying perked up. Thus, a card game was set up. Sister Xiao, are you playing? Pan Yueying asked. I'm not playing, I'll just watch you all, Lu Huanxiao said. Then let's play Do Diju. Di Shioba and Pan Yueying exchanged glances and said in unison, Landlord, you be the landlord. You 2 really want to gang up on me, huh? Zhang Yu smiled helplessly, but he didn't mind. First, let's agree on how to punish the loser, Di Sheba asked. How about, the loser has to play truth or dare? Lu Huanxiao suggested from the side. Great, let's do truth or dare. The first round began. The 3 each received a hand of cards. Sha Jia, can you help me see what's going on? Pan Yuyo sought help from outside the game. Your hand is pretty good. Lu Wanxiao took a look and was amazed. Her luck was indeed impressive. She had 17 cards, including 2 bombs and a king bomb. Wow, my hand is so good. With the king bomb I actually have 3 bombs. Pan Yuyao couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Yu heard this and smiled meaningfully. It was over. Di Xiaoba saw the landlord's expression, and with that, it was equivalent to revealing her cards. Zhang Yu was so clever that with a simple calculation, he could figure out what cards everyone had. Pan Yuyao was truly a liability. As expected, in the first round, Zhang Yu, as the landlord, won. So, truth or dare, what do you choose? Then let's go with dare. After the two discussed, they prepared to accept the punishment. Then you two, in your work uniforms, do an APT dance, Zhang Yu said with a laugh. Ha, that's so cheesy. I don't want to. As soon as Pan Yuyao finished speaking, she realized she was the one who lost and had dragged Di Xiaobai down with her. She couldn't help but say, fine, I'll dance. Then, the two changed into their uniforms and danced to the music. I have to say, although the dance was cheesy, the two of them looked great doing it. No matter how cheesy the dance, pretty girls make it different. Not satisfied? Let's do it again. After one song, Pan Yuyao's competitive spirit kicked in. The second round began. The two worked well together. Airplane. Di Xiaoba played 6 cards and then said, I only have 1 card left. Zhang Yu looked at his hand and found he couldn't play anything. He was already prepared to accept the punishment. At that moment, Pan Yuyao suddenly said, I have it, I have it. Then she played 6 cards. Di Xiaoba's pupils dilated in shock. The landlord is the landlord. Why are you playing against me? Ha! Pan Yuyao scratched her head. I still have a bunch of cards in my hand. I got so excited I forgot. Di Xiaoba really suspected her teammate was a bot. Sometimes she really wanted to switch to manual. It's okay. Didn't you say you only had 1 card left? Guaranteed win. Pan Yuyao broke apart her smallest pair. I'll play a single 6. After playing, Di Xiaoba didn't move. Ha! You can't even take a 6? Pan Yuyao was shocked. At this moment, Zhang Yu took over the battlefield. He played a big card that crushed everything, then played all his cards in one go. Di Xiaoba couldn't respond. Ha ha ha. Lu Wanxia was almost laughing so hard she couldn't breathe. Xiaojia, why don't you take a turn? You lost again. Di Xiaoba couldn't help but beg for mercy. This time, what punishment will you accept? Zhang Yu asked. I'll go with truth. I'll also go with truth. Then let's draw cards. Answer whatever you draw. Zhang Yu had a stack of truth cards ready. What is my biggest wish right now? Pan Yuyao drew this card, thought for a moment, and said, my biggest wish is to successfully become a full-time employee at the airline and work with Xiaojie. This statement warmed Lu Huanxiu's heart. Pan Yuyao wouldn't lie. This was her true feeling. Lu Huanxiu had not misjudged Pan Yuyao. From the day of the intern's onboarding, she had her eye on this cute girl with twin ponytails. It had been almost a year since they had been together. Di Xiaoba, on the other hand, drew the card that asked, what is the most unforgettable day for you? She thought for a moment, glanced at everyone, and then said, the most unforgettable day for me was the day before yesterday. That day, she took a leave and didn't fly. Then she was with Zhang Yu. She had given away something precious that she had held onto for over 20 years that day. For her, it was indeed unforgettable. Ah, what did you do the day before yesterday, Xiaoba? Pan Yuyao asked, bewildered. Lu Hanxiao stood by, watching Di Xiaoba's expression. No need to ask. This also indirectly confirmed it. Di Xiaoba had a story with the landlord, Zhang Yu. There was no sourness in her heart. Instead, there was a sense of relief, as if she was isolated and helpless, but now had a comrade by her side? She didn't know how to describe her current feelings. Goodness, she had been looking for the right opportunity to verify things. In the end, a game of cards led to a self-revelation. Di Xiaoba looked at Lu Hanxiao, her eyes a bit vacant. If Sister Xiao knew that she had something with the landlord, would she scold her? The relationship wasn't even defined yet, and she had gotten involved in such a muddled way. However, it seemed that her emotions were still okay. She wasn't as worried anymore. Come on, Yuyao, take a break. Xiaoba and I will play a round together. At this moment, Lu Hanxiao rolled up her sleeves. Oh, you too. Are you planning to team up against me in the future? Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. It was that kind of meaningful laugh, definitely hinting at something else. Lu Hanxiao, filled with a belief in victory, began shuffling the cards. Zhang Yu, if we team up, you definitely won't be able to handle it. Is that so? Then let's give it a try. Zhang Yu laughed. I'm actually looking forward to it. You. Lu Hanxiao knew he was encrypting the conversation again. Sure enough, Pan Yuyao didn't understand. Landlord, I'm not good at cards, so you think I'm not a match for you, right? Soon, the next round began. This time, Zhang Yu secretly let one slide and voluntarily lost a hand. Yay, the landlord finally lost a round. Quick, what punishment do you want? Pan Yuyao jumped up excitedly. Then let's do a truth or dare, Zhang Yu said. Come on, landlord, draw a card. Pan Yuyao handed over the stack of cards. Zhang Yu drew one, and it read, share a secret that no one knows about you. A secret? There were too many. However, he still had to say something not too mysterious. He thought for a moment and then said, the secret I'm sharing is that the shower on the first floor is broken, and I deliberately didn't fix it in time. Ah, Pan Yuyao was taken aback. That doesn't count, Lu Hanxiao said. I already knew that. If you want to hear more, you'll have to win against me, Zhang Yu laughed. Then let's go. Lu Hanxiao was also all in. Unfortunately, in the following rounds, Zhang Yu won them all. He didn't give them any hope of winning. He was already good at cards, and after getting the system, his card counting and memory skills had greatly improved. He was already at a professional master level. For two amateur players, it was as easy as winning whenever he wanted. By the end, they had accumulated several punishments. Di Xiaoba and Lu Hanxiao were left with no temper. Ah, I don't want to play anymore, I surrender. Di Xiaoba raised a white flag. One didn't know how to play, and the other didn't want to continue. Naturally, the game couldn't go on. Zhang Yu, you won. Lu Hanxiao finally lowered her head in defeat. There are still several punishments left, Zhang Yu laughed. To save time, let's just ask one. But this question won't be drawn from the cards. Then how do we ask? Lu Hanxiao inquired. Let Xiaoba ask. Zhang Yu designated the person. Xiaoba felt a bit flattered. After thinking for a moment, she asked Lu Hanxiao, Sister Xiao, what kind of man do you like the most? You can only say one characteristic. One characteristic? Lu Hanxiao felt distressed. If she told the truth, wouldn't that expose everything? But if she didn't tell the truth, it felt like she couldn't get past this hurdle. Several punishments had already been compressed into one. After thinking it over, she took a deep breath and said, a strong man. As soon as the words were spoken, the scene fell into a brief silence. Oh, Sister Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so aloof on the outside, yet you actually like this kind of thing. Pan Yuyo was the first to exclaim. Xiaoba's heart was even more certain of a guess she had. She naturally understood what Sister Xiao meant. In this household, there truly was no one left alive. Except for Pan Yuyao, who was still in the loop. Alright, it's getting late, everyone tidy up and go to bed early, Zhang Yu reminded. Although no one had spoken a word during the card game, through a few questions and some insights, they had cleared the fog and understood each other's relationships. This saved them from guessing back and forth. They would then know how to handle things. The purpose of the card game had been achieved. Alright, tomorrow is my official appointment date, Pan Yuyo said, a bit excited and a bit nervous. Xiaoba, is there anything I need to pay attention to before the official appointment? What should I prepare? Yuyao, don't worry, I'll help you get everything ready first thing tomorrow morning, Lu Huanxiao said. The fact that there had been no news until now indicated that the official appointment was basically secure. Tomorrow, with the necessary documents and materials, she could go to the airline to sign the official contract. Lu Huanxiao would also go. She wanted to know Pan Yuyao's assignment as soon as possible, hoping she could still join her team. Alright then. With Sister Xiao saying that, Pan Yuyao felt relieved. After the card game ended, the three of them returned to their rooms to wash up and sleep. Zhang Yu also went back to her master bedroom on the second floor. She glanced at the time. Good times always pass quickly. It was already almost midnight. System, I want to draw today's blind box. Zhang Yu lay in bed, looking at the time, and summoned the system. Drawing rewards couldn't wait for a moment. Host, today's blind box has been prepared for you. Soon, a virtual interface for the blind box draw appeared before her. She chose one of them. When the box opened, a line of text popped up. Congratulations, host drawn blind box. God-level resurrection medical skills. It was another skill. Zhang Yu looked at the explanation. She found that this medical skill was a bit special. It was that, generally, she wouldn't treat common ailments, she only treated difficult and complicated cases. For patients who were old and on the brink of death, with just a breath left, applying this medical skill could extend their life and bring them back. Or for patients with cerebral palsy or paraplegia, they could quickly recover to a level of self-care. Even long-term bedridden patients in a vegetative state could reach a level where they could wake up and speak. However, to be lively and active, the current level was still insufficient. Otherwise, it would be a science fiction film. However, this set of medical skills did not mention much about more common ailments like headaches and fevers. After all, for such basic illnesses, drinking more hot water would suffice. So, it only included a few small medical skills as bonuses, along with basic skills for treating bruises and promoting blood circulation. As the saying goes, having more skills is never a burden. Zhang Yu quickly claimed this reward and stored it in the system's personal center. After finishing all this, Zhang Yu washed up and prepared to sleep. She had expended a lot of energy today, and drowsiness was setting in. Zhang Yu, are you asleep? At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Without needing to ask, she knew it was Lu Wanxiao. Among the three of them, the other two called the landlord more often. She called by name more frequently. It was late, and she had come to find her again. She wondered if there was something going on. Could it be that she was thinking about something again? So she came over on her own? Speaking of which, if you come knocking at my door, then I won't be sleepy anymore. Zhang Yu said, wait a moment, and then put on a pair of shorts, not wearing a top, and went to open the door. After all, it was late, and they were at the door. Who still dresses up nicely before going out? Moreover, for Lu Wanxiao, she is no longer a stranger to me. She is someone I have communicated with deeply. The moment I opened the door, Zhang Yu's smile instantly froze on his face. There stood Lu Wanxiao, Di Sheba, and Pan Yuyao. Damn! Zhang Yu immediately felt socially dead, quickly closed the door, and put on a jacket before opening it again. Wait, you three, why are you coming to my room in the middle of the night? It's like this, Lu Wanxiao explained. We three are planning to go swimming in the community pool. We want you to help us decide what to wear. No way, swimming at this hour? Zhang Yu was a bit surprised. As the most upscale community in Jiangcheng, It also has a gym and a swimming pool exclusively for residents. The pool is heated, and residents can enter by facial recognition. The water is changed daily. The pool is built to international competition standards, so it has a high class. Zhang Yu had heard about it but had never been. However, going swimming in the middle of the night felt a bit strange. Yeah, landlord, Dishaba said. Yuyo is about to be confirmed tomorrow, and she's a bit nervous and excited. So we're just accompanying her to exercise and calm her down. Right, Yuyo? She gently nudged Pan Yuyo with her elbow. But what she said next made Dishaba feel like she wanted to call the police. Shaba, did you see the landlord's bulge? It's simply deadly. Pan Yuyo looked at the landlord with eyes that were almost drooling. That scene just now was hard to shake off. Yu Yao, what are you talking about? Lu Huanxiao also sensed something was off and quickly said, this girl really has a wealth of theoretical knowledge, isn't it? Don't you all think so? Pan Yuyao's rhetorical question left both Lu Huanxiao and Di Xiaba speechless. Pan Lu Du Xia. Not to mention anything else, the donkey part is indeed true, but they wouldn't dare to say that. Pan Yuyao, however, was unrestrained. You can say these things privately, the landlord is still standing here, Di Xiaoba reminded. Oh, Pan Yuyao then realized and said, sorry, where do you want me to look at the clothes? Zhang Yu asked, seeing that the three of them were empty-handed. Come with us to the living room on the first floor, Lu Huanxiao said. Then, Zhang Yu followed the three of them back to the living room. On the sofa, there were 3 piles of swimsuits. Each pile had several styles. There were one-piece swimsuits, made of thick, opaque fabric. There were also 2-piece sets with tops and skirts. And the least fabric was the bikinis. Just looking at them made Zhang Yu's face heat up and his heart race. Wait, are you sure you want to wear them for me to evaluate? Zhang Yu asked in surprise. Yes, we 3 can't decide. We just want to see what looks good in a man's eyes, Pan Yuyo said again. So, do you want to come out one by one or all together? Zhang Yu asked. We'll go back to our rooms, and whoever is ready will come out directly. If it doesn't work, we'll go back and change. The 3 of them picked up their respective piles of swimsuits from the sofa. They still felt a bit shy. Some things are easier to discuss privately, but to be open and display them publicly is still quite embarrassing. Then I'll wait and see, Zhang Yu said with a smile. He had planned to sleep, but unexpectedly, there was a benefit in the middle of the night. Next, they each returned to their rooms. After a while, Pan Yuyao came out wearing a pink one-piece swimsuit. Landlord, what do you think? Turn around so I can see, Zhang Yu requested. Pan Yuyao obediently turned around as Zhang Yu asked. Well, it's quite cute, but isn't it a bit too childish? Then I'll change into another one. Pan Yuyao jogged back to her room. Then, Lu Hanxiao walked out of her own room. She was wearing a long-sleeved swimsuit. At first glance, it looked like everyday casual wear. Even going swimming, she was dressed like this? Zhang Yu, what do you think? Lu Hanxiao asked. I suggest you just change into long pants, that way, you can cover everything, he said. His suggestion made Lu Hanxiao realize, oh, is he mocking her for being too conservative? But thinking about it, dressed like this, she really wouldn't get much attention. She had no choice but to turn back to her room. In just a few seconds, Di Xiaoba walked out of her room. She hadn't said a word yet. Zhang Yu looked at her with eyes full of amazement. She was wearing a halter neck V-neck swimsuit. The skirt just covered her hips. It looked charming and sexy. Landlord, what do you think? Di Xiaoba asked, a bit shy, not knowing where to put her hands and feet. You pass. From his aesthetic perspective, Di Xiaoba's outfit really hit the mark for him. So, I don't need to change? Di Xiaoba didn't expect to be affirmed right away with the first outfit. No need, let's see how the other two do, Zhang Yu said. You come sit on this side of the sofa and we can compare. Next, he watched Lu Hanxiao and Pan Yuyao, as if they were models on a runway. After several rounds of changes, they finally settled on their final outfits. In the end, Lu Hanxiao wore a bikini, showcasing her perfect S-shaped figure. Pan Yuyao wore a pleated skirt short-sleeved swimsuit, fully exposing her thighs, looking pure and innocent. So, shall we go to the pool now? The 3 of them looked at each other, feeling a bit shy about their final choices. Landlord, are you coming with me? Pan Yuyao asked again at this moment. With no men around, I'm afraid of perverts. Lu Hanxiao and Di Xiaoba couldn't help but sigh silently. What perverts? If there were any, it would definitely be the landlord Zhang Yu. Well, saying that, as the owner, I do have a responsibility to protect the safety of my tenants, Zhang Yu said, going along with it, so wait a moment, I'll change my clothes. Soon, all 4 of them had changed and were heading to the pool. They all wore outer garments outside, planning to take them off when they arrived. The pool was in the central clubhouse of the community. When they reached the entrance, there were still a few people swimming. As soon as they saw the 4 of them walk into the pool, their eyes widened. Wow, 3 stunning beauties. This pool is so white. No, this swimsuit is so round. I've been in Binjiang Mansion for years, and I've never seen such beauty. Which owner is this? How come he has 3 people accompanying him? Jealousy makes people feel divided. The people in the pool were all owners of Binjiang Mansion. They were prominent figures in various industries. What kind of beauties hadn't they seen? Including them, they had brought a few female companions to play in the water. Those female companions were at least worth 50,000 in the circle. Top-notch beauty. However, in front of these 3 women, they instantly lost their color. Even in swimsuits, they were charming but not vulgar, without a hint of being tainted by the mundane. The leading one had a noble aura. The mixed-race beauty was unforgettable. The youngest one had the vibe of a pure school beauty taking poolside photos. Each of them was beautiful in their own unique way. Then there was that man, in his 20s, looking like he had just graduated from university, standing at 185 centimeters tall, handsome. He was truly a feast for the eyes. Who is that guy? I don't know. I've never seen him in the community. Those 3 can get along so well. They really have some skills. Someone was holding their knee, feeling a dull pain. Is he the one who drives the Lamborghini? It seems to be him. By the way, he was the one singing at the Peacock Legend concert. It really is. All this time, the person who's so popular online is actually the owner of Binjiang Mansion. Our community is truly a hidden gem. Let's go. We shouldn't humiliate ourselves any further. If they stayed any longer, who knows how many blows they would suffer. Under their envious gazes, Zhang Yu and his 3 companions also entered the water. The water temperature was a constant 30 degrees Celsius, so, even at night, it wasn't cold. As soon as they got in, Lu Huanxiu and the other 2 began to play joyfully in the water. The scene was a blur of white, indistinguishable between splashes and something else. Landlord, you should join us too. Hearing this call, Zhang Yu suddenly felt an illusion, as if he had entered a spider's lair. Who could resist this? So, he dove in headfirst, performing a dive. In the south, there's water everywhere: rivers, lakes, and small ponds. Swimming is a necessary skill for anyone from the south. In an instant, the pool was filled with splashes, lively and bustling. When a person is in the water, surrounded by it, it feels like a baby returning to the womb, a natural sense of security. The splashes were delicate, and everything touched felt slippery. This part is not to be elaborated on for 3,000 words. When his stamina was nearly spent, Zhang Yu half lay on the edge of the pool. He said, "It's getting late. Let's go up." "No, we haven't had enough fun yet." Pan Yuyo still felt a bit unsatisfied. "It really is time to go up." Lu Huanxiao looked up at the clock above the swimming hall. "It's already 1 in the morning. Yuyo has her formalization ceremony tomorrow. She needs to be in good spirits." "Alright then, Sister Xiao, I got it." Pan Yuyo was reminded by Sister Xiao and remembered she had important matters to attend to. So, like a white fish, she swam out of the water. The others also followed suit. The remaining droplets rolled on their skin, truly like water lilies emerging from the water. Since the pool was very close to home, they decided not to rinse off here and would do it when they got back. Zhang Yu noticed that this night's swim had yielded quite a bit. Lu Huanxiao's peach blossom value had already reached 9 stars, and Pan Yuya was at 9 stars. He was really impressed by this system. Zhang Yu felt a bit disappointed, still wanting to see what the second full-star hidden prize would be. As a result, it really came to 9 stars? "Zhang Yu, what are you thinking about?" Back in the living room, Lu Huanxiao asked. "Nothing. Let's hurry up and wash up and sleep." He shook his head with a smile. Lu Huanxiao wanted to say something else when she heard her phone ringing in her room. Back in her room, she saw that there were 7 or 8 missed calls from the same number on her phone. Zhang Yu returned to his room. After the exhaustion from swimming, he was truly tired. It felt as if his whole body had been emptied. Although he had enhanced physical abilities, he was still a carbon-based life form. After tidying up a bit, he prepared to sleep. Then, he saw the phone screen light up in the dark room. "Zhang Yu, can you help me with something tomorrow night? What do you need help with? Have you thought it through?" "Oh no, it's not that," Lu Huanxiao replied. "I'm planning to go home tomorrow. Can you accompany me?" "Oh, meeting the parents, huh?" Zhang Yu smiled. "Was it that quick?" "Sort of," Lu Huanxiao replied. "My family is pressuring me to get married, arranging a marriage I don't want." Those missed calls were all from her family. Although Lu Huanxiao had moved out long ago because of family issues, she didn't want to go home but couldn't escape the pressure from her family. There was no way around it. After all, she was the only heir of the Lu family. "Then I really helped you a lot." Zhang Yu smiled. "After everything is done, how do you plan to thank me?" What he wanted was not some kind of reward, but to deepen Lu Hanxiao's impression that she couldn't live without him. He wanted her to always feel one step below him psychologically. "Thank you?" Lu Hanxiao didn't even know what she could thank him for. Money? Zhang Yu wouldn't care about that. Herself? For him, that had already happened. Did he have some other thoughts? It's fine, as long as you agree. I'll let you know when I've thought it through. Zhang Yu replied. Alright, I agree. Lu Hanxiao felt like a fish on a chopping board, completely at his mercy. But now, she couldn't find anyone else suitable. She could only turn to Zhang Yu. She was also prepared to pay the price. Okay, it's getting late. You should sleep early. At that moment, Pan Yuyao lay down in her room. As soon as she closed her eyes, Zhang Yu's face would appear in her mind. Ugh, so annoying. How can I sleep like this? Landlord, get out of my head. Pan Yuyao tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. She touched her cheek, feeling as hot as if she had a 39-degree fever. She recalled the few moments she had spent alone with Zhang Yu. The last time, sitting in the passenger seat of a sports car, cruising at night. She couldn't help but think, this is bad. She's really in deep now. Should I just confess to the landlord? But I wonder if Sister Xiao and Xiaoba will be angry. Pan Yuyao sat up decisively. If I say it, will we not be able to be good sisters anymore? It would be so awkward at work. They think I'm foolish, but I can see through it. Both sides were tangled, wanting both things. Is there any way to be with the landlord without hurting the sisterhood? Pan Yuyao kept pondering this question in her mind. Yuyao, get up. She was awakened again by Lu Hanxiao's voice. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found Sister Xiao in her room, looking for clothes for her. Today is the airline's confirmation ceremony. You can't be late. Hurry up. Lu Hanxiao spoke in an older sister's tone. Pan Yuyao rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up from the bed. Do we have a flight today? We don't have our flight today, but we do have one tomorrow morning. Lu Hanxiao was also familiar with the flight schedule. Confirmation is a big deal. As a fixed flying partner, Lu Hanxiao certainly hoped that the three of them could always fly together in the future. Unlike before, when they encountered all sorts of difficult relationships. Alright, Sister Xiao, stop urging me, I'm already quick. Dead legs, hurry up. Pan Yuyao climbed out of bed. By the way, what is Xiaoba doing today? Another crew was short-staffed, so they sent her over to help. She left before dawn. Will she make it back in time for our morning flight? Don't worry, it's a short-haul flight, she'll be back by the afternoon. Ugh. People in our line of work are really just pure cattle and horses. Pan Yuyao complained while putting on her flight attendant uniform. She suddenly regretted dragging Di Xiaoba to swim last night. She must not have slept well after being assigned a flight task at the last minute. She couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. What can we do? Flight attendants are just a bit more advanced than waiters. Lu Hanxiao smiled. Outside, there's a filter that makes it seem so impressive. But I see many people in the company seem very relaxed. Coming to work feels like a vacation. Pan Yuyao asked. Unlike them, who were truly flying almost every day, often having to stay in unfamiliar cities and hotels. Sometimes there are 5 or 6 hours between two flights, and there's not enough time to sleep. Although the salary is high, it comes from the accumulated flight hours. Yuyao, you're still naive, Lu Hanxiao said with a smile. That's all related to the higher-ups or having connections. Don't compare yourself to that. Now I understand, Pan Yuyao said, tying a blue and red scarf around her neck. Many big bosses still really like flight attendants. What? Are you looking to find a big boss? Lu Hanxiao's eyes widened. I don't like those bald generals. If I were to find someone, it would have to be like a landlord. Realizing she had spoken too freely, she quickly shut her mouth. Fortunately, Lu Hanxiao said nothing. After the two of them got ready, they headed to Jiangcheng Airlines. Sister Xiao, I'm still a bit worried. What if I don't pass the probation? Pan Yuyao looked somewhat nervous. Don't worry, I've seen your scores for each assessment. Passing the probation won't be difficult, Lu Hanxiao reassured her. Jiangcheng Airlines had over 100 intern flight attendants this year. There were 30 spots available for those who could be confirmed. A 1/3 ratio isn't too small. Given Pan Yuyao's appearance and temperament, as well as her performance, while she might not be the best, being in the top 30 is a certainty. Her assessment scores had consistently stabilized between 25 and 28. That's good, Pan Yuyao felt relieved. Manager Zhang, here is the list of this year's intern flight attendants who will be confirmed. Please take a look. In the bedroom, Zhang Yu was lying on the bed, having just woken up. He received a list. As a major shareholder behind the airline, he didn't concern himself with the actual business operations. However, various reports and lists were sent to him for review. Zhang Yu glanced at the list and immediately noticed that Pan Yuyao's name was missing. There was, however, a person with the surname Pan, named Pan Jinhao. What's going on with this confirmation list? Zhang Yu noticed the issue and quickly called the airline, How did someone with subpar assessment scores end up being selected? Manager Zhang, it's like this. These few have long-standing strategic partnerships with the airline. This one named Pan Jinhao, her fiancé's father is a leader in our airline's supervisory unit. They had already given us a heads up. The implication was that they couldn't afford to offend anyone. After all, the flight attendant position is just a basic role. It wasn't worth offending those partners and supervisory departments over such a matter. It wouldn't be beneficial for the company's development either. So that's how it is? Zhang Yu's gaze fell into contemplation. Soon, a thought formed in his mind. The wonderful performance has come to an end. Now, I will officially announce this year's list of confirmed cabin crew members. At Jiangcheng Airlines, the auditorium was filled to capacity with hundreds of seats. These were the interns about to be confirmed, along with their supervising instructors, and the airline's mid to senior management. Currently, the one reading the list on stage was the manager of the HR department. Below, the soon-to-be confirmed flight attendants began to murmur among themselves. One by one, the names on the list were read out. Those whose names were called cheered, disregarding the hundreds present. Sister Xiao, I'm scared. Pan Yuyao clutched Lu Hanxiao's hand. Lu Hanxiao comforted her, but her own heart began to race. With 30 names, the remaining spots were dwindling. The last one, Pan. The HR manager paused here, took a sip of water. Upon hearing this word, Pan Yuyo perked up. She gripped Lu Hanxiao's hand even tighter. Pan Jinhao. The HR manager announced the final name. Yay! A woman in the back row, who had been playing on her phone the entire time, cheered. Why her? Many people present were puzzled. Pan Jinhao was late 3 days and absent 5 days at the airline. Her performance was very poor, and she was notorious in the company. Everyone thought that once her internship ended, she would definitely be shown the door. They also asserted that no other airlines would want her, because Jiang Airlines had the highest quality interns. Even if they couldn't be converted, many of those who were not selected would be taken by other companies. However, those with poor performance, if Jiang Airlines didn't want them, no one else would either. Unexpectedly, Pan Jinha actually got converted? Many of the hundreds present were only just realizing this. It turned out she had connections. There were many people with connections in the airline, but most were very low-key. For someone like her, so openly slacking off and still getting converted, wasn't that tarnishing Jiang Airlines' reputation? Everyone felt a bit resentful. At this moment, Pan Yuyao's eyes were completely devoid of light. The strength in her hands had also completely relaxed. Yuyao, don't cry. I'll go ask what's going on. Lu Huanxiao looked at her and felt a bit at a loss. How could something that seemed so certain fall through? No, this matter had to have an explanation. Lu Huanxiao didn't believe that Pan Yuyao's performance could possibly not earn her a conversion spot. On this list of 30 hires, it was clear that many had performed worse than her, yet were selected instead. There must be some underhanded dealings. Although Lu Huanxiao had long known that there were all sorts of connections flying around in the airline, as long as it didn't infringe on her core interests, it didn't matter. But now, this group had taken Pan Yuyao's spot. Naturally, she had to find an explanation. At this moment, tears were rolling in Pan Yuyao's eyes. She had thought she would smoothly get converted today and could continue working with Sister Xiao and the others. As a result, when the list was read, her name was nowhere to be found. Pan Yuyao felt an immense sense of loss. This meant she not only had to look for a new job but also that their small circle of 3 would no longer be able to be maintained. Lu Huanxiao, seeing her like this, felt bad as well. She gently patted Pan Yuyao's shoulder and whispered comfortingly, Yuyao, don't be too sad. Maybe there was a mistake with the list. I'll go ask. But as she said this, Lu Huanxiao felt uncertain. She was just an ordinary flight attendant and couldn't interfere with personnel decisions. Pan Yuyao's tears were swirling in her eyes as she looked up at the ceiling, trying to keep them from falling. Her voice choked with emotion. I clearly worked so hard. Why is this happening? Among over 100 intern flight attendants, her performance was at least in the top 20. This list shouldn't have excluded her name. Lu Huanxiao comforted Pan Yuyao a few more times and was about to get up to seek an explanation when suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. The general manager is here. Lu Huanxiao looked over to see a middle-aged man in his 50s with graying hair walking into the conference room. He was hurrying, holding several sheets of paper, and walked toward the podium. He was Yu Dong, the general manager of Jiang Airlines. The middle management below, seeing that the general manager had personally come, all stood up to greet him. Yu Dong told them to sit down. No need for formalities, I'm here for an important matter. General manager you're here. What instructions do you have? The HR manager quickly smiled and approached him. General Manager Yu Dong presided over all matters at Jiang Airlines, and everything in the company ultimately had to be reported to him. Have you finished reading the hiring list? Yu Dong asked. Yes, it was just read out, the HR manager said quietly, there are no issues with this list. Yu Dong shot him a glare and then signaled for everyone in the conference room to be quiet. Everyone, please be quiet. The hiring list just read has some errors. The one I have here is the final list. Huh, what the hell? How can there be two different lists? This list, it wouldn't have my name removed, would it? The people below began to discuss. With such a large company as Zhonghang, valued at hundreds of billions, and with thousands of employees, how could such a mistake happen? However, looking at Yu Dong's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. The two different lists made those who were accepted a bit worried, while those who were not accepted felt a new hope. However, Pan Jinha's expression was very calm. With her arms crossed, it seemed that no matter how the list changed, her name would always be there. Yu Yao, it seems the list just now was incorrect. Lu Huanxiao also noticed a turn of events and quickly reminded her. She couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. What was going on with this list? The general manager Yu Dong actually came personally to announce the final version of the list. He wouldn't have intervened in such trivial matters before. Could it be that some mysterious force was behind all this? Who could it be? Lu Wanxia thought it over but had no clues. However, she remembered the last time, with Di Xiaoba's incident. Everyone thought Di Xiaoba was going to be fired, but in the end, it was Manager Li who got dismissed instead. She vaguely felt that these two events were not isolated. There was some inevitable connection. Everyone, quiet down. Now, I will announce the final version of the hiring list. Yu Dong cleared his throat. He began to read the list. This list hasn't changed much, has it? The first few names are the same as the previous one. The people below noticed that the list seemed to have no differences. However, after the 15th name, the list began to change. The 16th is Xiongtingting. Yu Dong's announcement surprised the middle-level leaders, flight attendants, and interns below. The original 16th name was not this one. Some middle-level leaders realized that the previous 16th was someone with connections. The 27th is Lin Mengyao, another different name. The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Mengyao was also an intern who performed well but was not hired. She was well liked in the company, and many were comforting her. Hearing her name suddenly felt surreal. Yu Dong continued reading up to the 29th name. The list had already shown 4 changes. A common feature was that those who were reselected had performed well but were not on the list just now. Meanwhile, those who were eliminated this round had performed decently but had some shortcomings. Strange. General Manager Yu, was this time strictly based on performance to decide the candidates? The crowd speculated. The 30th. As Yu Dong read the name, Pan Yuyao and Lu Huanxiao's hearts rose to their throats. Pan Yuyao even covered her ears and closed her eyes. She couldn't face it all. The 30th is Pan Yuyao. Let's congratulate the above 30 interns for officially becoming members of Zhonghang. As the announcement of the list ended, the big screen in the auditorium also displayed the list of 30 people. Yu Yao, you got selected. Lu Huanxiao repeatedly confirmed those 3 words, looked several times, and then said to Pan Yuyao, "Ha!" She was shaken by Sister Xiao and looked at the big screen. Her name was prominently displayed on the list. At that moment, she couldn't process it. It felt too unreal. I got selected? Yes, Yu Yao, you got selected, that's great. Lu Huanxiao hugged her tightly. I have to tell Xiaoba this good news. Xiongtingting, Lin Mengyao, and other interns who were reselected also cheered endlessly. The gratitude in their hearts had nowhere to go. However, amidst this joy, the eliminated Pan Jinha and a few others screamed, "How is this possible? The list has been finalized, how can it be changed at will? I have connections with the Civil Aviation Administration. Do you dare to disrespect the higher-ups? My future father-in-law is the boss of the largest partner of Zhonghang. My godfather has connections with the top 7 of the Zheng city government. A few of us have been eliminated. Can you Zhonghang bear this responsibility?" The other eliminated interns echoed, bringing up their own strong connections. They had promised to be regular employees, but now, in front of so many people, they were publicly eliminated. Who could accept that? They had come to the airline as if it were a vacation. They planned to slack off, and if worse came to worst, just get pregnant and take a long maternity leave, enjoying all the benefits Zhonghang had to offer. Zhonghang's treatment is among the best in the country, and it's stable. Now that they found themselves eliminated, it was a complete break. They threatened Zhonghang. However, General Manager Yu Dong's expression remained calm, and he responded unhurriedly, "I understand your feelings, but this is not my own decision. It is the directive of the major shareholders. As a subordinate, I naturally have to comply, so you need not say anything further." Major shareholders. The audience of hundreds erupted in an uproar. Zhonghang's major shareholders had never appeared publicly. All work was reported to the general manager at most. This included welcoming various inspections and signing business collaborations, all handled by Yudong. Everyone was curious about the identity of the major shareholders but could not guess. The only impression was that Li Chuxing's dismissal had been influenced by the major shareholders, but they had never appeared publicly. Moreover, that incident involved an ordinary flight attendant. The people below whispered to each other, engaging in intense speculation about this mysterious major shareholder of Jianghang. What kind of identity does the major shareholder have? Everyone on this list that was eliminated has a significant background. Their connections are enough to make Jianghang unable to continue. Why does the major shareholder dare to offend so many big shots at once? What is the situation? Although they all disliked those with connections, they were even more wary of them. Offending them would lead to no good outcome. For many years, everyone could only dare to be angry but not speak out against the existence of those with connections. They watched as they flew the best routes, without needing to stay up late or work overtime. Yet they received all the benefits, and their names were still on the year-end evaluation list. With the major shareholders' intervention, it felt like dawn was finally breaking. Lu Huanxiao looked at Yudong mentioning the major shareholder. She had a strong feeling inside. The beneficiaries of the two incidents, Di Sheba and Pan Yuyao, their connection. Zhang Yu. That's right. Her intuition told her that Zhang Yu was the major shareholder behind Jianghang. If this were true, then Zhang Yu's identity would be astonishing. He was not only their landlord but also their boss? A dual principal identity. What else could they do but kneel and call him dad? Sister Xiao, what do you think is going on? Pan Yuyo still felt a bit confused. She didn't understand why the major shareholder suddenly intervened in such a small matter. I'm not too sure either. Lu Huanxia shook her head. Maybe the major shareholder thinks it should be fair. Isn't he afraid of having conflicts with those big shots? Pan Yuyo asked again. I think the major shareholder shouldn't be afraid of those upper-class big shots, Lu Huanxiao said. She felt that Zhang Yu was indeed that kind of person, seemingly unafraid of anything. In addition, according to the major shareholder's instructions, I have one more thing to announce. General Manager Yudong on stage said again. The management and crew members below should also take note. From today onwards, the airline will strictly follow the schedule for flights and will also conduct assessments based on performance. For those who came in through connections and are underperforming, I won't name names here, please go to the HR department to handle your resignation. A stone thrown out will hit the one who shouts the loudest the hardest. Soon, a few people in the audience expressed their dissatisfaction. What exactly does Jianghang want to do? If you fire us all, then your flight shouldn't take off. Bring out the major shareholder. I want to see what tricks he's playing. Sorry. Yudong looked at those few people, who were the ones brought in through connections in previous rounds. He used to find them a headache, but now that the major shareholder had spoken, he felt no psychological burden. The major shareholder said that those with connections are the key targets for optimization. Please go through the resignation process after you leave. Fine, you Jianghang are ruthless, this matter is not over. Pan Jinha and a few others with connections couldn't hold their faces, leaving the conference hall in a hurry after throwing out a harsh remark. Then, Yudong turned to the HR manager and said, the autumn recruitment is coming up. Publish this year's campus recruitment announcement on the official website. Autumn recruitment? The HR manager hadn't reacted yet. Yes, due to the current large personnel changes, we need to expand recruitment. This year we will hire 200 interns, with 80 spots for full-time positions. Okay, Mr. Yu. The HR manager quickly noted it down. Which school should we recruit from? According to the major shareholder's instructions, there are three main places: Jiangqing Civil Aviation College, the flight attendant program at Jiangqing University, and finally, a job fair for social recruitment. Yudong relayed Zhang Yu's orders. Alright, I'll go down and take care of it right away. The HR manager nodded. He couldn't help but marvel at how decisive this major shareholder was. So quickly, there would be a thorough personnel cleansing at Jianghang? First, getting rid of those with connections. Then, bringing in a large influx of fresh blood to increase the full-time conversion rate, making the old employees nervous. Some of the bad practices at Jianghang would soon be reversed. The brand image and customer reputation of Jianghang would also see a significant improvement. They understood these principles, it was just that their ability to act was quite limited. After finishing these tasks, Yudong sent a message to Zhang Yu. Mr. Zhang, according to your instructions, I have already conveyed several matters. Good. Zhang Yu replied, send me a copy of the recruitment work and the full-time conversion plan for the next session. I will conduct surprise checks at any time. Yes, Mr. Zhang, once the plan is made, I will send it to you immediately. Yudong replied cautiously, Should I keep Pan Yueying and a few others who were readmitted and explain some matters to them separately? Yu Dong knew that Zhang Yu had contacted him directly after seeing that initial list. Therefore, the few people who were reselected on the second list might be Zhang Yu's people. However, the most likely candidate would still be Pan Yueying, as she was the only one connected to the previous Di Xiaobai incident. Xiong Tingting and Lin Mengyao seemed to have no connections. No need for that. Zhang Yu replied, just do your job well, don't take the initiative on other matters. Yes, Mr. Zhan, Yu Dong agreed. He listened to the major shareholder's words without question. The intern full-time conversion meeting concluded amidst a clamor. The people in the conference hall dispersed. The 30 who were converted beamed with joy. Being hired as a formal flight attendant for Jianghang meant a salary of 200,000 a year, 5 insurances and 2 funds, along with various benefits like makeup brands, movie tickets, and concert tickets. For the girls, there was no better job to be found. Those who were not hired, although disappointed, could still accept it. As long as they had Jianghang's 1-year internship experience as proof, they would be sought after by other airlines. Jianghang's business capabilities and etiquette training have always been of high standards. As for looks and figure, there was no need to mention, they had long since created a brand effect. Only a very small number of those who performed poorly and lacked business skills had to leave the flight attendant industry to pursue other jobs. Sister Xiao, I'm really so happy today. Pan Yuya walked out of the conference hall, unable to hide the joy on her face. Today's ups and downs were too thrilling. I successfully got my permanent position, and we can continue to be colleagues in the future. Let's celebrate properly when we get back today. Lu Huanxiao looked at her excited expression and couldn't help but smile, nodding. Alright, but let's not rush. We need to complete the process for the permanent position first. Right, we haven't signed the contract yet. Pan Yuyo slapped her forehead. Then, the two of them went to the HR department, completed the formal onboarding procedures, and returned to Binjiang Mansion together. Along the way, Pan Yuyao chattered about how she would spend her earnings in the future, while Lu Huanxiao smiled the whole time, listening to her talk about what was to come. Meanwhile, in the upper circles of Jiangcheng, the events surrounding Zhang Hang left them in disbelief. What? Zhang Hang removed many flight attendants today? Big Boss 1. On the list of those who got permanent positions, my goddaughter isn't even on it. Big Boss 2. Has Zhang Hang grown a bear's heart and leopard's gall? How dare they make such a big move? Big Boss 3. What do they want? Do they not want to cooperate anymore? Big Boss 4. I spend $1 billion every year playing with Zhang Hang, and they treat me like air? Big Boss 5. At that moment, they were all in the same private room of a club. Hearing this news, they were furious, their faces turning red with anger. The person who brought the news lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. It's true, the resignation procedures have been completed. Moreover, Zhang Hang is already preparing for a new round of recruitment to fill the vacancies. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The big bosses were enraged. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. Bring him to see us. Boss, it is said that this is all the decision of Zhang Hang's major shareholder behind the scenes, the messenger said. Major shareholder behind the scenes? The several big bosses with round faces exchanged glances. They had heard of Zhang Hang's major shareholder but had never seen them. Previously, they had always been in a state of not interfering and just taking dividends, perfectly invisible. Now, did they want to step into the spotlight? However, these 5 big bosses had seen the world. They controlled the aviation discourse in Jiangcheng and even the 5 provinces in the central region. Airport construction, airline establishment, route design, all could not bypass them. Even building a tall building in the city had to go through their certification and approval. They had the power to make any airline thrive or fall. Thus, their status in the aviation industry was supreme. Those flight attendants who were dismissed were merely their canaries. Such canaries could be replaced countless times, but their dismissal undoubtedly slapped their faces. Would they still be able to mix in after this got out? Since that's the case, let Zhang Hang pay a price. The 5 big bosses quickly reached a consensus. Go, investigate the background of Zhang Hang's major shareholder. We want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. This time, Zhang Hang must be finished. Back, Lu Huanxiao and Pan Yuyao returned to Binjiang Mansion, and when they opened the door, Zhang Yu was in the kitchen below. Landlord, are you going to cook for us again? Let's eat out today, Pan Yuyao asked. You seem to be in a good mood. Did you get your permanent position? Zhang Yu asked casually. Lu Huanxiao looked at him as if she were completely unaware of the matter, which was quite calm of her. Zhang Yu, the list for their official positions has already been posted on Douyin. You didn't know? Oh, I was downstairs and didn't pay attention. He knew that Lu Huanxiao was testing him. So, I heard the major shareholder intervened behind the scenes? Yes, the landlord. Pan Yuyao interjected, thanks to the major shareholder, otherwise I would have been unemployed. I must find a chance to thank him properly. How do you plan to thank him? By offering yourself, Zhang Yu asked with a smile. That depends on whether he's handsome or not, Pan Yuyao replied, a bit shy. However, there probably wasn't anyone more handsome than the landlord. Besides the landlord Zhang Yu, she felt nothing for anyone else. What if he looks like me? Zhang Yu asked with a smile. Ha! Pan Yuyao was taken aback, and Lu Wanqiao quickly said to her, Yuyao, weren't you going to tell Xiaba the good news? Go ask if she's back. Alright, I'll go ask now. Pan Yuyao walked aside. Zhang Yu, you are? Lu Wanqiao walked into the kitchen, looking at his sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. That's right, I am. Zhang Yu smiled at her. Sure enough, Lu Wanqiao's answer was confirmed. I've helped you so much. How do you plan to thank me? He asked again, half smiling. You go back to your room first. I'll tell you later, Lu Wanqiao said. If it weren't for him, the trio that had been together for a year would have disbanded today. Today, she really needed to express her utmost gratitude to him. Zhang Yu looked at her, wondering what new trick she had up her sleeve. But soon, he returned to his room. Hearing the sound of the door opening downstairs, it was Di Xiaobao returning. A few people cheered, almost lifting the ceiling off. Sister Xiao, let's call the landlord up to celebrate together? You two go ahead, I'll go call him, and we'll contact each other on our phones later, Lu Wanqiao said. Okay, then we'll go first. Watching the two of them leave, Lu Wanqiao then went up to the second floor. She knocked on Zhang Yu's door. The door isn't locked, come in, Zhang Yu said, and saw the bedroom door open. Lu Wanqiao's pair of fair thighs was almost completely exposed. In her hand, she held the eye mask that Pan Yuyao had bought last time. Unexpectedly, she really came. Did they go out? Zhang Yu cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. Yes, they went out. Lu Wanqiao walked into the bedroom with a smile, holding the eye mask. What are you planning to do? Zhang Yu asked. You know very well, she replied with a smile. Today, you helped Pan Yuyao, which indirectly helped me as well. So, was this the sister thanking him on behalf of her younger sister? Although he understood Lu Wanqiao's intentions, he was still puzzled. But why are you so good to Pan Yuyao? Even biological sisters might not be this good. Their apparent relationship was merely that of colleagues. Yet Lu Wanqiao's protection and care for her clearly exceeded what ordinary sisters would do. Even biological sisters wouldn't be like this. He couldn't understand why Lu Wanqiao acted this way. Zhang Yu, let's not talk about this, Lu Wanqiao said softly. We still have to go out and find them later. As she spoke, she walked slowly towards Zhang Yu. During this time, several phone calls came in continuously. Lu Wanqiao didn't even glance at them, directly rejecting the calls. He didn't know how long it had been. Zhang Yu finally relaxed completely. The sense of achievement in his heart was unprecedented. With Lu Wanqiao's background, she willingly acted this way. For a man, that was the ultimate sense of accomplishment. Lu Wanqiao indeed used her utmost sincerity. Ding-dling. At that moment, Lu Wanqiao's phone rang. Sister Xiao, have you come down from the landlord yet? As soon as the call connected, Pan Yuyao asked from the other end. We've already ordered the food, just waiting for you. Just a moment, we'll be down soon. Lu Wanqiao hung up the phone and turned to Zhang Yu, saying, let's hurry down, they're all urging us. Then she walked over to the nearby sink. She glanced at her phone messages again. Lu Wanqiao shook her phone and said, Zhang Yu, after dinner, come back home with me. Sure, no problem. Zhang Yu, feeling refreshed, readily agreed. It's just playing the role of a boyfriend for a bit. It's nothing much. Others don't even have such an opportunity. Moreover, Lu Wanqiao performed very well this time. They then went downstairs and quickly found Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba in the mall below. Sister Xiao, over here. The two of them waved to Lu Wanqiao and Zhang Yu, signaling their location. They are over there, let's hurry over, Lu Wanqiao said, quickening her pace. The four of them were in a good mood today, chatting about the ups and downs during the regularization meeting. Fortunately, it ended without any issues. During the conversation, they often burst into laughter, attracting envious glances from passers-by. Wow, it's them again, such a feast for the eyes. I saw them at this mall last time. With one guy and three girls, they must be up to something, all acting together, right? Sigh, I can't envy them. If I had money, I'd have more fun than them. The combination of handsome guys and beautiful girls is always the most eye-catching scenery wherever they go. Especially these three, each with a different style. A mature woman, a mixed-race beauty, and a pure young girl. Even if just one of them could date, it would be exhilarating. However, the onlookers all knew that Zhang Yu was the owner of Binjiang Mansion, driving a Lamborghini, with a status far beyond theirs. Naturally, apart from envy and jealousy, they couldn't really hate him. They were simply not on the same level. Sister Xiao, landlord, how about after dinner we go play an escape room? Pan Yuyao, feeling particularly happy about her regularization today, said, I'll cover all the expenses. Sure, I've been wanting to go for a while, Di Xiaoba also agreed. 4 of us are just right for a team. Yuyao, how about next time? After dinner, I need to go home for a bit, Lu Wanxiao said. Ha, go home? Such a strange phrase. Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba were both surprised. They had been renting together for a year and had never heard her say go home. Sister Xiao, is there something at home? Pan Yuyao asked. If there's something, you should go home first. It's nothing major, Lu Wanxiao smiled. I'll be back in 2 or 3 hours at most. We still have to go to work together tomorrow. Alright then. Pan Yuyao looked at the landlord again. What about you, landlord? Zhang Yu smiled. It's too late. I'll take Sister Xiao home later. That sounded reasonable. Why is the landlord suddenly so considerate? Okay then, we'll head back first. You two come back early. After dinner, Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba went back to Binjiang Mansion first. Checking the time, it was 7 p.m. It was still early. They realized they had nothing much to do now. How about we clean the first and second floors? They exchanged glances and quickly agreed. Now was the perfect time to use their abundant energy, so they got to work. Moreover, cleaning the room for the landlord was something that had been agreed upon from the start. First, they cleaned the first floor. Then they went to the second floor, starting with Zhang Yu's master bedroom. The house was so big, but the furniture was arranged reasonably, with no dead corners, making the cleaning quick. Xiaoba, look over there. Pan Yuyao suddenly pointed at the sink. Isn't that what I bought? How did it end up in the landlord's bedroom? This. Di Xiaoba was caught off guard by her question, and her mind raced, quickly realizing, had Sister Xiao not come down earlier because she was using this item? And this was the landlord's bedroom. She didn't dare think too much. Sister Xiao was really something else. Suddenly, a sense of competitive spirit surged within Di Xiaoba. Could it be that the landlord likes this kind of thing? Did I seem too immature last time? Because since that day, Zhang Yu hadn't communicated with her again. For a moment, she was a bit dazed, feeling inadequate and unsure how to attract a man's interest. Xiaoba, why aren't you saying anything? Pan Yuyao asked, noticing something was off. This should be the landlord being curious and taking a look, right? Di Xiaoba felt a chill run down her spine and quickly explained. Xiaoba, don't say anything. I get it now. Pan Yuyao suddenly said. What do you understand? Di Xiaoba's heart sank. Had she figured it out? I think the landlord must be a bit strange. Pan Yuyao concluded. If that's the case, why not just find a girlfriend? Di Xiaoba felt a sigh of relief in her heart and said, let's not worry about that. Let's get back to work. She walked to the side of the bed. She felt a faint fragrance wafting through the room. Di Xiaoba noticed it too. Seeing the messy bed, she became even more certain. Xiaoba, do you smell something? What smell? I feel like the scent in the room is similar to Sister Zhao's perfume. I don't smell anything, Di Xiaoba calmly denied. It must be because I had dinner with Sister Xiao earlier, so my nose is playing tricks on me. Alright, Pan Yuyao also wondered if there was something wrong with her nose. Shaking off her thoughts, she continued sweeping and mopping, getting back to the chores. Oh no. Meanwhile, the two were driving back to the Lu family. Lu Wanxiao suddenly exclaimed, what's wrong? Zhang Yu was driving her BMW X6 and didn't turn to ask. The eye mask, Lu Wanxiao said in a bit of a panic. I forgot to take it. It's fine, we can get it when we go back. Zhang Yu thought it wasn't a big deal. Just as she was about to say something else, she suddenly received a picture message on WeChat. Lu Wanxiao looked and saw it was that eye mask. Sister Xiao, I helped you out. Just be careful next time. Di Xiaoba sent a playful sticking out tongue emoji. Xiaoba, Yuyao didn't find out anything, right? Shouldn't be, Di Xiaoba replied. But do we really need to hide it from her? After all, the two of them already knew each other's secrets. Of course we do, Lu Wanxiao replied, glancing at Zhang Yu, and we need to keep the last line of defense. Otherwise, the landlord would be even more smug. That was true. Di Xiaoba agreed. In the airline, the three sisters were united against a common enemy. No man could break through their defenses. They had also gained quite a bit of praise. If it got out so quickly with Zhang Yu, it would be laughable. If it was just two, that would be one thing. But if all three, how would they interact in the future? Just thinking about it felt awkward. Although she felt a bit uncomfortable, she still agreed with the decision. Sister Xiao, I understand. You should come back earlier. Lu Wanxiao turned off her phone screen and looked ahead again. Did you solve it? Zhang Yu didn't ask further. Lu Wanxiao didn't say much either. The two of them had a tacit understanding now. My house is just ahead. We're here. Zhang Yu looked out the car window. Before them was a villa area. A sign read, Sifei Mountain Golf Manor. Zhang Yu knew this was a famous villa area in Jiangcheng. Sifei Mountain was named after 4 concubines who once lived here. There was also a golf course on the mountain, exclusively for villa owners and distinguished guests. The Mountain View villas here sold for as much as 100 million. In a way, this was also a wealthy area, not inferior in standards to Binjiang Mansion, just with a different positioning and audience. Following the navigation, the car stopped in front of a 3-story villa. Lu Wanxiao got out of the car. Looking at the villa before her, it felt both familiar and strange. It had been almost a year since she last returned. Zhang Yu parked the car and got out. Noticing her somewhat melancholic expression, he asked, "Why not go inside?" "Miss, you're back." At that moment, a maid working in the villa's yard heard the commotion outside, looked up, and saw Lu Wanxiao. She quickly ran back inside, shouting, "Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, the young lady is back." The living room on the first floor was brightly lit. Hearing the maid's announcement, a middle-aged woman rushed out. "Wanxiao, you finally came back. Why didn't you answer my calls? I was so worried." Zhang Yu looked over. The middle-aged lady was in her 40s, adorned in luxurious jewelry. The jade on her hands was worth at least 500,000 each. Moreover, there was a unique charm in her eyes, a grace that came from years of experience. She used expensive skincare products, and her skin and figure were well maintained. It was clear she was Lu Wanxiao's mother. Lu Wanxiao was a younger version of her. "She still knows to come back. Why didn't she die outside?" A middle-aged man's scolding voice came from inside. "Oh, Lao Lu, your daughter is back. Just say a little less," the middle-aged lady said, reaching out to pull Lu Wanxiao inside. She had been focused on her daughter and overlooked everything else. Only then did she notice a young man standing beside Lu Wanxiao. "Who are you?" the middle-aged lady asked. The young man looked quite handsome and tall, but he appeared to be fresh out of university, younger than her daughter, so she couldn't figure out his identity. "Mom, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend," Lu Wanxiao said expressionlessly. "Wanxiao, how could you?" "Well, let's talk inside first," the middle-aged lady said, fearing her daughter would leave again after finally coming back. She turned to Zhang Yu and said, "You come in too." The 3 of them walked into the living room on the first floor. The maid brought over a few cups of tea. In the living room, a middle-aged man sat in the center of the sofa. This was the head of the Lu family, Lu Genoa. He looked up at Lu Wanxiao and Zhang Yu, his expression darkening. "Lu Wanxiao, I told you to come back. Why did you bring an unrelated person with you?" "He's not an unrelated person," Lu Wanxiao smiled and said, "Dad, Mom, I'm back to tell you both that I have a boyfriend now, so you don't need to worry about arranging blind dates for me anymore." "What nonsense!" Lu Genoa's face turned red. "I'm your father. Your marriage must be decided by your parents. Do you think you can just hide it from us by casually finding some random person?" "Mr. Lu, you might be mistaken," Zhang Yu said with a smile. "My name is Zhang Yu. I have a name and a surname. I am Lu Wanxiao's man, and I haven't deceived you." Speaking of which, the relationship between the two of them was just one formal announcement away. "You guys, really?" Lu Genoa, being a man himself, naturally understood Zhang Yu's meaning. Looking again at Lu Hanxiao's expression, it was likely that the rice had long been cooked into porridge, and the soybeans had been ground into soy milk. In an instant, his blood surged. "Dad, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving," Lu Hanxiao said. "Leaving?" Lu Genoa stood up. "I brought you back for a blind date. You can't leave." Then he turned to Zhang Yu and said, "Zhang Yu, you should know the status of the Lu family. You're still too young, you'll find your true love in the future." As he spoke, he waved for the old butler to come forward and took a card from his hand. He handed it to Zhang Yu. "Zhang Yu, you're still young, you can take your time. My daughter is already 28, she can't waste any more time. Here are 5 million, take it." Zhang Yu did not take it. "What's wrong? Is it too little?" Lu Genoa's expression changed. "Young man, don't aim too high. 5 million is enough for you to earn for a long time." Poof. At that moment, Lu Hanxiao couldn't help but laugh. "Old Lu, you really haven't changed at all, you're still so arrogant." "What do you mean?" Lu Genoa looked at his daughter. "I mean you're always so self-righteous," Lu Hanxiao said. "He lives in Binjiang Mansion, drives a Lamborghini, would he care about your 5 million? Lu Hanxiao didn't fully understand Zhang Yu's background. She only knew that the Papapalone financial company might be under his name, with an asset scale of 5 billion. But all this information was just speculation in her mind, she couldn't be sure. The only thing she could confirm was that Zhang Yu's actual financial strength wouldn't be too far off from the Lu family's. It might even exceed it. Yet her father, Lu Genoa, without investigation, had already assumed he was just a young boy trying to latch onto a rich woman. It was truly self-righteous. "I didn't expect you to already have a house and a car," Lu Zhenhua also knew that the value of this house and car was nearly 100 million. However, Lu Zhenhua was the head of the Lu Group. With annual revenues in the hundreds of billions and tens of thousands of employees, he had been managing a vast business empire for decades, and few people could catch his eye. But you should understand, my daughter is to marry into a royal family. That's how it should be. Even if Zhang Yu had some money, he lacked a foundation. There were no notable Zhang families in Jiangcheng, and even if the scope was widened, there were none. Lu Zhenhua wanted his daughter to marry into a family that, if not 4 generations of nobility, at least had to be 2 generations of wealthy merchants. Old Lu, what era is this? Are you still into arranged marriages? Have you asked for my opinion? Lu Hanxiao resisted. I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Zhenhua glared at her. Why can't you see my intentions? The family I'm introducing you to is much wealthier than ours. And you, Lu Zhenhua turned to Zhang Yu again. The fact that my Hanxiao brought you back shows she recognizes you. Thank you for accompanying her for a while, but we have important guests arriving soon. You should leave. As he spoke, he instructed the old butler to prepare to escort him out. But Zhang Yu did not move. Zhang Yu, if you don't leave, I'm going to call the police. Lu Zhenhua warned. Perfect. If he leaves, I'm leaving too. Lu Hanxiao said. Oh dear, how much animosity do you two have that you can't talk it out? A middle-aged lady became anxious. Old Lu, your daughter has finally come back. Don't provoke her. Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, what are you talking about? Why is it so lively? At that moment, a voice came from outside. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Zhenhua hurriedly went out to greet. Ah, young Master Wang, you finally arrived. Come in. Inside, Lu Hanxiao and Zhang Yu exchanged glances. The annoying Wang Xiaosong had arrived. Zhang Yu could also see that this was the source of Lu Huanxiao's annoyance. Lu Huanxiao's mother felt a bit awkward. Not daring to offend the Wang family, she walked up to Zhang Yu and said, Zhang Yu, why don't you go sit in the inner room for a while? Mom! Lu Huanxiao looked at her. I brought him back through the front door, and this is how you treat him? She was genuinely angry. Whether she liked Zhang Yu or not was one thing. Her parents really didn't take her seriously. Oh, Wang Xiaosong walked into the room, saw the two of them, and immediately laughed. Miss Lu, you're back again. Who is this? Young Master Wang, please have a seat. Lu Zhenhua, contrary to his earlier cold demeanor, was now particularly warm and welcoming the Wang family father and son. He's not worth mentioning. You don't need to take him to heart. Did you hear that? Wang Xiaosong crossed his legs. The Lu family doesn't welcome you, so what's the point of sticking around? Then, Wang Xiaosong said to Lu Zhenhua, Uncle Lu, I'm here this time to propose to the Lu family. I've brought the betrothal gifts. With a clap of his hands, several people walked in from outside. The Wang family is proposing to the Lu family. Here's the list of gifts. One person read from the list in hand. 200 gold bars, each weighing 100 grams, totaling 20 kilograms. A betrothal gift bank card, 88 million yuan. A Porsche 918, valued at 15 million. A luxury apartment in Binjiang district, valued at 10 million. 10 boxes of premium wild ginseng, cordyceps, and snow lotus. And the last item, a commercial deal worth 2 billion. Lu Zhenhua was taken aback upon hearing the list of gifts from the Wang family. Oh dear, these things are too precious. Have your parents arrived? I need to discuss the specifics with them. Uncle Lu, my parents will be here in a few minutes. Wang Xiaosong glanced at Lu Huanxiao and then said, I truly want to marry Lu Huanxiao, so I can do anything. I have connections for the banquet. I'll book 200 tables, and it will be live-streamed, distributing wedding candies throughout the city, letting everyone witness the union of the Wang and Lu families. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Young Master Wang is truly thoughtful. Lu Zhenhua felt the sincerity of the Wang family and couldn't help but smile broadly. The Wang family's proposal was naturally what he most wanted to see. 100% satisfaction. Because the Wang family was a commercial giant in Jiangcheng, many of his own businesses were also partners with the Wang family. This marriage alliance, that 2 billion commercial deal, was just an appetizer. Once they had a family connection, there would be more 2 billion deals to collaborate on. Who would turn down money? Moreover, the Wang family was substantial enough. Look at you, why don't you invite the whole world to witness it? Lu Huanxiao couldn't help but scoff. As long as Miss Lu is willing, I can certainly do that. Wang Xiaosong said with a smile. Exactly, as long as Miss Lu can become my Wang family's daughter-in-law, we can handle the wedding however you want. The budget starts at 10 million, with no upper limit. Outside, a stretched Lincoln came to a stop. A middle-aged couple got out and walked towards the living room. They were Wang Xiaosong's parents. Such thick skin. Lu Huanxiao felt speechless. I should go back. Where are you going? Lu Zhenhua shouted. This is your home. Where do you want to go? I have to work early tomorrow morning, Lu Huanxiao said. What work? With your job serving others, earning 20,000 a month. Does my family lack this little salary? If you're not embarrassed, I am, Lu Genhua said angrily. Today, with so many people from both families discussing your lifelong matter, since you're back, let's settle this. No, how could they restrict her personal freedom like this? Was this really going to be forced? Zhang Yu stood by, finding it increasingly amusing. Just as he was about to speak, Wang's mother walked into the living room, her smile still bright. Upon seeing him, her expression first froze, then turned to confusion, and finally, to sheer surprise. In just a few seconds, her expression changed rapidly. Mom, what's wrong? Wang Xiaozong quickly asked upon seeing his mother's reaction. Mrs. Wang, what's going on? Lu Wanxiu's mother also stepped forward to inquire. Today was the day the Wang family was coming to propose, so why did she have such an expression upon entering? Isn't that President Zhang? How could he be in your house? President Zhang? Which President Zhang? Him? Lu Genhua pointed at Zhang Yu. This title left everyone present in a state of shock. Wang's mother was one of the most affluent ladies in Jiangcheng, having seen a lot in her life. Why did she have such an expression upon seeing Zhang Yu? Mom, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Since the last incident, Wang Xiaozong had regarded Zhang Yu as a rival in love. He had also investigated matters concerning him and found nothing particularly impressive. You all don't know? At this moment, Wang's mother almost forgot why she had come to the Lu family. Looking at the Lu family and her son Wang Xiaozong, all with blank expressions, she hurriedly said, he is a major shareholder of Dami Technology Company. What? Dami Technology Company? Upon hearing this name, Wang's father looked at Wang's mother in disbelief, then turned to Zhang Yu. He is a major shareholder of Dami Technology Company? At such a young age? Are you out of your mind? Isn't the president of Dami Technology Company okay Gu? Wang's father said, I am about to sign a 20 billion contract with him, and the time has already been set. Dami Company was the client of the Wang Group. Dami Technology Company had always been represented by OK Gu in various matters. How could they have never known that the major shareholder of Dami Technology had someone else? I just found out too. At this moment, Wang's mother was also a bit flustered, afraid of saying the wrong thing. President Zhang, I really didn't expect you to be here. She used the respectful term you. Mom, you must be mistaken. How could the major shareholder of Dami Technology Company be him? Wang Xiaozong was the first to doubt it. Dami Technology Company had a market value of 200 billion, and the major shareholder must hold at least over 100 billion in shares. That kind of financial power was quite substantial. In the entire Long country, there were no more than 30 people like that. As for Jiangcheng, he was one of the top tycoons. How could I be wrong? Wang's mother was a bit unconvinced and became serious. I also bought 50 million worth of stocks in Dami Technology Company, so I am considered a not insignificant shareholder. Moreover, our socialite circle, the White Horse Club, has also been discussing this matter recently. White Horse Club. Wang Xiaozong immediately realized that this matter was likely true. It was a circle composed of the top socialites from 5 provinces in the central region, with fewer than 20 members, and their activities were fixed at the White Horse Club. Anyone who could get a conversation going there was always credible. The Lu family, upon hearing Wang's mother say this, was also plunged into great astonishment. I thought of his identity, but I didn't expect it to be this significant. Lu Wanxiao recalled the news she had seen earlier. She thought Zhang Yu was at most just a shareholder of the Jiangcheng branch of Dami Technology Company, with assets worth a few billion. She never expected he was a major shareholder of the headquarters. His wealth was directly soaring to dozens of times what she had imagined. President Zhang, look at this. Our Lu family truly has no eyes and has neglected you. Lu's mother was the first to react. If what Wang's mother said was correct, then Zhang Yu was the major client of the Lu family. That would mean he was the grandfather of the client. Moreover, since his daughter Lu Wanxiu was able to bring him home, it shows that their relationship is quite good. How could they not have figured out his identity yet? Otherwise, this misunderstanding wouldn't have happened. Old Lu, say something. Lu's mother glanced at Lu Genhua and quickly spoke up. How is this possible? At this moment, Lu Genhua was clearly still in shock. He had just been so unfriendly towards Zhang Yu. Now, if he were his own benefactor, it was too late to say anything. The amount of information was overwhelming, and Lu Genhua couldn't react at all. Should he apologize? That would make him seem too opportunistic, and his earlier firmness would look like a joke. Or should he remain indifferent? After all, Zhang Yu was his benefactor. What good would come from a bad attitude? For a moment, he found himself in an awkward situation, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. Silence enveloped the Lu family tonight. At this time, Father Wang was the first to react, quickly saying, I really didn't expect that the major shareholder behind Dami Technology Company is you, Mr. Zhang. What a surprise to meet you here. I've long admired you. Otherwise, why would it be said that the Wang family does bigger business than the Lu family, able to overshadow them? His mind was quick to react. He hurriedly bowed respectfully and approached, extending both hands to shake hands with Zhang Yu. With Father Wang being so respectful, Zhang Yu merely smiled faintly and extended one hand in return. Come on, don't just stand there. Why don't we sit down and talk? Lu's mother was also trying hard to ease the situation. However, with the overload of information today, she didn't know how to handle it. I heard that the Wang family is here today to propose to Lu Huanxiao. It was Zhang Yu who took the initiative to bring up this matter. Propose? Make a betrothal? Father Wang and Mother Wang's minds were racing at this moment. In just a few seconds, their brains were almost overheating. It was clear that Mr. Zhang had come back with Lu Huanxiao. Moreover, the Lu family had previously been unaware of his identity. Presumably, this had led to some kind of dispute. As for the source of the dispute, wasn't it because the Wang family was here to propose? This meant that Lu Huanxiao might have long been Mr. Zhang's woman. At this moment, daring to poach him would be like going against the heavens. Father Wang and Mother Wang realized the seriousness of the situation. They quickly said, Mr. Zhang, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. My son is interested in Lu Huanxiao because she is indeed outstanding. We just didn't expect that she already has a master, and that was our mistake. We apologize for the disturbance. Lu Huanxiao being with Mr. Zhang will be much more fortunate than coming to the Wang family. We sincerely congratulate you, Mr. Zhang. Father Wang and Mother Wang spoke eloquently, offering various auspicious words, as if they were paying respects early on. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Wang Xiaosong was unwilling. Isn't he just a major shareholder of Dami Technology Company? Would we not survive without him? Shut up, Father Wang said, heartbroken. How could he have raised such a spoiled son, who didn't care about the family legacy? Dami Technology Company, as the benefactor of the Wang Group, brought in stable revenues of over 10 billion every year. What does over 10 billion mean? But women are everywhere. Offending Zhang Yu was a huge taboo. If this matter got out, others would laugh at them. They would say the Wang family couldn't distinguish between light and heavy matters, ruining their lifetime reputation over a woman. Even someone who has only attended a vocational school would know who is important and who is not. How could Wang Xiaosong not understand this? Dad, I really like Lu Huanxiao. For her, I can give up everything. Wang Xiaosong insisted. If you go crazy again, you won't have a son anymore. Father Wang shouted angrily. He then instructed his subordinates to prepare to take back the betrothal gifts they had just brought. Realizing something was wrong, he ordered his subordinates to stop. He quickly said to Zhang Yu, Mr. Zhang, the betrothal gifts are no longer needed. But I'm lucky to run into you here today. Consider this my gift to you. I hope for your continued support in the future. What? At the scene, both families were once again shocked. These betrothal gifts were quite valuable, and he just gave them away? However, this did indeed make Zhang Yu quite satisfied. Since Mr. Wang is so sincere, he smiled, then I'll temporarily accept this gift. However, this 2 billion business contract, I don't have any related business, so let's transfer it to Lu Huanxiao's name. In fact, he could easily register a company and handle this business. The profit would be at least several hundred million. But for now, it was just a favor. Lu Huanxiao, why are you still dazed? Quickly thanked President Zhang. Lu's mother was wide-eyed. If the Lu family wanted to obtain this contract in the business world, they would have to host several lavish banquets and give away millions in gifts. Yet, Zhang Yu casually got it with a single sentence. And just as casually, he transferred it to Lu Huanxiao. Where did her daughter find such a miraculous man? Lu Huanxiao looked at Zhang Yu. Her heart also plunged into immense shock. What to do? A 2 billion contract was just transferred to her? Such a huge favor, how could she repay it? Just thinking about it felt heavy. Selling herself and working like a horse wouldn't be enough to repay it. Her monthly salary was 20,000, and with bonuses, it was only 300,000 a year. That was less than a fraction of this amount. Although the Lu family was wealthy, she didn't want to get too entangled with them. Zhang Yu, this gift is too precious, Lu Huanxiao said. I can't accept it. How about this, Mr. Wang suggested. Let's set up a company in the name of President Zhang and Miss Lu. Once this business is done, we can either dissolve it or continue operating. Mr. Wang's suggestion is good, Zhang Yu smiled, then let's register a company. This way, Lu Huanxiao would have her own enterprise and wouldn't have to look at her family's expressions, gaining more leverage. Who would have thought that pretending to be a boyfriend would lead to such unexpected gains? Such events should be held more often in the future. All right, President Zhang, if there's nothing else, shall we take our leave? Mr. Wang asked. Dad, Wang Xiaozong called out. He was unwilling. He had thought today was a sure thing. Everything was prepared, and even his parents had come personally. But then Zhang Yu appeared, with a status even greater than his father's. Who wouldn't be thrown off by that? Don't say any more, Mr. Wang warned. If you do, I'll freeze your card. If he hadn't stopped him in time, who knows what outrageous things he would have said. As soon as the card freezing was mentioned, Wang Xiaozong immediately dared not say anything further. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only leave the Lu family with his tail between his legs. The once noisy living room was now quiet. The betrothal gifts brought by the Wang family had turned into a personal tribute to Zhang Yu, remaining at the scene. Mr. Shan, let me pour you a cup of tea. Lu's mother didn't know how to address the young Zhang Yu. Calling him Xiao Zhang felt inappropriate, and calling him President Zhang was a bit hard to say, so she decided to call him Mr. The safest option. In fact, when Zhang Yu first entered, Lu's mother had a good first impression of him. He hadn't said anything out of line, but the fact that he had such a status was something she had never anticipated. She needed to digest this matter well. Thank you, Auntie, but I won't have any tea. Zhang Yu smiled at Lu Huanxiao's mother. It's getting late. I should head back. Then he said to Lu Huanxiao, let's go. Lu Huanxiao glanced at her parents and said, Mom, I have to go. I have to work tomorrow. This time, Lu Genhua said nothing. Be careful on the way. It's dark. Mother Lu knew that a daughter grows up and is no longer under her mother's control. She could only follow her out of the living room and into the yard. Looking at her daughter's back, her nose tinged with sadness, and she felt like crying. Han Xiao, are you eating well every day? Do you want me to bring you meals every day? No need, Mom. Lu Hanxiao waved her hand. Just take good care of yourself. Saying this, the two got into the car. After watching the car disappear, Mother Lu returned to the house and saw Lu Genhua, feeling a surge of anger. Why are you silent? You insisted on finding someone for our daughter, and now look at the awkwardness. Lu Genhua, knowing he was in the wrong, could only pretend to be mute. Yet, he truly couldn't understand. Zhang Yu was so young, just a recent college graduate. How did he become a major shareholder of a big tech company? He had no connection with OK, who was over 50 years old. When OK was starting out, Zhang Yu hadn't even been born yet. After thinking for a long time, his head felt heavy. He could only sigh and say nothing. Moreover, if his daughter were with Zhang Yu, it would indeed be much better than with the Wang family. First, Zhang Yu's financial power surpassed that of the Wang family. Also, he was tall and handsome, much more pleasing to the eye than Wang Xiaozong. He used a 2 billion business contract to start a company, adding Lu Hanjiao's name to it. He was also supporting her, announcing that he was her strongest backing. He was her real father. But Zhang Yu's demeanor was more like that of a true father. So, how do you feel about today's outcome? Are you satisfied? On the way back, Zhang Yu asked with a smile. Annoying. With your status, why didn't you say it earlier? Lu Hanxiao said with a hint of reproach. She had genuinely worried that the Wang family would bully her and force her into marriage. No wonder Zhang Yu was calm throughout. It seemed he had a trump card. Having helped you so much, think about how to thank me. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. How to thank him? Lu Hanxiao was momentarily at a loss for words. With his status, what could she offer as thanks? She felt a sense of inferiority rising within her. Under the sunlight, she was willing to be like a small grass. Since you don't want to call me dad when you get home, how about calling me that? Zhang Yu said with a mischievous smile. You. Upon hearing this, Lu Hanxiao bit Zhang Yu's finger with her silver teeth. However, she didn't bite hard, just a gentle nibble. At that moment, Zhang Yu's mind recalled the system's prompt. Lu Hanjiao's current peach blossom value, 10 stars, maxed out. This was the second among the 3 flight attendants to reach max level. The last time he had stacked a max level buff, he received a 200 billion tech company. What kind of heavy reward would he get this time for reaching max level again? This trip was truly worth it. He had merely done a small favor, yet it activated the max star reward buff. Now, he was very much looking forward to what kind of hidden super prize he would draw from the blind box tomorrow. Just thinking about it was exciting. An hour later, the two drove back to Binjiang Mansion. The 4 concubines mountain villa area usually took an hour and a half to reach the city center. However, after 10 o'clock at night, it was a fast lane, so they arrived much earlier than expected. By the time they returned to Binjiang Mansion, it was already past 11 at night. Sister Xiao, landlord, you're back. Di Xiaoba and Pan Yueying were still in the living room. Seeing them return, they stepped forward to greet them. Why are you still awake? You have a flight tomorrow. Lu Hanxiao had a clear schedule. She was already in the state of preparing for tomorrow's flight. Sister Xiao, didn't you see the group message? Pan Yueying asked curiously. tomorrow's flight has been changed to 5 in the afternoon. Yes, it was originally supposed to take off at 5 in the morning, but the time has changed, so we can stay up late today. Di Xiaoba added. The time has been adjusted? 3 black lines appeared on Lu Huanxiao's forehead. She really didn't know. The family matters had just piled up. How could she pay attention to the group messages? So what are you guys doing if you're not sleeping? She asked again. We're live streaming, the two replied. It's been a while since we came online, just passing the time. Lu Huanxiao looked and indeed saw some live streaming equipment in front of them. A phone stand, a ring light. It looked pretty much the same. By the way, landlord, Sister Xiao, Pan Yuyao said, I made 8 treasure porridge in the kitchen. Do you want some? Then please serve me a bowl. Zhang Yu happened to be a bit hungry. Sure. Lu Huanxiao hurried to the kitchen to serve a bowl. She brought it to Zhang Yu with both hands. It seemed like there was nothing wrong. Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaobai exchanged glances. No, the landlord didn't even call her name, and Sister Xiao was so proactive. Looking at the two of them, their gazes felt a bit off. Lu Huanxiao then realized that she had been a bit too obedient just now, so she quickly saved face. I happen to be hungry, and just served him a bowl. Alright then. Di Xiaobai yawned. I'm sleepy. It's time to go to bed. Yu Yao, let's go wash up together. Okay. Pan Yuyao nodded, then said to Lu Huanxiao, Sister Xiao, we'll go wash up first. Go ahead. Lu Huanxiao nodded, then watched Zhang Yu drink porridge by himself. It looked really delicious, and he served himself a bowl too. The two sat at the table, sipping porridge without saying a word. But this feeling, a thick warmth spread in her heart, wandering all around. This scene was too much like a loving couple living a simple life together. No need to say anything, one could feel it with their heart. Wait, Lu Huanxiao suddenly realized that what she had just thought of was couple? How terrifying. Unconsciously, she had undergone such a significant change in thought. When she first met Zhang Yu, she was still hostile towards him. Even later, when she got drunk and accidentally spilled her feelings, there was no obvious change. But now, she had transformed from a cold, anti-marriage person into someone filled with the psychology of a little woman. What work, what struggle. When encountering a man she truly liked, she was willing to do anything for him. Even from now on, she would tie up her hair and wear an apron. She decided to download a cooking app tomorrow, learn more dishes and cook for Zhang Yu whenever she had the chance. When she thought of this, she secretly glanced at him. Her heart raced quite a bit. I'm done eating. Zhang Yu stood up at that moment. Please wash the bowl later. Then he went upstairs. Passing by the bathroom on the first floor, he heard the playful splashes of Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba. Back in the master bedroom, he checked the time. There were a few minutes until midnight. He pulled up the system. He found that Lu Huanxiao's full-star buff bonus was already displayed in his personal center. He could choose to use it immediately with the next blind box draw or save it for later. However, according to the instructions, using it on weekends would have a higher crit rate compared to weekdays. Zhang Yu took a look. The next midnight was Friday, just 1 day away from the weekend. He made a decision in his heart to draw a normal blind box at midnight, use the buff bonus on Saturday. That way, he could maximize the benefits. With this thought, time ticked away until it reached midnight. It was time to draw rewards. With a silent thought, the system popped up the blind box drawing interface. Congratulations, host, you have drawn an item card, Love Elimination, 5 times. What is Love Elimination? Host, the function of this prop card can be used to completely eliminate anything you want to get rid of, including bad memories, emotions, unpleasant events, and annoying people. To use it, select the content you want to eliminate, give the command, and the elimination will be completed. Zhang Yu understood. This card's name was not intimidating, but its function was quite powerful. Can anyone go through life without having a few people they dislike? Classmates, colleagues, bosses, annoying relatives. There are always a few. When encountering them again, there's no need for words, just a one-click elimination. From then on, it would be completely clean. Host, can this elimination card eliminate some trash countries? Zhang Yu suddenly thought to ask. Sorry, host. The system quickly provided an answer. The current level of the host does not allow the elimination card to have such powerful functions. It can only be used after the card synchronizes and upgrades. He took a look, and according to the current upgrade progress bar, to achieve the ability to eliminate a country, it would take at least more than a year. After all, this function was too outrageous. The effective uses were only 5 times. Zhang Yu decided he could use it twice at will. He would save the remaining 3 for critical moments or the next time he drew a similar prop, then he could use them freely. After receiving this reward, Zhang Yu prepared to sleep. However, he still felt like something was missing. At that moment, on the first floor, Lu Huanxia was also tossing and turning in her room, unable to sleep. She only felt one thing, emptiness. Yes, not in a psychological sense, but in a physical sense of emptiness. How could this be? Just thinking about it made her face feel hot. She, a cold goddess in everyone's eyes, had such a stark contrast in private. Who would believe it if she said it out loud? Of course, this was not something to be spoken of publicly. Pan Yuya and D Shoba were still unaware of the situation. It's all Zhang Yu's fault, she thought to herself, but she didn't know what to blame him for. After all, this was her own initiative. It was purely an emotional vent. Sigh, forget it, I should just hurry up and sleep. Lu Huanxia closed her eyes and forced herself to sleep. Binjiang Mansion, a night without conversation. The next morning, when Zhang Yu woke up, after getting up and washing up, he went down to the first floor. He found the living room had been cleaned to perfection. The marble-tiled floor was so shiny it could almost be used as a mirror. They had been getting more diligent lately. Where is everyone? Zhang Yu wondered. Today he didn't have to get up early, yet he didn't see anyone around. Landlord. At that moment, Di Xiaoba walked out of the kitchen. Have you had breakfast? No. Zhang Yu shook his head. What about your two sisters? They went to Honghu to buy lotus roots, saying they were going to make soup today. Going to Honghu to buy lotus roots? Zhang Yu thought it sounded so abstract. Yes. Di Xiaoba explained, the lotus roots there are famous. You can buy the freshest ones directly from the lotus fields. All right. That was quite a hassle. Although the lotus roots were famous, it would take at least 2 hours to drive from Jiangchang. Including picking, loading, and the round trip, it would take 5 to 6 hours. We should also buy some daily necessities. Di Xiaoba said. What's wrong? Our flight this afternoon is to Beijing. We might not return to Jiangchang until the day after tomorrow morning. Beijing? Isn't that your hometown? Zhang Yu asked curiously. Yes, so I plan to go back and visit relatives and friends, and bring back some local specialties from Jiangchang. Di Xiaoba explained. Wait a minute. Zhang Yu said, since it's your home ground, shouldn't you be the one to buy it? Sister Xiao decided that Yu Yao should go. Di Xiaoba said. Isn't Pan Yu Yao the one who loves to sleep in? How did she get up so early? She couldn't get up. Di Xiaoba also said, but Sister Xiao dragged her along early in the morning. I see. Zhang Yu suddenly had an answer in his heart. Lu Huanxiao, you're just one step away from tying Pan Yuyao to yourself. The reason for leaving Di Xiaoba to watch the house is that this blank sheet of paper has also been splashed with ink by me. So, it's understandable why Lu Huanxiao did this. However, there's no such thing as a 1,000-day thief prevention, it's just a matter of time. Xiao Ba. Zhang Yu said. Landlord, is there something? After breakfast, let's go out for a stroll together. Looking at Di Xiaoba's outfit today, it was quite refreshing. A simple t-shirt paired with casual pants highlighted a homey vibe. Sure, Di Xiaoba nodded, I was planning to go out. As long as it was the landlord's instruction, she would definitely follow. So, the two quickly agreed and went downstairs. The mall downstairs was bustling with activity. The two wandered aimlessly in the mall, attracting quite a few curious glances. It's them again, out to show their faces. Yeah. But why are there only 2 of them this time? Maybe they just haven't gotten up yet, someone speculated, or maybe there's another reason. What reason? Could it be that they were knocked out and couldn't get up? This guy is full of energy, he can definitely get up. Keep it down, it wouldn't be good if they heard. Zhang Yu and Di Xiaoba walked along, and seeing the ambiguous expressions of those people, Di Xiaoba couldn't help but say, Landlord, they're chattering away. I don't know what they're talking about. With so many mouths, it's impossible to tear them apart. Zhang Yu didn't mind. He noticed a bakery ahead. The brand was Heilai. This store was very popular online, positioned as high-end. One main reason was that their staff were selected according to flight attendant standards. Even the work uniforms looked a bit like flight attendant uniforms. So, the girls in the store were all slim with long legs, and in those outfits, they were particularly eye-catching. This was Heilai's store strategy. Thus, it attracted many people to shop there. Landlord, let's go buy some bread. Di Xiaoba also noticed the store, and the two walked towards it. Then, her eyes widened as she saw a staff member ahead and suddenly said, Xiong Ting Ting? A girl in a Heilai uniform turned around. It really is you. Di Xiaoba took a few steps forward. What are you doing working here? Di Xiaoba wasn't very familiar with her, having only seen her a few times, mostly with Pan Yuyao. Because Pan Yuyao and Xiong Ting Ting were interns at the same time and interacted a bit more. Zhang Yu looked over. This Xiong Ting Ting really lived up to her name. The buttons on her uniform were about to burst. Moreover, this name sounded somewhat familiar. It seemed she was on the second round of the regularization list. One of the few people he had personally selected based on comprehensive performance. Shouldn't she have been regularized as a formal flight attendant at Zhonghang? Why was she working in a bakery? Xiong Ting Ting saw Di Xiaoba and said, I resigned. Why? Di Xiaoba was surprised. you were successfully regularized. The benefits at Zhonghang are so good. What a pity to resign. Although the pay at Heilai was the highest in the industry, reaching 6 to 7,000, it was still far less than that of a flight attendant. Well, let's not talk about it. Xiong Tingting paused her work. Although the major shareholder cleared out those flight attendant connections, the management hasn't changed much. Xiaoba, take these breads back to eat. I have to get to work, she said, turning to get busy. Wait a moment, Zhang Yu spoke up at this time. Can you tell me what happened? Xiong Tingting looked at him. The man before her was tall, handsome, and very young. He came with Di Xiaoba. Could he be the man behind her, as rumored? Last time, Di Xiaoba wore the company uniform and stayed overnight at a hotel, causing a huge stir online and within the company. Later, the trending topic was quickly removed. Manager Li was also fired over this incident. This matter had been discussed many times in private within the company. It was believed that with Di Xiaoba's looks and unique exotic charm, having been in the company for so long without any advances, there must be someone backing her. Xiong Tingting felt envious in her heart, wishing she had someone like that supporting her. Now, this handsome guy was personally inquiring about the matter. Could his identity be powerful enough to influence the high-level personnel changes at Zhonghang, including the second confirmation of the regularization list, which also involved her? Thinking of this, Xiong Tingting asked the manager for a 20-minute break, then took the two of them to a secluded spot. When I was processing my regularization paperwork, there was a guy named Yang Biao in the office who was inappropriate with me. I said I would report him, and he said he was the little uncle of General Manager Yu, and no one in the company could touch him. So, in a fit of anger, I tore up the regularization documents and left the company. Xiong Tingting spoke about this matter with a calm expression. How could this happen? Di Xiaoba also felt powerless. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu realized that the previous incident with Li Chusheng had not raised any alarms in the company. Those without backing might have restrained themselves a lot, but those with backing seem to have not been dealt with yet. If that Yang Biao was indeed the little uncle of General Manager Yu Dong, then truly, no one in the company could touch him. With so many flight attendants in the company, there would always be a few sheep who, under his intimidation, would fall into his hands. This undoubtedly posed a significant instability factor. Perhaps the next time Zhonghang trended, it would be because of these under-the-table matters. I've said what I needed to say, and I feel better now. It's time to get back to work. By the way, does Yu Yao know about this? Di Xiaoba asked. She interacts with you more than anyone else besides me and Sister Xiao. The three of them were a fixed team. But sometimes, when there was a sudden adjustment and a large aircraft was involved, Xiong Tingting would be the one to provide support. Last time, when Di Xiaoba took leave and didn't fly, it was also Xiong Tingting who filled in. So, aside from not sharing a rental, they had a relatively close relationship, often sharing tables when eating at the company. I haven't told her yet. At this point, Xiong Tingting also felt a bit sad. Xiaoba, can you help me tell her later? So where are you living now? So soon after changing jobs, she probably hadn't found a place yet. I'm looking. I've scheduled a few viewings with agents and plan to go after work. Landlord. Di Xiaoba looked at Zhang Yu. Can she temporarily stay with us until she finds a place? Landlord? Xiong Tingting looked at Zhang Yu again. She had heard that Chief Flight Attendant Lu Hanxiao had rented a place with her two sisters at Binjiang Mansion. So, Zhang Yu was their landlord? He truly was someone of status. No matter how little a woman loves money, she would have a sense of admiration for a strong person. Moreover, he was so young and handsome. Sure, Zhang Yu smiled, the house can accommodate you all, and since you know each other well, I don't have to worry about anything. Ah, that might not be good, Xiong Tingting said. What's wrong with that? We should help each other. Then, thank you. Xiong Tingting expressed her gratitude to Zhang Yu. At this moment, she wouldn't have thought that Zhang Yu was also enjoying this matter. Di Xiaoba really scored big this time. This is how you lure the sheep into the room. Alright, add me on WeChat, and I'll send you the location. Just bring the stuff over after work. After adding each other as friends, Zhang Yu scrolled through her moments. She was a girl who loved life and documenting it. Her posts were filled with various selfies. With her eye-catching figure, everything she wore had a certain allure. Then, Zhang Yu asked Di Xiaoba to browse around the store first while he stepped aside and called Yudong. Mr. Zhang, is there something you need? Yudong quickly answered the call. Do you know about Yang Biao's situation? Zhang Yu asked directly. He's in the HR department. What happened? He's your brother-in-law, right? Using your connection to bully the flight attendants, Zhang Yu said. There was a second recruitment, and I found out he resigned and is working elsewhere. I can't believe this. Yudong sounded a bit flustered. I didn't know. Mr. Zhang, don't worry, I'll go reprimand him right away. Manager Yu, I called you specifically, and this is the attitude you give me? Zhang Yu was somewhat speechless. Protecting him was too obvious. He must have known about Yang Biao's past misdeeds. Those who often walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. One day, something big would happen, and the brand impact on the company would lead to a drop in stock prices. Who would bear that loss? Should Zhang Yu take it on himself? Zhang Yu wasn't doing this for anyone, but having such a rat in his own company was absolutely intolerable. Fortunately, he stumbled upon this matter, otherwise, he would still be in the dark. Mr. Zhang, yes, I will handle it seriously and deduct his salary and bonuses for 3 months. Yu Dong quickly apologized. Let me be straightforward, Zhang Yu said, seeing that he was still protecting him. First, Yang Biao must be fired, immediately. Second, you need to thoroughly investigate whether he has any cases of harassment or embezzlement in the company. If you find anything, report it directly, no need to inform me. Third, starting with Yang Biao, the company's management must be cleaned from top to bottom. Anyone with issues must be dealt with. These 3 statements were like 3 knives hanging over Yu Dong's head. Yes, Mr. Zhang, I will definitely comply strictly and will not condone it. Yu Dong, who had reached the position of general manager, had the capability and means. He knew his brother-in-law couldn't be saved. Mr. Zhang was just short of making it clear. If he failed to handle any of these 3 matters, he could forget about keeping his position as general manager. This was a high-level position with an annual salary of over 8 million. How could he afford to lose it? Not only did he have to make Yang Biao's case a solid one, but he also needed to find more charges to pin on him. There was no other way. He could only blame Yang Biao for being blind and having bad luck, offending the wrong person and provoking Zhang Yu. Mr. Zhang, what about the flight attendant who resigned? Should we reinstate her? I can handle this personally, Yu Dong said. You first take care of what you have on hand, the rest is not your concern, Zhang Yu replied, shutting him down again. All right, Mr. Zhang, I'll take care of it right away. After hanging up, Yu Dong didn't dare to delay. He left the office and got to work. What did you say? I was fired? Yang Biao was playing a game at his workstation when he heard the HR manager mention this matter and was shocked. I don't believe it. I want to see my brother-in-law. I'm right here. Yu Dong appeared at the office door. This is my personal instruction. Why, brother-in-law? Yang Biao was dumbfounded. Why did you fire me? This is the decision of the major shareholder. What do you think? Yu Dong looked at him, furious. What have you done that you don't even know to ask me? I've been very honest lately. After what happened with Manager Lee, I haven't done anything, Yang Biao said with a mournful face, suddenly recalling what happened yesterday. Was it Xiong Tingting? Yang Biao never expected to fall for a little flight attendant. Could it be that she had major shareholders backing her? How many flight attendants in this company are connected to the major shareholders? It's terrifying. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel envious of the major shareholders. They are the true winners in life. They don't even need to show up, the beauties come to them. Unlike himself, who has to resort to tricks, and even then it might not work. But now, it was useless to say anything. Yang Biao could only accept the reality of being dismissed on the spot. He picked up a cardboard box and began to pack his personal belongings. The news of Yang Biao's dismissal quickly spread through all departments of Jianghang Airlines. Many heard that it was the major shareholders behind the scenes who ordered a thorough investigation into the matter. As a result, people came to report him, instantly filling Yu Dong's office. Yu Dong looked at the few odd-looking individuals before him. His vision darkened. How could Yang Biao have gotten involved with these people? Either they were too old or just average-looking, and even the cleaning lady from ground services was among them? But Yu Dong could only record their accusations against Yang Biao one by one. Soon, he had written all night. This was it. Once this was handed over, even a deity couldn't save him. He would have to spend a few years in the slammer. Meanwhile, Xiong Tingting, during a break at work, took out her phone and saw the news about Yang Biao being fired from the company on her social media feed. He got fired so quickly? And it was ordered by the major shareholders. It had only been about an hour. Xiong Tingting quickly connected the dots. Could it be that Zhang Yu, their landlord, was the major shareholder behind Jianghang? Otherwise, what a coincidence this was. She couldn't help but feel an immense gratitude towards Zhang Yu, whom she had only met once. Yang Biao paid the price for his actions. It was a relief for her. Tingting, did you see the news? At that moment, Di Xiaoba, back at Binjiang Mansion, sent her a message. I saw it, Xiong Tingting replied, thank you all. So Yang Biao got fired, and it seems Yu Dong has also indicated you can return to the company. What do you think? I think I won't go back to Jianghang, Xiong Tingting replied, but with friends like you, I'm very happy. She knew that wanting to return to Jianghang was just a matter of saying it. Alright then, remember to come after work, Di Xiaoba replied, but we have to leave for a flight at 5. We might not be able to wait for you to finish. I finish my early shift at 4, Xiongtingting said. I'll still meet up with you. Otherwise, moving directly into Zhang Yu's house alone would be awkward, even if it was just for a few days. But she had to show proper etiquette. At 4 o'clock, Xiongtingting finished work without even changing out of her uniform. She bought some fruit at a store by the entrance and headed towards Binjiang Mansion following the address Zhang Yu sent. At this time, Lu Huanxiao and Pan Yuyo had also bought their things and returned to Binjiang Mansion. They listened as Di Xiaoba talked about what happened today. So, the major shareholders are really going to be ruthless this time and completely clean up the management? Yesterday they cleaned out the connections, and now it's targeting the management. Zhang Hang is really going to change. At this point, the three of them realized the mysterious role Zhang Yu played behind the scenes. The events triggered by Di Xiaoba, Pan Yuyao, and Xiongtingting were all connected to him. This further confirmed their previous suspicions. Zhang Yu is not only their landlord but also their behind-the-scenes big boss. Who understands this feeling? Still in a state of shock, unable to come to terms with it, the doorbell rang outside. Yu Yao, go open the door. Pan Yuyao stepped forward to open the door and found Xiongtingting standing at the entrance. With enthusiasm, she gave her a bear hug. However, the two couldn't fully embrace, separated by softness. Tingting, you really came. I thought you wouldn't. Come in quickly. Xiongtingting, carrying a suitcase and holding fruit, glanced around the room. Is this Mr. Zhang's house? It's so luxurious. She had long heard about the opulence of Binjiang Mansion and had seen pictures online, but seeing it in person for the first time still left her deeply shocked. She didn't know where to put her hands and feet, and even walked a bit awkwardly. It created quite a sense of pressure in her heart. Yeah, but the rent is expensive, Pan Yuyao said. I was planning to work off the rent. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Hanxiao said. Tingting, come in. Since the landlord agreed, you can stay here comfortably for the next few days. Thank you, Sister Xiao, Xiongtingting said. What are you thanking for? It still needs the landlord's approval, Di Xiaoba said. I think the landlord must be eager for her to move in. Not letting go of any pretty girl, Pan Yuyao revealed the truth. The two glared at her, wondering why she was speaking such blunt truths and scaring the girl. However, Pan Yuyao's words were unintentional, and the two exchanged glances, realizing that it might actually be true. They just didn't know if Xiongtingting would, but since she was so tough in front of Yang Biao, she probably wouldn't, right? Alright, it's getting late. We need to hurry to the airport. Lu Hanxiao checked the time. Let's go. The three had already changed into flight attendant uniforms and packed their things. They picked up their suitcases and were ready to leave. Ah, you guys are leaving already? Xiongtingting felt a bit at a loss. Tingting, I forgot to mention, you'll be staying in my room. I've already changed the sheets, Pan Yuyao instructed. We only rented the first floor. The second floor belongs to the landlord, so you can just move around on the first floor. You can use anything. Xiongtingting nodded, taking note of everything. Then we'll head to work first. Contact us anytime if you need anything. The three picked up their suitcases and left through the door. The large house, over 200 square meters on the first floor, suddenly felt empty. Xiongtingting didn't know what to do, so she picked up a broom and started sweeping, then mopped the floor. Only by keeping busy could she feel a bit at ease in front of this mansion. At the same time, she decided to speed up her house hunting pace. Living here was too much for her heart to handle. In Xiongtingting's eyes, a mansion like Binjiang Mansion worth tens of millions was simply too unreal. She was born into a middle-class family. Although she had no worries about food and clothing, she wasn't wealthy. Her parents' combined annual income was only around 200,000. Even if they didn't eat or drink for a lifetime, they couldn't afford such a house. So Xiongtingting was very clear about this in her heart. Busy? At that moment, Zhang Yu came downstairs and saw her working hard. He couldn't help but have a good impression of her. She was quite diligent. Moreover, she worked quickly, clearly someone who often did housework. Although Xiongtingting's mind was clear, and she was trying hard to maintain a calm demeanor, seeing Zhang Yu made her feel a bit flustered. There was no helping it. She had never seen much of the world. Without confidence, it was easy to show weakness. Alright, you keep busy, Zhang Yu said, then went into the kitchen to find something to eat. The rib and lotus root soup that Lu Hanxiao had simmered was already cooking in the pot. The fire has been turned off and is now being kept warm. He picked up a bowl and served himself a portion. Hey, Xiongtingting, do you want some soup? Without waiting for her answer, he served another bowl, as it was just a matter of convenience. She, busy with housework, didn't expect to be called by Zhang Yu. For a moment, she was a bit flustered, wondering if she deserved a bowl of rib and lotus root soup. She acknowledged it in her heart. At that moment, she felt gently struck. In fact, before coming here, she had already prepared herself fully armed. No matter how rich, handsome, or high status someone was, as long as she remained calm, there would be no problem. However, after all that preparation, even donning her armor, a sword had pierced through the cracks of her eyes. Zhang Yu simply handed her a bowl of soup. It left her heart in chaos, not knowing what to do. "You've worked hard with the housework, come drink some soup. Just consider it keeping me company," Zhang Yu said. With that, Xiong Tingting felt it would be impolite to hesitate any longer. So, she thanked him and sat at the table. She picked up the soup spoon and sipped the soup slowly. Mr. Zhang, thank you for your help today. If there's a chance, I'll treat you to a meal." "Oh, how did you know it was me?" Zhang Yu was curious. "No reason, just a hunch." Xiong Tingting glanced at him quickly. "Even though it's my first time meeting you, I feel like you're the major shareholder of Jianghang. By the way, now that the matter is resolved, what are your thoughts? Will you return to Jianghang?" Zhang Yu neither confirmed nor denied it, instead changing the subject. "I probably won't go back." She shook her head. This matter had twists and turns. When the first list came out without her name, she had already made plans for what to do next. Later, when her name appeared on the second list, that was nice. Then, when she was held up during the onboarding process, she felt disheartened again. Eventually, she gave up the opportunity to join. Now, she faced another chance to choose, but she already had an answer in her heart. "What about you next?" "I have some savings." Xiong Tingting was frugal in her life, and over the past year, she had saved nearly 100,000 yuan. "I plan to rent a place first, transition for a while, and next, I want to become a teacher." A teacher? He didn't have an education business under his name. Remembering Xiong Tingting's resume, it seemed she had indeed written that she had obtained a teaching qualification certificate in the personal information section. Zhang Yu quite liked this independent and clear-headed girl. Then, he recalled the special skills section on her resume and asked, "I heard your specialty is acrobatics?" "Ha?" Xiong Tingting realized what Zhang Yu was asking. "That was just something I wrote casually." "Being modest again?" Zhang Yu laughed. "If you have any talent, feel free to show it, there's no one else here." "Then, am I going to embarrass myself?" Xiong Tingting was encouraged by Zhang Yu. Suddenly, she remembered that it had been a long time since she showcased her specialty. Leaving the dining table, after warming up, she bent forward, placed her hands on the ground, and then flipped her legs over, spinning around. Centering her torso, she performed a split like a compass. Such astonishing flexibility. His ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan was from the arts department, but she could only do straight lines and couldn't achieve a 360-degree compass. This skill required high flexibility and core strength. Wonderful, really impressive. Zhang Yu clapped and cheered. This could indeed be considered acrobatics. With such skills, being a flight attendant would be a waste of talent. Just this act, performing in a live stream, could easily attract hundreds of thousands or even millions of fans. Being an internet celebrity was not only easy but also made money much faster. Xiong Tingting stood up again, feeling a bit shy after being praised by Zhang Yu. After all, she had no support from her family and had learned everything on her own. "Actually, I have a special skill that no one else knows about," she suddenly said. Then she scolded herself inwardly for being unable to contain herself after just a few compliments. She blamed her own impulsiveness. "Oh, am I lucky enough to know?" Zhang Yu was also curious about what other talents she had that others didn't know about. "I can tie knots, and I can untie them too," Xiong Tingting said seriously. "Ha, I can do that too?" Zhang Yu was surprised, doubting whether he had heard correctly. "Was that really a skill?" "No, it's with this," Xiong Tingting said shyly, sticking out her tongue slightly. "No way?" Zhang Yu's pupils widened. This was no joke, this was a real talent. He had seen videos like that online before. The comments below said that people could earn tens of thousands a month working at a fertilizer factory sewing bags. A tangled mess of rope would be no problem for her. Of course, that was all just a joke. Who would want to watch someone sew bags? I find it hard to evaluate. If you put it online, it would probably get flagged and blocked. Zhang Yu laughed. "But your boyfriend must have saved the universe in his past life. With 15 million people in Jiangcheng, finding even 100 like that would be questionable." "No, I'm a peony," Xiong Tingting said, her face slightly red. "Oh, well, that's really like a nuclear weapon. It looks powerful, but it's never been used," Zhang Yu joked. A girl with such a unique skill was truly a treasure. After Zhang Yu said that, Xiong Tingting felt a bit embarrassed. "I haven't finished mopping the floor yet. I'll go back to it." With her temper, she should have exploded. However, in front of Zhang Yu, she inexplicably couldn't get angry. After all, he had provided her with a place to stay for free, saving her the cost of a hotel, so she had to be grateful. Seeing her continue to be busy, Zhang Yu said nothing more. After finishing his soup, he returned to his room. Just as he lay down on the bed, he sat up again shortly after. Wait, was what she just said true? He felt like 100 rabbits were scratching in his heart. He decided to just sleep first and think about it later. If he kept pondering, he wouldn't be able to sleep. At that moment, a flight was flying through the night sky. Looking down from the airplane window, a city below was brightly lit. Countless streetlights showcased a clear outline of the city. The destination this time was Kuan City. Kuan City is really a tourist destination, but it's a pity we've come so many times and haven't had a good look around, Pan Yuyo said after finishing her work. Yeah, mainly because the southwest province is just too big, with so many attractions that 1 or 2 days are simply not enough, Di Xiaobai added. We could take a week off together sometime and go travel, Lu Huanxiao suggested. Just the 3 of us? We could include Zhang Yu too. As soon as Lu Huanxiao said that, she noticed both girls looking at her. She quickly explained, having a male companion is good for safety when the 3 of us go out, but that really is feasible. Pan Yuyo nodded, fully supporting the plan. How about we see if we can all take time off together soon? After all, the company has annual leave every year, we might as well use it. She had been promoted and had completed a year of service, qualifying for leave. At that time, we can invite the landlord too. We're all one big happy family. In the past, if Pan Yuyo had said this, she would have definitely received a roll of the eyes from Lu Huanxiao. However, things were different now. Lu Huanxiao was also very supportive of this plan. Then let's go back and prepare a plan, find some strategies. After a busy year, she really hadn't had a proper rest. The longest continuous break hadn't exceeded 3 days. In the previous years, her annual leave was either not taken or spent at home sleeping for a few days. This time, for the first time, there was a travel plan. I wonder what the landlord is doing at home. At this moment, Di Xiaobai said, looking out the window, suddenly thinking, Tingting at home, won't she be able to handle him? No way, Pan Yuyo said confidently. How do you know? Of course I know, Pan Yuyo said somewhat proudly, because she told me she is a lesbian. What? The other 2 were taken aback. The sound also made a few people in the cabin turn their heads. Pan Yuyo felt a bit embarrassed and then lowered her voice. She told me herself, but whether that's true or not, I don't know. At that time, the captain even asked me to introduce her to her, but I didn't agree. So that's how it is. Lu Hanxiao also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Zhang Yu looked like a teddy bear, he should still have his own bottom line, right? At this moment, a work instruction came through the intercom. Everyone stop chatting, the plane is about to arrive in Kuancheng. We need to get ready to work. Lu Hanxiao switched to work mode in an instant. The work arrangement this time was to rest for 1 night after landing in Kuancheng tonight. The flight back to Jiangcheng was scheduled for the next night, landing around midnight, which was essentially the day after tomorrow. All in all, it was only about 20 hours, but crossing 3 days felt incredibly long. There was always a sense of anxiety about separation in her heart. The work was still a bit rougher than before. A night without conversation. The next morning, Zheng Yu woke up, went down to the first floor, and found the house empty. It was much better when the 3 flight attendants were around, chattering away. At this moment, not only were the 3 absent, but Xiong Tingting had also gone to work. So, to pass the time, Zhang Yu decided to inspect a few companies under his name. The first stop was the Papa Loan Financial Company. Hello, President Zhang. Welcome, President Zhang. When he appeared at the company, the employees were all surprised. They greeted him enthusiastically. The boss hadn't been here for quite a while since he took down the company across the street. However, news about the boss had never stopped online. Driving a Lamborghini and inspecting construction sites, he had been the center of attention. If he had a social media account, he would have millions of followers in no time. Everyone, continue working. I'm just passing by to take a look. Zhang Yu signaled for everyone to calm down. Then he went to his office. Secretary Yang quickly brought a cup of tea and a few folders. President Zhang, these are the reports that need your signature and review in the next few days. Good performance? Zhang Yu flipped through a few pages and saw that many figures were on the rise. Yes, ever since the company across the street dissolved, our business has increased quite a bit. Naturally, the performance has gone up. Secretary Yang explained. That's good. Please instruct to take 10% from the excess profits and distribute bonuses to everyone. They've all worked hard. President Zhang, do you mean 10 percentage points? Secretary Yang was a bit surprised. Yes. What's wrong? Nothing. The boss is wise. Secretary Yang's attitude immediately became serious. This month's profit had increased significantly, with a monthly profit of 80 million. It exceeded the target by 30 million. So, 10 percentage points would be 3 million. The company had a total of only 300 employees, meaning an average bonus of 10,000 yuan per person. For the workers, that was no small amount. Enough to change to a high-end phone, buy a computer, get a gold necklace, and purchase a set of skincare products. It can greatly enhance happiness. President Zhang is so generous. Unlike the previous boss, who was stingy and greedy, as if he wanted to suck the blood of the workers dry. President Zhang's proposal to give everyone a bonus quickly spread across all departments in the company. President Zhang is going to give us bonuses? No way, giving out so much money as bonuses? If you calculate it, with the bonus, I'll have over 20,000 this month. And I heard that this plan will be effective every month in the future. As long as we exceed our performance, we'll get a proportional commission. President Zhang is truly a conscientious boss. I want to praise him. No, I want to blow him up. With a boss like this, I'd be fine sleeping in the office. Don't say that. I'm ordering a military cot right now. Rumors online say we're like cattle and horses? Let me clarify, yes, I aspire to be the company's nuclear-powered cattle and horses. I want to work my heart out for the boss. The workers naturally know what kind of boss is good. The core essence of a good boss is being willing to spend money. Giving a little more, the boss won't lose out. It's purely a matter of perspective. Some bosses don't want to give a single cent to their employees, and the good ones just paint a pretty picture. The bad ones even say, I've provided you with a job, and you still want money? The news that the average monthly bonus at the Papa Loan Company is 10,000 quickly trended online. The comments section was filled with people who had seen the news, with many netizens coming to check it out. Wow, an average bonus of 10,000 a month? That's even better than Fatshi. Which company is this? Do they still need people? How can we get our boss to see this news? Urgently waiting online. Look, this is what a heavenly company looks like. I'm crying in the company restroom. Countless netizens commented, expressing various feelings of envy and jealousy. Such a company is truly a breath of fresh air. The boss is really kind-hearted. Soon, someone confirmed it. This company is called Papa Loan. The name is a bit strange, but it's really a good company. The company's asset scale is already 5 billion, and the performance is also quite good. Wait, isn't their boss the one who drives a Lamborghini? Case solved, that makes sense. Such a boss deserves to drive a Lamborghini. It turns out the online world is so small. After going around in circles, it formed a closed loop. In no time, Zhang Yu became popular online again. This topic among workers resonates the most with everyone. Soon, it topped the trending lists of several platforms. The word explosive was glowing red, and the cost was only 3 million. Normally, being on the top of several major platforms at once wouldn't be achievable with just this amount of money. Look, Zhang Yu is trending again. At this moment, at Koan City Airport, 3 flight attendants were eating in the airport cafeteria. They came across Zhang Yu's news on their phones. They didn't even need to search deliberately. The first post was about him. Yueying, you used the word again well. Lu Huanxiao smiled at her. After being on trending so many times, they had already gotten used to it. It was as if he was born with a trending aura, countless cameras aimed at him. The halo is infinite. To stand firm beside him without losing face, one must be even more outstanding. Suddenly, Lu Huanxiao felt a pressure in her heart. When we get back, let's practice yoga again. Let's spend 2 hours every day at the gym. Sister Xiao, are you going to work out? Pan Yueying asked. Yes, I think so. And we can't stay up late anymore. It's not good for the skin, Di Sheba also said. You guys, what are you saying that I don't understand? Pan Yueying said, I'll just go home and take a good nap first. By the way, at this moment, Lu Huanxiao remembered something. You should ask Xiong Tingting if she wants us to bring back any local specialties to share. Sister Xiao, I didn't know you cared so much about Tingting. Pan Yuyo looked at her. After all, she was a former colleague, and we've been living together these past few days. Lu Huanxiao had no issues with the proper etiquette she should observe. Alright, I'll ask. Pan Yuyao quickly made a phone call. Time passed second by second. At Koan City Airport, the plane was preparing for takeoff. On Zhang Yu's side, after leaving the financial company, he got into the car. Suddenly, a message popped up on his phone. Sha Ruweikong elected as the new head of Jiangqing City. Wow, that's quite impressive. Looks like this treasure wasn't a bad bet. He and Liang Yan were direct competitors in this round. It was basically a choice between the two. After what happened last time, Liang Yan was clearly hit hard and had become much more restrained. Meanwhile, Sha Ruweikong had gained a lot of points due to the successful launch of the super project, the Rice Research Base. One could say their fates had changed dramatically because of him. Then, he received a phone call, and upon seeing the caller ID, it was indeed Sha Ruweikong. Mr. Zhang, are you free now? I'm about to head home, Secretary Sha. Please go ahead. Mr. Zhang, I wanted to invite you to dinner today. I hope you can honor us with your presence. Since it's Secretary Sha's invitation, I will gladly accept. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. should I send someone to pick you up? No need, just send me the address. Then, Sha Ruekong sent an address. Jiangcheng Cadre Family Compound. This was a residential area where many senior officials of Jiangcheng lived. Zhang Yu immediately realized that Sha Ruekong was inviting him to his home as a guest. People in high positions must be tired of various hotels. An invitation to a private residence like this, where one could speak freely without caution, was a sign of truly being regarded as one of their own. Since Sha Ruekong extended such an invitation, it seemed he genuinely considered Zhang Yu the most important guest. Without further thought, Zhang Yu drove to the family compound. The security guard at the entrance approached to check. Upon seeing Zhang Yu's face, he quickly bent down and gestured, "Mr. Zhang, please come in. You know me?" Zhang Yu asked curiously. Secretary Sha specifically instructed that if we see you, we should let you through. Zhang Yu thanked him and drove into the residential area. The feeling of being respected was truly delightful. He never expected that, seemingly having done nothing, he would so quickly touch the highest echelons of Jiangcheng. Military, political, and business, the gray areas, he had already occupied 2 of the 4 major zones. This progress was indeed quite rapid. After a while, Zhang Yu stopped in front of a building. Getting out of the car, he noticed many silver-haired elderly people in the community, chatting in groups of 3 or 5, talking and playing chess. Life was rich and colorful. Despite their ordinary appearance, any one of them could have a title that would be intimidating, with connections likely spread across various levels of government in Jiangcheng and even Jingshu province. The building had only 6 floors. There was no elevator, it was still a stairwell building. High-end was indeed high-end, and low-key was truly low-key. It felt like a sense of great concealment in the world. After a few moments of reflection, Zhang Yu knocked on a door according to the address. "Oh, Mr. Zhang is here, come in, please come in." Sha Ruekong personally opened the door and warmly greeted Zhang Yu. In the kitchen, 2 middle-aged women were cooking, one as the main chef and the other as a helper. The cutting board was filled with vegetables. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, they also greeted him warmly. "Sha, quickly pour tea for Mr. Zhang," Sha Ruekong called out. "The teacups and tea leaves are right there. Wouldn't it be more sincere if you poured it yourself?" A voice came from inside the room. Sasha reference picture you. Sha Ruekong had no way to handle his daughter. No matter how high his status outside, he would still be controlled at home. So, this is why big figures rarely let people come to their homes, as it easily exposes their weaknesses. But in front of Zhang Yu, it didn't matter. Secretary Sha is truly both gentle and strong. The family atmosphere is quite nice, Zhang Yu said with a smile. "I apologize for making you laugh, Mr. Zhang. Please have a seat. I'll pour you some tea." Secretary Sha, are there any other guests coming today? Zhang Yu was curious when he saw the kitchen full of dishes, and then looked at the dining table, which was set with 8 sets of chopsticks and bowls. "Yes, Mr. Zhang." Seeing Zhang Yu's curiosity, Sha Ruekong didn't hide it and said directly, "A few more guests will arrive later." Saying this, he poured a cup of tea and handed it to Zhang Yu. He thanked him and took the tea. Sitting on the sofa, he glanced around the house. This house was probably over 10 years old. It had a typical unit layout. The area wasn't large, probably just over 100 square meters. But because the shared area was small, it felt similar to a 120 square meter commercial property. At that moment, a young girl walked out from the inner room. The girl's legs were snow white and straight, wearing hot pants that made her look even taller. Her long ponytail reached almost to her waist. Her hair was also black and smooth, suitable for a shampoo commercial. Moreover, she looked well nourished, standing at about 172 centimeters. "Mr. Zhang, this is my daughter, Sasha. She just turned 19 and is a freshman at Jiangcheng University," Sha Ruekong said, then turned to her and said, "How can you be so rude to our esteemed guest? Come and meet Mr. Zhang, the president of Dami Technology Group." Dami Technology? Sasha's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She rushed to Zhang Yu's side. "So, you're the president of Dami Technology. Do you have any new products I can try out?" "This?" Zhang Yu was taken aback. This girl was quite familiar and didn't seem to care about anything. "Look, business people are so stingy. I don't want it anymore," Sasha said, turning back into the kitchen. "Mom, when is dinner? I'm starving." "What's the rush? Who told you to sleep in?" the woman inside scolded. Sasha, grinning, reached in to steal a fried ball and slipped out of the kitchen. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhang, for making you laugh." Sha Ruekong felt a bit embarrassed by his daughter's behavior. "Dad, did I embarrass you again?" Sasha said nonchalantly, "I'm not afraid anyway." Saying this, she closed the door again. "It's fine, kids will be kids. Being a bit naughty is normal. In this day and age, which young person isn't a bit wild? You're the kid." The door opened a crack, and Sasha poked her head out. "Hey, Mr. Zhang, you're not much older than me. If I were you, I would be. After saying this, Sasha realized the president of Dami Technology was actually so young. She thought it was someone older. Many of the electrical products in her home were from Dami. Seeing the president of the company sitting in her home, she felt a surreal sense of dreaminess. The computer she used in her room was also from the Dami brand. Sasha, go back to your room. Sha Ruekong truly had no way to deal with her. Mr. Zhang, please don't take her too seriously. It's fine, Zhang Yu smiled. I actually think it's quite good. And she's attending Jiangcheng University? That's the best school in Jiangcheng. I didn't get in back in my day. Jiangcheng University is one of the 985 universities, with an acceptance rate of only 1%, truly a rare find. Mr. Zhang is too modest. University is just a starting point. The road ahead is still long. If my daughter can support herself in the future, I'll be grateful to my ancestors, Sha Ruekong said with a smile. In the room, Sasha felt very happy when she heard Zhang Yu's praise. This Zhang is not so annoying after all. And he's different from those other businessmen. At least he's young and handsome. I think I can get his WeChat and hang out with him later. But when she heard what Sha Ruekong said afterward, the corners of her mouth drooped again. What young and energetic person could stand that? At school, she was a genius girl, the teacher's pet, but at home, her dad belittled her to nothing. Who would want to go home? If it weren't for her parents insisting that there were important guests at home today and that she had to be an important part of the family, she would have been out having fun somewhere else by now. That's right, Sasha was quite rebellious. Although she came from a prestigious family and was a well-known second-generation official in Jiangcheng, her behavior was anything but obedient. She loved to dress in exaggerated styles and was fond of motorcycles and bungee jumping, things that were completely at odds with her supposed identity as a refined young lady. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Sha Ruekong hurried to open the door. Secretary Sha, sorry, I got caught in traffic and arrived late. I brought some local specialties for you. The person outside, dressed in a black administrative jacket, greeted him warmly. Oh, Mayor Jiang, you're too polite, please come in. Sha Ruekong welcomed the visitor into the house and then introduced him to Zhang Yu. This is Mayor Jiang of Jiangcheng, Zhang Deqiao. This is Zhang Yu from the Rice Technology Company, whom I told you about. Nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. Zhang Yu and Zhang Deqiao shook hands, expressing friendliness. Mr. Zhang is truly young and talented, with an unlimited future ahead. Zhang Deqiao, who looked to be in his 50s, admired Zhang Yu at first glance. At such a young age, he had already achieved so much. Given time, he would be a genius tycoon in the business world. He had heard of him long ago, but seeing him invited to Sha Ruekong's private residence was somewhat unexpected. It was enough to show how much Sha Ruekong valued Zhang Yu. Unfortunately, Zhang Deqiao had no daughter, otherwise, someone like Zhang Yu would surely be a desirable son-in-law. Zhang Yu also looked at Zhang Deqiao. This was the second most important person in Jiangcheng in the coming years, second only to Sha Ruekong. Although it was just a family dinner, the status of this gathering was not low. Who in Jiangcheng had the face to sit at the same table with both Sha Ruekong and Zhang Deqiao? Moreover, it was Sha Ruekong who had extended the invitation. Don't just stand there, please sit down, Sha Ruekong said. By the way, Secretary Sha, didn't you say Director Su was coming? Zhang Deqiao asked. Still on the way, Sha Ruekong replied. Since we're at home, let's not stand on ceremony. I'm a year older than you, so let's just call each other brothers. Old Sha, ask them when they'll arrive. We need to start serving the dishes. At that moment, a woman from the kitchen brought out a hot pot, placing it in the center of the dining table and turning on the induction cooker underneath. Okay, I'll ask, Sha Ruekong said, taking out his phone to make a call. Just then, the doorbell rang again. They must have arrived, Sha Ruekong said as he went to open the door. The door opened, revealing two people who looked very similar, apparently a father and daughter. Zhang Yu took a closer look and was instantly shocked. How could it be her? The woman standing outside widened her eyes in surprise upon seeing Zhang Yu. How could it be him? The two of them stood frozen, separated by half a door. The last time they had formally met, she had been riding her bike and had rear-ended his Lamborghini. Indeed, the woman in front of him was the police officer Sumei. Sumei was astonished to find Zhang Yu in Sha Ruekong's home. What on earth was his identity? Today's high-profile family banquet actually invited him. This world is truly small. Who would have thought we'd run into each other here? You two know each other? Sha Ruekong sensed something off from the looks in the eyes of the two young people. We've met, but we're not familiar, Sumei said. The car I rear-ended last time was his. No wonder I saw a familiar car downstairs just now. I thought I was mistaken and had my doubts. After coming up, I found it really was him. Oh, Sha Ruekong seemed to ponder. So you two have this connection. what a coincidence. Yeah, I really didn't expect Captain Su to be related to Sha Ruekong. Oh, let me introduce you. Sha Ruekong pointed to the middle-aged man next to Su Mei and said, this is Su Guoqiang, the deputy mayor and police chief of Jiang City, and also my brother-in-law. Su Mei, my niece. This must be General Manager Zhang Yu, right? Hello, I've heard of your great name. Su Guoqiang extended his hand. Hello, Chief Su. Zhang Yu also reached out. Who would have thought that such a small family banquet would gather the three true gods of Jiang City? Moreover, Sha Ruekong and Su Guoqiang are actually relatives. With these three joining forces, Jiang City is theirs. The level of this gathering is truly high. Zhang Yu felt a bit nervous inside. After all, such a scene is something many people might not see in their lifetime, let alone share a meal at the same table. Besides, the three of them have direct interests at stake. Only he himself has no direct connection to them. He was still somewhat surprised. Everyone is here, we can start eating. Sha Ruekong shouted towards the kitchen. The two women in the kitchen brought out the dishes. Zhang Yu then noticed that they looked very similar. They were undoubtedly sisters. It was easy to understand that they were the mothers of Sha Sha and Su Mei. However, Sha Sha and Su Mei, the two cousins, didn't look alike at all. Each had their own style. Sha Sha, come out for dinner. Sister Su Mei, you're here. In the room, a lively figure, like a fledgling swallow returning to the forest, leaped into Su Mei's arms. The two embraced warmly. Alright, stop pretending to be so close. You clearly saw each other the day before yesterday. Sha Ruekong mercilessly exposed them. Come, everyone take a seat. As the head of the family, Sha Ruekong arranged the seating for the 8 people. Come, Zhang Yu, you sit next to me. He beckoned. Ha, isn't that inappropriate? The mayor and Chief Su are still here, and I'm too junior. Zhang Yu quickly declined. No matter how it was arranged, it didn't seem right for him to sit there. General Manager Zhang, just sit over there, Zhang Daqiu and Su Guoqiang said in unison. Today you are the honored guest. You must drink a few cups with Secretary Sha. They both knew that Sha Ruekong had been promoted unusually. Zhang Yu played a crucial role in this. 1. He brought in a major project, becoming an important support for Sha Ruekong. 2. Liang Yan suddenly withdrew from the competition. Many rumors pointed to Zhang Yu. Ever since he visited her office, many things had changed. However, this second part was not easy to say. Then I'll take your advice. Zhang Yu no longer declined and sat down next to Sha Ruekong. The others also took their seats. Su Guoqiang and his wife sat on the left. Sha Ruekong's wife and the mayor sat on the right. Sha Sha and Su Mei, the two young juniors, sat opposite them. With just a glance up, they could see each other's eyes. Zhang Yu watched the two of them whispering to each other, not knowing what secret conversation they were having, occasionally giggling. Sha Sha, we're at the dinner table, be serious. Su Guoqiang glared at his daughter. Now that everyone is here, I'll say a few words. Sha Ruekong stood up. Thank you all for coming to today's family banquet. I will drink this cup. Come on, let's all drink together. The 8 people at the table all stood up. Those who could drink had alcohol, and those who couldn't poured juice. After the first cup of wine went down, everyone began to eat and drink. Then they started chatting. At the beginning of the meal, everyone was a bit reserved, but after a round of drinks, the conversation flowed more freely. They talked about various things. General Manager Zhang, Sha Ruekong asked Zhang Yu at this moment, I saw online that you have a financial loan company? Yes, Secretary Sha, Zhang Yu nodded, but it's just a small operation, not on a large scale. Have you thought about expanding it? Zhang Yu didn't quite understand his meaning at the moment, and he hadn't considered this issue himself. General Manager Zhang Daqiu said, Old Sha means, does your financial company have any plans to become a bank? Start a bank? Zhang Yu was even more surprised. It's easy to run a financial company, but getting a bank license is not easy. In a province, there are only a few private banks. Banks make money easily, collecting deposits, lending, and earning the interest spread. It really doesn't require much capital. Don't others want to start one? It's because they don't have the license, the qualification to enter. Zhang Yu did want to draw a bank from the blind box system, but that also depends on luck, whether he could draw it. I've heard about it too, Su Guoqiang said. General Manager Zhang, Old Sha wants to make some reforms in finance and support a batch of emerging private banks. The support policy is about to be introduced. General Manager Zhang, do you have any interest in taking it? Sha Ruekong also looked at Zhang Yu. He genuinely wanted to express his gratitude to Zhang Yu through practical actions. Giving gifts is against the rules, and he doesn't lack a few trifles. He happened to see online that Zhang Yu had a lending company, and he was planning to ignite some flames in finance. So, he thought of this idea. Zhang Yu runs a lending company, has technology, experience, and is not short of funds. Meanwhile, Sha Ruekong has policies and supportive measures. Starting a private bank is not difficult at all. If that's the case, then I must thank Secretary Sha, Zhang Yu said, raising a glass. This cup, I toast to you. Since he was willing to provide this ladder, he would just climb up along it. There was no need to worry too much. But transforming from a company into a bank, he could not only lend money but also reasonably accept deposits. Becoming a bank would also require various supports. It would sound more impressive and better to say. Such an opportunity is hard to find, even with a lantern. Come on, everyone, let's drink together. Zhang Dachio and Su Guoqiang knew that Zhang Yu's meaning was that he agreed. They were very supportive of this matter. They would provide whatever help and convenience they could. The next steps only required going through the processes, providing whatever was needed. As long as the people at this level reached a consensus on a matter, then succeeding in Jiangcheng would just be a matter of time. It would be smooth sailing with just a few words. Wow. Doesn't that mean he has an additional identity, the bank president? Sumei couldn't help but say. She was already curious about Zhang Yu appearing at her relative's house. After some understanding, she found out that his identity was so astonishing. The major shareholder of Dami Technology Company, the owner of the lending company, about to become a bank, at least 2 companies in hand. No wonder he wasn't at all distressed when he crashed into a Lamborghini last time. What does that little money count for? Yeah, my dad treats him really well. If you didn't know, you'd think he was his own son. Sasha couldn't help but comment. Sasha, what are you talking about? Sumei said, Uncle only has you as a daughter. Zhang Yu looked at the two of them, who were whispering to each other across the table. He couldn't help but laugh. Come on, let's have a drink. The sudden interruption left the two of them a bit flustered. Sasha, what are you dawdling for? Sha Ruekang felt she was a bit lacking in manners and urged her. Sumei and Sasha then picked up their juice and clinked glasses with Zhang Yu. The others were all smiling as they watched the three of them. Although Zhang Yu was the boss of a big company, he was still too young. Even though he was discussing business matters with the older ones, the three of them should actually be sitting at the kids' table. By the way, Zhang, are you dating anyone now? Zhang Dachia suddenly asked. This question brought a brief silence to the table. Zhang Yu was about to speak when he noticed Sumei staring at him from across the table, as if she knew something. Realizing this, he smiled and said, Yes, but I can't tell everyone yet. Ah, that's a bit of a pity, Zhang Dachia sighed. What do you mean? Sha Ruekang asked. There are so many excellent single young women in the office, like Director Wan's daughter, Secretary Li's sister-in-law. If Shang were single, wouldn't he be swarmed? Zhang Dachio said with a laugh. Not to mention, isn't there Su's daughter nearby? He was referring to Sumei. Su Guoqiang chuckled but didn't say anything. Sumei's face turned red. What? I'm not planning to date. Sister Sumei, you're blushing. Sasha, who had learned the art of teasing from Sha Ruekang, chimed in. Ha, am I? I'm just hot, Sumei quickly replied, glancing at Zhang Yu. He wore a half-smile, as if he could see through her thoughts. Could she say it? Sumei recalled the scene she had seen on her phone app, feeling as if Zhang Yu was a deep abyss. As long as she didn't get too close, everything would be fine. But once there was any intersection, she felt like she would be sucked in. Sister Sumei, you've known him for a long time. When was it? At this moment, Sasha became curious. I told you, I rear-ended his car, Sumei said. But you said you had seen him once before, otherwise you wouldn't have chased him down to give him a ticket, Sasha pointed out. That was even earlier, he was racing on the Riverside Avenue at midnight. Racing? Sasha's eyes lit up. Zhang Yu, you can race? When will you take me? She suddenly shouted, startling everyone at the table. Sasha, you're a girl, can you be a bit more composed? Besides, is racing something girls do? You should focus on your studies, Sha Ruekang said. Dad, you're being old-fashioned again. Who says girls can't play? Sasha retorted. Oh, your dad is just thinking about your safety, Shamu said. Thanks, but no thanks, Sasha replied, picking up her chopsticks and grabbing a big chicken leg. She placed it in Zhang Yu's bowl. You promised to take me next time. Then she turned to Sumei and said, Sister, if we run into each other next time, don't catch me. Zhang Yu was at a loss for words, unable to deal with this 19-year-old girl. She had already put the chicken leg in his bowl, and it would be awkward to take it back out. He just didn't expect that she would have this hobby, and he happened to be able to do it. This was truly a case of coincidence. Sumei looked at her cousin. You're in my territory, so I have to manage you. This was a matter of principle. Then Zhang Yu, let's go to Panshan. Sasha suggested, disregarding the presence of the adults. The road to Panshan is really fun, a bit like Bainbuluk. Let's go there. What is Bainbuluk? Two women curiously asked. Sasha, if you say it again, I'll send someone to block the road tomorrow, Su Guoqiang said. His niece was mischievous, and he had to make a statement himself. As the #1 figure in the Jiangcheng Police Department, which road to block and for how long was just a matter of a word. Tomorrow? Sasha asked. Really? Of course. Su Guiqian looked at Sha Ruekong. Cousin, don't worry. Great. So we won't block it today, right? The young man's mind was indeed sharp. Sasha quickly discovered the loophole in his words. Then Zhang Yu, you'll take me there later. Zhang, don't agree to her, Sha Ruekong said. You're spoiling her. However, I think if Sasha can agree to one thing, I promise to take you, Zhang Yu said with a smile. What is it? Hurry up and say it, Sasha asked curiously. After this time, you should argue less with your dad, be less rebellious, and focus on your studies. Zhang Yu's words almost brought tears to Sha Ruekong's eyes. If Sasha could do this, he would accept her being a little crazy, as long as safety was guaranteed. But would she agree? Okay, I agree. Sasha thought for a second and then extended her pinky finger. Let's make a pinky promise. Alright, let's make a pinky promise. Zhang Yu also extended his pinky. With so many people at the dining table watching, all of them prominent figures, they weren't afraid she would back out later. If she really did back out, no one would play with her in the future. She understood the gravity of the situation. Sha Ruekong saw that his usually mischievous daughter could actually listen to Zhang Yu. He felt moved and couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that Zhang Yu could really tame this wild horse? If that were the case, handing her over to him for discipline would save him a lot of worry. Thus, his resistance lessened. Moreover, he firmly believed that Zhang Yu could do it. This Zhang Yu was indeed a benefactor sent from heaven. Despite his young age, he had brought considerable benefits to him in both official and family matters. Thinking of this, Sha Ruekong smiled and said, Zhang, you and my daughter hit it off so well on your first meeting and have common topics. I have a suggestion. Secretary Sha, if you have something to say, just go ahead. Since you two get along, I'll entrust Sasha to you for guidance in the future. What do you think, Zhang? Sha Ruekong asked. Entrust her to me for guidance? Zhang Yu was momentarily confused about his meaning. In what aspect? Zhang, what old Sha means is, at this moment, Sasha's mother said, you and Sasha are close in age and have common topics, so I'll trouble you to take Sasha out to play more often. Sha Ruekong nodded. No wonder she was his wise wife. She understood what he wanted to express. After all, Sasha was only 19 years old, and they, as parents, were busy with work and had no time to manage her. Moreover, the age gap was too large, and they couldn't relate. Zhang Yu's appearance just happened to give them hope. He was worth hundreds of billions, young and capable, and having him guide Sasha could work. Well, Zhang Yu did not agree hastily. Having a 19-year-old girl, who was pure and beautiful, following him would definitely be fulfilling. However, her identity here was Sha Ruekong's daughter. If anything happened, he couldn't bear the responsibility. Zhang, I know what you're worried about, Su Guiqiang said. Actually, I had my daughter Sumei manage her before, but she was too busy. If Zhang could treat her like a sister and guide her on the right path, that would be great. In that case, I'll give it a try, Zhang Yu smiled. But if I can't manage, I'll return her. Have you considered my feelings? Are you treating me like a commodity? Sasha pouted. So do you want the so-called freedom you mentioned? As soon as this question was asked, Sasha realized the pros and cons of the situation. So, you mean, as long as I follow Zhang Yu, I won't have to go home, right? Yes. Seeing Sha Ruekong nod, Sasha rolled her eyes, thought for a moment, and then said, Then Zhang Yu, I'll stick with you from now on. Saying this, she filled a cup with juice. Here, I toast to you. This was the best solution for her. This way, her family wouldn't pry too much. The friends she had made before were all strongly opposed by her family. If she followed Zhang Yu this time, she would only need to report to him in the future. Wouldn't that mean she had completely regained her freedom? Hey, I really am a genius. When they had almost finished eating, Sasha stood up and said, Zhang Yu, let's go. Where are you going? Didn't we say we were going to take a tour around the mountain? Sasha said, it's just right to help with digestion. What time is it now? It's not safe in the mountains, and you still want to go racing? Sha Ruekong tried to stop her. Oh, I'm just going for a stroll, it'll be fine, Sasha said. Don't worry, Secretary Sha, the steering wheel is in my hands. Zhang Yu also said. Alright, just be careful. Zhang Yu stood up, then Secretary Sha, Mayor Jiang, Director Su, I'm leaving now. Zhang, wait a moment. Sha's mother hurriedly caught up. Take these fruits with you, eat them on the way. Thank you, Auntie. Zhang Yu didn't decline and took a few fruits. Hurry up. Sasha was impatient, directly reaching out to grab Zhang Yu's wrist and walked outside. Inside the house, Sha Ruekong looked at Su Guiqiang. Su Guiqiang understood his meaning. I'll make a call to have the 2 nearby police stations strengthen the security patrols around the mountain. The mountain is located in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. It is the highest point in Jiangcheng. Although the elevation is not high, it is steep, and the road up the mountain is winding with many turns. At the top of the mountain, there is a scenic spot called Qingxuangjai, which has guesthouses and a commercial street, and many people go there to escape the heat in the summer. There are two entrances to the mountain, a south gate and an east gate. Each has a police station stationed, whose daily work is to patrol for various safety hazards in the scenic area. With a call from Su Guoqiang, the two nearby police stations immediately dispatched 4 vehicles to check the road conditions along different routes. Su Mei, are you going too? He noticed his daughter was a bit restless. Su Mei felt a bit embarrassed. But I have to be on duty tonight. Just swap shifts with your colleagues, it's the same. Su Guoqiang said, you should go too, more people means more support. Then I'll go. Su Mei stood up, greeted the elders, and then left. Outside the community, as Zhang Yu just got into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, he saw Su Mei chasing after them. You too, wait for me. Sister Su Mei, you're going too? Sasha saw Su Mei come out and quickly opened the car door, offering the front seat. Sister, you sit in front. Then, she willingly sat in the back seat. She got in the car and sat in the passenger seat. Suddenly, she remembered that not long ago, her best friend Lu Huanqiu had been in this position with Zhang Yu. Thinking of this, she turned her head to take a look. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Zhang Yu also turned to look at her. The two locked eyes. Su Mei also felt embarrassed and withdrew her gaze. He should know that I already know, right? But how could his gaze still be so bold? It made it seem like she had done something wrong. Everyone settled? Let's go. Zhang Yu started the Rolls-Royce. By the way, Zhang Yu, when can I sit in your Lamborghini? Sasha asked. You'd have to ask your sister, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. I've already asked. The progress over there is still quite fast. It could be sent back as soon as the day after tomorrow. Su Mei secretly cursed her cousin for bringing up that topic. She was clearly trying to make her look bad. The scene of the rear-end collision was truly mortifying. Her colleagues had teased her about it for quite a while. That's great, Zhang Yu said as he drove out of the community. Once on the 3rd ring road, he headed towards Panshan. At that moment, a plane flew over Jiangcheng at night. Chief Flight Attendant Lu, look over there. What a beautiful sight. Pan Yuyo pointed out the window. It was vaguely a mountain, surrounded by darkness. Only the mountain top was brightly lit, looking like a city suspended in the air at first glance. That seems to be Panshan, Lu Hanxiao said as she looked over. Based on the flight route and the current position of the plane, she deduced the location. Panshan? Di Shobak chimed in. I've heard of it, but I've never been. I heard there's a summer resort at the top, and it's a 4-rated one, Pan Yuyo said as she took out her phone to search for information about Panshan. As she scrolled down, she saw another message. You guys, look, there's a group of people racing at Panshan tonight. Really? Racing at night? Di Xiaoba expressed her disbelief. I'm not kidding, Pan Yuyo showed them her phone screen. Several locations are at the foot of Panshan, and from the videos, it's a spontaneously organized race. Looks like these people are all rich kids, each driving a sports car, Di Xiaoba exclaimed in surprise. The cars in the video, judging by their shapes and logos, were all worth over $1 million. The people in the footage were all dressed very fashionably. They were the kind of people who lived in luxury and didn't have to work. With excess energy to burn, they enjoyed doing thrilling and reckless things. It seemed like those rich second-generation kids loved this kind of stuff. That's really dangerous, Lu Hanxiao remarked as she watched the footage, thinking these people were truly crazy for playing so wild in the middle of the night. It was like their bodies were ahead while their souls lagged behind. But racing at night does sound quite thrilling, Pan Yuyo said, recalling the last time Zhang Yu took her for a drive along the Riverside Avenue at night. Wasn't that also in the evening? For skilled drivers, these issues were nothing. She couldn't help but think of Zhang Yu's mischievousness, her face turning red. Yu Yao, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Hanxiao noticed her fair face visibly flushed. No, it's nothing. Pan Yuyo quickly shook her head. We're almost at Jiangcheng Airport, let's get ready, Lu Hanxiao said, returning to work mode. Today's flight had been exhausting. The journey lasted nearly 3 hours, but they had been preparing for 2 hours before takeoff. Lu Hanxiao was so tired she didn't want to move. In the past, after such a high-load flight, she would find a hotel to stay in right after landing. But now it was different. Lu Hanxiao still needed to save some energy to drive back to Binjiang Mansion after getting off the plane. If she didn't return to Binjiang Mansion, she felt empty all over. Alright, Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba quickly got into work mode as well. Dear passengers, this flight is about to arrive at Jiangcheng Airport. Please prepare yourselves. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and his 2 companions had also arrived at the foot of Panshan after more than half an hour of driving. Once they got off the main road, the path suddenly narrowed, changing from 6 lanes to 2. The road was narrow, and there were cars coming back from the mountain scenic area with their high beams on. Sasha could barely keep her eyes open. Unable to hold back, she cursed. These drivers really have no manners. It's so annoying. What's this? I've seen all kinds of bizarre traffic violations. Sume, as a traffic police officer, could relate deeply. However, Zhang Yu said nothing. At the foot of the mountain, there was a parking lot. Beyond this parking lot was the path for climbing the mountain. From a distance, she glanced at the winding road that extended towards the mountaintop. Let's fill up the car first, Zhang Yu said, noticing a gas station next to the parking lot. He drove over. Just as they were about to arrive, suddenly, a Maserati sports car forced its way past from the side and sped in front of their car. If it weren't for Zhang Yu's quick reflexes, they would have almost collided. Hey, do you have any manners? Cutting in line at the gas station? Sasha couldn't hold back any longer. She got out of the car, ready to confront them. Sasha, don't get into a conflict with them. Sume also opened the car door and followed her. At that moment, the Maserati parked at the gas station. A man wearing a jacket and sporting white hair got out of the car. Upon seeing Sasha approaching him, his eyes lit up. Oh, isn't this Sasha from Uncle Shaw's family? Didn't you say there was a curfew at home? Why are you out so late? The man recognized her. Sasha also recognized the man in front of her and couldn't help but mutter, "What bad luck." She lost interest in arguing and turned to head back to the car. Zhang Yu parked the car and noticed Sasha's demeanor. He suddenly realized how small the world was. Or was it that Sasha's social circle was too wide, encompassing all kinds of people? How could she know someone here? Hey, seeing this young master and not greeting him, Sasha, you're too rude. The man took a few steps forward, extending his arms to block her path. Good dogs don't block the way, move aside. Sasha glared at him. The man didn't budge. Without thinking, Sasha kicked towards the man's calf. She was wearing pointed little leather shoes. The kick came suddenly, and the man was caught off guard, wincing in pain. Stop right there, he shouted. Then, several nearby cars surrounded them. The headlights turned on, instantly illuminating the parking lot as bright as day. A group of people gathered around. They were all the man's friends. They had come to race up the mountain in various sports cars, organized by him, who had the highest status among them. So, seeing him kicked by a little girl, they all gathered around. What do you want? Sume saw that this group was not friendly. She extended her hand, shielding Sasha behind her, and said warily, "I'm a police officer, you all back off." Hearing her identify herself, the group exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a bit uneasy. Oh no, could it be that they had alerted the police and were about to be investigated? However, the man who had just been kicked paused for a moment upon hearing Sume's introduction, then laughed. Sume, aren't you the rabbit officer from Binjian district? Can you even manage things up here in the mountain? Sume was surprised. She didn't know who this man was. How did he know her name? Wu Iluan, this is my cousin, you should show her some respect, Sasha said. Wu Iluan. Upon hearing this name, Sume immediately realized why he knew their identities and was still so arrogant. Because Wu Iluan was the second son of Wu Zhangliang, the commander of the Central Combat Readiness Zone, one of the 9 major combat readiness zones. The headquarters of the Central Combat Readiness Zone was located in Jiangcheng. But they did not belong to the Jiangcheng management, and even in terms of rank, the commander of the Combat Readiness Zone was half a level higher than Jingchu. When Sha Ruikong met Wu Zhangliang, he had to treat him with respect. Whenever there was a need for flood relief support, they had to report to the Combat Readiness Zone in the form of a request. Because of this background, Wu Iluan was well known in Jiangcheng for being playful. He had caused quite a few troubles, but in the end, nothing ever happened. He had such a powerful background that even without saying a word, others would give him some face and actively help him cover up. As for why Shasha knew him, it was because she loved to have fun and had friends from various circles, so knowing Wu Iluan was quite normal. She just didn't expect to have a conflict with him today. Alright then, the man called Wu Iluan laughed. I have always respected beautiful women. As he spoke, he changed the subject. However, you just kicked me and ruined my pants. This outfit costs over 100,000. What do you say we do about it? You say over 100,000 like it's nothing? I can just pay for it. Shasha blurted out, realizing she didn't have that much money. I don't need you to pay, I'm not short on cash, Wu Iluan smiled. Sister Shasha, since we happen to meet today, come, let's have some fun in my car. Captain Su, do you want to join? Sorry, I'm not interested, Sume shook her head. With that, several people around took a step forward. How dare they not give face to the second young master Wu? These few women really didn't take him seriously. Today, they would let them taste the consequences. Hey, you can't be rude to beautiful women. A woman leaning against a car behind them straightened up and said, aren't we here to have fun with the cars? Let's not waste time. She had long wavy hair and was wearing black leather pants, which made her figure look stunning. Her noble aura was not that of an ordinary person. What Sister Hong said is true. It's my fault for not being considerate, Wu Iluan chuckled, but Shasha kicked me. If I don't deal with her, how will I survive in the future? Sha Sha? The woman called Sister Hong paused upon hearing the name. Sha Ruikon's daughter? At least give him some face, as she is the new #1 figure in Jiangcheng. Since Sister Hong said that, what else can I say? Wu Yiluan smiled and then said to Sha Sha and Sume, alright, I'll let you off the hook today. He then pointed to Zhang Yu's car. Hey, that driver, move the car, our convoy is about to leave. Zhang Yu's car did not move. What, you won't move? Do you want to compete with us? Wu Yiluan provocatively asked upon seeing the car. Did you come with those two? How about this, you compete with us, if you win, nothing happens. If you lose, you can go back alone later. After he said this, the others laughed maliciously. The second young Master Wu indeed had a way of keeping people around. As long as he had his eyes on a girl, there was no way she could escape. Sha Sha had seen him once or twice before and already had some thoughts in her mind. Especially since she was wearing a white shirt and a black pleated skirt, she looked incredibly tempting to him. At this point, Wu Yiluan even took the time to explain to Sister Hong, Sister Hong, you saw it just now, it's not that I don't give them face, but these few have disturbed us several times. I really have no choice. Sume and Sha Sha both felt tense at this moment. If Wu Yiluan got serious, they really wouldn't be able to leave today. They couldn't help but look at Zhang Yu. Alright then, Zhang Yu smiled. But let's not involve the two girls in a contest between men. He knew in his heart that if they didn't play around today, this group of people wouldn't easily let the two girls leave. Having promised Sha Ruikong at the dinner table, he couldn't just agree and then abandon the two girls. That would be too unmanly. Looks like you have your own ideas, Wu Yiluan said with a smile, so what do you say? If I win, you publicly apologize and promise not to harass Sha Sha and the others anymore, Zhang Yu said. And if you lose? Wu Yiluan laughed. There's no such assumption. Zhang Yu shook his head. I see you have 7 cars, so what's the plan? Are we racing together or what? Wu Gu, this kid is too arrogant, thinking he can beat us all? Someone in the convoy shouted. No problem, Wu Yiluan said. I originally wanted to go one-on-one. Since you're not happy, you can join in too. Let's compete with 3 cars. A race through the mountains was thus decided. According to the rules, they would start from the foot of the mountain and race to the destination resort at the top. Whoever reaches the top in the shortest time would be the winner. Cars would leave the starting line every 3 minutes. Wu Yiluan's car was the first to go. His car was a modified Maserati sports car, and he was quite familiar with the winding mountain roads. He knew where the curves were, how long they were, where the slopes were, and what the angles were. As his car disappeared into the night, Sume felt a bit worried. I heard this Wu Yiluan is a retired professional racer. Sister, why are you boosting his confidence? Sha Sha said, I believe Zhang Yu can do it. Don't you think so? Saying this, she patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder. He smiled. This whole mess was caused by you, so when I win, think about how to thank me. If you win, you can ask for anything, Sha Sha said nonchalantly. And you must win. Alright, then I'll win. When Zhang Yu said this, the people in the convoy couldn't help but laugh. How could someone be so arrogant? Wu Yiluan was arrogant because he had the capital. What do you have? And that Hong Jia looked at Zhang Yu, who was calm and composed, and felt a jolt in her heart. This young man was too steady, exuding the aura of a great general. It seemed he was completely confident, and it wasn't just empty bravado. 3 minutes passed. The second car of the earlier person also set off. Zhang Yu drove his car to the starting point. A white line was drawn on the ground with lime, marking the starting line. As he reached the starting line, Zhang Yu looked at the pitch-black expanse ahead. Suddenly, he felt a spark ignite within him. If he didn't consider other factors, this kind of adventure was indeed a fresh and thrilling experience. Zhang Yu, you should be able to do it, right? Sume stood by the roadside, looking at Zhang Yu in the driver's seat, her expression calm. Suddenly, she recalled the awkwardness of not catching up to him last time on the Riverside Avenue. Confidence surged within her. She was already the fastest in the police force, having placed in the top 3 in the city's motorcycle race. But that day, she was still left in the dust by Zhang Yu, returning empty-handed. This time, although he was driving his own car, Sume believed Zhang Yu could definitely win. The 3 minutes were up. With a whistle from someone on site, Zhang Yu drove away from the starting point, heading towards the mountaintop. Ahead lay the winding mountain road. In the sharpest turns, half the car had to be off the road. This kid really dares to challenge. Wu Ergongzi has driven in rally races. This mountain road is child's play for him. That person actually dares to challenge Wu Ergongzi, truly overestimating himself. Hey, I just remembered, I was 10 seconds late to blow the whistle earlier. Will that have any impact? Late by 10 seconds? Do you know how many people can be overtaken in a rally race in 10 seconds? But it's fine, young Master Wu will definitely surpass him by minutes. It doesn't matter. Sister Hong, what do you think? A group of people looked at the sexy woman in leather pants. I'll just watch. Sister Hong took out a tablet. On the screen, there were several red dots that clearly reflected the real-time location information of each car. This was because, before the race, a positioning device was installed in each car. The locator isn't expensive, just a few $100 each, but it's useful. Due to the mountain roads, the area had been cleared in advance. Some more dangerous spots had their people set up road signs. The safety measures were quite good, comparable to professional racing organizations. After all, many of these car enthusiasts had experience in amateur racing events. At this moment, Sumei and Shasha watched as Zhang Yu drove out of sight. They couldn't help but feel a bit worried about how he was doing now. "Come here, you two." Sister Hong looked up and waved at them. "Are you calling us?" Shasha asked, pointing to her own nose. "I'm sure you both want to keep an eye on his race situation. Come take a look." Sister Hong smiled. The others didn't understand why Sister Hong was doing this, but she must have her reasons. What the others should do was keep quiet about it. After all, Sister Hong had quite a reputation. Even Wu Yiluan had to give her some face. Naturally, they didn't dare to question her. Sumei and Shasha moved closer. They saw the red dots on the tablet, labeled 1, 2, and 3, corresponding to the starting order. "What the hell? What's going on?" At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. They saw on the screen that Zhang Yu's car number 3, after slowly adapting to the mountain road conditions during the starting phase, was gradually speeding up, because there was a 3-minute gap in the starting time. At first, car number 3 was quite far behind car number 2, and even further from car number 1 driven by Wu Yiluan. But now, they could clearly see that Zhang Yu's car was gradually speeding up. The distance to car number 2 had closed by almost half. It had only been a little over 10 minutes since the start. How did he do it so quickly? At this moment, the remote intercom also transmitted feedback from a few partners halfway up the mountain. Car number 1 has passed the first continuous sharp turn. Car number 3 has passed the first continuous uphill and downhill, and is currently accelerating. "This is interesting," Sister Hong murmured. "That guy named Zhang Yu should be coming to the mountain for the first time." But aside from being a bit unfamiliar with the road conditions at the start, his speed was now the fastest. If he maintains this instantaneous speed, then if he pulls back a bit later, Zhang Yu's total time will be the shortest. Shasha, seeing the data on the screen, couldn't help but pump her fist and shout, "Yay! Shasha, what's going on?" Sumei still couldn't quite understand the data. Zhang Yu's average speed per minute is the fastest among the 3 cars. Shasha explained, he was a bit slow at the beginning, but if he catches up a bit later, he can take first place. Zhang Yu is that amazing? Sumei's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Wu Yiluan had the level of a professional racer, and the driver of the middle car had also participated in several rally races. Zhang Yu had no prior professional racing experience, coming to the mountain without having seen the road conditions in advance or having a road book. And now, his instantaneous speed was actually first. Who would have thought? Don't celebrate too early. The real test hasn't even started yet. I think he's just lucky and bold. This stretch of road has hardly any turns. Who can't drive in a straight line? The crowd scoffed in unison. The mountain road has 3 major sections. They've only just passed the first stage. The conditions in the next 2 sections are even more complicated. The higher they go, the worse it gets. At that point, if you react even slightly slower, it's easy to crash into a pile of rocks. Moreover, visibility at night is poor, further testing one's skills and familiarity with the road conditions. I think you should let your Zhang Yu withdraw, or he might run off the road later. You should let your young master Wu withdraw. Zhang Yu will definitely win. Shasha retorted defiantly, hands on her hips. Sister Hong, how far ahead am I now? At that moment, Wu Yiluan's voice came through the walkie-talkie. You're currently in second place, Sister Hong said expressionlessly. Second? Wu Yiluan in the car was clearly surprised. That fat bo kid, he had trouble finishing the race before, and now he's performing so well? The fat bo he mentioned was the fellow racer who started second. No, the fastest speed is Zhang Yu, Sister Hong said, staring at the screen. At that moment, Zhang Yu was already 10 seconds ahead of Wu Yiluan. What? It's him? Wu Yiluan's voice suddenly shot up several decibels. Then, everyone heard the sound of him accelerating through the walkie-talkie. Wu Yiluan, the conditions in the second section are more complicated than the first, and visibility is poor, Sister Hong reminded him. The maximum safe speed is 80 kilometers per hour, and you're already at 83, slow down. Don't worry, Sister Hong. Wu Yiluan replied confidently with a smile, I've run this stretch more than once. I can handle 85 without any problems. Young master is impressive, driving 85 on this stretch. If it were me, I'd only drive 40 at most. The skilled are bold. Young master Wu will definitely win this time. At that moment, Shasha and Su Mei's faces showed concern again. They were worried he might not win and also anxious about the safety of the mountain road. They just hoped he could finish the race smoothly. The two emotions intertwined, leaving them unsure of what to do. Moreover, when Zhang Yu started, he hadn't taken the walkie-talkie they provided. They didn't know if he forgot or did it on purpose. In that case, Zhang Yu wouldn't know what situation he was in. Just then, Su Mei's phone suddenly rang. She took it out and saw it was a call from Zhang Yu. In this situation, he was driving and still had time to make a call? With confusion, she cautiously answered. Su Mei, can you see the situation of the vehicles ahead? Zhang Yu asked directly. I can see. She glanced at the screen, trying to decipher the data. Your current instantaneous speed is 7 seconds slower than the first car. And, alright, I got it. Hang up. I'm driving. On the road, Zhang Yu heard the information Su Mei relayed. He also guessed what the situation was. He possessed top-notch driving skills and had already reached the maximum speed while ensuring safety and that the vehicle wouldn't have any issues. If he pushed for more speed, he would need to concentrate even harder, because with every slight increase in speed, the risk would grow. And now, he was still 7 seconds slower. This indicated that Wu Yiluan was already driving at a speed beyond the safe range. To win, he was truly willing to risk everything. As for the speed of the second place, it was irrelevant. As long as he surpassed the first place, he would naturally be first. So, he quickly reacted. He pressed the accelerator, and the speed reached 86. Damn it! Car 3 has accelerated. I can't be seeing this wrong. The speed is actually 86 kilometers. Is he really this bold on his first time on this road? The maximum safe speed is only 80. The friends at the foot of the mountain were astonished, shouting as they watched the red dot on the screen change. Sister Hong also looked at the red dot representing Car 3, which was clearly speeding up. Although it was 3 minutes late, to be precise, 3 minutes and 10 seconds after departure, he was already close to catching up with Car 2. What the hell? Is that guy a monster? I can actually see him in the rearview mirror. The voice from Car 2 came through the intercom, laced with a tone of despair. The distance between the two cars, as seen in the rearview mirror, was no more than 200 meters. This was undoubtedly a huge blow for him. Fei Bo had participated in several professional races after all. Now, under the circumstance of having started 3 minutes earlier, he was about to be overtaken? Car 2 was suddenly thrown into chaos. What's going on now? Clearly, Wu Yiluan from Car 1 glanced down at the series of sharp turns. He saw Car 2 and Car 3 almost at the same position. He had started 6 minutes earlier, and yet he could see the taillights of the last car? He quickly opened the intercom to ask, Young Master Wu, Car 3's Zhang Yu is now at a speed of 86, no, 87. 87? Wu Yiluan was surprised. What does he want to do? What can he do? Of course, he wants to win against you, Shasha chimed in, crossing her arms. Wu Yiluan fell silent. The intercom went quiet. Everyone saw the red dot representing Car 1 speed up to 85. This was also the maximum speed Wu Yiluan could handle, but it still wasn't enough. Fei Bo. At this moment, Wu Yiluan switched to another channel to speak to Car 2. Since you can't win anyway, I'm giving you a task. Block his line of sight, disrupt his timing, don't let him get ahead. Understood. Fei Bo knew that today's race was actually a contest between Wu Yiluan and Zhang Yu. As long as he could hold Zhang Yu back, affecting his timing, Wu Yiluan could win. Hey, this is cheating! Shasha shouted. How can you do this? Is this how you win? She knew very well that if Car 2 got entangled with them, the time advantage they had built up would be wasted here. So what? As long as we can win, anything we do is justified. The other drivers shouted proudly. Fei Bo's role as a wingman was now to be sacrificed. Sister Hong watched the red dots of Cars 2 and 3, which were almost intertwined. How can he be like this? Is he willing to do anything to win? Sister Hong didn't speak, but her mind was also deep in thought. This makes me question how he won before. Even though this was an informal race, there were still basic rules. Without rules, what was the point? At this moment, on the winding mountain road, Zhang Yu saw that Car 2 was clearly slowing down. However, it wasn't giving way. This road was only 2 lanes wide. Car 2 was perfectly straddling the center line. Zhang Yu couldn't directly overtake. He had to honk a few times to signal the car in front to move aside. But Fei Bo, having received his task, had no intention of yielding. Forget it. Zhang Yu pressed down on the accelerator, preparing to force his way past. Although the road was only 2 lanes wide, there were about half a meter of wild road on both sides. Half a meter was enough. What the hell does he want to do? Feeling Zhang Yu speeding up, Fei Bo was suddenly thrown into a panic. He wasn't prepared for this. He felt the car behind him brush past, directly scraping off his right rearview mirror. The glass shards were scattered all over the ground. Damn, my new car! Fei Bo shouted in anguish. Suddenly, he lost all interest in the race and parked the car by the roadside. Zhang Yu is amazing, he overtook. At the foot of the mountain, Xia jumped up excitedly as she watched the screen. He started 3 minutes late and still passed the second car. Wu Yiluan's friends, seeing Fei Bo in second place being left behind by Zhang Yu in third, all looked dejected. Fei Bo's round of consumption hadn't delayed Zhang Yu too much. Now, Zhang Yu still had a few seconds of lead. At this moment, the car had passed the last bend. Zhang Yu could already see the lights of the resort at the top of the mountain. Wu Yiluan reached the resort's finish line at a speed of 85. Several friends rushed to greet him. How about that? I'm impressive, right? Wu Yiluan said proudly as he got out of the car. This time, his time was over a minute faster than his previous best. Young Master Wu, it might be a bit tight. The two people at the top of the mountain held the same tablet. Your final completion time is 31 minutes and 5 seconds. If we consider the current speed of car number 3, what's the current data on his car? Wu Yiluan couldn't help but ask. If he finishes at this speed, his time will be 29 minutes and 57 seconds. No, it's 29 minutes and 50 seconds. He accelerated again. At that moment, another person suddenly shouted as he looked ahead. A car with its headlights on was coming this way. In the last few meters, it showed no sign of slowing down. Zhang Yu saw Wu Yiluan's car and knew this was the finish line. The road at the top of the mountain was a semicircular loop. He drove past Wu Yiluan's car and executed a beautiful drift on the semicircular road. He smoothly parked in front of a place called Summit Tavern. Great, Zhang Yu won. After seeing the final results on the screen, Xia was ecstatic and hugged Sumei. I knew he would definitely win. I never worried at all. Xia felt that this trip to the mountain was truly worth it. She didn't expect Zhang Yu's driving skills to be this good. Winning is good, Sumei said lightly, patting Xia's back, more like comforting herself. No one knew how worried she had been just moments ago. Her heart was in her throat, her heartbeat at 180. If she got any more nervous, it would leap out. Even knowing that Zhang Yu had successfully reached the top, she still felt a wave of fear. Sister Hong, are you going to the top? If you are, take us along, Xia said to Sister Hong. She was the only one among this group with whom they could communicate normally. The others were just. Who were they? Of course, hop in, Sister Hong smiled. Sister Hong, how can you take them? Complained the nearby car friends. They went against us and just beat us. You know it was you guys, Sister Hong chuckled and then got into the car. What does she mean? The others were still pondering her words. Does she mean we're not on the same side? Is she just here to watch? Unable to figure it out, everyone got into their cars and drove towards the top of the mountain. Wow, that guy is so handsome. Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? Your drift just now was so cool. At this moment, Zhang Yu got out of the car. In the tavern at the top of the mountain, many girls with wavy black stockings and long legs saw a car outside the window making such a cool drift. They instantly got excited. They had done their homework online and knew that cars often raced on the mountain roads. The finish line was near the tavern. Sitting in the tavern, one can see the spectacular scenes. Moreover, various luxury cars can often be seen. They come here with the mindset of indulging their eyes. Just now, when Wu Yiluan's car arrived, they felt it was somewhat ordinary. The threshold had been raised, and there was no special surprise. But when Zhang Yu's car appeared, they instantly got excited. In a place like the mountaintop, no one dared to play like this. The last person who did so drove straight off the cliff. Even along the winding road, several signs were erected, prohibiting racing. It had been a long time since anyone had played like this. Today, as soon as Zhang Yu's car appeared, it gave them a visual feast. Handsome, you must be tired. Let me buy you a cocktail. Handsome, are you a professional racer? Where's your competition? I want to watch. A group of chattering girls asked. Each of their eyes carried a strong desire. They were inherently restless, loving adventure and excitement. If they could ride in his car and speed like that, they would do anything. Many girls also took out their phones, recording videos of the scene and narrating what had just happened. In the tavern, the surveillance camera at the boss's door happened to capture the cool scene of Zhang Yu drifting and tailing. Realizing this was a huge business opportunity, it quickly spread online, tagged with the mountaintop tavern's location. This video rapidly attracted a lot of attention online. Wow, the mountain version of Fast and Furious has a new episode. This drift and tailing is so cool. I heard this car is making its debut here, and it's so impressive. And his defeated opponent is the professional racer Wu Yiluan. Which Wu Yiluan? Which one? The second son of the commandant of the combat readiness zone. Wow, then who is the one who came in first? Did he win in both skill and background? Who has seen Wu Yiluan not show some respect? The discussions online grew more and more. Pan Yuyao, who liked to surf the internet, also came across this video. At that moment, the three of them had just finished work, left the airport, and were on their way back to Binjiang Mansion. Look, Zhang Yu is in the spotlight again today. What's the theme this time? Lu Wanxiao asked. He raced at the mountain and came in first, beating a professional racer. Now many people in the city are discussing it. Pan Yuyo read the news online. He's not at home. He went racing at the mountain? Lu Wanxiao, who was driving, slowly pulled over to the side of the road. She took Pan Yuyao's phone and watched the video captured by the surveillance. The cool drift and tailing were indeed impressive. Outside the road railing was a bottomless cliff. Moreover, Lu Wanxiao also noticed that the car he was driving was not a professional one, but her best friend Sumei's car. Refreshing the page again, she found that several cars had appeared at the mountaintop, seemingly with those who had just raced. From one Aston Martin, several tall beauties got out. Looking closer, one of them was her good friend. When did they become so close? A sense of crisis suddenly arose in Lu Huanxiao's heart. Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyo also spotted those beauties. Isn't that beauty a traffic police officer? How did they end up together? I don't know, let's go home first. Lu Wanxiao restarted the car. Zhang Yu, your performance just now was really amazing. Shasha got out of the car, found Zhang Yu, and directly gave him a big hug in front of everyone. Her body was very close to him. Zhang Yu didn't know where to put his hands, so he could only raise his arms to indicate his innocence. Alright, you're making him breathless, Sumei reminded. Sasha is really a social terrorist, not shy at all. She released the hug and said nonchalantly, if you hadn't said anything, I almost couldn't help but kiss him just now. Sumei smiled helplessly, she was just that carefree. Wu Yiluan, you lost, so just accept it and reflect on it, Hong Jie said. Only she dared to say the word lose to him directly. No way, I didn't perform well just now, let's have another match, Wu Yiluan said. Zhang Yu walked directly in front of Wu Yiluan and smiled. If I calculated correctly, I should have won you by minutes, right? Is there really a need to rematch? If it were just a few seconds, it could be called a pity, but losing by over a minute made it unnecessary. I just won't accept it, Wu Yiluan said resentfully. Either we have another match, or you can't leave. In front of so many people, Wu Yiluan simply couldn't accept the fact that he lost to Zhang Yu. If he didn't regain his honor, it would be a stain on him forever. So, he had to win, to wash away the unwillingness in his heart. Ignoring everything said before, he started to play dirty. His friends naturally stood by his side. In an instant, they all shouted, rematch, it must be a rematch. Young Master Wu wasn't prepared, otherwise, he would definitely win. Young Master Wu on the downhill is the real car god. It was as if they had completely forgotten that he had commanded Carno, too, Fat Bo, to block Zhang Yu, delaying him for nearly a minute. Otherwise, Zhang Yu would have won with a huge advantage of 2 minutes. How can this person not accept his loss? Since it's a competition, you must follow the rules. Losing is losing, winning is winning. Isn't this just being unreasonable? The people in the mountaintop tavern and some nearby couldn't help but comment on the scene before them. Shoo, keep your voices down, someone reminded. This is the second son of the commander of the Central Combat Zone. You dare to speak like that? The commander's son? I've seen the commander on TV. How could he have such a son? Isn't this tarnishing the family's reputation? Forget it, let's say less. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourselves. Then what about that handsome guy who just beat him? What's his identity? Doesn't he know the other party's identity? In the crowd, everyone was also confused. The situation was changing too quickly, they simply couldn't understand. Hey, Wu Yiluan, how can you play dirty? Sasha couldn't help but step forward again. At her age, she was full of youthful passion and fearlessness. Seeing the other party play dirty so thoroughly, she couldn't stand it anymore. Zhang Yu looked at her. He didn't say anything. It was just right for her to be his mouthpiece. Everyone saw you lose. That's right. Wu Yiluan looked at Sasha. Didn't I say that just now? I didn't perform well in that round. If we have another match, I will definitely win. Ha! Sasha laughed. Zhang Yu won you by over a minute. If you hadn't had Carno to block him, the lead would have been even greater. You don't really think that you've always been in first place because of your real strength, do you? It's just that everyone else has been letting you win, playing along with you. Sasha raised her head and said, am I wrong, everyone? With her question, the other friends who were playing together didn't respond for a moment and turned their heads away. Wu Yiluan glanced at the crowd and then at Hong Jie beside him. Then he smiled and said, I don't care. Either we continue with another match, or, he paused, Sasha, you're not going home today. Wu Yiluan, what do you want? Sasha was a bit scared and brought up her father's identity. My dad is Sha Ruekang. Do you dare to stop me? A mere Wu Yiluan should bow 3 times and knock his head 9 times when he comes to my house. Why would I be afraid? Wu Yiluan said disdainfully. As he spoke, he took a step forward, reaching out to touch Sasha's face. Oh, just look at this face, it's all collagen. so tender it could squeeze out water. What are you doing? Shasha raised a hand to block him and took a step back. Zhang Yu saw that Wu Yiluan was about to tease Shasha and wanted to intervene. However, a few of Wu Yiluan's subordinates reached out to stop him. Wu Yiluan, what are you doing? Sister Hong couldn't help but speak up as she watched the scene unfold. It was just a car race. Why was it turning into a physical confrontation? She had come to Jiangcheng this time, entrusting Wu Yiluan to take care of things at home. The two families were old friends, but they hadn't seen each other in many years. In her memory, Wu Yiluan had at least been a normal child when he was young. How had he changed so much after a few years? He was just like a young Master Wu, relying on his family's power to do whatever he pleased. But because there was always someone cleaning up after him, Wu Yiluan became increasingly reckless. The entire Jiangcheng had to revolve around him. Sister Hong, this is between me and her, so you don't need to interfere. Anyway, during your stay in Jiangcheng, I will arrange for someone to take good care of you. Wu Yiluan was now on a high and didn't want to hear Sister Hong's interference. He was like a giant baby who had grown up in a greenhouse, never having faced any setbacks. His mindset was like that of a child. He had to get what he wanted. If he couldn't, he would throw a tantrum. Who would dare to really confront such a second-generation heir? They could only go along with his wishes. Over time, Wu Yiluan became more and more unruly and arrogant. If Sister Hong continued to advise him, he didn't know if he would still give her face. So, it seems that you have to compete in this second round? At this moment, Zhang Yu stepped forward and said, looking at the current situation, what had been said at the foot of the mountain was completely void. Zhang Yu, don't agree to him. Even if you win again, he will still have something to say. Shasha couldn't help but say, it's fine. Zhang Yu smiled. Agreeing to the competition was better. If he didn't, there would be other conflicts. Good. Wu Yiluan was extremely pleased to see him accept the challenge. Then this time, let's race down the mountain. The same rules apply. Whoever takes the least time wins. With that, he got back into his vehicle, turned it around, and prepared to set off again. Young Master Wu, you must win this time. Blow him up. Let's send a few people down the mountain to prepare. The other racers also shouted. Zhang Yu, indifferent, got back into his car. At that moment, he made a decision. System, I want to use a kill card. He sat in the car and activated the system. This Wu Yiluan was like a stubborn plaster. Whether he won or lost, the outcome would be the same. Since that was the case, let Wu Yiluan suffer a bit. Life and death are fated. The rest would depend on his fortune. Host, please select the target you want to eliminate. The system prompted. Elimination target, Wu Yiluan. Zhang Yu said without hesitation. Using the kill card would allow him to make him disappear without anyone knowing. After submitting the information, a spinning circle appeared on the system interface. It seemed to be processing whether this kill card was valid. Congratulations, host, the kill card has been successfully used. Effective time, within 5 minutes. Soon, after processing the information, the system popped up a message indicating that the card had been used. Then Zhang Yu exited the system. Zhang Yu, are you really going to compete with him again? At this moment, Sume arrived at his window, a bit anxiously asking. She had also witnessed Wu Yiluan's shamelessness, not knowing how to handle such a situation. It's fine. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. Sume looked at him, and her unease suddenly settled down quite a bit. At this time, Wu Yiluan started the car. The engine roared. A huge cloud of dust rose from the ground. Those cheering car enthusiasts, who had gotten a mouthful of dust, spat a few times and stepped back a few paces. Wu Yiluan drove his car, launching it with a sudden start. Damn, young Master Wu is impressive. He needs to give the opponent a warning right from the start. Hey, what's going on? The car enthusiasts cheered halfway when they suddenly noticed that Wu Yiluan's car seemed out of control. It swerved erratically. Young Master Wu, it's dangerous. Everyone saw the car heading straight for the railing and shouted in alarm. However, it was as if he didn't hear them, showing no reaction, and the car seemed uncontrollable. The car crashed through the barrier. Damn, what's happening? How did the car go over? Tourists near the mountaintop tavern saw the scene and rushed to the railing. Then, they saw the sports car break through the barrier and tumble down the cliff. The headlights were on, drawing circles in the air. The scene was too shocking, and for a moment, everyone was stunned. What are you standing there for? Hurry and call for help. Sister Hong was the first to speak. Wu Yiluan's friends, as if waking from a dream, quickly got busy. They called the fire department, emergency services, and police. Sister Hong also personally called the commander of the readiness zone. This matter was too serious. No one dared to make that call, fearing the commander's wrath. Only Sister Hong was suitable for it. After a few calls were made, Jiangcheng was immediately shaken. Upon learning that young Master Wu's car had gone off the cliff, all departments mobilized overnight. All units were brightly lit, urgently gathering. Su Guoqiang also received the notification and prepared to lead a team to the scene himself. The accident occurred at the winding mountain road. Moreover, Wu Yiluan's car had also rolled down from the mountain. Before departing, he immediately called Su Mei. Su Mei, are you all at the winding mountain? Do you know about the accident? Hurry back. I know. Su Mei said on the phone, we probably can't leave now because we just saw his car go over the cliff. Can't leave? What's going on? Su Guoqiang asked. Then, Su Mei did not hide anything and directly explained the whole racing incident. You all wait for me to get there before we talk. Su Guoqiang hung up the phone and got into the vehicle. 3 or 4 police cars set out simultaneously. Based on his judgment, Wu Yiluan's car had rolled out by itself. If subsequent investigations showed that there was no tampering with the car, then it was purely a personal operational error that caused the result. But even so, Zhang Yu and the others would probably get into some trouble. Those people would attribute Wu Yiluan's crash to Zhang Yu. If it weren't for their racing, there wouldn't have been such an outcome. Even if the police had their own investigation methods and conclusions, the commander of the readiness zone would not let it go easily and would definitely apply pressure on this matter. This was indeed a troublesome issue. However, the urgent task now was to rush to the scene to prevent the situation from escalating. At the same time, Su Guoqiang quickly called the public relations and communications departments. This matter could not spread online. It had to be handled discreetly. Just after finishing the call, Sha Ruikon's call came in. Old Su, where are you now? I'm on my way to the winding mountain. I am too. Let's meet at the foot of the mountain first. There was no way around it. An accident with casualties involving one person shouldn't have alarmed the level of connections this pair had. However, the casualty was the second son of the commander. The nature of the situation was different. Therefore, upon receiving the news, they all set off immediately. In the chaos of the night, vehicles from all directions were converging towards the winding mountain road. The nighttime undoubtedly added significant difficulty to the search and rescue efforts. At this moment, at the mountain top, those onlookers recorded videos of the overturned vehicle, wanting to post them online, only to find they couldn't send anything out at all. Even the nearby signal was lost, and their phones turned into bricks. It was as if the mountain top had become an information island. The outside world had no idea what was happening inside. The news from within couldn't be transmitted out. For a time, the crowd was in disarray. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhang Yu let Su Mei and Sha get into the car. You guys can't leave. That group of car enthusiasts, after a moment of panic, also set their sights on Zhang Yu. If it weren't for you, how could young Master Wu have flipped down the mountain? This group of car enthusiasts was now regretting it deeply. With Wu Yiluan's car crash and the commander's wrath, who among these ordinary people could withstand it? So, they quickly turned their blame towards Zhang Yu. Yes, if they were questioned later, they would firmly pin it all on Zhang Yu. They would shift all the blame onto him. There were so many of them as witnesses, while Zhang Yu had at most 3 people on his side. There wouldn't be any problems. Realizing that there were still dozens of onlookers at the scene, they also sent people to apply both soft and hard tactics, trying to get them to cooperate in falsely accusing Zhang Yu. Oh, no wonder the phone suddenly lost signal and nothing could be sent out. You want us to frame an innocent person? We just saw with our own eyes that his car flipped out by itself. The most we can do is to say nothing. Asking us to commit perjury is against the law. Exactly. Although young Master Wu has a big background, that person doesn't seem like an easy target. It's best not to offend either side. Besides, young Master Wu's reputation isn't great to begin with. We don't want to get involved in this matter. Among the onlookers, there were still a few with opinions. Their opposition won the agreement of some others. Seeing that their attempts to silence the crowd were failing, a few of Wu Yiluan's younger brothers warned, in any case, you either cooperate or keep your mouths shut. Then, they directed their vehicles to surround Zhang Yu's car completely. Someone even pulled out a baseball bat, threatening, Zhang, don't be a turtle, get down. Zhang Yu. Su Mei pressed down on Zhang Yu's arm, a bit worried. It's chaotic outside. Wait until my dad arrives before we talk. Otherwise, who knows what uncontrollable things might happen. Although she was a traffic police officer, it was clear she couldn't do anything at this moment. You all stay in the car and lock the doors and windows. I'll go take a look, Zhang Yu said. No way. This matter concerns me too. Whatever happens, we face it together. At that moment, Sha also opened the car door and got out with Zhang Yu. Hey. Su Mei sighed and got out as well. The two of them stood on either side of Zhang Yu. Zhang, if anything happens to young Master Wu today, you will be the primary culprit. The person across from him pointed and said. Zhang Yu couldn't help but find it amusing. Indeed, Wu Yiluan's car flipped off the cliff because I used the erasure card. But how could you possibly know that? Those onlookers saw clearly that he flipped out by himself. No one touched him. You can't just shift the blame like that. At this moment, several police cars roared in. We are the Jiangcheng police, unrelated personnel, step back. Su Guoqiang led his team and quickly took control of the scene. The place where the fence was just broken has also been cordoned off, with personnel guarding it. Director Su, you're here. Among the car enthusiasts, Fei Bo, who holds a relatively high status, stepped forward and said, we don't know the situation of young Master Wu right now. You need to hurry and save him. Don't worry, the firefighters have already started the search and rescue at the foot of the mountain, Su Guoqiang said. What was the situation at the scene just now? Director Su, it's him. Fei Bo pointed at Zhang Yu. Before Su Guoqiang could finish listening, he said, we handle cases based on evidence. Everyone should leave first, keep your phones available. We will summon you if needed. But, no buts, it's too late. Your family must be worried about you, hurry back. Su Guoqiang was indeed one of the top 10 influential figures in Jiangcheng. Among these car enthusiasts, the most prominent connections were only at the district level. Thus, in front of Su Guoqiang, they didn't dare to say much. They all left in their cars, looking dejected. Having just witnessed Wu Yiluan's car accident, they drove down the slope very cautiously, at a speed of only about 20. Hong Jie glanced at Zhang Yu and also left the scene. Uncle. After those people left, Shasha stepped forward. I saw with my own eyes that his car went down by itself. So what? At that moment, an official vehicle arrived. Sha Ruweikong got out of the car. He is young Master Wu, the youngest son most favored by the commander. Dad, what are you saying? Just because he has a powerful background, does that mean we can ignore the facts? Shasha said discontentedly. The onlookers at the mountaintop tavern were astonished. Isn't that the newly appointed #1 figure in Jiangcheng, Sha Ruweikong? He actually came personally to deal with this matter. Even more surprising was that Shasha and Su Mei were the daughters of Secretary Sha and Director Su, respectively. For a moment, they were a bit dazed. Today, they had seen several true deities of Jiangcheng. So many children of big shots had come. Then they felt a bit rueful. Even the daughters of such figures had almost been harassed by that young Master Wu just now, almost unable to leave. One could only imagine how many good girls he must have troubled. To tumble down the mountain, wasn't it a kind of divine will? It was as if heaven could no longer stand by and was coming to collect him. Although so many big shots were present, they didn't dare to show too obvious expressions. But their inner thoughts indeed reflected such sentiments. Why should Wu Yiluan be able to act recklessly because of his identity, treating others as if they were nothing? Seeing him meet such a fate, their hearts felt much more balanced. Alright, everyone, stop the noise, Su Guoqiang said. We need to control the scene. I ask everyone to descend the mountain immediately. If we need to collect evidence, we will contact you. Dad, Su Mei also wanted to say something. Su Guoqiang interrupted them, including you. All of you should go down the mountain. Let's go. Zhang Yu gestured for the two of them to leave. This matter would be handled by them, and they would follow the normal procedures. After Zhang Yu and the others left, Su Guoqiang directed the officers to retrieve the surveillance footage from the scene, as well as the tire tracks and driving trajectories on the road. Strange, he frowned. Even with decades of experience in handling cases, he couldn't understand the feelings presented by the evidence before him. Old Su, what's wrong? Sha Ruweikong asked. Old Sha, look here, Su Guoqiang showed him. Wu Yiluan's car was driving normally at first. Then, without any warning, it suddenly swerved and crashed through the fence. What does that indicate? Sha Ruweikong didn't understand either. Based on my experience, this sudden change generally falls into two categories, either a sudden illness or someone grabbing the steering wheel. It's impossible for someone to grab the steering wheel. According to the surveillance, he was the only one in the car from start to finish. As for the illness, if we rule out congenital diseases, it's unlikely for such a young guy. So what are you trying to say? Sha Ruweikong looked at Su Guoqiang. Is this like being controlled by a ghost? Of course, that's impossible. Both of them didn't believe in these supernatural things, but they couldn't explain the phenomena they had witnessed. We can only investigate slowly. The most urgent thing now is to find the person. Otherwise, it won't be easy to explain over there, Su Guoqiang said. Suddenly, Zhang Yu came to Sha Ruweikong's mind. He was someone who had no roots in Jiangcheng but suddenly rose to prominence. Yet, in such a short time, he had become a major shareholder in a rice technology company and also had a financial company. It exuded a strange aura that was hard to describe. And coincidentally, Wu Yiluan had an accident tonight, and Zhang Yu was a witness throughout. However, he did nothing. It was unclear what kind of connection existed in between. In short, it was very mysterious, completely opaque. Just as Sha Ruekong was about to say something, he received a phone call. After answering, he realized it was the commander of the combat readiness zone calling. Sha, how's the situation at the scene? Has my son been found? A deep voice on the other end sounded a bit anxious. Commander Wu, please don't worry. We have dispatched hundreds of rescue teams and are searching with all our might. Sha Ruekong glanced at the foot of the mountain. Below, the lights were bright, with dozens of vehicles parked by the roadside. Hundreds of flashlights and searchlights were responding to each other. To mobilize so many people just to find one person was truly unprecedented in Zhongcheng. Have the reasons for the incident been investigated clearly? I'm at the scene with Director Su. The preliminary conclusion is that it was an accident, Sha Ruekong said into the microphone. Accident? The other side sounded puzzled, pausing for a few seconds. How come I heard from those who came back that this incident is related to someone named Zhang Yu? Is that true? Commander Wu, based on the on-site investigation, it indeed appears to be an accident. Sha Ruekong remained calm as he spoke. As for Zhang Yu, there is indeed such a person at the scene, but currently, he has no direct suspicion. Even though Zhang Yu was involved in this racing incident, there were dozens of witnesses present. So many people wouldn't lie. Zhang Yu did not have any behavior of controlling Wu Yiluan's vehicle. Moreover, Sha Ruekong's intention was also to protect Zhang Yu. It was equivalent to vouching for him in this matter. After all, Zhang Yu was an important catalyst in his promotion process. He wouldn't do something like kicking away the ladder after climbing up. Furthermore, he had entrusted his precious daughter, Sha, to him for guidance. He couldn't suddenly let that go to waste. Oh, on the other end of the phone, Commander Wu, hearing Sha Ruekong say this, could only respond, then I'll trouble Secretary Sha to make a trip personally. Although his rank was equivalent to that of a provincial level in Jingchu, he was not in the same system. He couldn't reach the Jiangcheng municipal government. To put it bluntly, if he pressed further, Sha Ruekong could easily have a reason not to cooperate. Making things too tense would be counterproductive. For instance, right now, all the rescuers were Sha Ruekong's people. If he delayed midway, it would be even harder to ensure his son's safety. Thus, Commander Wu added, then I must trouble Secretary Sha to quickly find my son's whereabouts. Absolutely, Sha Ruekong replied, then hung up the phone. Inside, he cursed Wu Yiluan a dozen times. Before arriving at the scene, he had roughly understood the course of events based on the situation. It was Wu Yiluan who wanted to tease his daughter, Sha. Zhang Yucai was forced to come out and compete. From this perspective, Zhang Yu has become a benefactor to the Sha family. As for Wu Yiluan, falling off the cliff was entirely heaven's way of taking him. Report! The person and the vehicle have been found. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, the rescue team reported. The person has been found? The emergency team hurried to the scene. After Sha Ruekong gave the order, he and Su Guoqiang rushed to the site of the incident. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, Sha Ruekong and Su Guoqiang saw a person, completely wrapped up, being carried out on a stretcher by several people from the dense thicket. Seeing the situation was dire, they did not move at all. Even the oxygen mask was put on. A crane also arrived, ready to lift the car out, which would be an important piece of evidence for the police investigation. Sha Ruekong glanced at the car. It was basically wrecked, with not a single piece of metal intact. How is Wu Yiluan? Sha Ruekong asked. Multiple comminuted fractures all over his body, severe head trauma. Currently in a serious coma, the situation is critical. After emergency bandaging and stabilization on site, he needs to be sent to the hospital for rescue as soon as possible, the emergency team said. Then they loaded Wu Yiluan into the ambulance and headed towards the hospital. Outside the hospital's emergency room, a middle-aged man in plain clothes anxiously waited outside. There were also several uniformed guards standing straight along the corridor. The operating room lights went out. Several doctors in white coats took off their masks and walked out. Doctor, how is the situation? Commander Wu hurriedly asked. We have organized the best experts for the surgery, but your young master's condition is not optimistic, I'm afraid. The lead surgeon paused. Afraid of what? Commander Wu glared at him. Due to the severity of the injuries, we are barely able to keep him alive. But I'm afraid your young master may not wake up. Not wake up? Wouldn't that mean he would be a vegetable? What difference is there between living and dying? Commander Wu almost collapsed. Several guards stepped forward to support him, preventing him from falling. The nurses and interns behind the lead surgeon were also somewhat frightened. After all, they already knew the identity of the person in front of them. He was the #1 figure in the central military district, a powerful presence in Jingchu. They feared he might, in a moment of desperation, utter that classic domineering line, asking them to accompany him to the grave. However, domineering novels are ultimately just novels. Commander Wu had led hundreds of thousands of people. After so many years, he had seen all kinds of grand scenes, so his expression remained stable. He waved his hand, signaling the doctor to leave. Then he instructed the guards, "Go, call Master Ma over." The guards complied. Before long, an elderly man dressed in a tang suit approached. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He walked with a vigorous stride, causing the papers posted along the corridor to flutter. This displayed his impressive internal martial arts skills. His sharp gaze made people feel intimidated. Following him was a foreign strongman with blue eyes and a big beard. He was Wu Yiluan's master, Ma Weigua. Commander Wu, Ma Weigua quickly stepped forward to greet him. "How is young Master Wu?" Before entering, he had heard that young Master Wu was in trouble, so he had anticipated that this was serious. He had been waiting outside the hospital for Commander Wu's summons. "Master Ma, the situation is not too good." Commander Wu patted his shoulder. "Although Sha Rueikong from Jiangcheng claims it was an accident, I feel there must be something suspicious." His eyes reddened as he spoke. "There are some matters I cannot handle directly. I entrust you to deal with this. If we find out who is responsible, they must not be let go." Ma Weigui is the head of a martial arts organization. He has hundreds of apprentices training under him. Moreover, his former disciples are spread across various fields: bodyguards, security team leaders, and professional thugs who do dirty work for others. It can be said that all walks of life converge in one place. Such a person, when handling matters privately, acts as a black glove, making it much more convenient and discreet. Even if something unfortunate happens, it won't fall back on him. After nurturing these subordinates for so long, they are once again put to use. However, he never expected that this time it would be because his own son was lying inside, uncertain of life or death. His mindset underwent a tremendous change. "Commander Wu, don't worry," Ma Weigua said. "Young Master Wu is also my disciple. If something happens to my disciple, I won't stand by and do nothing." He patted his chest and said, "You can leave this matter to me." "Master Ma," Commander Wu said, "bring your most trusted people." "Rest assured, Commander Wu," Ma Weigua pointed to a foreign giant, "he is my confidant. A strong man from the Eagle country, very skilled in battle, capable of taking on 10 men by himself. The other confidants haven't arrived yet, but I will instruct them to come as soon as possible." "Good, then I will leave this matter to you, Master Ma," Commander Wu said politely. Ma Weigua accepted the order and left. "All right, I'll see you off here." At this moment, Zhang Yu had also accompanied Xia and Su Mei all the way to the entrance of the community building. "Zhang Yu." Xia took a step forward, looking down at the ground. "I'm sorry." She knew that if it weren't for the need to go to Panshan today and the conflict with Wu Yiluan, this wouldn't have happened. It might even implicate Zhang Yu. "Don't worry. Your uncle has already come to a preliminary conclusion. It's just an accident. Nothing will happen," Zhang Yu smiled. But Xia felt a bit scared at this moment. After all, the other party had a huge background. She only realized later that this matter seemed quite serious, unlike the small troubles before. "The hospital has news. Wu Yiluan is not dead, but he is not alive either," Su Mei said at this time. "Sister Su Mei, how did you get this news? Did you forget what I do?" Su Mei smiled. Xia's heart settled a bit. "There is a fundamental difference between being alive and dead. Don't worry, sleep well tonight," Zhang Yu said, reaching out to gently pat Xia on the head. At that moment, she felt a bit more at ease. Watching Zhang Yu drive away, her heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she reached out her hand to place it on her head, as if feeling the warmth left by Zhang Yu's hand. Stunned there, it felt as if a thunderbolt had struck her heart. A seed, under the wash of spring rain, began to sprout. "Xia, what are you doing?" Su Mei, seeing this from the side, was taken aback. "Oh, it's nothing. Sister, let's go home." Xia's face turned red, quickly hugging her arm, preparing to go home. Su Mei turned back and glanced at the taillights of Zhang Yu's car as it drove away. Her heart couldn't help but murmur. Could it be that Xia has fallen in love? Just like that, so suddenly? Moreover, he had previously been with her best friend Lu Huanxiao. She was still a witness to it all. "Zhang Yu, oh Zhang Yu, how many people have you unknowingly stirred up?" In the middle of the night, Zhang Yu drove back to Binjiang Mansion. After getting out of the car, he realized that this Rolls-Royce Cullinan was covered in mud, dust, and some bits of plant leaves. It was almost unrecognizable. Looking up at the house, the lights were bright. Zhang Yu was back. At that moment, on the balcony of the living room, Pan Yuyao shouted, "He finally returned. I was so worried." 3 flight attendants were at home, originally quite worried when they heard the sound of a car door downstairs. The weight in their hearts finally lifted. Xiong Tingting was also in the living room, cleaning. Seeing the reactions of the three of them, she was somewhat puzzled as to why they looked this way just because Zhang Yu came back a little late. "Let's hurry up and finish cleaning," she suggested. The few of them, who had been distracted before, suddenly became energized. They tidied up and cleared the trash. When Zhang Yu opened the door, he found several beautiful women cleaning. He couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort inside. Cleaning up was indeed a beautiful sight. He didn't know where to look. "Landlord, you're back?" Pan Yuyo was the first to step forward and ask, "Have you eaten? There's soup heating in the kitchen." "How nice." Zhang Yu sighed. This feeling of coming home to food in the pot was a scene that countless men dream of. Moreover, it was a few beautiful women doing it together. It confirmed what they had said before, that the three sisters were of one mind, doing everything together. However, he wasn't hungry at the moment. "I'll eat later," Zhang Yu said. "I'll go take a shower first." After the trip to the mountain, he was covered in dust, which was quite uncomfortable. "Zhang Yu, towel." Lu Hanxiao quickly handed him a new towel. "We washed the towel you used, use this one." He looked down and saw that it was actually a branded towel, worth several thousand. What a waste, even a shower towel is so expensive. He didn't know which of the three had bought it. Maybe they bought it together. He didn't ask. "Landlord, the towel you used before is a bit frayed. Why not just change it?" Di Xiaba said at that moment. The towel he used had been scrubbed by her several times, and there was not a speck of dirt left. "Why change it? I'm used to it. I can still use it as a rag later," Zhang Yu replied. Even though he was now a top billionaire worth hundreds of billions, he still knew how to save and spend wisely. A towel used for a long time also carries feelings. Moreover, it held many stories and had sentimental value. Hearing Zhang Yu say this, Xiong Tingting couldn't help but look at him again. Could it be that rich people are actually so frugal behind the scenes? The truly wealthy, as rumored, are very low-key. For example, when she worked in Guangqing, the landlord of her rental house owned several buildings worth billions, yet he still went out wearing a white tank top and a pair of flip-flops that were about to fall off. She couldn't understand the spending habits of the rich. But because of this, Xiong Tingting realized that no matter how wealthy Zhang Yu was, he would never forget his roots and would always maintain his original intentions. This was a very precious quality for a man. He wasn't the kind of playboy. "Tingting, what's wrong?" Pan Yuyao asked as she approached. "Nothing, I've finished cleaning my area. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else to do," she quickly replied, pulling her thoughts back. "No need, you've done so much since you arrived." "I feel bad," Pan Yuyao said. "I just made a batch of watermelon juice, come and drink." She warmly invited her. Xiong Tingting had resigned and wouldn't be working at Jianghang anymore. She didn't know how long she could stay here. It was good to spend a little more time together. Unable to refuse, Xiong Tingting sat down with everyone. At this time, Zhang Yu had already gone upstairs to take a shower. In the living room on the first floor, the faint sound of running water could still be heard. Pan Yuyo and Xiong Tingting were chatting. Lu Hanxiao and Di Xiaoba were somewhat distracted. Some things are better left untouched, otherwise, one might remain like Pan Yuyo, a carefree girl. But once they got involved, it was a different story. Taste the marrow and know the flavor. This is exactly the principle. However, now that everyone is present, no one can express anything. Then, the four of them chatted casually, discussing recent experiences, while sipping freshly squeezed watermelon juice. It was indeed a rare moment of tranquility. At this time, Zhang Yu had finished his shower and came down from the second floor in a bathrobe. The four of them turned their gaze towards the stairs, their eyes involuntarily widening. Zhang Yu was wearing a half-length bathrobe, revealing a pair of calves covered in hair. Beneath the robe, two chest muscles, resembling table tennis paddles, were faintly visible. His hair was half dry and half wet, somewhat messily sticking to his temples. This scene exuded an overwhelming male charm. Not only would a man feel incredibly handsome after a shower, but in the eyes of girls, a boy who has just bathed is also the most attractive. "Wow, the landlord is so handsome." Pan Yueying's eyes sparkled like stars. Xiong Tingting looked at him and couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. Seeing him appear in this way for the first time truly opened her heart. Lu Huanxiu and Di Sheba didn't react as strongly as the other two. However, they exchanged glances, and their faces couldn't help but blush slightly. If the other two were just talking big, they had genuinely experienced it. They couldn't reminisce, otherwise, they would be unable to contain themselves. "What's wrong with you all?" Zhang Yu noticed several pairs of eyes staring at him. That kind of gaze made him feel as if he were a prey in front of a starving she-wolf that hadn't eaten for days. Really, once girls launched their attack, boys had no say. This kind of gaze seemed to be a first for him. "I just came down to drink some soup." "Landlord, you sit still. I'll get you some." Pan Yueying dashed into the kitchen like a swallow returning to its nest. Then, she brought out a bowl of soup. Zhang Yu sat at the dining table, took a couple of sips, and noticed Pan Yueying sitting across from him, propping her chin up, looking at him with a lovesick expression. Several question marks appeared above Zhang Yu's head. He knew he was handsome, but being stared at like this wasn't quite right. Oh, I'm waiting for you to finish so I can take the bowl back to the kitchen, Pan Yueying continued, resting her chin on her hand. Yueying, come here, Lu Huanxiao couldn't help but say, seeing her unseemly behavior. Pan Yueying had no choice but to respond with an O and reluctantly left the table. By the way, when did you all come back? Zhang Yu asked. About an hour before you returned, Lu Huanxiao replied. That's quite late, Zhang Yu said. I came back even later. Why didn't you ask me where I went? Landlord, that's your private matter. We shouldn't pry, Pan Yueying said. Yeah, we were just a bit worried about whether you encountered any trouble, Di Xiaoba added. Zhang Yu, we actually know you went to Panshan. We saw the information online, but we were afraid it would affect you, so we didn't mention it. Lu Huanxiao noticed Zhang Yu seemed inclined to bring it up, so she spoke directly. So, you all know about Wu Yiluan's incident? Zhang Yu wanted to see how far the news had spread. That Wu Yiluan took our flight once before. It really caused PTSD, Pan Yueying said indignantly. I almost quit on the spot that day. His current fall off the cliff and being unconscious was indeed deserved. Although thinking this way was somewhat inappropriate, at least he would be honest lying in bed and would harm fewer people. However, we didn't learn about this online. It was news passed among a few friends, Lu Huanxiao said, although she worked as a flight attendant. But after all, she is a daughter of the Lu family, and she has quite a few well-informed friends. The news online has long been blocked. It can only be passed on through private social channels, by word of mouth. Lu Huanxiao said this. At first, she was still thinking about the relationship between him and her best friend. Now, she has completely stopped thinking about it. As long as Zhang Yu is safe in this matter, that is the best outcome. Not to mention, he has already returned. This has completely put her mind at ease. Zhang Yu nodded. You all shouldn't talk about these things outside, just keep it to yourselves. The landlord, they shouldn't come looking for you, right? As soon as Pan Yuyao asked this, Di Xiaoba pulled her aside again. Papa, you have a mouth like a crow, no discretion at all. She pouted, puffing her cheeks, and said nothing more. Alright, it's getting late, everyone should rest early. Zhang Yu finished his soup and stood up from the table. By the way, what are your plans for tomorrow? He asked again before leaving. We have a flight at 7 a.m. and will return in the evening, Lu Huanxiao said. So rushed? Zhang Yu was curious. It was a tight schedule, with only 5 or 6 hours of sleep in between. Lu Huanxiao nodded. We're trying to accumulate some vacation days, so we're flying a few more times. Right, the three of us are planning to take a break together, Pan Yuyao added. Planning to go on a trip? Zhang Yu asked. Yes, we're probably taking a long vacation at the end of this month. You should come with us, Pan Yuyao said directly, without any ulterior motives. After saying it, she noticed that both Lu Huanxiao and Di Xiaoba were staring at her. Why are you staring at me again? I didn't say anything wrong. You all said the same thing, didn't you? Pan Yuyao's complaint completely sold out the two. Sigh. Some things can be said privately. Saying them in front of him is like revealing all the cards. Girls should still have a bit of reserve. Oh, so that's what this is about? Zhang Yu understood their intention and smiled. It's fine, just let me know when you're ready. I have time anytime. Although he has a few companies, he doesn't need to personally handle the specific affairs. The Rice Technology Company has OK as the general manager. Zhang Hang is just a behind-the-scenes shareholder, not involved in the actual work. As for the Papalone Financial Company, the transition to a bank is overseen by Secretary Yang. He only needs to take care of the final signature. No wonder so many people want to be big bosses. A well-established company doesn't require daily presence to still make money. Having money and leisure is exactly what this means. Zhang Yu also realized that in the past, his social circle often had those who traveled all year round. They must be very wealthy from running companies. That's great, landlord. Then we can act together again. Seeing Zhang Yu agree so readily, the three flight attendants were very happy. Xiong Tingting, are you going? Pan Yuyao remembered her friend was also there. I'll think about it, she said a bit shyly. Zhang Yu said goodnight to a few people and then returned to his room. It was already past 2 in the morning. He planned to draw today's blind box before going to sleep. Lu Huanxiao's 10-star buff hadn't been used yet, so he would use it this time. System, I want to draw today's blind box. Zhang Yu lay on the bed and activated the system. Host, today's blind box has been prepared for you. The system prompted. With the system's prompt, the blind box lottery interface appeared again before him. The same box page offered no real choices. All the options before the draw were just self-comfort. What he would draw had long been determined. Therefore, Zhang Yu didn't hesitate too much and directly chose a box in the middle. Then, a flash of golden light appeared before him. The blind box slowly opened, revealing a golden glow inside. It was enhanced by the 10-star buff from Lu Huanxiao. What kind of special prize would it be this time? Zhang Yu rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit excited. Congratulations, host. The system's voice rang in his ears. You have drawn a special edition blind box, Cine Group. Cine Group? What kind of company is this? Zhang Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart about what kind of special edition reward this was. Then he suddenly realized. No way, right? Cine Group? He had heard of this name before. Then, looking at the system's introduction to Cine Group, he finally understood. It could be called a company, but in reality, it was the largest underground force in the entire Asia-Pacific region, disguised as a company. Not just Zhangcheng, nor Longwa, but the whole Asia-Pacific. Where there is light, there is darkness. And Cine Group was the largest organization navigating between the two. It covered many industries operating in the gray area, such as the casinos in Aocheng, gold mines, nightclubs, earth and stoneworks, and various other sectors. They took a cut from the middle. Those storefront companies had to pay their respects to Cine Group's docks before starting operations. It now had influence in every Asia-Pacific country. On other continents, it was gradually establishing branches. The total number of people exceeded 10,000. It also possessed the most extensive underground dark web information network spread across various locations. Finding a person was just a matter of minutes. Having such a group under his name made Zhang Yu feel invincible. Previously, he had obtained 3 companies, all related to money. Although he had connected with Sherry Khan, there would always be some people who didn't follow the rules of the underworld and weren't afraid of the surface. Now, with Cine Group, it would be incredibly convenient to do something in the shadows. No wonder it was a buff-level blind box. This was just the right thing at the right time. Zhang Yu happily claimed the blind box reward. Cine Group was officially added to his personal name. Shortly after he acquired Cine Group, due to time zone differences, the heads of the largest gray forces in various overseas countries received the news that Cine Group had changed its master. Damn, Cine Group has a new master. Where do we go from here? Should we outsource all our business? Said the Myanmar Vietnamese family. Cine Group might reorganize the gray power order in the Asia-Pacific. Luckily, there's an ocean in between, so we're temporarily safe, said the Eastern Yamashita Group. Will Cine Group threaten our territory? Asked the Black Mexican faction. It's over. Cine Group has been secretly developing in our territory. This time, they must be trying to expand, said the Italian Black Neck Party. Now, forces from various places were shocked by this news. They felt they couldn't even sleep well. With a new master in charge, wouldn't there be some major moves? Who knows if that fire would burn them? Cine Group was the largest among all forces globally. They certainly had their concerns. If there were major actions this time, wouldn't it threaten their positions? Who could sit still? Quickly check who their new master is. Every force wanted to figure out the background of the new master, but unfortunately, they couldn't find anything. This information was like a top secret. Yet, such news was released, making everyone uneasy. On the dark web, there was a dedicated section for Cine Group, where discussions about this matter were rampant. Some forces even offered hefty rewards, widely recruiting talents to gather information about their new master. The dark web server was located on an unknown small island overseas. The outside world was bright and splendid, but the information on the dark web was just as chaotic. No interference between each other. Such a big event, on the major online platforms of the Dragon Country, no one knows about it, and no one has mentioned it at all. There is completely no awareness in this regard. It seems that the two sides are not interfering with each other, yet there is an inexplicable connection. Perhaps at some point in the future, there will be an intersection. At this moment, in Zhangcheng, Su Guoqiang, who had just finished handling the on-site search and rescue, received a top-secret notice on his way back. Such a level of notice is rarely seen even a few times a year, which immediately raised his alertness. There has been a change in the senior management of the Cine Group. A new owner has taken over. According to the information previously gathered, there are approximately 300 to 400 people from the Cine Group active in Zhangcheng. Please pay close attention in the near future and be wary of any unusual movements. Su Guoqiang gasped when he saw this news. Cine Group? It has existed for 30 to 40 years, and no one knows how big they are now. He had known about this force since he started working. However, although the Cine Group has long existed in Zhangcheng, they haven't caused any trouble recently, which allowed him to not overly divert his attention. Nevertheless, since he didn't know the other party's background, he still had to be cautious upon receiving this notice. No need to reply. As long as they see the message, the other party will know he has received it. He also wondered if the Cine Group would take any action this time, whether it would be beneficial or detrimental to him. All of it was unknown. However, this notice reminded Su Guoqiang of another piece of information. Master Ma had recently appeared in Zhangcheng. His influence is also significant. with a martial arts school and a large group of elite subordinates. He didn't know what they were up to. However, this matter also needed to be taken seriously. He had to send someone to monitor their movements. He couldn't let anything go wrong. On the side of Binhai Mansion, after Zhang Yu received his reward, he noticed it was already 3 in the morning. Sleepiness hit him. It was time to go to bed. As he was dozing off, he heard sounds of packing and talking from the first floor. They must be getting up early for the first flight according to their work tasks. Hey, have you seen where my scarf went? Why don't you go look in the room? Keep it down, don't wake the landlord. Half asleep, Zhang Yu felt they were quite considerate. Then, he unknowingly fell asleep again. When he woke up again, the sun was shining brightly. The south-facing window overlooked the river, with a beautiful view. Downstairs, he heard the sound of cooking. He could even smell the aroma of cooking oil. Zhang Yu stretched and walked to the first floor. He found someone in the kitchen, with their back to him, cooking. She was wearing a loose home t-shirt, just long enough to cover her hips. 2 long, fair legs were exposed. Her hair was tied in 2 ponytails, and since she was at home, her hair was a bit messy. This kind of messy beauty gave off a special feeling. Zhang Yu doubted he was mistaken. This was indeed how Pan Yuyao usually dressed. Wasn't she supposed to be at work with Lu Wanqiu and the others? How could she be at home? Zhang Yu called out to Pan Yuyao but received no response. He walked into the kitchen and gently tapped her back. She gasped, and the spatula in her hand almost fell onto the stove. When she turned around, Zhang Yu suddenly became fully awake, surprised to find it was Xiong. "Why are you here?" he asked. "Isn't that Pan Yuyao's outfit?" "Yeah," Xiong said a bit shyly, explaining, "I washed all my clothes today, so I temporarily borrowed one of Yuyao's. I already told her about it on WeChat." "Oh, I see." Zhang Yu smiled. On the front of the shirt was a cartoon character. The effect of her outfit was actually more suitable than Pan Yueying's. The cartoon character's eyes became even more three-dimensional as a result. The effect presented was 3D. This outfit was meant for her. Noticing Zhang Yu staring at her, Xiong felt a bit shy and then focused her attention on the dishes in the pot. "Mr. Zhang, what dishes do you like? I can make them now." "Me? I'm not picky, anything is fine," Zhang Yu replied, then asked, "By the way, don't you have to work today?" She had been working at Heilai for a few days. "I swapped shifts with a colleague, so I'm off today," Xiong explained. "I plan to go look for a place this afternoon." After staying here for a few days, she felt quite guilty. "Are you really moving out?" Zhang Yu asked. "Yes," Xiong explained, "they have all paid rent to live here, and I really appreciate your agreement to let me stay for a few days." She knew she couldn't afford to rent such a place. Staying temporarily for a few days was fine, but it wouldn't be appropriate for a longer period. Although she did like this house. "Actually, if it's about the rent, that's easy to discuss," Zhang Yu smiled. "Mr. Zhang, what do you mean? If you live here and take care of the daily cooking and chores, it can count as rent," Zhang Yu said with a smile. "I mentioned this to them before." "Ha, it can be like that?" Xiong was surprised. "Yes, cooking and doing housework would cost money if you hire someone from outside. Just consider it as rent," Zhang Yu said. For him, tens of thousands in rent was nothing at all. If it also solved the cooking and housework issues, then it wouldn't be a waste to stay. "I see." Xiong felt a bit swayed. However, she still didn't want to make a decision on her own. "Mr. Zhang, let's eat first." Saying this, she brought out several dishes. When Zhang Yu saw them, they looked delicious and appealing. "What dishes are you good at making?" "I can basically make all kinds of home-cooked dishes from my country," Xiong said. "I've been learning to cook since I was 8. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu laughed. "That's impressive. You must be a chef with over 10 years of experience. Hiring a chef outside would cost at least 10,000 a month, right?" "Mr. Zhang, you're joking." Xiong lowered her head shyly. She knew Zhang Yu was complimenting her, but he did it in a way that was subtle and made her feel good inside. Moreover, his meaning was almost clear. As long as she cooked at home every day, it would be equivalent to offsetting her share of the rent. Now it depended on whether she was willing. Xiong felt a bit confused, not knowing how to respond to Zhang Yu's words. She said, "Oh, right, I'll go make some soup." Saying this, she turned and went into the kitchen. Just as she was about to get busy, she found Zhang Yu had also entered the kitchen. "Mr. Zhang?" Xiong turned around and saw his smile. "It's fine, you can continue with what you're doing," Zhang Yu said with a slight smile. The following is omitted. When Xiong returned to the living room, she suddenly shouted, "Oh no, this is bad. What happened?" Zhang Yu stepped out. The pot is almost dry. The pot of soup she had made was ruined. This left her feeling flustered. "It's okay, you can just make it again next time," Zhang Yu said. Since it's come to this, let's eat first. He certainly knew why the soup had burned dry. He had to admit, regarding the acrobatics she mentioned in her last resume, this time it was indeed witnessed. It was truly a unique skill. During the meal, Tingting didn't lift her head at all, just focused on eating her rice. She only picked the dishes closest to her. After we finish eating, you can tidy up a bit, Yu said. Tingting didn't look up, her mind buzzing. Was it because she wasn't good enough? That's why she didn't want to stay. Just as she was thinking this, his next words reached her ears. There's a south-facing room on the first floor, usually filled with some clutter. You can tidy it up later, and it will be your room from now on. Hearing him say this, her heart warmed. She nodded repeatedly. After finishing the meal, she washed the pots and bowls and went to tidy up that room. The room faced Pan Yuyao's room and was next to Lu Wanxiao's. Now, all 4 rooms were filled. At this moment, on the flight, Pan Yuyao still seemed a bit restless. Yuyao, why are you so distracted? Lu Wanxiao asked. When I left this morning, Tingting woke up too. She said she was moving out today and took a leave, Pan Yuyao replied. Don't you want her to move out? Di Shiba also asked. Yeah, Pan Yuyao nodded. We're good sisters, and I have a decent relationship with her. I don't want to lose this friend. That's true, Lu Wanxiao nodded. Tingting is indeed a good girl, but how about we talk to the landlord and ask him to let her stay? Pan Yuyao suggested. As for the rent, we can plead with him. She can stay in the smallest room and pay a little less. Yuyao, you need to think this through. Lu Wanxiao's expression became serious. This isn't a joke. It's a long-term arrangement. To avoid any conflicts later, that would be awkward. After all, the 3 of them had lived together for over a year. They were practically like sisters. And Tingting, although they often flew temporary flights together, they didn't communicate much privately. Moreover, the most important thing was that she wasn't a flight attendant anymore and had no intention of returning. In the future, they would have fewer common topics. I've thought it through, Pan Yuyao said. I don't see any problem. I believe she's easy to get along with. Since you've made up your mind, Lu Wanxiao sighed, I'll figure out the rent situation. After all, it was her suggestion for the 3 of them to share a rental, so she bore most of the cost. Now that Pan Yuyao wanted to bring Tingting in, she had no objections, but she needed to set some ground rules first. Since she had already made up her mind, it was now about her own attitude. Pan Yuyao wasn't sure and said, I'll ask her again. After all, this matter still depended on her own willingness. Then, she took out her phone, just about to send a message to Tingting, when she noticed a video had come in from the chat window. Yuyao, I'm tidying up the room. How does it look? Tingting sent a video of herself organizing the cluttered room. Tingting, why are you cleaning the cluttered room? Does that mean? Pan Yuyao quickly sent a voice message back. From now on, I'll take care of everyone's meals, the other party said. Mr. Zhang said to let me handle the meals every day, and he said to consider it as rent for this room. Really? Pan Yuyao was overjoyed to hear her reply. That's great. Then you don't have to move. What did you say? Lu Wanxiao and Di Shiba asked when they saw her so happy. Tingting told me she can stay, and the landlord agreed. Pan Yuyao said with a smile. That's great. Lu Wanxiao glanced at the video. She noticed Tingting's face was flushed. She couldn't tell if it was from working hard or something else. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Then, she met Di Shiba's gaze. No way. They quickly realized they were thinking the same thing. Could it be that she has already? Without even thinking, it must be like this. This Zhang Yu, truly, no one can stop him. Now I feel more and more that Pan Yueying is in danger. Is everything collected? In the Binjiang mansion, Zhang Yu passed by Tingting's room and asked, Yeah, almost done. She nodded. He leaned in to take a look. This originally messy storage room, after tidying up, instantly became a very cozy room. The room is the first one right next to the stairs leading to the second floor, so the area is a bit small, only about 10 square meters. However, it is enough to live in. Take a look later to see if you need any more furniture. Just call someone to deliver it, Zheng Yu said. As for the clutter that was cleaned up, you handle it, throw away what needs to be thrown away. Okay, I got it. She nodded. Looking at her, Zhang Yu thought of acrobatics and felt a bit restless. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was Secretary Yang from the Papa Loan Financial Company calling. Mr. Zhang, is it convenient for you to come to the company now? Or, where are you? I can come find you. Secretary Yang on the other end said. What's the matter? Just tell me. It's like this, Secretary Yang explained. Regarding the company's restructuring into a bank, there are some documents that need your review and signature. Just wait for me at the company. I'll head over now, Zhang Yu said and hung up the phone. Mr. Zhang, is there something? Xiong Tingting asked. Yeah, going to the company for a bit. What time will you be back? I can help you heat up the dishes. Xiong Tingting's caring nature was fully displayed. We'll see, Zhang Yu said. If there's anything, contact me on WeChat. Then he opened the door and walked out. She watched Zhang Yu's departing figure. Remembering what had just happened, her face couldn't help but flush. This matter must not be told to Pan Yueying and the others. She quickly made a decision in her heart. Compared to background and closeness of relationships, she was a newcomer and couldn't compare to them. She should consciously do what she needed to do. No need to stir up trouble. Being able to move in was already a kind of luck. Cooking was nothing. She had to cook when renting outside too. Zhang Yu exited the main door, got in his car, and drove directly towards the financial company. Inside the company, hundreds of employees were buzzing with excitement. Today, no one was in the mood to work, all discussing the restructuring into a bank. I can't be dreaming. Are we really going to become a bank? There's no doubt about it. The official document is in Secretary Yang's hands. They just gave us bonuses last time, and now another bombshell. Who knew working could bring such happiness? Mr. Zhang is impressive. Who would have thought our small loan company could turn into a legitimate bank? Who says otherwise? Getting a bank license is not that easy. This is what Secretary Shah specifically wanted him to do. I heard that once the bank is established, we will be the backbone at each branch, right? Everyone was discussing various topics, envisioning the future prospects, instantly feeling invigorated. Then you all better work hard. It all depends on your performance. Hearing the discussions of the employees, Secretary Yan walked over holding a folder. She was wearing a black professional suit with a white shirt underneath. The short skirt and sheer stockings made her calves look even longer. Not only was she a secretary, but she was also the most attractive in the company. However, Secretary Yang had no superior. She reported directly to Mr. Zhang, so no one dared to have any thoughts. As soon as she appeared, everyone stopped discussing and quickly got back to work. Everyone's here. At that moment, the sound of the elevator doors opening was heard. Zhang Yu's figure appeared. Hello, Mr. Zhan. The employees stood up in unison and greeted him, with a respectful smile on his face, genuinely from the heart. Well, let's all get to work. We're going to reorganize soon, so it might be busy. Everyone, put in some extra effort, Zhang Yu said. Yes, President Zhang, we will. Such an opportunity for performance is something no one wants to miss. President Zhang, here are a few documents that need your signature, Secretary Yang said, slightly bending over and handing over the folder. Zhang Yu took it, glancing at it while walking towards the office. Secretary Yang jogged a few steps ahead to turn on the air conditioning in the office, then went to pour tea. She was very efficient. Zhang Yu sat back down. These two documents were about the naming of the bank and the selection of a new office location. After all, they were going to make a fresh start and work hard. These matters indeed needed to be addressed first. Especially the bank's name. It had to sound impressive yet be easy to remember, which was very important. Secretary Yang looked at Zhang Yu and said, the middle management of the company has also submitted several suggested names. Would you like to take a look, President Zhang? How about this? Zhang Yu had an idea in his mind. Let's call it Jiangqing Development Bank. Submit it for record under this name. Development Bank? Secretary Yang nodded upon hearing this. That's a good name, simple and easy to understand and remember. For President Zhang's decision, mindless flattery was all that was needed. Then, President Zhang, about the bank's location. Secretary Yang asked again. Upgrading to a bank required a headquarters, a financial center, and a disaster recovery center. All facilities, including personnel and office space, needed better support. It wasn't something that could be solved with just 1 or 2 floors of an office building. What bank is located in an office building? How much office space do we need? Zhang Yu asked. President Zhang, after preliminary calculations, we need a scale of 10 to 15 floors, with a total area of over 20,000 square meters. Secretary Yang reported a preliminary figure. How about this? Zhang Yu thought for a few seconds and said, you go check where there are office buildings for sale in Jiangchang, and I'll buy the whole building. Then we can renovate it. Buy the whole building? Secretary Yang was stunned. This was President Zhang's strength. An office building, with at least 2,000 square meters per floor, would cost over 20 million at market price, and the first floor in the city center would be 50 million. Assuming 20 floors, they would need to prepare around $1 billion in funds. Yes, go find out where there are office buildings for sale, Zhang Yu smiled and said. Within 2 billion, you can buy it directly without asking for approval. He had an airline and a technology company under his banner. The annual profit was certainly not just a few hundred billion. 2 billion was nothing at all. Okay, Secretary Yang nodded. President Zhang, I'll take care of it right away. Go ahead, Zhang Yu thought for a moment and added, by the way, the company is transitioning to a bank, and the workload will definitely be large. you should mobilize the employees. If they do well, there will be rewards. Also, we need to issue a recruitment announcement to hire a batch of professional banking personnel. The employees of Papad Loan Financial Company, although they had years of experience, still had significant differences in operational logic compared to banks, especially in the use of various professional systems. Temporary training would definitely not be enough. Hiring a batch of experienced hands could help the bank get on track quickly. Secretary Yang? Zhang Yu noticed Secretary Yang was unresponsive and asked again. At that moment, she was staring at Zhang Yu, lost in thought. He suddenly spoke, startling her back to reality. Okay, President Zhang, I'll take care of it right away, she replied, feeling annoyed at how she had zoned out just now. But there was nothing to be done. Zhang Yu was too young and too handsome. She was also a woman with a normal view on love. How could she not feel a stir in her heart? Moreover, he was a person of considerable wealth in Zhangchang, able to take out billions at a moment's notice. Human nature tends to admire the strong, who could remain unconfused in the presence of such a dragon among men. However, Secretary Yang was, after all, a professional secretary, very proactive in her work, and without the slightest hesitation, she quickly immersed herself in the tasks Zhang Yu had assigned. Soon, Zhang Yu's instructions spread throughout the entire company. President Zhang's meaning is very clear: if we do well, there will definitely be significant rewards. Since he came to the company, he has never made empty promises. This time, he really wants us to work hard. Yeah, it's rare to encounter such a celestial boss. I can't just slack off. The employees were all energized, vowing not to drop the ball during this critical transformation period. After giving these instructions, Secretary Yang also posted a recruitment notice for bank employees on websites like Boss Xiaopin. The salary offered was very competitive within the industry. Look, a new bank is going to be established in Zhangchang. This is a bank backed by the government. Its strength cannot be underestimated. And the salary is so high? It's almost double what we earn here. The news of the bank recruitment quickly spread within the banking circle of Zhangchang. After being shared among each other, many people saw this news. Considering how stagnant their careers had been in their original positions for so many years, the prospect of a new bank, even with a private background but government backing and high salaries, was enticing. Changing jobs and starting anew might make it easier to be noticed for promotions. Few were not tempted, so they secretly saved the recruitment information, preparing to find time to apply. Many people outwardly claimed they wouldn't consider it, but in their hearts, they were already planning to resign on the spot if they got the job. Meanwhile, after Zhang Yu finished his business, he prepared to leave the company. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in his mind. What the hell? Zhang Yu was surprised. The system rarely issued prompts on its own, especially when no events had been triggered. Opening the system, Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh and cry. It turned out the system had upgraded from LV1 to LV2. He had to admit, this upgrade was indeed a bit slow. However, the effects after the upgrade were still quite good. Host, you have upgraded to LV2. Compared to LV1, you can now enjoy random blind box drop rewards, expanded blind box rewards, and peach blossom value incentive rights. He understood the other benefits. The last one piqued Zhang Yu's curiosity. Upon further inspection, it turned out that with each level up, he could add one character to the character slot. In other words, he could now choose someone to join the peach blossom value cultivation targets. Once it reached 10 stars, there would be substantial rewards with stacked buffs. The first time, he used the buff from Dishirba to bring in the Rice Technology Company. The second time, he used the buff from Lu Wanxiao to bring in the Cine Group. Both buff-level blind boxes were top-tier rewards. Now, it was equivalent to having another opportunity to unlock a super buff. Zhang Yu was still very tempted. This was far more rewarding than the blind boxes he drew every day. System, can I choose randomly? The characters available for selection at the host's current level are as follows. Please randomly determine one. The system's emotionless voice came through. Zhang Yu took a look. The original character slots were occupied by Lu Wanxiao and her two companions. Now, one slot had been released. There were several character cards, currently all in a gray locked state. Zhang Yu glanced at them. Xiong Tingting, Sha Sha, Su Mei, Su Mu Fei. There was even a character Zhang Yu had never considered. However, due to the limited opportunities for contact, it was difficult to level up and cultivate, so it mainly came down to the few people mentioned above, one of whom was chosen. Zhang Yu was momentarily unsure how to decide. Who should he add to the character slot? Each had their own characteristics, but based on the current situation, Zhang Yu still confirmed it would be Xiong Tingting. It's her. The reasoning was simple. Zhang Yu felt that Xiong Tingting was currently living in his home, providing many opportunities for interaction, and they had already had close contact. Therefore, it was naturally more appropriate to choose her for upgrades. Host confirmation successful. With a prompt from the system, the slot was also lit up. Zhang Yu noticed that Xiong Tingting's initial value was 7 stars, so leveling her up to full stars would be quite fast. He was also relieved that he had made a good choice. After finishing these tasks, Zhang Yu left the company and walked out of the building where the company was located. That person coming out must be Zhang Yu, right? At that moment, across the street, in a black van, someone was observing with binoculars. The lens captured Zhang Yu's figure as he walked out of the building. He is the boss of Papapa Loan Financial Company. He stayed in the company for about 2 hours. His habit when going out is to first look left and right, then walk. Normal walking speed, 2 meters per second. A few people in the van were analyzing Zhang Yu's every move, recording data. They were also responsible for monitoring Zhang Yu, figuring out his daily comings and goings, and understanding his patterns. These few were sent by Ma Weiguo. After Ma Weiguo accepted the commission from Commander Wu Zhangliang, he had been secretly investigating the parties involved in the incident, especially Zhang Yu, who had direct contact. They would monitor first and then report to Ma Weiguo, who would take the next steps. They saw Zhang Yu go to the parking lot to drive and also started the car, preparing for the next round of surveillance. However, when the van started and hit the road, suddenly, a car came out of a side alley. The two cars collided head-on, smashing into each other. The front of the car was completely wrecked. What the hell, how do you drive? The subordinates of Ma Weiguo in the black van had not yet reacted. From the opposite car, several people got out. They rushed to the side of the car and yanked the door open. Are you blind? How do you drive? Smash their stuff. That group of people wasted no time. They directly snatched the binoculars, laptops, and other equipment, smashing everything to pieces. What the hell, you robbers? Do you know who we are? They were taken aback. Following Master Ma, they had always been the ones to act tough. No one dared to cause them trouble. Where did these people come from, deliberately looking for a fight? However, they clearly had no ability to resist now. The people on the opposite side were obviously more ferocious. After smashing all the equipment, they let the air out of the van's tires. Then they quickly got into their car and sped away. Damn it, call the police. We must call the police. The people in the van were furious. However, halfway through dialing, they suddenly realized and switched to a different number. Hello, how's the investigation going? A voice came from the other end. Boss, we were responsible for surveillance, and suddenly a group of people rushed out and smashed all our equipment, and the car was also damaged, they complained. Is that so? The person on the other end was Ma Weiguo's third disciple. Upon hearing this report, he realized the seriousness of the situation. You all keep the relevant evidence and records safe. I will report this to Master Ma right away. After hanging up, the third disciple hurried to Ma Weiguo's room. Ma Weiguo was lying on the bed, with a technician giving him cupping therapy. What's wrong? Master, there's a situation, said the third disciple as he stepped forward. Ma Weiguo gave a glance. The person doing the cupping left the room. Speak, what happened? Ma Weiguo sat up. Master, our people were watching Zhang Yu today when a group of unidentified individuals suddenly rushed out and destroyed all their belongings and records, and there was even a physical altercation. Such a thing actually happened? Ma Weiguo's eyes widened. Interesting, someone actually dares to provoke us. Do you know who did it? No, they didn't reveal their identities. After smashing everything, they just left. Not seeking money, just smashing things? Ma Weiguo frowned slightly, suddenly realizing a problem. Could it be that Zhang Yu had some power backing him? However, Ma Weiguo was well aware of the various forces in Jiancheng. No force would dare to confront him openly. So who was the force behind Zhang Yu? Ma Weiguo couldn't figure it out. Had he overlooked something? Master, what should we do next? The third disciple asked. Increase our manpower and equip ourselves better, Ma Weiguo said, then, continue to dig deeper into Zhang Yu. I want to see who is opposing me. Yes. The third disciple took his leave. At this moment, Zhang Yu was also unaware of the situation. The people from the Cine group finished their task without reporting to Zhang Yu, because their rank was not high enough. The branch of the Cine group did not have the authority to report directly to Zhang Yu. This matter was only reported to the mid-level management of the group. Goodness, Ma Weiguo's people really dare to keep an eye on our new master. Such audacity. The mid-level management was furious. In that case, prepare to confront them. Send a greeting gift to the new master. Subsequently, this order was sent to the Jiangcheng branch. The branch had over 400 people, who had been in a long-term dormant state. Usually, they were working in various positions. Some were security guards, some delivered food, and some drove for ride-hailing services. It seemed there were no issues at all. But now, they all received the information through the internal network. An invisible smoke of conflict was rising. Zhang Yu was unaware of all this, driving straight back to Binhai Mansion. He arrived home just in time for lunch. Opening the door, the first thing he saw was Xiongtingting cleaning the ceiling light strip. Although Xiongtingting was 172 centimeters tall, it was still difficult for her to reach the ceiling. She had to stack a big stool on a small stool to reach it. One hand held the lampshade while the other wiped the light bulb, very focused and meticulous. "You scared me. I thought you were up to something." Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile. Xiongtingting was truly thorough with her housework, leaving no corners untouched. She was a real homemaker. Not only did she do it, but she did it meticulously. Although Lu Wanxiu and the others also helped, their level of detail was still lacking. Zhang Yu really felt that letting Xiongtingting move in was the right decision. If he had hired an outside cleaning service, it would have cost at least 1,000 yuan for a day's work, and they might not have done it this thoroughly. Yet, this seemingly delicate girl managed to do it all by herself. "Landlord, I have nothing to do today, so I thought I'd clean it up a bit to make it shine," she said. "Just be careful," Zhang Yu replied. With her standing so high at that angle, he felt it was better not to hover around and decided to head back to his room to rest for a while. "Okay, landlord, I will be careful. I'm done cleaning," Xiongtingting said as she carefully climbed down from the stool after finishing the chandelier. There are no melodramatic plot twists like in novels, such as slipping and falling accidentally. "Landlord, are you hungry?" she asked as she came down. "A little," Zhang Yu replied. "Then wait a moment, I'll go cook," Xiongtingting said, putting down the cloth, washing her hands, and heading to the kitchen. She worked very efficiently. Zhang Yu looked at the 7 stars above her head. Sure enough, after selecting a candidate in the system, he could now see the number of stars. Before, it was invisible. Zhang Yu didn't need to do anything special. Normal star upgrades would suffice. "By the way, Xiongtingting, do you want to work at a bank?" he asked. The flight attendant didn't want to continue, but the cake shop wasn't a long-term solution either. The company was restructuring the bank and was in need of people. I didn't study finance. I'm afraid I won't do well." Xiongtingting was a bit surprised. "It's fine, I'll be reorganizing the new administrative department, and there will be someone to guide you." Zhang Yu decided to arrange for Xiongtingting to work at the newly established bank. Administrative work isn't as specialized as business or technical positions. As long as someone has a college degree, they can handle it. However, often, in any company's administrative position, it's not just about having a degree. Xiongtingting was even more surprised. Zhang Yu was going to establish a bank and work in the administrative department himself? It felt like a huge pie had fallen from the sky. It was too heavy. She didn't know how to catch it. She naturally knew that working in administration at the bank headquarters was a good job that she would never have a chance at. She couldn't even touch the threshold. But here with Zhang Yu, it was just a matter of a few words. She didn't expect his strength to be so great that he was actually going to run a bank. A bank is like a hen that lays golden eggs. Once the door opens, money rolls in. Although it hasn't been as easy to make money in recent years as it used to be, it still ranks among the top industries. Moreover, in administration, there are no tasks related to attracting deposits. Xiongtingting admitted she was tempted. As long as she nodded, this position would be hers. "So, are you still considering it?" Zhang Yu smiled. I, she stammered, really not knowing how to bear this kindness. For him, such matters were just a word. For her, it was a significant event that could change her fate. How could her heart not be stirred? "If it's difficult for you, then forget it." Upon hearing Zhang Yu say this, Xiongtingting raised her head. "Landlord, I accept. I will definitely work hard." "Good. I'll give you a contact number. Just report to work directly then." Zhang Yu sent her secretary Yang's business card through WeChat. Xiongtingting was so meticulous in her housework, and in the previous flight attendant's probation assessment, her ranking was also quite high. Her work attitude was naturally commendable. Although she hadn't done administrative work before, she graduated from a key university, and her ability to learn would be quick. Then, Zhang Yu noticed that her star count skyrocketed to 9.5 stars. She directly upgraded by 2.5 stars. This was too smooth. It was almost unbelievable. It was just that last 0.5 that made Zhang Yu feel a bit uncomfortable. It wouldn't be like panwaying, would it? If so, Zhang Yu really wanted to pull out the system and scold it. "By the way, you haven't joined the group yet, right?" "What group?" Xiongtingting asked. "It's the family member group at home." Zhang Yu checked and confirmed she wasn't in the group. So, he added her. Loving and caring family, the member count rose to 5. "Ting, you've joined the group? Welcome. Pan Yueying sent a hugging emoji. "In the future, I will work hard and get along well with everyone." Xiongtingting was still a bit apprehensive when she first joined this group, afraid that she might not do well. "Aren't you flying now?" Zhang Yu asked in the group. we're at the airport. The last flight just ended, and now it's break time. We'll be flying back later, Lu Hanxiao explained. When will you arrive? I'll cook for you, Xiong Tingting said. Oh, that's too much trouble. Let's take turns in the future. The three flight attendants exchanged glances, feeling that she was being too polite. It's fine, I've been a flight attendant before, and I come back so tired every day that I don't want to move, Xiong Tingting said. Now, I'll be stationed at the back, providing logistical support for everyone. Tingting, since you say that, we won't be polite, Pan Yueying spoke for everyone. By the way, Tingting, Lu Hanxiao said, why don't you quit that job at the cake shop? It's quite tiring. She wanted to see if there were any positions available in the family company to offer her. Since she joined this group, which Zhang Yu had pulled her into, they would have to get along well in the future and avoid conflicts. Otherwise, the first one to be unhappy would be Zhang Yu. Strange. As she thought about this, she suddenly realized that she was very concerned about Zhang Yu's feelings. I forgot to tell everyone, I have a new job now. Oh, what job? The three of them became curious. This is thanks to the landlord. He arranged for me to work at a bank. The new bank being established in Zhongcheng? The three were surprised. They had already heard some rumors about this, and it was transformed from Zhang Yu's financial company. They were used to it. It was a bit unexpected that Tingting would enter this bank. Tingting, this is great news. You have to treat us, Lu Hanxiao said. Of course, Xiong Tingting replied, just tell me what you want to eat. Seeing them chatting excitedly in the group, Zhang Yu smiled as well. He turned off his phone screen. The rice wasn't ready yet, so Zhang Yu went to the sofa and turned on the TV. After finishing her chat, Xiong Tingting continued to busy herself in the kitchen. Before long, she brought out several dishes and served the rice. Landlord, the food is ready. Facing his handsome profile, she suddenly felt a bit flustered. Moreover, Xiong Tingting also noticed that her face was becoming incredibly hot. When she touched it, she even felt it was a bit too warm. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. In the past, Xiong Tingting had never felt this way about any man, not even a racing heartbeat. At that time, she even thought she didn't like men. But after meeting Zhang Yu, she realized it wasn't as she had thought. Zhang Yu's presence brought many highlights to her life. Moreover, he provided her with a job that would ensure her future as long as she didn't make any major mistakes. How could Xiong Tingting repay such a great kindness? Zhang Yu was like the sun that appeared in her gloom, shining light into every corner. For a moment, her heart was filled with emotion. Zhang Yu got up from the sofa in the living room and saw Xiong Tingting's flushed face, understanding her feelings. He glanced at the dining table and then smiled. I suddenly don't want to eat. Ha! Xiong Tingting was taken aback and quickly asked, Landlord, is it that these dishes don't suit your taste? I'll redo them right away. No, I just don't want to eat right now. Zhang Yu looked at her and smiled again. Ha! Xiong Tingting seemed to realize something and uncertainly asked, then, come here, Zhang Yu said as he sat back down on the sofa, gesturing for her to come over. I want to experience your acrobatics again. Upon hearing him say this, Xiong Tingting thought for a moment and then walked over. The living room's tiled floor was covered with carpet. There was no need to worry about it being cold. The following 10,000 words are omitted. When Xiong Tingting rubbed her sore legs and looked outside, it was completely dark. The light show on the opposite riverbank also illuminated the room. Go turn on the lights, Zhang Yu instructed. When the sky darkened earlier, they had not bothered to turn on the lights. Xiong Tingting nodded, turned on the lights first, and then went into the bathroom on the first floor. Click! At that moment, a sound of the door opening came from the entrance. Hey, landlord, you're home? Pan Yuyao pushed the door open and saw that the lights in the living and dining room were on, asking curiously. We saw that the lights were off when we got downstairs just now. Oh, saving electricity, Zhang Yu smiled. The three flight attendants exchanged glances, their expressions highly synchronized. I believe you, not. Ah, I'm starving. The food on the table hasn't been touched at all. Pan Yuyao, feeling famished, saw that the dishes on the dining table looked untouched. She stepped forward, ready to take a bite with her hand, only to find the food was cold. At this season and temperature, it would take at least a few hours for the food to cool down. Yuyao, the food is cold, don't eat yet, I'll heat it up. At that moment, Xiong Tingting came out of the bathroom and quickly said upon seeing Pan Yuyao's actions, Tingting, you two are at home. Why hasn't a single bite been taken from the dishes you cooked? Pan Yuyao found it strange. However, Xiong Tingting didn't say much. She took several plates of food to the kitchen to heat them up. Tingting, let me help you. Pan Yuyao followed her into the kitchen. Lu Huanxiu and Di Sheba had already put down their suitcases. The two exchanged glances while changing their shoes. No need to say much, they understood what it meant. It seemed that Xiong Tingting's position had already been compromised. This confirmed that they were indeed living together and had arranged work, which could be substantiated. Moreover, they hadn't even bothered to eat, indicating it was quite passionate. Zhang Yu, oh Zhang Yu, how do you have such charm? How was your flight mission this time? Zhang Yu turned to ask. Pretty good, short-haul flight. Just that the back and forth was too rushed, and we didn't rest well, Lu Huanxiao said. They had gotten up for work at 5 in the morning when it was still not fully bright. They had been busy until now. That does sound tiring. You should rest early tonight, Zhang Yu said. It's still early, Lu Huanxiao didn't want to sleep so early, and besides, we can rest tomorrow. Staying up a bit later is fine. Yeah, I want to sleep until noon tomorrow. I haven't had a good sleep in a long time, Pan Yuyo also shouted from the kitchen. So, what are you planning to do staying up late? Zhang Yu became curious. Practice yoga, Pan Yuyo interjected. She said she wanted to practice on the way back. I don't understand, she hasn't practiced in a long time. Then you should think about what the benefits of practicing yoga are, Zhang Yu chuckled. What benefits? Pan Yuyo didn't understand the meaning and picked up her phone to check. She suddenly realized, oh, so practicing yoga has so many benefits. No wonder so many people do it. Sister Xiao, I want to learn this too. Well, Tingting should be the master, Lu Huanxiao laughed. They had seen Xiong Tingting's specialty. At the annual meeting of Jiangheng Company, she had made a name for herself, drawing a circle in place with a split. At that time, many people in the audience said, whoever became Xiong Tingting's boyfriend must be incredibly happy. Not at all, Chief Lu is just flattering me. Xiong Tingting finished heating the dishes and walked out of the kitchen again. The food is ready, come eat quickly. Tingting, Lu Huanxiao said, from now on, since we'll be living together, let's not be so formal. Ah, then how should I address you? Xiong Tingting asked. You can call me Sister Xiao, just like the other two, Lu Huanxiao replied. Okay, then I'll call you Sister Xiao from now on. Xiong Tingting nodded. Lu Huanxiao was the eldest among the three of them. With that said, the burden in her heart lightened a lot. She would be able to integrate more quickly. The group of 3 sisters became 4 sisters. That's great. Pan Yuyo also became happy. Then from now on, we are 4 sisters. All right. Aren't you hungry? Come eat, Di Xiaoba said from the side. So, they all sat down, eating the food made by Xiong Tingting and praising it endlessly, making her feel even more embarrassed. Zhang Yu, aren't you eating? Lu Huanxiao asked. Yeah, the landlord's food is enough, Xiong Tingting said, thinking Zhang Yu was worried there wouldn't be enough for everyone. Okay, I'll come over now, Zhang Yu smiled. In fact, when a person is mentally excited, they don't feel hungry. However, he still needed to eat. After all, the night was still long. After finishing the meal, Lu Huanxiao and the other 2, who had just returned, went to take a shower first. Xiong Tingting cleaned up the dishes. Zhang Yu then sat back down on the sofa in the living room to watch the movie he hadn't finished earlier. About an hour later, Lu Huanxiao and the others had mostly finished showering, their hair still wet, and they came to the living room in their pajamas. Seeing Zhang Yu sitting in the middle of the sofa, they sat down on either side. Xiaoba, Yu Yao, we have to get up early tomorrow, Lu Huanxiao said. Why? I want to sleep a bit more, Pan Yuyao replied. Did you forget that the 3 of us need to ask for leave together? Lu Huanxiao said. We need to go to the company tomorrow, coordinate with the other colleagues, and formally ask the manager for leave. Oh right, Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba both realized. What are you guys talking about? Xiong Tingting asked. We plan to go to the company tomorrow to request annual leave for next week, and then go out to play together, Pan Yuyao said to Tingting. If you have time, you should come along too. The landlord will go as well. Yeah, Zhang Yu also understood and smiled. The bank hasn't officially opened yet, so you should report in and complete the onboarding procedures first. Then we can go out to play together in the following days. Okay, then I'll prepare in advance. Xiong Tingting thought for a few seconds and then nodded. That's great, our travel group is going to expand again. Pan Yuyao was someone who loved excitement. Moreover, being able to mobilize everyone to go together would definitely be a particularly unforgettable journey. Tomorrow, they would first go to the company to adjust shifts and request leave. Then they would fly continuously for a few days, and next week, they could officially start their vacation trip. The annual leave was 5 days, including the 2 weekends on either end and a few days of leave owed. They could take a total of half a month off. It could be considered a luxurious vacation. During this half month, many happy and joyful things would surely happen outside. They could plan the itinerary for the trip well. Glancing at Zhang Yu, she found that he also had a smile in his eyes. But Yu Yao, we have to work continuously for the 3 or 4 days before our vacation, Lu Huanxiao reminded. During these days, there were shifts to adjust with others. Ah, I don't want to. As soon as Pan Yuyao heard they had to work continuously, she felt a bit overwhelmed. This meant that in the coming days, they would be flying around everywhere, and there would be no breaks, seamlessly connecting. Don't even mention going back to Jiancheng. Whether we can stay within the province is already a question. Yu Yao, stop calling out. Think about the upcoming half-month holiday. Doesn't that give you some motivation? Di Xiaoba also reminded her. Then, doesn't that mean we won't be able to return to Jiangqing for 3 or 4 days? Pan Yuyo pouted. In fact, what she was really thinking was that she wouldn't be able to see Zhang Yu for a few days. Lu Hanxiao looked at her expression and comforted her. There's nothing we can do, that's just the nature of our industry. Actually, if you don't want to fly long distances, you can apply to only fly short distances when the holiday is over, Zhang Yu said at that moment. Every flight attendant has personalized needs. Flying direct short distances means earning much less money, but it's much easier. Those who want money will fly more, while those who don't care as much will fly less. I really thought about it, Pan Yuyao said. When we get back, Sister Xiao, should we give it a try? Alright, go to sleep now. Lu Hanxiao didn't answer her directly. Sleep? What sleep? Pan Yuyao said. Didn't we say we were going to practice yoga? I'm all set. Seeing Xiong Tingting finish washing the dishes, she rushed over and grabbed her arm. Tingting, you should join us too. Okay, I'll wash my hands and come. Xiong Tingting couldn't resist Yu Yao's enthusiasm. Before long, the 4 flight attendants had laid out their mats in the living room. They started following the course on the TV video. In fact, Xiong Tingting could be the teacher, but she didn't dare to do so in front of so many people. Pan Yuyo had to let her off this time. Watching the graceful postures of the 4, each with their own characteristics, Zhang Yu felt a surge of emotions. Who could understand the little joy in his heart? After watching for a while, he felt a bit restless. So, he went upstairs to the 2nd floor. At this time, unknowingly, it was already past 11 at night. The day was quickly coming to an end. After washing up, Zhang Yu returned to his bed. He heard the 4 downstairs starting to leave the living room, preparing to rest. There was a lot of chattering. After a while, it quieted down significantly, and he heard the sound of doors closing in each room. Zhang Yu pulled up the 16 cameras around the house. He found that everyone had returned to their rooms, getting ready for bed. The lights in the living room were also turned off. He exited the monitoring system and looked at the time. There was still half an hour until midnight. Zhang Yu, are you asleep? At that moment, the phone screen suddenly lit up. Zhang Yu picked it up to see it was a message from Lu Hanxiao. Not yet, what's up? He replied. Did you eat enough earlier? Do you want a midnight snack? Lu Hanxiao sent a shy emoji. Upon seeing this message, Zhang Yu understood what she meant. It seemed she was well aware of Xiong Tingting's situation, even though she didn't say it directly. He thought for a moment and then replied, how about tonight's midnight snack? Very good, I'm satisfied with the package. Alright, then bring it up. Zhang Yu replied. Then, he heard footsteps coming up the stairs. When he opened the door, a fragrant aroma wafted in. When Zhang Yu opened his eyes, it was already 10 in the morning. The sunlight outside was still blinding. He walked down to the 1st floor and found no one there. There was food left on the table. The 3 of them must have gone to the company, and he didn't know when they would return. As for Xiong Tingting, she should have gone to handle her onboarding procedures. Zhang Yu felt a bit bored at home, so he decided to go out for a stroll. After leaving Binhai Mansion, crossing a road, he arrived at the Riverside tourist area. The entire riverside stretches along the river, reaching a length of 20 kilometers. There are several core recreational centers. Right across from Binhai Mansion, there was one. Walking into the leisure square, it was filled with people enjoying their time. A family of 3, a couple, and others lived streaming with equipment in the square. It was bustling and very down-to-earth. This was Zhang Yu's first time coming to the riverside since moving into Binjiang Mansion. He was infected by the atmosphere in front of him, and his mood brightened. However, his legs were still a bit sore. He had overexerted himself. Smiling, Zhang Yu continued walking towards the more crowded areas. At that moment, an elderly man walking with his hands behind his back suddenly collapsed on the path without any warning. Zhang Yu saw the old man lying on the ground, and the scene before him startled him. No way? His eyes had made a new discovery. Zhang Yu could clearly see that this old man had a special indication. The other people on the road had no similar markings. Ordinary people had a gray border. Those who looked a bit fashionable had a red border. But the old man had a golden border. This indicated that the old man was a person of high status. Because looking around at the hundreds or thousands of people, only this one had a golden border. Moreover, even without the system's prompt, Zhang Yu could tell. He was dressed well and had an extraordinary demeanor. Although he was already in his 60s or 70s, it was still evident that he had been a significant figure in his prime. His position was at least as high as that of Sha Ruikang. However, Zhang Yu found it somewhat amusing. Had he really stumbled upon a cliché plot that was overused in novels? But given the old man's formidable background, he had to help. Otherwise, the medical skills rewarded by the system last time would be wasted. Such opportunities were not something one encountered every day. Many people saw the old man fall, but no one dared to step forward to help. After seeing so many news stories about people being framed, who would dare to intervene? They were all whispering, looking at each other, standing a few meters away, but no one stepped forward. The reasoning was simple. Before helping, one might end up in a luxury car. After helping, one might end up on a scooter. Those without a solid background should not easily get involved. A few brave souls only called for emergency help from a distance. Why is there an old man on the ground? Brothers and sisters, let's go check it out. A few people who looked like medical students turned on their phone cameras, preparing to approach. After all, students had not yet been tainted by the vices of the world and still had some good intentions. Everyone, step aside, I'll handle this. Zhang Yu gestured for everyone to clear a path and then stepped forward. Upon seeing him, the crowd immediately spoke up. Young man, you just graduated from university, right? It's better not to get involved. Yeah, you don't know his identity. What if something happens and his family blames you? Those medical students over there should be more professional. Exactly, young man, everyone is saying this for your own good. You should be cautious. Come on. Zhang Yu ignored the bystanders' comments and said to the medical students, you guys, help me lift him to a cool and secluded place. It's too hot right now. We can't move him, right? We've had professional training. We can't easily move someone without knowing their condition. The medical students replied. You can tell you're only half trained. You can't just throw everything onto us? Zhang Yu didn't care anymore and bent down to observe the old man's condition. He noticed the old man's lips were dark, and his breathing had stopped. Golden 4 minutes. 2.5 minutes had already passed. If he waited any longer, even a deity couldn't save him. The urgent task was to save the person. So, he didn't think too much and immediately activated the resurrection medical skills from the system. What the hell? What's going on? He's really going for it? I don't know who he is. He's really not afraid of being framed. Even if he's a doctor, can someone so young really have the ability to save lives? Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhang Yu helped the old man sit up. Then he reached out and quickly moved his hands over the 28 major acupoints around the old man's body, tapping them. What kind of medical technique is this? It's neither artificial respiration nor cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Where did this barefoot doctor come from? People nearby murmured among themselves. Anyway, we recorded it. No matter what happens, it has nothing to do with us. At that moment, more and more people gathered in the square. Hearing that someone had fainted and that someone was performing rescue, they all stopped what they were doing and rushed over to watch the excitement. Hey, look, there's movement. I saw the old man's mouth twitch. And his fingers. Is he coming back to life? Wow, this young man is impressive. He can actually save someone? Just now, I saw that old man's lips were black, and there was no heartbeat or breathing. He was on the brink of death. Well done, young man. That's incredible. Saving a life is truly a great virtue. The crowd noticed that the old man had actually started to move. Their perception of Zhang Yu changed instantly. The few medical students who had been half-heartedly observing also put away their phones. Taking advantage of everyone's attention on Zhang Yu, they quietly slipped away from the crowd. Who would have thought that person had such miraculous medical skills? It looked completely unconventional, entirely different from what they learned in school. In this day and age, could someone really be saved just by tapping on acupoints? Aside from pinching the philtrum to force a restart, this was something they had never seen before. They had to hurry back and report to their mentor. Thus, the medical students left the scene. At this moment, Zhang Yu saw the old man react and also withdrew his hands. The old man sat cross-legged, furrowed his brow, and suddenly spat out a large mouthful of black blood. The black blood was incredibly foul-smelling, causing those around him to instinctively step back a few paces. Where am I? The old man's mind cleared. He looked around, his eyes filled with confusion. Grandpa, you fainted just now. He saved you. Someone in the crowd pointed at Zhang Yu. You saved me? The old man slowly stood up from the ground, feeling completely relaxed and unblocked. The sense of blockage that had plagued him for years had vanished. That discomfort had been with him for decades. In other words, this young man had just cured him of a problem he had for decades? He had been to all the major hospitals and had not found a solution. He had even visited the 2 best hospitals in Jiangcheng without any results. Now, he had just spat out a mouthful of blood and was completely healed? His heart was too shocked, his mind was blank, and he didn't know how to articulate his thoughts. Grandpa, if you have heart problems, you need to carry medication when you go out and have family accompany you. Someone reminded him. I checked at the hospital, my heart is fine. Family, where's my granddaughter? The old man, hearing this reminder, looked around but did not see his granddaughter. Grandpa, where do you live? We'll send someone to take you back." At that moment, a few patrolling officers also arrived at the scene. They had received reports of someone fainting in the square and rushed over on electric bikes. "I don't live in Zhangcheng. Please help me find my granddaughter." "Don't worry. What is your granddaughter's name, and how old is she?" an officer asked. Before the old man could speak, someone squeezed through the crowd. "Grandpa, I just went to buy some water, and you disappeared. You scared me to death." Zhang Yu turned his head and was suddenly startled. It was her? Zhang Yu was surprised to encounter someone he never expected to see here. "Isn't that the rainbow sister who was racing with Wu Yiluan last time at Panshan? We didn't chat alone back then, just saw each other once." She was wearing leather pants and a tight t-shirt, looking great and very classy. The impression was quite deep. And this time, Rainbow Sister's outfit is very fresh, wearing white casual pants and sporting straight bangs. She looks quite ladylike, just like a well-behaved granddaughter beside her grandfather. It's like two completely different people. Zhang Yu almost didn't recognize her at first glance. Rainbow Sister clearly recognized Zhang Yu as well. After looking at him for a few seconds, she said, "It's you." "Yeah, what a coincidence to run into you here," Zhang Yu smiled. "Was it you who saved my grandfather just now?" Before rushing over, Rainbow Sister had heard passers-by say that an elderly man had fainted and someone had saved him. She hurried over to take a look, and it turned out to be the racing guy she met last time at Panshan. "Do you two know each other?" The elderly man, seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, couldn't help but ask. "Grandpa, how are you?" Rainbow Sister then turned to the elderly man and helped him up. "I'm fine." The elderly man adjusted his breathing, and his spirit improved quite a bit. "Thanks to this young man, if it weren't for him, I might have lost my life." Rainbow Sister looked at the ground, where there was a large puddle of black blood. There were also still wet bloodstains at the corner of her grandfather's mouth. "Zhang Yu, you actually know medicine?" Rainbow Sister's eyes widened. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. It was too incredible. "How old is he?" Her grandfather had suddenly felt a blockage in his heart years ago, and sometimes he would have sharp pains. They had checked at all the major hospitals, and even the top experts in the country couldn't find anything wrong. But this discomfort persisted. Later, they had no choice but to seek various folk remedies, but there was still no effect. Seeing her grandfather's condition deteriorate day by day, unable to eat or sleep well, Rainbow Sister was also anxious. This time, she brought her grandfather to Jiangcheng to seek a reclusive famous doctor. She had seen the news on the dark web. With a dead horse as a living horse doctor attitude, she came. Who would have thought that before finding anyone, she would run into Zhang Yu while relaxing in the square, and her grandfather was cured by him? This is too sci-fi. Rainbow Sister couldn't believe the scene. However, her grandfather in front of her now had a rosy complexion and looked much better. He seemed to have no problems at all. "Yes, young lady, I just saw with my own eyes that it was this young man who saved him. Everyone else was too afraid to move, only he dared to step up. At first, I thought he wouldn't be able to do it, but it turned out to be a slap in my face. I didn't expect someone so young to have such great medical skills. I have patients at home and would like to invite this little miracle doctor to take a look. I'm willing to sell 2 houses as a consultation fee." The onlookers were now in an uproar. While explaining the situation to Rainbow Sister, they also rushed to Zhang Yu, wanting to get his contact information. "Rainbow Sister, if you still have doubts," Zhang Yu said with a smile, "there's the best hospital nearby, you can take him for a checkup. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." "Young man, you can't go." The elderly man walked up to Zhang Yu, his expression serious. "My name is Xiao Nantian. Young man, you are my lifesaver. Please allow me to bow to you." Xiao Nantian knew his own physical condition. If he hadn't met Zhang Yu today, his old life would have been over. Such a kindness deserves any form of gratitude. Saying this, he was about to kneel on one knee. "Grandpa, you can't do that. It would be too much for me." In front of so many people, an elderly man kneeling to him was just too much, so he quickly reached out to stop him. "Xiao Nantian, he is Xiao Nantian. Who is he? Is he really that impressive? You don't know?" Xiao Nantian is the top war god in the military, participating in various battles since the 1940s. He has achieved countless special merits. In the crowd, a knowledgeable person began to explain. Later, Xiao Nantian rose to prominence, reaching the ranks of high officials. He is one of the top 5 figures in the military. His disciples are everywhere. Even Wu Zhangliang from the Jiangcheng garrison is a disciple of his disciple. I never expected he had such a big background. So, he must be nearly 100 years old now. But I didn't expect him to still be so vigorous. In the crowd, those who recognized the old man knew it was Xiao Nantian. Everyone showed expressions of admiration. No wonder, even in his old age, he exuded a commanding aura. It is because of countless warriors like Xiao Nantian that they enjoy their peaceful lives today. For a moment, everyone looked at him with admiration but dared not approach, fearing to disturb the old man. They could only watch from a distance, secretly taking photos to share with friends and family about the extraordinary encounter of the day. Zhang Yu also learned the identity of the old man. When the identity was revealed, it must be said that Xiao Nantian truly deserved the golden edge bestowed by the system. Such a hero could be considered a living history textbook, a walking military honor. For a moment, he felt a sense of pride that his medical skills, used for the first time, had saved such an important figure. Honger, why don't you thank him? Xiao Nantian said to Sister Hong. Zhang Yu, thank you for saving my grandfather, you are a benefactor to the Xiao family. Sister Hong saluted Zhang Yu. My name is Xiao Yu Hong. In the future, if you need anything, just call me. Xiao Yu Hong? The crowd began to murmur in confusion. Soon, they remembered. Isn't she the youngest female major general from the capital's general garrison? She is from the information troops and has made many contributions. Several hidden organizations have been destroyed by her. Indeed, she is a tiger girl from a military family. I felt she had a spirit that rivals men. The surrounding people continued to share their knowledge, and Zhang Yu finally understood her identity. This also explained why, last time at Panshan, Wuiluan, such a privileged young man, didn't even have the courage to speak loudly in front of Sister Hong. It turns out that Sister Hong's background and abilities far surpassed his. In terms of background and status, 100 Wu Zhengliangs couldn't compare to a single Xiao Nantian. In terms of personal achievements, Wu Yiluan was at best a mediocre racer, while Xiao Yuhong was the youngest female major general in the military, and she earned it through her abilities. She was indeed impressive. Zhang Yu also felt a sense of respect. I'll still call you Sister Hong, he said with a smile. That's fine, Xiao Yuhong replied. I'm a few years older than you. Calling me something else would feel too stiff. Alright, Honger, I'm tired. Let's go back, Xiao Nantian said, noticing the crowd was growing larger and fearing a stampede. The police officers who arrived at the scene had already reported the situation to their unit, realizing that a top hero had come to Jiangtan Square. Thus, a large number of people had come to maintain order. However, even the chief of the precinct did not dare to approach Xiao Nantian to greet him. When encountering someone truly intimidating, it is impossible to act naturally and calmly. It was better not to approach and embarrass oneself, tarnishing the unit's reputation. Zhang Yu, I want to go back. Can I invite you to my house for dinner? Xiao Nantian said to him. Dinner? Zhang Yu hadn't thought about this. Zhang Yu, just agree, Xiao Yuhong said. My grandfather rarely invites people to dinner, let alone to our home. Alright then. I'm afraid the old master's condition is still unstable. Let's observe for a few more hours. By the way, after getting into a black business car and finding themselves alone, Chen Yuhong finally asked, Zhang Yu, what exactly is the situation with my grandfather? There were too many people just now, so she couldn't ask. Old Master Xiao is in good health, with no symptoms at all, Zhang Yu said. But why has he been feeling unwell for so many years, and nothing can be found? Xiao Yuhong asked. If I'm not mistaken, this should be poisoning, Zhang Yu stated his judgment. The soul-reviving medical technique rewarded by the system can discern the origins of any difficult illness, including poisoning and radiation. The black blood that Xiao Nantian spat out was the toxins being expelled from his body. Poisoning? Xiao Yuhong couldn't believe it. My grandfather's drinking water, meals, and living environment are all tested daily by dedicated personnel to ensure everything is fine. How could he be poisoned? Moreover, if someone wanted to poison him, why not choose a poison that could kill quickly? It's precisely because the toxicity acts slowly, stretching the time long enough, with enough people exposed and places visited, that it's hard to detect. Zhang Yu smiled. Young man, I don't know why, but I completely believe what you're saying, Xiao Nantian said. Grandpa, who poisoned you? Tell me, I will definitely not let him go. Xiao Yuhong was very angry at this moment, not just because Xiao Nantian was her grandfather, but also because he was a heroic figure with great achievements, who would dare to harm him. Honger, you don't need to ask about this. Xiao Nantian's expression changed slightly, and he didn't say more. Then he asked Zhang Yu again. Young man, your medical skills are so remarkable. Not only can you cure me, but you can also trace the source. I wonder who you learned from. Old master, just leave me a little secret. Zhang Yu smiled. I'll tell you when I have the chance. All right, since you're unwilling to say, I won't ask. Xiao Nantian nodded, then turned to Xiao Yuhong. You must not mention today's matter to anyone. Just tell them that I encountered a good doctor this time. I understand, Grandpa, Xiao Yuhong nodded. In the entire Xiao family, the old master is a living fossil. Even at 100 years old, he remains the authority in the family, still supreme. His word is law. But even so, Xiao Yuhong couldn't help but feel curious about Zhang Yu. The last time she saw him, he was performing Speed and Passion on the winding mountain roads. She had an impression of him then, but didn't take it to heart. Today was their second meeting. He had silently cured her grandfather's long-standing ailment. He was only 22 years old, just graduated from university. Others his age either indulged in pleasures without a care for the cost of living, stayed at home playing games, or were overwhelmed looking for jobs. Only Zhang Yu, at such a young age, displayed a maturity beyond his years, with astonishing abilities. He managed to handle so many things simultaneously. Xiao Yuhong was part of the information department. For a moment, she was tempted to use relevant personnel and resources to investigate Zhang Yu's background. No, that's against the rules. She quickly realized the problem in her mind. But if she didn't investigate, she couldn't suppress her curiosity. She felt quite conflicted. Seeing his granddaughter in such a state, Xiao Nantian suddenly couldn't help but laugh. "Grandpa, what are you laughing at?" Seeing her grandfather laugh like that made her feel a bit uneasy. "Honger, you're not young anymore, shouldn't you consider your lifelong matters?" The latter part, "I think Zhang Yu is quite good," went unspoken. As clever as she was, she should understand what he meant. Although Xiao Yuhong was 29 years old, several years older than Zhang Yu. However, her background is top tier, and if she adds a sufficiently substantial dowry, it wouldn't be a bad match. Moreover, Xiao Yuhong is a flower in the military. Among tens of thousands of female soldiers, her looks are first-rate, definitely T0 level. She is truly flawless from every angle. "Grandpa, how many times do I have to say it?" "I have no thoughts on that matter right now," Xiao Yuhong said. Zhang Yu is indeed very handsome, mysterious, and he saved Grandpa. She is genuinely curious about him. But discussing marriage at this point is a bit premature, right? They've only met twice, and she has earned a bit of reputation. Does Grandpa really want to rush to marry her off? Really? But she couldn't get angry. Xiao Nantian didn't say anything either. He could tell that his granddaughter's attitude was noticeably different. At least for now, she has a good impression of Zhang Yu. Whether she likes him or not, she certainly doesn't reject or dislike him. This first impression of not being repelled opens up opportunities later. In the past, when introduced to potential partners, she would want to escape before it was even finished. "But Hunger, I'm already at an age where I could be buried in the ground, so when you get married is my last wish." "Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking? You can still live to be 100, Xiao Yuhong said. All right, then I'll live to be a spirit." Xiao Nantian chuckled. "We're here." At this moment, the car slowly turned right and entered a quaint little villa. Xiao Yuhong said to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu turned his head and looked outside. This was actually the former concession area of Jiangcheng. The little building in front of him had a profound sense of history. It was nearly 100 years old and had once served as the administrative office in the concession. Such buildings are also protected historical relics. Very valuable. He didn't expect that someone actually lived inside. So, the more one sees, the more one feels their own knowledge is lacking. Such buildings, whether it's the Binjiang mansion or the Lu family's villa, cannot compare. "Oh, this is my family's annex. No one has lived here for a long time," Xiao Yuhong explained. "If it weren't for this trip to Jiangcheng, it might not have been used at all." Zhang Yu nodded, understanding now. The car entered the courtyard. 3 or 4 servants were cleaning up the dead branches and leaves in the yard. Upon seeing them return, they all respectfully greeted them. "Come on, Grandpa, let's go up the steps, take your time." Xiao Yuhong supported Xiao Nanshan's arm, preparing to enter the house. "Zhang Yu, come with us, the yard is big, and I'm afraid you might get lost." Listen to this, what a Versailles remark. The emphasis of this sentence is not on whether one might get lost, but rather that the yard is so big that it's easy to get lost. However, such a villa is worth it for a heroic figure like Xiao Nantian. Zhang Yu said nothing. A man who looked like a steward hurriedly approached. "Old man, they are here again, and they haven't left the side hall." "Deputy Gua, didn't we say not to see them? Why are they still here?" Xiao Yuhong expressed some dissatisfaction. "Grandpa is suffering from illness, and they come to disturb him every day?" "Miss, I know, but I can't stop them." Deputy Guo looked a bit aggrieved. "All right, Honger, say less," Xiao Nantian said, feeling good at the moment. "Since they are here, let's meet them." Deputy Guo led the way in front. Xiao Nantian and Xiao Yuhong walked towards the side hall. After taking a few steps, he turned back to Zhang Yu and said, "Zhang Yu, you come along too." "Okay." He didn't ask why, just nodded and followed behind. Upon reaching the side hall, they saw several people sitting in the hall. Upon seeing Xiao Nantian appear, they all stood up and bowed respectfully. "Old Master Xiao, it's finally a pleasure to meet you. You're being too polite, you are all prominent figures in Jiangcheng, no need for such formalities," Xiao Nantian chuckled. The few people stood up straight, and upon seeing Zhang Yu behind Xiao Nantian, their eyes sparkled with immense surprise. They doubted whether their old eyes were deceiving them. But it was indeed true, the person behind was Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu looked at the people in the hall. The one at the forefront looked somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, wasn't this Wu Zhangliang from the Jiangcheng Combat Readiness Zone? He had seen him on television and in the news. They had raced cars together. Other than that, there was no other connection, and he never expected to see him in the Xiao family's villa. Old man, may I ask who this is? Wu Zhangliang knew that anyone who could appear here with the old man must be someone significant. He also wanted to clarify the relationship between Zhang Yu and the Xiao family. Oh, let me introduce him. He is my great benefactor, Zhang Yu, Shanantian said. This is the commander of the Jiangcheng Combat Readiness Zone, Wu Zhangliang. Hello. Zhang Yu shook hands with Wu Zhangliang, expressing friendliness. They both acted as if they had never known who the other was before. The others also introduced themselves one after another. Among them was even Sha Ruweikong. Sha Ruweikong actually didn't want to be dragged here because he was just a minor character and had nothing to say, but there was no way around it. With his superior from Jingchu and Wu Zhangliang, who was of equal rank, present, he could only play the role of a small player. When he saw Zhang Yu, Sha Ruweikong was filled with doubt about life. What was going on? Zhang Yu had actually become a guest of honor in the Xiao family? What had happened? There were too many big shots on the scene, and he didn't dare to speak out. His mind was racing, trying to brainstorm. Could it be that he met Xiao Yuhong while on the mountain? She happened to be there that day. Could the two have developed a close relationship? No way, that was too fast. Moreover, who was Xiao Yuhong? He couldn't think of any other possibilities. Everyone, stop standing, let's sit down and talk, the old man Xiao said as he sat down in the grandmaster chair in the center of the hall. The others also took their seats on either side. The guests were all prominent figures in Jiangcheng, quietly arranging their seats according to their actual social status. Wu Zhangliang was the first on the left side. The others sat in order, with Sha Ruweikong in the sixth position. Zhang Yu, come sit over here, Sha Nantian pointed to a chair on the right side of the hall. The left side was the place of honor. The empty seat on the right had no one in Jiangcheng qualified to sit there. Even with Wu Zhangliang present, he could only sit below. However, with the old man's command, the top figures on the scene were instantly shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. What was going on? Old man Xiao actually let him sit in the honored position. This meant he was more esteemed than all of them. Who could understand? They were all in their 50s, having dominated Jiangcheng for decades, and were already leaders in their respective fields. Today, they were overshadowed by a 20-something kid. If Xiao Nantian wasn't losing his mind, then this kid was truly a formidable character. Sha Ruweikong didn't mind, as he had no grievances with Zhang Yu. He had entrusted his daughter, Sha, to him for guidance. So theoretically, the higher Zhang Yu's status, the happier he was. However, Wu Zhangliang's expression was quite grim. He had always been proud and arrogant. In the Xiao family's hall, no one could be above him except the old man. Moreover, he firmly believed that Zhang Yu was the culprit responsible for his son Wu Yiluan becoming a vegetable, and he hadn't had the chance to settle the score with him yet. And he just sat up there? What would happen in the future? Oh, my grandpa wants you to sit. Come over quickly, Xiao Yuhong also said to Zhang Yu. It seems that grandpa really regards him as a great benefactor, and I should pay more attention to him in the future. If there's anything he needs, as long as I can help, it's just a matter of a word from him. Since old Master Xiao has given the order, I will not refuse. Zhang Yu smiled, then, under the gaze of everyone, walked to the hall and sat down in a position on the right. Now that everyone is here, Xiao Nantian looked around. You are all top figures in Jiangcheng. If you have anything to discuss with this old man, feel free to speak. The people below looked at each other, not knowing how to start. Commander Wu, didn't you send several invitations saying you wanted to see me? Why are you silent now that we've met? Xiao Nantian turned to Wu Zhangliang. Hearing this, Wu Zhangliang quickly said, Old Master Xiao, you are my master's master. I have long admired you. There's nothing in particular. I just wanted to pay you a visit. What he originally wanted to say was something else. But now, seeing the situation before him, he wasn't foolish enough to bring it up. Is that so? Xiao Nantian frowned slightly. Wu Zhangliang, feeling nervous, immediately stood up. Old Master Xiao, it really is so. I just have long admired you and wanted to represent the Jiangcheng garrison to pay you a visit. In fact, he didn't dare to mention his true intentions. Seeing Zhang Yu being valued so highly, sitting in the hall, even above everyone else's status, he found himself unable to speak. Since last time, when Ma Weigua's people had their mechanical equipment smashed by a group, and he couldn't trace those people's origins, Wu Zhangliang realized that someone must be backing Zhang Yu. Or perhaps, another possibility was that Zhang Yu's abilities were strong enough to have such a mysterious organization serving him. Therefore, he wanted to use old Master Zhao's connections to have the information support troops thoroughly investigate Zhang Yu's background. Because Xiao Nanshan's granddaughter was a major general in the information troops, she had accomplished a lot, and with the equipment and technology at the disposal of the information troops, it would be very easy to investigate anyone. So, upon learning that Xiao Nantian had come to Jiangcheng, Wu Zhanglian wanted to quickly use his connections to uncover the truth behind this matter. However, all these thoughts vanished the moment he saw Zhang Yu in the hall. Who would dare to bring it up? Xiao Nantian had placed his status so high, he wasn't foolish. It's good if there's nothing. Xiao Nantian smiled. You are all big figures from various sectors in Jiangcheng. I'm very happy to see you. I hope you can continue to work hard. That's for sure. People from the military, politics, and business all nodded in agreement. By the way, Xiao Nantian said, this Mr. Zhang Yu, some of you may know him, while others may be meeting him for the first time. So, what I want to say is, in the future, everyone in Jiangcheng should try to provide him with some conveniences, as a favor to this old man. Old Master Xiao, you flatter me. Xiao Ruweikong quickly stood up and said, I know Mr. Zhang Yu, he is young and promising, and he definitely has greater potential for development in the future. Xiao Ruweikong was not only expressing his stance in front of old Master Xiao but also sharing his true thoughts. Who would have thought that Zhang Yu, who was believed to have made significant achievements in business, would be valued so highly even by old Master Xiao, who was far away in the capital? It was as if Zhang Yu were a reincarnation of Xiao Nanshan's parents. Oh, Secretary Xia knows Mr. Zhang well? Xiao Nantian said. Indeed, old Master, Xiao Ruweikong nodded. Actually, Mr. Zhang is currently preparing to establish a bank, and we are doing our utmost to help him navigate the various channels. A private bank? Beside her, Xiao Yuhong also thought of the news she had inadvertently discovered on her phone. Secretary Xia, are you saying that the private bank belongs to Zhang Yu? That's right, Major General Xiao. Xiao Ruweikong addressed Xiao Yuhong directly by her official title, and that's just one of Zhang Yu's enterprises. Ahem, Xiao Nantian chuckled. Since Mr. Zhang wants to open a bank, let's all support him financially. Don't worry, old Master Xiao. Another person in the hall expressed their support. We plan to deposit all of the company's cash reserves into Mr. Zhang's bank. It's not a small amount, around 10 billion or so. Consider it a gift for Mr. Zhang. Over 10 billion. Zhang Yu couldn't help but glance at that person, one of the wealthiest in Jingshu province. The company's cash flow was indeed frighteningly high, indicating a very good financial situation. That I thank you in advance, Zhang Yu said politely. With 10 billion directly injected into the bank could then use that money for loans, profiting from the interest spread. It was as if they were starting a bank without any capital. Starting a bank, let alone pulling in 10 billion in deposits, would usually require a lot of effort. Yet now, it was just a word from old Master Xiao. After the bank was officially established, 10 billion would flow in directly. Just thinking about it made this opportunity seem incredibly tempting. Once this person expressed their support, others followed suit, all indicating they would provide various forms of assistance for Zhang Yu's enterprise development. Zhang Yu didn't hold back and accepted all offers. Alright, since we've discussed everything, let's all disperse and head back, Xiao Nantian said, yawning as he stood up, appearing a bit sleepy. Grandpa, let me help you back to your room to rest for a while, Xiao Yuhong said. No need, you see off the guests. Old Master Xiao insisted he was fine, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, Honger, do you have Zhang Yu's contact information? Not yet, Xiao Yuhong replied, a bit taken aback. Today was only her second meeting with Zhang Yu, and they hadn't exchanged many words the last time. Then how about this, you add Zhang Yu's phone number in WeChat, and keep in touch more often, Xiao Nantian suggested. Zhang Yu. Xiao Yuhong reluctantly took out her phone and walked up to Zhang Yu. He had already heard Xiao Nanshan's words and also took out his phone. Since it's the old master's wish, let's exchange contact information, he said. After Xiao Yuhong saved his WeChat and phone number, she suddenly realized something from Zhang Yu's words. What does that mean? She thought to herself, is Zhang Yu only keeping my contact information out of respect for Grandpa? Am I not impressive in front of him? After glancing at Zhang Yu, Xiao Yuhong felt her competitive spirit ignite. Who doesn't know my reputation in the military? Moreover, I'm the #1 beauty in the army. Countless high-ranking officials want to connect with the Xiao family. This Zhang Yu is indeed special. From his gaze, she saw no hint of disrespect or expectation. His expression and tone were plain and polite, devoid of any ulterior motives. This left Xiao Yuhong feeling a bit lost. For the first time in her life, she found herself doubting herself, feeling somewhat insecure. Xiao Nantian observed his granddaughter's expression and couldn't help but smile, finding it quite interesting. It was the first time he had seen her display such an expression. It seemed that Zhang Yu had appeared at just the right moment. perhaps his granddaughter's lifelong affair could be resolved. He wondered what Zhang Yu's current relationship status was. Xiao Nantian knew that his charm was too great and would attract countless girls. However, no matter what, he had to think more about his granddaughter and create more opportunities for her. So, Xiao Nantian said to Zhang Yu, Mr. Zhang, I will be in Jiangqing for the next few days. Please come by often when you have time to help me with my health. You're too polite, old man. I'll come whenever I have time. Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Although the toxins in Xiao Nantian's body had been forced out, he had not yet reached the standard of complete recovery. There were still some toxins remaining that needed further observation. At this moment, Wu Zhangliang, Sha Ruikang, and others walked to the door. Seeing the old man inviting Zhang Yu to the Xiao family, their shock was beyond words. They had tried to visit the old man several times but had failed until today. Yet the old man's attitude towards Zhang Yu was one of active invitation, saying he could come anytime without an appointment. This was enough to prove the old man's high regard for him. It was possible that in the future, even Xiao Yuhong, this little cotton-padded jacket, would be taken away by Zhang Yu. At that time, his identity would be Xiao Laozi's grandson-in-law. What that meant was self-evident. Thus, they all made up their minds, knowing they could not easily offend Zhang Yu in the future. Commander Wu. Wu Zhangliang left the Xiao family's villa and got into a black business car parked by the roadside. Inside, Ma Weigua quickly asked, "How did it go? What did the old man say? Can we have a further major operation? Tell your people to withdraw completely." What? Withdraw completely? Ma Weigua was somewhat surprised. I just sent everyone out, and I haven't even settled the score with him for the last time the car was smashed. Wu Zhangliang leaned back in his chair, helplessly saying, all tasks related to Zhang Yu that were previously issued are now cancelled. From now on, this matter is not to be mentioned again. The background behind Zhang Yu was no longer important. Further investigation was meaningless. On the surface, he already had the Xiao family backing him. As for whether there were other forces behind the scenes, that would not affect the outcome. In just a few days, Zhang Yu had become the most untouchable person in Jiangcheng, even though his identity was merely that of a businessman. But he knew in his heart that this was the only way. Wu Yiluan had now become a vegetable and could only consider himself unfortunate. Fortunately, he still had other descendants, so the family line would not end. Otherwise, if this matter continued, whether he could keep his position as commander was uncertain. But, isn't what I said clear enough? Stop everything. Wu Zhangliang, seeing that Ma Weigua was still entangled, could hardly contain his anger. Yes, Commander Wu. Ma Weigua said dejectedly, his aura diminished. He had reached his current position with Wu Zhangliang's support, which was equivalent to having his own boss. If the boss said not to do it, what else could he do but comply? Drive. After calming down, Wu Zhangliang signaled the driver to start the car. Ma Weigua, after you get out, instruct everyone to disband as soon as possible and don't leave any traces. Then, Wu Zhangliang's car left the Xiao family villa. Ma Weigua got out of the car, watching it leave, his fists clenched tightly. Zhang Yu, we are back. Binjiang Mansion. Lu Wanxiu and the other two rushed back from Jiangheng Company. The three of them were in very good spirits because their leave had been successfully approved. As long as they finished their work tasks in the next few days, they would be able to enjoy a long holiday of nearly half a month. There was only this one longer holiday in the whole year. Naturally, they were very happy about it. However, after returning home, I found the large house empty. Zhang Yu was not there. Xiong Tingting should have gone to the bank to handle her onboarding procedures and hadn't returned either. Is the landlord not home? Pan Yuyao turned around and even checked the second floor. She didn't see Zhang Yu's figure. Maybe he went out, Di Xiaoba said. It's getting late. You should start packing the things you need into your suitcase, Lu Hanxiao instructed. This time, the flight mission was concentrated, and they wouldn't be back for several days, so they needed to prepare more items than usual. With only 2 hours left before leaving for the airport, it was quite tight. After giving her instructions, Lu Hanxiao went upstairs for a moment. She found that Zhang Yu was indeed not at home. Zhang Yu, where did you go? Unable to help herself, she sent him a message. I'm out. What's up? Zhang Yu replied. Oh, it's nothing, we're about to fly. I see, be safe. If there's anything that needs to be done at home, just tell Xiong Tingting. Seeing his reply, Lu Hanxiao suddenly felt a bit lost. Didn't he know we were going to be gone for several days? He's doing it on purpose, a scumbag, just a scumbag. I even wanted to see you before I left, and you don't even realize my feelings at all. So infuriating, she thought to herself. Suddenly, she realized something was off, very off. Her current emotions were completely controlled by Zhang Yu. His every move could affect her feelings. She couldn't help but think, in the next 4 to 5 days, she wouldn't see Zhang Yu. Would her longing become overwhelming? She pulled her thoughts back and found the room was quiet. She walked to Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao's room and found both of them in a daze. Pan Yuyao was still muttering about dead octopus, stinky octopus, and so on. "Why aren't you two moving?" Lu Hanxiao said, "Time is running out. If we're late, we'll miss it." Saying that, she went back to her room to pack. After organizing her things and putting them back in the suitcase, she zipped it up and stood up again. "By the way, do you want to bring that?" Pan Yuyao asked, peeking in. "We should bring some, our schedule is irregular, and there's a time difference." "It might not be good," Lu Hanxiao said. Di Xiaobai didn't speak, suddenly realizing something. Something was off. It seemed like time had already passed. But it hadn't come? "Xiaoba, what are you thinking about?" Lu Hanxiao asked. "Nothing, Sister Xiao." Di Xiaoba came back to her senses and continued packing. "Xiaoba, why aren't you bringing it?" Pan Yuyao asked again. "Oh, look at my memory." She realized and packed some. Lu Hanxiao looked at her, puzzled. At that moment, the door of the house opened. It was Xiong Tingting returning. "Are you guys leaving?" She was carrying some vegetables and fruits and saw the three of them packing, so she asked. "Yes, we're going out for several days. We'll trouble you with things at home," Lu Hanxiao said. "Especially Zhang Yu." She didn't say the latter part. "Sister Xiao, you're being too formal." Xiong Tingting smiled. "Then you guys eat something first. What do you want?" "I can make it now. We're a bit pressed for time. We have to leave. We can't be late right after asking for leave. That wouldn't be good. Then take some fruit to eat on the way." Xiong Tingting quickly took out the fruit from the bag and shared it. "Great, my favorite son Rose, then I won't be polite." Pan Yuyao was still so straightforward. "Then take more." Xiong Tingting stuffed fruits into her suitcase. "Xiaoba, are you feeling unwell?" Lu Hanxiao noticed that her good friend was silent this time, so she asked. "No, I'm fine, Sister Xiao." Di Xiaoba smiled. "Let's hurry and set off. Be careful on the road, and send a message when you arrive." Xiong Tingting watched the three of them leave, pushing her suitcase out the door. Once they entered the elevator, she began to tidy up the groceries she had just bought. Today, with Secretary Yang's assistance, she successfully completed her onboarding procedures. Since the bank had not officially opened yet, she was waiting for a notification. When the call came, she would start working. The salary was set at 20,000 per month. The Provident Fund was 5,000 from both sides. At the end of the year, there would also be a performance bonus of 20% to 30%, linked to the bank's actual performance. This was a treatment she had never imagined. Even when Jiang Hang was confirmed, the benefits were still somewhat inferior to this. Not knowing how to express her gratitude, she thought that since she was back today, she should cook some of her signature dishes to properly thank Zhang Yu. Now that her landlord Zhang Yu was not home, she decided to do some preparatory work first. She would prepare the ingredients so that when he returned, she could start cooking right away. As she thought about this, she suddenly felt that this was just like a wife waiting for her husband to come home. She couldn't help but blush. "Xiong Tingting, you are getting too deep into your role. Landlord Zhang Yu is the sun, and I am just a blade of grass. Being illuminated by the sun is enough for me. How can I be greedy and want to monopolize the sunlight?" She was still very clear about her self-awareness. She wouldn't have any excessive thoughts. As for Lu Hanxiao, Pan Yuyao, and the other three, she thought to herself that since she was the last to arrive, she naturally had to keep a low profile and do her part well. She shouldn't cause any trouble. As long as she served her landlord well that day and followed his instructions, that would be enough. Meanwhile, after leaving the Xiao family's rented villa, Zhang Yu was also preparing to return to Bijiang Mansion. However, when he got back, Lu Hanxiao and the other three would definitely not be home. Fortunately, there was Xiong Tingting. For the next few days, he wouldn't have to worry. Although she was the last to move into Bijiang Mansion, she brought him the greatest emotional value. As for why, that was not to be discussed here. Since Zhang Yu did not drive when he came to the Xiao family, he also politely declined Xiao Yuhong's offer to give him a ride back. Instead, he walked back by himself. The rented villa was actually not far from Bijiang Mansion, only about 4 or 5 kilometers. This distance could be covered in just over an hour if he walked quickly. It was just right for a stroll and to enjoy the scenery. He was similar to other pedestrians on the road, but who would have thought that the person passing by them was a mysterious big shot? "Look, that handsome guy, so handsome. He's at least 185 centimeters tall, right? He's really my ideal type. I wonder if he has a girlfriend." You asked the wrong question. It's not whether he has a girlfriend, but how many he has. I feel like he might have a different one every day of the week. Keep your voices down. He seems to have many identities. It seems so. He's a Lamborghini owner, a concert's unknown singing god, and a miraculous doctor who saves the elderly. No way, is that all him? Wow, that's too impressive. Hey, where did he go? After they finished checking the news, they looked up, but the handsome guy's figure was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Zhang Yu had already walked into a small alley, preparing to take a shortcut. Suddenly, a person walked out in front of him. She was wearing a pleated skirt and a fitted white shirt, looking incredibly beautiful. Chanwan? Zhang Yu recognized her. He hadn't seen her since the last time she came to Bijang Mansion to watch the fireworks. How did I run into her here? Chenwan looked at him, her face a bit flustered. Her eyes seemed to be signaling him to leave quickly. You must be Zhang Yu. At that moment, a group of people walked in from the side. The leader, a bald and chubby man, pushed Chenwan aside and walked towards Zhang Yu. Who are you? Zhang Yu didn't recognize him. He also didn't know that the new E group had secretly taken care of a few matters for him. Could it be that this was someone sent by Wu Yiluan? Were they here to cause him trouble? Zhang Yu, I'm Chenwan's brother, Chen Kai. What do you want? The chubby man, only 165 centimeters tall, even a bit shorter than Chenwan, looked up and said, I heard my sister was bullied by you. You're not taking responsibility, so I'm here to ask you what happened. Chen Kai, stop it, I did it willingly, Chenwan hurriedly said from the side, don't provoke him. Provoke? Chen Kai laughed. Zhang Yu, I heard you've become quite famous recently and have made some money. How about you share a little with us? So you mean to extort me? Zhang Yu had figured out their intentions. Chenwan probably wouldn't have brought this up herself. After all, she still wanted to have something with him. It was likely that this thug Chen Kai had accidentally seen the messages and photos on her phone. Then he thought of trying to squeeze some money out of him. Since Chenwan knew where he lived, and this place was very close to Binjiang Mansion, he probably had been lurking here for a while. It was quite a calculated move. But what was Zhang Yu's current status? He had 100 ways to make this group of thugs regret it, so he was completely unperturbed. What do you mean by extorting you? Chen Kai said, my sister's reputation has been ruined by you. How will she get married in the future? If you don't pay, I'm going to make sure you regret it today. I mean it. That's how invincible people are. The wealthier they are, the more they want to take advantage of others. That's why it's better to offend a gentleman than a rogue. Once they latch onto you like a sticky plaster, it's incredibly annoying. Just you lot? If you know what's good for you, step aside and let him pass. At that moment, a girl's sharp voice came from behind the crowd. Zhang Yu turned around to look. He saw a girl wearing a hat, arms crossed, standing at the alley's entrance. Her light jacket swayed slightly in the wind. The outfit underneath showed off her good figure. She looked like someone who often worked out, with two beautiful lines on her lower abdomen. She looked at Chen Kai and his group, her smile carrying a sense of superiority. Let him pass. Zhang Yu looked at the girl in the hat. Her figure and looks were indeed stunning, but her temper was just as explosive. For a moment, Zhang Yu didn't know where this girl came from. He wanted to see how it played out. Hey, you little girl. Chen Kai was furious. How could someone interrupt his good fortune? Then he took a closer look and found the girl quite attractive. In her fitted t-shirt, her fair skin was exposed. He couldn't help but have impure thoughts. Oh, little girl, why are you alone? Do you want your big brother to take you home? Chen Kai stepped forward, reaching out with his greasy hands, trying to take advantage. Just you? The girl shouted sharply, executing a kick right where she stood. The tip of her shoe lifted high and struck Chen Kai's chin. Chen Kai felt his teeth bite into his tongue, pain making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Chen Kai, are you okay? His subordinates were instantly dumbfounded. How could this girl be so flexible? She could kick him in the chin? Damn it! Get him! Chen Kai wiped the blood from his hands, instantly going mad. He was somewhat famous in this area, yet today he was actually beaten by a little girl. If this got out, how would he ever show his face again? With a command from him, his subordinates immediately shouted and charged at her, not caring that they were outnumbering her. If she can't handle them, I'll have to step in. Zhang Yu calmly observed the situation from the side. He now possessed an incredibly strong physique granted by the system, so dealing with these thugs was no problem at all. However, the scene that followed left Zhang Yu wide-eyed. He saw the girl, facing the attack of 6 or 7 people in the narrow alley, moving as light as a swallow. Using the trash can by the wall, she kicked off and soared into the air. One leg swept out horizontally, and several people fell to the ground in response. Wow, what impressive leg skills. Zhang Yu was astonished, thinking that this move was truly beautiful. As several people were knocked down, the remaining ones became even more reckless and charged at her like madmen. However, the girl used both feet throughout the entire fight, never employing her hands. In just a few moves, she took down all of them. A few even heard the sound of their ribs breaking. Some landed on their backsides, likely fracturing their tailbones as well. They lay on the ground, wailing and unable to get up. Who would have thought that her long, shapely legs, which were originally a symbol of beauty, had become weapons of harm. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel that even those thugs had gained something. Being kicked down by such legs, who knew when they would have the chance again? So, how was my performance? The girl asked Chen Kai, her eyes sparkling with playful mockery. Let's go, let's go. Chen Kai realized he had encountered a tough opponent today and quickly called his subordinates to flee the scene. He didn't even look back, not even caring about his own sister, Chen Wan. At that moment, Chen Wan was terrified, her hands clutching her chest, her legs trembling with fear, wanting to run but feeling as if her feet were glued to the ground. Zhang Yu, I really didn't know my brother would find out about us. I didn't mean to, she pleaded, tears streaming down her face. It didn't seem like an act. She genuinely looked scared. You better hope so, otherwise, my master won't let you off, the girl said, then walked towards Zhang Yu. Master, she called out, then respectfully knelt on one knee, one hand across her chest. Zhang Yu was a bit dazed. He didn't even know this girl, yet she called him master? Could it be? He quickly recalled that the new E-group he had acquired was the largest underground force in the world. It seemed this girl was someone the new E-group had placed in Zhongcheng. Unexpectedly, her skills were quite impressive. Before she had even made a move, who would have thought she could take down so many people without breaking a sweat? She was decisive and ruthless, not one to waste words. Not bad, not bad. If everyone under him was as capable as Master Yi, they would truly be unstoppable. She calls you master? Chen Wan's eyes widened, her mind seemingly going off track. She knew Zhang Yu had money now, but to train someone with such skills to call him master? Was this girl really that obedient? She didn't even have a concept of the new E-group. Her understanding of so-called underground forces was limited to what Chen Kai had told her. Little did she know, Chen Kai hadn't even scratched the surface of true underground forces. He was merely a small-time thug. Alright, you don't belong here anymore. Zhang Yu dismissed Chen Wan. There was nothing more to say. Chen Wan could only leave the alley dejectedly, dragging her feet. She felt regretful. Originally, she wanted to find Zhang Yu again to pour out her heart, but as soon as she opened her phone, Chen Kai suddenly spotted her. Then came the current scene. After such an incident, there was no possibility for the future. What is your name? After Chen Wan left, Zhang Yu asked. Master, I don't have a name, everyone calls me Yazzie. Yazzie? Zhang Yu chuckled. The naming was indeed casual, but it was also quite normal. In the Cine group, many people were orphans without parents. Only in this way could they be free of concerns and become sharp weapons. Yazzie must be one of them. So what position do you hold here in Zhongcheng? Zhang Yu asked. In response to the master, I am the overall person in charge of the Zhongcheng branch. Currently, the Zhongcheng branch has developed to 500 people, Yazzie explained. Wow, she is actually the head of the Zhongcheng branch? Zhang Yu was surprised. So young, with such good skills, she must have fought through everyone to earn this position. Very good. Is the funding for the Zhongcheng branch sufficient? Zhang Yu asked. In response to the master, our Zhongcheng branch has shares in several KTVs and earth-moving companies, and the monthly dividends are sufficient, Yazzie replied. Good. If there's nothing else, you can go back. I'm preparing to go home. Yes, master. Yazzie nodded. This is my contact information. If you need anything, choose channel 1, and you can summon me anytime. Saying this, she handed over a walkie-talkie. Walkie-talkies are great. They are not affected by signals or geographical environments. As long as they are within a certain distance, they are useful. This means Yazzie must also be secretly active nearby to ensure her safety. Then, Yazzie turned and left the alley. Zhang Yu watched her figure disappear and looked down at the walkie-talkie in his hand. He smiled and prepared to return to Binjiang Mansion. At this moment, a message from the system suddenly popped up in his mind, surprising him. At this time, Wu Zhangliang and Master Ma were gathered in the hospital. I'm very sorry, Commander Wu, we did our best. Several doctors and nurses in white coats could not lift their heads in front of Wu Zhangliang. What do you mean? Hurry up and save him, Wu Zhangliang shouted. The voice echoed in the corridor. I'm sorry, we have done our utmost. We have been rescuing for 5 hours, young Master Wu, but we couldn't save him. Several doctors trembled. Wu Zhangliang was furious and punched the wall. The wall plaster fell off in chunks. Commander Wu, this matter is closely related to Zhang Yu. We must take revenge. Ma Weiguo, having learned that Wu Yiluan could not be saved, said painfully. Sigh, forget it. Wu Zhangliang sighed helplessly. Wu Yiluan has met this calamity. It is his unfortunate fate. Arrange for the aftermath. No, Commander, are we just going to let it go like this? Ma Weiguo's eyes turned red. What else can we do? Zhang Yu is no longer someone I can provoke. If I push further, I will only lose more. With that, Wu Zhangliang lifted his leg and left the hospital corridor. Young Master Wu, I will not let this matter rest, Ma Weiguo thought to himself. Hearing footsteps, he looked up to see Xiao Yuhong from the Xiao family coming. The old man had been interacting with many people in Jiangqing during this time, and it was she who executed those tasks. Is it true that Wu Yiluan is dead? Xiao Yuhong asked, sensing the unusual atmosphere. Yes, Miss Xiao, the doctor replied. All right. Xiao Yuhong didn't know what to say, sighed, and silently stood for a while before turning to leave. I didn't expect he would really die. Zhang Yu was still somewhat surprised to see the system prompt that said erasure card successfully used. At that time, Wu Yiluan had fallen from the mountain and had become a vegetative state. I thought this was the maximum effect of the erasure card. I didn't expect that a few days later, he still died. Dying on the spot and dying after failed rescue are quite different. For a moment, Zhang Yu also felt a bit emotional. It wasn't that he was sighing for Wu Yiluan. He just felt that the power of this erasure card was too great. Once used, a life would immediately disappear. Such a tool is a bit too much. On his way back, the news of Wu Yiluan's death spread on some niche websites, especially on the dark web. Breaking news: Wu Yiluan, the second son of Commander Wu from Jiangcheng, has passed away due to ineffective treatment. Wasn't it said at the time that he was revived and his vital signs were stable? How did it suddenly take a turn for the worse? Not clear. It still feels a bit suspicious. Although the official designation is an accident, there are still doubts. I think so too. At that car race, Zhang Yu, the current owner of the Cine Group, was racing against him. Could it be that someone did something behind the scenes? If that's the case, it gets interesting. If we can really find evidence proving it was Zhang Yu, wouldn't we be able to make a big deal out of it? People on the dark web were now all excited. Just right. In the bounty section, someone also posted a request for Zhang Yu's weaknesses. The bounty reached 100 million. For a time, Zhang Yu became the most wanted person on the dark web. Of course, the people from the Cine Group were not idle either. They warned everyone on the dark web not to act rashly. Our Cine Group has the ability to trace every ID's background. If you don't want to provoke the Cine Group, it's best to give up any thoughts. In the face of the Cine Group's clear warning, many organizations quickly backed down. Going against the Cine Group was clearly a losing business. That 100 million, you might earn it, but you might not live to spend it. Most people's thoughts were to just let it go. Don't stir up this trouble. Landlord, you're back. When Zhang Yu entered the house, Tingting was busy in the kitchen, tying on an apron. The fragrant smell of dishes wafted into his nostrils. Landlord, hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. The dishes are almost ready, Tingting said again. Because of her busyness, there was fine sweat on her forehead. A few strands of hair were also stuck to her forehead, giving her a special beauty. Zhang Yu sat down, looking at her, and felt a stir in his heart. So far, if anyone had brought the best experience, it was definitely her, because she had two skills that others did not possess. This feeling was very easy to get addicted to. Come here. You come over. Zhang Yu waved to her. Landlord. Tingting also realized what he meant. Although she had prepared herself mentally, she said, I sweated a lot. It's okay. Zhang Yu smiled. Looking at his smile, she thought for a moment, then put down the dishes in her hands. She had to serve the country with loyalty. Skipping ahead 1,000 words. When Tingting looked at the dining table again, several dishes had already cooled down. Landlord, the dishes are cold, let me heat them up. No need, I'm not very hungry. Zhang Yu yawned. I want to go upstairs to sleep. Okay, do you need me to do anything? Tingting asked. No need to do anything, just clean up and go to bed early. At this moment, Zhang Yu appeared to be extremely calm. Then he walked towards the second floor. A prompt came from the system, and Tingting's star rating rose to 9. 8. Zhang Yu thought to himself, I'm going to compete with your system. Just as he was feeling a bit excited, suddenly another message popped up in the system. Host upgrade successful, current level LV3. Unlock a new character slot. What the hell? No way. Zhang Yu looked at the prompt from the system, somewhat in disbelief. It took so long to reach the second level. How did I level up to the third level so quickly? With confusion, Zhang Yu looked at the system's upgrade instructions. It turns out that the speed of upgrading depends on the prestige points one has earned, which is the number of people one can actually influence. In a company with hundreds of employees, there are only a few hundred direct prestige points. In a group with tens of thousands of employees, there are only tens of thousands of direct prestige points. These ranges of influence are quite limited. However, with the support of Old Master Xiao, the prestige points skyrocketed. The number of people he could directly influence was at least in the millions. The level of influence was not even on the same scale. One could say he held the power of life and death over many people. Therefore, this upgrade came so quickly. This upgrade was completely an unexpected joy. Zhang Yu suddenly felt more spirited, and the drowsiness he had just experienced completely vanished. Sitting up, he was ready to unlock the new upgrade rewards. Host, Please choose the new character slot you need to unlock. The system prompted. Then several gray character cards appeared before him. This time, there were no major changes. The characters not selected last time were still there. New additions included Hong Jia and Yi Zi among others. Zhang Yu thought for a moment. In terms of status, of course, Xiao Yuhong was the highest, but leveling her up to full stars would definitely be relatively difficult. She wasn't from Jiangcheng and might leave soon, so there wouldn't be many opportunities to interact, and her initial star value wouldn't be too high. The other characters also had limited direct interaction opportunities. After some thought, Zhang Yu decided, it's you. He then confirmed his choice. Sha Ruweikang had entrusted her to him for guidance, so there were naturally many opportunities for them to spend time alone together. Wasn't that a great chance to rack up points? As long as he maxed out to 10 stars, he could open another stacked buff version blind box. Host successfully activated the new character card. The system notified. Then he saw the star count appear on the panel. Current star count, 6 stars. That was pretty good. Just having met once, he already had 6 stars. After confirming his choice and exiting the system, Zhang Yu had new thoughts. He walked to the first floor, where Xiong Tingting was tidying up the remnants of the dining table. I have to step out for a bit. Okay. Xiong Tingting nodded, watching his figure disappear at the door, feeling a bit empty inside. Damn Zhang Yu, stinky Zhang Yu, didn't you say you would take me out? How long has it been? In the girls' dormitory at Jiangcheng University, Sha was mumbling to herself. Just as she couldn't help but want to call Zhang Yu, her roommate burst in. Sha, you need to go outside and take a look. What's going on? Sha looked at her roommate. Can you just say it all at once? Someone is looking for you downstairs, and he's quite handsome. You should go check it out. What handsome guy could there be in this school? Not going. Sha replied. No, he's not from the school. He's driving a Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce? As soon as Sha heard this, she immediately jumped up from her bed. As she rushed out the door, she turned back to fix her hair in front of the mirror before heading downstairs. At that moment, countless girls were gathered downstairs, watching from a distance and taking photos. Wow, this handsome guy is really handsome. Our school has 25,000 boys, and not a single one can compare to him. And he's really rich. He's driving a Rolls-Royce. Wait, that Rolls-Royce doesn't seem to be his. It belongs to another rich girl. He can't be a gigolo, right? Damn, driving someone else's car to our school to pick up girls? That Sha is the daughter of Secretary Sha. She shouldn't be fooled, right? You know what? How many well-protected young ladies end up being messed up by those blonde guys in the end? Don't make it sound like that couple from that school, rolling around on the ground. That would be embarrassing. But he's so handsome, even if I get messed up, I'd be willing. At that moment, Sasha's voice came through. She's here, let's go. The girls, feeling a bit awkward, dispersed. Only a small group upstairs continued to watch. You finally made it. Sasha stood with her hands behind her back, slightly on her toes, looking a bit shy. Wait, why are you blushing? We're not a couple. Zhang Yu laughed at her expression. She was still wearing her JK uniform today, exuding youthful energy. It made him reminisce about their school days a few years ago. Am I? Sasha touched her face with the back of her hand, as if it was a bit hot. So, what do you think our relationship is now? According to my father's wishes, we can call each other siblings, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Cut it out. Who wants to be your sister? Sasha rolled her eyes at him and then asked, by the way, where are you taking me to have fun? What do you want to do? Zhang Yu countered. I don't know. Sasha couldn't think of anything. How about we go to the mall and play with claw machines? Zhang Yu suggested. Sasha couldn't help but chuckle. Come on, I'm not a 3-year-old who still plays with kids' stuff. Just say whether you're going or not, Zhang Yu said. Okay. Sasha quickly nodded. It's better than staying in the dorm. Her dad, Sha Ruweikang, had ordered her to either stay in the dorm or go home. If she wanted to go out, she could only rely on Zhang Yu. In a way, she was also being controlled. As long as she could leave the school, it was fine. As for what to do, she could just sneak away later without telling him, right? She was secretly pleased with her little plan. Zhang Yu noticed the change in her expression but said nothing. He just smiled. Then let's get in the car. Sasha nodded and got into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Zhang Yu couldn't help but glance over. The Sha family had a daughter growing up. What are you looking at? Sasha asked curiously. Looking at you, Zhang Yu replied, looking straight into her eyes. For a moment, Sasha, who usually wasn't afraid of anything, found herself unable to handle his gaze and turned her head away. Sasha's star rating is 7 points. A new prompt came from the system. Is that it? Just like that, she gained a star? It seemed a bit too easy. If things went well tonight, she might reach full stars, and then it would be easier later. Thinking this, Zhang Yu said, buckle up, we're off. He drove the Rolls-Royce Cullinan out of the school. Wait, where are those two going? At that moment, on the roadside, Sume was on duty. Unable to resist, she opened the app on her phone. Seeing Sasha sitting in the passenger seat while Zhang Yu was driving her out, she thought of what Sha Ruekong had said, that Zhang Yu could take his little cousin Sasha out, so she didn't think much of it. Looking at the distance, it wasn't far from where she was on duty. Wait, the car was coming this way. Hey, isn't that my sister Sume up ahead? Sasha's eyesight was quite good. She spotted Sume in her reflective duty uniform and quickly waved, Sister Sume, Sister Sume. Sume, feeling helpless, raised her hand to signal Zhang Yu to pull over. Then, she tore off a ticket. Passenger's hand sticking out of the window, dangerous action, you're getting a fine. At that moment, good news, Sume finally issued a ticket to Zhang Yu. Bad news, this ticket is for her own car. Her mood at this moment is quite complicated. Captain Su, you really are strict and impartial. Looking at the rabbit officer in front of her, Zhang Yu also smiled while holding the steering wheel. Sister Sume, what time do you get off work? Why don't you come out and play with us? Sha extended the invitation. First, let me know where you plan to go. Sume glanced at the time. It was almost time to get off work. Seeing the two of them, especially Sha making the invitation, she hesitated in her heart, wondering whether to go home directly or not. Zhang Yu said he wants to take me to the mall to catch dolls, Sha said. Ah, is that it? Sume became puzzled. You came out at night just to do this? Of course not, Sha raised her head at this moment. It's not easy to get out. I've decided to indulge a bit today and not go back to the dorm. Just thinking about it feels a bit thrilling. Sha had been quite rebellious before, often not at school or home. Every time, Sume had to check her whereabouts and drag her back. It had been a long time since she had stayed out all night. Now, even though Zhang Yu was with them, Sume still felt nervous. Indulge? What do you want to do? She really had no way to deal with her cousin, who had just started her freshman year. After I'm done, I'm going to an esports hotel to play a couple of games. The setup is really good. That's right, Sha is also a gaming addict. Last time at home, with so many important guests, she was holed up in her room playing games, not even pouring a cup of tea. Ah, a hotel? Sume exclaimed. Sha had only met Zhang Yu a few times, and she wanted to go to a hotel with him so casually? This was unacceptable. If Secretary Su knew, and if her little cotton-padded jacket was taken away so quickly by someone else, that would be a problem. She didn't dare tell anyone about this. Originally, Sume didn't want to go that much, but after hearing Sha say that, she immediately replied, then Sha, I'll accompany you tonight. She had to take on the responsibility of protecting her cousin. Great. Sister Sume, get in the car, Sha said. Wait a moment, I need to brief my colleagues. Saying this, Sume walked over to a few team members and explained the situation. Don't worry, Captain, we'll complete the task and return on time. The team members looked at the people in the car from a distance and recognized it was the one who drove the Lamborghini last time. For a moment, they thought, unexpectedly, these two really are a pair of happy enemies. Moreover, that Zhang Yu was driving Sume's car. According to the plot of a TV drama, with such a scenario, they would definitely end up together in the end. Zhang Yu rested his hand on the steering wheel, watching Sume's emotions so stirred up just now. Now she was even willing to leave her post early, which clearly didn't fit her usual dedicated persona. It seems Sume is also a protective sister fanatic. She is too much like Lu Wanxiao. Lu Wanxiao was so protective that she ended up getting herself involved. This was something she hadn't thought of at the beginning. At first, she was the coldest among the three. Achoo! At this moment, high above in the sky, Lu Wanxiao sneezed. Who is cursing me? She said. Not me, Chief Lu. Pan Yuyo looked at her with an innocent expression. Are you underdressed? It's still a bit cold in the cabin. It's okay, Lu Wanxia shook her head. She glanced at Di Xiaoba and found her leaning on the flight attendant's special chair, eyes closed, resting. Xiaoba, are you feeling unwell? Lu Wanxiao asked. She had noticed something was off since they left. All the way, she had been like a wilted little chick, lacking energy. No fever? Pan Yuyo reached out and felt her forehead, finding it wasn't hot. He pressed his forehead against hers again. Everything seemed normal. What's wrong with Xiaoba these days? Pan Yuyo asked. At this moment, Lu Hanxiao fell silent. She silently calculated the time in her heart and suddenly realized, oh no, could it be? Did Di Xiaoba get caught? Although the two of them had already confirmed the situation between themselves, it was awkward to ask in front of Pan Yuyo. There was also the question of what to do if she really did get caught. Just thinking about it made Lu Hanxiao's head hurt. It's all Zhang Yu's fault. Chief Lu, I'm just a bit tired. I'll be fine after a rest, Di Xiaoba smiled and said at that moment. Xiaoba, why don't you go to the hospital for a checkup after we land? Pan Yuyo suggested. At worst, I won't sleep and will accompany you. That won't do, Lu Hanxiao shook her head. If we really need to go to the hospital, I'll go with her. You're still young and don't understand many things. Alright then, Pan Yuyo could only nod in response. Shiba, if you really don't feel well, you must tell us. Don't force yourself, we still have several days ahead. I understand, thank you, Yuyao, Di Shiba nodded. Let's go to the front and let Shiba rest for a while, Lu Hanxiao said. As she listened to the footsteps fade away, Di Shiba opened her eyes. Her mind began to race. No way? Such a small probability, could it really have happened? She felt a bit chaotic inside. How would she face everyone in the room later? She turned her head to look outside. She saw the plane just crossing over a city. The city was brightly lit, and not far from the bright lights, there was a huge shadow. It looked like an unnamed island. There were no lights on it, indicating no signs of human habitation. Xiao, she flew, look. Pan Yuyo also noticed that the plane was flying over a large island. This island is so big, what's it called? Let me think. Lu Hanxiao already had a map in her mind and thought for a moment. The city we just flew over should be Coconut City. This island, judging by the distance, is only a few dozen kilometers away from Coconut City. It seems to be an island in the Southern Bay, but I don't know what it's specifically called. Southern Bay? Pan Yuyao's limited geographical knowledge made her curious. Isn't that the bay that intersects with southern Vietnam? This island should be unclaimed, right? Who knows? Lu Hanxiao shook her head. I think if this island were developed into a tourist attraction, it could definitely become the most beautiful island resort in the world. Better than the Maldives. We wouldn't have to travel so far anymore. Pan Yuyao couldn't help but fantasize. I wonder who could develop it. This island was large enough. A rough estimate suggested it was about the size of 2 Gulanjiu Islands. Plus, it was close to Coconut City. It could completely become a twin star of tourism in the Southern Sea area alongside Coconut City. However, the level of development would have to be at the national level. It was beyond her control. After sighing, she continued with her work. At this moment, Zhang Yu was driving. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Host, a random blind box reward has been dropped. Please check. Check. This was Zhang Yu's first time encountering a random drop reward from the system. For a moment, he didn't choose to wait but wanted to know what the reward was. Congratulations, host. You have received an island in the Southern Bay. Southern Bay? An island? Zhang Yu was taken aback. This had nothing to do with the assets he currently had. Moreover, it was so far from Jiang City, the plane would take 2 hours to fly there. The island is located in the central part of the Southern Bay and, due to various issues, it is currently completely privately owned. The island covers an area of about 100 square kilometers, with more than 40% of its area covered by forest, and a south-facing coastline of 20 kilometers. It has a high elevation in the north and lower elevation in the south. The scenery on the island is beautiful, the climate is pleasant, and it has a very high development value. Wow! No wonder it's a system. Acquiring such a large island means it's completely my private territory, right? In movies, they say that once you leave the open sea, there are no restrictions. Here, not only have we left the open sea, but it's also entirely my own territory. In the future, I can develop it however I want. Goodness, the system is amazing. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit excited. This random reward really is a substantial one. Hey, Zhang Yu, what are you grinning about? At this moment, Sasha, in the passenger seat, noticed the inexplicable smile on Zhang Yu's face and quickly asked, "Is it because you have 2 beautiful women with you, and you're up to no good?" Sume also noticed Zhang Yu's smile. She couldn't help but recall what she had seen earlier on her phone app. This Zhang Yu really has some guts, and this is still her car. Thinking of this, Sume couldn't help but get goosebumps. However, she didn't feel any disgust. Oh really? How did you know? In response to Sasha's question, Zhang Yu directly admitted it. You. Sasha blushed at his retort. Humph, I wouldn't do that. Really? Then should I give it a try? You still want to try? How would you do that? Sasha refused to back down. Sasha, don't talk, you're distracting him from driving. Sume, sitting in the back seat, saw that if they continued flirting like this, it would eventually lead to trouble. So she quickly used safety as an excuse. Alright, Captain Su really loves her job. When Sasha fell silent, she didn't forget to tease her, even changing how she addressed her. When there's something, it's Sister Sume. When there's nothing, it's Captain Su. Sume couldn't help but want to punch her cousin a few times. We've arrived at the mall. At this moment, Zhang Yu said. Their car had reached a shopping mall. Yongwang Mall. The mall was quite large, with many parking spaces on the ground, so there was no need to park inside. After parking, the 3 of them walked towards the mall. Along the way, People coming out of the mall looked at the three of them with wide eyes. These three people were just too good-looking. The man was tall and handsome, with a charm that rivaled first-tier stars. One of the women was dressed in a JK uniform, definitely a campus beauty. The other seemed to be a police officer, still in her uniform. The combination of the three attracted everyone's attention. Don't they know it's impolite to stare? Sasha couldn't help but mutter quietly. Every time they went out, it felt like being surrounded by monkeys. It once made her very insecure, thinking there was something dirty on her face. Well, there's nothing you can do. Who told you to be so good-looking? Sume laughed. They must be looking at you because you're pretty, right? Sasha said. What's so good-looking about me? Sume? Could it be that this cousin still hasn't realized? That shouldn't be the case. Even if she doesn't know, others would say so, not to mention all those confessions. But there was no time to think deeply. They walked into the mall. Hey, Sister Sume, there's a large claw machine arcade over there. Let's hurry over. Sasha directly pulled Sume and ran over. Then they exchanged for 500 game tokens, feeling heavy, ready to win big. Zhang Yu followed behind, constantly looking at his phone. He was searching online for information about the island he had just acquired, wanting to see if there was more information available. However, the unfortunate thing is that there isn't much information available online, and most of it doesn't match up. What can be confirmed is that not many people know about this island. Only a few adventure enthusiasts have passed by, but they suspect there are natives and haven't gone up. The latitude and longitude coordinates do exist. Someone has named it Devil's Island. It sounds quite interesting. Oh no, I still haven't caught anything. At this point, Sasha had already caught dozens of coins but hadn't caught a single doll. She couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Turning to Zhang Yu, she quickly said, Zhang Yu, stop playing on your phone and come help me catch something. Sasha understood the importance of outside assistance. If Zhang Yu couldn't catch anything either, it would indicate that the machine was the problem, not her. Alright, which doll do you want? Zhang Yu put away his phone and smiled. This one, and this one. Sasha pointed to those machines. Oh, I want every single one. Sasha, you're quite greedy. Sume couldn't help but laugh. There are more than 20 types of machines here. Even if you finish your coins, you might not be able to catch them all. According to probability theory, these machines are set to drop once every 10 grabs on average. Each time, 4 coins are spent. Theoretically, one would catch one doll with 40 coins. The 500 coins just bought would at most catch 10. If an unexpected event occurs during a guaranteed catch, it could take 80 coins for one. Okay, give me some coins, Zhang Yu said with a smile. I'll catch one today too. Saying this, he searched the system's points mall. He actually found a skill called Guaranteed Doll Catch. It required 50 points to redeem once, valid for 24 hours. So, without hesitation, he chose to redeem it. Since there was a system, why not use it? After all, the points required weren't much. Then, he took the coins and began to catch in order at the machines. Sasha held a yellow basket. The basket was still empty, following behind him. Zhang Yu's claw went down, and a doll was tightly grasped, falling from the exit. Got the first one. Quick, take it. Zhang Yu laughed. No way, Zhang Yu, are you lucky? You caught it on the first try? Sasha's eyes widened. She quickly squatted down, bent over, picked up the doll, and placed it in the basket. Then, she saw Zhang Yu walk to the second machine beside them. At this moment, Sasha still hadn't realized the seriousness of what was about to happen. Looking at Zhang Yu, she said, the dolls in this machine are the hardest to catch. It was one of the popular anime IPs and one of the few machines that attracted customers to the store. Therefore, the difficulty of obtaining the dolls would be greater than in other machines. Sasha saw Zhang Yu approach the machine, insert a few coins, and start catching. Again, he caught it steadily. The doll fell down. No way? Sasha was shocked. Catching 2 in a row? Maybe someone just caught something in this machine earlier, and this time it was a guaranteed catch. Unable to contain herself, Sasha pulled Zhang Yu to the front of the third machine. Try this one again. This machine had just had a doll dropped after Sume caught it once. Sasha also wanted to see if Zhang Yu was a natural doll-catching prodigy. If he could catch something that had just dropped, then she would believe it. Sume was also curiously standing beside them, watching Zhang Yu operate. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, stared at him, even holding their breath. Zhang Yu, however, was calm and collected, inserting a few coins before starting to move the joystick. Inside the machine, the claw slowly moved forward. Which one to grab? Zhang Yu turned his head and asked. This one? No, this one. Sasha pointed to one in the corner. The doll in the dead corner was the hardest to catch because the claw couldn't even reach it. Alright, then let's go for this one. Zhang Yu smiled, then moved over and clicked to grab. With a clang, the doll was once again securely caught. Then it dropped into the prize outlet. Wow, Zhang Yu, you really are amazing. Not a single miss, Shasha exclaimed excitedly, jumping up while hugging his arm. Jiangyu, how did you do that? Sume looked at Jiangyu, her expression one of disbelief. Statistically speaking, to catch 3 times in a row without a miss, the probability is less than 1 in 1,000. In reality, merchants rarely allow such occurrences to happen. Each claw is set up to not be so easily caught. Yet he achieved 3 consecutive hits with just 3 tries. It was truly miraculous. Zhang Yu merely smiled faintly in his heart. In front of the system, no claw is effective. This is the ultimate bug. Wow, that handsome guy is so impressive. Hey handsome, can you help me grab a doll? Thank you. Handsome, if you help me catch one, I'll give you these 2 dolls I have to the girl next to you. There were other people in the store as well. Zhang Yu's feat of 3 catches in 3 tries shocked them all. Several brightly dressed young girls surrounded him, chattering excitedly. Shasha was pushed out of the way, crossing her arms in frustration. She wanted to assert her claim. However, Zhang Yu had no relationship with her at all. Saying something would only make her seem petty. No proxy grabbing allowed. At that moment, the store owner noticed the commotion and hurried over. If this young man kept grabbing like this, he would bankrupt his store. It felt like someone was trying to stir up trouble. Sorry, you can't grab anymore. Looking at those young girls, who were somewhat attractive, Zhang Yu initially didn't know how to refuse. Now that the merchant had come to stop it, he didn't need to find an excuse. It's okay, big brother. Can I add you on WeChat? Let's hang out sometime. The girls said eagerly. Even if they couldn't catch a doll, this guy was quite handsome. Who wouldn't want a contact? Sume and Shasha felt like they were watching a sci-fi movie. They had only heard of beautiful girls being asked for WeChat on the street. For a guy to be asked for his WeChat in front of so many people was a real test of courage and guts. Girls generally tend to be more reserved. Then you can scan it. Zhang Yu smiled. Shasha watched from the side, unable to stop it. A sudden emotion arose in her heart, feeling frustrated that Zhang Yu was so popular. It would be better not to show off in public. Zhang Yu, let's go. It's getting late, Shasha said. Ha, I haven't finished grabbing yet. Don't you want the other dolls? We'll come back next time. Anyway, I got the one I wanted the most, Shasha replied. Including the few in Sume's basket, they had caught a total of 5. If it weren't for Zhang Yu's 3 consecutive hits, the catch rate would have been quite dismal. The 3 of them walked out of the store. The store owners held breath, finally relaxed. Who understands? Today, a person came in, and it felt like he was going to bankrupt him. Next, are we heading back to school? After exiting the mall, Zhang Yu checked the time. School should close at 11, right? Zhang Yu, I don't want to go back to the dorm today, Shasha said. Didn't I just say I wanted to go to an esports hotel? I'm going to book a room. Saying this, she picked up her phone and opened the app. Shasha, I'll go with you, Sume said. Her cousin was not easily persuaded. Once she made a decision, it wouldn't change. If she were that easy to convince, she wouldn't be called Shasha. Zhang Yu, do you have anything at home? If not, you can come along too, Shasha asked again. Nothing at all, Zhang Yu replied with a smile at Shasha. Then let's go. Strange, he seems to go along with everything I do. Sasha thought to herself. The difference with her family was too great. In fact, her rebellion wasn't innate. It was just that cats like to be petted against the grain. The more her family forbade her from doing something, the more she wanted to do the opposite. Now that Zhang Yu was accommodating her in everything, it made him feel a bit out of place. Sasha's star value is 8 stars. At that moment, Zhang Yu heard the prompt from the system. So fast? He had suddenly gained another star. It surprised him a bit. Following the navigation, they quickly arrived at the hotel she had booked. The 3 parked the car and walked in. The front desk staff couldn't help but brighten up at the sight of 3 handsome guys and beautiful girls. One of them even seemed to be a police officer. Instantly, they were all smiles. I booked a large suite online, Sasha said, taking out her phone. Do you have your ID? Glancing at Sume's outfit, the front desk added, one ID is enough. I have mine, let's use mine, Sume said. An ID was placed on the counter. Alright, I'll take care of it right away. In no time, the check-in process was completed. The 3 headed towards their room. At this moment, Sume's heart couldn't help but start racing. This was the first time in her life that she was staying out with a guy by her side. Would her dad, Su Guoqiang, come rushing over to catch them if he found out? For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Sume, what are you so nervous about? Sasha suddenly turned around and smiled. Ha, am I? Sume felt a bit flustered, not knowing how to position her hands and feet. Alright, we're at the room now, Zhang Yu said, standing at the door. Swiping the card to enter, he plugged it in. The lights in the room all turned on. Wow, this room is so big. The facilities are quite complete. Sasha looked at the furnishings in the room, unable to contain her surprise. Yeah, There's even a bathtub. It must be expensive, right? Zhang Yu asked, seeing the room's setup. Not really, just over 800. As soon as those words left her mouth, Zhang Yu and Sume exchanged glances. Sasha, you really shouldn't say that outside. It could get you in trouble. Just to play a game, they had rented an esports room for over 800 for one night. To put it in perspective, a college student's living expenses are only about 2,000 a month. When Zhang Yu was in school, his monthly living expenses were only 1,500. After meals, there was hardly any money left. When he was dating his ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan, they had to survive on instant noodles and buns. Zhang Yu had experienced that kind of hardship, and Sume, due to her profession, encountered many people facing life's difficulties, just like Tan Sir. Some of them might not even have 800 for their monthly living expenses. Sometimes, Sume couldn't bear to see it and would secretly slip some money to those people. At that moment, facing Sasha's words, they naturally shared the same understanding. By the way, Sasha, with such high spending, won't it have any impact? Zhang Yu asked curiously. After all, with Sha Rueikang's position, there would always be competitors wanting to take him down. Zhang Yu, you might not know this, right? Sume smiled. Her mom and my mom co-founded a company. They had this company even before getting married. Her explanation clarified that Sasha's spending was normal. It also indirectly informed Zhang Yu that the Rolls-Royce Cullinan she drove was also normal. Alright, enough talk, let's start gaming, Sasha said, walking towards the esports area. There were 3 computers set up in total. Behind the computers were 3 single beds. What game are you playing? Zhang Yu asked curiously. I'm playing PUBG, it's super popular, Sasha replied. Seeing Sume also sitting in front of a computer, Zhang Yu curiously asked, you can play too? Yeah, when I was with Sasha before, I played a few times. Sume also laughed. Oh, that surprised Zhang Yu. I thought this officer rabbit was only interested in work. Turns out after work, she's just like everyone else. Zhang Yu, can you play? Let's play together. Alright, Zhang Yu sat down as well. Since he was here, he might as well play a couple of rounds. However, he had never played this game before. Then, he silently recited a phrase in his mind to awaken the system. In the system mall, he found a skill exchange for points. Game mastery. After exchanging this skill, you can master the gameplay skills of the 10 most popular games, skill level, professional player level. The 10 popular games include Honor of Kings, League of Legends, PUBG, and Monkey God, etc. The system also provides a high-level account for each game. Wow, I have to say, it's very comprehensive. Zhang Yu had discovered quite a few good things in the points mall during these past few times. Although they weren't major rewards, they were very practical. It just required consuming some points. The exchange points for this game skill required 100 points. Without thinking, Zhang Yu directly exchanged it. Then, he logged in using the PUBG account provided by the system. Wow, Zhang Yu? Sasha glanced at his account and was immediately surprised. How is your level so high? I don't know, a friend helped me play, he said casually. Wow, then can you play? Sasha asked again. I shouldn't be a burden. Zhang Yu laughed. Alright, let's get started. In the game screen, a plane was taking off. Seeing this plane, he inexplicably thought of Lu Huanxiu and the others. He didn't know which country or city they had flown to now. At this moment, Lu Huanxiu and the others' plane finally landed at an airport. This country was very similar to Long Country. The people looked similar, and the development model was similar. Even the national flag looked quite alike. It was just that they spoke a language that was incomprehensible, somewhat resembling the dialect from the southwest. If it weren't for the fact that the text on the shop signs was unreadable, it would completely feel like a city in Long Country. Finally here, I'm exhausted. After all the passengers disembarked, Pan Yuyao pulled her suitcase and walked out of the airport. Xiaoba, how are you? After walking a few steps, she noticed Di Xiaoba lagging behind. Lu Huanxiao also looked at her. Do you want to go to the hospital? There's a hospital run by our people here. Well, okay. Di Xiaoba glanced at Lu Huanxiao and nodded. Pan Yuyao, I'm giving you a task now. Lu Huanxiao said, you take our suitcases back to the hotel, and I'll take Xiaoba to the hospital. Ah, can't I go? Pan Yuyao asked. Just listen to Sister Xiao, don't wander off. Di Xiaoba indeed had a few years of flying experience. In a foreign land, it was best not to go anywhere other than the hotel, especially in a place like this. Alright then, Pan Yuyao could only nod. Then, Lu Huanxiao took Di Xiaoba to the hospital. Having traveled around the world frequently, she had already formed a list of major hospitals, shopping places, and Long Country restaurants in her mind. She had memorized it. Sister Xiao, I might not be sick. On the way, Di Xiaoba couldn't help but say. Now that it was just the two of them, she didn't plan to hide it anymore. Let's go take a look first. We'll know after we check, Lu Huanxiao said with concern. Then, if it's true, what do you plan to do? I don't know. Di Xiaoba's mind was also very chaotic. It's all my fault. I'm afraid I won't be able to hide it anymore. It's okay, let's take it one step at a time. There's still a long way to go until that day, Lu Hanqiao comforted. We're at the hospital, let's go in. Yay, great, we got chicken again. Shasha put down her keyboard and raised her hands high. We're really amazing, the three of us. What are you talking about? Sume glanced at the scoreboard and couldn't help but laugh. It's all Zhang Yu showing off. We're just two accessories. Oh right, Shasha curiously asked. Zhang Yu, didn't you say you couldn't play? Is this what not being able to play looks like? Goodness. From the very first game, Shasha realized something was off. There was an indescribable smoothness throughout. No need to think, just follow along. The whole time, it was Zhang Yu showcasing his skills across the map, with kill counts several times that of the two of them combined. And he remained calm and collected the entire time, displaying an astonishing level of composure. Shasha often played this game, but this experience was the best yet. Compared to this, her previous teammates seemed too weak. Zhang Yu's performance made him feel like a professional player. Seriously, with your skill, you could totally compete in professional tournaments and go for the global championship, Shasha said sincerely. Zhang Yu, how come you're so good at gaming? Su Mei had seen his incredible abilities before, but this was not the first time. He was just too well-rounded. Was he even human? This was the true meaning of a hexagonal warrior. I don't know, maybe it's talent, he replied. You. Hearing Zhang Yu say this, Shasha was almost driven mad. What did my hundreds of hours of practice count for? At that moment, Shasha's understanding of Zhang Yu deepened even further. Ding! Shasha's peach blossom value increased by 1. 3 stars, current star count 9. 3 stars. The system prompted. Wow! Zhang Yu thought to himself. Shasha's star count actually increased during the process of playing games and catching dolls? But thinking about it, it made sense. At Shasha's age, it was the time when she loved to play the most. Who was rich or handsome didn't particularly catch her attention. Instead, she would especially appreciate those who excelled in playing, including racing, catching dolls, and playing chicken. It was all about having fun. The only regret was that during the racing game, Shasha's character slot hadn't been unlocked. Otherwise, she should have been at full stars by now. But there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. So, do you want to keep playing? Zhang Yu asked, staring at the screen. No response. Turning his head, he was surprised to see that Shasha had actually fallen asleep. Shasha? Sume called out softly, but there was no response. Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile. Being young was great. You could just fall asleep anywhere. She's asleep. What should we do? Sume asked quietly. Just help her to bed, Zhang Yu said. Do you want me to help? No. Sume crossed her arms, making a gesture of refusal. I can handle it. Her profession often required physical training. However, seeing Shasha lying awkwardly on the chair, she didn't know how to proceed. Sume was a few years older than Shasha and had watched her grow up. She knew that if Shasha woke up at this hour, she wouldn't be able to sleep the whole night. How about I do it? Zhang Yu suggested again. Alright then, Sume nodded, but be careful with your hands. Don't touch what you shouldn't. How about you get me a pair of gloves? If I wear gloves, it doesn't count as touching, right? Zhang Yu joked. Sume was left speechless by his words. It felt strange, and she didn't know how to describe it. Plus, where could she find gloves at this hour? Zhang Yu's words made her realize that she was a bit too nervous. So, she stood up and dragged the chairs next to Sasha aside, creating space to facilitate Zhang Yu's movements. She saw Zhang Yu walk over and gently slipped one hand under Sasha's armpit while the other arm wrapped around the bend behind her knee. Zhang Yu, be careful. Sume's words hadn't even finished when she saw Zhang Yu effortlessly lift Sasha up. There was no sign of strain or discomfort. Wait, is it really that easy to lift someone? Sume looked at him, wondering how carrying a person could be as easy as pulling a radish. Then, she watched in a daze as Zhang Yu placed Sasha on a bed against the wall. Throughout the process, Sasha remained asleep. Sume could clearly feel the strength in Zhang Yu's muscles. If he also... A thought just began to rise in her mind before it quickly exploded. No, Sume, you don't want that. Then, her face returned to a calm expression. So what do we do next? What else can we do? Sleep, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Ha, are we all staying here? Sume asked in surprise. What else? Zhang Yu laughed. I don't mind. Sume fell silent, her mind engaged in a fierce internal battle. You stay here and take care of Sasha. I have to go back, Zhang Yu said as he walked towards the door. It wasn't until the door closed and his figure disappeared that Sume realized. Wait, he's just leaving like that? When he truly left the room, Sume found her heart feeling empty. It seemed that only Zhang Yu's presence could fill it. However, now that he was gone, it was too late to say anything. Sigh, Sume, there's a reason you're still single. Thinking of her best friend, she felt that she was still too timid. At that moment, Zhang Yu had exited the hotel. In fact, he didn't want to leave. Who knows what stories might unfold? However, the sleeping Sasha was an unstable factor. What if she suddenly woke up halfway through? That would be awkward, right? So, it was better not to take such risks. Today's gains were already quite good. Sitting in the car, preparing to start the engine, Zhang Yu noticed the time had reached midnight. System, I want to open today's blind box. Zhang Yu called out to the system. Host, preparing today's blind box for you. Several blind box interfaces appeared before him. Zhang Yu noticed that since the system upgrade, the interface had changed quite a bit. The biggest difference was that it used to be a 4x4 blind box matrix, but now it was just a 9-grid layout. This meant that the probability of drawing a large box had nearly doubled. It seemed that after the upgrade, some blind box rewards that didn't meet the required level were automatically eliminated. For example, now Zhang Yu's net worth was over 100 billion. Drawing a reward worth tens of millions would seem rather meaningless, right? So, the future blind boxes would likely be getting bigger and bigger. Drawl, Zhang Yu silently thought. With his choice, a blind box quickly popped up before him, slowly opening. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the reward, Tiangong Heavy Industry Machinery Company. Wow! Zhang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. This was a super company. It was also the fourth major enterprise he had acquired. Even without looking at the system introduction, Zhang Yu knew it was significant. It was one of the three giants in the construction machinery industry, alongside Sany and Zhonglian. Tiangong Heavy Industry had an annual revenue of over 50 billion and a net profit of 5 billion. All the large construction machinery and engineering vehicles visible on the market prominently featured the name Tiangong Heavy Industry, including tower cranes, hoisting machines, shield tunneling machines, mining trucks, and even offshore drilling platforms. There are product lines distributed. Anyone involved in engineering or infrastructure has used equipment from Tiangong Heavy Industry. Moreover, Tiangong Heavy Industry's products are exported to dozens of countries and regions, enjoying high recognition internationally. Acquiring such a company naturally excites Zhang Yu. Furthermore, this construction machinery company comes at just the right time. The randomly dropped blind box yielded an island. If large-scale development is desired, a vast array of engineering machinery will be needed. Having such a company means that with its production capacity, it can continuously supply the required engineering equipment, significantly enhancing efficiency. Zhang Yu even envisioned it. The island covers an area of 100 square kilometers, with a perimeter of 50 kilometers. This length allows for the construction of a scenic ring road around the island, traversing various terrains like beaches, hills, jungles, and rocky shores. With some marketing, it could easily become the most beautiful scenic area in the world. Just thinking about it makes him a bit excited. Zhang Yu quickly confirmed the receipt of the reward. Late at night, the headquarters of Tiangong Heavy Industry suddenly received news about the change of ownership. Everyone was shocked. The arrival of the new boss is bound to ignite some major changes. For many employees, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. After receiving the reward, Zhang Yu drove back to Binjiang Mansion. Upon entering the house, he found the living room lights still on. Turning around, he saw Xiong Tingting lying on the sofa, fast asleep. Wake up! Why are you sleeping here? Zhang Yu approached and gently patted her. Xiong Tingting opened her sleepy eyes. Landlord, you're back? Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat. I'm not hungry right now, Zhang Yu asked. Why are you sleeping here? Xiong Tingting brushed her disheveled hair. I was waiting for you to come back, but I don't know how I fell asleep. Alright, Zhang Yu nodded. Then you should go back to your room. Got it. Xiong Tingting stood up, preparing to return to her small room. Wait, I meant the room on the second floor. Zhang Yu chuckled. Xiong Tingting didn't turn around, her steps paused. She couldn't help but think, you said you weren't hungry. With that thought, she obediently went up the stairs to the second floor. Zhang Yu turned off the lights on the first floor and followed her up. Next, they could enjoy the clouds and rain of Wushan again. Shaba, the results are out. Let's go take a look. At this moment, in a hospital overseas, after a period of waiting, Lu Hanxiao and Di Shaba went to get the results. The moment they saw the examination report, they thought they had picked up the wrong one, but upon a second glance, it was indeed her name. The two looked at each other in surprise. No way. Is it really? Xiaoba, this. Lu Hanxiao was so shocked that she didn't know how to organize her words. Di Xiaoba was even more stunned. She clearly bought an umbrella, so how did she still get caught in the rain? Xiaoba, you need to be more careful in the next few days. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Hanxiao said. Di Xiaoba nodded. The two returned to the hotel, and Pan Yuyo approached and asked, "How was the hospital visit?" "Nothing much, just need to rest more," Lu Hanxiao quickly replied. "Then Xiaoba, you should go to bed early tonight. I won't disturb you," Pan Yuyo said. "Thanks, Yuyao," Di Xiaoba smiled. "I'm going to sleep now." "What's wrong with Xiaoba?" Pan Yuyo chased after them to the bathroom and asked Lu Hanxiao. "I told you, it's nothing, just needs more rest." "You're lying." Pan Yueying's expression was somewhat serious. "I'm not a 3-year-old child. Are you two hiding something from me?" "Ha?" Lu Hanxiao laughed. "Really? There's nothing. If there were something, we would definitely tell you right away. Go to sleep." Even though they said that, Pan Yueying still felt puzzled but went to sleep anyway. "What should we do?" Lu Hanxiao looked at herself in the mirror. Yueying must have discovered something recently. "Should we come clean with her? But we've kept it a secret for so long. Wouldn't it be bad to tell her now? Let's wait 3 months and then talk." Lu Hanxiao felt a bit chaotic inside. She was getting ready to wash up and sleep. At that moment, she suddenly felt a wave of nausea in her throat, a feeling of wanting to vomit. "No way?" Lu Hanxiao felt goosebumps rising all over her body. Could it be that they both got caught at the same time? "This is bad, really bad. The sky is about to fall." "Sir, there is new information about the unnamed island in the South Bay, in the capital city. Information Department Command Center. A report had just been released." "What are the latest findings?" a middle-aged man asked. "According to the latest news, the 100 square kilometer island in the South Bay is privately owned," the subordinate reported. "Privately owned?" the middle-aged man asked. "Who is it? Is it someone from Manhwa?" "According to the data, the island owner is named Zhang Yu, a resident of Jiangchang. He is 22 years old." The subordinate reported the relevant information they had gathered. 22 years old? The middle-aged man was surprised upon hearing this number. What kind of person is so young that they can own such a large island? Moreover, the ownership of that island had always been untraceable. Both sides were competing. They couldn't find any effective information. How did it suddenly become clear that this island not only had an owner but also one so astonishing? "Where did you get this information? Is it reliable?" "Report, sir. The source of the information is absolutely reliable." "Great." The middle-aged man couldn't help but clap and laugh. "I never expected the island owner to be one of our Longwa people. Then this island belongs to us Longwa. This means the area has expanded again. Although it hasn't been since ancient times, the identity of the island owner is established." "Sir, what should we do next?" "This is one of the most important discoveries of the year. Quickly report to the relevant departments," the middle-aged man said. "As for other matters, we can't interfere. Let's see how the other departments communicate." "Yes, sir." The subordinate hurried off to get busy. "No, we must continue to follow up on this matter." The middle-aged man realized at this moment, we still need to clarify the relevant information about the island and send someone to investigate on site. He thought for a moment. Major General Xiao Yuhong was currently in Jiangchang. He didn't hesitate and quickly called Xiao Yuhong. He didn't care what time it was. This was a huge matter that couldn't be delayed for a moment. "Sir, what's the matter?" After a few rings, the call connected. "Xiao Yuhong, when are you planning to return to the capital?" "Soon, I'm planning to book a flight at dawn." Xiao Yuhong was still feeling sleepy. What was the point of calling in the middle of the night just to say this? "You don't need to come back for now, stay in Jiangchang," the other side said. "Huh, sir, what happened?" Xiao Yuhong suddenly became much more alert at this statement. She recalled carefully what had happened recently. Why was such a big decision made so suddenly? "Xiao Yuhong, don't misunderstand," the voice on the other end said. "The reason I'm asking you to stay in Jiangchang is that there is an important matter that requires you to handle. If this matter is handled well, it would be a great achievement." "What about my grandfather?" Xiao Yuhong said. "After all, there are still many inconveniences in Jiangchang. You can rest assured about this. The old man is a distinguished elder. We will send someone to pick him up at dawn. So, I will temporarily stay in Jiangchang to carry out the mission, right?" "That's right, but this process won't take long," the person on the other end said. "So, what exactly is the mission?" Xiao Yuhong asked. "During this time, you need to pay close attention to Zhang Yu's movements. If possible, engage him in in-depth conversations." "Zhang Yu?" Xiao Yuhong couldn't help but be surprised. What happened to him? Why would the commander personally inquire about this matter? "You probably don't know yet?" the commander said on the phone. "According to the latest information we have, the identity of the owner of a 100 square kilometer uninhabited island in the southern bay has now been confirmed." "The owner of the island is Zhang Yu?" Before the other party could finish speaking, Xiao Yuhong realized it. "That's right. We are thinking that once this matter is reported to other departments, this island will definitely become a hot topic in the future. I need you to gather more information about the island." The commander's reasoning was quite simple. The identity of the owner of this uninhabited island had been confirmed. This was just the beginning, because its location is quite sensitive, and the situation on the island is unclear. If we want to negotiate or cooperate, we must have a grasp of the basic information. Only then can we consider how to communicate with Zhang Yu. What Xiao Yuhong needed to do was to learn as much relevant information as possible to provide reference materials for the next step. Okay, Commander, I understand. Xiao Yuhong nodded. Since this is a task assigned from above, I will do my best, but I can't guarantee how much I can obtain. She was surprised inside. Previously, Zhang Yu had already opened her eyes several times. She didn't expect that this time another shocking news about him would emerge, completely dispelling her drowsiness. A 100 square kilometer island. What does that mean? Previously, a 3.9 square kilometer island had sparked long-term disputes from various parties, and this island, clearly, has much greater significance in terms of economy, tourism, and strategy. 100 square kilometers is almost the area of a small city's urban district. Whether for stationing, developing a tourist area, or serving as a pivot, it holds significant importance. Therefore, Xiao Yuhong knew that the commander's intention in making this call was to win over Zhang Yu, to get him to agree to cooperate. Of course, this would require discussions at a higher level. What she could do was to learn more. However, Zhang Yu saved her grandfather and is a great benefactor to the Xiao family. Xiao Yuhong didn't want to approach him with such intentions. Although there was no malice, it felt uncomfortable in her heart. But after all, she was wearing this uniform. So, she felt very conflicted. Lost in thought, she felt a headache coming on. Maybe it was better to sleep first. The next day, in Bijiang Mansion, when Zhang Yu woke up, it was already noon. He was both tired and sleepy, having only fallen asleep at 6 in the morning when the sky began to brighten. After sleeping for 6 hours, he felt much better. When he woke up and looked around, there was no one beside him. However, the warmth remained. After putting on some clothes, Zhang Yu got up and walked to the first floor. He saw Xiong Tingting busy in the kitchen. Almost every time he saw her, she was in a working state. He had to admit, she was very diligent and capable. Such girls were rare nowadays. Moreover, Xiong Tingting had no intention of continuing as a flight attendant, which was just right for her to hold down the fort. When Lu Hanxiao and the others were not home, she could provide him with service. Just thinking about it was quite a pleasant thing. Landlord, you're awake. Xiong Tingting turned around to see him and smiled gently. A woman who has experienced the nurturing of love possesses a more captivating charm than a young girl. It unconsciously radiates from her. The food will be ready soon, she added. What are you planning to do after dinner? Zhang Yu asked. I found that the mop at home is broken, so I'm planning to go to the supermarket to buy a new one, Xiong Tingting said. That's fine, Zhang Yu nodded. Then after dinner, I'll go out for a bit. Are you coming back for dinner? I'll see, he replied. He was preparing to go to the company to take a look. After he finished speaking, he returned to the sofa and saw that Su Mei had sent him a video. It was Shasha pouting and acting cute in front of the camera. What's up? Zhang Yu replied. It's Shasha. When she woke up and saw you weren't there, she suddenly questioned me if I was the one who made you go back. Su Mei replied somewhat helplessly. She nagged me for quite a while before I could send her to school. Sigh, if I had known she would be so clingy, I would have let you stay there yesterday. Is she usually like this? She doesn't usually react this strongly, Su Mei said, feeling a bit PTSD about it. It's like dealing with a child. The two of them almost simultaneously said this. Is she still young? It's like this now, but she'll be fine when she grows up. Easier said than done. She's been too well protected. Who knows when she'll grow up? Sigh. By the way, Su Mei suddenly remembered something important. Your car has been repaired and is on its way to Jiangchang. Do you want to pick it up, or should I deliver it to your house? No need to trouble yourself. Just give me an address when it arrives, and I'll go pick it up myself. Alright, I'm sorry for the trouble this caused you, Su Mei said. You're being too formal. It's no big deal. Besides, I'm driving your car, it wouldn't be convenient for you. Zhang Yu didn't mind. After finishing dinner at the restaurant, they left Binjiang Mansion. Driving out of the community, he suddenly saw a woman standing by the roadside. The woman waved her hand when she saw him. Zhang Yu focused his eyes. Wasn't that Hong Jia, Xiao Yuhong? What is she doing at the community entrance? Hong Jia. Zhang Yu parked the car by the roadside, rolled down the window, and greeted her. Where are you going? Xiao Yuhong smiled. Just taking a stroll. Where are you going? Get in. Zhang Yu smiled back. Okay, then I'll get in. Hong Jia smiled and then opened the passenger door and got in. Glancing sideways, Zhang Yu noticed that Xiao Yuhong's profile was exquisitely chiseled, with a straight nose and an impressive aura. Xiao Yuhong fastened her seatbelt and then turned to look at Zhang Yu. While driving, Zhang Yu, without waiting for her to speak, took the initiative to say, Hong Jia, you're here to discuss the matter of the island in the southern bay, right? Ha! His direct question immediately threw Xiao Yuhong off her rhythm. She had been thinking about how to be more tactful. He actually guessed her intention. With Zhang Yu saying this, she was momentarily at a loss for words, a bit stammering. How did you know? Such a big matter, it's not hard for you to find out. Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile, so I just brought it up myself. This island is large enough and has already become a mature island. Moreover, there are many shallow waters around the island with depths of less than 1 meter. Given time, the area will continue to grow. Zhang Yu also knew its significance was particularly important. Rather than being asked about it by others, it was better to take the initiative. So, Zhang Yu, what are your thoughts? Xiao Yuhong asked. I will report it and fight for it with all my might. I want to say that the flag of the Dragon Kingdom will definitely be planted on this island. Zhang Yu's first sentence set the tone. This is also a fundamental principle issue. Xiao Yuhong couldn't help but nod. Of course. There are 100 square kilometers of land on the island, and I am willing to allocate 10% for the construction of military facilities and bases, free of charge. Zhang Yu's second sentence surprised Xiao Yuhong. Allocating 10 square kilometers for free? There was no need for further discussion, since Zhang Yu, as the island owner, had already made this statement. As long as it was reported, personnel could be dispatched soon. However, you must have some conditions, right? Xiao Yuhong asked. Otherwise, it would feel a bit inappropriate. There are a few small conditions, which shouldn't be difficult, Zhang Yu smiled. The first is that I hope you can use your resources to help me find a few capable contractors to expedite the island's development. You can rest assured, even if you don't say it, we won't let the island remain idle, Xiao Yuhong said. Second, I want to take shares in all commercial, tourism, and service facilities on the island. Zhang Yu smiled again. Even with this condition, many people would be willing to participate. It was equivalent to a light asset model. He only provided the land, while others invested money and labor for construction. He could just sit back and wait for dividends. A 50-50 or 60-40 split was a common ratio. Is there anything else? Xiao Yuhong noted down the conditions he had just mentioned. The last one is that all construction machinery and vehicles must be rented or purchased from Tiangong Heavy Industry. Zhang Yu smiled. If development were to proceed, he wouldn't have to invest a penny for shares and would also earn rental fees for the machinery. If the investment was 100 billion, the rental fees could exceed 10 billion. Tiangong Heavy Industry? Xiao Yuhong knew that, based on her understanding of him, he wouldn't suddenly mention a specific company name unless it was related to him. That's right, Zhang Yu smiled. Tiangong Heavy Industry is one of my enterprises. Xiao Yuhong was astonished. Goodness, it was one of the top 3 construction machinery companies in Manhwa, and even they often used it. It turned out to be an industry under Zhang Yu's name. However, with such a large island in the South Bay being Zhang Yu's private property, having a heavy machinery company was not surprising. Great! Xiao Yuhong nodded. I will report these points truthfully. Wait for my news. Since Zhang Yu was straightforward and candid, she couldn't hide anything in this matter. However, I cannot make the final decision. Her current position didn't even allow her to sit in the front 5 rows during a military conference. At most, she was just a messenger. Although her grandfather had many achievements, he was getting old. She didn't want to trouble him to intervene in this matter. The only thing she could guarantee was that she would report everything he said. Then, she would do her best to speak well of Zhang Yu. She just hoped this matter wouldn't fall through. After all, from the information she had, this unnamed island in the South Bay International waters was entirely his legal private property. Well, then I'll trouble you, Sister Hong, to put in a bit more effort when the time comes, Zhang Yu smiled. There's a restaurant ahead. Would you like to grab a bite together? Oh, no need. Thank you, Xiao Yuhong quickly replied. I need to report this matter as soon as possible. I can't waste time. Please drop me off ahead. I'll get out of the car first. Alright then, Zhang Yu smiled. How is the old man doing? Please send my regards to him. You're very thoughtful, Zhang Yu. Xiao Yuhong felt a bit touched. He's doing well at the moment and is preparing to return to Beijing. Make sure to pay attention to safety on the road, Zhang Yu smiled. Sigh. Xiao Yuhong couldn't help but smile. The old man is still at home talking about you, saying that before he leaves, he wants to see you. Tell him that I'll visit him when I have time, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. After saving the old man Xiao Nantian, the benefits to himself were quite significant. The most direct was the 10 billion investment from the bank. No one would dare to go back on their word in front of the old man. Indirectly, Zhang Yu's position in the old man's house was second only to Xiao Nantian. He ranked higher than Wu Zhangliang and Xia Ruikang. This matter would spread widely among the upper echelons of military, political, and business circles in Zhangchang. Regardless of their feelings, whether admiration or resentment, no one dared to question themselves anymore. Naturally, Zhang Yu's status in Jiangcheng was at the very top. Even on a larger scale, his reputation could spread far and wide. Except for those who were fearless, no one would dare to threaten him. Even if such people existed, the new E group would take care of them. Well, Zhang Yu, we'll stop here for today. Let's keep in touch later, Xiao Yuhong said, making a phone gesture after getting out of the car. Zhang Yu waved at her, smiled, and then drove away. What kind of person is he, really? Watching the car gradually disappear from view, Xiao Yuhong felt even more puzzled. This was only their third meeting, but each time they met, there were different new discoveries that left her curious and shocked. The information she could grasp was all that they could manage. However, Zhang Yu gave the impression that there was clearly more information. It was as if there was an invisible wall that she couldn't penetrate. Zhang Yu drove to check on the Jiangcheng Development Bank that was under preparation. According to Secretary Yang's report on WeChat, the headquarters building had already been selected. It was an A-grade office building that had been poorly managed. Eager to liquidate, it was sold to him at an irresistible price. A simple renovation and cleaning would make it ready for use. It was both cost-effective and economical. Zhang Yu parked his car in front of the building. Looking up, the office building still appeared quite new, and the location was good. It was just that the owner had a broken capital chain and was selling it at a low price. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to snag such a deal. Moreover, this building was also located in the riverside area of another administrative district. If one started from the riverside mansion, it was less than 10 kilometers to the building, just a short drive of a few minutes. President Zhang, at that moment, someone walked out of the building. It was Secretary Yang. Knowing that President Zhang was coming, she had been waiting there. As soon as she saw Zhang Yu's car, she quickly came over. Her long hair flowed as she jogged towards him. How is the work progressing? Zhang Yu asked with a smile. Everything is going smoothly. The procedures and processes are progressing in an orderly manner. The building is being renovated, and I've reserved an entire floor for your office and reception area, Secretary Yang reported. An entire floor? Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows. Zhang Heng and the rice company didn't even have fixed offices. After all, he was the major shareholder behind the scenes. This time, Secretary Yang was quite resourceful, directly arranging an entire floor of office space for him. However, the building had enough floors to spare, so they could make full use of it. Zhang Yu's interest was immediately piqued. Let's go, take me to have a look. Then please this way, President Zhang. Secretary Yang gestured respectfully. Entering the building, many people were busy inside. Some were changing the sign at the entrance, some were discarding outdated office supplies, and others were repairing and renovating. President Zhang, she introduced, there's an elevator here that is exclusively for your use. Just enter your fingerprint to open it. The other elevators are also set up, but they can't reach your floor. Your elevator can go to any floor. That's great. With so many people in an office building, it would be quite inappropriate to squeeze into an elevator with others. It doesn't matter how often one comes, what matters is whether this setup exists. Also, General Manager Zhang, Secretary Yang said with a hint of embarrassment, smiling slightly, to facilitate the preliminary work, I also entered my fingerprint without informing you in advance. It's fine, that's okay, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Secretary Yang was a bit surprised. She thought General Manager Zhang would scold her, but he turned out to be so easygoing. However, after the bank opens, please do not enter anyone else's fingerprints without my permission. Just follow my arrangements. Understood, General Manager Zhang. Secretary Yang nodded in agreement. Then, the two of them took the exclusive elevator to the 28th floor. The entire office building has 30 floors. Exiting the elevator, the scene before them was breathtaking. Although Zhang Yu had mentally prepared himself, he was still shocked. It was big, really too big. General Manager, this floor has a total area of 2,000 square meters, Secretary Yang introduced. It's not fully completed yet, according to the design plans. There are mainly several key areas: the office area, reception area, rest area, sports and entertainment area, and dining area. We are planning to make some adjustments to the blueprints. I wonder if General Manager Zhang has any requests. Such complete functions? Listening to Secretary Yang's introduction, Zhang Yu also smiled. There's nothing special to add. However, let's add a safe room. A safe room? That's right. In case of a fire or any other disaster, it should be a place to take shelter, and it should also have external communication capabilities. It can also store important documents and items, Zhang Yu said. That's how people are. When one's status is high enough, they no longer think solely about enjoyment or making money. Instead, they start to prioritize safety. Okay, General Manager Zhang, I will arrange it immediately. We will use the best materials to create a safe room. How large do you think it should be? 100 square meters will be enough, with basic food supplies and some emergency materials inside, Zhang Yu said. Alright, I will execute it right away. Secretary Yang noted down what Zhang Yu said with pen and paper. It's quite quiet today. Are there no workers renovating? Zhang Yu walked through the 2,000 square meter single space, his voice echoing. General Manager, I cleared the workers out today because you were coming. I told them to come back tomorrow to start work, Secretary Yang reported. That's good. Zhang Yu nodded and then walked to the window. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window was a river view. From this angle, the view was even more stunning than from the riverside residence. Moreover, the entire viewing balcony was over 30 meters long. One could even run on the balcony. He looked at the river view, with the bridge right beneath him. Then, he turned around and found Secretary Yang staring at him. Secretary Yang hadn't expected Zhang Yu to suddenly turn around. For a moment, she felt flustered and quickly lowered her head. If there were a hole in the ground right now, she would want to crawl into it. Secretary Yang, how many years have you been working? Replying to General Manager, it's been 5 years. Haven't you dated? Zhang Yu asked. I've been too busy with studies and work, so I haven't dated, Secretary Yang answered honestly, unsure why the General Manager suddenly asked this. I see. Zhang Yu looked at Secretary Yang. Today, she was wearing a black trench coat over a white inner shirt. Her lower half was a black professional skirt. Her hair was styled up into a bun, giving her a very office lady aura. Why didn't I notice before that you're quite beautiful? Ah, Secretary Yang was taken aback. Was President Zhang complimenting her? For a moment, she felt flattered and surprised. Come here. Zhang Yu waved her over. What do you think of this river view? It's very beautiful. President Zhang, it's really fitting for you to work in such a place, Secretary Yang said, feeling the call of Zhang Yu. Just enjoy the river view, Zhang Yu said. A beautiful scene always stirs a desire in people to recite poetry. Zhang Yu was no exception. Moreover, this entire floor was his exclusive area. He wouldn't be disturbed while indulging in poetry. Secretary Yang understood President Zhang's intention and cooperated fully, serving as the backdrop for his poetry. When she saw the sun about to set on the western bank across the river, Zhang Yu also stopped reciting. Alright, you can go tidy up, Zhang Yu instructed. Understood, President Zhang, Secretary Yang replied, her face flushed, as she walked aside. Then, Zhang Yu took a turn around the 2,000 square meter office area, and an idea formed in his mind. The area where the building was located happened to be in the center of Jiangchang. It wasn't far from any administrative district. He wanted to make this the main office. Apart from the people from Jiangcheng Development Bank, others from several companies could come here to report their work in person. Plus, it was relatively close to Binjiang Mansion, making it convenient to go home. Just as he was thinking this, Secretary Yang returned. By the way, Secretary Yang, what's your name? I still don't know, he asked. In response to President Zhang, my name is Yang Xiaomi, Secretary Yang answered. Pretty good, it sounds sweet just by hearing it, Zhang Yu smiled. Thank you for the compliment, President Zhang, Yang Xiaomi said. However, if the accent isn't standard, it can sound a bit strange, Zhang Yu remarked. I know. Some people have said that, so I rarely tell others my name, Secretary Yang replied. Alright then, from now on, I'll just call you Secretary Yang. That way, everyone will be more accustomed to it, Zhang Yu nodded. Thank you for your understanding, President Zhang, Secretary Yang said. At that moment, suddenly her phone rang. She picked it up to answer. Hello, this is Secretary Yang. What? Such a thing has happened? Okay, I understand. After saying that, Secretary Yang hung up the phone. Her expression was no longer as calm as before, it had turned somewhat serious. What happened? Is there a problem? Zhang Yu asked curiously. President Zhang, it's a payment that should have been collected but hasn't been, Secretary Yang said, feeling a bit ashamed. But there was indeed nothing she could do about it. The company needed to transform into a bank and had to sort through past loan amounts for settlement. Secretary Yang discovered that there was a debt that had been overdue for a long time and still hadn't been repaid. The company's legal team had been dispatched to investigate and found that the debtor had no assets under his name. However, his wife and children were still living extravagantly, dining lavishly, and buying luxury goods. Although the company suspected that he had taken out a loan in advance just to leave for his wife and children, while he himself bore the brunt of everything, the company had no way to address this issue because there was no evidence. Such situations are actually very common online now. Many people say this is the money from selling credit. Not long ago, many people borrowed 1 million to invest in the stock market. If they made 200,000, they earned 200,000. If they lost 200,000, they still had 800,000 left. Because from the moment they borrowed, they never thought about repaying the money. How much is this payment? Zhang Yu asked. A total of 1 million was borrowed. It has been a long time since he paid back, and he has no assets. Secretary Yang briefly explained the situation of that person. How outrageous! This is fraud, and it has come to me? Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask. In the company, how many debts like this are there? President Zhang, the overall bad debt rate of the company is about 5%, Secretary Yang stated a number. So many? Zhang Yu was shocked when he learned about it. Although the interest from lending could mostly be recovered, a bad debt rate of 5% meant that 5% of the principal could not be recovered. With such a deduction, wouldn't the profit decrease? How outrageous! I need to go personally for this matter. President Zhang, this is something I and the legal department can handle. How can I trouble you with it? How about this? Zhang Yu said. Can you take me to find that person? Can we find him? Zhang Yu thought. He couldn't tolerate a 5% bad debt rate. He couldn't even tolerate 1%. It was just right to take this malicious debtor as an example. Handle it seriously, and those who are wealthy but refuse to pay should understand the cost of default. These matters could easily be handled by the concierge department or even by using people from the new E group. However, Zhang Yu was also free at the moment. With nothing to do, it was a good opportunity to experience the diversity of the human species. We should be able to find him. I know his ex-wife's address, Secretary Yang said. Ex-wife? Zhang Yu was puzzled. It should be said that it's a fake divorce. Although they obtained a divorce certificate, according to reliable information, they still live together as a family, Secretary Yang explained. All right, then let's go now, Zhang Yu said. President Zhang, should we bring someone from the concierge department? Secretary Yang asked cautiously. She was worried that the debtor might become angry and cause a physical conflict, which would not be good for President Zhang. No need. Just the two of us will do. Zhang Yu shook his head and then asked, by the way, are you ready? All set. Secretary Yang suddenly blushed, feeling a bit nervous, and tugged at her skirt. Okay, let's go. Zhang Yu and Secretary Yang took the private elevator down. They didn't stop at all. It was really fast, taking just over 20 seconds to go from the 28th floor to the first floor. That's less than a second per floor on average. After getting in the car, they navigated to a location that Secretary Yang mentioned. About 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of a community. Beautiful flower realm. The stone at the entrance was engraved with several large characters in regular script. President Zhang, their home is in Building 2, Unit 2, Room 1503, Secretary Yang said. Let's go. Zhang Yu walked ahead, and she followed behind. They arrived at the door of that household. Secretary Yang stepped forward and knocked on the door. Who is it? A somewhat impatient male voice came from inside. It's him. Secretary Yang turned her head and whispered to Zhang Yu. I am the secretary of the Papa Loan Company, here to ask if Lu Yong is home. Didn't I tell you already? I have no money. You can go to court and sue me. Lu Yong was also quite tough. But if you keep bothering me, I can call the police. Where is Lu Yong's ID card registered? Zhang Yu turned to ask Secretary Yang. Let me check. Secretary Yang pulled out some relevant information from her phone's photo album. The registered residence is in Lan County. Lan County? Zhang Yu suddenly remembered. His ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan was from Lan County, and she had a brother named Lu Yong. He just never met him during the years they dated. However, Lu Ruyan often posted about the location of the beautiful Flower Realm community. Comparing the two, could it be such a coincidence? Is he just Lu Ruyan's brother? Speaking of which, this deadbeat almost became my brother-in-law. So, Zhang Yu also spoke up. Lu Yong, do you have a sister named Lu Ruyan? A loud clatter echoed from inside as a stainless steel bowl fell to the ground. Footsteps gradually approached, and the door opened. A man with a sharp nose and a thin face, dressed in short sleeves and shorts, with enough grease in his hair to fry 2 dishes, stared at Zhang Yu. He warily asked, Who are you? Why are you asking about my sister? Don't be nervous, Zhang Yu smiled. I'm Lu Ruyan's ex-boyfriend, Zhang Yu. I've heard she has a brother, but I didn't expect it would be you. You are Ruyan's ex-boyfriend? Lu Yong stared at him, then suddenly realized, oh, now I get it. Her boyfriend Ding Kuan, that's you who reported him out of revenge, right? Since you know, Zhang Yu chuckled, are you still not going to pay back the money our company is owed? Pay back? Lu Yong laughed, how can I pay back? I don't have a single cent on me right now. What do you want me to pay with? Lu Yong, are you playing the fool? Do you really think we can't do anything about you? Secretary Yang, unable to hold back any longer, interjected. How could there be such a scoundrel? At that time, she didn't even know how this payment was approved. Calm down, Zhang Yu signaled for Secretary Yang to relax. The house belongs to my ex-wife. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? Then why are you still living here? Why can't I live here? Lu Yong chuckled. I have a child to take care of with her. I'm here to look after the kid. What's the problem? Besides, do I need to explain this to you? Lu Yong, who is it? At that moment, a woman's voice came from inside. It's nothing, just a delivery person who knocked on the wrong door. I'll send them away right now. Saying this, Lu Yong tried to close the door, not wanting to hear any more of their nonsense. Wait, Zhang Yu reached out a hand to block the door. What do you want now? Lu Yong was getting impatient. Nothing much, just pay back the money and I'll leave, Zhang Yu said. Including principal and interest, plus the penalty for breach of contract, you need to pay back 1.3 million now. 1.3 million, selling this house would almost cover the debt. The interior of the house was quite nice, clearly money had been spent on it. Oh, haven't heard from you in a few days, and now it's more? Lu Yong grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Do as you wish, whether it's 1.3 million or 1.5 million, go ahead and sue me. That's it. Lu Yong, why haven't they left yet? At that moment, a woman in pajamas walked out from inside. Her long legs looked very slender. She was quite good-looking and clearly took care of herself. You just said that everything about your ex-wife has nothing to do with you? Zhang Yu suddenly asked. What about it? Lu Yong replied, that's right, I told you, I'm living here to take care of the child. I'm not talking about the house, Zhang Yu smiled. So, your ex-wife, she has nothing to do with you either, right? At this point, Secretary Yang turned to look at President Zheng. No way, could he be thinking? For a young, handsome, and wealthy boss like President Zheng, with just a flick of his finger, countless women would come crying and throwing themselves at him, regardless of age. Even knowing they would be deceived and that there would be no outcome, they would still rush forward. Is he trying to learn from the legacy of Wu Wei? And right in front of Lu Yong? Goodness, this is a blatant scheme. What do you want to do? Lu Yong was getting nervous and was about to close the door. However, he couldn't close it at all, even using both hands and feet, and even straining his face. But still, it couldn't resist, as Zhang Yu casually placed a hand on the door. Who are you? Lu Yong's wife, seeing Zhang Yu at the door, couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. How could there be such a handsome man? She was directly struck in the heart, even though she was already a married woman. No, wait, I've already gotten the divorce certificate, I'm free again. What do I need to worry about? The law doesn't care about fake divorces or real divorces, it only certifies. As for the other person in the house, who is he? Excuse me, are you Lu Yong's ex-wife? Zhang Yu asked. Yes, she looked at Zhang Yu, momentarily stunned, and said, since you're the ex-wife, why is he living in your house? If someone is interested in you, knowing this would be awkward. Zhang Yu smiled. He was also hinting to her that with her looks, she could definitely find someone better. There would surely be people pursuing her. Why should she really lose many possibilities for such a man? The ex-wife often browsed Xiaohanshu and had seen similar posts. She just lacked the courage. Zhang Yu's words today made her see a glimmer of hope in throwing herself at him. He's here to see the child today. He needs to leave now. The ex-wife also realized that for whatever reason, Lu Yong could no longer stay here. Lu Yong, you've seen the child today, it's time to go. Shana, what are you saying? Lu Yong's eyes widened. He didn't expect her to want to kick him out now. He had transferred all his assets to her name, including this house. Lu Yong, didn't you just say that? I'm just your ex-wife. Also, I hope you have some sense of boundaries. My name is Suna, the ex-wife said. What the hell? Lu Yong's mentality suddenly broke down. What's going on? Does Suna want to break up? If she really wants to break up, he truly has no way to deal with it. Suna, what do you mean? Are you kicking me out? Lu Yong pointed a finger at her. This house is transferred to your name, written in your name, and this is how you treat me? Lu Yong, I hope you understand. You did it voluntarily, and you also said that the house will belong to the child in the future. So what are you entangled in? You should leave, there are so many people here, I don't want to make it too awkward. Suna was completely different from just now. Her change was faster than flipping a book. Secretary Yang watched this drama unfold from the side. It was truly exciting. First, let the two of them have an internal conflict. Doesn't that dismantle their alliance of interests? Fine, since you say that, I won't care anymore. Lu Yong said. This house is mine. The one who should leave is you. If you don't leave, I'll turn it into a haunted house tomorrow. Lu Yong, you're threatening me, huh? Suna's temper also flared up. I'm standing right here. Let's see if you dare. Both of their tempers flared. Truly, two different people can't share the same bed. They were both in a heated state now. You're a debt collection agency, right? Suna also realized now. I have no relationship with him. I'm changing the locks today. He will never be able to enter this house again. Suna also understood. Although Lu Yong had given her the assets, if the relationship in between wasn't completely clarified, there would still be a de facto marriage. Therefore, someone would still come knocking. Who would want to live like that? Thus, once the thought began to form in her mind, it would be uncontrollable. Suna, you little bitch. Lu Yong was furious and embarrassed. Zhang Yu's move was truly ruthless. Regardless of whether he could get the money or not, today he first destroyed their relationship. Then he would really become a master of the three harmonies. The perfect plan he once thought he had to hide his assets had fallen apart. If I become homeless in the future, wouldn't that just mean I'm making clothes for others? A selfish person like Lu Yong certainly wouldn't want that. As he spoke, he reached out his hand, intending to hit Suna. However, as soon as his hand was extended, it was blocked by Zhang Yu. If I understand correctly, your ex-wife is considered an unrelated person, right? Breaking into an unrelated person's home to beat someone, how long will that keep you in jail? Zhang Yu's words made Lu Yong shrink back immediately. Zhang Yu, I have no grievances with you, why are you trying to harm me like this? He asked. How can there be no grievances? Aren't you 1 million in debt, and didn't you transfer it away? If the money can't be recovered, whose fault is that? Zhang Yu, you're just a worker. Why are you playing this game? How much can you really get out of it? A worker? Secretary Yang couldn't help but interject. He is the boss of our company, with 100% of the shares. What? Lu Yong and Suna were both stunned. Who would have thought that he, so young, was the owner of a financial company worth tens of billions? Secretary Yang was the company's senior secretary, and she was personally accompanying him, so it must be true. Suna thought to herself. Zhang Yu was so handsome and so wealthy, he wouldn't need to offend him for Lu Yong's sake. So she turned to Lu Yong and said, "Did you hear that? If you don't leave now, I'm going to report you for illegal entry." Now, legally, she could indeed report this. As soon as she mentioned calling the police, Lu Yong shrank back. With red eyes, he viciously threw out, "Just you wait." Then he sulkily packed his things and left the house. Just like that? Secretary Yang was a bit dazed. Wasn't the money still not recovered? What was Zhang Zong doing? Secretary Yang, you wait outside for a moment, I have something to say to her privately, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Okay. Yang Xiaomi nodded. Then she saw Zhang Yu walk into the room and close the door. I really didn't expect you to be the boss of that financial company, Suna said shyly, playing with her hair. Please sit, I'll go pour you some tea. MS. Suna, Zhang Yu smiled, I won't be having tea. I just want to ask, what do you think about Lu Yong transferring the money to your name? This was his choice, Suna said, crossing her legs and putting on an innocent expression. His choice? That means you knew about this money, right? Zhang Yu smiled. Yes. Then you also know where his money came from, Zhang Yu said with a smile. If they really want to investigate, is the property in your hands clean? Also, he transferred the house to you, but you didn't pay a single cent. This can also be considered as Lu Yong transferring this property. Zhang Yu continued. I think you wouldn't want your child to have a stain on their record and not be able to take the civil service exam in the future, right? I really didn't know. Suna panicked. And I have no money left in my card. Where's the money? Zhang Yu asked. It's all there. Suna pointed to a wardrobe. On top were various cosmetics and bags. These things were worth a lot when bought, but when trying to convert them to cash, they wouldn't even hold a tenth of their value. There was no point in pursuing them. In that case, it seems we can only deal with this house. Zhang Yu glanced at the room's environment. The decoration is quite nice, very aesthetic. This is my only home. If I lose it, where will my daughter and I live? Suna was so scared that tears were about to fall. However, Zhang Yu didn't think she was innocent. She was fully aware of the situation and felt justified in accepting this ill-gotten wealth. Moreover, at the time of the incident, she turned against Lu Yong. Lu Yong was willing to transfer all his money to her. It can only be said that not everyone from the same family can enter the same door. I feel that Suna, this white lotus, is more likely pretending to be innocent to deceive Lu Yong into taking out a loan that she won't repay. Before, she didn't turn against him, either because the timing wasn't right or she was too scared. It's simple, Zhang Yu said with a smile. If you don't want to sell the house, then you can work for me. I'll pay you according to the market rate until the debt is cleared. But it's over 1 million. How long will I have to work for that? Moreover, Suna, who has never lifted a finger, can't do manual labor. If you don't want to work, there's another way. The money comes quickly, Zhang Yu chuckled. I see you have decent qualities. It should only take about 2 years. No. Suna shook her head. I don't want that. Looking at Zhang Yu, feeling isolated and helpless, she couldn't help but cry out. What should I do? Woo. Secretary Yang outside heard Suna crying and had no idea what President Zhang was doing. She didn't dare push the door open either. She couldn't help but think, President Zhang wouldn't be trying to force her, would he? That wouldn't do. If she got bitten back, it would be troublesome. However, after listening for a while, it wasn't as she imagined, so she felt relieved. What you have gained was never yours to begin with, so what's there to regret? Zhang Yu looked at Su-na, finding it amusing. Many girls who go astray are just overspending, then when the creditors come knocking, they are pushed to a dead end, right? Those clothes, bags, and cosmetics were never within their means. Since they used them, they should consider the cost that follows. Can I go to Jianling? Su-na suddenly asked. Ms. Su-na, the money you owe is enough to reach 1,000,000 miles to Jianling. Zhang Yu understood her meaning. But right now, he just wanted the money. Then, wait for me to list the house. Once it's sold, I'll pay you back. Su-na could only say this. Working was impossible. Selling the house was the only option. Unexpectedly, this Zhang Yu was not the white knight she thought he was. Instead, he was here to divide her. First, he kicked Lu Yong, the thug, out. Then he came to manipulate her. Truly ruthless. She hadn't even thought of this, it was a miscalculation. But what could she do? If she really didn't repay the money, with his capabilities, he could indeed send her to prison. She didn't dare to gamble on that. Sell the house? Zhang Yu laughed. Since you have no money, just transfer the house to me directly. It would save a step. Zhang Yu thought that rather than asking for cash repayment, it was better to take the house. Although it wasn't a luxury community, the comfort of living there was still acceptable. Plus, it was close to the university town, with several universities nearby, creating a strong residential atmosphere. Transfer it directly? Su-na was a bit surprised. But I have so many things at home. I'm not in a hurry. I'll give you a week to pack your things. A week later, I'll send Secretary Yang over to collect the house, Zhang Yu said. He couldn't bring himself to be the villain, but he couldn't let go of what belonged to him either. A week was enough time to pack. Alright, Su-na could only nod. What else could she say? Okay, I'll take my leave then, Zhang Yu said, turning to leave. Mr. Zhang, wait a moment. Su-na suddenly called out. Is there anything else? Zhang Yu asked. I have a daughter in school. I don't know how to tell her. At this moment, Su-na felt a bit regretful. She blamed herself for being so foolish back then, not realizing how wrong it was. How old is your daughter? Zhang Yu couldn't help but be curious. Does she not know about your situation? She doesn't know. Su-na shook her head. She just got accepted into a key university and will be starting her freshman year next semester. She doesn't know about these things. I see, Zhang Yu said thoughtfully. It really is surprising that such parents could raise a daughter who got into a key university. More importantly, it was hard to tell that Su-na's child was already so grown up. Zhang Yu estimated the child was only about 10 years old. Don't worry, I won't say anything about this. Besides, he didn't even know who her daughter was. Then, Zhang Yu walked out. Mr. Shang, how did it go? Secretary Yang, waiting at the door, stepped forward to ask. Su-na's apartment will be transferred to my name in a week, Zhang Yu said, to repay the debt. Mr. Zhang, you really have a way. Secretary Yang's admiration for him was evident. Alright, enough flattery. Let's go. Okay. Secretary Yang followed behind him. The two of them walked out of the beautiful flower district and encountered a few girls with bangs, dressed in sailor outfits, walking towards the community. As they brushed past each other, they exchanged a few glances. Zhang Yu thought the girls looked quite good. The young girls across the way were also thinking, this man is so handsome, it's a pity he has such a beautiful woman beside him. He must be with her. If he were single, he would definitely go up and ask for her contact information. At that moment, on the other side, Lu Yong, who had been kicked out of his home, was dragging his suitcase and making a phone call by the roadside. Brother Sean, we've been good brothers for years, you have to help me this time. Lu Yong cried on the phone. There's a guy named Zhang Yu who caused trouble and kicked me out of my house. I have nothing now. Who is so bold as to meddle in your marriage? I'll take care of him right now. Brother Sean on the other end of the line was also very loyal. But did your sister-in-law really kick you out? How could it be fake? I'm out here with my suitcase. Don't worry, brother. Just watch how I deal with this Su-na. On the other end of the line, Brother Sean realized this was a great opportunity. Lu Yong and his wife used to be inseparable, but now they had turned against each other. Wasn't this his chance? Thank you, Brother Sean. Thank you for what? Just take a cab and hurry over here. We need to discuss the next steps. Brother Sean had 7 or 8 people under him. Dealing with them wouldn't be hard, right? After hanging up, Lu Yong called a cab. Just then, a black SUV stopped in front of him. Mr. Lu, get in the car, someone inside said. Did you arrive so quickly? Lu Yong glanced at his phone, but this license plate number is wrong? And how did they know his name? Lu Yong was still somewhat sharp, otherwise, he wouldn't have been a long-term deadbeat without any issues. He sensed something was off with the people in the car. He lifted his leg to leave. However, how could he escape? A few people got out of the car and directly controlled him from both sides. Another person stepped forward with a sack and dragged Lu Yong into the car. Where is he? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Brother Sean and his group were in an abandoned factory, claiming it as their territory. They waited for a long time but still hadn't seen anyone come. The next second, several cars drove into the abandoned factory. Everyone in the factory, clear out immediately. The factory is about to be demolished. Everyone must leave today. A few people got out of the car, holding loudspeakers, shouting into the abandoned factory. In fact, there were only a few of them inside. They had set up a water reservoir and generator, with water and electricity, living a decent life in a wasteland style. Why is this abandoned factory suddenly going to be demolished? Damn, who are these people? Are they trying to wipe us out? One of Sean Ge's underlings said indignantly. They seem to be government officials. We can't afford to mess with them. We have to retreat. Shanga didn't dare to confront them. After all, this wasn't their property. However, he felt it was too coincidental that they showed up. Lu Yong, could it be that he offended some big shot? He wanted to call Lu Yong but found that the phone was unreachable. It wasn't that no one was answering. It just couldn't get through. Either there was no signal, or the card had been pulled out. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, and Shanga shivered. Hurry up and move. Shanga, if we keep moving, we might have to leave the city and go back to the rural outskirts, one of the underlings said. He didn't expect to follow such a useless big brother. 3 days of hunger, and that Lu Yong really treated him like a big brother. Then we can only go back. Shanga didn't want to get himself into trouble. Let's figure out the situation first. We have so little left, we should be cautious. Shanga, how about we seek refuge with the Cine group? One underling suggested. I heard the Cine group has been active in Jiangcheng lately. Their leader is actually a woman, and she's quite attractive. Cine group? Shanga laughed at that. Do we even dare to step into their door? Just 2 of them could take down all 7 or 8 of us. He was well aware of his own strength. He was just scraping by with a few useless people in the fringes. If it really doesn't work, let's seek refuge with Master Ma, another underling said. Master Ma is also expanding his influence. Clinging to a big leg is the only way to survive. Master Ma? Shanga recalled. Recently, 2 forces had emerged in Jiangcheng. Besides the Cine group, the other was Master Ma. It was said that these 2 groups had already had several clashes in secret, with each side having its victories and defeats. The Cine group was hard to say, but Master Ma's side could be a possibility to seek refuge. Easier said than done. Shanga spread his hands. We have nothing on hand. What can we offer? Shanga, you forgot about Lu Yong's wife and child. One underling laughed. If we bring them and offer them to Master Ma, wouldn't that work? Anyone who mingled in society knew that Master Ma abstained from alcohol and tobacco, but he had a particular weakness for women. When he encountered a beauty, he couldn't move. Many who wanted to seek refuge with Master Ma had to present such a grand gift to be considered for his acceptance. Although they wouldn't get a high position, at least they wouldn't go hungry. Running an underground force required money for daily sustenance. Those who couldn't make money would naturally be swallowed up. Only those who could make money would grow bigger. I can't believe you thought of that. They are the beloved family of my brothers, Shanga scolded. The scolded underling scratched his head and dared not speak. But what you said is indeed a solution, Shanga smiled. Lu Yong is unreachable now. His widow and orphan at home can be easily dealt with. He quickly made a decision. Let's move first, then we'll handle this matter. Overseas, at the airport, Lu Huanxiu and the others had already boarded their flight back to the country. According to the schedule, this flight would pass through Jiangcheng but wouldn't stop, landing in the northeast instead. The next stop would be to fly towards the Bear Country. The flight back to Jiangcheng would be 2 days later. However, it felt like time had never passed so slowly for Lu Huanxiu. It had only been a day since they set off. They still had several long-distance flights ahead. Another reason is that Lu Huanxiu missed Zhang Yu. The longing began to surge, and it was uncontrollable. Her nose tinged with a sourness, and she even felt like crying. Lu Huanxiu, you can't let others laugh at you. You used to be such a cold person, she admonished herself in her heart. It was all Zhang Yu's fault. It was as if the heavens had sent him to subdue her. It made her, a dignified chief flight attendant, feel like Lin Daiyu. There was no longer any semblance of an excellent employee. Sister Xiao, it's time for takeoff. What are you thinking about? Pan Yuyao asked. Nothing. You aren't thinking about the landlord, are you? Pan Yuyao teased with a giggle. Nonsense. Lu Huanxiu shook her head in denial. Don't deny it. I heard you talking in your sleep last night. What did I say? Lu Huanxiu was startled. Last night, they had slept in the same hotel room. Could it be that she really had talked in her sleep? Guess. Pan Yuyao laughed and turned to head to the cabin. Yuyao, you. Lu Huanxiao didn't finish her sentence, feeling a bit nauseous. Oh no. She quickly opened the bathroom door and rushed inside. Then, she took out a test strip. When she felt something was off earlier, she had secretly bought one at the pharmacy. Can one test strip really decide everything? Lu Huanxiao thought for a moment, then began the test. A few minutes later, when she saw 2 red lines appear, her mind went blank, feeling as if the sky was about to collapse. No way, it could be like this? How was she supposed to explain this? As the chief flight attendant, Lu Huanxiao had always been calm and composed, but now, she was panicking. No way, it must be faulty. I'll retest when I get to the next city, she thought to herself. There was a knock on the door outside. Chief flight attendant Lu, are you in there? There's a form that needs your signature. Oh, I'll be right out. Lu Huanxiao tossed the item into the trash can, thought for a moment, then picked it up and flushed it down the toilet. Zhang Yu and Secretary Yang were on their way back to the company. He sneezed. President Zhang, are you going up to the office when we get to the company? I won't be going up. Zhang Yu smiled. I just went, and I've seen everything I needed to see. Alright then, just drop me off by the roadside, and I'll walk up myself, Secretary Yang said. Sure, Zhang Yu nodded. The car turned a corner and arrived at the office building. It slowly stopped by the roadside, and Secretary Yang opened the car door and got out. Seeing her walk with a slight limp, Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask, are you alright? I'm fine, Secretary Yang replied, suppressing her pain and waving her hand. Okay, then I'll head off. If you need anything, feel free to contact me, Zhang Yu said as he drove away. Secretary Yang watched the car leave, her mind drifting back to the scene in the 2,000 square meter office where President Zhang recited poetry. She could only bury this matter in her heart. Ding! Zhang Yu was driving back to Binjiang Mansion when a system prompt echoed in his mind. Host, a random blind box has dropped. What? Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile at the system's prompt. After the system upgrade, it was indeed much more flexible than before. Now, not only was there a fixed blind box to draw from every day, but there were also randomly dropped blind boxes. Droll. He was also very curious about what he would draw this time. Congratulations, host, you have drawn max level grappling and combat skills. What does that mean? Zhang Yu was taken aback. Had he finally drawn fighting skills? After confirming the receipt of the blind box, the host will gain max level grappling and combat skills. Max level, world master level, agility, endurance, and explosive power will all be greatly enhanced. Zhang Yu understood. The physical enhancement obtained before was just a basic boost in stamina. What was gained this time, however, was an enhancement in techniques. It wasn't just brute strength, there were formed techniques, allowing for more variations. That was what made one a true martial arts master. After confirming the receipt, a vast amount of grappling and fighting secrets surged into his mind like a tide. In an instant, he felt his strength increase, and his blood felt a bit hot. What boy hasn't dreamed of being a hero, upholding justice, and helping the weak since childhood? Picking up a stick on the road, countless rapeseed flowers were about to be cut down. Yet most people, faced with the burdens of life, grew up and no longer mentioned it. At this moment, it truly became a reality. He felt a bit excited inside. If it weren't for being in the car right now, he would have wanted to jump out and practice a few moves immediately. At that moment, Zhang Yu saw a somewhat familiar figure by the roadside ahead. Slowing down to take a look, it was indeed Sumei. Toot toot, he honked the horn twice. Sumei recognized the familiar sound and turned around to see Zhang Yu driving his Cullinan. Captain, your Cullinan is here again. A few officers beside her laughed. You guys aren't allowed to say that. Every time Sumei saw Zhang Yu appear in his car, she would get nervous, because it reminded her of her past mistake. Just thinking about it felt embarrassing. It had spread not only in their team but also in other squads. Although it was a good-natured joke, Sumei felt a strong urge to find an opportunity to regain her lost face. Seeing her colleagues laughing again, Sumei helplessly said, "Go on, you guys patrol ahead. I'll be there in a bit." A few colleagues rode off on their motorcycles. Sumei walked over to Zhang Yu's car. "Hey, don't you know you can't park here?" "I know, so let's get in the car and talk," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Sumei got in the car and sat in the passenger seat, feeling a bit strange. Sitting in that position, scenes she had seen on her phone involuntarily popped into her mind. For a moment, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. "Where are you going?" Sumei asked. "Nowhere. Just planning to go home," Zhang Yu smiled. "No, big brother, I still have to work." "Aren't your colleagues ahead? Once you see them, I'll drop you off. By the way, how's Shasha doing these days?" Zhang Yu asked again. "She's fine," Sumei replied, "but I haven't seen her in the past couple of days." "Wait, why are you asking about her?" Then, she looked at him with a wary expression. "Didn't Secretary Shah say to take care of her more?" I'm just thinking of fulfilling Secretary Shah's request. In fact, it was also because he hadn't reached 10 stars yet. He needed one more push. He was just a little short of full stars. Looking at Zhang Yu's smile, Sume felt he had ulterior motives. Zhang Yu, I warn you, she's only 19, still a child at heart. Don't mess with her. However, she also felt that her warning seemed too powerless. If Zhang Yu was in a good mood, he would listen. If he didn't want to listen, she had no way to change that. Look at you, why are you so anxious? He couldn't help but think that Sume was quite cute. She didn't say anything. At that moment, a message came through on her phone. Taking a closer look, it was from her best friend, Lu Wanxiao. A true best friend doesn't need to meet every day or chat daily, but once they do chat, it's definitely the most private and things that won't be mentioned to others. Who is it? Zhang Yu asked while driving. A friend. Sume turned her phone screen towards herself. Then, seeing the message on the screen, her eyes widened in surprise. May, what should I do? I think I'm pregnant. Each of these words was clear to Sume, but together they made her eyes nearly pop out. What did Lu Hanxiao mean by this? Why did it suddenly? She recalled that Lu Hanxiao had never been in a relationship. If what she said was true, then the biggest suspect would be Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, oh Zhang Yu, how many people have you hurt without realizing it? Xiao, don't panic, what's going on? Sume replied. I don't know how to explain it, I'm considering whether to handle it or not. Lu Hanxiao felt very confused. Why handle it? Who is it? Sume asked. That person is my landlord. I don't know if you know him. She had never introduced her best friend to her landlord before. It was still shrouded in mystery. Know him? She knew him all too well. Sume thought to herself, I'm sitting right next to the father of the child. Don't rush, when you get back, I'll find you, and then we can discuss what to do. Sume replied, I'll always be by your side, facing this together. May, I can only tell you this, my parents don't know, and they must never find out. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Just let me know in advance when you're back, and I'll go find you. After hanging up the phone, Sume shot Zhang Yu a glare. There's not even a title to this relationship. What's going on? This scumbag, I need to keep a close eye on Shasha, I can't let her get hurt too. What's with the glare? Zhang Yu also sensed a kind of murderous aura beside him. Ever since he gained the system's skill enhancement, he could easily pick up on the surrounding hostility. Nothing. Sume smiled, I just suddenly thought of some scumbag behaviors. What scumbag? Like getting a girlfriend pregnant and then running away without taking responsibility. Sume said, is that really a thing? Is it someone around you? The one around me is you. Did you do that? Sume's professional habit kicked in. Zhang Yu turned his head to take a look. No, I meant the people around you. Not right now, but who knows what might happen in the future. Sume said, then asked another question. So Zhang Yu, if you had a girlfriend who was pregnant but you weren't married, what would you do? If that's the case, I'd marry her. Zhang Yu laughed. Really? Sume raised her eyebrows in curiosity. Would Zhang Yu really do that? If he married her best friend, it wouldn't be a bad thing. However, just thinking about that scene gave Sume a strange feeling. Sume, what are you thinking? Shouldn't you be happy that your best friend has a stable relationship? She asked herself, not understanding why her thoughts were so strange. You still haven't told me. Why are you asking this? Zhang Yu found Sume's every word a bit baffling. Could it be that you accidentally got someone pregnant? Get out of here. You're the one who got someone pregnant. Sume pushed his arm. I'm a single peony. Wow, that's great. A peony, we're saved. Zhang Yu joked. Can you be serious? Sume rolled her eyes secretly. Zhang Yu didn't speak, looking out the window, suddenly saying, look quickly, there's a robbery. Ha? Where? As soon as Sume heard those words, she became highly alert and looked outside. Over there, someone snatched a bag and ran into the urban village. Zhang Yu pointed in a direction. Sume followed his gaze, seeing a figure running towards the village entrance, while the person who lost the bag was desperately trying to catch up. No, we have to catch that person. Sume transformed into an embodiment of justice. Zhang Yu, we. Sume turned her head, just about to speak to Zhang Yu. She saw his expression that said he already knew, as he drove towards the intersection of the urban village. Once they reached the intersection, they found that the road had clearly narrowed. A car as large as the Cullinan couldn't go in any further. Even if it could be squeezed in, it would be particularly slow and might even get stuck. It would be faster to run on foot. Let's get out and chase, Zhang Yu said, pulling the car over to the side of the road. His initiative surprised Sume. Wait, aren't you coming with me to catch the thief? What else? Zhang Yu smiled. I can't let you go alone. Don't waste time, or they might run away. Okay. After contacting a few colleagues to come for support, Sume got out of the car. Zhang Yu also got out. But where was the thief? Officer, I have very important items in my bag. please help me get them back. The person who had just been robbed was out of breath, and upon seeing Su-mei, it was as if they had found a savior. Don't worry, we will definitely get it back, Su-mei assured. The traffic police were still police. In such situations, they naturally couldn't just stand by. Moreover, Su-mei had actually studied criminal investigation. During her time at the police academy, she learned criminal investigation. However, after graduation, her father arranged for her to work in the traffic police team. Although she felt a sense of unfulfilled ambition, she still had to do what was necessary and quickly became a squad leader. But the traffic police were not what she had in mind. This time, encountering a bag snatcher ignited the passion within her. Zhang Yu, can you handle this? Before pursuing, Su-mei glanced at Zhang Yu. She admitted that she had no objections to him in business or racing, but this was different. If they weren't professionals, there could be life-threatening risks. Who knew if the criminal had any weapons? For whatever reason, Su-mei didn't want to take that gamble. Don't worry, let's split up, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Looking at his smile, Su-mei found herself believing in him. Alright, we'll split up. If you find the criminal, don't confront them directly, wait for backup. Remember, Su-mei emphasized again after looking at him. Zhang Yu nodded and then said, there are two paths here, you go right, I go left. Saying this, he ran towards the box. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Yu was identifying the footprints on the ground when suddenly he heard someone ahead exclaim in surprise, followed by the sound of something falling to the ground. Although this sound might be too faint for an ordinary person to notice, under Zhang Yu's heightened senses, even the slightest sound became a useful clue. Right ahead. Zhang Yu identified the source of the sound and ran in that direction. At that moment, the bag snatcher was running in an alley. The path in the alley was twisted and turned. He ran far, taking several turns, before finally catching his breath. Now, I shouldn't be caught, right? Just as he was about to unzip the bag to see what was inside, he heard footsteps approaching. Damn, who is so fast? The thief felt a pang of fear, stood up, and determined a direction to continue running. Don't run. I know where you are, surrender quietly. From across the alley, the thief heard the voice coming from the other side. Damn, it's that close? He was startled, realizing the pursuer was just a row of houses away. If he turned a corner, they would see his back. Shouldn't he hurry up and run? He was also a habitual offender, having easily escaped after stealing something in the past. What was going on today? Even from such a distance, he could still be chased down? The thief's heart grew increasingly anxious. The earlier psychological attack had thrown him into disarray. Unknowingly, he had run into a dead end. Oh no, there's only a wall ahead. The thief realized something was wrong and turned around, preparing to look for another route. He found a young handsome guy blocking the entrance, with a smile that was neither here nor there. Zhang Yu stood at the entrance with his arms crossed, looking at the thief and said, "What did you take?" "Hand it over obediently. Just because of you?" The thief saw that Zhang Yu was young, his build relatively slender, and he had no visible weapons. His confidence surged. With a swift motion, he pulled out a dagger from his waist. The blade was about half a foot long, already unsheathed, glinting with a sharp light. "My dagger doesn't have eyes. If you don't want to get hurt, get out of my way," the thief said fiercely. Zhang Yu clearly saw his face, which bore a scar from a knife, making him look quite menacing. The murderous intent in his eyes was evident, and he exuded a heavy aura of malice. It was clear he wasn't a good person. If Zhang Yu had encountered someone like him with a weapon yesterday, he might have thought twice. However, now he possessed top-notch grappling and combat skills. A mere dagger was nothing to him. His confidence remained unshaken. "Wow, you really aren't afraid of death." The thief felt Zhang Yu's aura was clearly stronger than his own, making him even more uncertain. He knew that if he delayed any longer, when their reinforcements arrived, it would be even harder for him to escape. He could only fight to the death. Ah! The thief raised his dagger and charged at Zhang Yu. The longer the dagger, the stronger it was. With such a long dagger, he didn't believe Zhang Yu would dare not to dodge. However, just as he raised the dagger to stab at Zhang Yu's neck, Zhang Yu remained in place, effortlessly evading the attack range of the dagger. What? The thief was startled and was about to change his move when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Zhang Yu extended his long leg, putting all his strength into a kick. The kick landed squarely on the thief's stomach. The thief flew face-first towards the ground, soaring 2 to 3 meters in the air before crashing against the wall and bouncing back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, bracing himself on the ground, trying to get up, but ultimately failed. "I was wrong. I won't dare again. I'll return the bag, just let me go," the thief said with a mournful face. "Poof, you think you can rob someone and just walk away?" A sharp voice rang out. It was Su-mei, who had heard the commotion and rushed over. Upon arriving, she saw Zhang Yu had kicked the thief away. "Zhang Yu, your skills are so good?" She walked over and gave Zhang Yu a once-over. He hadn't even gotten a speck of dust on him and had subdued someone with a dagger? For a moment, Su-mei was extremely shocked. This thief was no novice, he should have some skills. His eyes were terrifying and fierce, and even as a police officer trained in criminal investigation, she knew that in such a dire situation, a criminal's capacity for brutality was immeasurable. Many excellent officers would get injured when unable to exert themselves in a confined space. Yet, this thief had gained no advantage against Zhang Yu. "Do you have handcuffs on you?" "No." Su-mei felt a bit embarrassed. They weren't even equipped with them. "Alright then, let's tie him to a tree and wait for your reinforcements to arrive." Zhang Yu noticed the thief's shoelaces. "Please, let me go. I promise I won't do it again. I'll return the bag." At that moment, the thief got up and threw the bag directly at the two of them. At the same time, his other hand reached for his waist. "Zhang Yu, he has a gun." Su-mei, with her sharp eyes, immediately sensed something was wrong. This thief was no ordinary criminal. The act of throwing the bag not only distracted them but also obscured their line of sight. He definitely had something up his sleeve. As Su-mei saw him pull out the real deal, she shouted loudly. However, the next moment brought her a surprising scene. Zhang Yu smiled lightly. At the moment the thief's finger was on the trigger, he suddenly kicked the bag in mid-air. The bag, hit by the kick, instantly changed direction and sped back. In less than a tenth of a second, just as the thief pressed the trigger, the bag struck him squarely in the face. The thief was knocked out cold, and the handgun fell from his hand to the ground. Seeing this, Su-mei ran forward with her long legs and kicked the handgun further away. "Zhang Yu, quickly pick up the gun." Then, Su-mei knelt on the thief's back, twisted his arm behind him, and wrapped his shoelaces around it several times, tying a secure knot. The thief tried to struggle and resist. Zhang Yu walked over, holding the gun. "Don't move, or I'll shoot you dead." Faced with the dark muzzle of the gun, the thief immediately became obedient. Su-mei, however, was extremely nervous. "Oh my god, Zhang Yu, do you know how to handle a gun? I'm also under your gunpoint. If it goes off, I'll haunt you in your dreams." Woo woo! The sound of police sirens rang out. A large number of police footsteps approached, rushing into the alley. "Captain Su, are you okay? We've called in the criminal police too." Several traffic police colleagues rushed into the alley first. They saw Su-mei on the ground, having tied up the thief. "I'm fine, come help. I don't have the strength anymore," Su-mei shouted. "Quick, help!" Several traffic police swarmed in and completely subdued the thief. Soon, several fully armed criminal police also arrived. "Sir, please hand me the gun," one of the criminal police said to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu smiled and handed over the gun. "Finally caught the guy," Su-mei said as she stood up, wiping the sweat from her brow. That scene was indeed a bit thrilling. "Captain Su from the traffic police team?" The leading criminal police captain saw Su-mei and immediately smiled. "It's still the daughter of Director Su, truly a heroine, managing to subdue a criminal." "Not really, Although Su-mei wanted to take credit, she didn't want to claim it all for herself. Most of the credit for catching this thief belonged to Zhang Yu. She didn't want to take undue credit. However, before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Yes, Captain Su's skills are really impressive. It's a pity she's in traffic police." "Sir, do you know Captain Su?" The criminal police captain also laughed. "Indeed, Captain Su is someone I've watched grow up. She originally studied criminal investigation." "Captain, there's a situation," one of the criminal police said at that moment. The criminal police captain's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He stepped forward to take a closer look at the criminal. Oh my! He couldn't help but clap his hands. "What is it?" Su-mei asked curiously. "Captain Su, this is no ordinary petty thief. You've done a great service." The criminal police captain was extremely excited. This is an A-level wanted criminal that the system has been tracking for a long time, involved in drug trafficking, gambling, and even making guns and bullets. The gun in his hand is preliminarily judged to be a replica. The criminal police captain said happily. "If Director Su finds out, he will be proud of you." "Let's not get our hopes up," Su-mei said, not feeling optimistic. "If he were proud of this matter, he wouldn't have sent me to the traffic police right after graduation." "Who said that?" At that moment, a deep voice rang out from behind the crowd. "Director Su." "Good day, Director Su." Everyone greeted the newcomer respectfully. Su-mei turned around to see her father, Su Guoqiang. "How did he get here?" "When I heard the news, I was in the command room of the police station. The data showed that this criminal had an identity, so I hurriedly brought people to provide support. Whether for public or private reasons, coming to provide support was never wrong." On the way, Su Guoqiang was still anxious, but upon arriving at the scene, he discovered that the criminal had been subdued so easily. A person armed with a dangerous weapon, who was extremely vicious, usually required dozens of people to form an absolute suppression. Today, upon arriving at the scene, he found that it had actually been defeated by his daughter, or rather, by her and Jeonyu together. Dad, I want to say. Sume stepped forward, wanting to clarify what had happened. Jeonyu spoke up first. Director Sume really accomplished a great feat just now. I think it's a pity for her to be in the traffic police. Sume couldn't help but glance back at Jeonyu. Her expression was complex. No, with such a great achievement, don't you want it? Then wouldn't I owe a huge favor? Sume, you accomplished a great feat this time. What kind of reward do you want? Su Guoqiang smiled, looking at his daughter. She was still dazed and didn't know what to say. Should she say she wanted to go to the criminal police? She had previously caught various thieves even as a traffic officer, but every time she made that request, it had been rejected. This time, in front of so many people, she didn't want to bring it up. Do you want to go to the criminal police team for some training? Su Guoqiang asked warmly. Is that possible? Sume pointed at herself in disbelief. Of course. Su Guoqiang's face was filled with pride. My daughter actually managed to catch an A-level wanted criminal. I am proud of you. That's great. Sume jumped up excitedly. However, I have to set 3 rules with you. Su Guoqiang's expression became serious again. Director Su, you speak. Sume said. If you go to the criminal police team, you must strictly follow the rules and work hard. Su Guoqiang stated. I will give orders that you will not receive any special treatment because of my position. There will be a 3-month probation period. If you cannot meet the requirements, you will immediately return to the traffic police. Jeonyu could see that the old father was truly concerned when he said this. He didn't want Sume to feel sad or disappointed. He also didn't want his daughter to suffer hardships or face dangers in the criminal police team. So, he gave her a 3-month probation period. It was best for her to experience how tough it was inside, and then immediately work in the traffic police without thinking about anything else. I understand, I will work hard. Sume saluted the captain of the criminal police team. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Captain Huang, you are not allowed to show her any favoritism. Su Guoqiang also looked at the captain and said, Yes, Director Su. Captain Huang saluted. Absolutely fair treatment. Good, then you all take the person back. Conduct a thorough interrogation. This wanted criminal had been on the run for so long, carrying so many cases. One person's strength was absolutely insufficient. It was just right to use this wanted criminal as a clue to follow the trail and catch the people behind. Also, contact the owner of that bag and have them come to the station to claim it. After they left, only Su Guoqiang, Sume, and Zhang Yu remained at the scene. Mr. Shang, thank you. Su Guoqiang looked at Zhang Yu and gave him a salute. Hey, Director Su, what are you doing? The dignified director of Jiangqing City, with such a salute, left him somewhat at a loss. I know that if it weren't for you just now, it would have been very difficult for my daughter to catch the criminal, so thank you. Dad, you knew all along? Sume felt a weight lift from her heart. Otherwise, she would have suffocated herself. After so many years, how could I not know? Su Guoqiang said. This is not an ordinary criminal, but one who has been wanted for a long time. I know how dangerous he is. Even if you studied criminal investigation, you are still a girl, and you have never really worked as a police officer. So I know Jeonyu must have helped. His analysis was reasonable. Dad, you still look down on girls, don't you? What's wrong with being a girl? Sume pouted. Are you particularly regretful for not having a son? Nonsense. Su Guoqiang became serious. I have never thought that way. If you haven't, then you haven't, no need to get angry. Sume said softly. Alright, I should go back. You should also return to the traffic police team to hand over your work. You report to the criminal police team tomorrow. Su Guoqiang looked at his daughter. This time, I gave you a chance. If you can't catch him, you know what to do, right? I know. I won't let you down. Sume said. Watching Su Guoqiang leave, she turned to Zhang Yu and said, Let's go. Where to? You helped me with such a big favor. I have to treat you to a meal. Sume smiled. Who would have thought that because of today's incident, her long-held wish to join the criminal police team would come true? No need for a meal. Zhang Yu smiled. How about just a verbal thank you? But, you wish. Sume's face turned red. I'm still a peony. Ha? Zhang Yu's head was filled with question marks. I meant, just say a few words of thanks. Did you misunderstand? He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. How could his very ordinary statement be twisted to that extent? It was absurd. This was not something a peony should say. Could it be that she was also someone with a rich theoretical knowledge? Ah, Zhang Yu, I want to hit you. Sume realized her thoughts had gone too far. Her face flushed. You want to hit me? That might be a bit difficult. Zhang Yu laughed. Just now, he had subdued that A-level wanted criminal, and he should have taken over 90% of the credit. That 90% of credit was all given as a favor. So what if I do? Sume pouted playfully. Are you really going to hit me? That's not certain, it depends on how I hit you. Zhang Yu chuckled. How would you hit me? With a stick. This time, Zhang Yu's words carried another meaning. Alright, then I'll report you for assaulting a police officer, Sume said proudly. Her mood today was quite good, revealing a side of her as a little woman. She was no longer the cold, icy demeanor of a police officer. Okay, let's leave the alley first. Zhang Yu changed the subject. Why? I parked my car in a hurry just now. That place doesn't allow parking, and if we're late, I'm afraid I'll get a ticket. Ah, Sume exclaimed. No way, that's my car. Saying this, she ran towards the alley exit. Once out of the alley, she saw a large group of people gathered at the village entrance, discussing animatedly. There were men, women, and children, including the person who had just lost their bag. Upon seeing Sume come out of the alley, the person who lost their bag gratefully said, Police officer, thank you. Wow, this female officer is really impressive. She managed to take down a criminal with her bare hands. If all police officers were like this, we would be so safe and secure. Women are no less than men. The owner must present a banner. Yes, 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 it must be done, the owner said happily. In the crowd, only a few children were peering at something. When they saw Zhang Yu come out from behind, they immediately jumped up. That big brother we saw upstairs just now, his skills are amazing. He must know martial arts. So cool. I wish I could be like him when I grow up. Big brother, what's your name? When I grow up, I definitely want to marry you, a little girl said. The children had no resistance to such chivalrous behavior. Look, that little girl has already confessed to you. She wants to marry you, Sume said from the side. Isn't that just a reflection of my heroic spirit? Put, shameless, Sume muttered quietly. Do you think otherwise? Zhang Yu smiled at her. Whoever can marry me would definitely be gaining something. With that, Sume had nothing to say, because what he said was indeed true. Since knowing Zhang Yu, every time she saw him, he would show different aspects of surprise. This made Sume very curious about what kind of person he really was. At just over 20, he was such a well-rounded hexagonal warrior. It seemed there was nothing he couldn't handle. That relaxed and unhurried demeanor was captivating. It truly made one want to delve deeper into understanding him. Night. A plane from Jianghang landed in Ha City. This is the capital city of the northernmost province of Long Country. Due to its proximity to the Bear Country, the city has many tall women with exotic charm. When Di Xiaoba and Lu Huanxiao, along with Pan Yuyao, appeared on the streets of Ha City with their rolling suitcases, the three of them were tall and did not lose to those exotic beauties. Yuyao, you and Di Xiaoba go back to the hotel first, Lu Huanxiao said, handing the suitcase in her hand to Pan Yuyao. Sister Xiao, where are you going? Pan Yuyao couldn't help but ask. I'm going to buy something, Lu Huanxiao replied, then asked, by the way, do you want me to bring anything? Sister Xiao, how about we drop off our things first and then go shopping together? Pan Yuyao suggested. Xiaoba isn't feeling well, you stay at the hotel to take care of her. If you need anything, I'll bring it back quickly, Lu Huanxiao smiled. Alright then, Pan Yuyao nodded, we'll head back to the hotel first. After bidding farewell to the two, Lu Huanxiao looked towards the pharmacy ahead, sighed, and walked in. After coming out, she bought some local snacks from Ha City and returned to the hotel. Sister Xiao, you came back so quickly? Pan Yuyao was a bit surprised at how fast Lu Huanxiao returned. I brought you some food. Lu Huanxiao handed her the items. Wow, Sister Xiao, you're so nice. You bought everything I wanted to eat. Pan Yuyao's eyes lit up at the sight of the delicious food, momentarily forgetting to walk. Then hurry and eat. Remember to share some with Xiaoba, Lu Huanxiao said before heading into the bathroom. She took out the items she bought at the pharmacy. They were from 2 different brands. Please, I hope this time the result is good, Lu Huanxiao silently wished. Then, she began the test. A few minutes later, seeing the results from the 2 different brands in her hands, they were the same. Including the last test, it was the same result for 3 consecutive times. It's over, it seems this is indeed true. A hint of panic appeared on Lu Huanxiao's face. Who could have predicted such a result? Sigh, Zhang Yu suddenly came to her mind. It's all his fault. I haven't even gotten married yet. If this gets out, how am I supposed to live with myself in the future? Moreover, if it were just me, that would be one thing. But now, Di Xiaoba is in a similar situation. She even found out a few days earlier than I did. This makes it even harder for Lu Huanxiao to bring it up. Sister Xiao, come quick and look. Just when she was in the bathroom, unsure of how to face this outcome, Pan Yuyao shouted from the hotel room. What is it? Lu Huanxiao pressed the toilet flush button and then walked out. Pan Yuyao saw her and quickly approached, holding up her phone. Sister Xiao, you have to see this. See what? Zhang Yu is making a scene online again, right? Lu Hanxiao asked before even looking at the phone screen. Yes, Sister Xiao, but this time it's different. Pan Yuyo handed the phone screen to her. Lu Hanxiao looked over. The video had tens of thousands of likes, shares, and comments. It was quite popular. The footage was a montage of several clips. It was clear that the video was shot from a 3- or 4-story residential building. Since it was filmed with a phone, the image was a bit shaky. However, it clearly showed Zhang Yu subduing a knife-wielding thug, especially the moment when he executed a flying kick, sending the bag back mid-air to hit the thug in the face. The barrage of comments completely covered the screen. The comments were filled with phrases like "a hero reborn" and "acting justly." There were also quite a few comments expressing a desire to have his children. Lu Hanxiao was already used to Zhang Yu's 360-degree show-off moments. Every time he went out on a flying mission, he would do something surprising. However, when Lu Hanxiao saw other scenes in the video, especially the interaction between Su Mei and Zhang Yu, she realized something. No way. Are they that close? Their gestures didn't seem like just acquaintances. It looked more like they shared everything. Lu Hanxiao suddenly remembered what she had said to her best friend Su Mei. Oh no, she thought to herself, this is bad. Would Su Mei mention her situation to Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu is so clever. They both know that Zhang Yu knows each of them, but he doesn't know that they know each other. However, if this matter were to be revealed, wouldn't it be particularly easy for him to guess? No way. Lu Hanxiao hadn't figured out what to do yet, so she didn't want Zhang Yu to know about her situation. Therefore, without thinking much, she told Pan Yuyo and then picked up her phone. She sent a message to Su Mei. Su Mei, where are you right now? I'm home. What's up? At this moment, Su Mei had already said goodbye to Zhang Yu and returned home. You didn't tell anyone about that matter, right? Which matter? Oh, I haven't told anyone, including him. Su Mei knew that Lu Hanxiao was worried she might have told Zhang Yu. She was well aware of it. You already knew? Lu Hanxiao was clearly shocked by Su Mei's last 3 words. Alright, Hanxiao. Su Mei smiled. Jiangcheng can be very big, but sometimes it's also very small. Actually, I knew for a long time that you two knew each other. What about him? Does he know that we know each other? Lu Hanxiao asked again. I haven't mentioned it. He should not know. Su Mei replied. Don't worry. That's good. Lu Hanxiao felt a bit relieved. But how do you plan to handle this matter? Su Mei also felt worried for her best friend. This is not a small matter. You must think it through carefully. No matter what choice my best friend makes, she will definitely face different consequences. Each has its own ending. I don't know either. Lu Hanxiao had never faced such a situation and felt quite flustered. But I found that I still don't want to give up. I said I don't want to give up. I can't bear to end a life with my own hands. Lu Hanxiao thought for a moment and replied. Then don't think about it. Just take good care of yourself. If it really doesn't work, just ask the company for a long leave. You're a senior employee, they won't deny it. If they really refuse, then I won't work anymore. You probably won't be able to fly later either. Your health is more important, Su Mei said. But how do I explain it to everyone, especially to my roommates and my family? Lu Hanxiao sighed, feeling quite overwhelmed. Sigh. Su Mei sighed. Who told you to be so careless? Lu Hanxiao had always been a rational and calm person. Yet, in front of Zhang Yu, she had lost her composure and, oh, Su Mei, don't say that. I never expected it to turn out this way, Lu Hanxiao replied, then said, alright, I won't talk to you anymore. What's wrong? Zhang Yu called me. Oh, you. Su Mei was somewhat amused and exasperated. Zhang Yu, why are you calling it this time? Is there something wrong? Lu Hanxiao asked. Nothing much, just wanted to ask where you guys are now, Zhang Yu asked from the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. We've already arrived in Ha City and are resting at the hotel, Lu Hanxiao said. A warm feeling surged in her heart. She hadn't noticed before, but now, just a few simple words from Zhang Yu made her feel an urge to act a bit spoiled. Is it the influence of estrogen? Fortunately, she managed to hold it back. Oh, then you should rest well, Zhang Yu said. Wait a moment, Lu Hanxiao quickly called out. What's wrong? Zhang Yu asked. Her words were on the tip of her tongue but she swallowed them back. It's nothing, just that Di Sheba is feeling a bit unwell. Is it due to the change in environment, or what? Zhang Yu asked. If it really doesn't work, just take a leave. It should be fine, just rest well, and it should get better. Lu Hanxiao shook her head. You should rest early too. I'm going to wash up. Then, she hung up the phone. She felt that if they chatted a bit more, she might end up revealing everything. It was better to hang up quickly. At Binjiang Mansion, after Zhang Yu hung up the phone, she seemed to be deep in thought. Then she made another call. Hello, President Zhang. The other side quickly answered, respectfully calling out, "When is the next flight for Lu Huanxiao's group?" "Back to you, President Zhang, it's tomorrow morning." "You do this, contact Ha City and adjust the time to the afternoon," Zhang Yu said. This way, they could rest for half a day longer and wouldn't have to be so rushed. If they followed the original schedule, they would be flying non-stop except for sleeping, and it would be impossible to rest properly. "Okay, I'll take care of it right away." The other party was absolutely obedient to Zhang Yu's orders. After hanging up the phone, there was a knock on Zhang Yu's door. "Landlord, I made a snow pear and white fungus soup. Would you like a bowl?" A voice came from outside the room, belonging to Tingting. "Sure, then bring it in," Zhang Yu said. Originally, she didn't want to drink it. However, since the person had brought it all the way to the door, such thoughtful service made it seem a bit rude not to drink it. "Sigh, I really am understanding." The door opened, and Tingting walked in with a tray, carrying a steaming bowl of dessert, placing the white fungus soup on Zhang Yu's bedside table. "Landlord, you drink first, I'm going down to work." Tingting slightly leaned forward and said. Zhang Yu looked at her and couldn't help but smile. After not seeing her for a day, she seemed even more charming. Her hair was slightly messy, resting on her ears. Wearing a pink and white apron, she truly looked like a beautiful chef. "You came up just to deliver the white fungus soup?" "Yes." Tingting's voice was a bit soft, and in the next second, Zhang Yu grabbed her hand. "You've done so well, how should I reward you?" "Landlord, you haven't even collected my rent. I feel like I haven't done enough." "Then you should know," Zhang Yu said, and Tingting symbolically tried to pull away. "The fire in the kitchen is still on." "Not a problem." Zhang Yu pressed a button on the bedside. "Alright, the fire in the kitchen is off now." Then, the white fungus soup that had been on the table suddenly rolled off and spilled everywhere. A few hours later, it was already late at night. Tingting had cleaned up the spilled white fungus soup before going downstairs. Fortunately, the marble floor was relatively easy to clean. Zhang Yu glanced at the time. Unknowingly, it was already midnight. He took out a few tissues to wipe his sweat and then silently recited in his heart, "System, I want to draw today's blind box. Preparing blind box for the host immediately." The system quickly awakened. Then, several blind box images appeared before him. Zhang Yu selected a corresponding blind box based on today's date. After shaking a few times, the box slowly opened. Wait, gold? Zhang Yu noticed that this blind box actually emitted a golden light. Isn't this a special effect only for the special edition blind boxes? He looked again at the system interface and realized, unbeknownst to him, Tingting's star level had already reached full stars. So, this reward had also stacked a buff, becoming a special edition blind box. Zhang Yu originally thought today would just be an ordinary blind box. Now, he sat up straight. His expression became serious. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn a special edition blind box, a large private military-industrial group." "A military-industrial group? Goodness." Zhang Yu was shocked. The private military-industrial group is called Tonli Military Industry. It produces various advanced equipment such as drones, bionic technology, exoskeletons, and artificial intelligence devices. It has wide applications in multiple fields. Its orders are sold to many countries and regions, and it also holds an important share in Long Country. Moreover, Zhang Yu looked at the group's revenue. It was in the hundreds of billions every year. However, due to the group's special nature, it was not publicly listed and did not participate in any top 500 rankings. Therefore, not many outsiders knew about this group. It was a typical case of making a fortune quietly. Obtaining such a group, Zhang Yu realized that this was not just about making money, but also about having deeper connections with higher departments. Along with the system's introduction panel, there was a long list of clients behind it. It turned out that even the Jiangchen Combat Readiness Zone led by Wu Zhangliang procured many devices from its own company. Goodness! Zhang Yu quickly claimed the reward. In his personal center, there was now a new super company. Now, he was almost without any shortcomings in all aspects. Who would have thought he would have such a day? The full star reward was truly impressive. I wonder when I can get an overseas company. Zhang Yu couldn't help but fantasize in his heart. I think that tech company of Musk's is quite good. If that company became his, then the higher-ups in Long Country would have to give him some face. Cough, cough, but for now, he could only think about it. People should not fall into unrealistic fantasies. He glanced at the system upgrade progress bar. It should only take about a week to reach the next level. Once he reached the next level, new character unlock slots would be available. Currently, he had not yet reached full stars for any character, only Panyueying and Shasha. During the waiting process for the upgrade, he needed to seize the opportunity to level up the stars as soon as possible. With such anticipation, Zhang Yu yawned. Today had ended perfectly. It was time to sleep. He noticed that the light in the second-floor bedroom was off. Only then did Tingting on the first floor feel relieved. Only when he was asleep did she feel that her unease would diminish significantly. There was no other reason. Who could withstand Zhang Yu? She looked at the empty living room. Suddenly, she thought of Lu Huanxiu and Pan Yueying. Could it be? She recalled something and thought about their usual interactions. Suddenly realizing, the three of them, they were probably also. Just as she was thinking this, her phone suddenly rang. It startled her. She glanced at the caller ID and answered the call. Hello, Tingting, what are you doing? I'm getting ready to sleep, Dad. Why aren't you asleep yet? Tingting asked. I heard that you're no longer a flight attendant and have switched to the bank? Tingting didn't know how her dad found out, but she didn't know how to hide it either, so she just nodded and said, yes, but I haven't started yet. I'm still waiting for the notice. Signing the contract is a good thing. Such great news. Why didn't you tell the family? She hadn't figured out how to say it. Dad continued, I called to say, come home tomorrow. You haven't been home in a long time. The family is waiting for you to have dinner together. Got it. Tingting hung up the phone. Her fingers trembled slightly, somewhat uncontrollably. Bang! A teacup smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. In a private club. In a large private room, several people were sitting. Is this person in the video Zhang Yu? A burly man with a full beard looked at the video on his phone. The video showed his own man being subdued by Zhang Yu and then taken away by the police. So despicable, we were almost successful, yet we ended up defeated by him. The bearded man looked at the bag on the ground. He wished he could reach into the video and take the bag. Inside that bag was a set of blueprints he desperately wanted. To obtain this set of blueprints, they had made meticulous plans. They had simulated various scenarios. They took risks and prepared for support in the urban village. They just didn't expect that everything would be under control, and they hadn't accounted for someone named Zhang Yu suddenly appearing. Not just your people. Opposite him sat an elderly man in his 60s, with a 200-pound man standing beside him. It was Ma Weigua and his trusted subordinate. My people have also run into us several times recently, suffering considerable losses. Moreover, Wu Zhenglian's second son also died after falling off a cliff while racing against him. Oh, my poor short-lived apprentice. Ma Weigua said this, squeezing out a few tears. No, this Zhang Yu must have a powerful backing, the bearded man said. Otherwise, Master Ma, you wouldn't have faced repeated setbacks. Yes, Ma Weigua nodded. I've also found some information. Every time they strike, it's the people from the new E group. I suspect he has a high reputation within the new E group, but I don't know exactly which level. New E group? The bearded man raised an eyebrow. I've dealt with new E before. If he only has this one force, then I'm not afraid. But Zhang Yu has a close relationship with old Master Xiao, and the old man has been quite supportive of him. Old Master Xiao? He's just a retired old man. The burly man with a beard laughed. My godfather is a current level big shot, one rank above Wu Zhengliang. Then I really didn't find the wrong person. Ma Weigua stood up, excitedly saying, Zhang Yu is our common enemy. We need to join forces to get rid of him. That's right. The bearded man nodded. I've never taken such a big fall. I must get this revenge back. He clenched his fist. Then he looked at Ma Weigua. Master Ma, your influence is far less than mine. You can team up with me, but what do I get out of it? The bearded man, though angry, was not a fool. He wouldn't do something without benefits. Since I'm here, I naturally come with sincerity. Ma Weigua smiled and waved his hand. The 200-pound strongman next to him walked over with a tablet. You can take a look first. The bearded man saw several photos of beautiful women on the tablet. He flipped through a few pages, each one more enticing than the last. I really didn't expect there to be such stunning women in Long Country. Master Ma, who are they? These are several women who have close ties with Zhang Yu. According to my investigation, each one has had individual interactions with him. Ma Weigua smiled. I wonder which one you have your eye on. I can bring her over tomorrow. I think they all look good. The bearded man laughed. Sir, doing this all at once might be a bit difficult. It could easily expose us. Ma Weigua smiled. So, let's not rush. Once we take care of Zhang Yu, the rest will be easy. Then which one do you think is suitable? I've also investigated, and currently in Zhengcheng, these are the main ones. Ma Weigua pointed to a few of the photos. If we're talking about the one with the least background and easiest to handle, it's her. Good. That's great. The bearded man brightened at the sight of the person in the photo and clapped his hands. All these women were top-notch in looks, anyone would do. He felt even more motivated for what was to come. Then Master Ma, I want to see this person tomorrow. Can you do it? He was also testing Master Ma's sincerity and capability. If he couldn't handle such a small matter, there would be no need for cooperation. Rest assured, I will definitely deliver her to you tomorrow. Ma Weigui guaranteed. Then, shall we have a pleasant cooperation? Pleasant cooperation. The bearded man raised a wine glass. Ma Weigua also lifted a glass. Pleasant cooperation. The night will eventually pass. The next day, after Zhang Yu got up, he first picked up his phone and saw a message from Xiongtingting. Landlord, I have something to do today and need to go home for a bit. Just wanted to let you know. He couldn't help but find it a bit interesting. Who reports to the landlord or housemates about where they're going? This completely treated him as someone very important, needing to report wherever she went. To reach the level of reporting, one must either be family or a leader. So what was Zhang Yu? Both family and a leader? Anyway, regardless, these days, Lu Huanqiu and the others were not around. Xiongtingting happened to be quite obediently managed. Okay, if you need a ride, let me know in advance. Zhang Yu glanced at the time she sent the message. It was around 5 or 6 in the morning. The early bus to the county usually leaves around this time. He originally thought, after 4 or 5 hours, was there still a need to reply? However, since he saw it, he decided to respond. Then, he got up and washed up. First, he dealt with some preparatory work for the bank. With Xia Ruikon's full support, the establishment of Jiangqing Development Bank went smoothly. Later, Old Master Xiao stepped in, injecting 10 billion in funds, which resolved the bank's liquidity issues. The entire process was exceptionally smooth. When Zhang Yu arrived at the bank's headquarters, he saw that 6 large characters had been hung on the roof of the building. President Zhang, you're here. Secretary Yang Xiaomi was directing the installation of the bank's rooftop sign. Seeing Zhang Yu, she quickly jogged a couple of steps to greet him. He nodded. Is your leg okay? It's fine, it's fine. Secretary Yang blushed at the question. It was all thanks to him, and now he was asking about it again. By the way, President Zhang, I've drafted a guest list for the opening ceremony. Please take a look and let me know if there are any changes needed. Secretary Yang handed over a list. Zhang Yu glanced at it. Besides some big shots from Jiangqing's financial circle, there were also peers and important figures from the political realm. Each one had a significant background. It's about right. Zhang Yu nodded. Let's go with this list and send out the invitations. Okay, President Zhang. Secretary Yang nodded. Do you want to go to the office to take a look? There have been significant changes today. I won't go up. Zhang Yu smiled, and Secretary Yang felt a sense of disappointment rising in her heart. If there's nothing urgent, I'll come back next time for the opening. Zhang Yu said. Oh, right, if there's anything important, you can come to my house to report. Okay, President Zhang. Hearing this, Secretary Yang felt happy again. How many people could be invited to his home? It was enough to prove his regard for her. I need to work even harder from now on, she thought silently, looking at Zhang Yu, her hands holding the documents. What are you thinking about? Seeing Secretary Yang lost in thought, Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask. Oh, nothing. President Zhang. Secretary Yang came back to her senses, feeling a bit embarrassed. All right, then you can get back to work. I'm leaving, Zhang Yu said, and left the bank headquarters. Soon, in the afternoon, many big shots from the political and financial circles received invitations from Jiangqing Development Bank. The invitations were exquisite, crafted like artworks. Even the large characters on the front were made with gold foil. As expected of Jiang Development, even the invitations are so exquisite. Someone who received the invitation posted it online. Jiang Development is wealthy. I heard they already have over 10 billion in investment before officially opening. Wow, it's so hard for us to attract deposits now, and they managed to get 10 billion before opening? Not just 10 billion. You don't know, Zhang Yu not only has this bank but also several companies under his name. That's terrifying. How does a young man in his 20s have so many assets? Who's supporting him? I don't know, but we need to build a good relationship with him in the future. Sigh, but that's tough. With Jiangqing Development Bank's high-profile launch, what does it have to do with our other banks? Not only insiders in the financial circle but also various attitudes among ordinary people emerged regarding the upcoming opening of Jiangqing Development Bank. It became a hot topic both inside and outside the circle. Wow, Jiangqing Development Bank is really extravagant. They're giving exquisite gifts for deposits at the opening. And if you deposit over 100,000, you even get gold bars. Moreover, the interest rates are significantly higher than other banks. The 5-year deposit rate is even nearly twice that of other banks. Are they all going to deposit money in his bank? Won't they go bankrupt? What do you think? That's exactly what they want, to deposit there. But this high interest is also limited. If you go too late, you won't be able to deposit. I need to hurry and make an appointment. But we're all employees of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, Shouldn't we deposit in our own bank? Are you stupid? Jiangcheng Development Bank offers such high interest, why not deposit there? But what if the leaders don't approve? Besides, Jiangcheng Development is just a private bank. Private bank? Do you know who was backing this bank for it to be established so smoothly? It would scare you. Even employees from various banks wanted to move their deposits to Jiangcheng Development Bank. A bank's foundation lies in its deposit limits. The more deposits, the more it can lend out and earn interest. That's why all the major banks are desperately trying to attract deposits. But seeing Jiangcheng Development Bank pulling in so many deposits, the presidents of other banks were dumbfounded. They simply couldn't compete. A newly established bank is bold, making such a big move right from the start. Isn't Jiangcheng Development Bank just the financial company behind Papa Loan? At that moment, on the road, a woman wearing sunglasses received a flyer. She was Lu Ruyen. She remembered that her ex-boyfriend, Zhang Yu, was the owner of this company. Now, Zhang Yu was quickly becoming the owner of a bank? How could a bank be the same as a financial lending company? They are a legitimate institution for accepting deposits. Lu Ruyen was increasingly confused and regretting. After being with him for so long, she knew how many moles he had, but she didn't know he had such a deep background and power. What had she missed? She wanted to call her brother Lu Yong but found she couldn't get through. She then called her best friend Chen Wan. Chen Wan, do you know what Zhang Yu is up to now? How would I know? Chen Wan's attitude wasn't very good when she saw Lu Ruyen calling. Lu Ruyen, you really don't know what kind of treasure you've missed. Chen Wan no longer dared to have any fantasies about Zhang Yu. The gap between them was like dust meeting the sun. She originally wanted to find some traces related to Zhang Yu, but that time on the balcony watching fireworks left no traces, just memories. Chen Wan, you must know where Zhang Yu lives, right? Lu Ruyen was a bit unwilling. Where does he live? Take me to see him. You still want him to change his mind and get back together? Chen Wan said. After all, I was with him for several years and gave him everything. I can't just. How can you still say that? Chen Wan was no longer pretending with her best friend. You kicked him to find that guy named Ding Kuan, and now you're saying this. You need to have some self-respect. Don't make me look down on you. Chen Wan, but we are good friends, aren't we? Lu Ruyen said. I don't mind sharing with you. What are you saying? Chen Wan thought Lu Ruyen must be crazy. You and I, neither of us has the right to say that. Chen Wan had also been paying attention to Zhang Yu's situation recently. Some videos had circulated online. Look at the beautiful women appearing next to him. Which one of them wasn't better than the two of them in looks, figure, and temperament? Even the beauty in the alley calling Zhang Yu master was much stronger than them. Although Chen Wan was unwilling, she knew her own worth. Lu Ruyen, on the other hand, seemed to be completely out of touch. Even now, she was doing things that made people laugh. Then, what should I do? Lu Ruyen felt like she was about to cry. Just count on your own luck. To be honest, with Zhang Yu's current energy, the fact that you haven't been bullied or retaliated against is already quite lenient. Chen Wan said, then hung up the phone. It seems this friendship is unlikely to continue. A little vanity isn't a problem. Which girl doesn't have a bit of vanity in her heart? But the crux of the matter is that Lu Ruyen is really too foolish. Things that are obvious to a discerning person, she can't see at all. Her thought process is truly incomprehensible. Chen Wan felt that if she continued to deal with Lu Ruyen, she would eventually be dragged down as well. At this moment, Zhang Yu had left the bank headquarters and was driving when he received a call. It was from Su Mei. Hey, Zhang Yu, where are you? I'm at. Zhang Yu glanced at the roadside. I'm under a tree. Su Mei was speechless. I'm talking about serious business here. What serious business? Your Lamborghini has been delivered back to you. It needs to be returned, right? Su Mei said through gritted teeth. It was a terrible fate to have crashed into his car. There's no need to mention how much it cost to repair. The key now is to return this Lamborghini safely without any mishaps. It would also resolve something in her heart, allowing her to fully commit to her new job. She had bet with Su Guoqiang that if she didn't achieve results in 3 months, she would have to return to the traffic police team. Is it really that grand? After experiencing the incident of catching a thief with Su Mei, their relationship seemed to have unconsciously grown much closer. Zhang Yu spoke more casually now. Do we need to hold a handover ceremony? Then I'll just park the car downstairs at your place, Su Mei said. But what about my car? How about this? You wait at the entrance of my community, and I'll be back shortly, Zhang Yu replied. Su Mei wanted to say something more, but the other side hung up the phone. I'm so mad. He actually hung up on me and wants me to wait. Does he not know I'm about to go to the criminal police team and will be very busy? Su Mei said this, but still followed Zhang Yu's suggestion, driving the Lamborghini to Binjiang Mansion. She drove very carefully along the way. Other cars on the road were even more cautious. Both sides were tense. Look, isn't that the Lamborghini that appeared in Jeoncheon before? Long time no see. Yeah, it was so high profile online a while back, then it just disappeared. Why is it appearing again? And how did the owner become a woman? You might not know this. That car was crashed by a female traffic police officer, and she was fully responsible. So it was sent for repairs? Hey, look, isn't the driver that female traffic officer? Oh no, she's been recognized. Sume had only this one blemish that could be brought up against her over the years. At this moment, she noticed someone looking her way. She held the steering wheel with one hand and covered her face with the other, as if thinking that would prevent her from being seen. After a struggle, she finally drove the car to Binjeong Mansion. The electronic recognition system at the entrance opened automatically. Sume drove into the community and was amazed by the environment. This is one of the most luxurious residences in Jeoncheon, filled with high-end smart technology. But with Zhang Yu's status, he should at least be living in a standalone mansion to match it, she thought to herself. Then she realized this was the community where her good friend Lu Huanxiao rented. She had seen her post photos before and later discovered that Lu Huanxiao's landlord was actually Zhang Yu. The world is so big, yet so small. Just thinking about Lu Huanxiao makes Sume's emotions rise again. Damn Zhang Yu, how could a rabbit eat the grass by its own burrow, causing trouble for my best friend? No matter what, Lu Huanxiao is still the daughter of Lu Genoa. In Jeoncheon, the Lu family is also a prominent figure. If the news of an unwed pregnancy spreads, the people of Jeongchang would surely laugh their heads off. Just thinking about the possible consequences is terrifying. Lu Huanxiao hasn't returned to Jeongcheon yet. Sume also wants to wait until she comes back to discuss what to do. But no matter what, Zhang Yu has to take responsibility for this. Otherwise, beep beep. A few honks from a car pulled her thoughts back to reality. Sume turned around and saw Zhang Yu driving his Rolls-Royce Cullinan back to the community. Sume, Zhang Yu smiled. Why didn't you say anything when you arrived? Even if I said something, I still have to wait for you to come back, Sume replied irritably. That's different, Zhang Yu said. If I knew you were here, I would have driven around a bit more before coming back. You! Sume's eyes turned red, like a rabbit about to bite. Alright, Zhang Yu laughed. Since you're here, why not come up and sit for a while? I dare not. What if I go up and it turns into something else? Sume said. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. You know me so well? He pondered. Sume and Sha are in cahoots. She hasn't interacted with anyone else, right? No, Sume realized she had let something slip, lifted her chin. Going up is going up. Who's afraid of who? If you dare to touch me, I'll report you for assaulting a police officer. Alright, Officer Su, can we go up now? Zhang Yu got out of the car. The two returned to the house. This is your home? It's quite big. Sume walked in and was surprised by the scene before her. This was her first time entering. Although she had mentally prepared herself, the luxurious interior still astonished her. Truly a top-tier residence. Indeed, Zhang Yu smiled, as long as it's enough to live in. Is this your tenant's room? Sume wandered around the first floor and reached the area with several rooms. Zhang Yu was surprised again. It seemed he hadn't mentioned his home situation to Sume. If she hadn't specifically investigated him, there was only one possibility. Among the tenants, there must be someone she knows. Zhang Yu thought for a moment. Among the four of them, the only one who could have a connection with Sume was Lu Huanxiao. Lu Huanxiao is the daughter of Lu Genoa, and the Lu family in Jeongchang is also well known. Sume is the daughter of Director Su, with generations in the police force, a legacy unbroken. Their identities match. Moreover, they are of similar age. The other tenants, whether in age or family background, have low compatibility. More importantly, Zhang Yu discovered that Sume and Lu Huanxiao share a common trait. They are both fiercely protective of their sisters, regardless of whether they are biological. Therefore, Zhang Yu could be 99% sure. What are you surprised about? Sume looked at Zhang Yu, a bit nervous. It's nothing, he smiled. Do you know Lu Huanxiao? And are you quite close? Oh no, was I found out? Sume's heart sank. After all, she is a police officer and has received professional training. How could she reveal her slip so quickly in front of Zhang Yu? Since you already know her, why hide it from me? Zhang Yu laughed. It's not that, mainly, there hasn't been a chance to get to know each other. Sume's explanation sounded a bit weak. At that moment, Zhang Yu fell silent, as if he had thought of something. Zhang Yu, don't make noise, I'm thinking. He raised his hand, signaling Sume to be quiet. Then, the next second, he asked, Sume, the thing you mentioned last time, it wouldn't be Lu Huanxiao, would it? What thing? You said something about a scumbag, something about being pregnant. Zhang Yu looked at Sume. Is it Lu Huanxiao? Sume felt a wave of despair in her heart. They had agreed to keep it a secret, and she was exposed as soon as she entered the room? She hadn't even had a sip of water before being interrogated like a criminal? She had never been treated this way before. Today, she really had stepped into the wrong door. Regret came too late. If you don't say anything, it means you agree, Zhang Yu said. Such a big thing, and you kept it from me. He was a bit angry. Ha, I thought you would. Thought I would what? Not want it? Zhang Yu smiled. If it's true, I definitely want it. It's not like I can't afford it. Once the child is here, I'll hire 3 nannies to take care of everything, 1 for cooking, 1 for housework, and 1 for taking care of the baby. I'd be happy to have a child, Zhang Yu said. I didn't expect him to be such a responsible person. Su-mei thought to herself. Her opinion of him changed significantly. She had thought Zhang Yu was just a playboy, flirting everywhere. But he was serious about having a child. Oh right. Zhang Yu also realized that if Lu Hanxiao's situation changed, then this apartment wouldn't be enough. When you have time, help me look for a big villa, one that's already renovated. It shouldn't be too big, just 5 stories up and down will do. Listen to this, is this even reasonable? Not too big, yet 5 stories? In the entire Jiang city, a villa that meets such criteria would be worth at least over 100 million, and who knows if there are any available, because properties that meet the conditions are particularly rare. Forget it, you're not a professional. I'll ask a real estate agent later, Zhang Yu said. Then he thought of another question. Did Lu Hanxiao mention her plans when she talked to you? No, she doesn't know what to do. Su-mei had now given up struggling. Since Zhang Yu had guessed it, she might as well say everything she knew. No matter what, this flight can't continue, it's too risky. Zhang Yu quickly made a decision. Su-mei's heart skipped a beat. How could you turn a plane around mid-flight, Zhang Yu? In her sight, he took out his phone and made a call. Help me check. Where is Lu Hanxiao's flight now? Report, Mr. Zhang, the flight is taken off from Ha City and is en route to Maoxiong. Notify this plane to return immediately to Jiang City. Ha! The staff member on the other end was stunned. Is he really this willful? There are quite a few passengers on the plane, and he's just going to change their destination to Jiang City? Wouldn't they be cursed by the passengers? Moreover, changing the flight route at the last minute could cause delays and changes to other flights. Mr. Zhang, as a major shareholder, should know this principle. But why do it? The staff member didn't dare to ask. Just do it, all losses will be compensated by the airline. How much could they compensate for over 100 passengers? Compared to his own flesh and blood, that was nothing. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yu looked at Su-mei, his eyes wide open. Zhang Yu, you can actually change a flight? Once a plane is in the air, it must complete its mission unless there are special reasons. Changing the flight path midway would affect everything. Abnormal flight information could also be recorded and locked by the Air Force. Zhang Yu is making such a big fuss. The plane hasn't malfunctioned, and the weather is fine. Is he just trying to get Lu Hanxiao and the others on the plane to fly back to Jiangqing quickly? How can he be so willful? However, when Su-mei realized that he was doing this for his good friend Lu Hanxiao, she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for his actions. She may not know much, but one thing is for sure, he will definitely be a good father. Without needing to say a word, just based on Zhang Yu's actions earlier, it's clear. No matter who it is, any woman who becomes his partner will surely be pampered to the heavens. Su-mei felt envious of her good friend Lu Hanxiao. At the same time, a thought began to emerge in her mind. Su-mei, how can you think like that? She was startled by her sudden thought. Lu Hanxiao is your best friend. Even if you like Zhang Yu, you have to consider her feelings. Moreover, she's pregnant now. At this moment, Lu Hanxiao and the other 2 were on a flight to the capital of the Bear Country. The plane was currently flying over a vast expanse of plains. Sister Xiao, where are we now? The place below should be Siberia. Lu Hanxiao had been flying for a long time and was almost like a living map. Ah, we've come this far? Pan Yueying was surprised. We've covered half the distance. Yes, Lu Hanxiao nodded. The next stop is the capital of the Bear Country. In the past few days, their itinerary had taken them across the entire Eurasian continent several times. They were feeling a bit tired. Just then, an announcement came through on the flight. Attention all staff on board, an emergency notice has been issued. Please turn the plane around immediately and head back to Jiangcheng. Repeat, the destination is Jiangcheng. Please explain the situation to the passengers. The airline promises to provide satisfactory solutions for any inconvenience caused. What's going on? Pan Yueying was stunned upon hearing this news. The plane is flying fine. Why are we turning back, especially to Jiangcheng? Exactly, Di Shaba also wondered. Even if there was a malfunction, we would land nearby. There is no malfunction. We simply received orders from above to fly to Jiangcheng, the captain explained at that moment. Are we really going back to Jiangcheng now? Lu Hanxiao asked. Yes, this is the highest order from the airline, and we must comply, the captain said. Chief Flight Attendant Lu, please take care of the passengers' explanations. Okay, I understand. Lu Hanxiao and the others were also unsure of what was happening, so they all went to the cabin. At this time, many passengers in the cabin noticed the plane was changing direction. Suddenly, people began to ask questions in various languages. Why is the plane turning around? Where are we going? Is there a malfunction with the plane? Are we going to die? Please remain calm. There is no malfunction with the plane. We have received orders to fly to Jiangcheng, Lu Hanxiao explained in Eagle language. Why are we going to Jiangcheng? I was supposed to go to Moscow. We were almost there. Why go to Jiangcheng? Isn't that wasting time? Among the passengers, a few Bear Country people began to complain, muttering words like succubule. Please don't panic. We are following orders from above. Once we clarify the reason, we will explain it to everyone as soon as possible. Lu Hanxiao switched to Bear Country language, patiently communicating with the few passengers. Pan Yueying watched Lu Hanxiao switch between languages with ease, feeling deeply impressed. Such a chief attendant is truly a treasure for the entire airline. Proficient in multiple languages, switching between them so smoothly. And those few Russian passengers, seeing Lu Hanxiao's dedication and her fluent communication, had no barriers at all. Many conflicts between people arise from misinterpreting each other's intentions. Yet, even when Lu Hanxiao spoke in foreign languages, there was no misunderstanding in her communication. Those passengers were moved by her dedication and professionalism. They expressed their understanding and even took the initiative to help the crew explain things to the passengers in the cabin. Other passengers had some complaints at first, but seeing those burly Russian passengers, they also expressed their understanding. Moreover, they all noticed how beautiful Lu Hanxiao was. Even if passengers had opinions, they kept them to themselves due to her patient explanations. One must say, beautiful women are easier to deal with. The same words coming from their mouths just feel different. Therefore, after this brief interlude, the plane smoothly turned around and headed towards Jiangcheng. The ground control tower also informed them that all other flights along the route had been coordinated. This plane could fly to Jiangcheng at the fastest speed. Turning around from this place to Jiangcheng would require crossing other countries, and it had all been coordinated. This left them incredibly surprised. However, flying from Siberia to Jiangcheng would still take 7 to 8 hours. I never expected we would return to Jiangcheng this way, Pan Yuyao couldn't help but exclaim. What about the flights after this? Originally, their flight was supposed to first reach the Russian capital, rest, and then take off for Jiangcheng. Suddenly changing the route to fly directly to Jiangcheng would mean they would return more than a day earlier than planned. I don't know, Lu Hanxiao shook her head. I don't know who gave the order for our plane. It wouldn't be Zhang Yu again, would it? Pan Yuyao said at that moment. Lu Hanxiao was startled. Could it really be him? The previous incidents had made them feel that Zhang Yu was likely a significant figure behind Zhang Airlines. They just didn't have solid proof. Today's situation seemed to confirm that Zhang Yu was indeed a major shareholder behind Zhang Airlines. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such strong mobilization capabilities. But why he was doing this left the three of them puzzled. Hanxiao, when will you arrive in Jiangcheng? I'll come to pick you up, Sumei sent a message. Ah, you already know? Lu Hanxiao looked at the message from her best friend and quickly realized. Oh no, Zhang Yu wouldn't have found out about her situation, would he? She had only told Sumei. Since she asked like that, it meant, Sumei, did you tell Zhang Yu about my situation? Yeah, Sumei said somewhat shyly. I didn't plan to say anything, but I accidentally let it slip, and he guessed it. Oh no, how could you say that? Lu Hanxiao felt overwhelmed. Now she was even more passive. I don't think it's a big deal. It's a good thing, Sumei said, puzzled. Besides, I saw Zhang Yu's expression. He looked very happy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to have you come back early. That's not it, Lu Hanxiao said anxiously. Sumei only knew part of the story. She had no idea about Di Xiaoba's situation, and neither did Zhang Yu. Sumei's intentions were good, but she couldn't disregard Di Xiaoba's feelings. Always considering herself as an older sister, she ended up taking the lead in this matter. She couldn't do that. Moreover, in terms of timing, she was also behind. Hanxiao, you have to tell me why it won't work. As Sumei thought of this, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Could it be that the child's father is someone else, which is why you don't dare to tell him? How is that possible? Lu Hanxiao became serious. How could I not know whose it is? From childhood to now, Zhang Yu is her only one. Then why don't you dare to say it? What are you really worried about? I can't explain it clearly to you right now. I'll tell you when I get back to Jiangcheng. Alright then, how long until we arrive? Sumei realized that the question had returned to the first one she had asked. Based on our current position and speed, we should arrive in Jiangcheng in about 8 hours, Lu Hanxiao calculated. If we don't stop along the way. 8 hours? Okay, then I'll set off 7 hours from now. After Sume sent the message, she saw Zhang Yu looking at her. What did you say? Zhang Yu asked. Hanxiao said we'll arrive in Jiangcheng in about 8 hours. Okay, I got it. He smiled. It's getting late, I have to go back. Sume glanced at the time. Alright, then I'll see you off. Zhang Yu nodded, showing no intention of keeping her. You, Zhang Yu, not even saying something like let me sit for a while longer, really a straight man. In fact, Sume didn't want to leave, but since she had spoken, and Zhang Yu didn't say anything, there was nothing she could do. Even if Zhang Yu said half a sentence, she would want to stay a little longer. Sume, stop dreaming. You should hurry and leave, or you really won't be able to go later. She scolded herself in her heart, damn legs, walk faster. Yet the next words that came out of her mouth were, oh, Hanxiao is in a special situation now. The home environment needs to be tidied up. Zhang Yu frowned slightly. Wasn't Officer Su supposed to report to the criminal police team? Which room is Hanxiao in? Do you have any alcohol at home? I'll go disinfect your room and tidy it up. Su Mei said. Okay, then you go. The alcohol is on the wine cabinet across from the kitchen. Zhang Yu glanced at Su Mei. Then he saw her take something and head to Lu Hanxiao's room to get busy. When Su Mei finished and came out of the room, she was also drenched in sweat. Finally done. She sighed deeply. I'm so hot, I need to go home, take a shower, change clothes, and then go to the airport to pick up Hanxiao. Why don't you just wash up here? Zhang Yu said. Su Mei looked at him warily. But I don't have any clothes to change into. Aren't you and Lu Hanxiao about the same size? Just find one of her clothes to change into. Zhang Yu smiled again. No. Su Mei shook her head firmly this time. You want to have ulterior motives with me. Alright then, you go back. Fine, I'll go back, really. After saying goodbye to Zhang Yu, Su Mei looked back at Zhang Yu's house after leaving the community. What's so great about it? Su Mei said proudly, and a few passers-by looked at her strangely. It made her feel a bit embarrassed, her face slightly flushed. She felt like she was doomed. Never before had she had such an elusive emotion towards a man, changing as quickly as a child's face. After taking a few deep breaths to calm her emotions, she got into her Rolls-Royce Cullinan, preparing to leave Binjiang Mansion. She hadn't touched this car in a long time. As soon as she sat in the driver's seat, she couldn't help but recall a scene she had seen before. What kind of feeling is that? Su Mei couldn't help but think. She looked up and saw Zhang Yu standing on the balcony. Her heart raced, and she quickly drove away from Binjiang Mansion. At this moment, Zhang Yu stood on the balcony, witnessing Su Mei drive away. In the vast house, he was the only one left. It's still early, let's go take a look at the house, he thought. If Lu Hanxiao really had her own children, they would need to hire a nanny to take care of them in the future. Even though the current house was as large as 400 square meters, it would still not be enough. Moreover, living with others brought many inconveniences. Therefore, Zhang Yu decided to prepare to buy a villa. It would be best if it was already renovated, so he could simply move in after a little tidying up. If it were a bare shell, even if he started renovations now, using the fastest speed and the best materials, it would still be too late. Renovation has its processes, and there is a waiting period between each step, so buying a villa that was already renovated was the most suitable option. He felt more at ease seeing the house in person. Although he had professional secretarial assistants, it was best to handle such matters himself. Just as he exited the community, there was a real estate agency downstairs called Conk, with many listings available. He decided to take a look. Sir, are you here to view a house? As soon as Zhang Yu walked into the agency, a few agents were playing on their phones. They glanced up but were not very enthusiastic. However, a woman with her hair in a bun, dressed in a black professional outfit, quickly approached him, her face beaming with warmth. Upon seeing how young and handsome Zhang Yu was, she couldn't help but smile even sweeter. Yes, I'm here to look at houses, he nodded slightly. Then, sir, what kind of house are you looking to buy? We have high-rises, low-rises, and villa products, all at various price points. What are your needs? I can recommend suitable listings for you, the young agent said fluently, using professional jargon. Do you have villas for sale? Already renovated, preferably newer ones. Villas? The young agent looked at Zhang Yu. She didn't expect this handsome guy to be directly asking for villa products. Her impression of him improved even more. If this deal went through, it would be a big one. Villas are hard to sell due to their high total price, so the commission is also high. A store that sells 100 ordinary residential units a year would consider selling 2 or 3 villas particularly impressive. A young man like him directly asking for a villa was a rare occurrence. Just as the agent was about to speak, a person who looked like the store manager walked over. Sir, you want to see villas? I'll take you to see them. I'm very familiar with the listings in the area. No need, Zhang Yu shook his head, just her. Okay, the manager said to the young agent, then Xiao Ding, you take over. Sir. Xiao Ding turned to look, and seeing the manager walk away, she said a bit shyly, I'm an intern. He's also afraid this deal might fall through. I see, it seems like he wants to grab the performance, Zhang Yu said with a smile. I just saw your business skills, they're quite good. You should be more confident in yourself. He couldn't help but sigh, recalling himself from a few years ago. When he was working part-time, he was also unaware when others snatched his performance. Sir, please don't tell the manager, or I won't be able to work here anymore, Xiao Ding said nervously. Did you just graduate? Zhang Yu asked. Yes, from Jiangcheng Normal University, Xiao Ding nodded. Jiangcheng Normal University? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu realized they were alumni. What's wrong, sir? Xiao Ding asked. Nothing. Back to business. Do you have the listings I want? I have one. Xiao Ding looked at the listings database, but it's a bit expensive. How expensive? Zhang Yu asked. This villa is not far from here, 3 kilometers away. But the asking price is very high, listed at 50 million. Xiao Ding said this, her expression a bit awkward. This house has actually been on the market for a year, but because it's too expensive, no one has come to see it at all. What a coincidence. Take me to have a look. Zhang Yu's expression was very calm. Alright, I'll find the key and take you over there. Xiao Ding was also a bit happy. Sir, how did you get here? I rode a little electric scooter, let me take you over, she said. Sure, said Zhang Yu as he got on Xiao Ding's little electric scooter. Instantly, he recalled the times he used to ride an electric bike, which was quite nostalgic. She rode in front, the fragrance from her hair drifting into his nostrils with the wind. It smelled quite nice. It was a unique scent of a young girl, milky and sweet. Sir, are you seated properly? This is my first time taking someone. Xiao Ding held the handlebars tightly, a bit nervous. Ah, Zhang Yu perked up a bit. The houses I showed before were all nearby, just a few steps away, Xiao Ding said a bit shyly, and I haven't had many chances to show houses. I see, Zhang Yu smiled, then right slowly. Just looking at that man, he can't afford a villa, 50 million, and it's been on the market for a year without anyone looking at it. He just wants to put on a brave face. Xiao Ding really has no social experience, foolishly going to show houses. If she gets scammed later, that would be interesting. Does she think being from Jiangcheng Normal University makes her special? A key university, but isn't she just becoming an agent? Inside the store, a few agents started discussing as they saw them leave. For a fresh graduate like Xiao Ding, they had some expectations when she was first hired, but later they found that Xiao Ding was friendly with everyone but didn't have any special interactions with anyone. Over time, everyone realized she wasn't naive and foolish, but rather had clear logical thinking. So, they began to intentionally exclude Xiao Ding and even snatch her achievements. They wanted to marginalize her, hoping she would leave on her own. However, because of her good image, she always managed to get listings and meet performance requirements every month. Plus, the boss also stated that she was brought in as a management trainee, and the store needed such high-educated young talent. So, even if the store manager tried to make things difficult for her, it was only a minor inconvenience. Moreover, Xiao Ding had a particularly good attitude, making people wonder if she was playing the fool to catch the tiger. However, today seeing this young handsome guy, with her enthusiastic demeanor, they thought Xiao Ding would definitely take a big fall this time, and then she wouldn't be able to stay in the store anymore. Sir, we've arrived. A few minutes later, the little electric scooter stopped at the entrance of a villa area. Zhang Yu looked around. This villa area was called Jinhan Mansion. It was about 3 kilometers from Binjiang Mansion, not too far, just a matter of stepping on the gas. The geographical location was quite good. Entering the villa area, the furnishings inside looked nice as well. After all, it was a high-end villa area, so various precious trees were everywhere. Sir, this is the one. Xiao Ding led him to a villa. Zhang Yu looked up. This was a standalone villa, unobstructed in front and back. Sir, this kind of standalone villa is the only one left in the entire Jiangcheng at the moment, Xiao Ding introduced. In the city center where every inch of land is precious, such standalone villas are not allowed to be built anymore. Fortunately, the planning for the community was done earlier, and it was successfully completed in the end. Her tone while introducing the villa made it seem like a professional explanation in a museum, as if she were introducing a piece of cultural relic. Moreover, her Mandarin was very standard. One could say it had a broadcasting tone. What major are you studying? Zhang Yu asked curiously. Sir, I am studying broadcasting and hosting, Xiao Ding said somewhat shyly. I know what you want to ask. Actually, I had already passed the interview for a TV station, but in the end, I was eliminated. What was the reason? Zhang Yu felt that with her displayed professional ability, it was unlikely she would be eliminated. Ah, it's all in the past, better not to mention it. Xiaoding didn't want to bring it up and continued, Sir, what do you think of the villa's exterior? Would you like to take a look inside? Sure, let's go in and have a look. Zhang Yu thought the exterior of the villa looked quite nice. He was quite satisfied. After entering the villa, the interior scene unfolded before his eyes. It was evident that the materials used inside the villa were very high-end. However, it was not at all ostentatious, quite understated. Sir, this villa has a total of 3 floors, each about 300 square meters. Xiaoding continued to introduce. There are a total of 15 rooms, which can be used as bedrooms, entertainment rooms, studies, etc. There are 3 kitchens, 2 Chinese and Western kitchens on the first floor, and there is also a kitchen on the second floor. There are 2 living rooms, one on the first floor and one on the third floor, with the living room on the first floor having a 6-meter-high ceiling. Please take a look. Xiaoding gestured. Zhang Yu looked over and saw the 6-meter-high living room. A huge crystal chandelier hung down, exuding a certain grandeur. Living in such a house truly had the charm of a gentleman and lady, young master and young miss. Moreover, the decoration style was a very immersive Chinese style. The villas rented in film and television dramas usually have this kind of style, like the Ming family's set. The first floor was mainly for receiving guests, so the living room was very large. The few rooms on the first floor were relatively smaller, likely meant for the maid, butler, and security personnel. They were separated from the second floor, not affecting each other. Starting from the second floor, each room was an independent suite, complete with a bathroom and a walk-in closet. Because the area was large enough, each suite was over 50 square meters, comparable to the internal area of a small 2-bedroom apartment. There were a total of 8 such suites on the second and third floors. There were also several functional rooms that could be used as a billiard room, e-sports room, home theater, etc. Goodness, if one moved into this villa, even with 10 more people, it would definitely accommodate them all. Zhang Yu's satisfaction with this villa was not 100 points, but at least 95 points. Mr. Shang, let me take you to see the basement, Xiaoding said after finishing the main part of the villa. Mr. Shang, please follow me. The basement has 2 levels. The first level can be used as a storage room, wine cellar, etc. The second level is the garage. After entering the community, there is a dedicated entrance to the garage, Xiaoding explained. That's great. Really nice. Zhang Yu nodded. With a garage, parking would be more convenient. Not just for his own car, but also for Lu Wanxiu and the others' cars. They could all be parked here. Speaking of cars, Zhang Yu suddenly remembered the Porsche 918 that Wang Xiaozong's father had given him last time. He hadn't picked it up yet. He had almost forgotten about it during this busy time. Although the Porsche 918 wasn't the best car, it was still a good addition. In case of traffic restrictions or maintenance, it would be just right to switch it up. When he had time, he would go pick up the car. Mr. Zhang? At this moment, Xiaoding, halfway down the stairs, noticed Zhang Yu hadn't followed and asked, "Oh, it's nothing. You go ahead. I'll just follow," he said, taking a few steps forward. Mr. Zhang, please slow down, let me find the light switch. Xiaoding had only been to this villa once before. After feeling around the wall, she finally turned on the lights in the basement. As soon as the lights came on, Xiaoding was startled. Her legs went weak, and she almost fell down the stairs. Zhang Yu was quick to react, grabbing her from behind and holding her up. "What's wrong? I just saw a mouse," she exclaimed, terrified. "This won't do. We need to buy some rat poison and get rid of it." Xiaoding was so agitated that she slipped into her hometown dialect. "You're from Yuchen?" Zhang Yu recognized the obvious accent. "Yes." Xiaoding nodded, a bit embarrassed. "I'm from Yucheng too, but not the main city, I'm from the suburbs." At this point, she tried to wriggle free. "Mr. Zhang." "Oh," Zhang Yu realized and let go. "Thank you for earlier, otherwise, I would have rolled down the stairs." Xiaoding expressed her gratitude. "It's nothing, just a reflex," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. No wonder. Xiaoding was petite, about 163 centimeters, more than a head shorter than him, but her proportions were good. Her legs had a certain graceful symmetry. Because Yucheng is mountainous, she had grown up constantly going up and down hills, so, even though she wasn't tall, in photos, she could give off a feeling of being 170 centimeters tall. It was quite deceptive. Moreover, Xiaoding's temperament didn't seem to match the stereotype of a fiery Sichuan girl. Instead, she resembled the soft-spoken women from Jiangnan, delicate and refined. "What's wrong, Mr. Zhang?" Xiaoding asked softly. "Yucheng is quite far from Jiangcheng. Why aren't you working in Yucheng but here in Jiangcheng?" Yucheng was also a big city, and it would be more convenient to go home. "There's no one at home anymore," Xiaoding said a bit shyly. "My dad loves to gamble, and after losing money, he just disappears. My mom is ill, so she went back to our hometown in Suchong. I have a younger brother who is also studying in Zhangchang. Oh, Zhang, you understood. So Xiao Ding's background was quite difficult. With a family like hers, if she hadn't gone to university, she might have been forced into another situation long ago. Moreover, Zhang Yu now understood why Xiao Ding had the Jiangnan delicate style. Because her mother was from Suchang. So, I heard selling houses could make money, so I became an agent to pay off my student loans as soon as possible. I didn't expect that houses would be so hard to sell now. It was clear that Xiao Ding was speaking from the heart. Zhang Yu smiled. But you don't need to worry, a sum of money will be coming in soon. He had seen the 3 floors above ground and the 3 below in this villa. He was very satisfied with the various layouts and furnishings. However, the presence of mice in the basement would have to be deducted a few points. Ha, what money? Xiao Ding asked, confused. I want this villa, Zhang Yu said. How much did the previous owner list it for? Ha, Xiao Ding was even more surprised. This young and handsome man had only looked once and was really going to buy it? Mr. Zhang, why don't you take another look, like checking the drainage situation of the villa on a rainy day or something? Xiao Ding kindly suggested. A villa worth tens of millions, and he decided so hastily? It was like buying a cabbage. Even when buying cabbage, one would look at several places. He must be incredibly wealthy. By this tone, he must have at least tens of billions in assets. Wow. Xiao Ding had never seen someone of this wealth level. Tens of billions was the upper limit she could imagine. No need to look, I think it's fine, Zhang Yu said. Let's prepare to move on to the next steps. Mr. Zhang, the listing price for this villa is 53 million. Xiao Ding confirmed again. Are you planning to pay in full or take out a loan? A one-time full payment, Zhang Yu replied. Then I'll contact the landlord shortly and help you negotiate the price a bit, Xiao Ding said. Alright, I'll leave this matter to you, Zhang Yu said. By the way, there's one more thing I need you to take care of before I move in. In fact, it's rare for an agent to encounter a client who doesn't haggle. Selling the villa for 53 million instead of 50 million means a significant difference in commission. However, she didn't do that. Instead, she wanted to help herself negotiate a better price. It seemed she wasn't just someone who was fixated on money. Zhang Yu appreciated this about her. What is it? Please find someone to tend to the villa's plants, completely eliminate the mice, and disinfect the entire villa 3 times. How much do you think that will cost? I'll transfer the money to you. Okay, Mr. Zhang, Xiao Ding nodded. I'll find someone in the next couple of days. But I can't accept your money. Your willingness to buy this villa is already a huge help to me. If this villa sells for 50 million, her commission would be 1%. That would be 500,000 directly. All the problems she faced would be solved in an instant. This was something Xiao Ding had never dared to imagine before. At the previous pace, it would take her at least 5 years to earn that 500,000. Good, Zhang Yu nodded. Then let's leave the house visit at that for today. By the way, Mr. Zhang, what's your contact information? Xiao Ding asked, so I can reach you when everything is settled and we sign the contract. Add me on WeChat, Zhang Yu said, taking out his phone. After Xiao Ding scanned the code and added him as a friend, she sent herself a message. Ding Wei Wei. Zhang Yu looked at the name and felt like he had seen it somewhere before. He couldn't recall at the moment. It felt like a long time ago. Even if he had seen it, it wouldn't have been in the last 2 years. If you need anything, feel free to contact me, Zhang Yu said, raising his phone. Mr. Zhang, do you need me to give you a ride on my electric scooter? Ding Wei Wei asked. How about I treat you to a meal instead? This big transaction still felt like a dream to her. You can treat me after the deal is done, Zhang Yu smiled. No need for you to drive me, I live nearby. With that, he left the villa. Watching his tall figure, Ding Wei Wei was stunned for a few seconds before sighing. What are you thinking? You're just a girl from a small town. How dare you think about these things? Then she rode her electric scooter back to the agency. Oh, Xiao Ding is back? The manager looked her up and down, her hair neat, her clothes tidy. There was nothing suspicious. That guy must be a scammer, right? But it's fine, as long as you didn't lose anything, it's okay. He's not a scammer, Xiao Ding said. He said he wants to buy this villa in full. Really? Xiao Ding, you hit the jackpot. Several other colleagues gathered around. But he's probably just playing you, another colleague chimed in. That villa has been on the market for so long without anyone looking at it, and he just took a glance today and wants it? That's just too good to be true. They had been in the agency long enough. Buyers were more cautious than ever. Not to mention a 50 million villa, even a 5 million one would take months of deliberation before someone made a decision. You're still young, consider this a lesson learned. Faced with their sarcastic remarks, Ding Wei Wei felt somewhat speechless. She believed Zhang Yu wasn't a scammer, but she didn't know how to explain it. Although she left a contact method, What does that really mean? Just then, Ding Weiwei's phone chimed, receiving a message. It must be that person from earlier, using the excuse of wanting to buy a house to try and get something for free, a female colleague analyzed quietly. Ding Weiwei ignored their chatter and picked up her phone to take a look. It was a transfer of 200,000. The note read, "Deposit for the villa. I forgot. I want this house. Let's pay a deposit first. No need to show the villa anymore." Ding Weiwei raised her phone and said to the store manager, "That Mr. Zhang has paid the deposit." The manager leaned in to take a look, and sure enough, it was true. Did she really sell this house? Humph. That must have been some underhanded means used at the villa earlier. Otherwise, how could it be so easy? I could do it too. The other female colleagues twisted their waists unwillingly. Alright, don't you have any work to do? The manager, being a smart person, understood the situation. That Mr. Zhang, regardless of his intentions, had set his sights on Ding Weiwei. If it weren't for her being in charge, the other party might not have bought it at all. Although she felt a bit displeased about not getting the big commission, she had to accept it. Because with the villa sold, everyone else could also get a share of the commission, just not as much as 500,000. Xiaoding selling this villa also helps our store complete at least a quarter's sales target. Why don't you understand gratitude? The manager said, turning to Ding Weiwei. Xiaoding, keep following up on this deal, you must close it. Once it's finalized, I'll apply to promote you to the sales department supervisor. This store was quite large, with over 20 salespeople and 3 sales divisions. The manager knew that Mr. Zhang, after just one glance, wanted that villa and directly transferred a 200,000 deposit. This indicated he was definitely a wealthy person with a significant network behind him. If Ding Weiwei became the sales supervisor and continued to dig into the housing needs behind the scenes, it would be a considerable business opportunity. Wow! Ding Weiwei couldn't believe her ears. Selling a villa could have such a huge chain reaction, directly going from the youngest in the store to a sales supervisor. However, in the real estate industry, it's all about performance, regardless of seniority. What the manager said wasn't entirely just a dream. Being promoted to sales supervisor would increase her base salary by 2,000. Plus, she would participate in all housing commissions. It would be much better than her current situation. I will work hard to close this deal, Ding Weiwei thought to herself. Her circumstances could change so quickly, all because of Mr. Zhang's visit today. She wondered how she could repay such a great favor. Ding Weiwei believed she didn't have such high sales skills. Mr. Zhang could choose anyone, why did he pick her? Whatever, one step at a time. As long as it doesn't cost me my life and isn't illegal, I can do anything. Hey, do you think this Mr. Zhang is Shang Yu? At that moment, a colleague looked at the transfer record and suddenly asked, which Shang Yu? Is he famous? Other colleagues became curious. No, don't you all watch the news? He's been in the spotlight several times recently in Zhangcheng. I remember at least 3 trending searches. Xiaoding, quickly check what his WeChat real name is. A colleague leaned over to ask. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she had no choice but to click on Zhang Yu's WeChat profile. She opened the transfer interface. The name displayed was *U. His name is 2 characters long, and with the surname, isn't it Zhang Yu? Oh my, it really is him. The colleagues were all surprised. This is the super rich man of Jiangcheng, closely related to Secretary Xia and Old Master Xiao. The new bank that is about to be established is also his. The intermediary store was buzzing with excitement. Ding Weiwei was stunned. How did they know so much? This information was completely outside her blind spot. Xiaoding, you're still single, right? What are you selling houses for? If you can become his woman, you won't have to struggle for the rest of your life. Right, find a way to learn from that woman with the surname Huan, have a son or daughter with the richest man's son, and you'll take off directly. What are you guys talking about? Ding Weiwei's face turned red. I won't be like that before I get married. Her thoughts were still quite traditional. After all, she came from a small county in the mountain city. Her ideas were still the most primitive kind. See, you're being stubborn now, but one day you'll really want it, the other colleagues said as they dispersed, continuing their gossip. Ding Weiwei picked up her phone and tried to search for Zhang Yu's name. Some photos and videos popped up, and the person in them was indeed him. Now, she could be 100% sure it was him. She had thought he was a person worth tens of billions. Unexpectedly, according to some incomplete statistics from online busybodies, his visible net worth was at least over 300 billion. Who knows how much more there is that isn't visible? Who would have thought that the person who rode a little electric scooter to look at houses today was actually worth several hundred billion? Ding Weiwei felt her heart racing faster and quickly exited the phone page. After drinking a few gulps of water, she managed to calm her emotions a bit. Remembering the scene in the basement where she almost fell and he caught her, she felt her face burning. Over here. After leaving the villa, Zhang Yu was on his way back to Binjiang Mansion. At that moment, he saw that had suddenly sent a 1-second voice message on his phone. He clicked it open and just heard the word help. The message was quickly retracted. Zhang Yu called back, but it couldn't get through. The other side was a clever rejection. Strange. Something was off. Zhang Yu immediately realized that was in trouble. Who dared to touch my woman? When Lu Wanxiu and the other two were not around, took care of her daily life very thoroughly. As someone without complex social relationships, who would dare to lay a hand on her? It was clearly someone who had a grudge against him. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu quickly called Yezi. Hurry, help me check S location. Someone is going to harm her. Yes, master, I will act immediately. Yezi was in charge of the work of the new E-group in Jiangcheng. Naturally, he had exceptional abilities. Instantly, hundreds of people from the Jiangcheng branch of the new E-group sprang into action. Through their connections and networks, they gathered information. Countless pieces of information converged into a dense intelligence network. The gathered news was sent to Yezi's phone screen. Yezi quickly called Zhang Yu. Master, has been taken away by Ma Weigua's people. Ma Weigua? Zhang Yu frowned. He had heard of this person but had never met him. Why would he want to harm his woman? Master, Ma Weigui is a guest of Wu Zhangliang and the master of Wu Iluan. Yezi continued to report. I see, that makes sense. Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile. He wanted to take revenge for his disciple. Then you all hurry up and find his lair. Master, the direction is heading now is not his territory, but another organization. The wanted criminal you caught last time with Officer Su belongs to that organization. Yako continued to report. So, you can't handle it? Zhang Yu picked up on the implication in her words. Master, I'm very sorry. If it were just our new righteous group, we could deal with any one of them without issue. But now, there are two groups. It's too late to call in people from other cities. Yako said apologetically. I understand. Zhang Yu nodded. Send everyone you can right now. Not a moment can be wasted. I'll handle the rest. Yes, master. Yako took her orders and left. After hanging up, Zhang Yu immediately called Su Guoqiang. Mr. Xiang, what can I do for you? Su Guoqiang quickly answered upon seeing Zhang Yu's call. There's a significant opportunity for a major achievement. Do you want it? Zhang Yu asked directly. Mr. Zhang, please explain slowly. I don't quite understand. Su Guoqiang sat up straight in his office chair. I can't explain it all in a few words, but that wanted criminal from last time, he's part of that organization. I now have concrete intelligence about them. You just need to send more people for support. Zhang Yu said. It's them. Su Guoqiang immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. That wanted criminal, after being captured, refused to divulge any information about the others involved. He never expected that Zhang Yu would know the specifics. This intelligence network is even better than theirs. Su Guoqiang couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Zhang Yu. Indeed, he knew that Zhang Yu was calling him not to spin a tale. What needed to be done now was to dispatch elite forces and act swiftly. So, Su Guoqiang said to Zhang Yu, Mr. Zhang, rest assured, I will personally lead the team. After hanging up, as the top figure in the Jiangcheng police, he quickly made arrangements. In no time, various police units in Jiangcheng were urgently mobilized. At that moment, Sumei was walking down the corridor when she saw police sirens blaring, with countless officers gathering. Vehicles were flashing their lights, lined up in the unit's square, ready for action. She hurried her pace, jogging to Su Guoqiang's office. Why didn't you knock before coming in? No manners. Su Guoqiang said irritably. Director Su, what's going on? Sumei stepped back a few paces, knocked a few times on the door, and then walked in. According to reliable information, there's a major task to execute. Su Guoqiang was also checking his gear. Director Su, I request to join the operation. Seeing this scene, Sumei felt a surge of excitement, her scalp tingling, blood boiling. A major operation. You shouldn't go. Su Guoqiang turned to look at Sumei. Why? Is it because I'm your daughter? Sumei said somewhat defiantly. Didn't you say that as long as we're in the unit, we should be treated equally? You can't give me special treatment. I did say that. Su Guoqiang replied, but you also know that this operation is quite dangerous. Your status is that of a newcomer to the criminal police team. You're not qualified to participate in the operation yet. But, Sumei wanted to say something more. Su Guoqiang put on his hat and walked straight out. You don't have any external tasks today. Just do what you're supposed to do and follow orders. I'm locking the door now. Dad. Sumei wanted to say something, but Su Guoqiang locked the office door. Sighing, he said to her, Don't call me Dad. I'm ordering you as the director to go execute your duties. With that, Su Guoqiang quickly walked downstairs. Sume looked down the corridor towards the first floor. She saw a large number of fully armed officers already assembled. Su Guoqiang arrived on the first floor. He didn't say much, just outlined the key points of the operation, and then they set off. Everyone handed in their phones, and before reaching the task execution location, no one knew what task they were to carry out today. But such a large operation was rare in Jiangcheng, perhaps only once a year. Sume also didn't know what kind of task required so many people. Even her father, Su Guoqiang, with his position, was personally leading the team. This was definitely not a small matter. But unfortunately, she couldn't participate in such a large operation. It was really frustrating, and she didn't know what to do. At that moment, she suddenly thought of Zhang Yu. Strange. Sume realized that whether she was happy or unhappy, Zhang Yu was the first person she thought of. Before this, it had always been her mother. So Zhang Yu equals mother? No, the formula was wrong. In Sume's heart now, Zhang Yu's status had become as important as her parents and family. Although they had only met once and had no relationship, Sume couldn't help but call Zhang Yu. Hello, Sume? At that moment, Zhang Yu was heading towards the destination based on the location information provided by the new E-group. She was somewhat surprised to receive Sume's call. Normally, they weren't allowed to bring phones during missions. The fact that Sume could call meant she wasn't participating in the operation. Hey, Zhang Yu, what are you doing? Oh, I have something important to take care of, just stepping out, Zhang Yu thought. Since Sume wasn't participating in this operation, it must have been Su Guoqiang's decision. In that case, she thought it best not to share the specifics with her. Something important? Sume recalled that Lu Wanxiu and the others hadn't returned to Jiangcheng yet. Xia was at school. What important matter could she have now? Was it work-related? But Sume didn't dare to ask. Yeah, Zhang Yu replied with a smile, since you don't have a task, just do a good job at the unit. Wait, the sharp Sume quickly reacted to her words. How do you know I don't have a task today, and that I need to stay at the unit? Damn! Zhang Yu suddenly realized that although she hadn't said anything, that last sentence had been caught by Sume. Truly, she had the makings of a criminal investigator. Just from that one sentence, she could analyze important information. Well, you just focus on your work. I'm driving, gotta hang up, Zhang Yu said, and then hung up the phone. On the other end, Sume felt even more unsettled. What does that mean? Sume thought. There was such a big task, and they were keeping it from me, right? Even a non-police Zhang Yu knows. No, since Zhang Yu knows, it must be related to him. Sume didn't know what it was about, but this matter was related to Zhang Yu. She couldn't sit still. She absolutely couldn't just stand by. So, she glanced at the few officers left in the office and then walked out. Officer Su, where are you going? A colleague asked. I'm going to the command center to see if there's anything I can help with, Sume said. Please keep an eye on the office for me. Sure, Officer Su. The colleague also knew her true identity. Although Su Guoqiang had clearly stated that Sume shouldn't be treated specially, who would really dare to question too much when it came to execution? At that moment, a business car was speeding down the road. MMM. Xiong Tingting had her mouth taped shut, and her hands were bound behind her. She sat in the back seat of the car, with two thugs closely monitoring her on either side. Go ahead and scream. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you. A few people looked at Xiong Tingting and leered. No wonder she was the chosen woman. Her looks and figure were truly top-notch. If it weren't for Ma Weiguo telling them to quickly deliver her to that bearded man, they might have had other ideas. They were also thinking about when they could take that step and become the boss. On the left and right were two people, one tall and thin, the other short and chubby. They looked quite comical. Xiong Tingting glanced at them, feeling a wave of despair. If she fell into their hands, it would be better to die. Drive faster, the two schemers told the driver. Hurry up and deliver her. If we're late, Master Ma will scold us, said the short and chubby one. Hey, what's going on? There are no cars in front or behind on such a wide road? The tall and thin one noticed something was off. All right. Oh no. The driver responded and was just about to speed up when suddenly the tires hit a pile of nails, instantly deflating and losing balance. The driver desperately gripped the steering wheel, crashing into the roadside guardrail, and the front of the car was wrecked. Damn! The two schemers were thrown into disarray, their heads bleeding. What's going on? Where did the nails come from? This isn't an accident, something's up, the driver exclaimed. Several cars had surrounded them from the front and back. Let the people in the car down, and we can let you go. A woman dressed in leather appeared from the car, accompanied by a large group. She was Yezi, the head of the Jiangcheng branch of the Cine Group. After learning of Xiong Tingting's capture, she had anticipated their route, cleared the area in advance, and set up an ambush. And they really showed up. Wait, Do you dare block our way? The short and chubby one and the tall and thin one ordered the driver to stay in the car and then got out, shouting at Yezi and her group. Do you know who we are? Of course, you're Mawegwa's men. So what? Yezi had already gathered specific information about the two before coming. Following Mawegwa, you must be living a miserable life, right? How about this? Come to my Cine group, and your treatment will be at least double what it is now. Yezi crossed her arms and smiled. Other members of the Cine group, dozens of them, stood in 2 rows, exuding a strong presence. Others were also on their way to the scene. You are from the Cine group? The short and chubby one and the tall and thin one widened their eyes. This was no joke. Didn't they just kidnap a girl with no background? How could there be Cine group members here to settle things? Were they really going to escalate it this much? The Cine group had always held significant prestige in their circle. Moreover, they had recently heard that the leadership had changed, sparking long discussions. Many people wanted to switch sides, fearing retaliation from Masterma and worrying that the Cine group wouldn't accept them. Being caught between 2 sides would be troublesome. That's right, Yezi said with a smile. Hand over the person, and we can let you go. How about we just let her go? The tall and thin one and the short and chubby one exchanged glances. Looking at the imposing stance of the Cine group, they realized that if they didn't hand her over, they wouldn't be able to leave today. Since they were here, it meant they were well prepared. After all, there were only 3 of them. How could they fight? Ha ha ha, the Cine group? I've heard of you for a long time, but I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting you today. At that moment, several more cars surrounded the Cine group's vehicles. The leader was none other than the bearded man. It's you? Yezi looked at the bearded man, recognizing him. There have been several recent incidents of vandalism in Jiangcheng. You were involved, and you still dare to come out? Joke. What I want to do. Who can stop me? The bearded man laughed. This woman, I want her. With that, he waved his hand. Come on, bring her out. He didn't waste words. He knew that villains die from talking too much. Now he had to hurry and take the person away. Then quickly escape. I want to see who dares to come over. Yezi stepped forward with a large group from the Nui group, exuding an imposing presence. However, seeing the strength of the opponent, and even having firearms in hand, he couldn't help but think, didn't the master notify the police? Why haven't they arrived yet? Could they have taken a wrong turn? Surely it wouldn't be like in the movies, where both sides fight to exhaustion before the police come in to clean up, right? Don't waste time talking to them, hurry up. The bearded man glanced at the time and urged. He wasn't making such a big fuss just for a woman. He had long wanted to wrestle with the Nui group. He had come early today to provide support, only to find that this Xiongtingting could actually command the Nui group. It seemed that the Zhang Yu mentioned by Mawegwa had quite an impressive background. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of subordinates brandished various weapons and charged at Yezi and the others. In the ensuing battle, even though Yezi and his group were strong, they didn't expect the opponent to have so many people and weapons. The situation was extremely brutal. The bearded man couldn't help but feel pleased. Hurry up and take the person away. Time is of the essence. That woman, tie her up and take her too. He noticed that Yezi was quite fierce and capable, which made him think of other ideas. I want to see who dares to come over. Yezi had blood on her head, holding a dagger with bloodstains on it. She didn't know whose blood it was. The incident happened suddenly, leaving no time for careful planning. Even though she had taken down more than 10 opponents by herself, she still couldn't match the sheer number of the enemy. Noisy! The bearded man grew impatient. He kicked out, and Yezi blocked with both hands but was still pushed back a few steps by the force of the kick. Everyone, stop! We are the Jiangcheng police. At that moment, the police sirens blared. Su Guoqiang arrived with fully armed officers. They quickly deployed, pointing their dark guns at everyone in the center. Su Guoqiang got out of the car and was surprised to find 2 groups of people at the scene. For a moment, he couldn't figure out their relationship, but it was certain that one group was under Zhang Yu's command. When did he gain underground power, and even called for help? What was he really up to? However, no matter who was involved, this was definitely a rare major case. Then, Su Guoqiang's gaze swept around, landing on the bearded man, and he realized, Bai Shan, I've been looking for you for so long. It turns out that the recent cases in Jiangcheng were really done by you. So what? Bai Shan laughed. I really didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. He had still underestimated the speed of the other side. He originally thought that kidnapping Xiongtingting could be done without anyone knowing, but with the Nui group's arrival, it delayed his progress. Just as he was gaining the upper hand, the police arrived. Truly, human plans can't compare to the heavens. Bai Shan, don't resist stubbornly, Su Guoqiang warned. Surrender now and put down your weapons, and you might get leniency. Su Guoqiang, Are you trying to fool me? I've been in and out of prison 3 times, and you're telling me this? Baishan had a tough demeanor. Moreover, he was now holding Yezi captive. Do you know who she is? Baishan held a dagger against her neck. She is the head of the Jiangcheng branch of the Cine Group, Zhang Yu's subordinate. You were called here by Zhang Yu, weren't you? If this matter gets out, can you still keep your hat, Su Guoqiang? What are you talking about? I don't know them at all. Su Guoqiang shouted angrily. But hearing him say that, could it be that the Cine Group really is under Zhang Yu? How did this young Zhang Yu manage to do that? And how would he face him in the future? The Cine Group has developed for so many years and has done many disgraceful things. How much has Zhang Yu been involved? However, right now, the most important thing is to ensure the hostages' safety. Don't know them? Baishan laughed. So, the lives and deaths of these loyal servants of the Cine Group on site have nothing to do with you? Baishan, let's keep things clear. If you use them as leverage, can you really get out? Su Guoqiang stood his ground. Then let's give it a try. If the fish dies, the net breaks. Baishan pressed the dagger deeper into Yezi's neck. Blood flowed down her white neck. Stop! Su Guoqiang roared. The officers' guns were also loaded. Baishan, even if I have to give up my position, you won't escape today. Su Guoqiang drew his own gun. If you dare to harm the hostage even a bit more, I will definitely shoot. For other criminals, there might be room for negotiation. But for Baishan, there was no leeway. He had dealt with Baishan before and knew this person was inherently brutal. How could someone who had been in prison 3 times still come out? He didn't know what kind of invisible hand was stirring things up behind the scenes. If he let Baishan go today, who knows what kind of trouble would ensue. Therefore, Su Guoqiang's finger was also on the trigger, the gun aimed at Baishan. Do you dare to shoot? Baishan scoffed. The two sides were at a stalemate. Kill her. At that moment, Baishan's earpiece picked up a voice from afar. Baishan, I see your bravery. However, this Yezi must die today. Of course, you will die too, but your death will have value. As long as Su Guoqiang pulls the trigger, I have a way to bring him down. The voice behind the earpiece was not loud but had a unique deterrent power. In fact, the person behind had been analyzing the situation on the scene. If they could take out the head of the Cine Group in Jiangcheng today, while also making Su Guoqiang lose his position, then during the ensuing chaos, they could take even bigger actions. However, as Baishan's right-hand man, he definitely had no way out. Because he had already been exposed, even if he managed to escape today, the police and the Cine Group would pursue him relentlessly, ultimately exposing him. It would be better to let him become a pawn, taking a few more with him in the end. Maximizing value. Boss? Baishan's eyes widened in disbelief. The big boss behind was actually going to use his life as a bargaining chip. Don't worry, I will take good care of your family. Upon hearing this, the light in his eyes dimmed. If the boss had even brought up family, then today, he could only comply. Su Guoqiang, you won't get what you want. Ah! Baishan raised the dagger, gathering strength to stab at Yezi's neck. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Baishan's forehead burst open, and the strength in his hand immediately faltered. Yezi seized the opportunity to break free, and Baishan, with wide eyes, filled with disbelief, fell down. Who fired the shot? The officers on the scene, on high alert, quickly formed a defensive line. Director Su, you should get to the car, it's too dangerous here. The captain realized that today's operation was not just a small affair. Don't worry about me. Su Guoqiang's gaze was sharp as an eagle, tracking the direction of the bullet's trajectory. He looked towards a building rooftop not far away. It was none other than his own daughter, Su Mei. How did she get here? And who authorized her to act? Report to Su Bureau, the criminal has been shot dead. Su Mei shouted into the intercom. Everyone, hands on your heads, don't move. The captain quickly took control of the scene with his subordinates. The brothers from Baishan, seeing their leader had been taken down, immediately lost their heads and surrendered obediently. Nonsense, simply nonsense. Su Guoqiang looked at Su Mei, trembling with anger. You will confine yourself for 3 days and write a self-reflection. We'll deal with the next steps later. He was filled with dread. At this distance, if the shot had gone astray, not to mention Su Mei, both father and daughter would have been doomed. Therefore, he felt no joy whatsoever. Su Bureau, where are you going? Seeing him getting into a car and about to leave, the captain hurriedly asked. You clean up the aftermath of the scene, take the criminal and the hostages to the police station. Su Guoqiang took off his hat and handed over his service weapon to the captain. Please take these back for me. I need to go apologize. The outcome of today's operation was good. However, the handling of the situation had completely exceeded his expectations, especially since Su Mei had acted without approval, showing up at the scene and killing the criminal. He was genuinely frightened. Sume was too reckless. She had not just entered this industry yesterday. Doing this could really ruin her future. At that moment, Sume also felt a wave of fear. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. This was her first direct encounter with a criminal. Whatever punishment I face, I will accept, she thought to herself. After all, I have fulfilled my wish today. With that thought, she prepared herself to face all consequences. All right, you have no issues here, you can leave now. Nighttime. After Xiong Tingting finished her statement, her steps felt weak as she walked out. Today had truly been the longest day for her. Joy and sorrow played out repeatedly. She had never witnessed such a complex scene before. She had no idea what had happened, only witnessing the gunfight and the casualties. The statement took a full 3 hours, covering every detail. Even now, she felt as if her soul had lost its way, with only a fragment remaining as she left the police station's recording room. At that moment, a door next door also opened. Stepping out was Sume. Sume saw Xiong Tingting, hesitated for a moment, and realized this was the core figure of the entire incident today. She was indeed beautiful, her eyes clear, as if untouched by the world. Being caught up in this incident was unfortunate for her. Moreover, she should be the fourth tenant mentioned by her best friend, Zhang Yu. The fact that her situation could attract so many people showed her significant standing in Zhang Yu's heart. Are you okay? Sume asked. I'm fine. What about you? Xiong Tingting knew that the shot fired today was hers. Will it affect you? I've said everything I needed to say. Sume couldn't help but smile. The biggest problem is that I acted without approval and used my gun without authorization, both of which are violations. Fortunately, nothing major happened, and I managed to save the situation a bit. Anyway, let's wait for the higher-ups' notification. Then why did you do it? Xiong Tingting was puzzled. Even though she was completely unfamiliar with the inner workings, she understood that such actions had significant repercussions. I don't know either. Sume chuckled dryly again. No matter what, you're fine, and the happiest should be Zhang Yu. Do you know the landlord? Xiong Tingting's eyes widened. Could it be that she was going to such lengths just for Zhang Yu? How many people liked him? And it wasn't just a casual liking. I know him. Sume had no intention of hiding it. I've been best friends with Lu Hanxiao since elementary school. Xiong Tingting was even more surprised. So there was this layer of connection, making her feel somewhat superfluous. You must be hungry, let me take you to eat. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded from outside the door. It was Zhang Yu. You dare to come? Sume stepped forward as she saw him. Is the Cine Group under your command? Do you know what that means? What does it mean? Zhang Yu smiled. It means we are the targets of a special crackdown. Sume said. That can't be, the landlord is definitely not that kind of person. Xiong Tingting was a bit anxious. Even if he really is with the Cine Group, he wouldn't do anything bad. This Xiong Tingting trusts Zhang Yu so much, it really wasn't in vain to save her. Watching her defend Zhang Yu so fiercely, she was also clear in her heart that this was his charm. He could make others wholeheartedly devoted. Moreover, deep down, she actually believed that Zhang Yu wouldn't be a bad person. Even if he had a strong connection with the notorious Cine Group, he should just be a small leader in a branch office in Jiangcheng or Jingshu. The entire Cine Group spanned dozens of countries worldwide. In southern Myanmar, there were even organized armed groups. Even the famous underground organizations overseas were very wary of them. She didn't know how Zhang Yu got involved with the Cine Group, but while he was just a small leader in a branch, it would be best to pull him back as soon as possible. Don't let him get too deep. Zhang Yu, I have something to say to you. Sume spoke up. Then, should I head back first? Xiong Tingting, seeing this scene, also said wisely. Can you manage? Zhang Yu asked. Shall I have someone take you? After going through such a big incident, he still didn't know if she had calmed down. Thank you, landlord. The subway station is just ahead. I can take the subway. Xiong Tingting smiled. All right, keep in touch. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Watching her figure leave for the subway station, before Zhang Yu could speak, Sume said, You have a connection with the Cine Group? Don't you know what kind of organization that is? I know. Zhang Yu smiled. Zhang Yu, maybe you have a lot of money and can fund them. Sume recalled that many wealthy people were involved with underground forces. It was like paying to support people, and then they would work for the wealthy when necessary. But, after all, this organization is too deep. Then what about my personal safety? Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Do you want to trouble yourself? If you need protection, I can do it. Sume instinctively said. All right, let's not talk about this for now. I know what I'm doing, Zhang Yu said. He also didn't want to tell her the truth about this matter. What would her reaction be if Sume knew he was the head of the Cine Group? He couldn't imagine. But, Sume's expression was very anxious. She didn't want Zhang Yu to be in danger, and her identity was at stake. Zhang Yu had not been summoned so far, which meant that the Cine group hadn't done anything in Jiangcheng. There was no reason to look for him. However, if he really did something bad, she didn't want to be his enemy. Alright, aren't you going to pick up Lu Hanxiao? Zhang Yu smiled. Looking at the time, she should be arriving soon. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Sumei slapped her forehead. I promised to do this, I can't go back on my word. After taking a few steps, Sumei stopped and turned back to ask, aren't you coming? As soon as she said it, she shook her head again. Forget it, you should stay here for now. I'm leaving. With that, she walked away. Zhang Yu stood still at the door. After a while, he saw Yezi walking out from inside. A bandage was wrapped around her neck. It seemed she had just finished bandaging and came here to give a statement. Yezi spotted Zhang Yu. Her eyes filled with surprise as she jogged over. Master, what are you doing here? I'm here to take you back. Zhang Yu smiled. Master, it's all my fault, I didn't handle things well. Hearing this, Yezi felt very guilty. I underestimated their strength, which led to a passive situation, almost ruining a big deal. There's no need to say that. Zhang Yu shook his head. You're already injured, and I understand the situation. Master, does that mean you don't blame me anymore? A look of relief washed over Yezi's face. Of course, Zhang Yu said. Thanks to you bringing people over today, they were held up. Otherwise, this matter wouldn't have been resolved so quickly. That Bai Shan was shot dead on the spot. Dozens of his subordinates were arrested. Moreover, there were no significant casualties among the hostages. The outcome was quite good. So, what happened to that girl? Yezi asked. She's fine, already back home. Zhang Yu smiled. Where do you live? I'll take you back. Since she could come out after giving her statement, it meant there was nothing serious. Even the new justice group hadn't done anything bad in Jiangcheng recently. Instead, they had helped the police capture a large number of real villains as the just side. Not to say they deserved credit, but they definitely wouldn't be punished. Master, why don't you ask what they questioned me about? Yezi inquired. Since you could come out so quickly, it means you're fine. I trust you. Zhang Yu's words seemed casual. However, they stirred great waves in Yezi's heart. This was unconditional trust in her. With such a master, what reason was there not to be completely loyal? What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Zhang Yu opened the car door. Yezi, flattered and surprised, got in the car. Then, the car drove forward. Leader, what do you mean? In a high-standard office, Su Guoqiang stood in front of the desk, surprised by the leader's words. That's right, the leader said. I have grasped the situation regarding today's matter. You can go back and write a situation report. Tomorrow, just go to work as usual. Isn't Sumei going to be punished for acting on her own? Su Guoqiang was quite surprised. He didn't want Sumei to be punished, but the procedure had to be correct. The leader's statement of no punishment was somewhat unexpected. Sumei achieved great merit today. Not only will she not be punished, but I also want to reward her, the leader said. However, today's incident has set a bad precedent. To make it easier for you to manage, there will be no rewards or punishments. In the future, we need to emphasize discipline even more and strengthen the review of weapon retrieval. If you must take measures against Sumei, I suggest suspending her for 3 days for reflection and having her write a self-criticism. Yes, leader, I understand. Su Guoqiang felt quite pleased. Taking the initiative to explain the situation seemed to have had an effect. The current situation had minimized the impact of this matter. It wouldn't be recorded in the files. There wouldn't be any significant impact on future developments. This was already much better than he had anticipated. It was nothing for the public. Privately, once Sumei returned home, he still needed to give her a good talking to. It was too dangerous. Today, they almost got into big trouble. If Sumei's bullet had missed, the consequences would have been unimaginable. By the way, the leader asked at that moment, you just said that the Nui group was also involved in this operation? Yes, Su Guoqiang nodded. According to the situation at the scene and the recorded notes, there was indeed a group from the Nui group, but their goal was to attempt to rescue the hostages. When we arrived, they were being suppressed by the people from Baishan. The person with a dagger to his throat was the leader of the Nui group. The real mastermind behind it must be someone else, right? That's right, Su Guoqiang said. It's someone named Zhang Yu. At this point, Su Guoqiang couldn't figure out when Zhang Yu became associated with the Nui group. To what extent was the relationship? It was all unknown. What could be known was that the Nui group had done a good deed this time. Moreover, since the Nui group appeared in Jiangcheng, they hadn't done anything bad. Therefore, he didn't want to create any enmity with them. I haven't been down there to take a look in a long time either, the leader sighed. The Nui group now is quite different from 20 years ago. So, what should I do? Su Guoqiang asked. Don't worry about them, the leader said. Just do your daily work. Patrol when you need to, and be on duty when required. Alright, You can go now. Yes. Su Guoqiang saluted and then left the office. His assistant at the door had been waiting for a long time. Director Su, what did you say? Focus on that group from Baishan, find a breakthrough, Su Guoqiang instructed. Let the people from the new E group go back after they finish their statements. Yes. The assistant, though surprised, nodded and complied. By the way, today's incident needs to be kept under wraps. We can't let the news leak out, Su Guoqiang said. After all, this matter was too complicated, involving too many people. Since the case was under investigation, they needed to strengthen control over public opinion to prevent some people from misleading those who were unaware of the truth. Master, I've arrived, Yezi said. In a regular residential building in the city, there seemed to be nothing unusual. This is the new E group's settlement in Zhangchang? Zhang Yu thought of hideouts and strongholds, but none seemed appropriate. Who would refer to their own place like that? Yes, Master, do you want to go up and take a look? Yezi asked. Since I'm here, I might as well go up and have a look. Zhang Yu nodded. Yezi led the way, and after passing through several alleys, they stopped in front of an iron gate. She knocked rhythmically on the door a few times. Someone came out to open it. Seeing Zhang Yu, a stranger, the person's face was filled with vigilance. This is the master of the new E group. Yezi shouted, no rudeness allowed. The person immediately became respectful. Zhang Yu followed Yezi through the iron gate. They went up to the third floor. The building had a square structure, with people living on all sides, and in the middle was a small garden, serving as a space for activities. Master, this is where we usually hold our meetings. Yezi led Zhang Yu to one of the rooms. As Zhang Yu walked in and took a look, he was taken aback. On two walls, one had a huge map, while the other wall was like a spider web, with lines connecting different people's photos. If he didn't know what this place was, it really looked a bit like the analysis board commonly used by police officers in investigations. No wonder the new E group could grow so large. Every smallest organization has a clear structure and strong intelligence gathering capabilities. Master, here's some water for you. Yezi handed over a bottle of mineral water. By the way, how do you usually eat and live here? Zhang Yu asked curiously. Aside from meetings, there aren't many people here usually. Everyone outside is either security, vendors, or office workers, so we eat at the unit. As for living, the second and first floors have more residents than the third. Each floor has its own door lock, Yezi replied. Sounds good, Zhang Yu nodded. Master, I have a question, and I'm not sure if I should ask, Yezi said at that moment. Go ahead. This question was also brought up by the people below, which is, where is our new E group headed in the future? Just hold steady, Zhang Yu said. Since everything is normal now, there's no need to fight for territory and interests. Just keep an eye on those places. Got it. Yezi understood Zhang Yu's meaning. That is, to change the style and not cause trouble anymore, but to consolidate the current territory, like KTVs and bars. They can't let others encroach. The main principle is that if no one offends me, I won't offend anyone, but they must also have the confidence to flip the table at any time. What's this? Zhang Yu saw a lot of documents, USB drives, and a phone on the messy table. Master, this is some important information about key figures we have gathered. Do you need a copy? I can get it for you right away, Yezi said. Is there anything about me? Zhang Yu smiled. Master. Yezi was startled and knelt on one knee. I absolutely wouldn't dare to investigate you, but for your safety, we have conducted an investigation on the people around you. If you don't like it, I can destroy it immediately. I was just asking, you don't need to be afraid. Zhang Yu knew that Yezi was just fulfilling her duty as a subordinate. She would definitely understand the people around him to prevent anyone from being a threat. However, since nothing had been said so far, it indicated that the backgrounds of the people he encountered were all clean and without issues. Even if she hadn't checked, he already knew that. But master, there's something you might not know, Yezi said. What is it? One of your tenants, Di Shiba, has been checked at the hospital and should be pregnant. What? Zhang Yu's pupils widened upon hearing this. So stimulating? He had only learned about Lu Hanxiao's situation through Sumei, and what Yezi said should also be true. Could it be that Di Shiba is also? This news truly surprised Zhang Yu. I don't know how you plan to handle it, but if you need, we can. Those who often create surprises know how to do things without leaving traces. What are you saying? Zhang Yu glanced at Yezi. Your loyalty is enough, but I said, don't act on your own. Yes, master. Yezi's face turned pale. All right, you should rest well. I'll go back and take a look. Zhang Yu stood up. If he didn't go back soon, it felt like his home would be in chaos. Should this news be described as a surprise or a shock? How could everything come together like this? At this moment, at Jiangcheng International Airport, Sume had also picked up Lu Hanxiao and the other two. "You're the officer Su from the internet, right? I've heard of you," Pan Yuyo said somewhat familiarly. "You've heard of me?" Sume felt a bit embarrassed. It couldn't be about the time she accidentally bumped into Zhang Yu's car while riding her bike, could it? She really wanted to deliberately forget that, but unfortunately, there were always people bringing it up. "Alright, Yu Yao, weren't you just saying you were tired? Rest for a bit, and I'll call you when we arrive," Lu Hanxiao said from the passenger seat. Seeing the car back in her best friend's hands again, she assumed Sume must have met with Zhang Yu as well. "Okay then, I'll keep quiet." Pan Yuyo sensibly closed her mouth. "Does it seem like Di Xiaoba is a bit uncomfortable?" Sume glanced at Di Xiaoba, who was sitting in the middle, through the rearview mirror. She was leaning against the seat, eyes closed, resting. "She should be. She hasn't been feeling well since we got off the plane a few days ago." Lu Hanxiao didn't want to tell Sume the real situation about Di Xiaoba. If her best friend found out, who knows how she would react. "Then I'll drive a bit more steadily." After driving for a while and seeing that the two girls in the back had fallen asleep, lightly snoring, she quietly asked, "Hanxiao, what are your thoughts on that matter?" "Ah, don't talk about it in the car." Lu Hanxiao felt a bit nervous. "This is the only chance I have to see you. When we get back, there won't be another opportunity to ask you," Sume said. "I haven't figured it out either." Lu Hanxiao felt confused. "But your flight turned around directly midway. It shows that Zhang Yu really cares," Sume said. "Is it Zhang Yu?" Lu Hanxiao was surprised. Now she finally realized. He could command the entire airline, that was confirmed. Thinking back to previous events, every time something was related to Zhang Yu, things would resolve particularly well. This time, he even had a plane still abroad turn around and fly back to Jiangcheng. Just thinking about the energy needed and the parties that had to be coordinated was overwhelming. It seemed that Zhang Yu was not only their landlord but also their boss. Previously, it was just speculation, but this time it was confirmed. "That's right," Sume nodded. "So I can't figure it out either. Zhang Yu is only 22 years old. How does he have such power? How did he manage that? Science couldn't explain it anymore. It could only be explained on a metaphysical level. Could it be that Zhang Yu's biological father is some hidden super big shot? That's how it's written in novels," Lu Hanxiao said. "You should read fewer tomato novels. There aren't that many hidden big shots." Sume laughed. Seeing her best friend use Pan Yuyao's tone to talk about her, Lu Hanxiao couldn't help but want to teach a lesson to her good friend. "Hey, don't mess around, I'm driving." Sume dodged. "What if something happens to you, and it's a case of one corpse and two lives? How will I face Zhang Yu then?" "What one corpse and two lives?" Pan Yuyo suddenly opened her eyes. "What are you talking about?" "I want to hear." "No, you don't want to hear." Lu Hanxiao quickly muted herself. "Yu Yao, we're talking about a plot in a novel." Sume quickly covered. "Novel? Ha ha ha." Pan Yuyo laughed. "I love reading novels. I used to think they were all fake, but now I realize there are people like that around me." Lu Hanxiao and Sume exchanged glances, knowing who Pan Yuyo was referring to. "Why aren't you responding? It's boring." Just as she was about to continue, seeing that they weren't responding, her enthusiasm waned. Sigh, Sume thought to herself. Pan Yuyo was still too young. If she knew what her sister Xiao was going through now, that would be truly dramatic. Lu Hanxiao also wore a face of sorrow. She didn't know when or how to tell Pan Yuyo. If she told her, would she feel deceived? It might ruin their sisterhood. At that moment, the car turned a corner and arrived at the entrance of a community. On the giant stone at the entrance, the words Binjiang Mansion were written in large characters. "Xiaoba, we're here. Wake up," Lu Wanxia shouted. Di Xiaoba rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked ahead. They had indeed arrived. "We finally made it." Pan Yuyo perked up again. "These past few days, I really don't know how I got through them. Ah, my bed, I miss you." After the car stopped, she was the first to get out and went to the trunk to grab her things. She seemed particularly energetic, as if she had just been fully charged. Sume was also infected by this mood. She was just a larger version of Xia Sha. Unfortunately, the two of them didn't know each other and had no intersection in life. Otherwise, they would definitely have been good friends who could play together. "Xiaoba, why are you still sitting there? We've arrived," Pan Yuyo urged her as she noticed her slow movements. "Yudao, if you can't wait, just take your things upstairs first," Lu Wanxia said to her. "We'll finish up here, you scatterbrain, always leaving things behind. Then I'll go up first. Turn on the lights and the air conditioning," Pan Yuyo said carelessly. As she reached the entrance of the hall, she saw someone walking towards her. Ah, the landlord? Seeing Zhang Yu approaching, Pan Yuyao's heart stirred again. After a few days apart, why did he seem even more handsome? No, this time the feeling was different. Previously, it was pure admiration, without any thoughts of romance. But today, Pan Yuyao's second reaction upon seeing Zhang Yu was that her stomach growled. Aren't you tired carrying that suitcase? Hurry up and go inside. Zhang Yu smiled at her. Then I'll go up first, Pan Yuya said softly, looking down, and then she went upstairs. Zhang Yu walked out of the hall and saw Lu Huanxiao and the others. Back already? Zhang Yu smiled. Lu Huanxiao looked at his smile, which was different from usual. It had more emotion in it, like concern and a bit of worry. Could it be because he knew about her situation? Did this matter have such a big impact on people? Was Zhang Yu already prepared to take responsibility? Lu Huanxiao felt naturally happy. The previous tension had eased considerably. In fact, she had prepared for the worst. At most, she would just pretend nothing had happened. However, Zhang Yu's reaction made her feel much more at ease. But then, looking at Di Xiaoba beside her, she felt troubled again. Sume had told him, but he still didn't know about Di Xiaoba's situation. Xiaoba had called her sister Xiao for so long, and after years of being together, their bond was like that of real sisters. At this moment, she still had to act like an older sister. However, she didn't know that Zhang Yu already knew about Di Xiaoba's situation. So she nodded. Yeah, we're back. Then she supported Di Xiaoba's arm. Di Xiaoba has been feeling unwell these past few days. Let's take her back to rest first. Okay. Zhang Yu glanced at Di Xiaoba and nodded with a smile. Tingting is at home. She has already prepared some food, so let's go back and eat something first. Well, Sume said, Zhang Yu, I won't go up. My dad is still waiting for me at home. As she spoke, she gave Lu Huanxiao a knowing look. Then you be careful on the way. Seeing her best friend about to leave, Lu Huanxiao had no intention of holding her back. True best friends wouldn't be so polite. When they said they had something to do, they really did. After that, Zhang Yu and Lu Huanxiao returned home. Everyone's back. I've made chicken soup. Come and have some. Tingting brought a clay pot out from the kitchen. Sister Xiaoba, come and drink. Pan Yuyo sat at the dining table. I've already had a bowl. Tingting's chicken soup is really delicious. Okay, then I'll give it a try. Lu Huanxiao originally wanted to politely decline, feeling a bit guilty about always making Tingting cook. She wasn't a servant in this house. However, considering her current special situation, she should drink some chicken soup to nourish herself. Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. With Tingting here, things will be easier from now on. If she could cook so well, then her burden might become heavier. Zhang Yu, I have something to tell you. After drinking a bowl of chicken soup, Lu Huanxiao opened her mouth, ready to lay everything on the table. At that moment, Zhang Yu said, before you say anything, I have something to tell you too. What is it, landlord? Pan Yuyao couldn't help but be curious. These past few days, I've set my sights on a villa, 4 stories high, with a private garden, Zhang Yu said. I've already paid the deposit, and I want to move there. Ah, landlord, you're moving? Pan Yuyao exclaimed, not knowing the situation. So, are you selling this place? Her mood suddenly dropped. Where did you get that idea? Zhang Yu laughed. That villa is more spacious and won't be disturbed. I think it's better than here. No matter how upscale the Binjiangfu community was, there were still other residents in the same building. It's inevitable that there would be too many people and too much noise. You all can move over together. The rent will still be the same as before, Zhang Yu said with a smile. I think it's great. I agree to move. Lu Huanxiao nodded at that moment. Although Zhang Yu didn't say it, she guessed his intention. Moving to the villa would allow for more peace of mind. After all, you are unmarried, and I am unmarried. If such things were to get out, it wouldn't be good for either of us. His business was currently on the rise. Lu Huanxiao understood, so she was the first to stand up and express her agreement. Landlord. At that moment, Di Xiaoba beside her also spoke up. Is the house over there newly renovated or what? She was a bit worried that if it had just been renovated, the environment might not be good. Although she didn't know how to handle it now, it was better not to take the risk if the environment was harmful. If it really came to it, she would have to rent another place to live. The house is a second-hand property, renovated a long time ago, but it hasn't been lived in much, so it can be considered new. The comfort level is quite good, Zhang Yu said, subconsciously glancing at Di Xiaoba's belly. He was puzzled, feeling that fate was playing tricks. How did it happen so suddenly? Moreover, at that time, it was clearly, wait, why do I feel like you guys are talking strangely? Pan Yuyo spoke up. What's wrong? Alright, you should go wash up and sleep. Didn't you say you were tired? Lu Huanxiao said. No, you guys are hiding something from me. Pan Yuyao's eyes darted around. Landlord, are you moving to the villa because you want to hire a few maids to come to the house? Pan Yuyao asked at that moment. Why do you say that? Lu Huanxiao felt a bit nervous and quickly asked. Sister Xiao, I'm asking the landlord. Why are you so nervous? Pan Yuyao said, I'm saying this because I just heard that this villa has many rooms, and now, Binjiangfu is already enough for living. So, I guess that moving to the villa with more rooms means leaving a few for the maids to live in, Pan Yuyao speculated. That's right, you guessed correctly. Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. So, landlord, is it because we don't do the housework well or cook well? Pan Yuyao pouted and asked. Alright, you should go wash up and sleep. Why are you acting like a curious baby? Lu Huanxiao placed her hands on her shoulders and pushed her toward the bathroom. This little girl, if she kept asking, it would be bad if she really found out something. Okay then. Pan Yuyuan was also helpless and could only go wash up first. Lu Hanxiao breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Zhang Yu glanced at Di Xiaoba again. You should go to bed early too, you can't stay up late. Her mental state was clearly worse than Lu Hanxiao's. One could only say that encountering such a low probability was truly a reason to buy a lottery ticket. However, since this matter was already in front of them, they had to face it well. The villa he was preparing to buy was also for future plans. Nevertheless, Zhang Yu felt quite happy inside. Most people would be flustered in such a situation, but he was different. With his current financial situation, there was no need for any worries. So why fret? Xiaoba, you should rest early too. After Lu Hanxiao finished speaking, she glanced at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu saw the meaning in her eyes and said, You all carry on, I'll head to the second floor. Landlord, are you still having soup? The ever-busy Xiong Tingting asked at this moment. I won't have any more, you should go to bed early too. This Xiong Tingting was so virtuous that he felt a bit at a loss on how to respond. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he went upstairs. He lay on the bed in a star shape. Then he took out his phone and saw a message from the real estate agent, Ding Weiwei. Mr. Zhang, the villa owner has agreed to sell the house, and I'd negotiated the price down to 45 million. There's no way to lower it further. The message ended with an awkward emoji. 45 million? He raised an eyebrow. This was 5 million less than Zhang Yu had anticipated. It was originally listed at 53 million, and his psychological price was 50 million. Closing the deal at this price meant saving a sum. Ding Weiwei truly deserved to be a real estate agent, saving him such a large amount. He had thought it didn't matter whether it was 50 million or 45 million. To him, the difference wasn't significant. However, saving 5 million was naturally a good thing. This made Zhang Yu feel that Ding Weiwei was not just a real estate agent but was genuinely thinking of him. What she had said about helping him negotiate was not just casual talk, she had taken it to heart. 45 million, that's great. Thank you, Zhang Yu replied. After such a big discount, I'll treat you to a meal once the deal is done. Mr. Shang, you are too polite. Selling this villa is something I should be thanking you for. She had never seen such a big deal before. Ding Weiwei's hands trembled as she typed the message. It seemed both parties had no objections, so once the villa was sold, it meant a commission of hundreds of thousands was in hand. Mr. Zhang, do you have time tomorrow? I'd like to schedule a time for you to sign the transaction contract. Ding Weiwei was worried about any unforeseen complications. She also planned to treat Zhang Yu to a meal after the contract was signed to express her gratitude. Okay, see you tomorrow. After Zhang Yu replied, he exited WeChat. Then he noticed the time on his phone. It had just turned midnight. Perfect. There were new blind boxes to draw from. He didn't want to wait a moment longer, so he immediately activated the system. Then, on the 9-grid drawing page that popped up, he randomly selected one blind box. It didn't matter what he chose, the outcome had already been determined. This was merely a formality. Soon, as the system's drawing interface appeared, a new reward appeared before him. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a blind box, 5-star large cruise ship Tianhe. The cost of this cruise ship exceeds 5 billion, with more than 10 levels of space, equivalent to 25 stories high. The ship is 330 meters long and has a displacement of 130,000 tons. It is equipped with 10 helipads, with 2,000 rooms of various grades, equipped with a commercial shopping street, restaurants, and entertainment rooms totaling over 5,000 square meters. Wow! Zhang Yu felt astonished. He had seen it on the news before. This was one of the world's top luxury cruise ships, registered in Manhwa. With complete facilities and routes covering the globe, it could be called a palace on the sea. This was getting interesting. Besides the flying ones in the sky, now there were also those swimming in the water. Zhang Yu suppressed his excitement and looked at the introduction behind. On the Tianhe, there are over 800 staff members, including waiters, crew, and chefs. The maximum capacity can exceed 5,000 people. The ticket prices range from 3,888 to 18,888 yuan per person, and the total ticket revenue for a full ship can reach up to 25 million yuan. Each voyage lasts about a week. Wow! Upon seeing this, Zhang Yu realized that this ship could bring in 100 million yuan in revenue in just 1 month. And that was just from ticket sales. The entertainment on board also charged extra fees, which could be just as high as ticket revenue. Mainly, there were also gambling and entertainment industries on board. Many big shots like to indulge in fun activities, so they would board the ship and head out to sea. Zhang Yu had only seen this in movies before, but he had never seen what it was really like. Now that he had acquired this ship, he was a bit curious. According to the system's information, the Tianhe was currently docked at Jiangcheng port. The next trip would depart from Jiangcheng, passing through Jiling City, the Magic City, and then to several surrounding countries before returning. Since there was only one Tianhe, and it was a top-tier 5-star cruise ship with ultra-luxurious configurations, even though the ticket prices were high, many wealthy people were still eager to buy them. It was like a superstar concert where VIP tickets were sold for tens of thousands, yet there were still a lot of people willing to pay. Zhang Yu couldn't help but think. He had been busy with company matters lately and hadn't had much fun. Moreover, Lu Huanxiao and the others were also on holiday. This was a perfect opportunity to change the travel plans and take a cruise, which was a very good choice. Such a large cruise ship would sail very steadily, with no possibility of seasickness. Plus, there was a hospital on board. After confirming this, he called the cruise operation office using the contact information provided by the system. At that moment, even though it was 12 o'clock, the cruise office was still processing ticketing for passengers. When they saw President Zhang's call come in, the staff were surprised. Just a few minutes ago, they had learned that the cruise ship's ownership had suddenly changed. Why was the boss calling personally now? Was he checking on the work situation? For a moment, they felt a bit nervous, not knowing how to respond. What's going on? At that moment, a woman in a qipao walked over. The high-slit qipao revealed her smooth, long legs. Seeing the situation, she frowned. Why aren't you answering the phone? Didn't I say that you must answer within 2 rings? It's the end of the year, and things have been quite busy lately. Normal updates will resume in a few days. Next, there will be a side story about boarding the ship. I plan to bring 2 to 3 female characters on board, and a few new characters will also appear on the ship. Everyone can leave a message about which characters they would like to see from the previous appearances and what expectations they have for the new characters. The Tianhe cruise ship is one of the highest-end cruise ships in the world. The high fees are not only for the superior configurations but also for the best service. Therefore, to serve customers with the best attitude, there are also requirements for the timeliness of answering calls. The phone must be answered within 2 rings. Those who fail to do so will have their wages deducted. These staff members had almost never made such mistakes before. What was going on today? Manager Shen, it's not a client, it's a call from the boss. The boss? The new boss? Xiaoxiang, the general manager of the cruise ship dressed in a qipao, was also a bit surprised. She had only learned a few minutes ago about the change of ownership of the Tianhe cruise ship. Xiaoxiang quickly answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Zhan. Upon hearing this call, Zhang Yu was not surprised. He found the voice quite pleasant, full of magnetism. He then said, when is the next sailing of the Tianhe? Mr. Zhang, it's the day after tomorrow, Xiaoxiang replied. Do you have any instructions? Not really, Zhang Yu said. I just wanted to let you know that I plan to take a few people on the ship for a few days. Please reserve 4 to 5 rooms for me. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll take care of it right away. Hearing that Zhang Yu only wanted to reserve rooms, Xiaoxiang felt relieved. Does Mr. Zhang have any other instructions? I can have the staff prepare in advance. No, that's all. You can go ahead, Zhang Yu said before hanging up. With just a simple sentence, the cruise ship staff immediately got busy. Xiaoxiang instructed the staff to quickly take down the presidential suite with 3 sea-view sides and a few attached small rooms from availability. The presidential suite is on the top 2nd floor, offering an excellent view. Moreover, the room covers an area of 300 square meters, making it a luxury residence at sea. The external price for the presidential suite is 200,000 per night. Even at this exorbitant price, it remains in high demand. Just as she took the rooms off the market, a call from a client came in. Hello, what's going on with your Tianhe? Why isn't the largest presidential suite available? I'm very sorry, the presidential suite has been booked, Xiaoxiang said. What? Someone's competing with me? Let Manager Shen speak. I am Xiaoxiang, she replied with a slight smile. Ah, Manager Shen, the voice on the other end changed tone. I've already shaken hands on this, you can't deny me this booking, right? I'm really sorry, but if you want to travel, there are other suites available, Shanaosheng said. Although she prioritized the customer, ultimately, she was working for the boss. Since the boss wanted this room, others had to step aside regardless of the circumstances. This is outrageous. Do you still want to do business with the wealthy? I have a net worth of billions, and this is how you treat me? I'm very sorry, but the person who wants the room has a status even more distinguished than yours. If that person is displeased, I'm afraid you. Alright, fine, then I'll take another room. Upon hearing that someone had a higher status, the other party immediately dared not say more and had to concede. For the sake of client privacy, Shanaosheng would certainly not disclose the identity of the guest. But since she dared to say so, if it really was someone of higher status, it would be troublesome to offend them. They all move in the same circle. If there were conflicts and someone got unhappy, it would be difficult to handle in the future. After sending off this client, Shanaosheng also breathed a sigh of relief. In her 2.5 years as the general manager of the cruise ship, she had seen all kinds of clients. This had honed her ability to respond. Manager Shin, what did they say? A staff member asked cautiously. The rooms are reserved for Mr. Zhang, Shanaosheng said. Instruct the housekeeping department to send 20 people to conduct a thorough cleaning of the rooms without missing any corners. All bedding and linens should be replaced with the best. Also, increase the security personnel from 4 to 8 starting tomorrow until Mr. Zhang's trip ends. Do not let any unauthorized personnel approach. At the same time, the entire ship needs a thorough deep cleaning. Notify all 800 staff members to hurry up. Those who do well will be rewarded. Since it's Mr. Zhang going out to have fun, naturally, we must present the best side. Manager Shin is in charge of the cruise's operation and has a high degree of autonomy. For transactions under 5 million, there's no need to report to the boss, just coordinate clearly with the finance department. So, she manages the staff exceptionally well. Yes, Manager Shen. The staff received the order and immediately went to execute it. After giving her instructions, Shanaosheng finally relaxed. She glanced at her phone again, looking at the information and photos of Zhang Yu. Curiosity began to stir. Even in his ID photo, he was incredibly handsome. Moreover, according to the information, he was only 22 years old and stood 185 centimeters tall. At such a young age, he had become the owner of the Tianhe, worth 5 billion. What was his background? She couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if Zhang Yu were to visit the Tianhe. Shanaosheng was the general manager of the 5-star cruise ship Tianhe, managing 800 staff members on board. Crew members, chefs, engineers, security, waitstaff, she was fully responsible for everything. Everyone in every position answered to her. This cruise ship, costing over 5 billion and generating more than 3 billion in annual revenue, was essentially a large mobile publicly traded company. Therefore, Shanaosheng had encountered all kinds of wealthy individuals. Especially on this ship, it was a favored leisure venue for big shots from various fields. But this was the first time Shanaosheng felt curious about a wealthy person. It was no wonder. A person so young yet so rich was not the son of any prominent family. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere, possessing wealth from thin air. How could one not be curious? However, Shanaosheng had no time to think further. Her personal phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was a big shot from Jiangcheng, worth over 50 billion. Manager Shin, I heard the best suite has been booked? That's right, boss, it has indeed been taken off the market. Shanaosheng replied. Who is it that could make you take the listing down so early? The person on the other end was also curious. I'm sorry, but I can't disclose that. Shanaosheng insisted on her professional boundaries. She would not say a word that shouldn't be revealed, especially since the one wanting the room was her own boss. Alright, it seems I wasn't wrong. There must be a super big shot boarding the ship. The boss on the other end then asked, so what rooms are still available? Boss, currently there are a few third-class rooms left. Third-class rooms? The boss was clearly surprised. Can't my 50 billion allow me to jump the queue? Is it really that hard to get a ticket this time? In the past, even if I couldn't get a special room, I could at least get a first-class one. I'm sorry, but there are really only third-class rooms left. Shanaosheng replied. No matter how many billions you have, I don't care. The special rooms are for the boss. The first-class rooms are also reserved for the boss's friends. Others can only start booking from the second-class rooms at most. Well then, third class it is. The other side could only accept it. It was rumored that a big shot would appear on the ship this time. Such an opportunity was not something one encountered often. Various powerful figures would reveal their true nature on an uncontrollable cruise ship. Besides being able to indulge in activities they wouldn't dare to on land, more importantly, the occasional appearance of a few big shots on board was a great opportunity for business resource integration. There was a myth circulating in the industry. Some companies on the brink of bankruptcy saw their owners board a ship, and upon returning, the company was revitalized. No one knew whose connections they had tapped into. It was just very miraculous. Therefore, many people booked this ticket not necessarily just for leisure. It is expected that they can encounter some mysterious big shots in the restaurant, ballroom, or card room. Regardless of whether there are dates or not, let's play a couple of rounds first. After Shinaoxuan processed her third-class ticket, most of the cabins on the ship were already booked, leaving very few available. The tickets are divided into 5 classes. The special class is the presidential suite, the first class is the executive suite, the second class is the standard suite, the third class is the high-end standard room, the fourth class is the ordinary window-side standard room. Even the fifth class, which is the interior cabin without a window, has long been sold out. She then rubbed her temples and looked out at the ship. Through the porthole, she saw a long line of young girls dressed flamboyantly boarding the ship one by one. So many people? Shinaoxuan was a bit surprised. This was double the number of the previous journey. They were all here to participate in performances on the ship. Before boarding, they had to register their personal information. Moreover, they had to hand over their phones, watches, and any devices with recording or filming capabilities, which they would get back after disembarking. This was also to protect the privacy of those on board, preventing any leaks. As for why they did this, Shinaoxuan didn't want to ask too much. However, it was indeed unusual to see so many people. Next, the registration officer at the dock called out. A few young girls stepped forward and handed over their phones. Then they took a piece of paper to register. In the occupation column, they each filled in dancer, DJ, tea artist. After completing the registration, they were allowed to pass. The group walked towards the ship. Looking at the magnificent Tianhe, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is the Tianhe. Seeing this cruise ship in person feels like a dream. It's so luxurious. How can there be such wonderful things in the world? I can't wait for the upcoming journey." The young girls boarding the ship chattered excitedly. "I heard there are all kinds of entertainment on the cruise, tennis courts, swimming pools, bars, gyms, and even an indoor theme park. I've seen it countless times online, but I didn't expect to actually be on it today. Maybe I'll even meet my crush. Oh, I feel like I'm in the movie Titanic. Pa, don't say that. It's bad luck." Their faces were youthful, and they were filled with freshness towards the luxurious Tianhe. "Look, another batch of new girls is boarding. They're really beautiful." In the lower levels of the Tianhe, in a few rooms near the dock, some people saw a line of young girls boarding the ship, their eyes filled with amazement. If this were in various schools, they would all be the school beauties, really eye-catching. So what if they're school beauties? On this ship, they're at the bottom of the food chain. Who said that? Isn't the lowest tier us working crew? That's true, but as long as we can earn a salary, it's fine. Manager Shin pays us quite well every month. Manager Shin is just managing for the boss. The money belongs to the boss. Speaking of the boss, have you heard? The owner of the Tianhe has changed. A group of crew members shifted from talking about school beauties to the boss. How could they change? I haven't heard any news at all. The transactions at the upper levels are top secrets. By the time we crew members find out, it's already the final result. Sigh, we can't compare. This is the world of the rich. On one ship, the hierarchy can be so strict. Alright, stop chatting, hurry up and rest. We need to prepare for the final work before the ship sets sail at dawn. It was already deep into the night. They felt that this journey seemed to be a bit more special. At this time, Shinaoxuan was also heading towards the presidential suite surrounded by the sea on 3 sides to see how the staff was cleaning the room. Boss Zhang Yu is about to board the ship soon, so he can't be careless. The story splits into 2 parts. On Zhang Yu's side, after resting for a night, he woke up and walked to the living room on the first floor, where he saw Xiongtingting busy in the kitchen making breakfast. The aroma wafting from the kitchen was irresistible. Zhang Yu's stomach growled. He was indeed hungry. "Landlord, you're awake?" Xiongtingting turned around upon hearing the noise, smiling sweetly. "Breakfast will be ready soon, you can wait at the dining table." From now on, don't call me landlord anymore, Zhang Yu thought to himself. After all, he had communicated deeply with Xiongtingting, and she wasn't really a stranger anymore. It felt a bit inappropriate to keep calling him that. "Ha!" Xiongtingting's face visibly showed panic. She seemed flustered, unsure of what she had done wrong. "Look at you, you're scared." Zhang Yu chuckled. "I mean, you can use a different title from now on. What should I call you?" Xiongtingting lowered her head, feeling uneasy. "Just take your time to get used to it," Zhang Yu smiled. "You can call me Brother Yu from now on." I can't." She lowered her head even more. "Alright, it's settled then," Zhang Yu said. "What did you make for breakfast?" "I made some scallion pancakes, steamed a basket of buns, cooked a soup with silver fungus and lotus seeds, and made a treasure porridge," Xiongtingting replied. "That's quite a spread." Did you make all of it yourself? Yes, the ingredients outside aren't fresh, so I bought the raw materials and made it myself. Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile. With you cooking so thoughtfully and deliciously, what if I become picky? Isn't this the way to win a man's heart? Ha, I never thought of that. Xiong Tingting became even more nervous. Who says it's only a man's heart? We have ours too. At that moment, Lu Huanqiu's voice came over. You're awake? Zhang Yu turned to see her and smiled. I thought you would sleep a bit longer. I'm not as young as they are. I need less sleep. Lu Huanqiu walked over. Sister Xiao, breakfast will be ready soon, Xiong Tingting said. Tingting, I feel bad about this. You make breakfast for us every day, Lu Huanqiu said, feeling a bit guilty. She wasn't their servant. It's fine. I'm used to it. If I don't do something, I feel empty, she said shyly with a smile. All right, you should sit down. Your health is important, Zhang Yu quickly said. Sister Xiao, are you feeling unwell? If not, I can make you some medicinal soup to nourish you, Tingting said from the side. I'm fine, Lu Huanqiu exclaimed nervously, realizing her tone was off, and softened a bit. You don't need to fuss over me. I'm fine. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Zhang Yu, wishing she could swallow him whole. It was all his fault. Moreover, this matter was still unresolved. The longer it dragged on, the worse it would get. By the way, Zhang Yu said at that moment, aren't you all resting for the next week? Let's go out to sea for some fun. Out to sea? Lu Huanqiu frowned. Is that a good idea? The waves at sea can be quite rough. It's fine, I booked the Tianhe cruise ship, and the route is all nearshore. We won't go far, Zhang Yu said, seemingly aware of Lu Huanqiu's concerns. Tenha? Upon hearing this name, Xiong Tingting's eyes lit up with anticipation. This was the most luxurious 5-star cruise ship in the world, and she had long admired it. She wanted to go. However, thinking about starting her job at the bank soon, she quickly dismissed the idea. Sister Xiao, since brother you said so, you should go, Xiong Tingting smiled. I'll stay home. I need to ask Xiaoba and Yu Yao what they think before I can decide. Sure. What are you all discussing about where to go? Why didn't you call us? At that moment, Pan Yu Yao and Di Xiaoba also walked out of the room. We'll take the Tianhe ship and go out to sea for some fun. Zhang Yu smiled. Great, great. Landlord, going out to sea sounds good. Take me with you. Pan Yu Yao couldn't help but jump up. Yu Yao. Lu Hanxiao shot her a glare. You're still in your pajamas, be mindful. With that jump, Zhang Yu saw her. Oh, Pan Yu Yao quieted down. Landlord, then I wanna go. Alright, you're in. Zhang Yu didn't care how she called him. Anyway, she was carefree. Who knows how she would call him next time. Then, I'll go too. Lu Hanxiao was worried about Pan Yu Yao being out of her sight. Xiaoba, what about you? You all go ahead. I want to rest for a few days. Di Xiaoba looked like she hadn't fully recovered yet. What will you do alone at home? Lu Hanxiao was concerned about her health but didn't know how to say it. Usually, it would be fine, but now it was a special situation. Sister Xiao, don't worry, I'll be at home. I promise to take good care of Xiaoba, Xiong Ting said proactively. Alright, it's settled then, you two go, and you two stay home. Zhang Yu made the decision. Let's pack our things today and prepare to set off. Does anyone have any questions? I do. Pan Yu Yao raised her hand. Go ahead. Zhang Yu smiled. I heard the Tianhe ship will go out to international waters, and it said online that once you reach international waters, there are no rules and absolutely no taboos, right? What? Are you scared? That's great. Pan Yu Yao got excited again. I just want to experience that feeling of breaking taboos and being reckless. I can't wait to go now. You're thinking too much. Zhang Yu said, the Tianhe ship isn't a lawless place, it's just relatively unrestrained. Among the 800 staff on the Tianhe ship, 300 are responsible for security, fully equipped with weapons. It's to prevent anyone from causing trouble on the ship. Of course, things can get relatively chaotic. Even on land, fights often happen in nightclubs and bars. On the ship, with people from different regions and countries letting loose, conflicts are inevitable. However, most conflicts can be effectively controlled and won't escalate. Ah, so there are still people in charge? Pan Yu Yao couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Yu Yao, if there were no one in charge, you'd be targeted as soon as you got on the ship. At that time, out at sea, with no help around, who could save you? Lu Hanxiao couldn't help but clarify the seriousness to her. Yeah, Yu Yao, it's all fun and games, but you still have to pay attention to safety out there. Xiaoba also reminded her. Hee, I'm not afraid. Zhang Yu will protect me, Pan Yu Yao said, then laughed. Di Xiaoba and Lu Hanxiao exchanged glances upon hearing this. This time, she might really be walking into a tiger's den. Would the three sisters face total annihilation? Moreover, even if Pan Yu Yao didn't have those thoughts in her mind, would Zhang Yu, this teddy bear, let her off? And at that time, they would be on the ship, like an isolated island, spending day and night together. Who knows what would happen? Thinking this, their gazes all turned to Zhang Yu. You want me to protect you? He chuckled. Yes, yes. Pan Yu Yao nodded. That's not impossible, but you have to agree to one condition. Zhang Yu said. What condition? Once you get on the ship, you can't run around. You also have to accept my random checks at any time. He stated his condition. The Tenant cruise ship is over 300 meters long, 80 meters wide, with a single floor area as large as 3 football fields. Moreover, there are a total of 10 floors. This does not include the hangar and equipment room below the deck. Just a moment of inattention, and you won't see a trace of anyone. Random check? The 3 flight attendants looked a bit confused. What I mean is, even if they are out of my sight, I need to know where they are at all times. They can't be out of my control, Zhang Yu thought. Pan Yu looked completely bewildered. However, the expressions of Lu Hanxiao and Di Xiaoba clearly indicated that they were thinking in a different direction. What's the big deal? I can share 800 locations with you a day, as long as you don't find it annoying. This was Pan Yuyao's way of agreeing. In that case, let's prepare well, Zhang Yu smiled. Once we're ready, we'll set off. Then I'll go get ready now. Upon hearing that they could go out to play, Pan Yuya was genuinely happy. After working continuously for so long, flying every day, she finally encountered a holiday. Xiaoba, are you really not going? Lu Hanxiao turned to ask Di Xiaoba. I'll just rest at home for a few days, Xiaoba smiled. Deep down, she also wanted to go out and have fun. However, after receiving the hospital's test results, she didn't want to take that risk. It was better to stay home and recuperate. She hadn't told Zhang Yu yet and didn't want to. She decided to keep it a secret until it was no longer possible to hide it, and then she would explain. With that thought, she secretly glanced at Zhang Yu. No matter whether he acknowledges it or not, I won't regret it, Di Xiaoba thought to herself. Over the years of working, aside from necessary rent and living expenses, she had saved some money. Sister Xiao, you guys can go out and have fun without worry. I'm here at home, Xiong Tingting said, noticing Lu Hanxiao's concern. She brought out a bowl of white fungus and lotus seed soup. Sister Xiao, try this sweet soup. It's very nourishing. Thank you, Tingting, for bringing it personally. Lu Hanxiao felt a bit embarrassed. Sister Xiao, you usually take good care of me. This is nothing, Xiong Tingting smiled. Alright, you two don't get too sentimental, Zhang Yu said. So for these few days, the house is in your hands. Although Di Xiaoba hadn't told him, he already knew. After all, Xiong Tingting was also a girl. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu sent a message to Yezi. I'm going out for a few days. Send someone to keep an eye on the house, and make sure nothing goes wrong. Yes, master. Yezi replied quickly. Please rest assured, I will send my most capable subordinates to guard Bijang Mansion. Then, she assigned tasks to her subordinates. The most convenient place to observe Bijang Mansion was to rent 2 apartments nearby. They needed to keep an eye on any suspicious movements around. Zhang Yu still felt a bit uneasy, so after giving Yezi the instructions, he stepped aside and called Su Mei. Officer Su, I have a favor to ask. He got straight to the point without any small talk. Oh, the all-capable Mr. Zhang, it's been a while since you found me? Su Mei's tone on the other end was a mix of surprise, astonishment, pride, and a hint of delight. Her mood shifted complexly in just a few seconds. I'm going out to sea with your best friend for a few days, but there are a few girls staying behind at home, so could you increase the patrol frequency over there? Zhang Yu felt like an old father, uneasy before leaving, wanting to clarify everything. Only by informing both sides could he ensure the safety of Bijang Mansion without any blind spots. One bright, one dark, each performing their duties. But I'm still a new officer and don't have that much authority to mobilize, Su Mei said, then sighed. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Since it's Mr. Zhang's request, you can rest assured about this matter. Thank you, Officer Su. By the way, which boat are you taking, and where are you going? The Tianhe, the route departs from Jiangcheng, heads north after going out to sea, passing through several neighboring countries. Why are you asking this? Zhang Yu asked curiously. Is it wrong to ask? Seriously. With this question, Su Mei felt a bit flustered inside. No, I'm a criminal police officer. I've caught so many criminals. Why should I be afraid of him? Maybe there's still a bit of worry in my heart. Thinking of this, she straightened her chest. Then you take good care of my best friend. If even a single hair is missing, I won't let you off. Hearing that Zhang Yu understood her thoughts. He just smiled. Alright, I'll go pack my things. On the other side, Su Mei, after hearing the phone hang up, hadn't reacted yet. Sha leaned over. Today, she happened to be visiting Su Mei's house. Sister Su Mei, are you in a relationship? No, why do you ask that? Su Mei was startled. The tone you just used had a hint of coquetry, along with a naturally revealing smile. You wouldn't act like that towards someone you don't like. Sha had a knowing expression. Is that so? Su Mei awkwardly touched her own face. You little girl, what do you know about love? She found a reason to fight back. In my opinion, the one you were talking to on the phone just now was Zhang Yu, right? Sha asked again. How did you know? Sume couldn't help but widen her eyes. This little cousin, who had just turned 19, was becoming increasingly quirky. Many things couldn't be hidden from her anymore. It was really a headache. She didn't know who could handle this little troublemaker. Isn't it simple? The only guy you've been in contact with recently is him. Sha couldn't help but gossip. What did he say to you? Share, I want to hear. Well, eavesdropping on others isn't good, right? If you don't say, then I'll go ask him myself. Sha pretended to leave. Hey, no, I'm scared of you. Seeing this, Sume quickly grabbed her delicate white arm. He said he's going out to sea for a few days and asked me to help look after the house. What? He's going out to sea for fun and didn't take me? I'm going to make a scene. Upon hearing this, Sha couldn't help but shout. Over here, after explaining the personal matters at home and the company affairs, Zhang Yu, Lu Huanxiao, and Pan Yuya drove to the dock where the Tianhe was moored. Along the way, Pan Yuya was the most excited, constantly dreaming about this trip, like a chattering little bird. Lu Huanxiao, however, didn't look so relaxed. Although she agreed to come out to play, she still felt uncertain about the environment on the ship. Moreover, she had to keep an eye on Pan Yuya. This was not a trip for fun, it was completely like going to prison. Although the Tianhe cruise ship was a top luxury cruise, its comfort was absolutely unquestionable. When she was flying the route, she had heard several first-class passengers discussing how comfortable the journey on the Tianhe was. Because the hull was large enough and the draft was heavy enough, it wasn't like those small boats, so it felt like walking on solid ground at sea. Even so, the Tianhe was still a watercraft. For the next few days, they could only stay on this isolated island of several 100,000 square meters. She still felt uncertain inside. About half an hour later, traffic began to build up ahead. These cars were all heading to the dock. Zhang Yu glanced around. The car brands around were all luxury brands, with many Ferraris and Lamborghinis in sight. Even the worst were luxury brands like BBC. That was normal. To spend so much time playing and buy such expensive tickets, their family backgrounds must be quite good. Look, that's the Tianhe ahead, Pan Yuyo exclaimed from the back seat. Looking up at the massive vessel docked at the pier, the Tianhe was 10 decks high, and there were still 6 or 7 more levels above the deck to the waterline. The entire ship was nearly the height of a 20-story building. How could one not look up? Zhang Yu also gazed at the Tianhe, noticing that many people in their cars were extending their phones out the windows, eager to capture the grandeur of this giant ship. To be able to travel on this ship and post about it on social media would make one the most stylish person in their circle. It was definitely social currency. However, even the best phones couldn't capture the spectacular view of the Tianhe from this angle. Not even with a super wide-angle lens. Zhang Yu stared at the enormous Tianhe, and although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked upon seeing it in person. It truly deserved its title as the most luxurious cruise ship in the world, akin to a palace on the sea. Moreover, this cruise ship was under his name, which made him feel a little smug inside. However, not many people knew about it. He couldn't just tell everyone that this cruise ship was his, could he? In fact, the wealthier people tended to be more low-key, as they had so many good things that they couldn't possibly show them all off. It was only those with a little money who wanted the whole world to know. Hey, isn't that Zhang Yu? Is he going out to have fun too? Someone in the traffic recognized Zhang Yu. He was now a celebrity in Jiangchang, making it hard not to be recognized. Yeah, that's him. My goodness, this ship is indeed filled with the rich. He even has 2 beautiful women with him, so enviable. One is a mature woman and the other a double ponytail loli. He really knows how to have fun. Even a new rich guy like Zhang Yu is boarding. That presidential suite must be booked by him, right? Someone couldn't help but speculate. That's possible, but every time on this ship, there are hidden talents. Who knows if there are even bigger names? Right, look, there are many foreign friends too. They seem to have quite a background. The passengers preparing to board were chattering away, discussing the new rich like Zhang Yu and expressing curiosity about the various foreigners. Some white foreigners were surrounded by a large group of bodyguards, possibly royalty. Others, wrapped in white turbans, were clearly oil tycoons, exuding an aura of immense wealth. The women accompanying them revealed almost only their eyes. Among the crowd, some faces resembled those of Huagua people, but with single eyelids and small eyes. Even without speaking, it was clear they were from neighboring Confucian countries. In short, the boarding area resembled a world expo, with people from almost every country present, creating a particularly spectacular scene. Wow, so many foreigners. I feel like this trip will be a lot of fun. I can't wait to get on board and spend. The passengers grew excited. Alright, let's get out of the car. Zhang Yu and his companions parked in the dock's parking lot. Then, they dragged a few suitcases out of the car. Two of the suitcases belonged to the two women. Zhang Yu found it troublesome, so he didn't bring anything this time. On such a large cruise ship, there were supermarkets and duty-free shops. Daily necessities, clothes, towels, and such were easy to find. Even if he didn't buy anything, he could just ask the cruise general manager, Shanao Xiang, to take care of it. At that moment, Shanao Xiang was at the boarding entrance, anxiously watching the crowd of people boarding. Why hadn't Zhang arrived yet? It seemed that 7 or 8% of the guests were already on board. Shanao Xiang felt a bit anxious, wondering if she should call Zhang, but she was afraid he might be busy and that it would upset him. While her mind was in turmoil, her gaze swept through the crowd. Finally saw Mr. Zhang. Although I had never met him in person before, Zhang Yu naturally had a distinct aura that set him apart from others in the crowd. It was a calm and understated presence, yet one that could be recognized at a glance. Standing at 185 centimeters, he was quite noticeable in the southern region where the average height is around 170 centimeters. Mr. Zhang was flanked by two stunning beauties. One exuded a mature and elegant charm, cold and captivating. The other had her hair in twin ponytails, radiating youthful energy. The two of them, accompanying Mr. Zhang on a sea outing, must also have special identities. Shanao Shuang quickly approached. She called out to Zhang Yu, "Mr. Zhang, you finally arrived." "Mr. Zhang?" Lu Huanqiao and Pan Yuyao, who were nearby, both looked curious upon hearing this title. They exchanged glances. Zhang Yu gave Shanao Shuang a look. She immediately realized that these two beauties were unaware that this cruise ship belonged to him. So she quickly responded, "It's like this, our Tianhe cruise ship has a client's information. Mr. Zhang booked the luxurious presidential suite, and he is a VIP on board, so I personally came to greet him." Yes, the Tianhe cruise ship indeed lives up to its reputation for service. Zhang Yu smiled. Looking at Shanao Shuang, who was dressed in a qipao, she could also be considered a woman of many charms. Sexy and alluring, she gave off a very sociable vibe. Such a woman naturally possesses a certain ease and the ability to handle men. A man lacking depth could be sold by her and would still help her count the money. If this quality is channeled in the right direction, it becomes the hallmark of a typical strong woman, born to be a female CEO. Thus, her ability to become the general manager of the 5 billion Tianhe cruise ship, managing nearly 1,000 subordinates, is a testament to her worth. However, the personnel on the ship are complex, and there are many eyes and ears. "It's better not to reveal my identity in the future," Zhang Yu reminded her, also giving Shanao Shuang a lesson on what to do next. Shanao Shuang had already understood his intention and quickly switched to her signature smile for guests. "Then please, Mr. Zhang, board the ship as soon as possible. We will have staff guide you to your room. 3 gentlemen and ladies, this way please." A few service staff came forward to take the items from their hands. "Wow, this ship is really huge." Pan Yuyao found everything fresh and exciting, holding her phone, opening the camera, and taking pictures as they walked. Lu Huanqiao took a few steps and occasionally looked back, her expression resembling that of a mother watching a playful child. "Sister Xiao, look, the deck of this ship is so big, there's even a helipad," Pan Yuyao exclaimed again. On the helipad, 2 large civilian helicopters were parked, one of the assets of the Tianhe cruise ship, attracting many people to take photos. "3 of you, this way please." Soon, they were guided to the second level of the cruise ship, which was over 20 meters higher than the deck and 40 meters higher than the dock. The view outside was truly impressive. Looking out at the people on the deck and dock, the panoramic view was excellent. "Zhang Yu, yours is the presidential suite, right? I heard it's incredibly luxurious. Can I go take a look after I drop off my luggage?" Pan Yuyao looked at Zhang Yu with anticipation, her eyes sparkling. "Of course, as long as Sister Xiao agrees," he replied with a smile. It didn't matter to him, but he understood what Lu Huanqiao was thinking. This time on board, Lu Huanqiao and Pan Yuyao were sharing a room, a second-class executive suite. It couldn't compare to the 300-plus square meter presidential suite, but the room was over 80 square meters and had all the necessary facilities. Moreover, about 10 second-class executive suites and the presidential suite were all on the same floor, belonging to the high-end guest room area. It is separated from the other floors, with independent entrances and exits. Each entrance and exit is guarded by dedicated personnel 24 hours a day. To get to the restaurant, the top deck, or the commercial street, there are independent passages. After all, the price is set. Money spent naturally deserves a different experience. The Tianhe is well aware of customer experience. "Sister Xiao, can I go?" Pan Yuyao acted cute in front of Lu Huanqiao. "Sure, go ahead." Sister Xiao smiled casually. Finally out for a trip, she couldn't just keep her tied to her side. "But you can't be too reckless. If you break anything, you'll have to pay for it." "Hee hee, I know. After receiving Lu Huanxiao's permission, Pan Yuyo became happy. It seemed that on this trip, Sister Xiao wouldn't be as concerned about her as she was in the sky and on land. Sister Xiao, why don't you come with me to take a look? Pan Yuyo linked her arm with hers again. Alright, I'll accompany you, Lu Huanxiao nodded. It was originally to avoid suspicion. She couldn't let her think it was too casual for her to go to Zhang Yu's room, but now it seemed that with Pan Yuyo, there was no need to hide it. I knew it, Sister Xiao is the best. Then, Pan Yuyo seemed to sense something, stopping her steps and looking up at the sky. Yuyao, what's wrong? Lu Huanxiao became curious seeing her like this. Zhang Yu, Sister Xiao, you two look quickly. Pan Yuyo pointed with a finger. Look, that eagle. Her eyes filled with surprise. What eagle? Zhang Yu and Lu Huanxiao followed her gaze. They saw a black eagle slowly flying over 100 meters above the cruise ship. That eagle, its flying posture seems a bit strange. Lu Huanxiao frowned slightly as she looked at the bird in the sky. It's not a real eagle, Zhang Yu said, watching the thing fly by slowly. It should be a bionic eagle. In fact, it's a high-altitude reconnaissance and photography device equipped with a rotating high-definition camera. His Rice Technology Company was also developing this bionic product. The functional principles were quite similar, so he was somewhat familiar with it. Who would fly this thing here? What are they trying to do? Pan Yuyo asked in confusion. I don't know, let's go to the room first, Zhang Yu said expressionlessly after looking at the eagle flying by, then walked towards the room. Upon arriving at the presidential suite, everything in front of them became bright. The reception area of the presidential suite had windows on 3 sides, allowing for a 270-degree view of the scenery outside. The lighting was also excellent. If they were out at sea, with no obstructions, the view of the ocean would be first-rate. In the presidential suite, besides the reception area, there were fitness, entertainment, and reading areas. It was fully functional. If it weren't on a cruise ship, this would be even more luxurious than a mansion on land. It was almost directly transplanted. In the bedroom, there was a bed that could be controlled electrically. When combined, it was 3 meters wide, and when separated, it was 2 single beds of 1.5 meters each. Wow, what a big bed. Pan Yuyo entered the room and was very excited to see the giant bed. You can roll around without fear of falling off. At this point, she looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. Just ask, it's fine. Lu Huanxiao glanced at her and took over the conversation. This room is indeed nice. It was clear that many of the furnishings in the room were newly replaced, including the bedding and carpet. There were no signs of use. It seemed that this cruise ship placed such importance on the presidential suite guests, changing everything every time. However, the online guides didn't seem to mention this. Perhaps Zhang Yu's trip coincidentally happened during a major replacement of room facilities. Alright, we've finished looking at the room. Later, let's go out for a stroll and grab a bite at the restaurant, Zhang Yu suggested. Sounds good. What about after dinner? Pan Yueying asked excitedly. I heard there's a bar on the ship. I've never been to a bar, and I want to check it out. After the ship left the open sea, it was said that there would be even more fun things to do. Pan Yueying was curious and eager to experience it. Well, that depends. Zhang Yu hadn't finished his sentence when they heard a commotion at the entrance. Let me in. I'm really looking for someone, a female voice said. Sorry, you have a second-class ticket. You can't enter this area, the security personnel replied. Zhang Yu recognized that voice and found it somewhat familiar. So, he went out to take a look. Sure enough, at the entrance of this level, he saw a young girl, Sasha. What was she doing here? Lu Huanxiao and Pan Yueying exchanged glances, not knowing her, having never seen her before. When Sasha saw Zhang Yu come out, she said to the security, he's the one I'm looking for. Let her in, Zhang Yu said. But her ticket. The security was hesitant. On the ship, each ticket was for one person, and absolutely no one could cross into another area to stay. Otherwise, it would be chaos. How about this? I'll cover the cost for her cabin upgrade, Zhang Yu said, and only then did the security open the gate. Sasha walked over, and before she could say anything, she glanced at the 2 beautiful women behind him. No wonder he was going out to have fun without calling her. It turned out he was with 2 such pretty girls. It made Sasha feel a bit inferior. Did Zhang Yu prefer this kind of style? A mature woman and a twin-tailed loli? She felt like she didn't fit either style. Am I coming at a bad time? She asked uncertainly. Not at all, you're just in time. Having only 2 people to accompany him felt a bit lonely. They couldn't even gather enough people to play mahjong. So, Zhang Yu smiled, but you snuck out without telling your family, right? How did you know? Sasha looked at him in surprise. Isn't that obvious? Zhang Yu said, Director Shah is so strict with you, how could she allow you to go out alone? Then can't I say I'm going out with you? If that were the case, she would definitely verify it with me, but so far, I haven't received any news from her. Zhang Yu looked at Sasha and continued, besides, before you boarded the ship, you didn't even dare to message me, afraid I would find out and have someone stop you, right? Ah, Zhang Yu, you're really impressive, you guessed it all, Sasha said, feeling a bit shy. She had indeed come secretly by herself. After learning about this from Su Mei, she managed to buy a ticket through her connections. Once she got the ticket, Sasha didn't even take a day off. She just ran to board the ship. She truly pushed her recklessness to the limit. But you still need to call home and let them know you're safe, Zhang Yu said. I don't want to, I'm afraid they'll drag me back, Sasha shook her head. There are still several cities to stop at ahead. Those cities all have my dad's acquaintances. If her family found out, she would be caught before even leaving the sea. I'm right next to you, what are you afraid of? Zhang Yu laughed again. Oh, right? Sasha suddenly realized. Her dad had said in front of so many people that he would hand her over to Zhang Yu for supervision. Now that he was right next to her, didn't that give her a legitimate reason to be out? This was great. Okay, I'll call home right now. Sasha quickly made her decision. When her parents found out she had sneaked out to play, the call would surely start with a scolding. However, knowing that Zhang Yu was also on the ship, they wouldn't catch themselves and take them back. A few minutes later, Sasha finished her call and walked back. How did it go? Zhang Yu looked at Sasha's expression. They agreed. Oh yeah. Sasha was so happy that she danced around. Seeing the two beautiful sisters, Lu Huanxiao and Pan Yuyao, beside her, she restrained herself a bit. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sasha, a friend of Zhang Yu. What about you? She stepped forward confidently. We are Zhang Yu's tenants. Lu Huanxiao and Pan Yuyao introduced themselves. Oh, I've heard of you. You two beautiful sisters are really pretty. Sasha didn't hold back her compliments. Sasha, you're also very pretty. Especially Pan Yuyao, who looked at Sasha with sparkling eyes. She could tell that Sasha's personality was somewhat similar to hers, and they were close in age, so they could have fun together. Thus, she enthusiastically said, Sasha, since you're here, let's live together. Ah, is that convenient? Sasha asked. The presidential suite and a few rooms around it are all booked by me, so you can stay in whichever room you like, Zhang Yu said. Earlier, he had called the general manager, Shanao Shang, to reserve rooms, and she had set aside a total of 5. Even if the 3 of them each took a room, there would still be extra rooms available. Wow, that's great. Then I won't be polite. After a brief moment of restraint, Sasha returned to her true self. She saw the big bed in the presidential suite and without a second thought, she jumped onto it, lying down. The soft bed even bounced her light body a few times. Wow, this bed is so comfortable. You guys come and try it, Sasha invited. Really? Pan Yuyao also went over, lay down on the big bed, and was pleasantly surprised. Really? It's so comfortable. What kind of mattress is this? I've never slept on such a comfortable bed. You too, this is Zhang Yu's room. Lu Huanxiao, being a few years older than them, naturally wasn't as lively. Moreover, she didn't dare to make any sudden movements. It's fine, we're just here to have fun, Zhang Yu said, not minding their antics. Lu Huanxiao glanced at him, wondering if there was another meaning behind his words. Then, she saw Zhang Yu looking at her. Why are you looking at me like that? Her heart raced a bit. I'm hungry, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Ah, Zhang Yu, you're hungry? I'm hungry too. At this moment, Sasha heard this, climbed off the bed, and walked over, saying, I heard the buffet on the Tianhe ship has a lot of delicious food. Let's go eat. Yeah, I want to check it out too. I did some research. The restaurant's caviar is a must-try, but it's in limited supply, so if we go late, it will be gone. Pan Yuyao also got up and said, after finally getting a holiday and coming to the Tianhe cruise, they naturally wanted to put everything aside and relax properly. They wanted to experience all the unique features of the ship. The two of them stood on either side of Zhang Yu, seeking his opinion. They exchanged glances, feeling a sense of familiarity despite just meeting, as if they had known each other for a long time. How about this? You two go ahead first. We'll catch up later, Zhang Yu smiled. Then let's go. That's what I was thinking too, Pan Yuyao and Sasha said as they headed out towards the restaurant. Finally, it's quiet. Seeing the two chattering girls leave, Zhang Yu let out a long sigh of relief. He sat down in a chair and noticed Lu Huanxia was still standing. So, he reached out and pulled her wrist gently. Zhang Yu, you. Lu Huanxia symbolically tried to break free. I'm not convenient right now, but I'm really hungry. Zhang Yu spread her hands, making a gesture of helplessness. She looked at his expression, which didn't seem like a joke, but she could understand. Zhang Yu had just graduated from university and was at the most vibrant age. She really wanted to tell him a classic line, youth is unaware of the preciousness of time, only to shed tears in old age. But then she thought again. On this cruise ship, A hungry Zhang Yu was very dangerous. Then wait a moment. So, Lu Huanshu glanced outside. Then he walked over, closed the door, and pulled the curtains. In the large suite, the light immediately dimmed considerably. The thick carpet on the floor meant she didn't have to worry about getting cold. Lu Huanxia closed his eyes and steeled his heart. The Tianhe ship set sail, and a trade began. Why haven't those two come down yet? It's been a while, should we call them? In the buffet restaurant, Pan Yuyao and Shasha, two greedy girls, had already gone for a round but were still not full, standing in line for more food. As the crowd moved, they occasionally stretched their necks, casting their gaze towards the restaurant entrance. The restaurant's patrons came and went, but they didn't see his figure, and their expressions shifted from the pleasure of tasting food to a bit of anxiety. If they kept looking, they would turn into stone statues. Hey, beautiful girls from the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, a voice came from behind them. It sounded a bit awkward, the accent not quite right. Turning around, they saw a foreigner with curly white skin greeting them. You two are very beautiful, may I get to know you? The foreigner smiled broadly at them. He was tall, wearing a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, worth $1 million. Moreover, this foreigner was somewhat handsome. With a high nose and blue eyes, he looked like a movie star from Europe or America. Pan Yuyao's aesthetic sense was always on point. However, this kind of handsomeness didn't spark much affection in her heart. Although she was a looks person, she didn't like everyone she saw. On the contrary, her first thought was, if Zhang Yu saw her being approached by another man, would he be unhappy? She didn't want to make him unhappy. Sister Yuyao, let's go. Don't pay attention to him. Shasha pulled her, ready to leave for another line. She had many friends and had seen quite a few foreigners. After seeing so many people, her first instinct upon seeing him was that he was someone who knew how to flirt and was heartless. Naturally, she didn't have any good feelings towards him. Although Shasha liked to play outside and meet various friends, her values were quite upright. Unlike some girls who were picky about the boys around them but would stick to a foreigner within minutes, she couldn't understand that. Hey, why aren't you responding when I'm talking to you? How rude. The foreigner took a few steps forward and followed them. Please stop bothering us. We're not interested in you. Shasha became even more impatient when she saw the white-skinned foreigner following them. No matter who you are, you can't force someone to buy something. I'm bothering you? The foreigner was a bit taken aback. Since he arrived in the Dragon Kingdom, he hadn't had to make the first move. Countless girls had approached him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had to eat every day. Now, seeing two beautiful girls so indifferent to him, he found it hard to accept. Where had he encountered such setbacks? Feeling anxious, he wanted to reach out, but Shasha extended her arm to block him, making him even more embarrassed. In the buffet restaurant, many people were attracted by their argument. Wow, this foreigner is really handsome, like a star. I noticed him a long time ago, thinking about how to greet him. Those two girls are really rude. How can they treat international friends like this? I heard he's a first-class guest, quite someone of importance. These two girls probably don't know what they've missed. Many people sitting in the restaurant were discussing this little incident, and that foreigner could understand what they were saying. The more they talked, the more he wanted to regain his dignity. He had been in the Dragon Country for so long without facing any setbacks. Fuck, it's just 2 Brazilian steaks. What's the big deal? The foreigner laughed. If you're embarrassed in public, you can come to my room privately. I'm in first class, room 5. Some onlookers nearby whispered and covered their mouths, laughing. They were all people of status. Hearing such insulting words, they had no intention of speaking up for the two girls. Instead, they were there to watch the show. Indeed, many girls were just like Brazilian steaks. On Little Red Book, as long as it's a foreigner, followers increase rapidly. In one night, they could gain tens of thousands of followers. What are you talking about? Pan Yueying saw him getting more and more outrageous, her emotions rising, wishing she could flip a plate onto his head. Then she saw Sasha, who acted first and did just that. Sasha poured a bowl of soup from her plate directly onto him. The foreigner couldn't dodge in time and quickly stepped back, but some soup still splashed onto his shoes. These are my new Armani shoes, worth hundreds of thousands. The foreigner shouted, you pay. What happened? At that moment, a beautiful woman in a cheapao walked over. It was Shinaoshan. Just as the two sides were in conflict, she happened to be inspecting the buffet. Seeing this scene, she immediately came over to inquire about the situation. Manager Shin, you came at the right time. The foreigner, seeing Shinaoshan, suddenly felt more confident. These two Dragon Country girls were rude to me, what do you think we should do? Why are you the one complaining first? Sasha recognized Shanaoshang as the receptionist at the entrance and spoke up. Manager Shin, he was the one who harassed us first. Shanaoshang felt a headache coming on. On one hand, one of them was brought by General Zhang, and the other, since they were together, must have a close relationship. On the other hand, she was also aware of the foreigner's identity. He was someone significant. Moreover, he was a foreign guest. If not handled properly, it could easily spark some international public opinion. For the Tianhe cruise ship, it would undoubtedly affect its reputation among high-end clientele. For a moment, her brain was working at full capacity. We're all in the same boat. Let's talk this over calmly. Let's step aside and discuss it. Shanaoshang thought it best to control the situation on site to prevent more people from witnessing it. I won't say much more. My shoes are ruined, so you should compensate me, the foreigner said. How much? I'll transfer it right now. Sasha just wanted to quickly pay up to avoid disaster. I don't want money. I'm not short on cash. The foreigner laughed. As long as you kneel down and clean my shoes, you won't have to pay. Sir, that might not be appropriate. Shanaoshang quickly interjected. It was quite insulting. Moreover, they were friends of General Zhang. Manager Shen, I advise you not to meddle. Either you kneel and clean them, or this matter won't end. The foreigner now had a bit of leverage and became even more arrogant. At this moment, in the presidential suite, an hour later, the fireworks finally arrived, bursting into flames. Zhang Yu took a pack of tissues, but he saw Lu Wanxia wave her hand, indicating she didn't need them. Noticing her expression, he was quite surprised. You actually. Lu Wanxiao smiled, it's fine, and besides, she still felt a sense of guilt in her heart, and it had to be this way. Zhang Yu couldn't help but think of a joke. A few close friends were chatting, and the one eating eggs said, this is a cell, a life. The one eating fish roe said, these are hundreds of lives, and the third friend said, you all chat, I'm leaving first. At that moment, Lu Wanxia was like the third friend in that joke. Zhang Yu helped her up. His heart was a mix of emotions. For a while, he decided to avoid troubling her. At that moment, a notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Host, you have received a random drop blind box. Do you want to open it? Another random blind box drop? Zhang Yu didn't want to wait and immediately thought, open it. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 20% shares of Amazon. You have become the second largest shareholder, overseeing the Asia-Pacific and Latin American businesses. The system prompted. Wow, Amazon? Looking at the virtual interface in front of him, listing the company's various businesses and operations. Even without looking at these details, Zhang Yu was familiar with this company since childhood. Its reputation was quite high. It started as an online bookstore and has now developed into the world's largest online retail website. Its market value has reached 20 trillion US dollars. His 20% shares would be 400 billion US dollars. Converted into Dragon country currency, he couldn't even calculate it. Wow! Zhang Yu was once again shocked. The previous rewards were nothing compared to this. Moreover, this was the first overseas company he had acquired since planning to go abroad. To receive such a large reward right at the start, he couldn't even imagine what would come next. He couldn't help but feel more anticipation for this journey. He quickly claimed the reward. Zhang Yu, what are you thinking about? Lu Huanxiao's question pulled his thoughts back to reality. Oh, nothing. Let's go down to eat. They've been down for a while, Zhang Yu said. I'm not hungry, so I won't go down. You go. Lu Huanxia shook her head. Zhang Yu was puzzled. Was she already full? He said, then you rest for a while. If you want to eat something, send me a message later. Okay. Then, Zhang Yu left the room and went to the buffet restaurant. As soon as he arrived at the restaurant, he saw a few people arguing about something. The main characters were Pan Yuyo and Sha Sha. There was also Shen Aoshuan and an unfamiliar foreigner nearby. I'll say it again, if you don't follow my demands, don't expect peace on the ship. The foreigner was quite arrogant. Shen Aoshuan was also in a difficult position. Her family had just invested a lot in sponsorship and advertising support on the cruise. She couldn't make such a big decision. Just as she was about to consult her boss Zhang Yu, she heard a familiar voice from behind. What happened? Shen Aoshuan, Shasha, and Pan Yuya turned around and saw Zhang Yu, and immediately their eyes sparkled with hope. The foreigner turned around and saw Zhang Yu, sneering dismissively, not taking him seriously. The other people in the restaurant, upon seeing Zhang Yu, were momentarily stunned before reacting. Isn't this the recent sensation in Jianshan, Zhang Yu? He has several companies worth hundreds of billions. He even saved the old gentleman Xiao Nantian. Even Xia Ruikan treats him with respect. I heard he has close ties with the Cine Group, meaning he has connections on both sides. I remember, these two girls boarded the ship with him. Wait, the other one is a mature woman. not like this. So there are 3 of them? Regardless, no wonder those 2 girls completely disregard the foreigner. But this foreigner has quite a background too. And he's an international friend. I think he will definitely have to make concessions. The onlookers began to murmur from a distance. Mr. Zhang. Xiaoxiang stepped forward, about to explain. The foreigner grew somewhat impatient. Who are you? Mind your own business? Saying this, he turned to Xiaoxiang and said, if you can't handle this, let your boss come. I want to withdraw my sponsorship and advertising for the Tianhe. He intended to pressure them into backing down to achieve his own goals. What sponsorship? Zhang Yu noticed Xiaoxiang's expression and then realized. There were indeed many sponsors on the ship, involving various categories. It could be said that the cumulative sponsorship amount could be measured in hundreds of millions. It was a significant sum. However, coincidentally, the sponsor was the Asia-Pacific regional branch of Amazon. Who was this foreigner in the branch? You sound quite confident. Do you have the authority to withdraw the sponsorship? Zhang Yu looked at the foreigner and smiled. Why not? My father is the president of the Asia-Pacific region. The foreigner said proudly. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Manager Shun, let your boss come. I think there's no need to call the cruise's boss, Zhang Yu said with a smile. What do you mean? The foreigner was taken aback. At that moment, he suddenly shouted, Dad. No, why did he suddenly call for his father? Pan Yuyo and Xia were stunned. Then they saw a middle-aged man walking over, and the 2 looked very much alike. No wonder they were father and son. The foreigner approached. Father, these Dragon Country girls have been rude to me, and Manager Shin isn't calling the boss. You have to help me deal with this. Let me see what's going on. The middle-aged man walked over. As he was about to inquire about the situation, his gaze swept over Zhang Yu. Uncertain, he looked again. Wasn't this just appointed as the 2nd largest shareholder of Amazon? Although he was only the 2nd largest, he managed the Asia-Pacific region and had absolute say in this large area. How was he also on the ship? Looking at those girls standing beside Zhang Yu, it was obvious their relationship was not shallow. How did his son get into a conflict with them? The incident happened suddenly, and he hadn't figured out how to organize his words. Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile when he saw the middle-aged man. Mark, is this your son? Just now, through the system, Zhang Yu had gained an understanding of the organizational structure of the Asia-Pacific region. A glance was all it took to remember. The one called Mark in front of him was indeed the head of the Asia-Pacific region, directly reporting to him. Having worked in the Asia-Pacific for a long time, he had become half a Dragon Country insider. Not only could he speak Dragon Country's language and write its characters, but he also understood some unique social customs of the Dragon Country. You dare to call my father by his name? Mark's son shouted. Fuck, just shut up. Mark scolded his son in his own language. Then he turned to Zhang Yu and said, I'm sorry, it's all my responsibility. I'll have him apologize to the 2 ladies right away. Apologize to me? The foreigner was shocked. They got my shoes dirty. Father, you bought these. Shut up. Hurry up and apologize to them. Mark's expression also turned ugly. I won't apologize. In front of so many people, young Mark was unwilling. Wouldn't he be a joke on the ship if he lost face today? Slap. Mark slapped him. Father, you actually hit me for 2 strange women? Young Mark was stunned. Mark was even angrier. This foolish son, couldn't he see why he was so anxious? You brat, they are friends of General Zhang. How dare you be rude to them? What General Zhang? Young Mark was momentarily confused. Let me tell you, your father is my subordinate. I am his superior, understand? Zhang Yu stepped forward and said. The revelation of identities shocked the entire room. Xiaoxiang, Xia, and Pan Yuyo looked at Zhang Yu as if he were a monster. Did they hear that correctly? Amazon? The head of the Asia-Pacific region is actually his subordinate? What kind of adult fairy tale is this? No, even fairy tales wouldn't dare to write this. They all frequently shop on this website and are members. The impact of this revelation was completely beyond their comprehension. Their brains were severely overloaded. Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry for the trouble. I'll take my son back to discipline him right away. Mark quickly apologized. That might not be possible, Zhang Yu smiled. Harassing my friend is something I can't overlook. Then, Mr. Zhang, what do you suggest we do with him? Mark quickly smiled. Father. Little Mark wanted to say something but was pushed back. Shut up. A verbal apology is meaningless. As for compensation, it's all from the same company, just shifting from one hand to the other. Zhang Yu smiled. Or how about letting your son jump in and swim back? Yay! Pan Yuyo and Xia clapped. We don't want to see him anymore. Boss, this. Mark glanced outside through the buffet restaurant's window. At this moment, the Tianhe cruise ship was already sailing on the waves of the vast river. The ship was navigating in the middle of the river, with the nearest shore still 500 or 600 meters away. And with the cruise ship being so high, if he really jumped, would he even survive? He only had this one son. Naturally, he had to do everything he could to save him. "Father, you have to save me. I don't want to go in the water." Little Mark realized that the young man in front of him, who was a few years younger, had an incredibly powerful background. His own father had to lower his voice in front of him. Today was truly hitting a brick wall. He never expected that what he thought were two Brazilian steaks had such a strong man behind them. Once he realized this, he quickly surrendered. He hoped his father could save him. Otherwise, jumping off the ship would be a matter of life and death. If he jumped into the water, there might be a glimmer of hope. But if he jumped and got hit by the propeller, he would become a meal for the river fish. He didn't dare to gamble on whether the other party would really throw him overboard. "Mr. Zhang, please, I beg you, spare his life." Mark clasped his hands together and pleaded. He was almost ready to kneel and bow. The others in the restaurant looked at the scene with mixed feelings. Mark was already a successful and somewhat famous professional manager, earning millions a year. Now, in front of this young man Zhang Yu, he was nothing. "As long as you can spare him, I'll do anything you want." At this moment, some fair-skinned, blue-eyed people also came over to help mediate. "Sir, considering it's his first offense, please let him go this time. Everyone should get along to make money, right? If you don't want him to go down, that's fine." Zhang Yu looked at the man in his 40s, who was so frightened. Considering there were indeed many big shots on the ship, he had to think about the impact. So he continued to smile, "Then just throw him into the storage room. Before getting off the ship, don't let me see him again." "Ha, the storage room?" Little Mark exclaimed in surprise. Can that place even accommodate a person? He was dressed in designer clothes worth millions, frequenting high-end places. Now he was being sent to that dark, smelly place for a week? The drop was too great. This was truly a minor injury but a strong insult. "Hurry up and thank Mr. Zhang." Mark quickly expressed his gratitude. The storage room was certainly better than being thrown overboard. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang," Little Mark said awkwardly, then turned to leave. "Wait a minute," Zhang Yu called out again. "Mr. Zhang, is there anything else?" Mark asked. "He hasn't apologized to my two friends yet for the earlier conflict." "Still need to apologize?" Little Mark's eyes widened. He had already been sent to the storage room. Did he still need to apologize? But looking at the situation before him, there was no way to leave without apologizing. So, he had no choice but to walk up to Sasha and Pan Yueying, bow deeply, and say, "I'm sorry, girls, I was wrong." This gesture of apology was undeniably sincere. No matter what he thought inside, he put on a good front. Sasha and Pan Yueying, witnessing his apology in front of so many people, also gained a significant emotional value from it. "Alright, let's leave it at that. Wouldn't it have been fine to apologize earlier?" Sasha said. Then, the Mark father and son hurriedly left the restaurant. In the following days, little Mark would no longer have the chance to be a nuisance. "Alright, everyone, please continue your meal." At this moment, Shanaoshang addressed the dining guests. "I apologize for the unpleasant dining experience. We will give each passenger a dessert voucher." Clap, clap. Applause erupted in the restaurant. The aftermath work of the Tianhe was quite well done. A dessert voucher was worth several hundred. The desserts on the Tianhe were also very unique, crafted by renowned pastry chefs. As the saying goes, one who eats soft food won't spill the beans. After enjoying the dessert, there was no need to leak the incident. For business people, the most important thing is to uphold their word. Moreover, they wouldn't want to get themselves into trouble by discussing this matter. At this time, Sasha and Pan Yueying looked at Zhang Yu, and their feelings towards him changed even more noticeably. Especially Sasha. She loved to play outside, and her favorite type of man was one who could mediate and resolve issues. This was not the first time he had helped her out of a tight spot. Zhang Yu also noticed that the peach blossom value displayed above Sasha's head had actually reached full stars. Wow, that was a bit unexpected. She made her appearance so late, yet achieved full stars before Pan Yueying. Looking at Sasha again, the way she gazed at him was almost electrifying. She wasn't as boisterous as before. Her eyes conveyed a sense of deep affection that was incredibly fitting. The 19-year-old girl was experiencing her first fluttering feelings of love, like a buried seed awakening and sprouting in the spring breeze. "Alright, I'm hungry. I need to eat something. Are you still eating?" Zhang Yu interrupted at this moment. "Of course, I still want to try the dessert." Pan Yueying's mind was still on the food. "I won't eat anymore. I'm going back to my room first." Sasha snapped back to reality, feeling her face was a bit flushed. This was a feeling she hadn't experienced before. Used to being carefree, she suddenly became quiet, and even she felt a bit dazed. Back in her room, she couldn't help but send a message to Sume. "Sister Sume, What does it feel like to like someone? She had no experience with this, and the first person she thought of was her cousin. However, Sister Sume was also a peony and had no experience either. But after all, she had eaten a few more meals, so she could only ask her, "What are you talking about? Who do you like?" At that moment, Sume was handling a case. Seeing Sasha's message startled her. Then she quickly realized what her question meant. "Sasha, you really got on the ship? What happened between you and Zhangyu?" Thinking of the video she saw last time, Sume didn't dare to imagine further. Sasha wouldn't have fallen for Zhangyu, would she? She was extremely anxious inside. "Oh, nothing happened." Sasha quickly denied it. "How did you know it was him? Who else could it be?" Sume couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You need to be a bit more reserved." She only hated herself for not being able to board the ship. She had just finished chatting with Sasha when Su Guoqiang's call came in. "Dad, what's the matter? Quick, you all need to move." On the other end of the line, Su Guoqiang's tone was urgent. "A few wanted criminals have smuggled onto the Tianhe ship. There are many distinguished guests on board, including foreign visitors. The ship will dock at the next stop, so you need to take the high-speed train over right away." Tenha ship? Sume was startled. Wasn't that the cruise they were on? She had only heard of wanted criminals sneaking away on smuggling boats, going through Myanmar, their hideout, and then transferring to a simple village. This time, they dared to sneak onto a luxury cruise directly? "Okay, I'll prepare to board at the next stop immediately." However, since a mission had come, Sume needed to execute it as quickly as possible. "There are water police on the ship, and we have already made contact. To avoid alarming the snakes, we will wait for you to board before taking action." Su Guoqiang explained the next steps to Sume. "The Tianhe ship will dock in Jinling in 3 hours. We have coordinated the nearest high-speed train, which will take an hour and a half. You can board directly when you arrive. We will handle all the procedures." "Alright, no more talking, we are setting off now." Sume also realized that this chase was a race against time. After hanging up, she couldn't believe that she had ended up boarding the Tianhe ship in this way. "I hope it's not too late," she thought to herself. Not only was Sasha on the ship, but Zhangyu was also on board. If those wanted criminals just wanted to escape, they wouldn't make much noise. After all, once the ship set sail into the river and sea, it would be an isolated island. She was just afraid they might act out of desperation, which would be troublesome. However, Sume recalled the last time she had caught criminals with Zhangyu. She was confident in his skills. At least, he could protect himself and those around him without any problem. At this moment, on the Tianhe ship, there was a lively atmosphere of song and dance. The buffet restaurant's mealtime had passed, entering a 2-hour pause for business. The guests were dispersing, heading to the entertainment and commercial floors to enjoy their preferred activities. There were bars, billiard rooms, and game rooms. Various forms of entertainment were available on the ship. However, the ship was still in the inland river. It wouldn't be until after midnight at the earliest that they could sail out into the open sea. Zhangyu had just finished a hearty meal in the restaurant. As he was getting up to leave, he suddenly heard someone shouting something in a foreign language behind him. It seemed like they were calling him. He turned around and saw 3 blonde, blue-eyed foreign girls walking towards him. Each one was tall and stunning, with figures that could only be described as devilish. Zhangyu's eyes lit up. There was a sense of amazement. It had to be said that the fair-skinned foreign girls indeed had a different charm. Could it be that he had a chance to meet foreign girls? This was an unprecedented experience. One of them was holding a half-eaten hamburger. It seemed that where there were 3, there was bound to be a foodie. Judging by their outfits, they had a hint of local flavor from Zhangcheng. Could they be foreign students studying in Zhangcheng? "Are you calling me?" Zhangyu had passed the 6th level of foreign language in college. Basic daily conversations were no problem for him. However, the other party had a translation tool open on their phone, so he didn't use foreign language to converse. "Yes," the 3 foreign girls exchanged smiles. "We noticed you in the restaurant just now. We really want to get to know you." Foreign girls were usually very straightforward and open, not hiding anything. This was quite different from the generally more reserved girls from Long Country. They had just witnessed Zhang Yu's impressive demeanor, and he was handsome, so there was no hesitation at all. "Since we are out to have fun, it definitely won't be like at home. I still want to meet more friends and create some beautiful memories. Do you want to get to know me?" Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile, then asked in the Dragon Kingdom language, "Are you available? What is he saying?" The 3 foreign girls looked a bit confused. After a while, they used a translation tool to translate his question. Then, the response from the 3 blonde girls was, "Yes." "What?" After receiving their reply, Zhang Yu was even more surprised. "You say you are honest, but to be this honest? This left him a bit at a loss. However, the communication just now seemed somewhat ineffective. Besides, he was just joking. But those blonde girls didn't seem to be joking. Since that's the case, Zhang Yu didn't want to waste the good intentions of the foreign blonde girls. So, he quietly entered the system's personal center. On the points redemption page, he found the skills section. In the skills category, he found the language subcategory. Each language required different points. Flipping to the back, Zhang Yu discovered a universal language proficiency. Instantly, curiosity arose. Clicking on the description, he found that this universal language proficiency required a lot of points, a full several thousand. His points were just enough for redemption, but after redeeming it, there would be hardly any points left. Zhang Yu hesitated for just a second before deciding to redeem it, because, according to the system's introduction, this universal language proficiency was incredibly comprehensive. It not only included the currently popular international languages but also encompassed all minor languages. More importantly, it included dialects from various regions and even some primitive tribal communication languages. Wow! With this universal language proficiency, he could understand the languages of people all over the world. No need to find a translator anymore. This function was truly comprehensive. So, Zhang Yu said nothing, quickly consumed his points, and redeemed the universal language proficiency. Then, a vast amount of language knowledge surged into his mind. The three foreign girls across from him were whispering in their language, discussing how handsome he was, and he could hear it all. Just as they were about to use translation software to continue communicating with Zhang Yu, he smiled and said in their language, "No need for translation, I can understand what you are saying." They were very surprised. Weren't they just having some communication difficulties? How could he suddenly speak their native language so fluently? He even had the pronunciation level of a diplomatic spokesperson. But this was good, the cost of communication had greatly decreased, and they didn't have to convert each sentence several times. "Hello?" The three of them exchanged glances, and then one of the girls in the middle smiled at Zhang Yu. "My name is Grace, the one on my left is Monica, and the one on my right is Martha." "Hello, my name is Zhang Yu," he also introduced himself fluently. "We noticed you in the restaurant earlier, you have a strong masculine charm, so we really wanted to be friends with you." "Be friends? How do we do that?" Zhang Yu laughed. "Mainly, Grace really wants to get to know you, we came along with her." "Grace, then we'll head back to the room, you two chat." The other two companions smiled and greeted before leaving. The girl named Monica said this as she swallowed the remaining half of her hamburger in one bite. The two linked arms and, after bidding farewell to Grace, walked towards the guest room elevator. "Sir, it's not convenient to talk here." Grace glanced around and smiled at Zhang Yu. Then she took out a black card. He noticed that it was a room card for a first-class room. It really is quite a coincidence. Could it be one of the rooms next to or across from Lu Wanqiu and the others? At this moment, she walked over and got very close to Zhang Yu. Her breath was fragrant. Holding that card in her hand, she slipped it into Zhang Yu's back pocket. Then she winked at him, showcasing her exotic charm. "This is my room card. I'll wait for you to come over later to talk." "No way?" Even Zhang Yu, who was used to various girls by now, couldn't help but be shocked. This foreign girl named Grace was too good at flirting, not beating around the bush at all, going straight for it. Next, it was up to him to see if he could handle it. However, Zhang Yu naturally couldn't let these foreign girls look down on him, thinking that men from the dragon country wouldn't dare to respond. So, when Grace's hand was in his pocket and just pulled out, he grabbed her hand and guided it somewhere. "Why wait until tonight? We can talk now." He grinned. His proactive approach caught Grace a bit off guard. "Don't mess around, there are too many people." Zhang Yu was surprised to find that she wasn't as bold as he had imagined. They say foreign girls are open, but women still have their modesty. "Alright, then I'll find you later." Zhang Yu smiled. Only then did Grace breathe a sigh of relief and flee in a hurry. When she returned to her room, her heart was still racing. "Hey, Grace, that guy from the dragon country must be completely smitten by you, right?" Back in the room, Monica and Martha were lying on the bed playing on their phones, showing off their beautiful curves. Seeing Grace return, they couldn't help but tease her. "Let's not talk about it. This guy from the dragon country is bolder than I imagined. He actually..." What happened? The two girls became curious. I won't say. Grace thought of the scene from earlier and couldn't bear to look back. However, she clearly felt that Zhang Yu's potential was quite impressive, although she only had theoretical knowledge. Zhang Yu returned to his room and found that no one was there anymore. They must have gone back to their own rooms. At this moment, after several hours of sailing, the Tianhe cruise ship approached a city that looked like a big city, with ancient and elegant city walls. This should be Jinling. According to the cruise schedule, the ship would stop in Jinling for half an hour because some passengers would board there. Zhang Yu looked through the huge floor-to-ceiling window and saw the ship docked at the pier, where a few people caught his attention. Although those people were dressed casually, their physique, temperament, and walking posture were still very different from ordinary passengers. He looked again and saw one of the women wearing a black coat and a baseball cap. With an oval face and very fair skin, it was actually Su-mei? Zhang Yu naturally remembered that stunning face very well. How did she get on the ship? And from Jinling? He thought for a moment and suddenly realized. A chill ran down his spine. Could it be that there were wanted criminals secretly hiding on the Tianhe cruise ship? That was the most likely possibility. If so, those criminals were too bold, daring to hide on a commercial vessel. How did they get through security? Were they really not afraid of being discovered? Could it be that they had other intentions? After all, Zhang Yu was the owner of the Tianhe cruise ship, and thinking of this made his scalp tingle. So, he quickly called Shanao Xiang. Mr. Zhang, how may I assist you? Shanao Xiang answered the phone quickly. What is the security, patrol, and defense situation on the ship? Back to General Zhang, there are a total of 300 security personnel on the ship, all selected from retired soldiers. They are divided into 3 shifts. There are 100 assigned to fixed posts, 100 in patrol teams, and 100 on duty at special locations. The patrol is divided into 3 small teams, with each team patrolling every 2 hours. As for the special locations, they naturally refer to important equipment rooms, high-end entertainment halls, and so on. So, arrange it accordingly, shorten the interval between patrols, and pay special attention to areas with fewer people. Shanao Xiang was somewhat unclear about General Zhang's meaning, but since he had given the order, she would just follow it. As a subordinate, any request from the boss must be complied with. Okay, General Zhang, I will notify them immediately, Shanao Xiang said. Then she remembered something and said to Zhang Yu, General Zhang, I apologize for not handling the restaurant issue well today. This matter weighed heavily on Shanao Xiang's mind. It's nothing, it's already in the past. Zhang Yu didn't take it to heart. He had already dealt with the matter according to his wishes and had moved on. However, there is something I must report to you. Go ahead. The Asia-Pacific president of Amazon, Mark, is dissatisfied with how this matter was handled, according to feedback from the hotel staff. He was cursing you in his room. What clients or no clients? General Zhang's experience is what matters most. What did he say? General Zhang, I can't say for sure, but it was something about greeting family members. Shanao Xiang was a bit nervous. How should we handle this? Cursed me? Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. A few drunken fools accidentally barged into someone else's room and happened to be seen by unrelated personnel. What kind of bad influence could that cause? First, deal with them, then talk. A letter of dismissal citing public opinion influence was already on its way. If he had already been let off once, how dare he curse? That would truly be digging his own grave. Oh, you mean? Shanao Xiang immediately understood his meaning. I'll take care of it right away. Zhang Yu was quite pleased. An excellent subordinate should have the ability to fully grasp his intentions. Many things need not be explicitly stated. She could understand it herself. No wonder everyone wants to be a boss. Being a boss like this is truly comfortable. The news always talks about those world billionaires who only sleep 4 or 5 hours a night and are still full of energy. Now it makes sense. A boss's day cannot be the same as that of a working mule. The boss talks business, plays ball, drinks, and gets a foot massage, and it's all done. In their eyes, that's working hours. Specific tasks are executed by countless subordinates. Therefore, at a certain level, being a boss is indeed a heavenly profession. Only those who are still in the startup phase or facing financial pressure find it exhausting. I digress. Shanao Xiang went to carry out her work tasks. Zhang Yu lay back down on the bed. At this moment, a phone call came in. It was Yang Xiaomi from Papapa Loan Financial Company. Of course, she had now transitioned to work at the bank. Jiangcheng Development Bank officially opened today. Thanks to various green lights from the Jiangcheng higher-ups, the bank was established very quickly. The first batch opened 5 bank branches, with another 10 in preparation. However, Zhang Yu did not attend the opening ceremony. It was Secretary Yang who represented the bank. With the bank's opening, she also gained a new identity as the bank's general manager, fully responsible for all bank operations. General Zhang, the bank officially opened today, and all processes went smoothly. I'm reporting to you, Yang Xiaomi said on the other end of the line. For everything that is happening now, she still feels as if she is in a dream. It's good that the bank has opened. You will have heavier responsibilities in the future, so do your best. Zhang Yu learned that the Jiangcheng Development Bank had officially opened. With a clear path ahead, it was naturally thanks to the help of Sha Ruikan and his associates. Once he returns, he still needs to be polite and invite them to dinner. I know, General Manager Zhang, Yang Xiaomi said, the bank has just opened, and there are many documents that need to be signed. Should I send you a paper version, or? I'm currently on the Tianhe cruise ship, taking a few days off. Zhang Yu replied, just send me the electronic signature. Okay, General Manager Zhang. Secretary Yang hung up the phone and got busy. When Secretary Yang appeared at the opening ceremony on behalf of Zhang Yu, the event not only attracted various big shots from the financial circle but also garnered a lot of media attention. Some well-informed individuals learned about her background and couldn't help but marvel. This Secretary Yang really encountered a benefactor. If it weren't for Zhang Yu, she would merely be a secretary at a financial online lending company. Now, she had become the general manager of the most promising bank in Zhangchang. Such a rapid promotion speed was truly enviable. Many people failed to recognize her exceptional work abilities and instead began to spread rumors. What's so impressive? She must have been Zhang Yu's shape long ago. A beautiful woman rises quickly. Now she's a general manager, sitting at the same table as us old hands. No wonder there was no response when she was recruited earlier. Turns out she was already riding a donkey to find a horse. What's with the pretense of being high-minded? I heard the Secretary Yang has a sister who works in a nightclub. No way? A nightclub? That's interesting. Did Zhang Yu not investigate family and social connections before promoting her? Yeah, Zhang Yu himself probably isn't clean. How many good companies are there in online lending? Many people, especially peers, were even more wary of him. Suddenly, a new bank fully supported by the upper echelons emerged, and for those old financial big shots, the pie was only getting smaller. If he took a bigger slice, they would have to take a smaller one. Naturally, they couldn't sit idly by while Zhang Yu thrived. I think I saw Zhang Yu going to the Tianhe cruise ship for fun today. I heard it gets quite wild, especially after going out to sea. Who knows what he might be up to? You know, you're right. Secretary Yang's sister often appears on the Tianhe. Wow, is it forming a closed loop? That's interesting. Did she sell out her sister to get promoted? One woman is a small matter. There might be other things behind it. Damn, just thinking about it is thrilling. If Zhang Yu really has something going on, the nature of the situation would be different. In the business world, it can be like this sometimes. The emergence of a top new rich person not only attracts those who want to curry favor and collaborate with him but also many old money and former big shots whose interests are being threatened, especially by such a young person. Naturally, they feel displeased. Faced with Zhang Yu's current success, many people are filled with resentment. They can't wait for him to stumble. The best way to make someone fall is for them to break some law. Any involvement with gambling, drugs, or vice can strip a business mogul of their status. With the example of the wealthy Lu family in front of them, a Zhang Yu, in their eyes, was not unassailable. Of course, many people's understanding of Zhang Yu was still stuck on the news from 2 days ago. Little did they know, in these 2 days, the rewards he had received had already reached a new level. At this moment, some traditional big shots on the ship also learned about the opening of Zhang Yu's bank. Who exactly is this person? And why is everything going so smoothly for him? It's better not to provoke him. I heard that Secretary Xia from Jiangcheng has really made a pact with him. Is that so? Of course. To get to know Zhang Yu, he even sent his daughter away. Ah, is it that abstract? That's how rumors spread, and everyone present felt shocked upon hearing it. Why would I lie to you? I saw his daughter board the ship. As soon as she got on, she went to find Zhang Yu. Wow, that's interesting. Weren't there 2 women who boarded with Zhang Yu before? This information could be deeply explored. On the Tianhe cruise ship, there were many big shots from various fields. Zhang Yu had clearly become the most discussed figure among them. Over here. After Zhang Yu hung up the phone with Secretary Yang, he got up and walked to the window, looking at the scenery outside. The Tianhe cruise ship, after passing Jiling, had entered the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. After a good night's sleep tonight, they would set sail tomorrow. By then, the scenery at sea would be even more beautiful than that of the river. And the presidential suite undoubtedly had the best view. At that moment, there was a knock on his door. Had they come back again? Zhang Yu frowned and went to open the door. When he opened it, the person in front of him surprised him. It was Sumei. Today, Sumei was dressed in casual clothes. A simple t-shirt paired with blue-fitted jeans, but those jeans highlighted her perfect and vibrant legs. Nice legs, Zhang Yu couldn't help but admire in his heart. He hadn't noticed before, but now he realized that Sumei's waist-to-hip ratio was actually the best among all the girls. Perhaps due to her high level of physical activity, she had an advantage in shaping her overall proportions. Now, aside from the inconvenient Di Xiaoba and her caretaker Xiongtingting, the other girls had all boarded the Tianhe ship for various reasons. Would they all be in for a wild time in the next few days? He couldn't help but wonder. Noticing Zhang Yu's gaze on her, Sumei felt a bit shy and lowered her head, then regained her composure. your gaze is a bit off. What are you thinking? She asked, feigning a serious expression. I was thinking about how to win you over, Jung-yu replied with a smile. You? Sume didn't expect him to be so direct, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. By the way, where's Sha-Sha? Oh, you're looking for Sha-Sha? Jung-yu said as he walked over to the bed. Sume looked at the quilt on the bed, which was bulging. From this angle, it really looked like there was a person's outline inside. Could it be? Sume's heart suddenly raced. Had Jung-yu really turned into a beast? In the next moment, she saw Jung-yu lift the quilt, revealing nothing inside. A stone in her heart instantly fell to the ground. However, his action did stir up Sume's emotions. Sha-Sha isn't with you? She was so flustered that she could hardly speak. You should ask her. Why are you looking for someone here? Jung-yu's expression seemed to say, am I really that untrustworthy? I'll go find her, Sume said, but I boarded the ship for official business. There are a few A-level wanted criminals on this ship, and they have blood on their hands. You need to be careful. Is it that serious? Jung-yu guessed she had come with official business. However, the involvement of bloodshed was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. This ship was filled with lights, wine, and singing. Yet, the lurking darkness was quietly brewing. Yes, you need to be careful. Alright, I won't say more. I'm going to look for Sha-Sha. As Sume said this, she was about to leave. After taking a few steps, she noticed it was silent, stopped, and turned back to ask, Jung-yu, why don't you ask me anything? She said this, but deep down, she was a bit reluctant to leave. Just like the first thing she did after boarding the ship and finishing her work was to come find Jung-yu. It was as if an invisible magnetic force was pulling her in. I don't have anything to ask, Jung-yu smiled. At his words, the look of anticipation on Sume's face dimmed a little. However, she quickly composed herself and said, alright, I'll head over first. After stepping out the door, she couldn't help but curse herself inwardly. Sume, oh Sume, what are you doing? You came here to carry out official duties and catch criminals, yet you've gotten caught up with Jung-yu instead? They say love is deep, but what relationship do we have right now? Shaking her head with a sigh, she went to find her cousin, Sha-Sha. Jung-yu stayed in the room for a while, played with his phone, and saw that the Tianhe was still sailing, with the sun now slanting towards the west. With nothing to do, he stretched and prepared to go out and explore the different floors. Just after leaving the presidential suite, he noticed a room next door had opened. The two rooms were only about 10 meters apart, practically next to each other, separated by just a corridor. Hey, Mr. Zhang. Jung-yu turned to see it was the woman who had left him the room key. Grace, it's you? He saw her wearing a white camisole, leaning against the half-open door, her hair cascading down. She looked quite charming. Moreover, she was holding a bottle of wine, half drunk. Her face was flushed. Judging by how her outfit fit, it was quite nice. It turned out to be a digga. What are you laughing at? Seeing the smile at the corner of his mouth, Grace asked. Nothing, just remembered an animated show. Jung-yu chuckled, then asked, hello, did you call me for something? Mr. Zhang, I have a nice bottle of wine here. Would you like to come in for a drink? Grace said, shaking the wine bottle in her hand. They aren't here. They went downstairs to the duty-free shop to buy things and will be watching a movie. They won't be back for 2 hours. She added, wow, she's being so detailed with me. Is she trying to seduce me? Jung-yu's eyes darted around, then he smiled and said, alright, then I won't be polite. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to go in and take a look. Come in. Grace opened the door. Stepping into the room, there was a whole wall of glass, with a view of the vast river outside. This was the configuration of a first-class room. There was a side for enjoying the scenery. He surveyed the room. The furnishings were complete, high-end, and the area was about 30 to 40 square meters, so the space was quite spacious. There was also a faint fragrance in the room, which was quite pleasant. Jung-yu admired the scene inside, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Grace's gaze was secretly fixed on him. Her eyes were almost sparkling. This made Jung-yu feel that he had just come from Lu Wanxiao. How long had it been? If he encountered a challenge, could he still bring glory to the country? He couldn't tarnish the international reputation of the country's men. He had to pull himself together. Here, Mr. Zhang. Grace picked up a wine glass, poured a drink, and handed it to Jung-yu. How about you drink first? Jung-yu took the glass and smiled. What if you poison me? Ha ha ha, Mr. Zhang, you really have a sense of humor. Alright, then I'll drink first. Grace laughed lightly. The unique cold white skin of Europeans and Americans made her face appear even more lively. Putting aside the facts, foreign girls indeed have a different charm. They say a fair complexion can hide 100 flaws. So if a girl is already beautiful and has fair skin, her charm deepens even more. Grace raised the glass she poured for herself and tilted her head back to take a sip. Good, then I can relax. Zhang Yu hadn't finished his sentence when Grace suddenly leaned in and gently pushed him. Zhang Yu found himself sitting in the chair behind him. Then, Grace sat down beside him, looking at him with affectionate eyes. No way. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Was she really this bold? Moreover, Grace had previously claimed she had no relevant experience. Yet upon seeing him, she became so proactive? It seemed his charm was indeed considerable. Then Grace leaned in closer, her lips fragrant, and a mouthful of rich wine came along with it. Men never change. As a child, he liked Digga. As he grew up, he still liked Digga. And it was still an automatic Digga. However, Digga was rarely seen in Manhwa, either it was technology. When encountering the real thing, Zhang Yu could only sincerely say, I'm sorry. Unexpectedly, this time Grace understood the meaning behind his words. She tossed her golden hair and smiled, saying, It's okay, it's human nature. Unknowingly, the setting sun outside hung at an angle, gradually disappearing behind the mountains. When night fell, Grace stood up again. As Zhang Yu's consciousness returned to reality, he looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but say, Sorry for making your room messy. It's fine, I'll clean it up, Grace replied with a smile. Aren't your two friends coming back soon? Zhang Yu felt a bit awkward at that moment. The wise always think a bit more than usual. It's okay, they're still shopping, Grace said with a smile. Her two friends wouldn't return to the room until they received her message. This had been agreed upon before they went out. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Didn't you say? Zhang Yu was taken aback. I'll go check, Grace said, pulling her hair back and tying it up. While tying her hair, she walked to the door. Her silhouette was graceful, her figure tall. When she reached the door and opened it, she saw two girls standing there. Zhang Yu recognized them. It was Sasha and Pan Yueying. The two of them looked like longtime friends. Zhang Yu, what are you doing here? We found out you were in this room by asking the security guard, they said. Then they looked at Grace and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, you're so beautiful. You both are beautiful too. We can be friends for the next few days, Grace replied with a smile. As fellow first-class cabin guests, it was quite convenient for them to interact. Great. We love making friends with beautiful sisters. Sasha and Pan Yueying spoke fluent foreign languages. Zhang Yu had now mastered a universal language proficiency, and their spoken level was already higher than a university's 6th level. Daily conversations posed no problem at all. However, Zhang Yu felt everything was in disarray. If they got to know each other, with Grace's open personality, would she reveal what had just happened? If it were said face to face, with Zhang Yu's reserved nature, it would still be somewhat mortifying. Worrying about something often brings it to fruition. Soon, Sasha asked, By the way, do you know Zhang Yu? How did he end up in your room? Oh, it's like this. There was a problem with the drainage in my room, and I happened to see him, so I asked him for help. I see. So, is the drainage fixed? Yes, it is, Grace replied with a smile. Alright, then let's go to the deck. I heard there's a concert on the deck tonight. Yeah, I heard that too. Let's go now, or there won't be any seats left. Grace quickly became good friends with them. Social butterflies meet social butterflies. Zhang Yu sighed inwardly, telling the online community that people from Manhwa are not cowards. In front of international friends, one must present an absolute home-field atmosphere. Soon after, Zhang Yu and the three of them arrived on the deck. The deck of the Tenant ship is about 2,000 square meters, roughly the size of a small theater. This was their first time on the deck since boarding. In the night, a cool breeze blew across the river's surface. They could also see that the river was widening, indicating they were approaching the estuary. On the deck, various instruments like drums and pianos were already set up. Zhang Yu noticed several staff members were adjusting the equipment. The band had not yet arrived. I heard that the Tianhe ship invites a famous band to perform on board every time, one show a day. This ticket is really worth it. There's even a concert to enjoy. What a top-notch experience this is. I just wonder where today's band is from. Did you not see the guest room's activity guide? It's the Second-Hand Lily Band. Who is Second-Hand Lily? I've never heard of them. Are they famous? Many people waiting for the music to start on the deck were asking each other. Some expressed their ignorance and disdain for the band. That's great. It's Second-Hand Lily. I love their work. Pan Yuyao, seeing the scene ahead, pulled Shasha and ran forward. At this time, about 70 to 80% of the deck was occupied, with some empty seats remaining. Hurry up, if we wait too long, there won't be any seats left. Pan Yuyao and Shasha moved forward to claim their spots. There were hardly any two-seat arrangements left, and none for four. However, at that moment, the benefits of their stunning looks and great figures became apparent. Many guests, seeing how beautiful they were, voluntarily moved to give up their seats. Suddenly, there were a few more empty spots. Thank you so much. The gratitude from the two made those people feel appreciated, as if they were basking in spring breezes. The two beauties were truly eye-catching. Those who gave up their seats thought of themselves as somewhat prominent figures. Seeing that Pan Yuyo and Shasha were young, they figured it was a good opportunity to ask for their WeChat. They could go out for abalone or something later. Taking a few steps forward, just as they were about to speak, they noticed the two had already taken their seats and were waving to the back. "You two, come over. We have seats here." The few who wanted to strike up a conversation looked up and saw a tall, handsome young man smiling as he walked over. He was about 185 centimeters tall, truly standing out in the crowd. Instantly, they felt a bit ashamed. They were either bald, had beer bellies, or were older. In any case, they lacked confidence in their looks. They thought to themselves that they could still win back some ground with money. After all, which girl doesn't love money and spending? Not liking money? That just means they haven't been given enough. However, when they saw clearly that the person in front of them was Zhang Yu, all their bravado vanished. Zhang Yu was now a rapidly rising new rich man in Jiangcheng, with several listed companies under his name. He had good relations with the city, and that bank was his. Moreover, he had a close relationship with the old master Shao from the capital. Such a person, with such status, was practically an invincible hexagonal warrior. They were completely incomparable. Ah, we can't compare. I really envy Zhang Yu, he gets to eat so well. I've been in Jiangcheng for 30 years, I've seen all kinds of beauties, but these two really caught my eye. But what's the use? They might have already been Zhang Yu's type. Young people really don't know how to restrain themselves, it's truly outrageous. I feel sorry for them, they sighed as they spoke. After finishing speaking, I noticed that a blonde, blue-eyed, fair-skinned foreign girl was following Zhang Yu. She was even taller, at least 175 centimeters, comparable to an international supermodel. She also looked very noble, walking gracefully with an air of charm. Wow, how come there's a foreign girl next to him? I thought she was just someone else on the way, but it turns out she has been following Zhang Yu all along. I saw her when I was eating at the restaurant, but he only had 2 female companions with him before. When did their relationship suddenly get so close? Could it be that Zhang Yu likes foreign seafood? Their astonishment rose wave after wave. Ah, I really can't envy that. The beauty of foreign girls that meets the aesthetic of Longwei is quite rare, and she is clearly one of them. Moreover, their natural whiteness is something almost unseen in Longwa. Wait! At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly noticed something was off. What now? I feel like I've seen this girl somewhere. I have an impression. No way, which place has such high quality? Don't hog it all, remember to take me next time. Others said. This girl looks only about 20, younger than your daughter, right? How do you know her? Where are you all thinking? If I remember correctly, her background is quite significant. You can't provoke her easily, the middle-aged man who recognized Grace said. At this point, his pupils widened in shock. He immediately fell into past memories and recalled something. Who exactly is she, so mysterious? Hurry up and say it. Ah, this is driving us crazy. The people nearby, seeing he had only said half, couldn't help but urge him. If I remember correctly, her identity is a princess of the British royal family. The middle-aged man looked at Grace, believing his eyes. He would definitely not be mistaken. A royal princess? No wonder her temperament and appearance look so ethereal. No way. I admit Zhang Yu is a new rich man in Jiangcheng now, but how did he get to know a royal princess? Could it be that he will become the prince consort of the princess in the future? If that's true, it would be incredible. It might be a national marriage. The Foreign Affairs Department would have to pay attention to such a person. Zhang Yu is actually so familiar with Princess Grace, his identity is probably far more than what we see. The people on the ship were all big shots from various fields. Their status was not weaker than Zhang Yu's. However, upon learning that the person standing next to him was actually a princess of the British royal family, they all dared not approach. They felt uncertain. Moreover, seeing Zhang Yu remain calm in front of a princess, who even obediently followed him, left them dumbfounded. They had never seen such a scene before. Princess Grace's identity was already awe-inspiring, and Zhang Yu's mysterious background made it even more elusive. Those who originally wanted to curry favor could only watch from a distance, not daring to approach easily. Zhang Yu seemed completely unconcerned about the commotion around him. He smiled slightly and said to Grace and the two beside her, Pan Yueying and Shasha, it seems you have become the focus on the deck tonight, especially Grace. Although Zhang Yu did not know her true identity at the moment, it would only take a minute to find out using the system. However, Zhang Yu now possessed a strong ability to observe people's micro-expressions and understand their psychology. Without the system, he could still tell that the way those people looked at Grace was clearly different. It was enough to indicate that her identity was probably among the strongest in the entire Blue Star. Grace also smiled lightly, her gaze calm. I've long been used to such occasions, I can only pretend not to see. Pan Yueying mischievously blinked. Oh, we just came to listen to music, why bother with so much? Yeah, these people act like they've never seen a beautiful woman before, it's so exaggerated, Sasha also complained. At that moment, on the deck stage, the second-hand Lily band was tuning their instruments, preparing to start playing. This band is an all-female group, consisting of 8 members. In recent years, they have rapidly gained popularity in Manhwa, winning countless listeners with their unique national style of music. Their fan count across all platforms exceeds 30 million, with 10 million fans on Douyin and 3 million on Bilibili. Their appearance fee has also reached 1 million yuan per performance. At this time, the 8 artists of Secondhand Lily appeared on stage, tall and dressed in long gowns. The crowd below began to whistle. Zhang Yu relaxedly leaned back in his chair, his gaze directed at the stage, looking very at ease. Just then, a system prompt suddenly rang in Zhang Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a randomly dropped blind box reward. What the heck? How did a random blind box drop at this time? Zhang Yu was slightly taken aback, then a hint of anticipation surged within him. What could be inside this blind box? With curiosity, he silently chanted and opened the blind box. Then, the system's electronic voice announced, Congratulations, host, you have received a blind box reward, 15% shares of Disney Entertainment Group, becoming the 3rd largest shareholder of the group. What the heck? Is it the Disney I know? Zhang Yu was once again shocked. How long has it been since boarding the ship, and I've already gained shares in a global giant? Although it's just the 3rd largest shareholder. I'm so scared. Could it be that boarding this ship means entering a bonus reward level? If this continues, will I become the president of the Earth? However, Zhang Yu didn't think too much. He quickly claimed the blind box reward. This reward was indeed a pleasant surprise. Who doesn't know Disney Entertainment Group? It's the largest giant in the global entertainment industry, owning countless famous IPs that are popular worldwide and having immense market influence. And now, Zhang Yu has become its 3rd largest shareholder. Moreover, he doesn't have to worry about the group's specific affairs, he can just wait for the dividends. After claiming the reward, Zhang Yu checked the information about the company on the system panel. He was then surprised to find that Disney Entertainment Group also has a branch in Manhwa. At this moment, the second-hand Lily band in front of him is actually the band under the Manhwa branch of Disney Entertainment Group. Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile, thinking, it seems tonight's performance is also a test of the quality of the artists under the group. Dear guests of the Tenant, we are the second-hand Lily band, and I am the lead singer Zhang Wenting. Now we will bring you our performance, hoping you have a wonderful and pleasant evening. On stage, the lead singer, with wavy curly hair and a long gown, held the microphone and began her opening speech. Since the guests on the deck came from various countries, the lead singer introduced it in 2 languages. Zhang Yu could tell that the lead singer's foreign language was quite fluent. Moreover, she also had the surname Zhang, just like him. If it weren't for her yellow skin, one would think she was a native foreigner just by listening to her voice. As the guests applauded and cheered, the performance of Secondhand Lily officially began on stage. The melodious tunes and the lead singer's penetrating voice echoed on the deck, immersing everyone in this splendid performance, as if entering an incredibly imaginative musical world. That was amazing. No wonder she's a diva-level singer. That voice must have been kissed by angels. Below the stage, countless people cheered for the wonderful performance of the second-hand Lily band. Moreover, they were very satisfied with the hospitality and service of the Tianhe ship. It was so difficult to grab tickets for the second-hand band's concert. Here, as long as you can buy a ticket for the ship, you don't have to stand in long lines or sit on the mountaintop to experience their beautiful performance up close. Zhang Yu glanced beside him and saw Grace slightly tilting her head, looking at him with a gaze so ambiguous it could almost stretch. He didn't know how long she had been staring at him. Looking over at Sasha and Pan Yueying, the two were incredibly excited, humming along with the rhythm on stage, their expressions joyful, waving glow sticks in their hands. No wonder it's the second-hand Lily, it's just too beautiful to listen to, especially the lead singer Zhang Wenting. Her voice is so wonderful. Oh, it's such a pity that Sister Han Xiao didn't come down to listen. Pan Yueying sighed. This was even more immersive than the last Peacock Legend concert. Yeah, I have a cousin who is also her fan. It's a shame she didn't get to hear it. Sasha nodded, recording a few video clips. During this music performance, Sasha and Pan Yueying discovered their shared interests, even though they had only just met. But clearly, their relationship had quickly grown closer. Then, they turned to look at Zhang Yu. Being able to sit here tonight was all thanks to him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the chance to experience it. Almost simultaneously, both of them fell silent, their expressions thoughtful. Why are you looking at me? Zhang Yu noticed the two pairs of eyes and couldn't help but ask. Brother Yu, I behaved very well on the ship, right? You don't need to check on me anymore, do you? Pan Yueying asked. Hearing you ask that, you must be hiding something. No way, I have to check. Zhang Yu laughed. She and Sasha were kindred spirits, and he had no idea what they were up to. What were they talking about? Sasha was confused, not daring to listen closely, hoping it was just her imagination. I really want to ask Zhang Wenting for an autograph and a photo. Zhang Yu, do you have a way? Sasha asked. At this moment, the second-hand Lily Band's hour-long performance had ended, and they were leaving the stage, heading towards the designated passage. The performance is over, shouldn't we head back? Grace's tall figure also stood up. Zhang Yu hadn't spoken yet. Just then, the cruise ship suddenly shook and jolted. It seemed to come from the bottom of the ship. What happened? The expressions on the faces of the few changed suddenly. At this time, others on the deck also felt the tremor. For a moment, their faces showed some panic. At this point, the ship had just left the harbor and entered the ocean area. Damn, did you feel that tremor just now? I felt it. It seemed to come from the bottom of the ship. Could it be an underwater earthquake? Someone exclaimed in panic. An earthquake? Mom, I want to go home. Has anyone studied geography? This isn't even an earthquake zone. Could it be that we hit an iceberg? Someone recalled a certain movie about a big ship and couldn't help but imagine themselves in it. That's even less likely. We just set sail. Where would an iceberg come from? But what on earth is going on? It's making everyone anxious. Most of the people on the deck listening to the music were either rich or noble, naturally valuing their lives immensely. Everyone, please be quiet. According to the judgment of the engineering technicians, all the instrument readings are normal. There's nothing to worry about. Please rest assured. The cruise ship's general manager, Shanaoshang, came out at this time to calm everyone's emotions. Rest assured? Then what exactly is going on below the cabin? There are thousands of people on the ship, and we all have status. We can't have any concealment. If a major accident occurs, your ship will have to be permanently decommissioned. Everyone, rest assured. We have dispatched technical personnel for a comprehensive inspection. Shanaoshang explained, if there really is a problem, we will take measures. The voices in the crowd quieted down a bit. The emotional reactions were not as intense as before. With such a large cruise ship, what kind of incidents had it not encountered? This was nothing. You few go back to the cabin and wait for news. Zhang Yu signaled to Sasha, Pan Yuyao, and Grace to return first. He decided to go down to the bottom of the ship to take a look. President Zhang. Shanaoshang glanced at others, then walked to his side. Lowering her voice, she said, I have already sent someone to check, and I will report to you as soon as I have results. Okay. Zhang Yu nodded, then asked, mobilize all security forces on the ship. Yes. Shanaoshang unconditionally executed President Zhang's orders. Alright, you go check other cabins first, I'll go down to take a look, Zhang Yu instructed. Seeing that President Zhang insisted on going down, Shanaoshang said with some concern, President Zhang, why don't I accompany you down? You haven't been down before and are not familiar with the situation. No need, just ensure the safety of the guests on the ship. Zhang Yu shook his head and then walked down. Below were all messy equipment rooms and storage areas. There were no people around. Suddenly, a few sounds of steel plates being struck echoed ahead. Not good. It's a hot weapon. As soon as Zhang Yu heard that sound, he quickly sensed something was wrong. That sound was the kind made by bullets hitting steel plates. A firefight had broken out at the bottom of the cabin. Who was fighting whom? Moreover, how did they manage to bring weapons on board? It was absurd. They hadn't been detected through 3 layers of security checks? He remembered Su Mei, who had boarded the ship halfway. Since he had seen her when she first boarded, he hadn't seen her for most of the day. She came on board to carry out official duties. Could it be that she discovered the presence of those wanted criminals at the bottom of the cabin and a firefight broke out? Zhang Yu immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Looking at the intricate layout in front of him, a floor plan of the bottom cabin suddenly appeared in his mind. The division of each functional room was clear. With the help of the system, he had an extraordinary memory. After just a few glances, he memorized the layout of the bottom cabin. Bang! At that moment, a series of metallic clanging sounds came from the left front. At the same time, footsteps echoed on the iron plates of the cabin, the thud-thud-thud sound resonating clearly. His ears quickly determined that this person's weight was about 150 jin, and their height was estimated to be around 180 centimeters. Based on the sound of metal clanging, they should be armed. At the left front corner, they were less than 10 meters away from him. This meant that this person was about to successfully escape from the bottom of the cabin. It seemed they had already figured out the layout of each room in advance. Alright, then I'll just wait for the rabbit to come. Zhang Yu's lips curled up. At that moment, the person, after a frantic escape in the cabin, was about to break free from the bottom hold, feeling overjoyed. His subordinates had been caught this time, and there was no way to save them. As long as he could escape, it would be a gain, and he could relay a lot of information back to the organization. Moreover, the small boat responsible for the pickup was already on its way. They were all well-trained, fierce pirates, about to enter international waters. The ship coming to pick them up had a displacement of over 1,000 tons. There was even a 50mm caliber cannon on board. They were indeed a formidable force. At that time, don't say that you can save yourself. This entire ship of wealthy people will be robbed clean by them. The beautiful women might even have a good time. Ideals are abundant. Just as that person was about to run to the cabin exit, he suddenly heard someone shout beside him, "Hey!" The shout startled him, and he instinctively glanced to the side. In that brief moment, a flying kick came at him. Even though he had a gun in his hand, he didn't have time to resist. He was directly kicked to the ground by Zhang Yu. Just as he fell, before he could struggle, he felt his hands being pinned behind his back. The more he struggled, the tighter he was controlled. "Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" In extreme shock, he said, "If you let me go, I can give you money, give you gold." "How much?" Zhang Yu smiled. 10 million, no, 100 million. As he spoke, he glanced towards the corridor, fearing that the female police officer from earlier would come out. "Let me go quickly, and I'll transfer the money to you right away." He couldn't believe that someone wouldn't be tempted by such a large sum of money. 100 million? Zhang Yu laughed. "But if I hand you over, I can get an even bigger reward." "What reward?" "I don't believe you," the man shouted. Just as his words fell, a sound of footsteps approached. It was Su-mei, holding a handgun, chasing after them. She was highly focused, mentally prepared for a fierce battle. However, the scene before her surprised her. She saw Zhang Yu pinning the criminal leader's hands behind his back, one knee resting on his back. This scene made her laugh, and her heart filled with joy. How did you get here? All her tension dissipated. The biggest criminal leader, who was originally quite difficult to deal with, was now left alone. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu appeared here and took care of him. This was truly a pleasant surprise. "Let me go." The criminal leader was still struggling desperately. "Look, if I hand you over to her, the reward I want will come," Zhang Yu said, taking him into custody. "I've subdued him. You can take him away now." Su-mei jogged over, took out a shiny pair of handcuffs, and directly cuffed him. "Hey, what reward were you just talking about?" Su-mei asked, somewhat puzzled. "He just offered me 100 million to let him go," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. "Of course, you wouldn't care about 100 million, but what is this bigger reward you mentioned?" Su-mei was even more confused. The bounty for this wanted criminal was only 1 million, and that was the maximum. What reward could be bigger than 100 million? The righteous spirit in his heart? If that's the case, Zhang Yu really is a man of justice. He was truly impressive. Her gaze towards Zhang Yu couldn't help but soften. No matter how much money he had, she didn't really care. But Zhang Yu had repeatedly helped her catch criminals, indirectly giving her so much credit. He could also help her gain leverage in front of her father, allowing her to stay in the criminal police team. How should she thank him? She was reluctant to be a servant or a horse. Or perhaps, she could offer herself? Who could understand this surge of emotions? "The reward I'm talking about is, of course, your secret affection for me," Zhang Yu said with a smile. "What?" Su-mei was taken aback. Her face instantly flushed. Could he really see through that? The criminal leader beside them felt bitter. He had just been captured, and now they were flirting, making him feel like he was being fed dog food. It was truly a mix of shrimp and pig's heart. Moreover, the criminal leader had just gone through a fierce battle and hadn't caught his breath. He was kicked down, hands pinned behind him, limbs twisted, and lying flat on the ground. At this moment, every part of his body ached. Is there really no one in charge? Even criminals have human rights. Not to mention being in such a sorry state, I still have to eat dog food. At this moment, Su-mei's heart was surging with emotions, unsure of what to do. Thud thud thud. The sound of footsteps came from the cabin again. "Su-mei, have you resolved things on your side?" The captain in charge of this operation was initially quite anxious. When he ran out and saw the only criminal leader, an internationally wanted A-class criminal, already handcuffed to a pillar, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he noticed a man standing next to Su-mei. Tall and handsome, he seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized, "Oh, you are." The captain remembered that he was the one who had helped Su-mei catch a criminal last time. What a coincidence to run into him again on this ship. Moreover, this time, his assistance was evidently more significant. That criminal leader was an internationally wanted A-class criminal and was armed. If he managed to escape to the deck or the passenger cabins, he could harm civilians or even dignitaries. As the person responsible for this operation, his skin would be on the line. What a false alarm it turned out to be. Captain, the next operation plan needs to be more comprehensive, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Mr. Zhang, you are right. I will definitely report your bravery to my superiors. I will call on the whole city to learn from you, the captain said, then directed a few subordinates. Quick, take the person away. We are preparing to regroup. Before leaving, the captain glanced at Su Mei, appreciating her performance today. Su Mei, take a break. You have 30 minutes before regrouping. She had made a contribution today and was also the daughter of Su Guoqiang. Although Director Su said not to give her special treatment, could that really be the case? If everything were treated equally, would he still have a chance for promotion? What did he mean by giving me 30 minutes just now? Su Mei asked. He probably thinks we are dating. But who does he think he is to look down on 30 minutes? Zhang Yu couldn't help but retort. She also caught on to what he was implying and couldn't help but blush. If the two really got together, that little time would indeed not be enough. Alright, let's go up to the deck and take a look, Su Mei said. See if there are any other suspicious situations. The two of them arrived on the deck. It was late at night. On the cruise ship, all the lights were on. It was sailing at full speed on the pitch-black, vast ocean. The cruise ship had entered international waters. Late at night was the most exciting time for the dignitaries on board. There were bars, card rooms, KTV, and even a swimming pool. Everything available on land could be found on the cruise ship. Entertainment options that didn't exist on land were also arranged on the cruise ship. After being suppressed all day, many people finally didn't have to pretend anymore and released their true nature. Thus, the entertainment level in the cabin had completely come alive. Various music and cheers could be clearly heard on the deck. Really, Su Mei couldn't help but slap the deck railing. A lot of the entertainment up here is not allowed, yet I can't catch them. Moreover, once in international waters, the laws of any country became ineffective. Unless someone was killed, many things happening up there would be easily overlooked. Since they are on this ship, no matter how they play, there are still some bottom lines, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Besides, there are hundreds of security personnel on board. Nothing major will happen. The security force was the ship's muscle. When all regulations became ineffective, it was the security department on the ship that had the final say. Although they were having fun, there were also corresponding rules on the cruise ship. Those who did not follow the rules were not allowed to enter. Moreover, even if something really happened, it would still be considered their personal behavior, and Zhang Yu, as the shipowner, would not bear any responsibility. After all, who would complain about making less money? It's just like the spinach club on the ship. No matter who wins or loses among them, the ship always takes a fixed cut of 10 points, so it never loses. If there's a turnover of 100 million in one night, that's a 10 million cut. How many ticket sales does that equal? Zhang Yu, why are you talking to them like that? Although nothing serious will happen, it's really annoying. Su Mei pouted. It's as if you are the owner of this ship.